Chapter 1. Entering the Demon Suppression Tower. Listen carefully, everyone. Today, we have entered the Demon Suppression Tower, and from now on, you must diligently perform your duties. Jiang Wushuang gazed around, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. Before him stood a middle-aged man, adorned with a large round hat and cloaked in a black robe, brandishing a long sword at his waist as he delivered his admonition. Surrounding him were a dozen or so fellow prisoners, similarly dressed in prison garb. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness, with an array of strange sounds echoing ominously, reminiscent of ferocious beasts growling, sending shivers down one's spine. I've traversed realms, and my starting point is as a prisoner. A helpless smile crept across Jiang Wushuang's face as countless images flashed through his mind. These were the remnants of memories bequeathed to him by the original owner. He now found himself in a dynasty known as the Qian. The Qian dynasty was prosperous and vast in territory. The body he inhabited also bore the name Jiang Wushuang, the son of the Minister of Revenue of the Qian. As a third-rank official, the Minister of Revenue was expected to enjoy a smooth career. However, a month ago, a significant discrepancy was discovered in the management of the treasury, revealing a staggering amount of missing funds. In a fit of rage, the Emperor of Deqian cast him into the depths of a dungeon. Upon uncovering his embezzlement, he was sentenced to death, and the officials within his household were exiled to the frontier. As the son of the Minister of Revenue, Jiang Wushuang could not escape such a fate. Instead of being exiled, he was demoted to serve as a guard in the Demon Suppression Tower. Logically, avoiding exile and the accompanying suffering should be considered fortunate. Yet, Jiang Wushuang found no solace in this twist of fate. The Demon Suppression Tower was a place of confinement for malevolent beings. These nefarious entities possessed extraordinary capabilities, and even while suppressed, they often stirred chaos. Over the past 3 decades, there have been no less than 10 incidents of such entities escaping. Each occasion resulted in rivers of blood and countless casualties. There had even been instances that led to calamities in the capital of Deqian, resulting in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As Jiang Wushuang recalled the tales surrounding the Demon Suppression Tower, his complexion turned pale. Even if he were fortunate enough to survive the turmoil wrought by these malevolent beings, the various formations, restrictions, and the pervasive aura of evil within the tower were beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Prolonged exposure would undoubtedly harm one's foundation and shorten one's lifespan. It was rare for the guards here to survive past 50 years of age. Many succumbed to illness before reaching that milestone, meeting their untimely demise. This was also the reason why the Demon Suppression Tower perpetually required new guards. As normal individuals were unwilling to come, selections had to be made from among the criminals. Jiang Wushuang was one of the unfortunate souls chosen. He had become a guard, condemned to this wretched fate. Thus began a lineage destined to serve as guardians of this place. Upon his death, his son would take his place. Then, it would be his grandson's turn. Yet, he was not overly concerned about this legacy. The body he inhabited was already frail due to a life of indulgence he would likely not endure for many years in this environment, fearing he would soon meet his end. Before he could even father a child, this lineage would face extinction. Upon realizing his predicament, Jiang Wushuang felt a chill in his heart. After a moment of silence, he began to contemplate strategies. To await death passively would lead only to demise. It would be wiser to devise an escape from this place. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed by him. This is a world where martial arts flourish without the strength to even restrain a chicken. Where could he possibly escape? To be captured would only hasten his demise. If escape is not an option, then the only way forward is. Countless ideas flashed through Jiang Wushuang's mind, and one in particular made his eyes sparkle. Practice martial arts. In a realm governed by martial prowess, only by honing his skills and strengthening himself could he resist the malevolent energies emanating from the Demon Suppression Tower. When confronted by evil forces, he would stand a greater chance of survival. It is said that upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one could easily crush these malevolent beings. The evil entities imprisoned within the Demon Suppression Tower were captured by martial artists serving in the Deqian dynasty. Powerful martial artists possessed the ability to subdue all. The more Jiang Wushuang pondered, the more exhilarated he became. This was the sole opportunity to alter his fate. Yet, Upon deeper reflection, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. The practice of martial arts demands talent, a solid foundation, and guidance. A.S. the son of the Minister of Revenue. Had the original owner possessed the requisite conditions for martial training, he would have long since become a martial artist. Now, confined within the demon suppression tower, he was merely a lowly guard. Lacking resources, techniques, and in a frail state, he was ill-equipped for martial training. If he were to recklessly practice, he might inadvertently bring about his own demise. With this thought, the light that had sparked in Jiang Wushuang's eyes dimmed completely. Sigh. After this lamentation, the admonition from the minor official within the demon suppression tower came to an end. Subsequently, each individual was issued guard uniforms and accompanying blades. Jiang Wushuang discarded his prison garb and donned the blackened guard attire. Slipping into black cloth boots, gazing at his reflection, he saw a youth in his prime. Handsome in appearance despite his pallid complexion suggesting frailty, he could still be deemed a dashing young gentleman. Thereafter, Jiang Wushuang was escorted to his designated post within the demon suppression tower. It must be noted that the tower was vast. It took nearly the time of half a stick of incense to arrive at his station. As newcomers arrive, they are naturally guided by seasoned guards. Jiang Wushuang followed an older guard named Fan Qing. This man, in his 40s, bore a full beard. Uncle Fan. Upon encountering this individual, Jiang Wushuang promptly called out, "Jiang Wushuang, a fine name. Follow me, I will help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings." Fan Qing casually assessed him with a glance and beckoned him to follow. Jiang Wushuang hurriedly complied. The two walked in tandem through the dimly lit corridor, the pungent odor causing Jiang Wushuang to furrow his brow. Fan Qing, however, showed no reaction, evidently accustomed to it. After another stretch of time akin to half a stick of incense, they finally arrived at the prison area. In the center lay a corridor flanked by dozens of cells on either side. The formidable iron bars imparted an overwhelming sense of strength. Jiang Wushuang noted that all the cells were empty. Do not be surprised the demon suppression tower does not confine ordinary criminals. Only those who are exceedingly wicked and possess considerable martial strength are deemed worthy of imprisonment here. Seeing the confusion on Jiang Wushuang's face, Fan Qing began to explain. He then turned to gaze into Jiang's eyes and advised, "Consider this a piece of sage advice. If you wish to prolong your existence, steer clear of the inmates here. Even in confinement, they possess the capacity to extinguish the lives of ordinary individuals like us with alarming ease." Jiang Wushuang nodded, committing this counsel to memory. The fact that Fan Qing had managed to survive into his 40s within the demon suppression tower indicated that he had his own means of survival. Eventually, the pair arrived at a cell occupied by an individual. Within the dimly lit confines of the cell, they discerned a body sprawled on the ground. As Jiang Wushuang approached, a strong metallic scent filled the air upon closer inspection. He noted that blood had flowed to the very edge of the bars, still fresh and uncoagulated. With Fan Qing igniting a torch affixed to the wall, Jiang Wushuang finally beheld the figure imprisoned within the cage. It was a man, drenched in blood, his body marred beyond recognition. One of his legs had been severed, revealing the stark whiteness of bone. Overwhelmed by the gruesome sight, Jiang Wushuang instinctively took a step back. "Uncle Fan, what crime did he commit to deserve such brutality?" "Brutal." Fan Qing shook his head and replied, "This man is named Zhang Ji, who styles himself as the Saint of Thieves. He commits heinous acts that incite the wrath of both gods and men, amassing a fortune through unjust means. The divine capturers pursued him for years without success, and I cannot believe this scoundrel attempted to seize the disaster relief funds destined for the Southwest, nearly starving millions of victims. It was only through the intervention of 1,000 households from the divine capturers that he was finally apprehended. Men like him deserve death. It would merely be a mercy." Jiang Wushuang felt a jolt of alarm. So, he was indeed a notorious thief, one who held the imperial court in contempt. And no wonder he had been dispatched to the demon suppression tower. While Jiang Wushuang continued to scrutinize the inmate, Fan Qing noticed that the meal delivered at noon lay untouched, with a few rats gnawing at it. He called out several times to the motionless figure on the ground, and seeing no reaction, he turned to Jiang Wushuang, handing him a key to go in and check if he is still alive. Jiang Wushuang hesitated for a moment, pointing to himself. "Me? Go inside." He then expressed his reluctance, saying, "But did you not just say that one should not approach the inmates casually?" Fan Qing shot him a glare, his expression shifting instantly. Enough chatter. If I tell you to go in, you go in. His own survival in the demon suppression tower for over 20 years was due to his prudence. In a crisis, others took the lead. If anyone was to perish, it would be at the end. Hurry inside. Remember, you're merely a lowly guard for now. Do as you're instructed. Seeing Jiang Wushuang lingering at the entrance, Fan Qing urged him impatiently. Chapter 2. Acquisition of cultivation. Although Jiang Wushuang felt a deep reluctance within, he understood that as a newcomer, he had no choice but to comply with the arrangements. Gritting his teeth, he utilized the key to unlock the iron lock of the prison cell. Just as he was about to step into the cell filled with withered grass, he noticed Fan Qing retreating several paces, standing at a distance. Jiang Wushuang, already lacking confidence, felt his fear intensify. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and ventured inside to investigate. Fortunately, the prisoner was bound by iron chains, which alleviated his anxiety. Yet the thought of this individual possessing formidable martial prowess caused his heart to race once more. He could only approach cautiously, praying that the man was truly deceased. The prisoner lay on the ground, facing inward. Jiang Wushuang slowly extended his hand towards the prisoner's nose. Just as he was about to discern the prisoner's breath, a grimy hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Simultaneously, a pair of bloodshot eyes fixed their gaze upon him with an unyielding intensity. The ghastly visage sent chills down Jiang Wushuang's spine. Water regaining his composure. Jiang Wushuang quickly seized a bowl of water nearby and offered it to the man. Only then did the prisoner release his grip. Not daring to linger, Jiang Wushuang hurriedly exited the cell, leaning against the bars as he gasped for breath. The prisoner, named Zhang Ji, though reduced to a mere breath of life, had grasped his wrist with a force akin to that of an iron clamp, rendering him incapable of escape. Had Zhang Ji wished, he could have easily snapped Jiang Wushuang's neck. Never had Jiang Wushuang felt so utterly powerless. Under such circumstances, he feared he would barely survive a month within the demon suppression tower. In the end, he might perish at the hands of the prisoners or fall victim to the guards. As he leaned against the iron bars, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Jiang Wushuang prepared to leave. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced his vision, blinding him momentarily. Following that, a soft glow appeared before him, within which a number oscillated in synchrony with the luminous waves. Jiang Wushuang stood frozen for 3 seconds before glancing at Fan Qing, who remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the radiant phenomenon. Tentatively, Jiang Wushuang reached out to touch the light, and in an instant, it seemed to possess a captivating force, drawing the glow into his being. Acquired 30 points of cultivation. Acquired cultivation. Jiang Wushuang stared in astonishment, his entire being seemingly petrified. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a series of information materialized before him. Host, Jiang Wushuang. Strength, none, 050. Technique, none. Cultivation points, 30. Acquisition target, 1. Is this the system? Jiang Wushuang finally grasped the situation, his heart swelling with elation. Although the attribute panel contained only rudimentary information, he surmised that he could indeed directly acquire cultivation. Moreover, once his cultivation points reached 50, he would ascend to the first level of body refinement, officially becoming a martial artist. Jiang Wushuang found it difficult to believe in his newfound abilities. To comprehend the cultivation of others requires resources, talent, and techniques, while he can merely acquire cultivation by picking it up. Is such cultivation not a tad too simplistic? Jiang Wushuang expressed some skepticism, yet secretly rejoiced within. However, he remained uncertain about the conditions that triggered the ability to collect cultivation. He attempted to inquire with the system, but received no response. Clearly, this system lacked intelligence, necessitating self-exploration of its functionalities. As Jiang Wushuang continued to delve into the system, Fan Qing, standing nearby, spoke up. You haven't gone mad on your first day, have you? Fan Qing furrowed his brow. Upon exiting the prison cell, Jiang Wushuang's expression had been quite peculiar, alternating between dazedness and foolish laughter. Uncle Fan, I'm fine. I was merely contemplating some intriguing matters. Noticing the unusual gazes directed at him, Jiang Wushuang attempted to deflect the attention with a few vague remarks. All right then, if he is fine, let us not concern ourselves with him. We've seen enough here. Follow me to the interrogation room for a drink. Fan Qing casually glanced at him before turning to leave. It was not uncommon for newcomers to lose their wits here. Often, those who claimed to be untroubled were genuinely troubled. Of course, he held no interest in such matters. Should Jiang Wushuang prove incapable of fulfilling his duties, others would handle it. The sole advantage of serving as a guard in the demon suppression tower was the tranquility it afforded. As long as no new prisoners arrived or there was no need to interrogate inmates, they had little to do, typically spending their time drinking and chatting in the interrogation room. Upon arriving at the interrogation room with Jiang Wushuang, several seasoned guards had already begun drinking. As Fan Qing entered, someone relinquished their seat, inviting him to sit down. Although Jiang Wushuang was summoned to drink, he could only stand by and watch, as no one paid him any mind. Not only he, but the other newcomers also squatted in the corner, each wearing a frown, evidently dissatisfied with their post in the demon suppression tower, yet feeling utterly powerless. Jiang Wushuang too settled in the corner, once again pondering the intricacies of the system. According to the panel's information, he merely needed to collect cultivation one more time to elevate his level. However, he found himself perplexed about where and how to collect it. He began to recall the events preceding his acquisition of cultivation. He first entered the cell, subsequently being seized by the inmate Zhang Ji, and upon exiting, received a prompt indicating available cultivation for collection. Could it be that contact with the inmate was necessary to activate the collection? As Jiang Wushuang deduced this conclusion, his brow slightly lifted. If it indeed required interacting with the inmates to gather cultivation, the associated risks would be considerable. As ordinary individuals, coming into contact with those possessing extraordinary martial prowess could lead to dire consequences. This was also the reason Fan Qing was reluctant to enter the cell personally. To validate his hypothesis, during mealtime, he endeavored to take the opportunity to engage with the inmates while delivering their meals. Unfortunately, the number of prisoners in this cell block was scarce, totaling merely 3. Even while serving their meals, he found no opportunity to interact with them. Indeed, it seemed that collecting cultivation was not as effortless as it appeared. Although he was merely 20 points away from enhancing his martial prowess, he remained uncertain when fortune would favor him with the opportunity to acquire them. The following day, Jiang Wushuang arrived early at the demon suppression tower. There was initially no necessity to inspect the prison cells, yet he instinctively made his way to the detention area. From a distance, he spotted a soft glow flickering outside Zhang Ji's cell. Jiang Wushuang hurriedly approached and reached out to touch the luminous aura. Acquired 30 points of cultivation. A wave of joy surged through Jiang Wushuang's heart. He had come with a mere sense of curiosity, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover the possibility of repeated acquisition. This meant that even without other sources, he could collect 30 points of cultivation from Zhang Ji each day. While it may not seem substantial, the gradual accumulation would eventually lead to a slow enhancement of his martial skills. Standing in the corridor, Jiang Wushuang exhaled slowly, feeling a flutter of excitement within, for he had finally gathered the requisite 50 points of cultivation. Chapter 3. Stepping into the martial arts, Jiang Wushuang yearned to immediately enhance his strength using his cultivation points. However, a sliver of reason restrained him from pursuing this desire. Having only recently assumed his post in the prison cell area, any mishap during the enhancement process would be difficult to explain. He suppressed his excitement, resolving to wait until the dispersal period before seeking to advance his abilities alone. This would allow him to conceal his martial pursuits from Fan Qing and the others, for they were merely ordinary individuals. Should he, a newcomer, suddenly become a martial artist, it would undoubtedly incite jealousy. In this demon suppression tower, drawing excessive attention was far from advantageous. Upon returning to the interrogation room, he found that Fan Qing and several veteran guards had already indulged in their drinks. He could not deny their impressive tolerance. They drained the wine jars without exhibiting any signs of inebriation. "Here, have a drink to warm yourself," Fan Qing said, offering Jiang Wushuang a bowl of liquor. "Thank you, Uncle Fan," Jiang Wushuang replied, accepting the bowl and downing its contents in one swift motion. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat and spread warmth throughout his body. At that moment, Jiang Wushuang comprehended why Fan Qing and the others chose to drink in the dreary confines of the interrogation room. The tower, shrouded in perpetual darkness and dampness, necessitated such indulgences to dispel the chill and provide a semblance of comfort. Moreover, he noticed that not only Fan Qing offered him a drink, but the other newcomers also held their own bowls of liquor. In stark contrast to the indifference they faced the previous day, Today's reception was markedly more cordial. The newcomers wore expressions of gratitude. Jiang Wushuang, having experienced Fan Qing's decision to send him alone into the cell the day prior, understood that newcomers were viewed as mere cannon fodder by the veteran guards. Their earlier indifference served to impress upon them their subordinate status, while today's offering of liquor was merely a sweet morsel to ensure their compliance. When danger arose, they would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed. The prior day had provided a clear illustration. Fan Qing had warned him of the perils of approaching the prisoners, only to instruct him to enter the cell moments later. With this understanding, while the other newcomers continued to flatter the guards, Jiang Wushuang chose to isolate himself in a corner. He recognized that in this place, no one could be trusted. Only through the enhancement of his own strength could he assure his safety. At last, the moment for dispersal arrived. Jiang Wushuang returned to his quarters within the demon suppression tower. Although he was a novice guard, he had been assigned a room of his own, a gesture of humanity that also facilitated his solitary training. Once he secured the door, he unhesitatingly allocated 50 cultivation points. In the blink of an eye, his strength status transformed from none, 050, to body refinement level 1, 100. Subsequently, a surge of power coursed through his body, enveloping him and reaching every extremity. The sensation was far from pleasant. It felt as though every inch of his skin was being pricked by needles, causing him to grimace in pain. Once this sensation subsided, Jiang Wushuang realized that his fingers had left 5 deep grooves in the adjacent table. Simultaneously, his body was enveloped in a layer of dark grease, and upon leaning closer, an offensive odor wafted forth. Jiang Wushuang felt as though he had shed the heavy weights that had been shackling him, his entire physique feeling significantly lighter, even his breathing becoming remarkably easier. Had my frail constitution strengthened? For the first time, Jiang Wushuang experienced the prowess of a martial artist. The essence of body refinement lies in the enhancement of muscles and bones, uplifting every aspect of the physical form. He joyously leaped about the room. Despite merely having reached the first tier of body refinement, an entry point into the martial realm, this was akin to unlocking a door beyond which lay a vast, celestial pathway. His strength had also notably increased, an exhilarating sensation indeed. Joy surged within Jiang Wushuang, his eyes sparkling with fervor. It was worth noting that he had only spent 2 days accumulating cultivation before stepping into the first tier of body refinement. At this rate, he anticipated reaching the second tier in merely 3 days. Such a pace, if known to other martial artists, would surely leave them in awe. Moreover, others required resources, innate talent, and various considerations to cultivate. He, however, needed not concern himself with such matters, directly reaping the rewards of cultivation. His ascent in power was both swift and effortless. Should this trajectory continue, achieving the esteemed status of a master, revered by all, would be a mere formality. Of course, this was contingent upon the availability of ample targets for collection. If he were to rely solely on Zhangji, he would only be able to amass 30 points of cultivation daily. It was uncertain how long it would take to attain mastery under such circumstances. More targets for collection were imperative. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow in contemplation. The challenge lay in the fact that he had yet to ascertain how to acquire additional targets. Everything required careful deliberation. As dawn broke, the guards began to take their posts in succession, while others directly entered the interrogation chambers, resting or indulging in drink as necessary. Only Jiang Wushuang expressed a desire to patrol the prison area. Some eagerly volunteered to undertake the task, and naturally, the other guards were pleased. Only Fan Qing shook his head disapprovingly. Among all the guards, he was the oldest and most aware of the survival rules within the demon suppression tower. Here, diligence bore no fruit. No matter how well one performed their duties, it would not alter the fate of spending an entire lifetime within these walls. Based on past experiences, those who sought the limelight often met with swift demise. Judging by Jiang Wushuang's behavior over the past few days, he was indeed the most attention-seeking guard Fan Qing had encountered. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wushuang, he was oblivious to how others perceived him. All he understood was that coming here each day to accumulate cultivation was the most joyful part of his existence. He had to do nothing, yet his strength continued to rise, a notion that others could scarcely dare to contemplate. Upon entering the prison area, he immediately noticed a soft, luminous orb hovering in the air outside Zhangji's cell. Collecting 30 points of cultivation, Jiang Wushuang casually glanced into the cell, where he observed Zhang Ji lying motionless upon a bed of withered grass, having scarcely shifted positions in recent days. Noticing his stillness, Jiang Wushuang called out several times. Only when he saw Zhang Ji lift his head to glance at him did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Ji was his sole target for collection. Should he perish, however, this would hinder his cultivation. Nevertheless, his condition deteriorated day by day, and it was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Contemplating this, he continued his strides towards the prison area, for the development of new targets for retrieval could not be delayed. Upon arriving at cell number 17, he beheld a shadow seated in the dimly lit chamber, its luminous head particularly eye-catching. That colossal figure, even while seated, was nearly as tall as Jiang Wushuang. A cold snort echoed from within the cell, causing Jiang Wushuang's heart to tremble, and a look of apprehension crossed his face. Over the past few days, he had gathered information on the 3 incarcerated individuals through inquiry. Name: Wan Hu. Alias: Evil Hate. Strength: 3rd level of Qi Si. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the figure within the cell and took a deep breath. The strength of a martial artist is categorized into body refining, foundation establishment, Qi Si, spirit gathering, and master. Wan Hu, possessing a 3rd level Qi Si strength, was already a formidable expert. It was important to note that Zhang Ji was merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment. 5 Zhang Jis would not stand a chance against Wan Hu alone. Each time Jiang Wushuang passed by, he would make a slight detour, striving to maintain a distance from the cell. Chapter 4. The second target: Wan Hu sat motionless in his cell, resembling a statue. At first, Jiang Wushuang contemplated approaching him, but upon learning of his formidable strength, he promptly dismissed the idea. The risk of engaging with him was simply too great, rendering it an unwise endeavor. After standing before cell 17 for a moment, he proceeded to the adjacent cell 18, which also housed a prisoner. The figure within starkly contrasted with Wan Hu. His diminutive stature was merely a third of Wan Hu's. He too sat shrouded in shadows, obscuring his features, yet there was an unsettling sensation that he was observing Jiang Wushuang. This thought sent a shiver down Jiang Wushuang's spine, particularly when considering that this individual possessed strength surpassing Wan Hu's. Name: Qi Qianshan. Strength: 5th layer of Qi Si. Crime: attempted assassination of the emperor. Jiang Wushuang found it difficult to fathom that such a slight figure had dared to infiltrate the palace to assassinate the emperor of Deqian. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Did you truly attempt to assassinate him? Jiang Wushuang inquired during one of his visits to Qi Qianshan, unable to contain his curiosity. The figure inside offered no response, appearing either oblivious to the question or disinterested in answering. Perhaps he regarded Jiang Wushuang, the lowly guard, with disdain. Shaking his head, Jiang Wushuang was about to turn back to the punishment room when a series of footsteps echoed nearby. 2 figures cloaked in black approached with commanding strides, exuding an aura of authority that compelled ordinary individuals to lower their heads in submission. Trailing behind them were Fan Qing and several other guards, following respectfully. Members of the demon suppression camp? A shiver ran down Jiang Wushuang's spine as he stepped aside, bowing his head in deference. The demon suppression camp constituted the true guardians of the demon suppression tower, while these so-called guards merely performed menial tasks. The actual interrogation and handling of prisoners fell to the members of the demon suppression camp. Upon spotting Jiang Wushuang, Fan Qing's expression turned serious as he beckoned him to come closer. Uncle Fan, what has transpired? Jiang Wushuang queried, glancing at the demon suppression soldiers ahead. We are here to interrogate a prisoner, Fan Qing replied quietly. Soon, 2 members of the demon suppression camp entered the cell and escorted a figure out. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, for the individual in question was none other than Qi Qianshan, the would-be assassin. Despite having visited several times, Jiang Wushuang had never clearly seen his features. In sharp contrast to his expectations, Qi Qianshan, though slight of build, possessed a delicate, almost feminine visage. No wonder he had managed to infiltrate the palace. Clad in eunuch's attire, no one would suspect him. However, in that moment, no one dared to underestimate him. His hands and feet were shackled, and 7 iron rods, each as thick as a finger, had been brutally inserted into his back, resembling a grotesque array of spikes. With each step he took, blood oozed from the wounds. Were he an ordinary person, He would have succumbed to death countless times over under such torment. Yet, Qi Qianshan, a master of the fifth layer of Qi Si, remained unwavering, his eyes closed and his breath steady, uttering not a single word. Despite being restrained in his strength, Fan Qing and the other old guards moved discreetly, maintaining a cautious distance. Only the two individuals from the demon suppression camp, being martial artists, nonchalantly supported Qi Qianshan as they walked ahead. Upon arriving at the torture chamber, several figures were already waiting inside. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in light armor caught Jiang Wushuang's attention. He sat upon a long bench, flanked by two guards from the demon suppression camp. His gaze was sharp as a blade, causing all the guards to lower their heads in deference. Even Qi Qianshan, who had been keeping his eyes tightly shut, opened them momentarily, casting a glimmer towards the man and remarking, "Even the guard commander has arrived. It seems today they intend to serve me well." The armored man let out a cold laugh, replying, "No wonder you are a master of martial arts. After all this time, you still possess such vigor. However, today I shall pry open your mouth." The members of the demon suppression camp swiftly bound Qi Qianshan to the torture rack, introducing various instruments of torture that Jiang Wushuang had never before witnessed. As Jiang Wushuang observed the gruesome scene with a frown, Fan Qing nudged him, signaling him to step outside. A group of them quietly stood at the entrance of the torture chamber. Jiang Wushuang had expected to hear the chamber filled with cries of agony. The sounds of instruments striking flesh sent shivers down the spines of Fan Qing and the others outside, yet Qi Qianshan remained utterly silent. Each instrument challenged the limits of human endurance, and astonishingly, Qi Qianshan withstood them all. For a moment, Jiang Wushuang felt a flicker of sympathy for Qi Qianshan, grappling with a sense of complicity in the cruelty being inflicted. "Fan uncle, who is that esteemed gentleman?" Jiang Wushuang inquired about the armored man. "Do you not recognize him?" Fan Qing glanced at him, responding, "That Lord Zhao is the guard commander of our level, the highest-ranking official in the first layer of the demon suppression tower." Jiang Wushuang nodded, having suspected this from the outset, but seeking confirmation. Each layer of the demon suppression tower is overseen by a guard commander responsible for all affairs within. Surely, the guard commander possesses formidable strength. A spark of curiosity ignited within Jiang Wushuang's eyes. "Indeed," Fan Qing replied. "As for how strong, I cannot say. For I am not a martial artist, and no one has informed me." The interrogation of Qi Qianshan by the guard commander continued for a full hour, leaving Jiang Wushuang's legs numb from standing outside. A few others even leaned against the wall, dozing off. When the guard commander emerged from the torture chamber with a grim expression, the guards quickly paid their respects. As the passage was narrow, when Jiang Wushuang bowed in greeting, his hand inadvertently grazed against the guard commander as they brushed past each other. To his disappointment, he found that no cultivation could be activated from this contact. He had thought that merely touching a martial artist would trigger the ability to absorb strength, but the outcome left him disheartened. "Go inside and clean the torture chamber." Fan Qing waved his hand impatiently, entering the chamber first. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Wushuang was immediately met with a heavy stench of blood, mingled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The two individuals from the demon suppression camp, remaining in the torture chamber, exhibited signs of profound exhaustion. Qianshan Qi, bound to the rack, had been reduced to a mere figure of blood and flesh, his body marred with wounds, devoid of any unscathed skin. He had entirely lost his human form. After being removed from the rack, he was supported by two members of the demon suppression camp as they escorted him back to his cell. As they passed by Jiang Wushuang, he feigned a sudden panic, his arms sweeping across his front, inadvertently brushing against Qianshan Qi. As a result, a trace of blood stained his fingertips. Was it in vain? Disappointment flooded Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Just as he pondered what felt amiss, a soft glow materialized before him. Within this gentle radiance, the number 50 shone with blinding intensity. His eyes brightened, and excitement surged within him. The second target for acquisition had finally been activated. Chapter 5. An unusual sphere of light. As Jiang Wushuang reached out to touch the soft glow before him, he received a prompt. Simultaneously, the target for collection on his attribute panel shifted from 1 to 2. To his astonishment, the possibility of collecting 50 points of cultivation from Qi Qianshan had emerged. A surge of joy filled Jiang Wushuang's heart as he began to formulate a rough hypothesis regarding the activation of collection targets. It appeared that one could only accrue cultivation points from the prisoners within the demon suppression tower. This explained why he had not received any cultivation points from the guards he had encountered on the first level. Furthermore, the strength of the target directly correlated with the amount of cultivation points they provided. For instance, Zhang Ji, being merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment, yielded only 30 points, whereas Qi Qianshan, at the 5th level of Qi Si, offered a generous 50 points. With the ability to collect 80 points of cultivation in a single day, he anticipated reaching the 2nd level of body refinement by the following day. Within 2 months, he could potentially attain the 9th level of body refinement and break through to foundation establishment. If he could devise a way to activate more collection targets, his progress would accelerate even further. He was determined to activate Luan Hu as his next objective, especially since he was the only remaining prisoner in his cell block. In the confines of his chamber, Jiang Wushuang had gathered sufficient cultivation points to advance to the 2nd level of body refinement. Without hesitation, he allocated the points. As before, he felt an intangible surge of power within him, which coursed through his entire being. However, compared to his initial experience, the sensation of pain had significantly diminished, indicating that his body was growing stronger and adapting to the additional power. Once the overwhelming sensation subsided, he realized he had indeed reached the 2nd level of body refinement. He unleashed a few punches, feeling his strength had more than doubled. After a flurry of chaotic strikes, he paused, reflecting on how even a combined effort from the guards of the entire cell block would now be futile against him. A smile crept across Jiang Wushuang's face, not out of arrogance, but because the disparity between martial artists and ordinary individuals was vast. Despite being at only the 2nd level of body refinement, he found it effortless to knock down someone like Fan Qing with a single fist. Regrettably, he had only increased his strength without acquiring any martial skills. He was akin to a brute possessing raw power, but lacking any technique. Against those weaker than himself, his sheer strength sufficed, yet he would be at a disadvantage against anyone of equal or greater prowess. He needed to find a way to learn martial techniques. Jiang Wushuang pondered this, understanding that such a pursuit could not be rushed. The demon suppression tower had no inclination to cultivate its guards, nor did it possess a repository of martial arts. Moreover, he was unable to leave the tower at will. Even if he wished to procure martial techniques from the outside world, it was futile, unless he sought out the prisoners. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he promptly dismissed it. Firstly, the prisoner would not carry martial skills with him, and even if he did, they would have been confiscated prior to his imprisonment. Furthermore, as a mere guard, he would hardly catch the attention of the inmates. Individuals like Qi Qianshan and Luan who had previously disregarded him entirely. The notion of extracting martial skills from them was nothing short of a fool's dream. It would be far more prudent to focus on enhancing one's own cultivation. Upon realizing the difficulty of mastering martial techniques, Jiang Wushuang resolved to diligently elevate his own realm. Once his level advanced, even a haphazard strike could best a seasoned master. Attaining the foundation establishment stage would enable him to overpower even those at the body refinement stage without martial skills. While it might take others 1 or 2 years, or even several, to progress from body refinement to foundation establishment, he could achieve it in merely 2 months. Such rapid advancement felt surreal to Jiang Wushuang. Yet according to his current pace, reaching foundation establishment within 2 months was indeed feasible. This swift progress made him increasingly cautious, as he understood the importance of concealing his true capabilities to avoid being mistaken for a practitioner of nefarious arts, a situation from which he might find it difficult to extricate himself. Days passed in steady succession. Jiang Wushuang conducted his patrols through the prison, absorbing spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he sought ways to activate Luan Hu, but regrettably, the demon suppression camp had yet to summon him for interrogation, and with the cell keys in Fan Qing's possession, he found himself without the opportunity to enter. Even if he could gain access, he would hesitate to take such a risk alone, for there were numerous incidents of guards meeting their demise at the hands of inmates. This was precisely why Fan Qing and his colleagues seldom ventured into the cells. With no opportunities at hand, patience was essential. The enhancement of one's strength could not be hastened. Within the interrogation room, a group of guards engaged in merriment over drinks. "Come, let us drink." Jiang Wushuang raised his cup and downed its contents in one go, refilling it afterward. As he grew more familiar with the seasoned guards, he discovered they were not as malevolent as he initially perceived. They were merely fearful of death, often delegating perilous tasks to the newcomers. Jiang Wushuang no longer required their permission to indulge in drink. He would partake whenever he pleased. Sipping on wine while routinely gathering spiritual energy resulted in a steady rise in his strength, an experience that was nothing short of delightful. In contrast, the other newcomers were not as carefree. Many remained seated obediently, only daring to approach for a drink with the old guard's consent. Before he realized it, over 10 days had elapsed. Jiang Wushuang had progressed from the second level of body refinement to the fifth. Now, when confronted by Qi Qianshan and his peers, he felt significantly less pressure. Nonetheless, he still regretted his inability to activate Wan Hu. On a day when he had just begun his shift, he arrived at the prison area to gather spiritual energy. Upon reaching Zhang Ji's cell, he was taken aback. A light orb that usually appeared daily was conspicuously absent today. Meanwhile, the orb at Qi Qianshan's location appeared as usual. Had something happened? Jiang Wushuang paused, momentarily stunned, before noticing Zhang Ji's figure lying amidst the withered straw. No matter how he called out, there was no response. He contemplated entering to investigate, but quickly remembered that he lacked the key. In haste, he summoned Fan Qing, who upon the opening of the cell door, remained outside, leaving only Jiang Wushuang to enter alone. Unfazed, Jiang Wushuang, now at the fifth level of body refinement, was prepared to deal with Zhang Ji, who lay in a semi-conscious state. Should he attempt any treachery, Jiang would swiftly end him. Upon turning Zhang Ji over, he discovered that the man had ceased to breathe, his body already stiffened. It was evident that he had perished the previous night. Only after confirming Zhang Ji's death did Fan Qing dare to enter, stating matter-of-factly that the corpse needed to be handled and the cell cleaned. His expression remained impassive as he cast a glance around the cell before departing. He felt no sorrow for Zhang Ji's demise. Prisoners who entered the demon suppression tower either aged and died within its confines or were carried out. There was no other means of escape. Jiang Wushuang, gazing at Zhang Ji's lifeless form, felt a twinge of sorrow, not out of sympathy, but because one of his two potential targets for acquisition had vanished. This would inevitably slow his progress in gaining strength. Just as he prepared to drag the body away, motes of starlight began to drift from Zhang Ji's corpse, coalescing in the air into a luminous orb. Unlike the previous orbs of energy he had encountered, this one lacked specific cultivation points, and its hue was distinct. While the former orbs shimmered in pale blue, this orb radiated a peculiar yellow, hinting at something extraordinary. Chapter 6. Inheriting Memories and Martial Arts. Jiang Wushuang hesitated for merely a second before reaching out to touch the soft, yellow glow. The luminous orb transformed into a stream of light, coursing along his arm and entering his body until it vanished completely. A prompt materialized before Jiang Wushuang's eyes. You have acquired a memory inheritance. Before he could comprehend its significance, a multitude of images flooded his mind. And in that moment, he felt as though he had become Zhang Ji. He witnessed Zhang Ji's arduous training in martial arts, followed by his life of thievery. As the scenes flashed by, he even discerned the locations where Zhang Ji had hidden his stolen treasures. Was this the memory of Zhang Ji's past life? Jiang Wushuang was astounded. It was akin to watching a film play out in his mind. Soon after, he noticed an additional entry on his attribute panel. Martial art, chasing stars and catching the moon, 5th rank, realm, great accomplishment, for 1,510,000. This was Zhang Ji's most proficient martial skill during his lifetime. Having just witnessed Zhang Ji's memories, Jiang Wushuang made a swift judgment. Previously troubled by his lack of martial skills, he never anticipated that such an ability could be acquired so effortlessly. He pondered whether cultivation methods could also be obtained, but quickly dismissed the thought. Elevating his realm through direct cultivation was sufficient. Possessing a cultivation method would be superfluous. A martial skill alone was enough. Out of the blue, he had gained a martial skill. Finally, he could extricate himself from the predicament of relying solely on brute force. Not only had he acquired a martial skill, but it was also a 5th rank one. Through the recollection of Zhang Ji's memories, Jiang Wushuang's understanding of martial arts deepened significantly. The ranking of martial skills ranged from 1st rank to 9th rank, with 5th rank being commendable for him. Moreover, the skill chasing stars and catching the moon had already reached the level of great accomplishment. The cultivation of martial skills is divided into 5 major realms: entry, minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, pinnacle, and perfection. Generally, Individuals can only cultivate a martial skill to minor accomplishment, and achieving great accomplishment requires countless hours of dedication, while reaching pinnacle demands exceptional talent. Attaining perfection is even more arduous. No wonder Zhang Ji became a notorious thief, eluding even the most skilled catchers and daring to steal disaster relief funds. He had honed this movement skill to great accomplishment. Although chasing stars and catching the moon is primarily a movement skill, it can be of great utility in combat. Undoubtedly, it serves as an exceptional tool for escape, which explains why Zhang Ji, as a master thief, could act with such impunity. Had he not provoked the catchers this time and been intercepted by a formidable expert, he would never have been captured. Now, fortune smiled upon Jiang Wushuang. With the enhancement of chasing stars and catching the moon at great accomplishment, Jiang Wushuang felt a newfound lightness in his steps, making even walking feel effortless. With a gentle leap, he could soar several yards into the air. After a few fleeting shadows, he had already emerged beyond the confines of the prison area. The space here was more expansive, and Jiang Wushuang, light as a swallow, leapt onto a beam before descending again, reveling in the experience. In a blink, he would shift from one location to another. Jiang Wushuang's heart brimmed with joy, exceeding even the exhilaration of elevating a realm. Indeed, the martial arts technique had reached a remarkable level of mastery. Although he was merely at the 5th level of body refinement, he was able to elicit commendable results. As his strength grew, more intricate aspects of the technique would manifest, leading to even greater prowess. Moreover, this martial skill could be enhanced with cultivation points, allowing for its eventual perfection, which would undoubtedly yield extraordinary outcomes. With this thought, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but smile broadly. The earlier despondency he felt due to Zhang Ji's demise and the loss of a target to pursue dissipated instantaneously. Upon returning to the interrogation chamber, Jiang Wushuang downed 2 bowls of wine in quick succession. "Have the bodies been dealt with?" Fan Qing inquired, lifting his gaze. Jiang Wushuang nodded, preparing to hand him the key to the prison area. Suddenly, he recalled something and placed the key back into his pocket. Presently, he had only one remaining target for acquisition, and the slow pace of his cultivation prompted him to consider expanding his options. The only viable target he could activate now was the prisoner, Luan Hu, in cell 17. Previously, he had been hesitant to take the risk, but now he found himself with limited choices. He resolved to take a chance. Luan Hu was at the 3rd level of Qi Si. Activating him could not only compensate for the loss of cultivation from Zhang Ji, but could potentially surpass it. With determination, he made his way back to the prison area. Upon reaching cell 17, the imposing figure within remained shrouded in shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wushuang opened the cell door. At last, he beheld Luan Hu's appearance. Although Luan Hu was a bald monk, his face bore an expression of fierce intimidation, one that could frighten a child into tears. Unlike Qi Qianshan, whose body was marred by scars, Luan Hu, despite being shackled, bore no visible wounds. In contrast, his muscles bulged, and his arms were thicker than the thighs of an average person. He had indeed cultivated a physique of iron and bronze, a reputation well-deserved. Jiang Wushuang gazed in awe at the statue-like figure before him, noticing that Luan Hu kept his eyes closed throughout, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Jiang Wushuang maintained utmost vigilance as he cautiously approached and reached out to touch Luan Hu's arm. In that instant, an instinctive alarm surged within him, prompting a swift retreat. During his withdrawal, Luan Hu's arm, akin to an iron rod, swung toward him. Should he be struck, it would surely result in grave injury or worse. Looking up, he found Luan Hu glaring at him with wide eyes, a hint of surprise etched on his face. To Luan Hu, Jiang Wushuang was merely a minor guard, someone he could easily crush. However, the alertness and agility displayed by Jiang Wushuang exceeded his expectations. "Little brat, you evade quite swiftly," Luan Hu muttered dismissively, closing his eyes once more, ignoring him thereafter. Acquired 45 cultivation points. Jiang Wushuang observed the prompt before him, reaffirming his hypothesis. The greater the strength of the target, the more cultivation points one could obtain. Qi Qianshan, at the 5th level of Qi Si, provided 50 points, while Luan Hu, at the 3rd level, yielded 45 points. Stepping out of the cell and securing the door behind him, Jiang Wushuang's heartbeat quickened, yet a joyful smile graced his face. Although he had only reached the 5th level of body refinement, His mastery of the technique chasing stars and catching the moon rendered him impervious to the assaults of these inmates. The sole regret was that there were no other prisoners left in the entire prison area. As his strength grew, the requisite cultivation points escalated accordingly, particularly for upgrading martial skills, which demanded thousands, even tens of thousands of points, an endeavor he dared not even contemplate at present. Curiosity piqued. He couldn't resist glancing upward to ponder the nature of the prisoners confined in the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower was structured in multiple tiers, with the strength of the imprisoned individuals increasing as one ascended. Chapter 7. New Prisoners, New Objectives. Upon returning to the interrogation chamber, Jiang Wushuang promptly returned the keys to Fanqing before settling down to join his companions for a drink. Come, let us toast. Jiang Wushuang, disregarding his status as a newcomer, seized the wine jar and drank heartily. With his burgeoning strength, his tolerance for alcohol had remarkably increased, no matter how much he consumed. Intoxication eluded him. In truth, he no longer required liquor for warmth, as his fifth-tier physical cultivation sufficed to resist the malevolent energies of the Demon Suppression Tower. Rather, he had grown fond of the experience of drinking itself. Setting aside the perils of the tower, life had grown rather comfortable. His days were spent cleaning the prison area, assisting during interrogations, and indulging in drinks and idle chatter. Uncle Fan, have you ever ventured to the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower? Jiang Wushuang casually inquired. The lively ambience of their revelry fell abruptly silent, all eyes turning towards him. The second level? I would not dare, Fanqing replied, his smile vanishing. I have spent 20 years within the Demon Suppression Tower and have witnessed several guards reassigned to the second level, never to be seen again. Why do you ask this? A nearby elderly guard interjected. Oh, nothing much. Merely out of curiosity, Jiang Wushuang chuckled, shaking his head. The expressions of the others bore witness to their palpable trepidation regarding the second level. I advise you to quell that curiosity. If the day comes that you are summoned to the second level, it would likely signify your impending doom, Fanqing cautioned. Jiang Wushuang took another sip from the wine jar, offering a non-committal smile. For those like Fanqing, the danger was indeed substantial. However, for him, the second level represented an opportunity to enhance his cultivation and accelerate his growth and strength. Yet, it was evident from their words that gaining access to the second level was no simple feat, especially for these guards, who were of lowly status. The second level would hardly look upon them. Uncle Fan, is there any way to explore other prison areas? Jiang Wushuang pressed on, unwilling to yield. Since access to the second level was currently out of reach, he sought other alternatives. The first level of the Demon Suppression Tower boasted as many as 8 prison areas like theirs. If he could activate the prisoners within, it would yield significant rewards. Hoping to explore other areas? Do not harbor such illusions. Unless you can shed your lowly status and attain a minor official position, it is nearly impossible, Fanqing replied, shaking his head in disbelief. They were all demoted prisoners, confined to the Demon Suppression Tower. The prospect of escaping their lowly status was virtually non-existent. What are you constantly daydreaming about? Wishing to explore other prison areas? Do you truly believe this place is your home? The other older guards jested, unable to restrain their laughter. Despite being newcomers, while others struggled to acclimate, Jiang Wushuang harbored thoughts of wandering. It was worth noting that these seasoned guards dared not roam freely within the Demon Suppression Tower. Their movements were confined to the prison area and the rest area. Jiang Wushuang sighed, realizing that without access to the second level, even the first level was off-limits for casual exploration. He would have to suppress his restlessness and patiently focus on enhancing his strength. Every day, Jiang Wushuang's first task was to diligently collect cultivation points in the prison area. Although the hope of activating additional targets had been dashed, the cultivation points provided by these 2 targets remained stable. By the time a month had passed since entering the Demon Suppression Tower, he had ascended to the 9th level of body refinement. If all went according to plan, in about 10 days, he would gather the requisite 1,000 cultivation points needed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Initially, he had estimated that it would take 2 months, but it now seemed he had been overly cautious. A month and a half would suffice. Now, Jiang Wushuang moved with an agile grace, his physique noticeably sturdier. The surging vitality within him was impossible to conceal. Fortunately, Fanqing and the others were preoccupied with their drinking, oblivious to these changes. They were merely ordinary individuals. Otherwise, His enhancements would surely have been exposed. Jiang Wushuang had already devised a plan. Should anyone inquire, he would openly admit to being a martial artist. After all, being the son of a minister of revenue and having practiced martial arts was hardly unusual. Everything would make sense, except for the rapid growth of his strength. Typically, it took years for an ordinary person to progress from the first to the 9th level of body refinement, even for those with exceptional talent. It would require 1 to 2 years. Jiang Wushuang, however, had ascended from an ordinary mortal to the 9th level in just 1 month. If the demon suppression camp discovered this, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a monster and subjected to thorough investigation. After collecting his cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang was about to return to the cell to drink when he noticed Fan Qing and others being led out by a demon suppression guard. Over a dozen individuals had gathered, creating quite a spectacle. Jiang Wushuang, you arrived just in time. Come with us to receive the new prisoners, Fan Qing beckoned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of joy and quickly followed. After waiting for so long, he finally had a new target to activate. Upon reaching the prisoner reception area, Jiang Wushuang discovered that more than 10 demon suppression guards stood rigidly in formation. Even the usually languid Fan Qing had adopted a serious demeanor, waiting at the side. Observing Jiang Wushuang's wide-eyed curiosity, Fan Qing tugged at his sleeve, offering a cautionary glance. Uncle Fan, is it always such a grand affair when new prisoners arrive? Jiang Wushuang whispered. Fan Qing, keeping his gaze fixed ahead, replied in a hushed tone. This is the first time I've encountered such a display. You'd best keep your wits about you. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed through the air. Several figures emerged, exuding an imposing presence that even made guards like Fan Qing struggle to breathe. Jiang Wushuang, however, discreetly glanced upward. Before him stood a tall woman with an expressionless face, radiating an aura of coldness. Dressed in a purple brocade robe, she wielded a long knife. Her hair intricately tied up, the cross knife insignia prominently displayed on her waist added to her striking appearance. Her gaze swept across everyone present, instilling a sense of impending danger, as if a sharp blade hovered above them. Fan Qing and the other guards, at some point, had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Jiang Wushuang also noticed that a captain he had previously encountered was now respectfully following the woman. She was a leader of the divine capturing camp. Jiang Wushuang identified her by the badge at her waist. The divine capturing camp had long been engaged in dealings with malevolent forces, emanating an aura of palpable menace. Is this all the personnel you have? Jiang Wushuang overheard the woman's dissatisfaction with the divine capturing camp and remarked, a bunch of useless individuals. The guards of the demon suppression unit hung their heads, not daring to utter a word. The captain approached, offering a forced smile. Rest assured, Captain Shun, I will reinforce our ranks to ensure that the prisoner does not escape. It would be best, the woman from the divine capturing camp replied. This prisoner is exceptional. Should anything go awry, your position as captain will be at stake. After exchanging a few more words, she turned and departed. From their conversation, along with the atmosphere of the scene, Jiang Wushuang could easily deduce that the newly arrived prisoner was of significant importance. Quickly, everyone, follow me to receive the prisoner. Once the captain had seen off the leader of the divine capturing camp, he wiped the sweat from his brow and beckoned the others to follow him. Jiang Wushuang was the first to comply, but after a few steps, he turned to find that Fan Qing and several other seasoned veterans had somehow slipped to the back of the line. Chapter 8. Enchanting Sacred Voice under the guidance of the commander. A contingent of several demon suppression guards and numerous sentinels made their grand approach to the entrance of the demon suppression tower. A group of officers from the divine capturing camp alighted a figure from the prisoner carriage, handing her over to the demon suppression camp. Initially, one might anticipate a fearsome criminal given such a formidable display. However, to their astonishment, the individual was a seemingly delicate and alluring woman. She exhibited no signs of panic, instead curiously admiring the interior of the tower. In the face of the somewhat brusque demon suppression guards, the woman playfully remarked, "Brothers, you've hurt your sister. Don't you understand the concept of cherishing beauty?" The guards, however, were not swayed by her fragile facade and encircled her, proceeding with great determination towards the prison area. Jiang Wushuang managed to blend into the throng and intentionally brushed against the woman at that moment. Just then, a large hand grasped his shoulder. Instinctively, Jiang Wushuang attempted to resist, but upon turning, He found the commander glaring at him with evident fury, leading to his immediate compliance as he was unceremoniously thrown aside. "Get out of the way. To be so easily beguiled is truly pathetic," the commander scoffed. Jiang Wushuang, though flung aside, emerged unscathed. After the procession passed, Fan Xing, the last in line, approached to assist him. "I've warned you to keep your distance from prisoners. Do you comprehend now? Some criminals can ensnare your heart with mere subtlety, compelling you to obey," Fan Xing admonished, adopting a tone of reprimand. Having observed Jiang Wushuang's efficiency in recent days, he had developed a modicum of fondness for him, hence his extended counsel. "Thank you, Uncle Fan, for your guidance." Jiang Wushuang feigned gratitude. The onlookers believed him to have been bewitched, but in truth, he merely sought to activate his target amidst the chaos. The timing was deliberate, bolstered by the presence of the commander, alleviating his concerns about unforeseen complications. Upon witnessing a soft glow before him, he found himself momentarily stunned. As the luminous orb prominently displayed the number 110, the strength of Qi Qianshan, at the 5th level of the Qi Si, granted him a mere 50 points of cultivation. To his astonishment, the woman's contribution was a staggering double that amount. This revelation indicated that her prowess reached the terrifying realm of spirit gathering. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Beneath her delicate exterior lay a formidable beast. It was no wonder that a high-ranking officer from the divine capturing camp personally escorted her. Realizing the extent of her formidable strength filled him with trepidation regarding his earlier recklessness. It was noteworthy that even the commander was merely at the 2nd level of the Qi Si. Should the woman suddenly break free from her restraints, even the commander could be dispatched with a mere flick of her hand, let alone himself. However, contemplating the likelihood of such an event, he deemed it minimal. The chains binding the woman radiated a luminous sheen. They were specially crafted restraints designed to suppress the abilities of martial artists. The divine capturing camp had evidently taken comprehensive precautions in delivering her to the demon suppression tower. Upon arriving at the prison area and passing the cells of Wan Hu and Qi Qianshan, both men were left astounded by the spectacle. They were filled with curiosity regarding what kind of criminal warranted such significant attention. After the woman was escorted into her cell, the guard personally secured the door, subsequently emphasizing to Fan Xing that no one was permitted to open the cell. Even the provision of food and water was deemed unnecessary. In the guard's words, at her level, a few days without sustenance would not lead to starvation. The guard then leaned close to Fan Xing and whispered a few words before departing with his men. Fan Xing stood there, petrified, lost in thought for quite some time. "Uncle Fan, what did the guard say to you?" Jiang Wushuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Nothing. Just inform me of the prisoner's identity," Fan Xing replied, retreating several paces away from the cell, his face betraying his unease. "Old Fan, who exactly is this woman that warrants the personal attention of the guard?" The more Fan Xing hesitated, the more intrigued the onlookers became. "What do you know? She is a demon from the Sanluo sect. I warn you, this demon's cultivation is sinister. Do not approach her cell without reason," Fan Xing declared, turning away, unwilling to linger in the prison area any longer. "The Sanluo sect? So she is from a demonic cult. No wonder the divine capture camp is treating this matter with such gravity. I must keep my distance as well. Wait for me." The guards, one after another, hastily departed, leaving Jiang Wushuang standing alone. "The Sanluo sect?" Jiang Wushuang was startled upon hearing those words. In both the memories of the original owner and Zhang Ji, the Sanluo sect was a name that resonated ominously. It was one of the largest demonic sects in the Daqian dynasty and had incited significant turmoil a decade ago, only to be subdued by the elite forces of the divine capture camp and the Tianji Pavilion. Since then, although the Sanluo sect had suffered considerable losses, it continued to create disturbances. No wonder this woman possessed strength at the gathering spirit level. Being a demon from the Sanluo sect surely afforded her such stature. In the execution chamber, upon learning of the notorious demon in their midst, Fan Xing and the others lost their appetite for drink. Jiang Wushuang gleaned from their conversation that the female demon was named Yu Hong, a leader of a branch of the Sanluo sect, notorious for the countless innocent lives she had taken. Shouldn't such a dangerous criminal be confined to the 2nd level of the demon suppression tower? Why is she here with us? A sense of unease swept through the group. It was initially intended for her to be sent to the 2nd level, But something unforeseen occurred, necessitating her temporary placement in the first level for a few days. Fan Qing, as the most seasoned guard, seemed to possess more insider knowledge. As Jiang Wushuang returned to the prison to gather experience, she felt an added sense of vigilance. Acquired 45 points of cultivation. Acquired 50 points of cultivation. Acquired 110 points of cultivation. However, upon collecting over 200 points of cultivation in a single instance, she felt a rush of satisfaction, just as she reveled in her solitary joy before the cell. In the confines of her cell, the enchanting woman scrutinized Jiang Wushuang from head to toe, her eyes sparkling with realization as she exclaimed, "I never anticipated encountering such a prodigious talent for cultivation here. This young man is truly remarkable." After her compliment, she expected a response from Jiang Wushuang, yet to her dismay, he did not even lift his head, seemingly oblivious to her presence. What a pity that within the demon suppression tower, no one possesses the discernment to recognize your brilliance, allowing such a gem to gather dust. It is indeed a lamentable waste. She lamented once more. You find yourself merely as a lowly guard here. I cannot bear to witness such a degradation. If you are willing, I could impart my cultivation knowledge to you. Given time, you could break free from your chains and traverse the path of martial arts, which would undoubtedly be 1,000-fold better than remaining here. At last, she noticed Jiang Wushuang raise his gaze to meet hers, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, betraying no sign of temptation. If you were truly as formidable as you claim, you would not be confined here, he replied, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. The woman stood momentarily stunned, watching Jiang Wushuang depart, her expression one of astonishment. He was not swayed by my charming sacred melody. Chapter 9. Let me try. Jiang Wushuang sprinted swiftly until he exited the prison area, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Although he appeared at ease externally, his heart raced furiously within. The voice of that female demon seemed to possess an enchanting power. Despite knowing her words to be untrustworthy, he found himself inexplicably drawn to believe her, as if her voice held some mysterious force. Had he not already attained the 9th layer of body refinement and possessed a will stronger than the average person, he might have fallen prey to her manipulations. It was no wonder Fan Qing had often remarked that even imprisoned inmates of the demon suppression tower could stir up trouble. This time, he truly understood the sentiment. When Jiang Wushuang returned to cultivate once more, the woman in the cell attempted to use her voice to tempt him again. However, before she could utter a word, he had already completed his cultivation and turned to flee. Unappreciative, she huffed in frustration. Jiang Wushuang had to admit that although this rain hong was perilous, the cultivation she offered was undeniably substantial. What would have taken him over 10 days to achieve in foundational establishment was now expedited to a mere 5, allowing him to gather 1,000 points of cultivation. As he allocated the cultivation points, his strength transitioned swiftly from 9th layer of body refinement, 0-1,000, to 1st layer of foundation establishment, 0-2,000. His body underwent significant transformation as well. First, his internal energies surged like boiling blood, causing his skin to flush a vivid red, steam rising from his entire being. The burning sensation made the veins on Jiang Wushuang's forehead throb, his clenched jaws creaking under pressure. Fortunately, this sensation lasted merely a few breaths before his energy gradually settled, and his skin returned to its normal hue. A stream of true energy began to circulate throughout his body, traversing every sinew as if quenched after a 3-year drought by a sudden downpour, leaving him feeling utterly invigorated. Foundation establishment. Jiang Wushuang felt a thrill of excitement. Each breakthrough into a major realm was a formidable challenge, yet for him, it seemed far from insurmountable. As was his custom, he struck a couple of punches following his breakthrough. His power had increased tenfold, and with the emergence of true energy combined with martial techniques, his combat prowess soared dramatically. Concentrating true energy in his palm, he swept through the air with a seemingly slow motion, yet it created ripples akin to water. As his hand glided across the table, it cleaved through the surface as effortlessly as a steel blade slicing through tofu, the cut smooth and flawless. With true energy at his disposal, even without martial skills, he could easily overpower those at the 9th layer of body refinement. Jiang Wushuang could not help but marvel at the strength of the foundation establishment realm, surpassing his expectations. Previously, he had considered the tales of masters capable of splitting mountains and rivers to be exaggerated, yet now, Having just reached Foundation establishment, he felt capable of shattering boulders. The might of a true master was beyond his imagination. Moreover, he discovered that upon reaching the Foundation establishment realm, his ability to chase stars and catch the moon had ascended to a new level. His speed and agility had increased several-fold since before. This is the effect of a heightened realm. Now, even when encountering individuals more formidable than himself, he possesses the confidence to engage in a contest of agility. Subsequently, he stepped out of his quarters and executed a remarkable display of chasing stars and catching the moon. He floated through the air like a feather, landing soundlessly. This time, he managed not to disturb the demon suppression guards. Even as the guards passed by, as long as Jiang Wushuang was quick to evade and conceal himself, he would remain undetected. After several rounds of this endeavor, he reluctantly returned to his chamber. Within the interrogation room, Fan Xing and the others gradually grew accustomed to the presence of the rainbow demoness. They concluded that although she was terrifying, as long as they kept their distance, they could coexist peacefully. Thus, the atmosphere in the interrogation room reverted to one of idleness, with the men drinking in leisure. Jiang Wushuang sat alone in a corner, sipping his drink in solitude. His breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm filled him with joy. However, the increasing requirement for cultivation points began to weigh on his mind. Although he presently had a stable source of cultivation points to acquire, it was evident that he was struggling to keep pace with the rapid growth of his strength. What once took mere days to elevate a level now stretched to 10 days or more, and this sluggish progression only intensified his yearning to activate new objectives. However, the arrival of new prisoners in the confines was evidently slow. Since his entry into the demon suppression tower, only the rainbow had been delivered. Relying on new prisoners to fulfill his hopes seemed futile. Uncle Fan, is there any method within this demon suppression tower to expedite one's rise in rank? Jiang Wushuang turned his thoughts to the prisoners in other cells. Yet, to gain access to those other cells, he must first find a way to elevate his own status. Though Fan Xing harbored a fear of death, he was nonetheless the most knowledgeable among them, able to answer any queries. You wish to rise in rank after merely a month in the demon suppression tower? Fan Xing replied incredulously. I have labored here for 20 years and have never dared to entertain such thoughts. You might as well abandon that hope. Is there truly no way? There is indeed a method, achieving merit. If one can accomplish a significant feat, perhaps there lies an opportunity for promotion. However, within this demon suppression tower, we are but the lowest of the low, with no chance to earn merit. You might as well relinquish any fantasies. Dejected, Jiang Wushuang slumped in a corner. Although he was now a martial artist of the Foundation establishment realm, stronger than many of the demon suppression guards, it seemed of little consequence, as it did not alter his identity as a lowly guard. On that day, just after Jiang Wushuang returned from collecting cultivation points in the prison area, he observed the guards marching purposefully with several demon suppression guards in tow. Shortly thereafter, 2 guards brought Qi Qianshan into the interrogation room. Over the past month, the commanding officer had come to interrogate him almost every few days. Each time, after a session of brutal torture, the officer would leave with a sullen expression. Qi Qianshan, having endured relentless torment, had long since lost his previous composure. His head hung low as he was dragged in like a lifeless dog by 2 demon suppression guards, and then bound to the torture rack. If this continues, Qi Qianshan will not withstand many more interrogations before he succumbs. At that point, Jiang Wushuang will lose yet another target for retrieval. Qi Qianshan, reveal the mastermind behind this, and I shall grant you a swift end, the guard inquired. His brow furrowed before the impending torture. Qi Qianshan slowly lifted his head, revealing a face disfigured beyond recognition, and spat a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva towards the guard. Commence the punishment. The guard, with a grim expression, took it upon himself to administer the torture. An hour later, Qi Qianshan lay drenched in blood. His head drooped on the torture rack, teetering between life and death. Throughout the ordeal, he uttered not a single word. Infuriated, the guard smashed the instruments of torture in his grasp. Whoever can make him speak shall be generously rewarded, the guard raged, casting a furious glance at his subordinates. Alas, the gathered men all bowed their heads, pondering how they could possibly succeed where their commanding officer had failed. A prolonged silence ensued. Suddenly, the door to the torture chamber swung open, revealing a youthful visage that ventured forth. My lord, I would like to give it a try. Fan Xing and the others had overheard the guard's proclamation, yet all were acutely aware of his volatile temper. Standing up at such a moment would only invite trouble upon oneself. As the words were spoken, curiosity piqued among the onlookers, wondering which fool had misjudged the situation. When Fan Xing recognized Jiang Wushuang standing at the entrance of the torture chamber, his legs nearly buckled beneath him. He yearned to rush forward, seize Jiang's collar, and exclaim, "Why is it that you are involved in everything?" Chapter 10. Will you interrogate or slaughter? Under the watchful gaze of the guard, Jiang Wushuang confidently entered the interrogation chamber. His decision to step forward stemmed from recognizing the guard's palpable anxiety. This was also the reason the guard visited for questioning every few days. Jiang Wushuang had longed to venture into other prison sectors to activate collection targets and enhance his cultivation. With the enticing prospect of a substantial reward for interrogating a prisoner, he was determined not to let this rare opportunity slip away. "Sir Guard, I can give it a try," Jiang Wushuang respectfully addressed the guard with a bow. Outside, Fan Xing observed the scene, feeling as though Jiang Wushuang had become obsessed with seeking merit. Interrogating prisoners was hardly a task suited for mere lowly guards like them. Although the guard was eager to extract a confession from Qi Qianshan, he would not readily entrust this responsibility to Jiang Wushuang, who had a knack for stirring trouble. Fan Xing reassessed his perception of Jiang Wushuang. To avoid future complications that could implicate him, he resolved to keep his distance. "Can you truly interrogate him?" The guard scrutinized Jiang Wushuang, his brow arching slightly. His earlier remark about rewarding those who could make the prisoner speak had been directed at the demon suppression guards. He had not anticipated a mere auxiliary guard would step forward. "Then give it a try," the guard finally replied after a moment of silence. The demon suppression guards exchanged incredulous glances. Ordinary guards lacked both the qualifications and the capability to interrogate prisoners. The guard had always disdained guards overstepping their bounds. Yet here he was, acting contrary to his usual principles. With a sigh, he acknowledged his desperation. The case of Qi Qianshan's assassination in the palace had placed immense pressure on him from above to uncover the mastermind behind the act. Yet, after such a lengthy period, he had gleaned not a single word, leaving him at his wit's end. With someone willing to step forward, he could only resort to a desperate gamble. After the guard departed, he left 2 demon suppression guards to stand watch outside the interrogation chamber, not out of concern for Qi Qianshan's safety, but rather to prevent the guards from being eliminated by him. Once Fan Xing and his companions bid farewell to the guard, they all rushed into the interrogation chamber. Upon witnessing Qi Qianshan barely clinging to life on the torture rack, they collectively gasped in horror. Were it a common person in such a state, they would have perished hundreds of times over. "Jiang Wushuang, have you lost your senses?" Even the guard could not extract information. "What makes you think you can?" Fan Xing chastised Jiang Wushuang fiercely. "Uncle Fan, this is a chance to achieve merit," Jiang Wushuang retorted boldly. "Merit? Your recklessness could easily cost you your life." Fan Xing shook his head. "Uncle Fan, you are merely too cautious, always considering the consequences. And thus, after 20 years, you remain a lowly guard," Jiang Wushuang replied, fiddling with the instruments of torture on the table. "Goodness, now you're lecturing me? Fine, you can interrogate at your own pace. I shall take my leave," Fan Xing remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Fan Xing turned and departed, for it was Jiang Wushuang who was to conduct the interrogation. He had no desire to be entangled should any complications arise. The other guards similarly harbored doubts about Fan Xing, deeming him overly ambitious and reckless. Such a character was destined to meet a swift demise within the demon suppression tower. In no time, everyone rushed out of the torture chamber, leaving behind only Jiang Wushuang. This, indeed, aligned perfectly with his intentions. After all, with onlookers present, he would find it challenging to act decisively. The instruments of torture on the table were stained with blood, evidently having been recently employed. Jiang Wushuang seized a dagger and approached Qi Qianshan, already accustomed to the acrid scent of blood. Qi Qianshan, who had previously kept his head bowed, slowly lifted it to meet Jiang Wushuang's gaze, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. "Little brat, save your breath. No one can compel me to speak." "Is that so?" Jiang Wushuang replied with a faint smile, positioning the dagger against Qi Qianshan's throat. Suddenly, his smile vanished, and with a swift motion, he severed Qi Qianshan's windpipe. Qi Qianshan's eyes widened as he struggled violently on the rack, blood gushing from his throat. His expression was one of utter disbelief, unable to fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous individual could strike with such efficiency. After a few breaths, Qi Qianshan gradually ceased his struggles, his life extinguished. "Who says I must make you speak?" Jiang Wushuang scoffed, casually tossing the bloody dagger back onto the table. After a brief interval, Fan Qing and the others returned. Noticing the eerie silence within the chamber, curiosity piqued. They entered, only to find Qi Qianshan's head hung low, blood pooling around him, devoid of life. "This." Fan Qing and the others were left speechless. "We asked you to interrogate him, not to kill him. Have you lost your mind? If you wish to die, why drag us down with you?" Fan Qing exclaimed sharply as realization dawned upon him. The others also displayed expressions of sheer terror. Everyone was aware of the commander's considerable regard for Qi Qianshan. Now, to have extracted nothing and yet witnessed his death would surely incite his wrath. "This has nothing to do with me. It's not my concern. I shall take my leave now. You'll have to explain this to the commander yourself." With that, Fan Qing hastily made his exit. The others, understanding the gravity of the situation, followed suit, each racing away with increasing speed. At the entrance of the torture chamber, 2 demon suppression guards sensed something amiss and rushed in, only to be taken aback by the scene before them. They beheld Qi Qianshan's throat cut open, lifeless and beyond salvation. "You've killed him without extracting any information?" one of the guards said solemnly. They then hurriedly departed, evidently to report the incident to the commander. Jiang Wushuang, having dispatched Qi Qianshan, noted the fear gripping the group, yet a smile crept upon his face. For before him appeared a luminous sphere of yellow light, Qi Qianshan's memory inheritance. In truth, he had never intended to interrogate Qi Qianshan from the outset. He understood fully that if the commander could not elicit information, he certainly would not succeed either. Though the interrogation yielded no results, he could still observe for himself. As his hand brushed against the golden orb, a multitude of images flooded his mind. Qi Qianshan's memories unfolded like a film, playing at an accelerated pace within his consciousness. This Qi Qianshan was indeed a dreadful individual. Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed deeper with each revelation. Initially, she regarded Qi Qianshan as a resolute man, unyielding even in death. However, upon glimpsing his memories, she felt a wave of disdain wash over her. As an assassin, Qi Qianshan had taken the lives of so many that even he could not recall them all. He frequently exterminated entire families, sparing not even infants in their cradles. Moreover, the martial arts he practiced were exceedingly sinister. The more lives he claimed, the stronger he became. To enhance his skills, he had constructed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Jiang Wushuang nearly retched at the brutal scene she witnessed. Fortunate that these memories did not merge with her own, but were merely observed from a third-person perspective. She could easily skip over any imagery she found distasteful. Soon, memories of Qi Qianshan's assassination attempt in the palace surfaced. He was directed by a figure clad in the official garb of the great Qian, seemingly of considerable rank. It became clear that Qi Qianshan's silence regarding the puppet master was due to the latter's control over his wife and daughter. Despite being a cold-blooded assassin, Qi Qianshan was particularly protective of his family, holding them in high regard. Evidently, the unseen puppet master had capitalized on this vulnerability. It turned out that the great Qian, though appearing prosperous, was rife with internal strife, a conclusion Jiang Wushuang drew for herself. Just then, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. The guards, accompanied by several demon suppression guards, surged into the interrogation chamber. Upon witnessing Qi Qianshan's complete loss of composure, the commanding officer cast a dark glare at Jiang Wushuang. However, her subsequent words left him momentarily speechless. "Commander, the puppet master has been revealed." Chapter 11. The Art of Murder, Is This True? The anger on the commander's face dissipated significantly as he swiftly approached Jiang Wushuang, inquiring, "How did you manage to extract information from him when I could not?" He had employed various methods to coax Qi Qianshan into speaking, yet all had proven futile. Without further ado, Jiang Wushuang replied. Qi Qianshan revealed that he was contacted by a person named Fei Rulin, who orchestrated the entire assassination plot. He has concealed the evidence of their correspondence within a residence in the capital. There is also more evidence. The commander began to pace back and forth in the interrogation room, his excitement palpable. Ever since Qi Qianshan had been imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, The pressure from the cord had rendered him nearly breathless, depriving him of restful sleep at night. As he observed Qi Qianshan's faltering resolve, he had feared that this endeavor would end in failure. To his astonishment, an inconspicuous little jailer had provided him with a remarkable breakthrough. Curiosity piqued, the commander asked, "Are you a martial artist?" He had quickly discerned the precise and clean cut on Qi Qianshan's throat, indicative of a swift and lethal strike. For someone of Qi Qianshan's caliber, with his formidable physique and high skin density, it was inconceivable that an ordinary individual could inflict such a wound. Indeed, I began my martial training prior to my imprisonment in the Demon Suppression Tower, Jiang Wushuang admitted candidly. His strength had been steadily increasing, making it impossible to conceal his martial prowess. It was better to seize this opportunity to acknowledge it openly. The commander seemed unfazed. Many of those who had fallen from grace had previously held notable positions, and it was not unusual for them to practice martial arts. "Very well. If this matter proves true, you shall receive due credit," the commander stated with a smile and a nod. "Thank you, Commander," Jiang Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Yet he did not depart, but rather continued, "May I inquire what reward I might receive upon the successful completion of this task?" The commander furrowed his brow. "What reward do you seek?" "I do not wish to remain a mere lowly jailer for the rest of my days. I would like to request your assistance in securing a different post," Jiang Wushuang replied. He understood that the information he provided could greatly benefit the commander, and he was keen to avoid a mere monetary reward. Simultaneously, he recognized that a lowly jailer held little value in the commander's eyes, which was why he had openly acknowledged his martial identity, to demonstrate his utility. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chilling gaze directed at him. After a moment of silence, the commander slowly replied, "You wish to rid yourself of your lowly status. That is not feasible. However, considering your request to change posts, I may be able to entertain that proposition." "Thank you, Commander," Jiang Wushuang bowed respectfully. He found this outcome satisfactory. As a prisoner relegated to the Demon Suppression Tower, altering his lowly status was indeed a formidable challenge, or perhaps the commander was simply powerless to assist. Ultimately, these details were not of great consequence. As long as Jiang Wushuang could secure a minor official position, activate his targets in other prison districts, and gather cultivation resources, that would suffice. The identity of a lowly individual cannot possibly restrain a formidable warrior. Once the guard concluded his statement, he hastily departed, eager to seek the so-called evidence. For this was his opportunity to achieve great merit. As Fan Xing and the others saw the guard leave, they returned to the interrogation room. Upon discovering that Jiang Wushuang was unharmed, they were all taken aback. "The guard did not punish you?" Fan Xing asked, glancing at the lifeless body of Qi Qianshan, puzzled. Jiang Wushuang, disinterested in explaining to this group, left without even dealing with Qi Qianshan's remains. Having just received the inheritance of Qi Qianshan's memories, he had acquired a new martial technique and was eager to test its prowess. Martial technique, dual supreme slash of heaven and earth, 4th rank, realm, great accomplishment, 7,610,000. From Qi Qianshan's legacy, Jiang Wushuang had obtained a 4th rank martial technique. Compared to chasing stars and catching the moon, this dual supreme slash of heaven and earth was a rank higher and had even been cultivated to a state of great accomplishment. Qi Qianshan's memories revealed that the cultivation of this technique was quite sinister, requiring continuous acts of violence to grow stronger. To master this skill, Qi Qianshan often slaughtered entire villages, sparing even the dogs. Nonetheless, despite its nefarious nature, the technique wielded tremendous power, emphasizing a lethal strike. It consisted of only 2 moves, one to slash the heavens and another to slash the earth, with the blade's light dimming the very essence of the world. This was the foundation that allowed him to become an assassin, and it was evident why Qi Qianshan was chosen to infiltrate the palace for assassination. Jiang Wushuang unsheathed the dagger at his waist and attempted to execute this new technique. As the blade's light emerged, an icy chill enveloped the room, causing the tea on the table to frost over. Shadows flickered around the blade, and had Jiang Wushuang not reined in his power at the last moment, a single strike could have shattered the entire chamber. What an exquisite technique! Jiang Wushuang marveled, realizing that this blade skill far surpassed his previous martial arts. It was a technique born for killing, where every strike was destined to draw blood. Despite only being at the first layer of foundation establishment, He felt confident that he could easily slay even those at the 5th layer. This was merely its great accomplishment state. Should he cultivate it to perfection, its might would multiply exponentially. Of course, mastering such a sinister technique to perfection would undoubtedly result in a mountain of corpses, a feat most could not achieve. However, Jiang Wushuang was an exception. By simply augmenting his cultivation points, he could easily attain perfection. He resolved to further strengthen himself and fully master the dual supreme slash of heaven and earth, with this lethal technique in hand. Combined with his movement skill chasing stars and catching the moon, he felt confident that no one at the Foundation establishment realm could rival him. In the days that followed, Jiang Wushuang continued to diligently cultivate and share drinks with Fan Qing and the others. The only regret he harbored was the absence of Qi Qianshan, which resulted in a daily loss of 50 cultivation points. More than 10 days have elapsed, and he has merely ascended to the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. This prompted him to lament the sluggish pace of his progress. While others might require 1 to 2 years to advance a single level, he found himself dissatisfied with his own speed after just over 10 days. Were other martial artists to become aware of his sentiments, they would likely be incensed to the point of spitting blood. Confident in his own prowess, he no longer feared the temptations of Yu Hong, the formidable enchantress. Initially, she had made daily attempts to engage him in conversation, seeking to entice him, but after being disregarded by Jiang Wushuang several times in succession, she lost interest in him. Each encounter was met with a frosty snort from her. During this interval, aside from a few occasions when the demon suppression guard brought her sustenance, no significant disturbances arose. On this particular day, Jiang Wushuang was drinking with a group of guards when a member of the demon suppression guard entered the interrogation chamber, bearing a tray. Who is Jiang Wushuang? As curiosity rippled through the gathering, the subsequent words of the guard astonished everyone. Your reward has arrived. Come forth to claim it. A gleam of excitement flashed in Jiang Wushuang's eyes as he eagerly accepted the tray from the guard's hands. After waiting for so many days, his reward had finally come. Beside him, Fan Qing could not contain his exhilaration and leaped up, exclaiming, "Did you truly achieve merit?" The faces of those around were filled with disbelief. Chapter 12. The Golden Blade Guardian. After the Demon Suppression Guardian handed the tray to Jiang Wushuang, he turned and departed, leaving the occupants of the interrogation chamber in stunned silence. The tray contained an official uniform and a ceremonial blade. Unlike the ordinary black long knife carried by the guards, this blade was sheathed in intricate golden patterns, signifying a remarkable elevation in status. Golden Blade Guardian, you have been promoted to the Golden Blade Guardian? Fan Qing approached, unable to conceal his agitation as he gazed at the ceremonial blade in the tray. Uncle Fan, what is a Golden Blade Guardian? Several newly arrived guards looked on with puzzled expressions. Through Fan Qing's explanation, they learned of the Golden Blade Guardian's significance. It was established by the Demon Suppression Tower to incentivize guards to perform their duties well, holding a rank superior to that of ordinary guards. Although the Golden Blade Guardian still belonged to a lower echelon and lacked formal rank, it represented the highest office attainable for regular guards. However, in recent years, the turnover rate among ordinary guards had been exceedingly high, and with no guard having achieved merit, the position of Golden Blade Guardian had remained vacant for an extended period. Brother Jiang, you are the sole Golden Blade Guardian in the past 5 years. You should now be addressed as Lord Jiang. Upon realizing the status of the Golden Blade Guardian, the group began to curry favor with Jiang Wushuang, while only Fan Qing exhibited a countenance tinged with jealousy. Having spent 20 years in the Demon Suppression Tower without attaining such a position, he felt bitter that Jiang Wushuang, who had only been there for less than 2 months, had reached a status that would elude him for a lifetime. Jiang Wushuang promptly donned the exclusive long robe of the Golden Blade Guardian, the blade hanging at his waist, and his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. The veteran guards immediately displayed expressions of respect. It was astonishing for them to witness a newcomer ascend to such a rank. Although the Golden Blade Guardian still belonged to a lower status, the monthly salary was significantly increased, along with numerous privileges, the most envied of which was the freedom to enter and exit the Demon Suppression Tower at will. Unlike them, the ordinary guards would find it nearly impossible to step outside the tower in their lifetimes without special circumstances. In essence, while they were nominally guardians, their reality resembled that of prisoners, albeit with slightly more leniency than those confined behind bars. Jiang Wushuang, however, was different. He could come and go freely from the demon suppression tower, effectively becoming a free man. Additionally, as a Golden Blade Guardian, he enjoyed a more prosperous existence. Lord Jiang, do you perhaps have connections with the commanding officer? In an instant, many gazes turned towards Jiang Wushuang, tinged with envy. Yet, Jiang Wushuang paid little heed to their thoughts. He was intent on achieving his objectives in the other prison areas and was eager to activate new targets for collection. Uncle Fan, which prison area has the most inmates? Jiang Wushuang inquired. Upon glancing at Fan Qing, he noticed the latter's eyes were reddened with envy, who responded sourly, I am not a Golden Blade Guardian, nor have I been to other prison areas. How would I know? Jiang Wushuang smiled and said nothing further. He could empathize with Fan Qing's feelings. Having resigned himself to a life as a lowly guard, forever confined within the demon suppression tower, it was naturally disheartening to witness someone else change their fate and roam freely. All right, everyone, let us not be disheartened. This evening, I shall take you out for some leisure, Jiang Wushuang pondered before speaking. As a member of the Golden Blade Guard, he possessed the authority to escort ordinary guards outside. However, it was imperative that he return them safely, otherwise, he would invite trouble upon himself. After all, these individuals had been relegated here as punishment. Typically, even if one ascended to the rank of Golden Blade Guard, such actions would be deemed unthinkable. Yet, Jiang Wushuang was unfazed. With his current prowess, he was confident that he could return with anyone he chose to bring along. In truth, his desire to take them out stemmed from his own yearning to experience the world beyond the oppressive confines of the demon suppression tower. Even a brief escape into the fresh air could significantly uplift one's spirits. Really? That is wonderful. Lord Jiang is magnificent. A chorus of astonished yet jubilant voices erupted as the group leapt with excitement. As a Golden Blade Guard, Jiang Wushuang was no longer burdened with menial tasks such as cleaning or delivering meals. His primary duty consisted of patrolling the prison area, serving as the superior to the ordinary guards. In theory, he had the liberty to traverse the entire floor freely, which meant that his opportunities for gathering information could multiply exponentially. Each floor housed multiple prison areas, each guarded by demon suppression guards who conducted rigorous inspections of those entering. Upon his first appearance at the entrance of a prison area, the demon suppression guards halted him. After verifying his identity, they permitted him to enter. Upon entering the new prison area, he first arrived at the interrogation room, where several guards were indulging in drink. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar official startled them, causing a flurry of panic as they scrambled to their feet, bowing awkwardly. Their anxiety led to several wine jars being toppled over. The unfamiliarity of Jiang Wushuang's official attire left them uncertain of his origins. Bring me the inmate roster for your area, Jiang Wushuang stated directly. The roster detailed the information of each inmate, facilitating a preliminary understanding before activating his selection targets. Swiftly, an observant guard procured the roster, accompanying Jiang Wushuang as he began his inspection of the prison area. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Is he a new official? Does he hold significant influence? He is a Golden Blade Guard. What is a Golden Blade Guard? As Jiang Wushuang exited the interrogation room, many guards wiped the sweat from their brows, releasing sighs of relief. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity regarding his identity. After an elder guard elucidated the role of the Golden Blade Guard, murmurs of disdain arose among some. So, the Golden Blade Guard is merely a commoner like us. It's not much different from our situation. I was more anxious than when facing the commanding officer, only to discover he is just an ordinary person. He must be newly appointed and here to assert his authority over us. As Jiang Wushuang, accompanied by the guards, approached a cell housing inmates, he was met with the reality of his surroundings. The prisoner Zhao Wei, possessing a mere first level of Qi Si, awaited behind the door. Upon gathering information about the inmate, Jiang Wushuang felt compelled to enter and make contact, thereby activating the target. Sir, this. The guard, holding the key, hesitated. Under normal circumstances, these ordinary guards only entered the cell to handle the deceased. Interrogations were typically conducted by the demon suppression guards. Although Jiang Wushuang was a member of the Golden Blade Guard, she was, in essence, merely an ordinary person like them. Should this newly appointed Golden Blade Guard meet her demise here, they would bear the burden of responsibility. Just unlock the door. Any unforeseen incidents will not fall upon you, Jiang Wushuang assured. Only then did the guard relent and open the cell. Inside, a frail old man was confined, his hair a mottled white, and two of his front teeth missing. He appeared to pose no threat. However, the moment Jiang Wushuang made contact, his eyes flew open, and with shackled hands, he struck her fiercely. For an ordinary individual, such a blow would be fatal. Yet, Jiang Wushuang stood her ground, absorbing the impact without flinching. Though the old man was at the first level of Qi Si, his powers were sealed, rendering his strike as inconsequential as a mere tickle against Jiang Wushuang's resilience. "Behave yourself," she admonished, retaliating with a swift slap that knocked out his remaining two teeth. Blood filled the old man's mouth, and a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Outside the cell, the guards were left in stunned silence. Wasn't it said that the Golden Blade guards were just ordinary people? How could she be even more formidable than the demon suppression guards? Chapter 13. Sudden surge of power. Jiang Wushuang faced an attack from a prisoner and executed a remarkable counter-move, which left the guards in awe of his capabilities. Their gazes shifted towards him, now tinged with a newfound respect. Acquired 40 points of cultivation. After collecting the cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang exited the cell with an impassive expression. In truth, as long as one possessed the strength of the body refinement stage, this prisoner could not harm him. After all, those confined here had their powers sealed. They were merely a bit stronger than ordinary individuals. Unfortunately, the majority of the guards were mere mortals, and even a slight display of strength could spell disaster for them. Hence, their astonishment at Jiang Wushuang's prowess. Of course, not all prisoners were as thoroughly subdued as this one. For instance, the notorious female criminal, Yu Hong, though also restrained, possessed an alluring voice that could sway even warriors at the 9th level of body refinement. Had it not been for Jiang Wushuang's advancement to the 2nd level of foundation establishment, combined with his mastery of the chasing stars and moon technique and the dual supreme slashes of heaven and earth, he would not have been so audacious. He proceeded to the 2nd cell, where he encountered another prisoner at the 3rd level of Qi Si, granting him 45 points of cultivation. The 3rd prisoner was at the 5th level, providing 50 points. In total, there were 4 prisoners in this cell block, and upon viewing the information of the last prisoner, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. This prisoner was merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment, a stark contrast to the previous 3, though the cultivation points were scant. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Jiang Wushuang entered the cell nonetheless. There, he found a diminutive man, significantly shorter than the average person, a dwarf. His features were gaunt, and his eyes were filled with terror. As Jiang Wushuang stepped inside, the man immediately retreated into a corner, curling up as if confronted by a demon. Jiang Wushuang shook his head. The prisoners within the demon suppression tower were all fearsome, yet this was the first time he had encountered such timidity. A casual touch revealed a soft glow before him. Upon receiving the notification for cultivating points, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Acquired 95 points of cultivation. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback, doubting his own eyes. However, upon re-examination, he confirmed that this unassuming, seemingly cowardly dwarf indeed provided a substantial 95 points of cultivation, just shy of Yu Hong's 110 points. Maintaining his composure, he exited the cell. After securely locking the door, he turned to the guard holding the keys. "How long has this prisoner, Wu Yehua, been here?" "He arrived 10 days ago," the guard replied, unable to suppress a laugh. "He was severely injured during his capture and seems to pose no real threat. I wonder how he ended up in the demon suppression tower." The guards found no fear in this particular prisoner, unlike the others who exerted significant pressure on them. Jiang Wushuang nodded slowly, but the curiosity in his eyes remained unquenched. The roster recorded this individual as possessing merely the strength of the 5th layer of foundation establishment, someone whom he could easily surpass. Yet, the individual offered an astonishing 95 points of cultivation, which was evidently anomalous. According to the system's rules, the stronger the target, the higher the cultivation points provided. The system was unlikely to err, leaving only one possibility. This criminal concealed his true capabilities. Jiang Wushuang could not help but glance back at the dwarf. Although he was unaware of the methods employed by this peculiar fellow, it was evident that he had evaded the scrutiny of the demon suppression camp. Judging by the cultivation points offered, this individual was only slightly weaker than Yu Hong, presumably a terrifying master of the spirit-gathering realm. Should he expose him? Jiang Wushuang found himself in a quandary. He soon dismissed the thought. Although he had become a golden blade guard, in the eyes of the demon suppression guards, he was still merely a lowly warden. They might not take his word seriously. Even if they did believe him, it would be challenging to explain how he had made the discovery, especially since even the divine capturing camp and demon suppression camp that had delivered him had failed to notice. Rather than inviting trouble upon himself, it was wiser to feign ignorance. For him, it sufficed to quietly collect cultivation points. After Jiang Wushuang departed, the dwarf, who had initially cowered in the corner, stood up and slowly emerged. The fear that once graced his countenance had vanished. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a cold, serpentine malice. He cast a glance at the nearby prisoners, who, without exception, displayed expressions of deference towards him. Jiang Wushuang left the prison area escorted by a group of guards. Upon noticing the addition of over 200 cultivation points, he joyfully leaped in excitement. He was one step closer to a breakthrough. Subsequently, he proceeded to the next cell block. As before, each entrance into a new block elicited astonishment from the guards regarding his identity as a Golden Blade guard. To them, Jiang Wushuang was merely a new official conducting inspections among the prisoners. Only he was aware that the cultivation points he had gathered were nearing an explosion. After a thorough inspection, he had accumulated over 1,000 cultivation points. Coupled with his previous gains, he had directly advanced from the second to the third layer of foundation establishment. However, this was not the most significant aspect. From now on, he could harvest over 1,000 cultivation points daily, returning to the delightful days of breaking through a layer every few days. Yet, his current strength was still woefully inadequate. Setting aside the formidable Yuhong, the dwarf also exuded an aura of danger. Moreover, this was merely the first layer. Layers 2 and 3 loomed above him. Any one of those ancient monsters or sinister fiends could easily extinguish his life. Having completed his rounds, Jiang Wushuang recalled his promise to take Fanqing and the others for a tour outside the demon suppression tower. Upon returning to the prison area, he found a group of people eagerly awaiting him. "Lord Jiang, we thought you would not come." Under Jiang Wushuang's guidance, Fanqing and several veteran guards followed him out of the demon suppression tower. As for the newly appointed guards, they lacked the privilege to join the excursion, and even if Jiang Wushuang wished to include them, he was powerless to do so. Standing outside the demon suppression tower, a few individuals closed their eyes, wearing expressions of sheer bliss. After spending many years within the confines of the tower, stepping outside felt as if the very air was imbued with sweetness. Subsequently, they deliberated on their next destination. One suggested that they had grown weary of the tower's monotonous fare and wished to indulge in a grand feast. Another expressed a longing to reconnect with family after their arduous confinement. Since Jiang Wushuang had led them out, he felt a responsibility to ensure everyone returned safely. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, they decided to remain together, which sparked a spirited debate about where to go. Ultimately, someone proposed a visit to a brothel. Instantly, the previously animated discussion fell silent, and the suggestion received unanimous approval. With public sentiment leaning this way, Jiang Wushuang had no choice but to acquiesce. He understood their yearning. These seasoned guards had spent no less than several years in the tower, with Fanqing enduring an astonishing 20-year sentence. Had it not been for Jiang Wushuang's ascension to the Golden Blade Guard, they might never have seen the outside world again. Soon, the group arrived at the largest brothel in the capital, Chunyu Tower. The entrance was abuzz with activity, a lively scene unfolding before them. As they gazed at the welcoming maidens at the entrance, their eyes widened in wonder. Fanqing, who usually lingered at the back during their time in the tower, was the first to dash inside. Before long, only Jiang Wushuang remained at the threshold, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the three prominent characters spelling Chunyu Tower. Once, he had been a frequent patron, the son of a former minister of revenue. "Ah, is that not young Master Jiang? It has been some time since your last visit." A charming figure approached, linking her arm with Jiang Wushuang's. Chapter 14. The impact of the Qi had been a while since it last arrived. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the woman in red beside him. Beneath the delicate crimson veil, her undergarments were tantalizingly visible, an undeniable allure. It was no wonder that the ladies here recognized him. Before the original owner was exiled to the demon suppression tower, he had indulged in a life of extravagance, reveling in the vibrant nightlife of the capital, where he had frequented many a gathering. Life had been nothing short of carefree. He had to concede that the original owner possessed a remarkable talent for enjoyment. Upon returning to this place, the Chunyu Tower still bustled with activity. However, Jiang Wushuang's identity had transformed from that of a debauched scion to a disgraced exile. One was elevated, while the other was cast down. Yet, Jiang Wushuang felt no sense of loss. To outsiders, being cast down to a lowly status seemed to signify a life devoid of agency, a mundane existence. Little did they know that he had embarked upon the path of martial arts. Given time, it was merely a matter of when he would rise to become a renowned master. In this world of martial prowess, possessing strength equated to possessing everything. Accompanied by the young woman, Jiang Wushuang entered the Chunyu Tower. Inside, cups were raised and exchanged. Laughter mingled with the clinking of goblets, creating a lively atmosphere. The guards appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Fan Xing, his face flushed, staggered towards Jiang Wushuang, embracing a young lady. "Lord Jiang, why are you drinking alone? Are the ladies here not to your liking?" Jiang Wushuang smiled without responding. I understand. You are different from us now, able to enter and exit the demon suppression tower at will, free to indulge as you please. Enjoy your drink. I must head upstairs." Shortly after Fan Xing ascended, he returned with a furrowed brow. Not just him, but several others also gravitated back towards Jiang Wushuang. "So soon?" Jiang Wushuang chuckled and shook his head. "What is the rush? The curfew has been imposed, and they've stopped the festivities. Look, everyone is leaving. What a dampener." Jiang Wushuang noticed indeed that everyone had begun to depart. Normally, establishments like Chunyu Tower thrived at night. As their group exited, they discovered that the Imperial Guards were patrolling the streets. This place had never before experienced a curfew. Jiang Wushuang, intrigued, remarked, "I heard it was due to the treachery of the Prime Minister, implemented to suppress rebellious forces. This matter is somewhat connected to us as well. Do you remember Qi Qianshan from our prison? He was the one who attempted to assassinate in the palace. The mastermind behind it all was the Prime Minister." A group of guards walked toward the demon suppression tower, discussing among themselves. Jiang Wushuang chuckled softly. So, it was his interrogation of the mastermind behind Qi Qianshan that led to the exposure of the Prime Minister's treachery, resulting in the current curfew? No wonder the commander promoted him to the Golden Blade Guard so swiftly. This incident is indeed a monumental achievement for him. Indeed, upon returning to the Demon Tower, he inquired discreetly and learned that the guard had been rewarded for his interrogative prowess, not only receiving material riches, but also an opportunity for enhancement in strength. This brought great joy to the guard. Although Jiang Wushuang seemingly received only a modest reward, the true benefits were known solely to him. As days turned into weeks, Jiang Wushuang diligently patrolled each cell and every inmate, simultaneously gathering his cultivation. Initially, he advanced a level every 2 or 3 days, though the pace slowed somewhat thereafter. He still managed to ascend a level every 4 to 5 days. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. In just 2 more days, he would amass the requisite 10,000 points of cultivation to challenge the Qi Si. A sense of delight filled Jiang Wushuang's heart. When he first became a martial artist, he deemed the Qi Si realm immensely powerful. Little did he anticipate that so soon he would be on the verge of attaining such heights. Acquired 95 points of cultivation. Each day, Jiang Wushuang prioritized collecting from Wu Yehua, the diminutive figure, primarily because this individual offered substantial cultivation points, making him immediately memorable. As usual, Wu Yehua cowered in the corner, exuding a demeanor of submission. On this particular day, after Jiang Wushuang departed, Wu Yehua observed his retreating figure, a slight arch of his brow betraying his thoughts. "Brother Wu, this Golden Blade Guard visits daily. Could he have uncovered something? Should we preemptively eliminate him to safeguard our interests?" remarked a nearby inmate, who had long harbored disdain for the guard. "He is merely a minor jailer, not worth our concern. He cannot thwart our plans. It is unwise to provoke a snake before striking. Refrain from rash actions," Wu Yehua replied, hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion. "Sir Jiang, today's newcomer is quite notorious. A flower thief who has ravaged young maidens and slaughtered entire families. His infamy is well known," a guard accompanying Jiang Wushuang offered with a smile. Ever since he became a Golden Blade Guard, he had declared that any new arrivals should be reported to him immediately. Today, upon the arrival of a new prisoner from the Divine Capture Camp, he hastened to the interrogation chamber. As he neared, he observed the guard already conducting an interrogation. The subject was a bald giant, stripped of his upper garments, enduring blows from the demon guards wielding iron rods. To Jiang Wushuang's astonishment, the iron rods, as thick as a man's arm, struck the giant without leaving a mark. In contrast, the demon guards paused to catch their breath after every few strikes. While other prisoners were often left bloody during interrogations, this behemoth roared with laughter. "Little brat, have you not suckled enough? This feeble strength is only good for tickling me," he bellowed. The faces of the two torturers darkened as they increased their force. However, even as the iron rods bent and the guards gasped for air, the figure on the rack continued to laugh heartily. Hong Jin, a formidable presence from the depths of Hunyuan Valley. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the list of inmate information, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. This particular inmate possessed an astonishing physical prowess that left Jiang Wushuang envious. Although Hunyuan Valley did not compare to the notorious Sanluo sect and operated with greater discretion, it was nonetheless a fearsome sect of the dark arts. It was evident that he had cultivated a unique martial technique, refining his body into a weapon of its own, even when his power was restrained. His physical strength remained unyielding. In terms of resilience, Hong Jin surpassed the other inmates by leaps and bounds. Ultimately, even the guard could do nothing but confine him to a cell. Jiang Wushuang took the opportunity to make contact, activating her ability to collect targets. In recent days, possibly due to the treasonous machinations of the Prime Minister, there had been a steady influx of new prisoners. Jiang Wushuang diligently traversed several detention areas, earning the admiration of the guards for her dedication. Yet, she alone understood that her efforts were solely for the purpose of enhancing her cultivation. Had others possessed such a capability, they would likely exert themselves even more fervently. By the end of the day, her rewards were substantial. With the arrival of several new inmates, coupled with her previous daily collection of over 1,000 points, she finally reached a historic milestone, surpassing 2,000 points. Upon returning to the resting area and opening her attribute panel, a smile crept upon her lips. She had finally amassed the requisite 10,000 points of cultivation. Tonight, she would strive to break through to the Qi Sea. Chapter 15. Swift as the wind with an addition of 10,000 cultivation points. Jiang Wushuang, having previously experienced a momentous breakthrough, braced himself for the ensuing discomfort. However, despite his mental preparation, a grimace of agony etched itself upon his countenance. It felt as if a deluge had surged within him, with the turbulent true energy colliding violently against his insides, threatening to rend his very being asunder. Gradually, this overwhelming force began to soften, coalescing towards his dantian. In an instant, his dantian was expanded by the influx of true energy, as if a new world were being forged within. Yet, once it reached a certain threshold, it ceased to grow, accommodating the relentless flow of true energy as if it were but a drop in an ocean. This process endured for a spell. When Jiang Wushuang sensed the tranquility returning to his body and examined his condition, he was momentarily taken aback. Within his dantian, the true energy had formed a swirling vortex, perpetually in motion. As he harnessed this energy, the vortex spun faster, continuously condensing true energy into his hands, manifesting as a luminous white orb. The energy surged forth, giving rise to the realm of the Qi Sea. He discovered that even when he withdrew substantial amounts of true energy from the Qi Sea, it replenished itself with remarkable speed. In contrast to the Foundation establishment stage, the Qi Sea seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of true energy. Indeed, the disparity between the two realms was profound. Jiang Wushuang marveled at this difference. It was no exaggeration to assert that 10 practitioners at the 9th level of Foundation establishment would pale in comparison to him alone. The chasm between Foundation establishment and Qi Sea was akin to that between heaven and earth. Each breakthrough to a major realm represented a monumental leap, a truth that was far from mere hyperbole. Feeling the unceasing flow of true energy within him, Jiang Wushuang could not resist the urge to unleash his martial prowess. With a casual punch, he could create a sound that cleaved the air, as if he could shake the very mountains. He yearned to practice his technique, chasing stars and catching the moon, elevating it to unprecedented heights. Even if he darted past the eyes of the demon suppression guards, they would merely perceive a fleeting blur, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, convinced they had imagined it. However, he dared not attempt the heaven and earth dual absolute slash. This was a lethal technique, one that guaranteed bloodshed, and now, with his newfound Qi Sea strength, he feared he might inadvertently trigger the restrictions within the demon suppression tower, resulting in dire consequences. Though he refrained from testing it, he sensed that with a single execution of heaven and earth dual absolute slash, even practitioners at the 5th level of Qi Si could be effortlessly vanquished. After all, it was a 4th-grade killing technique. Currently, among the entire tier of offenders, aside from Yu Hong and Wu Yehua at the Gathering Spirit stage, he could contend with any of the Qi Si practitioners. Even if some were beyond his capacity to defeat, he could employ chasing stars and catching the moon to retreat unscathed. Of course, the Qi Si realm was not invincible. Those at the Gathering Spirit and Master stages could easily suppress him, necessitating further enhancement of his strength. Jiang Wushuang subsequently practiced his martial arts. As long as he did not confront the guards directly, he would remain undetected. Only when he had thoroughly exhausted himself did he return to his chamber. At present, his agility and strength place him among the elite within his peer group of martial artists. His only vulnerability lies in his relatively frail physique, which renders him less resilient to blows. When encountering adversaries equally adept in strength, he is left to rely solely on the swiftness of his strikes. The quick prevail, while the slow meet their demise. Nevertheless, it is certain that Jiang Wushuang will survive, owing to his ability chasing stars and catching the moon, which grants him the advantage of spatial shifting. Yet, this is not the most optimal solution. Only by enhancing his physical robustness can he ensure absolute security. At this thought, the techniques of body refinement practiced by Hong Jin surfaced in his mind. Should he possess a physique that is impervious even to interrogation, all would be perfect. However, Hong Jin has only recently arrived at the Demon Suppression Tower, and with his formidable physical strength, he remains undeterred by scrutiny, rendering it unlikely that he will perish anytime soon. To acquire his legacy of memories, it seems he must await a more propitious time. Strength. Qi Si Level 1, 0 20,000. Upon observing the cultivation points required for the advancement of his Qi Si, Jiang Wushuang felt a flicker of anxiety. It had scarcely been a few days since he had ascended a level, and now he faced the prospect of returning to the arduous pace of a level every 10 days or more. Based on his estimates, Level 1 of the Qi Si demands 20,000 points, while Level 2 requires 30,000. The subsequent levels necessitate an astronomical quantity. The meager 2,000 points provided daily by the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower are woefully inadequate for his needs. Perhaps it is indeed time to contemplate an expedition to the 2nd level. The prisoners housed there possess formidable strength, thereby offering a greater yield of cultivation points. Yet, this matter cannot be rushed. In recent days, he has leveraged his position as a Golden Blade Guard to gather intelligence regarding the 2nd level. Among the information gleaned, one critical detail emerged. The disgraced cannot ascend to the 2nd level. Fan Xing had previously mentioned witnessing guards from the 1st level venture to the 2nd, yet those individuals were not among the disgraced. Jiang Wushuang could not suppress a sigh. This matter must be approached with careful planning. Lord Jiang, today 5 new prisoners will be delivered. A guard approached him, eager to curry favor. Ever since the tale of Jiang Wushuang's escapades with Fan Xing outside the Demon Suppression Tower spread, veteran guards who had served for years began to vie for his approval. They diligently executed his orders, hopeful that one day he would take them along for an outing. Very well, I understand. Your recent performance has been commendable. Perhaps I shall take you outside the Demon Suppression Tower next time, Jiang Wushuang remarked, patting the guard on the shoulder, nearly causing the latter to leap with excitement. The other guards looked on with envy. Jiang Wushuang, concerned about how to enhance his cultivation points, found some solace in the influx of new prisoners over the past few days. His daily cultivation points increased from 2,000 to 3,000. On the 8th day of his breakthrough into the Qi Si, he ascended to Level 2. During this interval, Hong Jin was subjected to several rounds of interrogation, yet each time, he emerged relatively unscathed, inciting the guards' ire to the point they contemplated sending him to the guillotine. Ultimately, they grew weary of his case. On this particular day, having gathered his cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang sat in the execution chamber, savoring a drink. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. His acute perception at the Qi Si realm allowed him to hear the sounds of a scuffle. This noise bore no resemblance to the interrogation of prisoners. Not only he, but the other guards nearby also ceased their jovial chatter, straining to listen. Chaos had erupted. A prisoner was attempting to escape. Fan Xing rushed in, his complexion ashen. What is happening? Jiang Wushuang sprang to his feet. He had long been aware of the frequent disturbances within the demon suppression tower. Yet he had not anticipated encountering one so soon. I'm not certain. I only saw a multitude of prisoners breaking free from their cells. And the demon suppression guards are struggling to maintain control. Fan Xin's voice trembled. This was not his first experience with such turmoil, and he understood all too well that failure could cost him his life. What should we do? I do not wish to die. It's over, it's over. Lord Jiang, what shall we do? The guards were in disarray, utterly at a loss. A few new guards, though encountering such a situation for the first time, had often heard the veterans speak of the carnage that ensued during each upheaval. As the group searched for Jiang Wushuang, they discovered that he had already vanished from the interrogation room. Lord Jiang truly runs swiftly. In an instant, everyone in the interrogation room scattered in every direction. Chapter 16. The first strike. Jiang Wushuang was certainly not afraid. With his strength at the second level of Qi Si, he could ensure his safety among the prisoners, as long as he did not encounter the rare few at the gathering spirit realm, such as Yu Hong and Wu Yehua. He merely wished to comprehend the current situation before making a decision that best served his interests. Upon exiting the interrogation room, he made his way to the entrance of the prison area. The once vigilant demon-suppressing guards had vanished without a trace. Outside, shadows flitted about, and the sounds of combat echoed, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. Some prisoners laughed maniacally, while others raged in fury. It was evident that more than one inmate had attempted to escape, as many familiar faces emerged from their cells. "Beast, how dare you!" The enraged shout of a guard caught Jiang Wushuang's attention. In the distance, he witnessed a guard wielding twin blades, cleaving an approaching prisoner in two. Almost immediately, the guard retreated, and where he had just stood, a diminutive figure descended from above. Wu Yehua? Jiang Wushuang's pupils constricted. At that moment, Wu Yehua, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of formidable strength, no trace of cowardice remaining. He was a force that none could withstand, not even the guards. We cannot allow these individuals to wreak havoc. Jiang Wushuang swiftly assessed the situation and resolved to eliminate some of the prisoners. He observed that those who had escaped their cells were liberating others from different blocks, exacerbating the chaos. Each of these fugitives was a potential target for him, and whether they fled or perished, it represented a loss on his part. However, the situation had spiraled out of control. Rather than allow them to escape, it would be more prudent to slay them and seize their memories. Just as Jiang Wushuang prepared to act, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. There, the bald giant Hong Jian from the Hunyuan Valley stealthily emerged from one cell and moved towards another. If one were to inquire whom Jiang Wushuang most desired to obtain memories from at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Hong Jian. His terrifying physical prowess far surpassed that of any other prisoner on this level, a coveted prize Jiang Wushuang had long coveted. Without hesitation, he raced towards the cell Hong Jian had entered. Upon entering the cell area, he encountered two demon-suppressing guards lying lifeless on the ground, blood still oozing from their bodies, indicating they had just been slain. Jiang Wushuang recognized these two guards. They always greeted him with smiles whenever he visited this part of the prison. Before the corpses, Hong Jian was in the process of dismantling the chains of a cell, preparing to release the occupants within. Another fool seeking death, Hong Jian remarked as he noticed Jiang Wushuang, ceasing his task. "Is it you, you worthless wretch?" Upon closer inspection, a cold smile crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with disdain. "This brat poses no threat. Release me first." The prisoners confined within the cell felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing Hong Jian halt his actions. Those imprisoned here had little hope of ever escaping again, and the current turmoil was an unparalleled opportunity. "Do not fret. Once I crush him, I shall free you." Hong Jian waved dismissively, his indifference palpable. The prisoner in the cell furrowed his brow, but said nothing. He, too, believed that Hong Jian could effortlessly deal with the inconspicuous Golden Blade Guard. What struck him as odd was how the other guards fled faster than anyone else upon seeing them. This Golden Blade Guard had actually approached them willingly, and to make matters more perplexing, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, he slowly drew the sword from his waist. "Kid, do you wish to kill me?" Hong Jian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into wild laughter and charged forward. He had effortlessly dispatched several demon suppression guards. Even if a commander appeared, he felt no fear. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere Golden Blade Guard? Without hesitation, he lunged at him, intending to crush him with a single slap. However, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. A tremendous wave of malevolent energy surged forth, and Hong Jin's pride in his physical strength was met with an invisible assault, as if his skin were being pricked by needles. Looking up, he saw a furious blade phantom hovering above him, seemingly capable of severing all in its path. Retreat. Hong Jin felt the threat of death loom over him, his expression shifting in terror. This was no ordinary guard. He was evidently a master of the Qi realm. A thunderous roar echoed as the blade light descended, causing the ground to tremble. The restraints within the prison area were triggered, sending ripples of shimmering waves along the walls. Although Hong Jin attempted to retreat, the blade phantom was swifter. It struck him, sending him flying backward, with his internal organs suffering a violent impact. Had his physical prowess not reached an extraordinary level, that blow would have resulted in his demise. He had initially believed that this prison break would be simple, with the external demon suppression guards being easily vanquished. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable opponent, catching him completely off guard. The demon suppression tower, indeed, was a crucial stronghold of the great Qin dynasty, and he had underestimated its defenses. Just as the blade had descended, before he could react, a figure appeared before him as if teleporting. In his widened eyes, a gleaming long knife descended from the heavens, exuding an unmatched aura. In the next moment, blood splattered. A head rolled to the ground, spinning several times, still bearing an expression of incredulous shock. Jiang Wushuang looked at the slowly collapsing headless body, his face betraying no emotion. At the second level of the Qi realm, he was already one tier above Hong Jin, compounded by the mastery of the fourth-grade killing technique, Heaven and Earth Dual Extermination /. Hong Jin had foolishly sought to crush him with a mere slap. It was indeed a death wish. This time, Jiang Wushuang truly comprehended the essence of a killing technique. One strike, one kill, with little chance of survival. The blade light swept through, and the devastating power it unleashed was terrifying even to him. In the cell, the prisoners awaiting rescue looked at the severed head rolling before them, wide-eyed and scarcely daring to breathe. They could not fathom that the seemingly imposing little guard possessed such terrifying strength. The overwhelming blade technique, capable of cleaving heaven and earth, instilled profound fear in their souls, causing them to subconsciously shrink into the corners of the room. Upon feeling a gaze directed towards him, a shiver ran through him. This marked the first time he wielded a blade. You should consider yourself fortunate to remain within the confines of your cell. Jiang Wushuang cast a frosty glance at the prisoner behind bars. He was rendered mute with fear, his eyes brimming with terror. However, since he had not ventured out of his cell, Jiang Wushuang chose to disregard him. It would be beneficial to keep him around for future cultivation. With Hong Jin's demise, a soft yellow glow emerged. Jiang Wushuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His perfected technique, Heaven and Earth's Dual Absolute /, was capable of cleaving through individuals at the fifth layer of Qi with a single strike. Yet, Hong Jin had withstood 2 blows before succumbing. It is important to note that Heaven and Earth's Dual Absolute / comprised merely 2 strikes, one to slice the heavens and one to sever the earth. This clearly indicated the terrifying level of his physical strength. As memories flooded in, Jiang Wushuang's mind activated a projection mode. A bald, muscular man appeared amidst the icy wilderness, frozen like a statue in the frost. In another instant, he was engulfed in flames, the relentless inferno hammering at his physique time and again, day after day, year after year. Gradually, a body comparable to a weapon began to take shape. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wushuang, his attribute panel had acquired yet another martial skill. Martial skill, Songlong 100 Forgings, 4th rank, Realm, Minor Accomplishment, 1682,000. Chapter 17. The Forging of the Azure Dragon at Long Last. Jiang Wushuang acquired the martial technique he had long coveted, the Azure Dragon's forging. Hong Jin's formidable physical prowess was a direct result of his mastery of this 4th-tier skill, which essentially transforms one's body into the mightiest of weapons. However, the path to mastery is fraught with difficulty, demanding relentless conditioning under extreme conditions. Many practitioners have failed in their endeavors, tragically succumbing to their own rigorous training. Yet, the rewards of success are astonishing. The ability to disregard attacks from opponents of equal rank. Hong Jin had only achieved initial mastery, yet he frequently engaged in battles beyond his level, often pursuing foes stronger than himself. Had he not encountered the even more formidable Jiang Wushuang, he might have successfully escaped the demon suppression tower. Jiang Wushuang struck his own body with his blade. Though outwardly unremarkable, it produced a resonant thud, as if an iron frame lay beneath his skin. His speed was akin to chasing stars and pursuing the moon. His attacks embodied heaven and earth's dual absolute slash, and his defense was fortified by the Azure Dragon's forging. His overall prowess ascended to new heights, granting him the capability to contend with opponents at the 9th level of Qi Si. Moreover, his 3 martial techniques were either at initial or full mastery. Should he elevate them to perfection, he might even stand a chance against those in the gathering spirit realm. After all, individuals who attain full mastery of martial techniques are exceedingly rare. Upon reaching such a pinnacle, one's skills can transcend their original tier. For instance, his 5th tier chasing stars and pursuing the moon, upon achieving perfection, might equate to a 4th or even a 3rd tier. This is why mastering techniques to their fullest is immensely challenging. Most can only reach great mastery, and progressing further is a daunting task. This explains why the 2 techniques Jiang Wushuang had acquired were merely at great mastery, and the Azure Dragon's forging was only at initial mastery. However, this posed no issue for Jiang Wushuang. With his daily influx of thousands of cultivation points, he could endeavor to elevate his martial skills to their zenith, perhaps even to perfection. Yet, that was not the immediate concern. With chaos still reigning outside, it was imperative to restore order first. With this thought, he brandished his blade and ventured forth. Upon his exit from the prison, the inmates gazed at Jiang Wushuang with lingering trepidation, relieved that Hong Jin had not opened their cells. Otherwise, as Jiang Wushuang emerged into the prison area, he noted that though turmoil persisted, the situation was gradually being brought under control. He beheld the formidable demon suppression guards executing one criminal after another, indicating that reinforcements had arrived on the 2nd level of the tower. Desiring to remain inconspicuous, Jiang Wushuang hastened toward the cell block where Fan Qing and the others were confined. Upon entering, he was met with a pungent stench of blood. Numerous corpses littered the area, all of them the familiar faces of the guards. A heaviness settled in Jiang Wushuang's heart as he observed that all the cell doors had been flung open, and the notorious female demon, Yu Hong, was nowhere to be found. The entire prison block lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Another harbinger of death has arrived. As Jiang Wushuang entered the interrogation chamber, a cold laugh echoed through the air. 2 inmates, wielding long blades, regarded him with sinister grins. Standing over the lifeless bodies of 2 new guards who had accompanied Jiang into the demon suppression tower, the guards lay motionless on the ground, their eyes wide open, fixated on Jiang Wushuang. The speaker was a burly man with a face full of flesh, a recent arrival to the prison block, whose strength merely reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment, having been imprisoned for his involvement in a conspiracy against the state. Just when I thought I hadn't had my fill of killing, you show up at the perfect time, the inmate sneered cruelly, brandishing his blade as he lunged towards Jiang Wushuang. Yet, before he could close the distance, a flash of steel appeared before him, and Jiang Wushuang calmly withdrew his long sword. In the next instant, blood sprayed forth, and a head was sent flying like a tossed ball, spinning in the air before landing at Jiang Wushuang's feet, its expression frozen in shock and disbelief until the very end. Humph! Jiang Wushuang's voice was icy, his face devoid of emotion. He had dispatched Hong Jin with 2 strikes, and yet these 2 could not withstand even a single blow, foolishly assuming he was merely an ordinary guard to be trifled with. Seeking death, the other inmate, weaker than the first, possessing only the 5th level of Foundation establishment, witnessed Jiang Wushuang dispatch his companion as easily as crushing an ant. His legs turned to jelly, and his blade clattered to the ground as he recoiled in terror. Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly, advancing to end the second one with a swift stroke. Lacking strength, yet daring to create chaos, one must be prepared to face death. After eliminating the 2, Jiang Wushuang gazed at the corpses within the chamber, slowly sheathing his long sword. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he reflected on the fact that nearly all the guards in this prison block had been eliminated. Had he not cultivated his martial skills to a level sufficient for self-preservation, he too might have become another corpse. This thought solidified his conviction. Strength is the greatest reliance in this world. Suppressing his sentiments, Jiang Wushuang absorbed the memory inheritances of the two inmates, much like their power. The martial techniques they practiced were exceedingly ordinary. One had trained in the 7th grade flying tiger blade, while the other had merely mastered an 8th grade technique. Jiang Wushuang shook his head in disdain. Having already acquired techniques of the 4th grade, he found no value in theirs. To his surprise, the memory inheritances did not grant him martial techniques, but instead yielded cultivation points. One provided 800 points, while the other offered 600. Jiang Wushuang was elated. He had initially deemed these memory inheritances worthless, only to discover they directly converted into cultivation points. It seemed the system recognized the inadequacy of the inmate's techniques for his advancement. A new method of acquiring cultivation points had been unveiled to him, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. He chose not to venture outside again, but instead sat quietly within the interrogation chamber, knowing that the chaos outside would soon be quelled by those descending from the 2nd level of the demon suppression tower. He was merely a humble golden blade guard, unnecessary to overly reveal his prowess. After a brief wait of approximately half an hour, a demon suppression guard appeared at the door of the interrogation chamber, displaying a hint of surprise upon his countenance. Oh, there is still a living one here. Judging by his attire, it was evident that this individual hailed from the 2nd tier, exuding a robust vitality that far surpassed that of the 1st tier's demon suppression guards. Golden Blade Guard Jiang Wushuang, at your service. Jiang Wushuang greeted respectfully, then continued, I have practiced martial arts for several years and, with great difficulty, managed to slay 2 inmates, thus fulfilling my duty. Every matter requires a reasonable explanation. A mere golden blade guard, having dispatched 2 inmates who had not yet regained their vitality, was indeed a plausible account. The demon suppression guard scrutinized him for a moment, slowly nodding in approval. Well done. This accomplishment will be duly noted. Just then, a figure burst into the room and fell to his knees. My lord, I too have miraculously survived. Though I did not kill any inmates, I was entangled with them, barely escaping with my life. Covered in blood, yet upon closer inspection, he bore no injuries, leaving one to wonder where the blood had come from. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback, for the newcomer was none other than Fan Qing, a familiar face. Truly, he was a seasoned survivor, having navigated the treacherous waters of the demon suppression tower for over 20 years. In a scenario where all guards in the prison district had perished, he had emerged unscathed. Chapter 18. A bounty of harvests. Another hour passed, and the turmoil had completely subsided. The grand hall of the demon suppression tower's 1st floor was strewn with various corpses, prisoners, guards, and demon suppression warriors alike. The living now had to come forth to assess and verify identities. The ferocity of this uprising was evident, yet in the annals of the demon suppression tower's history, it was merely a minor disturbance. After all, the most formidable individuals confined on the 1st floor were merely at the gathering spirit realm. In contrast to the chaos instigated by masters of higher tiers, which often resulted in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, this was indeed trivial. Alas, the guards were the most pitiful. Fan Qing had already wiped away the bloodstains on his body and donned a fresh set of clothes. Although the chaos had quelled, he remained haunted by the experience. Do you know? I have endured multiple uprisings, though this one was not the most devastating. It was the closest I have ever come to death. Fan Qing slowly lowered his head and remarked, if I hadn't reacted swiftly, feigning death and locking myself in my cell, I would have truly met the king of hell this time. Uncle Fan, you are fortunate and blessed. Surely, nothing will befall you, Jiang Wushuang consoled, noticing the considerable toll the ordeal had taken on Fan Qing. Heh, fortune and blessings are of little use. These prisoners are devoid of humanity and would do anything to escape. I may have survived this time, but what of the next? Or the one after that? It is clear to me now, so long as I remain in the demon suppression tower, I will inevitably meet my demise here. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Fan Qing's eyes, a sense of helplessness against fate. Jiang Wushuang, too, sighed quietly. The casualties of this uprising had primarily befallen the guards, who were mostly ordinary individuals. In each cell block, it was commendable if a few survived. In Fan Qing's block, apart from him, there was only Jiang Wushuang left. Moreover, strictly speaking, Jiang Wushuang was a golden blade warrior, not officially part of his cell block. No wonder he bore such a heavy burden, watching familiar faces perish before his eyes. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Who could deny that one day they would meet their end here? Nevertheless, surviving this ordeal could be deemed fortunate, especially since even the commanding officer had not been spared. Nearby, other surviving guards began to murmur softly among themselves. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow and then realized that among the multitude of corpses, there indeed lay the body of a commanding officer from the first floor. The very officer who had once promoted him to Golden Blade Warrior and had praised him on numerous occasions now lay with his head severed from his body. It was the demon suppression warriors who had pieced together the remnants into a complete corpse. Simultaneously, he spotted the body of a dwarf, Wu Yehua. Even a gathering spirit realm expert had been slain. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. He had previously witnessed Wu Yehua wreaking havoc, forcing the commanding officer to retreat repeatedly. It was quite possible that the commanding officer had fallen victim to his hand. Now, even he had been killed. This only underscored that there were indeed numerous experts within the demon suppression tower. Clearly, his current level of strength was still somewhat lacking. After all, those stronger than him have perished. To his surprise, even after multiple examinations, he could not locate the corpse of that female fiend, Yu Hong. She was the most formidable criminal he had encountered. Perhaps she had managed to escape from the demon suppression tower? If that were indeed the case, it could be said that sheer strength can resolve all matters. Even a place as formidable as the demon suppression tower could not confine such power. Without attaining the status of a grandmaster, it is challenging to find any sense of security, Jiang Wushuang lamented. Ironically, during this turmoil, over half of the inmates on the entire floor had perished. This also signified that his daily accumulation of cultivation points would considerably decelerate. After a thorough count and verification of the inmates in the demon suppression camp, ensuring that none had disguised themselves, the guards, including Fan Qing, returned to their respective prison blocks to clean and organize their areas. Due to his identity as a Golden Blade guard, Jiang Wushuang was tasked with handling the corpses. This suited him perfectly, as these inmates were all targets for his acquisition. Although deceased, he could still extract their memories for inheritance. The 6th grade Fallen Step Sacred Blade appeared promising. Yet regrettably, he had already acquired the Heaven and Earth Dual Supreme Slash, the 5th grade Ninefold Fist, a vigorous martial technique comprising 9 layers, each compounding the power, was somewhat acceptable. With a cultivation point tally of 1,200, he favored cultivation points more, a total of 1,000. Jiang Wushuang navigated through the bodies, collecting memories one by one. Although he obtained several martial skills, their ranks were not particularly high. The highest was merely 5th grade, while the rest were mostly 6th or even 7th grade. Fortunately, many of them provided cultivation points. Inmates at the Qi realm could yield over 1,000 points upon death, while those at the Foundation Establishment realm could contribute several hundred. Before he had finished gathering, he had already acquired tens of thousands of cultivation points. Upon reaching the body of the dwarf Wu Yehua, he found it so mangled that it was barely recognizable. His bones were shattered, and blood streamed from all 7 orifices. Had it not been for his diminutive stature, Jiang Wushuang might not have identified him at all. It was evident that he had been slain in a single strike by a master. As he assimilated Wu Yehua's memories, a series of images flashed through Jiang Wushuang's mind. It turned out that Wu Yehua hailed from the Six Ghosts sect. The Six Ghosts sect was a faction located in the borderlands of the Deqian Empire. Though called a sect, it was essentially a congregation of various rogues and scoundrels, banding together to prey upon passing merchants, committing murder and theft, and engaging in lascivious acts. Wu Yehua was one of the leaders of the Six Ghosts sect. His crimes were so egregious that even the Deqian dynasty could no longer tolerate them, leading to his inclusion on the wanted list for many years. However, this scoundrel excelled in disguise, eluding capture by the Divine Capture Camp for years. Ultimately, he found himself in the capital, where he inadvertently kidnapped the daughter of a court official, leading to his capture by the Divine Capture Camp, concealing his true strength. The camp failed to recognize his genuine identity, mistaking him for an ordinary thief and sending him to the Demon Suppression Tower. This aligned closely with Jiang Wushuang's prior conjectures. This individual was indeed the primary perpetrator behind the current turmoil, having plotted for a considerable time to escape from the Demon Suppression Tower. Not only did he collude with other inmates in the prison, but he also bribed one of the guards. After escaping from the cell, he orchestrated a mass release of prisoners to create chaos, seizing the opportunity to flee. A guard perished at his hands. He nearly escaped from the Tower of Sealing Demons when, At a critical moment, an enormous shadowy hand descended from above. Before he could discern the identity of his assailant, he was struck down in a single blow. Jiang Wushuang felt a jolt of shock upon witnessing this scene. The attacker undoubtedly possessed masterful prowess, truly terrifying. Wu Yehua, who had perpetrated evil throughout his life, departed without ever knowing who had brought about his demise. This served as a fitting retribution for his misdeeds. Regaining her composure, Jiang Wushuang noticed that her martial arts section had been supplemented with a new skill. Martial art, shadow concealment technique, grade 4, level, minor accomplishment, 1500-2000. Was this the technique Wu Yehua employed to disguise his true strength? Jiang Wushuang was astonished to discover that it was, indeed, a grade 4 martial art. No wonder it had eluded the detection of both the divine capture camp and the demon sealing camp. Upon realizing its remarkable nature, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but feel fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Having reached the Qi-Si realm, the surging energy within her body was nearing a point of overflow, destined to be uncovered sooner or later. Without a plausible explanation, it would be challenging to clarify her situation. After all, achieving the Qi-Si realm at her tender age was exceedingly rare without resorting to sinister practices. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Wushuang felt reassured. There was no longer a need for concern. Chapter 19. Time flies under the influence of the divine concealment technique. Jiang Wushuang managed to suppress his breath and blend into the surroundings. Were it not for his intentional release of presence, he would appear as an ordinary individual who had never practiced martial arts. Wu Yehua had previously relied on the divine concealment technique to continuously disguise himself as an ordinary person, thereby evading pursuit. At times, he would even masquerade as a formidable expert, rendering his opponents unable to discern his true capabilities, thus instilling fear. Unfortunately, Wu Yehua had only achieved a minor success in his cultivation. Jiang Wushuang curled his lips upon noticing he was a mere 500 cultivation points away from reaching a major breakthrough. Having recently acquired tens of thousands of cultivation points, he resolutely opted for an upgrade. After refining the divine concealment technique to a major success, Jiang Wushuang felt a newfound confidence. Even before master, he believed he could remain undetected. Subsequently, he elevated his strength from the second layer of the Qi-Si to the third. Though the Qi-Si within his dantian had not expanded, he could sense a significant enhancement in the purity of his true energy. Should he encounter Hong Jin again, he felt assured he could dispatch him with a single strike. Seeing he still had a surplus of 10,000 cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang contemplated further improvements and decided to elevate the Songlong 100 refinements from minor success to major success, and then to its peak. This enhancement not only increased his physical resilience manifold, rendering him impervious to blades and spears, but also allowed him to rebound attack force, injuring opponents without direct engagement. Of course, this was contingent upon his adversaries being of a lower realm or roughly equal to his own, serving as a means of ostentation. Having experienced the might of peak martial arts, Jiang Wushuang yearned to elevate chasing stars and catching the moon and heaven and earth dual absolute slash as well. However, upon realizing he had but 2,000 cultivation points remaining, he reluctantly abandoned this ambition. The turmoil of the first layer was swiftly quelled. Although the bodies had yet to be fully cleared, the reinforcements from the demon suppression guard had arrived. The surviving prisoners trembled in fear, as their failure to escape meant that the guillotine loomed ominously close. The following day, apart from the remnants of battle's blood, everything returned to normal. Jiang Wushuang resumed his daily routine of diligently collecting cultivation points. However, with over half of the prisoners deceased, his daily harvest of cultivation points plummeted from over 3,000 to only a little more than 1,000. Targets like Yu Hong and Wu Yehua, who had previously provided substantial cultivation points, were no longer available. Nonetheless, he learned that Yu Hong had not escaped. It was said that although she had been released, she was swiftly recaptured and subsequently confined to the second layer of the demon suppression tower. Originally, she was meant to be placed in the second layer. However, upon receiving intelligence that members of the Sanluo sect intended to rescue her, the demon catcher camp devised a plan, placing her in the first layer to lure the sect into a trap. Regrettably, as time passed, the anticipated rescue never materialized. Instead, a riot ensued, nearly facilitating her escape. Knowing Yu Hong was alive and merely relocated to the second layer ignited a desire in Jiang Wushuang to venture there himself. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. After completing his cultivation, Jiang Wushuang observed a group of individuals clad in prison garb being escorted into the demon suppression tower. The guards had suffered considerable losses the previous day, and it appeared another batch of captives had been brought in to replenish their ranks. Upon arriving at the cell block where Fan Qing was stationed, Jiang found him leading the newly arrived guards and familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. "This is Lord Jiang of the Golden Blade Guards," Fan Qing introduced. "I have met Lord Jiang." Jiang Wushuang acknowledged with a nod towards the new contingent of guards. Just a few months prior, Fan Qing had only been responsible for orienting him alone. Now, he was at the helm of a dozen newcomers. Noticing Fan Qing's subdued demeanor, Jiang chose to stay and share a drink with him. After all, in this demon suppression tower, the only person with whom he had forged a bond was Fan Qing. Those who had entered the tower alongside him had not survived the previous day's turmoil. "Lord Jiang, throughout my life, I have admired no one but you. You are the sole person who compels my respect," Fan Qing declared, downing a bowl of liquor. "For 20 years, I have treaded cautiously, believing that this was the only way to survive here. Yet, after seeing you, I realize I was mistaken. One ought to cultivate martial prowess like you. It is strength that ensures one's safety. You are still so young. It is conceivable that you could escape the demon suppression tower and venture into the world beyond." Fan Qing's face flushed crimson from the drink, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable envy. Jiang Wushuang had ascended to the Golden Blade Guards in less than 2 months of entering the tower and had even slain 2 adversaries during the recent unrest, demonstrating that there existed an alternative to mere caution for ensuring one's safety. "Lord Jiang, do you think it is still possible for me to begin cultivating martial arts at this stage?" Fan Qing fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Wushuang, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Jiang Wushuang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. For ordinary individuals, martial cultivation not only required talent, but was also significantly influenced by age. In many sects, if one had not reached the 5th level of physical training by the age of 20, they would be deemed lacking in martial aptitude and subsequently abandoned. Fan Qing was over 40, yet still harbored dreams of martial cultivation, a notion that could only be described as fanciful. "Perhaps it is feasible," Jiang Wushuang replied, observing Fan Qing's despondent expression and wishing to avoid further discouragement. "I shall commence my martial training today," Fan Qing exclaimed joyfully. "I aspire to become a Golden Blade Guard like you, capable of executing criminals. However, does martial cultivation not require specific techniques? Where might I obtain them?" Jiang Wushuang was momentarily stumped by the inquiry. His strength had been augmented solely through the accumulation of cultivation points. He had never studied any martial techniques and was unable to provide assistance. Assuming that Jiang was unwilling to share his own techniques, Fan Qing refrained from pressing further. "Enough of such thoughts. This evening, I shall take you to Chunyu Tower for drinks," Jiang Wushuang reassured, patting the silent Fan Qing on the back. The first level of the demon suppression tower gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Although Jiang Wushuang had lost numerous targets for collection, a significant number of new prisoners had been sent in recent weeks, and merely a month had passed. He returned to the daily routine of accumulating 3,000 cultivation points, a trend that continued to ascend. It had become apparent that the previous scarcity of prisoners was indeed abnormal. With 8 prison zones, each containing over 20 cells, it was astonishing that each zone housed a mere 3 or 4 inmates. Such a situation was a flagrant waste of resources. Recently, he learned that due to the treachery of the former prime minister, certain prisoners had been deliberately released or gathered to sow chaos within the great Qin dynasty. Unfortunately for him, his schemes were ultimately unraveled through an inadvertent interrogation conducted by Jiang Wushuang. A multitude of conspirators was subsequently dispatched to the demon suppression tower. Jiang Wushuang remained the diligent Golden Blade Guard, ever present wherever new prisoners were taken. Within 2 months, his daily cultivation points had reached an unprecedented 5,000. 7 months later, he achieved the 9th layer of Qi Si. Previously, the gathering realm of the Rainbow Demoness and Wu Yehua had seemed distant. Yet now he had amassed sufficient cultivation points to enter that realm. This evening, he would formally attempt to break through to the gathering realm. In his chamber, Jiang Wushuang took a deep breath. "Increase my cultivation points. Maximize them." Chapter 20. Carpe diem as the 100,000 points of cultivation surged within him. Jiang Wushuang felt his qi erupting with fervor. The once leisurely spinning cyclone accelerated exponentially, transforming into a tempest of violent true energy that coursed through his meridians, seemingly intent on fracturing his very being. Once more, he experienced the excruciating agony that accompanies a monumental breakthrough in cultivation. Every bone, every sinew, even each inch of his skin felt as though it were being gnawed upon by a swarm of insects. Jiang Wushuang gritted his teeth, veins bulging upon his forehead, enduring the torment with sheer willpower. At last, the tearing sensation within him began to wane. After enduring wave upon wave of impact, his meridians expanded, akin to a modest stream swelling into a mighty river, their girth increasing several-fold. Within his qi, the cyclone that once spun vigorously had transformed into a shallow pool, sending ripples across its surface. The qi had genuinely become an ocean, albeit one still scant in water, resembling little more than a puddle upon the shore. Nonetheless, Jiang Wushuang felt his true energy surge to unprecedented levels, far exceeding anything he had experienced before. Even in the presence of 10 individuals at the 9th level of qi, he felt confident in his ability to dispatch them effortlessly. With a casual punch, it seemed as if the very air erupted around him, accompanied by a muted sound reminiscent of something shattering. He sensed that even if he encountered the formidable Yuhong, the female elder, he would be capable of standing his ground. After all, with his ascension in rank, the potency of his dual extremities would multiply accordingly. However, the transition to the gathering spirit realm was not solely marked by the amplification of true energy and strength. There was a more significant element at play. The awareness intrinsic to the gathering spirit realm also expanded exponentially. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang was engaged in introspection, observing his body in a manner unlike any he had experienced before. His meridians, bones, and qi were all laid bare before his perception. This newfound spirit endowed him with heightened awareness, enabling him to perceive that which was invisible to the naked eye. As he continued to evolve, this spirit would gradually transform into a mental consciousness, explaining why a master could eliminate foes with but a glance. Previously, Yuhong had nearly ensnared him with her voice, a testament to the power of the gathering spirit realm and its ability to assault the minds of others. However, Jiang Wushuang, at this juncture, was still incapable of launching a mental assault. It was as if he had acquired a second pair of eyes. Although he remained within the confines of his small room, he could discern events occurring several dozen feet away. He observed Fan Qing in the adjacent room, leaping and flailing his fists in a frenzied display of unrefined training, a clear indication that his zeal for martial arts had not yet dimmed. Moments later, several patrolling demon subduing guards passed by outside, their figures unmistakable to him. As his realm ascended, the breadth of his perception expanded, igniting a sense of anticipation within Jiang Wushuang. Legends spoke of masters possessing knowledge of all happenings within several miles. Though his true energy had transformed into a fluid state, it remained true energy, not yet the essence of true Yuan. While his mind brimmed with the exhilaration of his breakthrough, he remained acutely aware that only upon achieving mastery would true energy transmute into true Yuan, marking a profound qualitative leap. The esteemed master commands respect and authority. In Jiang Wushuang's eyes, a spark of ambition flickered. He was eager to attain mastery. To him, only by reaching such heights could one truly possess the means of self-preservation. However, upon observing the requirements for breakthrough displayed on the attribute panel, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. Although the master was formidable, the cultivation points required for advancement were indeed daunting. Transitioning from the first to the second layer of gathering spirit demanded 200,000 points, following the principle of exponential growth. Ascending from the second to the third layer necessitated 300,000, while the fourth layer required 400,000, and the fifth. A rough estimation suggested it might take several years to challenge the mastery. Of course, this was predicated on remaining within the first layer. Should he gain entry to the second, or even the third layer of the demon suppression tower, the scenario would be markedly different. From what he understood, the powerful inmates were housed on the upper levels, and each of them was worth several lower-level entities, allowing for exponential accumulation of cultivation points. Yet, ascending was not a simple endeavor. It required a gradual and strategic approach. As of now, He had yet to discover any effective methods. Life continued in its unremarkable cadence. Each day, new inmates were delivered to the first level of the demon suppression tower. Jiang Wushuang had ceased his daily excursions to gather cultivation points, realizing that the points accrued daily could be accumulated and collected every few days. Given the extensive points required for leveling up, the daily few thousand points no longer stirred significant emotional fluctuations within him. Thus, he would sometimes wait 3 or 4 days between collections, occasionally extending it to 5 or 6. To the other guards, Jiang Wushuang, the Golden Blade Guard, appeared to have lost the novelty of his new position. No longer patrolling the prison daily, he seemed to have adopted a more negligent attitude. The guards were quite pleased with this development. After all, no one desired their superior hovering over them every day. On this particular day, as Jiang Wushuang entered the prison area, he was greeted by the furious shouts of an inmate. "Get out of here! You think a mere jar of wine can exchange for my cultivation method? If you dare, come inside. You dog, do you believe I can crush you with a single bite?" Inside one cell, a man bound by iron chains was bellowing at a figure outside the bars. "You are to be executed in a few days. Your time is short. Why not enjoy some fine wine and meat in your remaining days, and share your method with me? You won't be at a loss." The figure outside the cell attempted to reason patiently. "You dog, get lost. A mere guard thinks he can practice martial arts, dreaming in broad daylight." The figure outside frowned, their tone chilling. "You're asking for trouble. Just wait for your execution." Jiang Wushuang quietly observed the unfolding scene, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. The figure outside was none other than Fan Qing. This fellow was once a cunning veteran, avoiding contact with criminals at all costs, epitomizing the essence of self-preservation. However, since the last tumultuous event that nearly claimed his life, a transformation has occurred within him. He not only actively approaches offenders, but also endeavors to extract cultivation techniques from them. This is not the first instance he has encountered such circumstances. "Uncle Fan." Jiang Wushuang stood at the corner, colliding directly with Fan Qing, who approached with a sullen expression. "Lord Jiang, you startled me. When did you arrive?" Fan Qing inquired, his gaze somewhat evasive. "I have been here for a while. I overheard your conversation with the criminals," Jiang Wushuang replied, casting him a sidelong glance. "Uncle Fan, engaging in transactions with criminals is perilous. This is not in accordance with your character." Upon realizing that his actions had been exposed, Fan Qing let out a sigh and remarked, "As long as I remain within the demon suppression tower, safety is but an illusion." Jiang Wushuang sighed in agreement. He had observed Fan Qing's unwavering dedication to martial arts and initially intended to assist him in acquiring a cultivation manual. Yet, upon reaching the spirit-gathering realm, he discerned that Fan Qing lacked the physical prerequisites for martial training. His meridians had become severely obstructed, and forcing the practice would only hasten his demise. Nevertheless, Fan Qing remained obstinate. In his view, since Jiang Wushuang could ascend to the position of a Golden Blade Guard through martial practice and thrive within the demon suppression tower, he too could achieve the same. "Uncle Fan, these criminals are all nefarious individuals. Should anything go awry, you would face irreparable consequences," Jiang Wushuang admonished once more. "I have spent 20 years in the demon suppression tower. I have encountered all manner of criminals, and these individuals will not deceive me." Fan Qing responded with a smile before continuing, "Lord Jiang, would you indulge me by taking me out for a bit of leisure today?" Jiang Wushuang expressed surprise. "You were just at Spring Jade Pavilion yesterday. Do you wish to go again today?" Fan Qing, with an air of indifference, replied, "One must seize joy while alive. After all, someone like me has no certainty of seeing another tomorrow." Chapter 21. Wealth and Prosperity. That evening, Jiang Wushuang accompanied Fan Qing out of the demon suppression tower and headed to Chunyu Tower. Fan Qing appeared to have genuinely let go of his burdens, reveling in the festivities. At over 40 years of age, he found pleasure in the company of 2 young women, embracing them as they ascended to an upper room. In contrast, Jiang Wushuang remained as he always was, drinking alone. A strikingly handsome youth seated himself amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the brothel, almost impossible to go unnoticed. Many of the courtesans of Chunyu Tower cast glances his way, whispering amongst themselves and stifling giggles. During this time, several young women boldly approached him with flirtatious intentions. Yet he graciously declined their advances. His disinterest in such fleeting encounters was not due to a lack of attraction. He was, after all, a normal man. Rather, he sought something beyond mere physical transactions. Unlike Fan Qing, he possessed the ability to enhance his strength by absorbing spiritual energy. Given sufficient time, he could evolve into a formidable powerhouse, living for centuries, perhaps even a millennium, with boundless opportunities to pursue his desires. On this particular day, Jiang Wushuang rose early to collect spiritual energy from the prison area. His recent enthusiasm had waned, having gone several days without gathering any. The energy provided by the inmates had accumulated, with weaker individuals offering upwards of 100 points, and those at the Qi realm contributing several hundred. After a thorough sweep, he amassed over 30,000 points of energy, largely due to the daily influx of prisoners to the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower. His targets had increased from a mere handful to over 100, resulting in a more substantial harvest. Approaching the section of the prison where Fan Qing was located, Jiang Wushuang overheard a cacophony of curses emanating from within the interrogation room. A newcomer, perhaps? He glanced at Fan Qing, who leaned casually against the stone wall. The voice carried a robust energy, unmistakably belonging to someone fresh to this grim environment. After all, anyone who endured even half a month in the Demon Suppression Tower would either perish or be significantly humbled, too broken to utter a sound. Fan Qing nodded, remarking, "The divine capturing camp sent someone last night, and he seems to have quite the reputation. I hear he is one of the 4 saints of Lingnan, and the guards have been interrogating him relentlessly since his arrival. This fellow just got here, and still doesn't he understand that confessing early could spare him much suffering. He has been cursing for an entire night without revealing a word, which is somewhat impressive." A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. The 4 saints of Lingnan. In recent weeks, he had encountered references to this notorious group in the memories of several prisoners. While they were dubbed saints, they were, in truth, 4 formidable and nefarious figures who dominated the region of Lingnan, instilling fear even among various sections. Their notoriety had certainly caught the attention of the imperial court, leading to their inclusion on the wanted list long before this capture. It was evident that this individual possessed a degree of skill to have been apprehended only now. With a newcomer arriving, Jiang Wushuang felt compelled to activate his collection targets. He lingered outside the interrogation room with Fan Qing for a full hour. The door to the torture chamber creaked open, revealing a diminutive yet commanding middle-aged man, clad in lightweight armor with a grim expression. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Wushuang and Fan Qing immediately straightened up and bowed in respect. The man uttered no words as he strode out of the prison area. Ever since the recent turmoil in the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, which resulted in the previous guard sacrificing his life, he had been appointed as the new commander. His presence was a rare occurrence, and even Jiang Wushuang, a member of the Golden Blade Guard, had seldom encountered him. His personal attendance for the interrogation today indicated a significant focus on the prisoner from Lingnan. Behind him trailed a group of demon suppression guards, visibly fatigued from an entire night of interrogation. It had been quite some time since they had dealt with such a tough adversary, leaving them utterly exhausted. After a long night of engagement, Jiang Wushuang felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart, harboring a fleeting desire to eliminate the prisoner with a single strike. As Jiang Wushuang watched the group depart, he turned to re-enter the torture chamber, only to find a towering man, approximately 2 meters tall, bound to the torture rack. His body was drenched in blood, 6 shimmering iron rods piercing through his back. Despite his tortured state, his eyes held a lethal glare, fixated on Jiang Wushuang as he entered. Fan Qing, having begun his encounters with prisoners, instinctively drew closer. In his words, if one aspired to hone their martial skills, they must approach those who practiced martial arts. However, upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the fierce gaze, retreating a couple of steps as if being stalked by a ferocious beast, a chill running down his spine. Observing Jiang Wushuang approach unperturbed, Fan Qing gritted his teeth and followed suit. The imposing figure was being lowered from the torture rack by 2 demon suppression guards, preparing to escort him to his cell. Suddenly, upon noticing Jiang Wushuang and Fan Qing nearing, he erupted in a fit of rage, breaking free from the guards and charging at them. Jiang Wushuang merely sidestepped, evading the man's airborne assault, while Fan Qing, caught off guard, was tackled to the ground. Fortunately, the guards swiftly intervened, restraining the man. Despite this, as Fan Qing rose, he clutched his nose, blood seeping through his fingers. Jiang Wushuang assessed that Fan Qing's injury was not severe, as he had managed to trip the giant during the charge. Damn it. He thinks he can bully me because I'm not a martial artist, he thought. Nevertheless, enraged, Fan Qing drew his knife, intent on retaliating. Yet, the giant's fierce glare paralyzed him, rendering the blade suspended in midair, unable to descend. Huh, you're worthless, thinking you can harm me with that knife. Go home and drink your milk for a few more days. The giant jeered as he was escorted out by the guards, casting a mocking glance over his shoulder. Fan Qing's face flushed crimson with indignation, and he ultimately clenched his teeth and lunged forward. However, Jiang Wushuang intervened, restraining him. Do not stoop to his level. He shall not survive many more days. The new commander possesses little patience. At these words, Fan Qing managed to regain his composure. The newly appointed warden harbors a profound disdain for prisoners. He ensures that those who can be sent to the guillotine are not granted a moment's reprieve. Even those whose death sentences have not yet been pronounced find themselves dispatched to the executioner prematurely under his ruthless management. Given the nature of this new warden, the burly man knows that even if he confesses, his days are numbered. Jiang Wushuang feels a sense of helplessness towards the new warden, who frequently drags prisoners to their deaths. As a result, he has lost numerous potential targets for his purposes. Fortunately, executions yield a momentary opportunity to acquire cultivation points through memory inheritance. Coupled with the steady influx of new prisoners, his daily collection of cultivation points has remained unaffected. The two companions escorted the burly man to his cell, then watched as the warden departed. Fan Qing cast a cold glance at the burly man in the cell and remarked, "Do you know where the individuals in the adjacent cells have gone? They were just taken for execution yesterday. No need to rush. In a few days, it will be your turn." After being confined, the burly man sat silently on the ground, his head bowed as if he had come to terms with his dire situation. Or perhaps he was provoked by Fan Qing's words. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, fixing his gaze on Jiang Wushuang and his companion, and said, "Assist me in one endeavor, and I shall grant you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity." Chapter 22. The Fall. What can a dying man offer us in exchange for riches and glory? Jiang Wushuang remarked with a cold smile, gazing at the burly man imprisoned within the cell. Having spent considerable time in the demon suppression tower, she had encountered all manner of criminals. Yet this was her first experience with someone so brazenly attempting to bribe her. The man's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he replied, "I am aware that you two are merely lowly guards, no different from the prisoners themselves, save for the fact that you are not confined behind bars. You must have heard of our four saints of Lingnan. The entirety of Lingnan is our domain. We can provide you with whatever you desire. Surely, you do not wish to remain trapped in this demon suppression tower for eternity." The man continued to prattle on. Jiang Wushuang, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Casting a furtive glance around to ensure they were alone, he whispered, "Outsiders only know that we, the four saints of Lingnan, are inseparable, but few realize that we are actually blood brothers. I am imprisoned here, yet my three brothers will undoubtedly come to rescue me. Are you contemplating an escape?" Jiang Wushuang interrupted him directly, shaking her head in disbelief. Every prisoner who entered the demon suppression tower harbored dreams of liberation. Nearly every uprising arose from this very desire. Yet, in recent decades, how many had truly managed to escape? 99% of them either fell to immediate execution or faced the guillotine shortly thereafter. Those who dared attempt an escape had already met Yama, the king of the underworld. The four saints of Lingnan were merely of modest repute. Their ability to penetrate the demon suppression tower in order to rescue someone was questionable at best. Even if they did manage to enter, exiting would be another matter entirely. Moreover, they lacked the audacity to attempt it. The tower's infamy was well known, and even masters did not dare to storm its gates. The layers of defenses were formidable, with masters stationed within. To dare to enter was to court certain death. Acquired 90 points of cultivation. Jiang Wushuang extracted cultivation points from the man. Based on her experience, the provision of 90 points indicated that his strength was at the first layer of spirit gathering, comparable to her own level. However, he would undoubtedly be no match for her. With a single strike of the heavenly and earthly dual supreme slash, she could easily vanquish him. Nevertheless, among the prisoners on the first level of the demon suppression tower, this level of power was already considered quite formidable. It was no wonder the guard had summoned him for an overnight interrogation. Now, Jiang Wushuang found herself somewhat intrigued by the prospect of the remaining 3 of the 4 saints of Lingnan attempting a rescue. This individual, being the weakest among them, had already attained the first layer of spirit gathering. The other 3 must possess strength equal to or superior to his. If they were all confined within the demon suppression tower, it would yield a substantial amount of cultivation points daily. Should they dare to come, she would not mind assuming the role of an elite enforcer, capturing them all in one fell swoop. You may voice your desires. Wealth, women. The man attempted once more, noticing Jiang Wushuang's indifference. Regrettably, she turned on her heel and walked away, completely disregarding him. Enraged, he could only resort to invective. Useless. You two are utterly worthless. You shall remain in this demon suppression tower for all eternity. Jiang Wushuang had long ceased to feel any sensitivity towards the insults hurled by the inmates, for he never engaged in disputes with the deceased. Fan Qing remained silently stationed beside him, offering no words. Upon hearing the term waste, his pupils involuntarily contracted as he cast a glance at the burly man. The matter of the 4 saints of Lingnan held no significance for Jiang Wushuang. He continued to cultivate his skills every few days, often indulging in drinks with the guards from various prison blocks. When new prisoners arrived, he would merely activate his target. Life was rather leisurely for him. However, on multiple occasions when he sought to enhance his abilities with the burly man, he encountered Fan Qing. The two appeared to be engaged in conversation. Yet upon noticing Jiang Wushuang's presence, Fan Qing would nonchalantly depart. Jiang Wushuang had cautioned Fan Qing against undertaking perilous endeavors, to which he always responded with a smile. Subsequently, every few days, Fan Qing would request Jiang Wushuang to take him out for a bit of leisure, to reward the diligent guards assisting him. Jiang Wushuang would often bring a few along, including Fan Qing. On one particular day, Jiang Wushuang gathered several guards to visit Chunyu Tower. Just as everyone was preparing to return, they discovered that Fan Qing had inexplicably vanished. A thorough search of Chunyu Tower yielded no trace of him. The other guards speculated that he had escaped, but Jiang Wushuang did not share this belief. Once one entered the demon suppression tower and became a mere pawn, fleeing would swiftly place one on the wanted list, leading only to death. Fan Qing was a seasoned veteran of the demon suppression tower and could not possibly be unaware of this reality. Just as Jiang Wushuang was about to initiate a search, Fan Qing re-entered through the back door of Chunyu Tower. When queried about his whereabouts, he simply stated he had stepped outside for a moment. Jiang Wushuang sensed he was concealing something but chose not to confront him. His sole responsibility was to escort the man out and then return. On their way back, Fan Qing's eyes sparkled with an exuberance, as though he had encountered a tremendous stroke of fortune. Yet, when Jiang Wushuang glanced his way, he feigned a calm demeanor. Jiang Wushuang had previously cautioned him multiple times and did not wish to say more at that moment. After all, if he were truly inclined to heed advice, he would not keep secrets from himself. In the following days, Jiang Wushuang refrained from leaving the demon suppression tower, as a significant number of new prisoners had arrived, coinciding with an increase in interrogations. As a member of the Golden Blade Guard, he was frequently summoned to assist in these interrogations, rendering his days quite hectic. The influx of prisoners would typically lead to an increase in targets for enhancement. However, the new guards were executing several inmates daily. This ebb and flow maintained his targets at over 100. A month later, Jiang Wushuang exhaled a long, heavy sigh and slowly opened his eyes. At last, he had broken through to the second layer of spirit gathering. The expanse of the water pool within his chi sea had doubled, his true energy had multiplied several times, and his strength had notably increased. Upon realizing that advancing to the third layer of spirit gathering required an astounding 300,000 points of cultivation, Jiang Wushuang resolved to slow his ascension and instead focus on elevating his martial skills. Upon noticing the accumulation of 20,000 cultivation points, he elevated both heaven and earth's dual absolute / chasing stars and catching the moon from mastery to their pinnacle. Mastering martial techniques to their utmost is an arduous endeavor, demanding exceptional talent. However, the enhancement at this peak level is immensely significant. The power of heaven and earth's dual absolute / has increased several-fold. Although he is yet to draw the blade, Jiang Wushuang feels as if he could cleave mountains in twain. He believes that he could now contend even with opponents at the 7th level of gathering spirit. Coupled with the terrifying speed from chasing stars and catching the moon, his overall combat prowess has ascended to a new echelon. He feels confident that he could even match those at the 9th level of gathering spirit. Aware of the strength gained from the ascension of his martial skills, he initially contemplated perfecting heaven and earth's dual absolute slash. However, upon discovering that achieving perfection would require 500,000 cultivation points, he promptly relinquished the idea. While perfection would elevate the rank of the martial technique, the cost is substantial. At present, he does not possess the requisite cultivation points for such an enhancement. The following day, Jiang Wushuang returned to the prison area where Fan Qing was held. This time, he employed chasing stars and catching the moon, gliding through the air like a fallen feather, without a whisper of sound. Indeed, he once again encountered Fan Qing standing outside the cell of one of the 4 saints of Lingnan. The burly man leaned against the bars, engaged in conversation with him. Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed. It was evident that Fan Qing had indeed fallen from grace. Chapter 23. The Conspiracy. Jiang Wushuang concealed himself in the shadows, standing quietly in a corner, eager to discern the nature of Fan Qing's clandestine dealings. Did he comprehend? Indeed, he did. Unfortunately, the conversation between the two had nearly reached its conclusion, leaving Jiang Wushuang with only a vague impression that they had struck some form of arrangement. Although the specifics of the transaction eluded him, he felt no inclination to inquire further from Fan Qing, for he knew that even if he did, answers would remain elusive. Once Fan Qing departed, Jiang Wushuang emerged from the darkness, making his way step by step to the cell of the 4th of the 4 saints of Lingnan, a man named Baoding. After enduring several days of torment, Baoding had lost the vigor he once possessed and now struggled even to lift his head. His body bore no trace of health, resembling a creature on the brink of being vivisected. "One day, I shall feast upon you raw," Baoding hissed, clearly still harboring resentment over Jiang Wushuang's previous refusal to assist him. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow, subtly piecing together the content of Fan Qing's negotiation. He paid no heed to Baoding's threats. After all, even if this scoundrel were free, Jiang Wushuang could easily dispatch him with a single strike. As the day drew to a close, Fan Qing approached him, expressing a desire to venture out once more. Recently, Jiang Wushuang had taken him along on his excursions, which was not particularly unusual. However, as Jiang Wushuang scrutinized him, he sensed a fleeting flicker of evasion in Fan Qing's gaze. "Very well," Jiang Wushuang replied readily. However, due to the arrival of a new inmate, he was required to assist the demon suppression guards in their reception, causing a slight delay. Once all matters were settled, he found Fan Qing pacing back and forth, visibly anxious. As the two stepped out of the demon suppression tower, Fan Qing inquired, "Are we alone?" In recent outings, Jiang Wushuang had typically brought along several well-behaved guards. The absence of companions this time left Fan Qing feeling somewhat uneasy. "Today, I had no intention of going out. But since you expressed a desire to accompany me, I decided to bring you along," Jiang Wushuang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hesitation crossed Fan Qing's eyes, though it was quickly masked by a smile. "Then I must thank you, Lord Jiang." The two made their way to Chunyu Tower with ease. Jiang Wushuang chose a table for himself, ordering a jar of fine wine and several small dishes, while Fan Qing ascended the stairs with a young woman. Just as Jiang Wushuang raised a cup to his lips, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He had noticed that while Fan Qing appeared to be reveling upstairs, he had actually slipped out to the rear courtyard, departing through the back door. If he was not mistaken, this was likely how Fan Qing had eluded him the last time before returning to the demon suppression tower. After leaving Chunyu Tower, Fan Qing frequently glanced back, seemingly apprehensive about being followed. Nevertheless, endowed with the pinnacle skill of chasing stars and catching the moon, and bolstered by his second layer of concentration, Jiang Wushuang knew that as long as he did not reveal himself, even if he darted past Fan Qing, the latter would perceive only a fleeting blur before his eyes. Fan Qing walked to the outskirts of the great Qian imperial city and paused before a modest courtyard. After knocking a few times, he pushed the door open and entered. "You have truly kept us waiting," a hoarse voice echoed within. In the center of the room stood a table illuminated by a single lamp, where 2 figures were seated. The entrance and exit of the demon suppression tower are strictly regulated. "It is fortunate that I could emerge at all," Fan Qing remarked as he took a seat beside the table. Despite the dread that gnawed at his heart, he feigned composure. for only by doing so could he avoid being manipulated by them. I say we should storm the demon suppression tower directly and rescue the fourth brother. The four saints of Lingnan have never feared anyone. One of the men, a middle-aged figure with sunken eyes and an exceedingly unattractive visage, cast a disdainful glance at Fan Qing. No matter how much he attempted to maintain his calm, Fan Qing was merely an ordinary person. The fierce gaze sent a shiver down his spine. The demon suppression tower is a key stronghold of the Great Qian. Entering is one thing, but exiting is another, Fan Qing stammered. Third brother, you are far too impulsive. I have conducted my research. The masters stationed within the demon suppression tower far exceed your experiences, and the number of grandmasters is beyond counting on one hand. Should you force your way in, not only will you fail to rescue the fourth, but you may also lose your own life. Another man with dark circles under his eyes remarked in a gravelly tone. Listening to him, Fan Qing felt as though needles were piercing his ears. Second brother, if what you say is true, does that mean we cannot rescue the fourth brother? The one referred to as third brother queried, lifting his gaze. If the fourth brother is confined on the second level of the demon suppression tower, we would indeed be at a loss. Fortunately, he is detained on the first level. According to my findings, the guard on the first level possesses only the strength of the Sea of Qi realm. As long as we devise a meticulous plan, rescuing him should not be an insurmountable task. The man known as second brother grinned, revealing a set of grimy teeth. And how do you propose we execute this rescue? Third brother inquired impatiently. Second brother turned to the fidgeting Fan Qing and said, this will depend on our esteemed brother here. He is employed within the demon suppression tower and is well acquainted with its ins and outs. He must possess a better strategy than we do. Pray tell, what is your plan to rescue the fourth brother? Feeling as if two venomous serpents were fixated on him, Fan Qing squirmed uncomfortably. Fear not. As long as you assist us in rescuing the fourth brother, we shall express our profound gratitude. Second brother reassured him once more. Finally summoning his courage, Fan Qing said, I have already discussed a plan for the rescue with your fourth brother. However, before we proceed, you must fulfill your promise to me. Rest assured, we will ensure you become a martial artist, third brother declared. Fan Qing shook his head. Words alone carry no weight. How can I trust that you genuinely possess the means to make me a martial artist? I have heard that at my age, cultivating martial prowess is akin to scaling the heavens. Second brother revealed a set of dark, grimy teeth, stating, indeed, the path to martial cultivation is fraught with challenges. But the four saints of Lingnan possess secret techniques that can not only make you a martial artist, but also enable you to swiftly attain the foundation establishment realm. When the time comes, even if you escape from the demon tower, you shall survive. With that, he produced a black pill and placed it into Fan Qing's hand. This is the dragon-building pill. If you consume it now, you will immediately ascend to the realm of body refinement. From a distance, Fan Qing could already perceive the pungent odor emanating from the black pill. However, considering that these two men had needs of him, he believed they would not deceive him. Resolutely suppressing his nausea, he swallowed it whole. Gradually, a surge of warmth radiated within him, initially bringing a sense of comfort. Yet, it soon intensified, culminating in a sensation akin to a raging fire within. Fan Qing collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball, rolling incessantly. This torment persisted for what felt like an eternity, until the discomfort gradually ebbed away. Subsequently, he realized his strength had multiplied several times. With a mere punch, he could create a small crater in the earth. So this is the power of a warrior? Indeed, it is terrifying. I have finally become a warrior. Ha ha. Fan Qing laughed exuberantly, repeatedly swinging his fists. Unbeknownst to him, the two men by the table exchanged glances, their eyes filled with derision and mockery. Chapter 24. Wise words fail to persuade the deserving though advanced in years. Fan Qing displayed a childlike exuberance, throwing punches and slaps in a frenzied manner within the confines of the room. You have become a martial artist. Is it not time for you to place your trust in us? His second brother clapped his hands and proclaimed. Fan Qing nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed. That is only natural. His second brother continued. You are now a martial artist, having reached the third layer of body refinement. If you persist in consuming our Zhulong pill, it will not be long before you attain the foundation establishment stage. With diligent practice, reaching the Qi realm is certainly within your grasp. After we rescue the fourth brother, you shall accompany us back to Nanling, where we shall reign supreme. Wealth, Women, whatever your heart desires, it shall all be yours. At these words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Fan Qing's eyes, and he expressed his gratitude, saying, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Now, can you reveal how we might rescue the fourth brother? The third brother turned to inquire. Fan Qing nodded, stating, to liberate someone from the demon suppression tower. A frontal assault is futile. You must infiltrate quietly and extract him without raising suspicion. Will you guide us inside? The second brother's curiosity was piqued. Fan Qing shook his head, replying, I am merely an ordinary guard. Even my own entrance and exit from the demon suppression tower is fraught with difficulty. Bringing you all in is an impossibility. How can you not escort us inside, yet engage in such lengthy discourse? The third brother's expression darkened, interrupting Fan Qing. Ultimately, the second brother waved his hand, saying, Third brother, allow him to finish. Fan Qing continued, I cannot lead you in, but there is one who can. He is a member of the Golden Blade Guard and possesses the freedom to enter and exit the tower. Convincing him to cooperate may take some time. Upon finishing, a look of concern crossed his face. The third brother, however, grinned wickedly and licked his lips, declaring, That is simple. Should he refuse to cooperate, I shall consume him raw. At this, Fan Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. The third brother's words were not mere bravado. He truly meant to devour him. Go fetch him. We shall devise our own means of dealing with him, the second brother said, revealing a set of dark, menacing teeth as he smiled cruelly. For a moment, Fan Qing hesitated. His motivations for all this were rooted in his ambition to cultivate martial arts. He had mentally prepared himself for the potential consequences, knowing that his life might be at stake. Yet, the prospect of success beckoned, offering a chance to alter his destiny and escape the confines of the demon suppression tower. However, the thought of ensnaring the unsuspecting Jiang Wushuang filled him with reluctance. During his time within the tower, he had developed a cordial relationship with Jiang Wushuang, who, despite becoming a member of the Golden Blade Guard, had treated him with kindness. What? Are you unable to bring him? The third brother asked, frowning. After a moment's hesitation, Fan Qing replied, No problem. I am his most trusted ally. With that declaration, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. His dream of martial cultivation was within reach, free from the constant fear of being crushed at any moment. Moreover, with the formidable four saints of Lingnan as his protectors, he felt a newfound sense of security. He could still escape from the demon tower. This was his only chance to alter his fate in this lifetime, and no one could impede him. Wait here. I shall fetch him at once, Fan Qing declared, striding towards the door. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. In the moonlight, a young and handsome figure was approaching, step by step, from the distant hillside. The two individuals inside the room also sensed someone nearing and rose to the entrance. Is it him? The third one asked, his gaze sharpening. Fan Qing nodded slowly, a look of confusion in his eyes, unable to comprehend how Jiang Wushuang had arrived here. It seemed he had been discovered. Fan Qing quickly grasped the situation. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the need to concoct further excuses to lure him over. Lord Jiang. Fan Qing approached, his expression somewhat awkward. Fan Shu, why are you out here in this desolate wilderness instead of at Chunyu Tower? Jiang Wushuang inquired calmly, regarding Fan Qing. Lord Jiang. Faced with that steady gaze, Fan Qing found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Wushuang glanced past Fan Qing at the two men standing at the door of the small cottage. Are they the four saints of Lingnan? He asked. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two men at the entrance sprang forward, blocking Jiang Wushuang's escape route, their expressions cold yet grinning, as if they had caught a small prey. The one in front had sunken eyes, resembling a malevolent spirit, while the one behind wore a sinister smile, his blackened teeth evoking a sense of revulsion. Their arrival seemed to embolden Fan Qing, allowing him to speak more fluently. Lord Jiang, these two are the second and third saints of the four saints of Lingnan. They wish to request your assistance. Before Fan Qing could finish, Jiang Wushuang interrupted. What second and third saints? They are merely two demons. Fan Qing was startled by this remark. Haha, you have quite the audacity to call us demons to our faces. We shall make you our drink tonight. The third saint laughed heartily, as if preparing to pounce. The second saint quickly intervened, saying, Third brother, this young lad still needs to help us rescue fourth brother. Do exercise restraint. Jiang Wushuang seemed oblivious to their exchange, instead gazing skyward. The one lurking in the shadows, too afraid to reveal himself. Must be the leader of your four saints of Lingnan, correct? Fan Xing remained perplexed, but the expressions of the two middle-aged men shifted slightly. Then a voice boomed like thunder. Haha, kid, you actually managed to detect my presence. It seems I underestimated you. As the voice faded, a white figure appeared beside them. Elder brother, elder brother. The two men clasped their hands in salute. Although referred to as elder brother, the figure in white appeared to be only in his 30s. He gently waved a folding fan in his hand, resembling an elegant and charming young gentleman. Yet, upon gazing into his eyes, one would perceive a hidden malice, as sharp as a blade. The moment the man clad in white appeared, Fan Xing felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a colossal stone were pressing upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Jiang Wushuang turned to Fan Xing, paused in silence, and said, Uncle Fan, you should not be this way. Fan Xing sighed and replied, Little Jiang, I am sorry. Remaining in the demon suppression tower, I will inevitably meet my demise. There is no choice. Jiang Wushuang spoke earnestly, as long as I am here, you will not perish. If you return with me now, I can act as though nothing has transpired. Fan Xing shook his head and said, Little Jiang, do not be naive. Though you are a martial artist, these three are the four saints of Lingnan. You cannot contend with them. Take my advice and do not resist. Jiang Wushuang sighed softly, her eyes filled with regret. Indeed, it is difficult to counsel those destined for doom. Chapter 25, Annihilation Boy. Do you still wish to take him away? Have you not grasped the situation? We are not requesting your consent. It would be prudent to agree today. Should you refuse? Well, with a cold smirk, the third brother's deep-set eyes glinted menacingly, revealing his fierce demeanor. No need for further discussion, third brother. If he is unwilling, let us dispose of him, the second brother said ominously. Upon hearing this, Fan Xing's expression shifted slightly as he interjected, Brothers, you cannot proceed to rescue anyone from the demon suppression tower without his assistance. The third brother waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry about that. My elder brother excels in disguise techniques. As long as he has seen the person, he can create a convincing imitation. We can simply masquerade as him. The man in white, who had remained silent until now, spoke softly. Indeed, keeping him alive serves no purpose. Realizing that there was no escape from the current predicament, Fan Xing stepped forward, stating, Then allow me to apprehend him for the three of you. Having recently become a martial artist, he felt a surge of power and believed he could easily defeat even a ferocious beast. Once they reached Lingnan, he would rely on the three for support. Capturing Jiang Wushuang would serve as a token of allegiance. Very well, after rescuing our fourth brother, you shall become our fifth. Henceforth, we shall transform from the four saints of Lingnan to the five saints of Lingnan, the man in white said with delight. Fan Xing, upon hearing this, joined in the laughter, oblivious to the flicker of derision in the eyes of the other two middle-aged men. Xiao Jiang, you have chosen not to heed my advice. I am truly sorry. Fan Xing gritted his teeth as he lunged at Jiang Wushuang. In his mind, although Jiang Wushuang was also a martial artist, he was merely at the body refinement stage. Fan Xing, having just consumed a dragon-building pill, had attained the third level of body refinement, leading him to believe that subduing Jiang Wushuang would be effortless. As Fan Xing charged, Jiang Wushuang stood motionless. When Fan Xing's punch struck him, he did not even flinch. However, Fan Xing felt as if he had collided with a massive boulder, sent flying backward and crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Fan Xing was revealed, bloodied and grimacing, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? I am also a body refinement martial artist. How could I lose to you? With disheveled hair and a frenzied demeanor, Fan Xing's newfound confidence as a martial artist was shattered in an instant. The three onlookers also wore expressions of astonishment. How had Jiang Wushuang, merely standing still, managed to inflict such injury upon Fan Xing? Boy, it seems I have underestimated you. The man in white said, his momentary surprise quickly fading as he glanced at the fallen Fan Xing, shaking his head. A waste is indeed a waste. Third brother, dispose of him. Before the man in white could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly constricted. Jiang Wushuang had vanished from his sight, only to reappear before the third brother, delivering a powerful punch. The young lad, shrouded in mystery, had unwittingly provoked the wrong adversary today. The third brother's already sunken eyes deepened further, revealing a sinister grin. Huh, You can't even wield martial arts, and yet you wish to slay me? As he observed the approaching fist, he regarded it with utter disdain, believing it to be a mere ordinary strike. However, as the blow descended, laughter abruptly ceased, and an invisible force descended from the heavens, contorting his face into a grotesque mask. In the next moment, the ground trembled as if the very earth were shifting. The third brother felt his stability falter, instinctively raising his hands above his head in an attempt to deflect the oncoming strike. Yet, that punch was as relentless as a natural disaster. His hands, fragile as withered branches, shattered under the impact, failing to impede the fist's advance. With a resounding crash, the ground quaked, and dust swirled into the air. The third brother was struck as if by a colossal hammer descending from the skies, his entire form driven into the earth, leaving only his head exposed. His visage was distorted, revealing nothing but his blood streaming forth, pooling on the ground. You need not possess martial skills to eliminate you, Jiang Wushuang remarked, regarding the half-buried body with an impassive expression, his fist retracting slowly. The man clad in white and another middle-aged individual appeared as if petrified, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Fan Xing's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg within. In the next instant, the man in white regained his composure, his expression akin to encountering a specter, his gaze towards Jiang Wushuang transforming entirely. You are a gathering spirit. No. You are a master. His voice trembled, words tumbling forth incoherently. To him, the third brother, already at the second tier of gathering spirit, had been obliterated by a single punch. Only a master could achieve such a feat. The following moment, he let out a horrified shriek, his soul seemingly evaporating. As Jiang Wushuang materialized before him, this time, he did not throw a punch, but instead drew a long knife from his waist. With a swift stroke, the winds howled and a malevolent aura enveloped the moonlight, casting it into shadow. The white-clad man attempted to flee, only to find his body paralyzed, unable to move an inch. His eyes bulged in terror as he bellowed in anguish. As the foremost among the four saints of Lingnan, he had always taken pleasure in slaying others as one would dispatch a chicken. Never did he envision a day when he would become the prey, subject to slaughter. As the blade flashed, his eyes slowly closed, and a fissure appeared at his brow, extending downward. In an instant, his body was cleft in two, collapsing to either side. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the fallen corpse, a look of astonishment gracing his features. This marked his inaugural use of the pinnacle technique, Heaven and Earth Dual Extermination / Its power had escalated exponentially, far surpassing previous incarnations. Truly a lethal skill. Even he was taken aback by its ferocity. "Spare me, please." A trembling voice intermingled with the clattering of chattering teeth echoed nearby. Jiang Wushuang turned to see a middle-aged man with a mouth full of blackened teeth kneeling on the ground, desperately bowing his head in supplication. Initially, he had intended to flee, but upon witnessing the white-clad man rendered utterly powerless, he instantly collapsed in despair. In that moment, he harbored a profound hatred for Fan Xing, who had summoned individuals only to be annihilated. "Give me a reason not to kill you," Jiang Wushuang spoke in a calm tone. "I am willing to become your servant, to toil like an ox or horse." The man with blackened teeth replied, bowing repeatedly. "I require you to accompany me to the demon suppression tower." Jiang Wushuang contemplated before stating. Keeping him confined there to gradually cultivate his abilities seemed advantageous, especially since he was a practitioner of the gathering spirit realm. "Thank you, my lord," the man exclaimed, feeling as if he had received a reprieve. Survival was all that mattered. However, in the next moment, a flash of steel suddenly gleamed before his eyes. He gazed incredulously at Jiang Wushuang, who was slowly retracting his blade. "Taking you back is too cumbersome. It would be far simpler to eliminate you," Jiang Wushuang remarked as he observed the figure before him split in two. After all, he was merely a lowly golden blade guard. Capturing individuals was not his responsibility, and he saw no need to invite trouble. Once he had dealt with the three, he slowly turned his gaze towards Fan Xing, who was cowering nearby. Chapter 26. The irrevocable path. Fan Xing's gaze was vacant, and he appeared utterly dazed. Ever since the tumult at the demon suppression tower nearly cost him his life, he had set his sights on Jiang Wushuang. He aspired to cultivate martial prowess akin to his, to possess the strength for self-preservation. In his mind, Consuming the dragon-building pill bestowed by the four saints of Lingnan would transform him into a body-refining warrior, making him akin to Jiang Wushuang. However, he could never have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed such extraordinary strength. Even the audacious four saints of Lingnan, who dared to assault the demon suppression tower, fell before him, each dispatched with a single stroke. At that moment, he realized that surpassing Jiang Wushuang in the next lifetime was an impossibility. Gazing at the figure before him, Fan Qing's expression was a tumult of emotions: shock, envy, resentment, and regret. Finally, he sighed softly. "You are undeniably formidable. Why do you refuse to teach me the ways of martial arts?" To him, it seemed a trivial matter for Jiang Wushuang to elevate him to the status of a martial artist. "What?" Fan Qing emphasized once more. Overwhelmed by emotion and exacerbated by his injuries, he succumbed to a violent fit of coughing, spewing forth several mouthfuls of blood. "It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but your meridians are obstructed, rendering you unfit for martial cultivation. To force the process will only hasten your demise," Jiang Wushuang replied in a somber tone. "I have grown weary of such rhetoric. Am I not a martial artist now?" Fan Qing retorted, prostrate on the ground, his face pallid. "What you possess is not true martial cultivation. It is merely the consumption of a life-burning elixir. Though you have temporarily gained power, your days are numbered." Jiang Wushuang silently shook his head. In this world, there is no such thing as an effortless surge in strength. Even if it existed, it would come at a far greater cost, namely, one's life. Fan Qing had clearly been deceived by the four saints of Lingnan, having ingested a similar substance. "This cannot be. You must be lying to me." Fan Qing grappled with the reality before him, but the intensity of his emotions triggered another fit of violent coughing. Observing his plight, Jiang Wushuang felt a twinge of compassion. Yet, at this juncture, no one could save him. His previous aggressive assault on Jiang Wushuang, in a bid to impress the four saints of Lingnan, had sealed his fate. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wushuang's Canglong 100 refinements had reached its zenith, rendering his physical fortitude comparable to that of a weapon, enabling him to rebound attacks. The ferocity with which Fan Qing had previously struck was mirrored in the severity of his own injuries. Coupled with the damage inflicted upon his body by the elixir, his time was tragically limited. Indeed, after a frenzied cry, he could not catch his breath. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed. Jiang Wushuang lingered on the sight of his lifeless body, a wave of emotion washing over him. Fan Qing's endeavors were driven by a desire to shatter the shackles of the demon suppression tower, yet he had unwittingly chosen a path of no return, hastening his own demise. This is the nature of the world. The feeble, despite their relentless struggles, are powerless to alter their fate. Jiang Wushuang lingered in the arena for a time, not hastening to depart, but rather approaching the three lifeless bodies before her to glean their memories. The first memories she accessed belonged to the third brother. In the vivid recollection, for children resided in a village where their father, a hunter, would venture out for days, yet always returned with meat for the family. Their mother devoted herself to nurturing the four brothers. One fateful day, a band of marauders invaded the village, slaying all in their path. In a swift and brutal massacre, the villagers, save for the children, were all killed, and the young ones were captured and cast into a cave, receiving only meager rations daily. Initially, the children coexisted peacefully, but as food dwindled, conflict erupted among them. With the ongoing bloodshed, those who survived morphed into savage beasts, driven by bloodlust. United in their resolve, the four children emerged as the last survivors of the cave. Subsequently, they were taken from the cave and trained in martial arts. As they matured, they became formidable warriors, rising to the rank of minor leaders within their sect. However, a decade ago, the sect faced a catastrophic upheaval. The four brothers, unforgetting the blood-soaked vengeance for their slaughtered village, seized the opportunity to slay the perpetrators and defected from the sect. They then established their notorious stronghold in Lingnan, becoming the infamous Four Demons of Lingnan. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback, realizing that these four were traitors of the Sanluo sect. No wonder their actions were marked by cruelty. They shared ties with the malevolent Rainbow, a notorious figure from the same dark sect, acquired 1,500 cultivation points. As Jiang Wushuang delved deeper into the system's rules, she discovered that during the process of assimilating memories, she could choose between martial techniques or cultivation points. The third brother of the four saints of Lingnan practiced a sixth-grade martial art known as Clear Wind Dominance Blade. Although this technique was ferocious in its attacks, its lethality paled in comparison to her own heaven and earth dual absolute slash, which had reached its pinnacle. Thus, she decisively opted for cultivation points. The second set of memories belonged to a man clad in white. In addition to mastering the Clear Wind Dominance Blade, he had also honed a deceptive technique called Thousand Birds Transformation. This man evaded the bounty that plagued his companions by frequently altering his appearance before executing his nefarious deeds. However, this disguise technique was only of 7th-grade caliber. It could fool peers of similar strength, yet would be easily discerned by those significantly more powerful. Should he truly disguise himself as Jiang Wushuang, he might infiltrate the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, but ascending to the second level would likely prove challenging. After careful consideration, Jiang Wushuang once again chose cultivation points. Acquired 2,350 cultivation points. The Thousand Birds transformation would not facilitate her entry into the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower, reaffirming that her choice of cultivation points was indeed the more pragmatic option. Finally, the man with notably dark teeth provided her with an additional 1,800 cultivation points. In total, these three memories bestowed upon her over 5,000 cultivation points. This journey has not been in vain. Upon departure, Jiang Wushuang took with him the lifeless body of Fan Qing, a person he had brought out of the Demon Suppression Tower. Even in death, he felt compelled to return for accountability. Upon their return to the tower, the gatekeeping Demon Suppression guards verified Fan Qing's identity, merely recording the details and asking a few cursory questions, thus allowing the matter to pass. The guards stationed within the tower held little significance. A death was but a death. Particularly, when Jiang Wushuang expressed his desire to flee, the guards had nothing further to say. After all, a new batch of guards would arrive monthly to replenish their ranks. Following this incident, Jiang Wushuang resolved never to escort anyone from the Demon Suppression Tower again. After all, such actions could lead to their ruin. Just like Fan Qing, had he not been afforded the opportunity to leave, he would never have encountered the four saints of Lingnan, nor would he have embarked on the misguided pursuit of so-called freedom, ultimately treading a path of no return. Though every individual possesses the right to seek freedom, not everyone is equipped like him, with the ability to cultivate and grow stronger. For some, freedom remains an ephemeral illusion. Once they succumb to its allure, their demise is often swift. Chapter 27. The Intent of the Blade. A day later, the lifeless bodies in the small courtyard were discovered by nearby villagers, who promptly reported the incident to the authorities. Initially, a few constables arrived to inspect the scene, and after examining the corpses, one of them hurried away. Shortly thereafter, a group followed closely behind, comprised of the renowned Divine Capture Troop, seasoned in confronting malevolent beings. Clad in resplendent garments and wielding long blades, they exuded an aura of cold, lethal determination. The guards stationed there felt an overwhelming sense of pressure descend upon them. The group stood amidst the disarray of the courtyard, gazing at the three corpses scattered upon the ground. Two of the bodies had been cleaved in two, severed as if they were mere tofu. As the members of the troop conducted meticulous inspections of the remains, their expressions grew increasingly grave. The matter was of utmost importance. Immediate notification of Lord Qianhu was imperative. One member of the Divine Capture Troop swiftly departed, and before long, a woman clad in purple silk rode in on horseback. With her hair elegantly tied up, she exuded a commanding presence. She leaped from her mount, landing gracefully before the group. The members of the Divine Capture Troop immediately bowed in respect. "What is the purpose of summoning me for these corpses?" she inquired, her grip firm on her long blade as her sharp gaze swept over the bodies, her brows slightly furrowing. "Report, Lady Wu. The identities of these three individuals are extraordinary." One of her subordinates stepped forward. "Oh, what is their significance?" Wu Zhiling inquired, her countenance remaining composed, betraying no emotion. "They are among the four demons of Lingnan, and for reasons unknown, they have all been slain here." The speaker raised his gaze to meet the womaness, and indeed, her expression shifted. "The four demons of Lingnan." Wu Zhiling paused momentarily, then let out a cold laugh. "How fortuitous. We recently captured one, and now they have delivered themselves right to us. Do they intend to rescue their comrade from the Demon Suppression Tower?" "That appears to be the case." Her subordinate nodded in agreement. Wu Jiling surveyed the bodies once more, stating, "To think those we could not capture were instead slain by someone else. Do you have any idea who could be responsible for this?" After a moment of contemplation, her subordinate responded, "The 4 demons of Ling Nan have committed countless atrocities, and judging by their wounds, this appears to be an act of revenge. They fell victim to the heaven and earth dual severance." Heaven and earth dual severance? Wu Jiling's brows arched slightly. That is a nefarious technique. It must have been practitioners of the demonic sect who did this. The heaven and earth dual severance requires the act of murder to cultivate. Those who practice it are invariably drenched in blood. It is unfortunate that this murderer has managed to escape. Her gaze fell upon the corpses. Observing that 2 had been effortlessly sliced in half, it was evident that the assailant possessed formidable strength. Such a formidable adversary was precisely the target of her pursuit. Capturing him would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. The members of the Divine Capture Troop were also eager to engage. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from beside one of the severed corpses, where a constable was struggling to move the remains. Wu Jiling turned her head to see the guard's hand mangled and bleeding profusely. "What has transpired?" I merely brushed against the corpse, and my hand has become like this." The constable's face was pale with terror as he sat on the ground, continuously retreating, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Several members of the Divine Capturing Camp wore perplexed expressions, unable to comprehend how a corpse could inflict harm. At that moment, one of the members reached out to touch the split corpse. Just as he made contact, he recoiled swiftly, as if bitten by a venomous snake, a hint of panic flashing across his face. Wu Jiling, with her brow tightly furrowed, stood beside them and suddenly changed her expression. "Do not touch it. There remains a residual intent of the blade." Blade intent? The members of the Divine Capturing Camp were utterly bewildered. Wu Jiling took several deep breaths and explained, "This person's cultivation of the heaven and earth dual absolute / must have reached its pinnacle. Otherwise, it could not leave behind such blade intent." The mention of the pinnacle of heaven and earth dual absolute / caused the surrounding individuals to turn pale. Each member of the Divine Capturing Camp was a martial artist, well aware of the difficulties in honing martial skills to their peak. No wonder even the notorious 4 demons of Ling Nan could be slain with a single strike. It was evident that this individual had cultivated the heaven and earth dual absolute / to an extraordinary level. The realization of the terrifying strength of this person sent shivers down their spines. Such a formidable adversary was beyond their capacity to confront. Wu Jiling was also unsettled. She had practiced her own sword techniques and had only recently attained a significant level of mastery. Even achieving this level had required tremendous effort, and she felt that advancing further would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. She believed she would never have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of martial cultivation. To her knowledge, very few could attain such heights, and now a demon had accomplished it, leaving her incredulous. Moreover, this demon had cultivated the heaven and earth dual absolute / It was crucial to note that this martial technique could only be refined through bloodshed. To reach its pinnacle, one could only imagine the mountains of corpses and seas of blood it would require. However, in the past decade, there had been no large-scale massacres. She could not fathom how this individual had achieved such mastery. Taking a deep breath, Wu Jiling slowly crouched down and reached out to touch the wound on the corpse. As she drew near, she felt a sharp pain coursing through her hand, as if countless invisible blades were striking at her. Only by channeling her vital energy around her hand did she manage to dissipate that sensation. Was this the blade intent left behind by the heaven and earth dual absolute / Her eyes were filled with confusion. Logically, such blade intent should be saturated with foul and murderous intent. However, upon careful examination, she only discerned a force of utmost rigidity and purity. This was in stark contrast to her understanding of this demonic technique. It was rumored that the artifacts of the demonic sect would taint one's mind upon the slightest contact. Even members of the Divine Capturing Camp had occasionally fallen prey to the control of the demonic sect. Yet the heaven and earth dual absolute / belonged to the demonic sect. And it should not be like this. The perplexity in Wu Jiling's eyes deepened, for she not only failed to sense the malevolence, but rather, astonishingly, gleaned profound insights from the lingering aura of the blade. Many of her perplexities regarding the path of the sword seemed to dissolve into clarity. To her astonishment, she realized she had derived immense benefit from it. "Lord Wu, Hearing her subordinate's voice, Wu Jiling finally emerged from her stupor. Lord Wu, are you unharmed? Wu Jiling was drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, she had claimed to be unscathed, only to now recognize that she had been unconsciously affected. She hastily stepped back, her gaze fixed upon the corpse that had been cleaved in two, her heart still trembling with dread. Quickly, swiftly, transport all these bodies back to the divine captor camp. Wu Jiling inhaled deeply. A few of her subordinates looked on in confusion. Logically, since the individuals were deceased, a brief investigation followed by incineration would suffice. Why the need to go to such lengths and bring the corpses back? Wu Jiling continued. This matter is of great significance. It is imperative to consult the masters at the divine captor camp. The slayers of these three may very well be masters of the demonic path. Chapter 28. No more rivals beneath the master. Jiang Wushuang found himself ensnared in the monotonous routine of gathering cultivation within the confines of the demon suppression tower once more. The demise of Fan Qing on the first floor of the tower garnered little attention. His lowly position as a guard rendered him insignificant, and his death, a consequence of his own cowardice, elicited no sympathy. On this particular day, Jiang Wushuang announced that he would no longer escort individuals outside. The news sparked considerable discussion among the guards, as the mundane existence within the tower was only alleviated by occasional reprieves into the outside world, a privilege that many sought to curry favor with Jiang Wushuang. The shattering of this hope was met with resistance, yet after a few days of murmuring, the topic was largely forgotten. After all, Jiang Wushuang was a golden blade guard. His word was final, and dissent was futile. Hey you, come here on this day. As Jiang Wushuang routinely traversed the cell blocks to collect cultivation energy, a sudden voice halted him. He turned to see a pair of bloodshot eyes glaring at him from behind the bars. I ask you, what has become of the guard named Fan Qing? Where is he? Jiang Wushuang glanced at him and replied, Did no one inform you? He is dead. Dead. The figure in the cell paused, confusion washing over him. That's impossible. My brothers would never harm him. They would rescue me first. A strange thought gnawed at him. Something must be amiss. Jiang Wushuang regarded the increasingly deranged Bao Ding, shaking his head. This man still clung to the delusion that the other three would come to his aid. Oblivious to the fact that he was the last surviving member of the four saints of Lingnan, his desperate yearning for escape was somewhat understandable. Having endured the torments of the demon suppression tower for days, the bravado he once exhibited had long since evaporated, leaving him teetering on the brink of madness. Muttering to himself, Kid, do me a favor. I'll grant you anything you desire. Wealth, women, or even a way out of the demon suppression tower. Bao Ding grasped the bars tightly, leaning in closer. He had gleaned from his interactions with Fan Qing that serving as a guard here was not a matter of choice. However, Jiang Wushuang did not spare him a glance, simply turning on his heel to depart, leaving behind a parting remark. You would do well to behave. Venturing out will only hasten your demise. In the days that followed, Bao Ding attempted to entice other guards, but upon realizing that they, too, were trapped within the confines of the tower, he abandoned that notion. He then refocused his efforts on Jiang Wushuang, the golden blade guard. Yet to Bao Ding, this guard was akin to a stone in a cesspit, foul and unyielding, utterly dismissive of his pleas. One day, he was summoned for interrogation, but the interrogators were neither the guards of the first floor nor members of the demon suppression camp. Instead, they were from the divine capture camp that had delivered him to this prison. Jiang Wushuang learned that the divine captors were coming to interrogate Bao Ding, suspecting it was related to the deaths of the other three members of the four saints of Lingnan. He hurried to the interrogation chamber to gather information. Unfortunately, even the personnel from the demon suppression camp had been dismissed, leaving him to wait outside. When the members of the divine captors emerged, he was momentarily taken aback, for it was a woman who first stepped out. With her hair elegantly tied back, she exuded an aura of authority, causing even the guards to bow in her presence. The woman merely acknowledged them with a stoic nod. Her attire clearly indicated her rank as a Qianhu of the divine captors, marking the second such individual Jiang Wushuang had encountered, the first being the formidable female Qianhu who had escorted the notorious female demon, Yuhong. It is worth noting the divine captors boasted a significant number of women. Unlike the all-male composition of the demon suppression camp, at least all Jiang Wushuang had observed. After the divine captors departed, murmurs arose among the gathered crowd, admiring the striking beauty of the Qianhu. Naturally, She was renowned as the double perfection of the divine captors. What does double perfection imply? Could it be that all Qianhis of the divine captors are female? That is certainly implausible, as there are only 2 female Qianhis in total. This particular woman, Wu Jiling, is one of them, possessing not only captivating looks but also remarkable talent. Having already reached the Qi realm at just over 20 years of age, rumor has it her family background is quite prestigious. Is it true? To win her favor would surely pave the way for immense success. I caution you all to wipe away your drool. If you value your lives, do not harbor any illusions about her. Once the divine captors departed, Bao Ding was escorted back to his cell, appearing utterly drained as he was dragged out by 2 guards from the demon suppression camp. He repeatedly muttered a single phrase, "Impossible, my brothers cannot be dead. No one can kill them." Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, the divine captors were there to investigate the cause of death of the 3, but they left in haste without extracting any information. Jiang Wushuang had briefly worried that the investigation might lead to him. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. The deceased were notorious demons, and no one would suspect a mere golden blade guard. "Boy, why are you still alive? Tell me." On that day, Bao Ding once again called out to Jiang Wushuang, pressing his face against the bars of his cell with such force that it contorted his features. "Why can't I be alive?" Jiang Wushuang calmly regarded the seemingly frenzied Bao Ding. "What do you know?" Bao Ding's gaze locked onto the diminutive golden blade guard before him. In his escape plan, this guard was meant to either assist him or perish. Yet, with the deaths of his 3 brothers and Fan Qing, it was the undeserving who remained alive. There was undoubtedly something amiss in this situation. Jiang Wushuang suddenly broke into a smile and said, "If I claimed that I was the one who killed the 3 of them, would you believe me?" Bao Ding's expression faltered as images flashed through his mind of Fan Qing leading this golden blade guard to meet his 3 brothers. Then, this golden blade guard drew his sword and furiously struck down the 3 men, ultimately returning alone to the demon suppression tower. Everything seemed to align with reason. However, Bao Ding suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, You think you could kill my brothers? Huh, even if you trained for 10 lifetimes. You would never lay a finger on them." His voice echoed through the prison area. When Bao Ding regained his composure, he noticed that the golden blade guard had turned away, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing at the receding figure, he howled once more, "Quickly tell me, what on earth happened?" Jiang Wushuang shook his head, replying, "The truth has already been revealed to you, yet you choose not to believe it. What more is there to say?" Reflecting on the process of slaying those 3 men, Jiang Wushuang felt they were merely too weak. Not a single one among them could withstand his strike. Killing them was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. At this thought, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Through that battle, he had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. In truth, it was not that the 3 were too weak. Rather, he was too powerful. The pinnacle realm of Zhonglong 100 refinements had elevated his physical prowess to a terrifying degree. This was also the reason he had dispatched one of them with a mere ordinary punch, without resorting to martial techniques. His body itself had become a formidable weapon. By this measure alone, he surpassed many martial artists of equal rank. Furthermore, he had also elevated heaven and earth dual supreme / to its peak. With the enhancement of his sword intent, he found himself without rivals in the gathering spirit realm. It could be said that beneath the Grandmaster level, he was invincible. Chapter 29. The Great Case of the Imperial City. After the visit from the Divine Capturing Camp, mere days passed before Bao Ding found himself on the executioner's block. This was entirely in line with the nature of the new commander, who would not hesitate to dispatch anyone deemed expendable. Thus, a brief interlude came to an end. 2 months later, Jiang Wushuang finally amassed the requisite 300,000 cultivation points, successfully breaking through to the 3rd layer of spirit gathering. Although his strength had improved, Jiang Wushuang had already become invincible below the level of a grandmaster, rendering this minor enhancement insufficient to stir any excitement within him. After all, no matter how much he progressed, he could never hope to surpass a grandmaster. The term grandmaster signified a qualitative leap, with one's inner energy having transformed into true essence. Below this esteemed rank, no matter how prodigious or extraordinary one's talents may be, it was impossible to challenge a grandmaster across tiers. This was precisely why grandmasters held such lofty status. Jiang Wushuang calculated that to reach the 9th layer of spirit gathering, it would require at least a couple of years. A rather optimistic estimation indeed. Having grown accustomed to rapid advancement, he found himself somewhat unadapted to this sudden deceleration. Nevertheless, this circumstance was unchangeable for the time being, and he could only gradually acclimate himself. On one particular day, as Jiang Wushuang arrived at the prison area to gather his cultivation energy, he noticed several demon-subduing guards stationed outside the interrogation room. The large assembly left little doubt that the commander himself was personally interrogating the prisoners. Indeed, as Jiang Wushuang approached, he observed the commander's sullen face exiting the interrogation room in silence. Inside, an elderly man was bound to the torture rack, having been subjected to considerable abuse, yet still cursing vehemently, clearly a tough nut to crack. Simultaneously, Jiang Wushuang noticed that the influx of prisoners had significantly increased in recent days. The commander was conducting daily interrogations, and several prisoners had been executed on the rack. Even the guards noted the peculiar circumstances. It turned out that the great Qian imperial city had recently been troubled by a band of rampant flower thieves, with numerous young maidens mysteriously disappearing, causing widespread anxiety among the populace. Consequently, the divine capturing camp mobilized all its resources, apprehending many criminals unrelated to the missing maidens during the manhunt. Jiang Wushuang watched as the prison cells neared their capacity, his heart swelling with delight. He realized that every time a major case arose, it was an occasion for abundant gains. "Sir Jiang, you are here quite early today," remarked a guard, bowing respectfully. With the surge in prisoners, the guards had to remain vigilant. Jiang Wushuang appeared to be inspecting the prison area, yet in truth, he was merely collecting his cultivation energy. Moreover, he had been making daily visits in recent days. There was little choice in the matter. The commander was personally interrogating prisoners every day, and as a lowly Golden Blade guard, he had to perform well. Should he inadvertently provoke the commander's displeasure, he risked losing his position. After all, his cultivation points had become insufficient. "Is the commander once again interrogating prisoners?" Jiang Wushuang inquired, directing his gaze towards the interrogation room and asking a nearby guard. As the conversation unfolded, the chamber of torture echoed with the sounds of various instruments clashing against flesh. The previous night, new prisoners had been brought in, and the guard had conducted interrogations throughout the night. It was rumored that the daughter of the Minister of War had been abducted, placing immense pressure from above on the guard, who was now in a fit of rage. The guards, fearful of repercussions, hunched their shoulders, trying to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Another case of a missing young woman? Jiang Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly. Although he had not participated in the interrogations, he had gleaned some insights into the matter. Recently, several related criminals had perished, and through their memories, he had uncovered pertinent information. This incident of the missing girl in the imperial city was not the handiwork of an ordinary flower thief. According to the memories he had accessed, they had all received orders from a sect known as the Red Lotus Sect, a nefarious organization that stood alongside the sinister realm in infamy, being among the most formidable in the dark arts. However, these criminals had been ensnared by the Red Lotus Sect's secretive methods, rendering them incapable of confession, even under extreme torture. This was why the guard had interrogated them for days, resulting in several deaths without any breakthroughs. Only someone like Jiang Wushuang, who could access the memories of others, could uncover such truths. At that moment, another furious roar erupted from the torture chamber. "What? You think the demon suppression tower cannot touch you?" Jiang Wushuang approached the door, peering inside. The guard had drawn his sword, visibly losing patience. Yet the victim on the rack remained silent, even in his mangled state. In a fit of rage, the guard severed the criminal's legs with a swift stroke before storming out. It was peculiar. Recently, it seemed that the prisoners had all been rendered mute. Indeed, many tools had been rendered useless, yet nothing could be extracted from them. If this continued, the prisoners might endure, but the guards would not. Inside the chamber, two demon suppression guards were rubbing their shoulders and legs, appearing utterly exhausted. "Brothers, why not let me give it a try?" A voice chimed in. The two guards turned to see the Golden Blade guard, who often wandered about, leaning in. "You wish to interrogate?" One of the guards chuckled, shaking his head. "I can't manage it anymore, so go ahead and give it a shot," the other guard remarked, glancing up. They were somewhat familiar with this Golden Blade guard, who had trained for a while and was deemed slightly stronger than the average guard. Jiang Wushuang stepped forward, casually selecting a set of instruments, and approached the prisoner. The two guards watched him with a flicker of amusement in their eyes. "Interrogating the prisoner like that will only make him laugh at you." You have your fun. We're going to grab a bite. As Jiang Wushuang turned to watch the two guards exit, he found himself alone in the chamber. Discarding the instruments in his hand, he channeled a surge of true energy into the frail old man on the rack. The old man struggled violently for a moment before succumbing to the void. Upon receiving the inheritance of his memories, he indeed uncovered the shadow of the Crimson Lotus sect. When the two demon suppressors returned to find the old man deceased, they gazed at Jiang Wushuang with incredulity. Although the old man had suffered severed feet, the vitality of a martial artist is formidable, and death is not easily achieved. How did you manage to kill him? One inquired. It's not my fault. I hardly struck him, and he perished, Jiang Wushuang replied with an air of innocence. He had now mastered the art of killing unseen, harboring no fear of their potential suspicions. However, before his demise, the old man had confessed. I know where the abducted individuals are concealed. The two demon suppressors were initially taken aback, but soon deemed it improbable. This matter is of great significance. Do you comprehend the consequences if there is even a hint of falsehood? One of them spoke with a grave expression. Whether it's true, I cannot ascertain. He merely stated that the individuals are hidden in a cave 100 miles outside the imperial city. Jiang Wushuang feigned anxiety as he spoke. His motive for this charade was primarily rooted in a sense of compassion for the abducted maidens. According to the memories he had assimilated, the number of recently kidnapped young women was staggering, amounting to hundreds. The fate that awaited them in the clutches of the Crimson Lotus sect, a nefarious cult, was undoubtedly dire. You must accompany me to meet the commander at once. Should this information prove true, you shall earn a great merit. Excitement flickered across the faces of the two demon suppressors as they seized Jiang Wushuang and led him from the interrogation chamber. This was a significant case, and if the news were validated, their roles as interrogators would surely merit recognition. Chapter 30. Interrogating the Genius. Is this truly the case? When Jiang Wushuang encountered the commander, he was pacing restlessly in his chamber, troubled by the prisoner's refusal to confess. Upon hearing the news, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. However, when he learned that the results had emerged from Jiang Wushuang's interrogation, his brow furrowed instantly. Did you two also hear this? The commander directed his gaze towards the two demon-subduing guards. It was no wonder he harbored skepticism. He had personally interrogated the related prisoners over the past few days. No one understood better than him how tight-lipped these individuals could be. Despite employing various forms of torture, he had been unable to extract any confessions from them. The outcome yielded by a mere Golden Blade guard was indeed hard to believe. The two demon-subduing guards, under the commander's scrutinizing gaze, exchanged furtive glances. We had just stepped away, one of them replied. Upon hearing this, the commander was seized with fury, his eyes narrowing in ire as he exclaimed, "Incompetence! Utterly useless! You were tasked with the interrogation, and yet you neglected your duties?" After a scathing reprimand, the commander shot them another fierce look. This matter is of utmost importance. I must conduct the interrogation once more myself. With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the exit. For days, he had been deprived of sleep due to this case. The uproar in the imperial city had created a climate of fear and anxiety. The divine captors had apprehended the related criminals and sent them his way. The higher authorities awaited his report on locating the missing girl. Yet, after several days of questioning, his hopes of rescuing her had dwindled. Commander, the prisoner has already perished. Just as he reached the door, a voice from behind him caused his pupils to constrict. Dead without evidence. Commander, whether this is true or not, we can investigate further, another demon-subduing guard suggested. The commander frowned, contemplating for a moment before responding. It seems we have no choice but to proceed with that. He ordered, deliver the news to the divine captors immediately. Additionally, gather personnel, we shall depart at once. One of the demon-subduing guards, confused, inquired, are we joining you? The commander replied solemnly, of course. If the news proves accurate, it would be a significant achievement that cannot be left solely to the divine captors. Upon hearing the prospect of earning merit, the guard's eyes brightened. I will gather the personnel at once. Before departing, the commander glanced back at Jiang Wushuang, saying, if this matter is true, you shall also be credited for your contribution. With that, he hastened out of the demon-subduing tower. Jiang Wushuang had little interest in accolades and paid it no mind. The following day, as he entered the prison area, a demon-subduing guard caught up with him, his face flushed and a smile adorning his features. It was one of the guards from yesterday's interrogation. Brother Jiang, I finally found you. Come with me. The commander wishes to see you. Oh, what is it about? Rest assured, it is good news. The guard responded with a mysterious smile, leading the way. Upon seeing Jiang Wushuang approach, the commander rose to greet him from a distance, his face beaming with delight. Haha, my dear lad, the information you provided yesterday has proven invaluable to us. Not only did we locate the daughter of the Minister of War within that cave, but we also managed to recover a portion of the previously missing young women. The audacity of the Red Lotus sect to wreak havoc in the Imperial City is intolerable. The Divine Capturing Camp has mobilized entirely and shall ensure they pay the price. You have indeed achieved a remarkable feat, pray tell. How did you coax the culprit into confession? The guard inquired with curiosity. The nearby demon suppression guard wore a similarly inquisitive expression. They had toiled throughout the night without eliciting any information. In a mere moment, however, Jiang Wushuang had extracted a confession. Who would believe it was without some cunning? It was merely a matter of employing 2 or 3 forms of torture. And he capitulated. Jiang Wushuang casually fabricated an excuse, observing the guard's astonishment, and added, perhaps the criminal realized his end was nigh and thus surrendered. He did not aspire to any accolades. For him, simply being a free-spirited Golden Blade guard sufficed. Each day, he would hone his skills and enhance his power. One day, when invincible, the vast world would be his oyster. Is it truly that simple? The guard appeared momentarily taken aback, yet could conceive of no other rationale, attributing it solely to Jiang Wushuang's good fortune. Very well, what reward do you seek? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Wushuang replied, might I be freed from this lowly status? The first condition to enter the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower is to not be of base status. Yet, he had been relegated to the Demon Suppression Tower and bestowed with a lowly identity. You wish to escape this lowly status? The guard's smile faded, and he remarked, this matter may prove somewhat challenging. Perhaps I shall bestow upon you some monetary reward instead. Jiang Wushuang sighed internally. Indeed, the desire to shed his lowly status was proving to be quite difficult. Ultimately, he departed with 500 taels of silver. Just as he was about to leave, the guard called him back. Turning to see the guard's serious expression, he said, do you truly wish to escape this lowly status? Jiang Wushuang nodded, declaring, I dream of it. The guard offered no further words, merely gesturing for him to depart. Following this incident, Jiang Wushuang left a favorable impression on the new guard. A few days later, he was summoned once more to the interrogation chamber. Bound to the rack was a criminal who appeared to be on the brink of death from torment. Little Jiang. This criminal has been interrogated all night without yielding a word. Why not give it a try? The guard approached, patting Jiang Wushuang on the shoulder, and wearily exited the chamber. Jiang Wushuang could only manage a rueful smile. He was hardly adept at interrogation. He could merely receive the memories passed down to him. However, since the guard had summoned him, it was evident that this criminal was of significant importance. He then approached the 2 remaining demon suppression guards and suggested, why not take a moment to rest? Once the interrogation chamber was left solely to him, he swiftly infused the criminal with true energy, ending the wretched life. Meanwhile, not long after the guard returned to his quarters, the demon suppression guards delivered the criminal's confession. Did he confess the moment I left? The guard wore an expression of astonishment. Had he known this earlier, he would not have wasted an entire night in vain. From that point onwards, whenever he encountered a particularly challenging prisoner, he would summon Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang never disappointed him, as the confessions would swiftly find their way into his hands. The guard was intensely curious about the methods Jiang Wushuang employed during the interrogations, yet Jiang Wushuang remained reticent on the subject. Moreover, during each inquiry, he would insist on clearing the room of all others. No one knew the techniques he utilized. Upon learning that Jiang Wushuang was the son of a former deputy minister of revenue, the guard seemed to grasp something significant, assuming that the family had inherited some secret interrogation techniques. Consequently, he ceased to inquire further. As time passed, and their interactions deepened, the guard grew increasingly fond of this Golden Blade guard. In moments of leisure, he would even invite him to share a drink. When he discovered that Jiang Wushuang was a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he was further astonished. At such a young age, achieving the foundation establishment realm demonstrated considerable martial talent. This, of course, was a deliberate revelation on Jiang Wushuang's part. To access the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower, one must first extricate oneself from the lowly ranks and possess sufficient strength. Thus, he chose to reveal a fraction of his prowess to prepare for what lay ahead. Indeed, that lad possesses remarkable skills in interrogation, the guard exclaimed, holding a confession document aloft, laughing heartily. This prisoner was of great importance, and the divine capturers demanded results within 3 days. Remarkably, only half an hour had passed, and the outcome was already at hand. Even the divine capturers were taken aback upon receiving the confession. Interrogation was clearly Jiang's forte. The demon suppression guards also grew increasingly appreciative of this golden blade guard. Since his assistance, the instances of overnight interrogations had ceased, bringing a welcome relief to all. However, it did take a toll on the prisoners. One interrogation often resulted in one less prisoner. The guard shook his head with a smile. Chapter 31. Journey to the second floor. Jiang Wushuang never anticipated that, inadvertently, he had assisted the guard with a minor task, thereby earning the title of interrogation genius in the eyes of the demon suppression guards. Whenever they encountered a particularly challenging case on the first floor of the demon suppression tower, they would summon him. With each successful interrogation, he became an indispensable aid on that level. Of course, Jiang Wushuang's efforts were not in vain. Each interrogation resulted in a death, leading to a significantly greater acquisition of memory inheritances than usual. Sometimes he would collect several in a single day. Now, he could select whether to gain martial skills or cultivation points from these inherited memories. Having attained the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm, his martial skills had reached their peak. Moreover, the martial skills practiced by the prisoners on the first floor were of a low grade, rendering them unworthy of his attention. Thus, he had been opting for cultivation points in recent memory inheritances, which were exponentially more abundant than those he typically gathered. As a result, his speed of cultivation had seen a slight increase. Originally, he had planned to accumulate the required cultivation points for the 4th level of the spirit-gathering realm over 4 months, but he had already achieved this in just 3. Increase my cultivation points, he commanded within the confines of his room. As Jiang Wushuang cleared his accumulated cultivation points, the water surface in his energy sea expanded, multiplying his true qi several times over, correspondingly enhancing his strength. Immediately, he employed chasing stars and moon to traverse the first floor. With his improved abilities and growing familiarity with the demon suppression tower's 1st level, he could unleash chasing stars and moon without triggering any restrictions, moving about as if in an uninhabited realm, undetected even by the guard. He lingered outside the guard's quarters for a moment. Recently, with no pressing interrogations to worry about, the guard had relaxed, enjoying drinks with 2 subordinates, occasionally discussing Jiang Wushuang's interrogations. However, Jiang Wushuang had no inclination to eavesdrop. After standing for a brief period, he departed. Subsequently, he navigated through various prison sectors, collecting cultivation points. Neither the demon suppression guards nor the imprisoned criminals noticed his presence. Even if someone sensed a flicker before their eyes, upon rubbing them and looking again, nothing was amiss. Ultimately, Jiang Wushuang arrived before a black stone wall, which bore a luminous curtain that rippled like water. He had witnessed several figures step into the light and vanish instantaneously. After inquiring with the guard, he learned that this was the entrance to the 2nd floor of the demon suppression tower. A surge of impulse urged him to step inside, yet upon reflection, he resolutely chose to abstain. Although there were no guards present, who could say what awaited him on the 2nd floor? Should he enter and find himself unable to return, it would spell trouble. His current prowess allowed him to roam freely on the 1st floor, but that did not guarantee the same on the 2nd. The entrance to the 2nd floor was devoid of guards, indicating a lack of concern for intrusions. After lingering for a while, Jiang Wushuang shook his head and returned to his quarters, leading a rather monotonous and tedious existence. One day, a demon-suppressing guard approached him once more. Brother Jiang, we have another tough nut to crack. Could you lend us your assistance? A tough nut? How tough? We've interrogated him for an hour, employed various instruments of torture. Yet he remained silent. Just 1 hour, and you deem him a tough nut? Jiang Wushuang chuckled. In the past, he had endured days of relentless interrogation, subjected to repeated torture until the individual was on the brink of death, before they could be considered truly resolute. Now, merely an hour of questioning without confession was sufficient for them to label someone as tough. These demon-suppressing guards had truly become spoiled since he began assisting with interrogations, lowering the standard for tough nuts so drastically. Upon arriving at the interrogation chamber, Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Where was the prisoner? The torture rack was empty, and the guards were in the process of cleaning and organizing the instruments. When two demon-suppressing guards noticed Jiang Wushuang's arrival, they laughed. "Brother Jiang, you've made a fruitless trip. The prisoner has already confessed." Jiang Wushuang smiled wryly. Indeed, these individuals had set the threshold for toughness far too low. Just a short while ago, the prisoner had displayed considerable defiance, yet now, he had divulged everything. The guard who had brought Jiang Wushuang expressed disbelief. He was indeed quite obstinate, but upon hearing we were seeking Brother Jiang, he immediately crumbled. "Are you saying that simply mentioning my name intimidated him?" "Indeed. Upon learning that you would be conducting the interrogation, he confessed everything, even matters he should not have disclosed." What a remarkable turn of events. The three demon-suppressing guards shared a bitter laugh. Faced with their incredulous gazes, Jiang Wushuang shrugged. "I did nothing, and yet he confessed?" One of the guards nodded. "We have come to realize that your reputation for previous interrogations, where one prisoner met their demise, has spread among the criminals. To them, you are an executioner. Your presence guarantees their fate. Those fierce criminals, upon hearing your name, become utterly weak-kneed." I suppose I should simply announce my name during future interrogations. The prisoners would undoubtedly capitulate immediately. Jiang Wushuang shared a few awkward laughs with the three guards. It appeared he had acquired yet another identity, that of the executioner in the eyes of the criminals. Indeed, from that point on, the need for interrogations diminished significantly. Many times, the demon-suppressing guards managed to resolve matters independently. Yet, some newly apprehended criminals remained skeptical, believing Jiang Wushuang to be a mere fabrication meant to instill fear. When Jiang Wushuang finally arrived in person, the outcome was predictably dramatic. This time, Jiang Wushuang personally delivered a statement for interrogation to the guarding officer. The guard casually glanced at the statement he received before tossing it aside. In recent days, every testimony brought in by Jiang Wushuang had been flawless, often yielding unexpected benefits. The guard reported these findings and garnered considerable merit for his efforts. "Come, let us drink." The guard poured 2 bowls of wine on the table, gesturing for Jiang Wushuang to join him. Jiang Wushuang approached, sat down, and drank it in one gulp. He had grown quite familiar with the guard and felt no need for formality. The guard expressed his gratitude, noting that Jiang Wushuang had been of great assistance to him lately. If all went well, he anticipated a promotion in a year or two. As Jiang Wushuang continued to drink, the guard suddenly looked up and asked, "You previously mentioned wanting to escape your lowly status. Do you still wish for that?" Logically, Jiang Wushuang was living a more comfortable life than the guard, with the demon suppression guard treating him with respect, even the guard himself relying on him. He should have been indifferent about shedding his lowly status. However, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Wushuang's eyes as he replied, "Sir Guard, do you have a way?" The guard sighed and said, "There is a method, but I wonder if you are willing." Jiang Wushuang clasped his hands and declared, "I am naturally willing." The guard's expression turned serious as he advised, "Listen to me first before making a decision. Although I am a guard on the 1st level, I am only of the 7th rank and lack the authority to free you from your lowly status. To do so, one must be at least of the 5th rank and hold a significant position within the Diqian." The guard regarded Jiang Wushuang and continued, "The guard of the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower holds the 5th rank, and currently, the 2nd level needs to recruit a new batch of Demon Suppression guards. If you succeed in joining, you can shed that lowly status. Your foundational strength could allow you a chance, but..." The guard sighed again. "I cannot discern if this is aiding you or endangering you. After all, the prisoners in the 2nd level are at least in the gathering spirit realm, many of them even at the master level." As he spoke, the guard's pupils contracted. Though he was a guard of the 1st level, he felt a certain trepidation towards the 2nd level. Even minor disturbances on the 1st level were trivial, whereas chaos in the 2nd level would undoubtedly lead to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Recent disturbances in the 2nd level had even spread beyond the Imperial City. "Thank you, Sir Guard. I am willing to proceed to the 2nd level," Jiang Wushuang stated without a moment's hesitation. The prospect of venturing to the 2nd level, a dream he had long harbored, lay before him. There was no reason to refuse. For others, the master-level prisoners in the 2nd level posed great danger, but for him, they were treasures that could bestow vast amounts of cultivation resources. He believed that before long, he too would ascend to the master level. Why should he fear them? "Have you made up your mind?" the guard inquired, frowning. Seeing the excitement in Jiang Wushuang's gaze, he felt compelled to reiterate the dangers of the second level. I have made up my mind. I wish to go to the second level, Jiang Wushuang affirmed with a nod. At the moment he turned around, he could not help but break into a smile. The second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Here I come. Chapter 32. The Guardian of the Second Level. Listen closely. You are about to enter the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower, a place where death can strike at any moment. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is your chance. Is there anyone who wishes to step back? A demon suppression guard was speaking loudly. Behind him loomed a black stone wall, upon which a shimmering light curtain flickered. This was the entrance to the second level of the tower. In front of the guard stood more than a dozen figures clad in various attires. Some donned uniforms of black with red trim, others wore armor. And there were even frail scholars among them. Jiang Wushuang was among them. All these individuals had been summoned from various institutions across the Great Qian to join the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Seeing that no one spoke up, the guard stepped forward into the light curtain, vanishing from sight. A group of people followed suit, stepping into the curtain one after another. The moment Jiang Wushuang entered the light curtain, he was enveloped in a blinding white light, and the next instant found himself in a dimly lit stone chamber. Behind him, others continued to emerge from the light curtain. Within the chamber, further verification and identification took place before they could step into another light curtain. The guards at the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower were even more formidable than anticipated. After navigating several checkpoints, they finally arrived at the true second level. Is this truly the second level of the tower? Jiang Wushuang regarded the surrounding dark corridor, his brow furrowing slightly. It was entirely different from the first level. Despite having ascended a floor, this second level resembled an underground lair. All around were openings, each leading to different places. A group of individuals followed the guiding guard, winding through the labyrinthine paths without knowing their destination. Along the way, everyone kept their heads down, fearful of touching something they ought not to. Only Jiang Wushuang curiously surveyed his surroundings. This second level was significantly larger than the first, akin to another realm, quite astonishing. Rumors had it that the Demon Suppression Tower itself was a great treasure of the Great Qian, and it seemed those claims were not mere fabrications. Jiang Wushuang was filled with wonder. Everything around him provided a new understanding of the tower. Many of the tales surrounding it now appeared to hold truth. It was no wonder that, after enduring countless upheavals, the tower remained steadfast. Clearly, there were deeper mysteries at play. The corridor was filled with a chilling wind, and the torches on the walls flickered in the breeze. All those who had joined the second level were martial artists, yet they now felt an intense cold, with some beginning to shiver. Only Jiang Wushuang remained unfazed. His cultivation at the fourth level, combined with the pinnacle technique Xinglong Bailing, had rendered his body impervious to extremes of heat and cold. How could he fear such a chill? At last, under the guidance of the guard, the group arrived at a stone chamber. Inside, the atmosphere contrasted starkly with the corridor outside. It felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different world. The moment he entered the chamber, the biting cold dissipated, replaced by an incredible warmth. As Jiang Wushuang stepped into the stone chamber, he noticed several figures already waiting for their arrival. Jiang Wushuang cast his gaze upon the foremost figure. This man was of imposing stature, clad in armor, with a black token resembling that of a second-tier sentinel hanging from his waist. There was no doubt that he was indeed a second-tier sentinel, radiating an aura far more formidable than that of a first-tier sentinel, clearly indicative of his strength at the gathering spirit realm. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, compelling all to bow their heads in deference, none daring to meet his eyes directly. Although Jiang Wushuang was invincible beneath the rank of master, he too found himself lowering his head cautiously, just like everyone else. Only a few have arrived this month. The second-tier sentinel scoffed. A subordinate beside him managed a wry smile and replied, "We are required to supplement personnel each month at the second tier, and there are standards for their strength. Few are willing to come." The sentinel's expression darkened as he remarked, "We guard the most nefarious of criminals, yet we cannot even muster a handful of personnel. I truly wish to release a few, just to give those ruffians a taste of their own medicine." Hearing this, the subordinate's countenance shifted, and he cautioned in a hushed tone, "My lord, please be circumspect with your words. I shall ensure the Ministry of Personnel seeks out more candidates." The sentinel snorted in response, then turned his gaze upon Jiang Wushuang and his companions. Many felt the weight of his scrutinizing, sword-like gaze, causing them to tremble as if a colossal sword hovered above them, ready to descend. The invisible pressure rendered some breathless. Jiang Wushuang, in a gesture of respect, swayed slightly in acknowledgement of the sentinel's authority. The sentinel's gaze landed squarely on Jiang Wushuang, causing him to frown and question, why is there still a first-tier guard present? Are those in the Ministry of Personnel becoming increasingly negligent? Are they simply sending anyone to our second tier? A subordinate leaned in to clarify. This individual was not assigned by the ministry, but rather recommended by a first-tier sentinel. The sentinel raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Zhao, what is his intention? Is he still lamenting my decision to assign him to the first tier? Sending me a useless individual to vex me? Very well, if he continues to provoke me, I may just assign him to guard the Imperial Mausoleum one day. With a dismissive grunt, the sentinel refrained from further discourse with his subordinate. Subsequently, tasks were allocated based on each individual's strength, dividing the demon suppression guards into 3 tiers. The third-tier guards were assigned to menial tasks akin to those of the first-tier guards. The second-tier guards were responsible for overseeing various checkpoints and prison areas. The first-tier guards represented the core personnel of the second tier, tasked with interrogations and detaining prisoners. Soon, a recording guard categorized all individuals into 3 groups. 6 were designated as third-tier guards, 3 as second-tier, and 2 as first-tier. Just as the sentinel was preparing to depart, he caught sight of the first-tier guard he found particularly irksome being classified as a first-tier guard, momentarily taken aback. He pivoted and approached, scrutinizing the 2 individuals. These 2 are first-tier? He inquired, directing his gaze toward the recording guard beside him. The man nodded slightly and gestured towards someone beside Jiang Wushuang, saying, his name is Yusho, 35 years old, a constable of the Dali Temple, at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. The officer scrutinized him with a discerning gaze and slowly nodded in acknowledgement of his 6th-level prowess. However, as he raised his hand and a surge of true energy flowed into Yu's body, his brow furrowed in discontent, exclaiming, clearly, you are at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Why claim to be at the 6th? The man in official attire flushed crimson and replied, in response to the officer, I am merely 1 step away from reaching the 6th level. 1 step away still denotes the 5th level. To dare to fabricate one's strength, you shall be relegated to the 2nd tier. The officer snorted coldly, shaking his head in disbelief. Not a single individual among them was commendable. After much difficulty, one with slightly better capability emerged, yet his character proved lacking. It was utterly exasperating. The officer then shifted his gaze to Jiang Wushuang and inquired, what is his strength? The scribe of the demon suppression guard glanced at the records in hand, momentarily rendered silent. This was primarily due to the previous individual's reckless claim. This one appeared similarly dubious. Having failed to verify earlier, he was astonished that someone would dare to misrepresent. Speak. The officer's patience was wearing thin. His name is Jiang Wushuang, a golden blade guard of the 1st level of the demon suppression tower, with a strength. The scribe hesitated for a moment before stating, Foundation establishment at the 8th level. As soon as the scribe concluded his statement, he noticed the officer's brow furrow deeply. Without waiting for the officer's response, he turned to Jiang Wushuang and coldly remarked, are you truly at the 8th level of Foundation establishment? Deceiving a superior is a grave offense. Jiang Wushuang, feeling the weight of every gaze upon him, could not help but feel speechless. While others inflated their abilities, he was desperately suppressing his own, concealing his true prowess. Why, then, did they cast doubts upon him? Chapter 33. Another punch? Why the silence? The scribe of the demon suppression guard expressed his impatience once more. I have recently broken through to the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. Jiang Wushuang replied with his head bowed, contemplating that the 8th layer was not particularly impressive. However, upon witnessing the astonished and incredulous expressions of those around him, he suddenly realized that he might have been overly ostentatious. Had he known, he would have claimed to be at the 2nd layer instead. After all, with his divine concealment technique, he could masquerade as whatever cultivation level he desired. Prior to entering the 2nd layer, he had even elevated his divine concealment technique from mastery to perfection. Now, even in the presence of a grandmaster, his true strength would remain concealed. For him, the goal was merely to quietly cultivate his skills at the 2nd layer and swiftly elevate himself to the rank of grandmaster. Seeking the limelight was not his ambition. Earlier, he had revealed a cultivation level that he deemed modest, yet not too low. driven by the knowledge that the demon suppression guard in the second layer was divided into 3 ranks, in hopes of traversing the second layer with greater privileges. However, judging by the reactions of these individuals, it seemed he had indeed been too conspicuous. It soon dawned on him that it was not the 8th layer that was excessive, but rather his youth. At under 20 years of age, achieving the 8th layer of foundation establishment made him a martial prodigy wherever he went. Well, that was hasty of him. He had been misled by that officer earlier, thinking that being slightly superior would pose no issue. Yet he had inadvertently become the center of attention. However, at this point, there was no turning back. He could only persist in maintaining the facade. To that end, he even made his vitality appear as robust as that of an 8th layer practitioner. The scribe of the demon suppression guard scrutinized the young man before him. Indeed, his vitality was abundant, yet in comparison to others at the 8th layer within the guard, it felt somewhat lacking. All right, why don't you strike me? The scribe approached Jiang Wushuang, intent on testing him personally, particularly noticing the uncertainty etched on the face of the nearby guard. Strike you? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Jiang Wushuang feigned hesitation. Although he possessed the divine concealment technique to mask his true level of power, it was merely a guise. His actual combat prowess was at the gathering spirit realm, and he feared that he might not control his strength adequately, resulting in accidentally killing the demon suppression guard. In such a case, he would find himself not as a guard in the second layer, but as a criminal, the scribe of the demon suppression guard. Thinking Jiang Wushuang was merely hesitant due to his own status, encouraged, "Fear not. Go ahead and strike. Let me witness your strength." Aware that he could not avoid the confrontation, Jiang Wushuang clenched his fist, yet he found himself unable to strike. This punch posed a genuine challenge. If he held back, it would undermine his claim of being at the 8th layer. If he exerted too much force, he risked injuring the scribe. "You want me to just stand here and hit you?" Jiang Wushuang mused for a moment before speaking. He had already assessed that although this scribe was in his 40s, his strength was only at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. It was unclear where he derived his confidence. Standing there, exuding an air of challenge, he thought to himself, "I have achieved the 9th level of foundational cultivation. Can I not withstand a single punch from you? Do strike me. And should your blow be too gentle, I shall have you serve as a second-tier demon-suppressing guard." Jiang Wushuang fell silent, recognizing that this was a confrontation of his own making, and thus, he could not hold back. Subsequently, he unleashed a punch, unadorned by any extravagant martial technique. It was simply a straightforward blow. Nevertheless, the demon-suppressing guard, wielding a pen, staggered back 5 steps before finally halting, a grotesque expression contorting his face. He remained rooted in place for several breaths, waiting for the tumult within his internal organs to settle somewhat. His eyes flickered with myriad expressions of shock, feeling as though he had nearly been struck dead by that single punch. Yet, he could neither express anger nor reveal the extent of his shock, as doing so would be a source of great embarrassment. How could a 9th-level cultivator, upon whom the 8th-level cultivator's strike bore down, falter so? Should this incident become known, he would find it difficult to face anyone even on the second tier. Thus, he could only muster a forced smile, feigning nonchalance as he patted his chest and remarked, "Indeed, you are at the 8th level of foundational cultivation. However, your strength is somewhat lacking." He intended this statement to project an image of superiority, but Jiang Wushuang's next words undermined him. "Is that so? I merely held back earlier for fear of injuring you. Perhaps I should deliver another punch?" The expression on the demon-suppressing guard's face froze. Awkwardly waving his hands in refusal, he backtracked. "No need. In fact, your strength is not insignificant. It is merely that my physical resilience surpasses that of the average person." Nearby, the second-tier guard, who had been silently observing, raised his brows slightly. As a master of the spirit-gathering realm, he could easily discern the facade the demon-suppressing guard was maintaining. Here was an 8th-level cultivator who had nearly spat blood from a 9th-level strike. This youth was far more formidable than the typical 8th-level cultivator. "Allow me to assess." The guard suddenly grasped Jiang Wushuang's shoulder. Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of true energy enter his body and hurriedly suppressed the turbulence within his dantian, fearing that his volatile energy might retaliate and inadvertently harm the guard. "Indeed, your true energy is substantial. You are at the 8th level of foundational cultivation," the guard remarked, satisfied as he withdrew his hand, appraising Jiang Wushuang from head to toe. Jiang Wushuang feigned surprise, though inwardly he couldn't help but chuckle. The guard's observation of substantial true energy was merely a result of his suppression. The true energy within his dantian was, in reality, thousands of times more powerful than what the guard had detected. One must admit, concealing one's strength can be quite exhausting. Haha, we at the second tier of the Demon Suppression Tower are in need of individuals like you. The guard's brow finally relaxed as he took the roster from the Demon Suppressing Guard. Upon locating Jiang Wushuang's page and perusing his details, the guard's brows furrowed once more. You are of the lowly lineage? Jiang Wushuang nodded, anxious that the second-tier guard might cast him back to the first tier due to this fact. After all, those of lowly lineage were typically barred from entering the second tier of the Demon Suppression Tower. However, the guard pondered for a moment and replied, being of lowly lineage is not a significant issue. Join my Demon Suppression camp, and I shall assist you in extricating yourself from your lowly predicament. The duty of the Demon Suppression Tower is to guard against malevolent spirits and wicked paths, a responsibility of great significance. Even for the gravest of offenses, one may be absolved of their sins if they serve the Demon Suppression Tower. Of course, should the crime truly be capital, a decision must be rendered by those in higher authority. Jiang Wushuang is but the son of a condemned criminal, ensnared by his father's fate. Such a minor transgression, he can absolve himself. From this day forth, you shall be designated as a first-class demon suppressor in the second level of the Demon Suppression Camp, assigned to the Gui cell block. However, you must complete the assessment for joining the Demon Suppression Camp within 2 months. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to return you to the first level. The guard commander swiftly made his decision and then chuckled, saying, Haha, I was worried about the lack of capable subordinates. Yet unexpectedly, I have discovered a gem among a crowd of useless individuals. Work diligently in the second level, and you shall reap the rewards. Furthermore, when you encounter Zhao Hu, please extend my gratitude to him. Zhao Hu is the guard commander of the first level. Previously, the second level commander had thought Zhao Hu's act of sending a guard up was an affront to himself, but now he realized he had misjudged him. In an instant, all eyes in the stone chamber were fixed upon Jiang Wushuang, seeing him favored by the second level commander. Those who had also joined the second level looked upon him with envy. Chapter 34. The Gui mark. After the second-tier guard departed from the stone chamber, a member of the Demon Suppression Guard brought clothing for a group of newcomers to change into. Jiang Wushuang, being the only first-tier Demon Suppression Guard among them, donned an outfit with a blue base and black trim, complemented by a waist badge that signified his status. He appeared more imposing than the others. Jiang Wushuang had not anticipated that joining the second tier of the Demon Suppression Tower would entail such intricacies. His modest display of strength had earned him the rank of a first-tier guard, which he deemed quite commendable. After all, a first-tier guard is considered a minor official here, albeit only of the 9th rank, yet it still holds a degree of distinction, with the potential for gradual advancement. The second tier of the Demon Suppression Tower comprises 4 prison districts, and the Gui Mark district is noted for having the fewest inmates. This is a courtesy extended by the commanding officer, for the prisoners in the second tier are significantly more formidable than those in the first, with the lowest among them being at the Gathering Spirit realm. Fewer prisoners translate to reduced danger. The Demon Suppression Guard, who had previously recorded the events and received a punch from Jiang Wushuang, led the way. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Wushuang's perceived favor from the commander, or perhaps that single punch had earned him respect. Regardless, the guard's demeanor towards this newcomer was exceedingly cordial. Few prisoners? Jiang Wushuang mused, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. For others, a scarcity of inmates might be seen as fortuitous, but he found himself preferring a greater number. Furthermore, upon learning that the second tier contained only 4 districts, he felt a twinge of discontent, as the first tier boasted 8. With this in mind, he considered the prisoner count insufficient. His cultivation points were wholly inadequate. Naturally, the prisoners in the second tier possessed higher levels of strength. One prisoner here could easily equate to several in the first tier, and he had yet to encounter a master-level cultivator, leaving him curious about the heights to which they could ascend. Everything was ripe with anticipation. You must perform well here. Currently, you are not yet a true member of the Demon Suppression Camp. You must remain here for 2 months and pass the assessment to be considered an official member. However, with your 8th layer foundation and the commander's favor, joining the ranks of the Demon Suppression Camp should pose no difficulty, the guard remarked, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. Having lingered in the demon suppression tower for over a decade, he still held the rank of second tier, with scant hope of ascending to first tier. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir," Jiang Wushuang replied, adopting a humble demeanor that pleased the guard. He continued, "Though the second tier is more perilous than the first, you need not worry excessively. You are still in the assessment phase. Tasks such as interrogations will not fall to you for now. Focus on observing and learning, and refrain from wandering. The second tier resembles a labyrinth. Unfamiliarity can easily lead to disorientation." As Jiang Wushuang followed closely behind the guard, navigating left and right, he quickly lost his sense of direction. Indeed, it felt akin to traversing a maze. Moreover, from what the guard indicated, newcomers were restricted to their respective prison districts and were not permitted to roam freely. This limitation posed a significant challenge, as it diminished the opportunities for target acquisition. According to the guard, only by passing the assessment and becoming a genuine first-tier demon suppression guard could one roam freely within the second tier. It can only be said that the past 2 months have been arduous. Soon, under the guidance of the demon suppression guard, I arrived before a grand entrance. Although referred to as a gate, it resembled more of a cave entrance, flanked by 2 ebony stone pillars, with a heavy stone door at its center. The imposing door radiated a shimmering light, clearly ensnared by an enchantment. The second level of the demon suppression tower was far more formidable than the first. Along the way, I had already encountered several such formidable barriers. As the demon suppression guard unraveled the enchantment and opened the stone door, another stone chamber materialized before me. Upon stepping inside, I beheld a figure seated at a stone table, indulging in wine, while another figure meditated on the ground beside him. "Captain Du, I bring you a newcomer," announced the guiding demon suppression guard, bowing slightly to the 30-something man at the table before turning to depart. This man was Captain Wu of the Gui district, akin to the overseer of this prison area. Henceforth, I would fall under his jurisdiction. I cast a glance at the 2 individuals. Captain Wu, seated at the stone table, was at the 6th level of Qi Si, while the meditating figure on the ground was at the 1st level. It was undeniable that the strength of the demon suppression guards on the 2nd level surpassed that of the 1st by a considerable margin. In the 1st level, aside from the commanding officer who was at the Qi Si realm, the other guards were merely at the foundation establishment stage, predominantly at the 2nd or 3rd levels, with few reaching the 5th or 6th levels. "Are we short on personnel? What does it mean to send a newcomer?" The figure meditating opened his eyes, gazing at me with a smile. "Tang Fu, do you still underestimate the newcomers? But this time, you may have misjudged. He is someone favored by the commanding officer." Captain Wu scrutinized me closely, and upon learning that I was at the 8th level of foundation establishment, his eyes gleamed with interest. "Ah, a martial arts prodigy. How shallow my judgment was. I stand corrected." Tang Fu rose from his seated position, circling around me. His curiosity piqued as he peppered me with questions. "Welcome to the Gui district. If you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to ask me." Initially dismissive of me, Tang Fu now sought to curry favor. Recognizing that someone favored by the commanding officer would undoubtedly ascend the ranks more swiftly. If he did not establish a good relationship now, he might miss his chance later. "Tang Fu, I entrust him to you. You shall be responsible for his guidance," Captain Wu stated with a smile, exhibiting no airs regarding the newcomer. Tang Fu nodded eagerly. "No problem at all. Through our conversation, I discovered that the duties on the 2nd level were quite similar to those on the 1st. The tasks primarily involved interrogating, detaining, and preventing prisoners from escaping. However, the prisoners on the 2nd level possessed greater strength, necessitating a more extensive workload. For instance, daily inspections of the seals on prisoners were required to prevent them from regaining their strength and causing chaos. The difficulty of interrogations had also significantly increased. Prisoners above the gathering spirit realm exhibited astonishing physical resilience, rendering the torturous implements used on the 1st level ineffective. Thus, the 2nd level relied more on formations, such as fire formations, water formations, and thunder formations, among others. Though Jiang Wushuang was regarded as a prodigy of interrogation on the 1st level, he had no intention of continuing in that realm. After all, his narrative could only hold water on the 1st level. It would falter on the 2nd. Instead, it would be wiser for him to diligently cultivate his skills. Jiang Wushuang swiftly determined his developmental trajectory on the 2nd level. Although there were merely 4 prison districts on this level, each housed 40 cells, and the number of inmates was by no means less than that of the first level. Among these individuals, many were in the gathering spirit realm, and some were even masters. As you serve here, you must exercise caution. These fiends are merciless, and a single misstep could cost you your life. Our Gui district, while having the fewest inmates among the 4 districts, still holds around 20 prisoners. Come, allow me to guide you through the district to familiarize yourself. Tangbu produced a uniquely shaped key, resonating with subtle waves of prohibition. With a swift motion, he gestured, and a stone door beside them creaked open as he stepped inside first. Jiang Wushuang, who previously thought there were few prisoners on the second level, felt his eyes brighten at these words and promptly followed Tang Bu through the stone door. Finally, he could begin his cultivation on the second level. Chapter 35. The Master's Divine Intention. Jiang Wushuang followed Tang Bu out of the stone door, only to find himself entering a dim corridor rather than a prison cell. He could not help but marvel at how the second level of the demon suppression tower seemed to stretch endlessly like a labyrinthine cave. Isn't it peculiar? Tangbu chuckled. Glancing back, I felt the same when I first arrived. This isn't a prison area. It is distinctly a vast underground cavern. Some say the second level of the demon suppression tower was originally like this, while others claim it has been transformed by someone using the Great Passage to facilitate the arrangement of restraints, effectively imprisoning those of master rank. Feeling dizzy yet? I often lost my way when I first came here, mistakenly wandering into interrogation rooms and getting myself lost several times. Each corridor bears unique markers. If you pay attention and memorize them, you will soon become accustomed to the layout. As Tangbu spoke, he pointed out subtle indicators along the corridor. Jiang Wushuang followed his gaze and indeed spotted an unusual symbol. Without prior knowledge of its existence, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. In such an environment, even if the prisoners managed to escape their cells, they would likely become disoriented. After several turns, Jiang Wushuang found himself still traversing the corridor. The torches flickered on the walls, casting shadows that seemed to stretch into infinity. Moreover, he had yet to encounter a single guard. Brother Tang, how many demon suppression guards do we have in the Gui division? Jiang Wushuang inquired with curiosity. There aren't many. Counting you, there are a total of 11. Tangbu replied as they continued walking. Such a small number? Jiang Wushuang expressed his astonishment. The demon suppression tower requires constant vigilance, meaning those 11 individuals must be divided into shifts for day and night, effectively leaving only about 5 on duty at any given time. Given the presence of over 20 prisoners, this number is evidently insufficient. Actually, there used to be quite a few, around 20 or so, primarily because Tangbu paused momentarily, turning back to say, they have all perished. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Perished? Aren't there replacements? There are indeed replacements, but they cannot keep pace with the rate of loss. Moreover, the requirements for first-class demon suppression guards are exceptionally high in terms of strength and other qualifications. Many ambitious martial artists often shy away from the demon suppression tower. After all, it is fraught with danger, and opportunities for merit are scarce. Watching over these prisoners yields little recognition, and any unrest could lead to charges of negligence. Who would willingly take on such a role? In contrast to our demon suppression camp, the divine capture camp is far more rewarding. Capturing a criminal earns 1 merits, and as long as one possesses strength, the rewards are plentiful, Tangbu remarked, his eyes glimmering. Xiao Jiang, I do not mean to discourage you, but despite your considerable talent, it is challenging to make a name for oneself within the confines of the demon suppression tower. Jiang Wushuang chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. His purpose here was not to seek accolades or positions of authority. He was more interested in the imprisoned individuals, aiming to glean insights from them to enhance his own prowess. True martial arts masters are indifferent to titles, as they inherently stand above such concerns. Even the court is willing to lower its stature to cultivate alliances. Tangbu remains oblivious to this fact, solely because he has never envisioned himself attaining the level of a grandmaster. In contrast, Jiang Wushuang is different. Even if she were to remain on the first floor of the demon suppression tower, it would not take long for her to reach the grandmaster level. Now that she has ascended to the second floor, her progress will only accelerate. As they conversed, Tangbu halted in his tracks. With the opening of a stone door, they entered a small cavernous space, devoid of any additional openings, indicating they had reached the end of the passageway. This is our designated prisoner number 1. Tangbu stated as he led Jiang Wushuang through the stone door. Inside the cavern, a figure with disheveled hair sat cross-legged in the center. There were no barriers around. And had it not been for the iron chains binding the figure and the various sealing nails embedded within, Jiang Wushuang would have doubted this was a prison at all. Are you curious how they managed to confine a prisoner? Tangbu observed the expression on Jiang Wushuang's face and smiled mysteriously. He then raised his hand and tapped the air twice. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping the prisoner entirely. The translucent, pale white light shimmered like rippling waves, resembling a cage that ensnared the prisoner within. "This is the first time I've encountered such a phenomenon," Jiang Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment. "This is a restriction set by the grandmasters of our demon suppression camp. Without the key to this restriction, even a grandmaster would find it exceedingly challenging to break free." Tangbu remarked, his earlier amusement now replaced by seriousness. Jiang Wushuang's pupils constricted. The prowess of the grandmasters exceeded his expectations. He also found himself curious whether his peak technique, the dual supreme slashing of heaven and earth, could breach it. Tangbu circled the light barrier, meticulously examining the prisoner's condition before nodding in approval. Under the illumination of the light, the disheveled figure appeared emaciated. Aside from the 6 sealing nails embedded in his back, iron chains pierced through various parts of his body, causing blood to drip intermittently onto the ground. Upon sensing the presence of Jiang Wushuang and Tangbu, the figure slowly lifted his head. The movement caused the iron chains to resonate with bursts of light. The face revealed was one of extreme gauntness, marked by numerous wrinkles. Yet his eyes shone with an unsettling intensity, akin to arrows poised to strike. A mere glance from Jiang Wushuang elicited a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. It was noteworthy that he had already achieved invincibility beneath the Grandmaster level, yet this prisoner evoked such a reaction, leaving him astonished. The feeling dissipated only when a pair of hands shielded his vision. Tangbu stood before him, advising, "Do not gaze into his eyes. The technique he cultivates is peculiar, and even though he has been sealed, his gaze can still inflict harm." He then addressed the figure within the light barrier, stating, "Come forth and meet our new brother, La Song, the old demon." Tangbu displayed no hint of fear, clearly having the situation with the prisoner fully under control. The gaunt visage merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Wushuang before lowering his head once more, seemingly indifferent to the presence of a minor demon warden. The ancient sorcerer Hugong, a formidable figure from the Sunluo sect, had 2 years prior transcended the realm of masters by condensing a blood pool with the essence of countless lives. He was subsequently ensnared by the combined efforts of 2 masters from the Divine Capture Camp and delivered to the Demon Suppression Tower. Though 2 years had elapsed, his resolve remained unyielding. Tangbu turned to Jiang Wushuang and remarked that initially, they had intended to extract his eyes, but upon learning he harbored crucial secrets yet undisclosed, they had momentarily abandoned that course of action. "Yet fear not," he continued, "for even a master who defies our will shall find themselves facing dire consequences within my tower." Jiang Wushuang fixed his gaze on the elder, his pupils narrowing. So it was a master. No wonder he emanated such an oppressive aura. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation. The earlier encounter had merely caught him off guard, leading to a brief discomposure. Despite being a master, this individual had been so thoroughly tormented that even if his seals were lifted, his strength would amount to less than half of his prime. Although Jiang Wushuang might not prevail, he possessed sufficient combat prowess to engage. With this thought, he approached and reached out to touch Hugong the Elder. Although enveloped in restraints, those constraints only affected the prisoners who bore similar bindings. The demon wardens remained entirely unaffected. Upon making contact with the prisoner, a flicker of anticipation crossed Jiang Wushuang's face. This marked the first occasion he had activated a master-level individual as a target for retrieval. As a soft glow materialized, the numbers that emerged left Jiang Wushuang momentarily astonished. Truly, as a master, not only was his power formidable, but the cultivation points he provided were astonishingly high. Chapter 36. The Tiger Demon 5,000? Jiang Wushuang stared incredulously at the numbers illuminated within the glowing orb, questioning whether he had misread. "You have obtained 5,000 points of cultivation." However, the system notifications were infallible. The master, known as Hisong Laoma, had indeed bestowed upon him 5,000 cultivation points. Jiang Wushuang's heart soared with elation. It was noteworthy that the combined total of all prisoners on the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower yielded, at most, around 5,000 points in a single day. When new prisoners were scarce and none were executed, the total could fall short of 5,000. Previously, he had mentioned that the second floor was worth several times that. In retrospect, he had underestimated the situation. The terrifying prowess of the master far surpassed that of the gathering spirit realm, making the quantity of cultivation points provided many times greater, which was only to be expected. Subsequently, he discreetly inquired with Tang Bu and discovered that there were no fewer than 10 master-level prisoners confined on the entire second floor. This indicated that by activating all these targets, he could accumulate at least 50,000 cultivation points in a day, coupled with the numerous gathering spirit realm prisoners. This represented a substantial source of income. By this calculation, he could break through to the next level within 10 days to half a month. It would not be long before he ascended to the rank of master. Indeed, the decision to venture to the second floor proved fortuitous. Let us proceed to meet the next prisoner, Tang Bu suggested, leading the way through a series of winding corridors until they arrived at another cavern. This prisoner was at the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm. Although they offered just over 100 points of cultivation, it paled in comparison to the formidable Hisong Laoma. However, upon learning that this prisoner also hailed from the Sunluo sect, Jiang Wushuang was suddenly reminded that the female demon, Yu Hong, from the first floor belonged to the same sect. At that time, this female demon had been his primary target for collecting cultivation points, providing him with over 100 points daily. To his surprise, when they reached the third cell, a figure with long hair appeared before him. Although the woman had been ravaged by the tortures of the second floor, her eyes still radiated allure and temptation. Who else could it be but Yu Hong? "Oh, Tang, little brother, it has been a while since you last visited me." Yu Hong's voice dripped with seduction, though Tang Bu seemed immune to her charms. Such a wretched woman, still so arrogant. "It appears the last fiery trial did not char you sufficiently," Tang Bu scoffed coldly. As Jiang Wushuang observed their playful exchange, he couldn't help but reminisce about the first time he had encountered the female demon, when all the guards had avoided her as if she were a plague, daring not to approach. At that time, he had just begun to cultivate and had nearly fallen into her trap. After her exchange with Tang Bu, Yu Hong's gaze fell upon Jiang Wushuang. A look of confusion crossed her face as she tilted her head slightly, followed by a sudden realization. "It's you?" Yu Hong evidently recognized Jiang Wushuang, her expression shifting from astonishment to shock. Upon discovering that this young man was a newly appointed first-tier demon suppression guard, her surprise transformed into admiration. "Well done, young man. You are truly remarkable. In less than a year, you have made it to the second floor." Yu Hong fixed her piercing gaze upon Jiang Wushuang, her eyes shimmering with a certain intensity, as she licked her lips with an almost predatory eagerness. Ah, what a remarkable uncut gem she was. It was evident that she had set her sights on Jiang Wushuang. Most individuals would feel a chill at the attention of such a formidable femme fatale. However, Tang Bu, witnessing the scene, could not restrain himself from stepping forward, declaring, "Wretched woman, it seems your skin has grown restless. Next time, the blade array awaits you." Yet, Jiang Wushuang remained unfazed. He was no longer merely a body refinement practitioner. He stood at the same level as Yu Hong, both being in the spirit-gathering realm. Not to mention, this female demon was still imprisoned, having endured severe torment, her strength diminished to less than 20%. Even at her peak, should she dare to provoke him, a single strike would suffice to end her. In the face of evil, regardless of gender, he harbored no compassion. Soon, Jiang Wushuang lost interest in Yu Hong and found himself captivated by a massive orb of light before him. Ever since the turmoil on the first level, this female demon had been confined to the second level. Calculating the time, it had nearly been a year. To his astonishment, Jiang Wushuang discovered that Yu Hong had accumulated an impressive number of cultivation points over the past year. The orb displayed a staggering total of over 30,000 points. This was indeed an unexpected delight. In an instant, Jiang Wushuang had gained a substantial amount of cultivation points. Before long, Tang Bu led him to meet the next prisoner. "Brother Tang, are all the inmates in this block from the Sunluo sect?" Jiang Wushuang inquired, having noticed that the 3 prisoners he had encountered thus far hailed from the same organization. It seemed this place could very well serve as their stronghold. The reason there were only 3 from the Sunluo sect was that this dark cult had caused significant distress to the Daiqian dynasty. making it convenient to hold them together for interrogation. Tang Bu leaned in closer and whispered, 10 years ago, the Sunluo sect instigated a great upheaval in the Deqian dynasty. You must have heard of it. Jiang Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement. The incident had stirred considerable commotion, with reports of all the grandmasters of the Deqian being mobilized, even those above that rank. Despite severely injuring the Sunluo sect, the Deqian had also suffered considerable losses in combat strength. Once the foremost of the dark sects, the Sunluo sect, though heavily wounded, still harbored numerous remnants and remained a primary target for the court. Pay close attention to matters concerning the Sunluo sect. You might earn yourself some merit. Tang Bu winked at Jiang Wushuang, indicating a desire to curry favor by sharing insider information. Jiang Wushuang offered a respectful nod in gratitude. In truth, he had little interest in accolades. However, he would not mind encountering members of the dark sect, as killing them would also yield cultivation points. Upon arriving at the next cell, it was clear that the inmate was not from the Sunluo sect. To be precise, the being imprisoned within was not human at all. A deep, resonant growl echoed throughout the cavern. Tang Bu instinctively covered his ears. Before them stood a massive tiger, its coat as dark as night, its fur resembling steel needles. The tiger's eyes were larger than fists, and when it opened its mouth, sharp fangs were revealed. Its roar resounded, shaking the very heavens. A fierce gust of wind surged towards Jiang Wushuang and his companion, carrying with it a foul and acrid stench. Even when confronted by the formidable master he saw, Tang Bu had exhibited an air of nonchalance. Yet, when faced with this colossal tiger, he dared only to cast a distant glance, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Jiang Wushuang, now at the gathering spirit stage, could effortlessly crush an ordinary beast with a mere finger. However, he too felt a measure of pressure in this moment. Should the massive tiger charge forth, he sensed that it would require considerable effort to subdue it. Unlike other prisoners, this tiger was not only restrained by magical bindings, but was also confined within a black iron cage. At present, it was thrashing about in its enclosure, striving to break free. Unfortunately, the cage was no ordinary construct. It emitted a faint glow and gradually constricted, rendering the giant tiger immobile. The creature lay ensnared, groaning softly within the luminous barrier. What is this? Jiang Wushuang inquired, turning to Tang Bu, his expression rife with confusion. This is a tiger demon, newly arrived just a couple of days ago, and it remains untamed, Tang Bu replied, gesturing for Jiang Wushuang to step back, urging him to maintain a safe distance from the black tiger. A tiger demon? Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. Although he was aware that this world was inhabited by demons, it was his first encounter with one. As he gazed at the black tiger before him, a flicker of curiosity ignited within his eyes. He pondered whether this creature might offer him a means to enhance his cultivation. Chapter 37. Layer 2 Harvest. Is this the demon? It seems quite extraordinary. After her initial astonishment, Jiang Wushuang's eyes were filled with curiosity. Although this tiger demon appeared outwardly similar to an ordinary tiger, within it lay the potential of a volcano, capable of unleashing formidable power at any moment. Tang Bu, noticing Jiang Wushuang's lack of fear, felt somewhat speechless and remarked, extraordinary? This is a fourth-tier tiger demon, comparable to the gathering spirit realm among warriors. Moreover, demons are inherently ferocious. When engaged in battle with warriors of the same realm, they often hold the upper hand. Let me tell you, in the second layer of the demon suppression tower, the most dangerous inmates are not the masters, but these demons. Each demon is unique, and who knows which part of its body has evolved into a weapon. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Tang Bu cast a stern warning glance at Jiang Wushuang, revealing his own trepidation toward the tiger demon. Though human masters are indeed powerful and terrifying, they must adhere to stringent restrictions. Demons, however, are different. The constraints placed upon humans have limited effects on demons. Furthermore, demons possess physical strength far superior to that of human warriors, making them exceedingly difficult to control. Thus, he always kept his distance from various demon species. Just as he was speaking, he noticed that Jiang Wushuang had already approached the tiger demon, even reaching out to touch it. What are you doing? Tang Bu exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to pull him back. He certainly did not wish for this newcomer to be bitten by a tiger demon on his very first day of patrol. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Wushuang's lips. At the moment his hand made contact with the tiger demon, a soft glow enveloped him. This fourth-tier martial demon, akin to a human in the gathering spirit realm, provided him with 120 cultivation points. It was as he had anticipated. Demons could indeed offer him cultivation points. He had heard that the second layer housed many beings similar to the tiger demon. This could hardly be considered a waste of resources. You really are a fearless newcomer, Tang Bu observed, slightly exasperated. This was not his first time guiding a novice through the prison area. Others had typically been so frightened upon encountering demons that their legs trembled, some even wet themselves. Yet here was Jiang Wushuang, treating the tiger demon as if it were a pet. All right, let's conclude today's patrol here. You will gradually become acquainted with the other inmates. Tang Bu exited the cave and secured the stone door, stretching leisurely as he spoke. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, including the tiger demon. He had activated merely 4 targets. This was hardly sufficient. He understood that delaying the activation of targets meant losing out on a day's worth of cultivation points, a loss he could not afford. Immediately, he adopted a cautious demeanor and said, I have just joined the second layer and have yet to fully integrate into the demon suppression camp. I need to perform well to prevent any mistakes during my shifts. I kindly request Brother Tang to show me around a bit longer. Tang Bu paused, casting a curious glance at Jiang Wushuang before replying, While others tremble upon their first encounter with a few inmates, you seem to be quite captivated, don't you? At the persistent urging of Jiang Wushuang, Tang Bu ultimately led him to meet all the prisoners in the Guihao district. Naturally, he seized the opportunity. In total, 22 targets were activated, including several demons. Among these, 2 were at the master level, providing a total of 11,000 cultivation points. The remaining 20 were at the gathering spirit realm, collectively yielding just over 2,000 points, which was less than that of a single master. It appeared that in the future, the primary targets for collection on the second floor would be master-level prisoners. A rough calculation suggested that he could easily gather over 10,000 cultivation points daily. Additionally, the targets on the first floor would continually supply him with points, making a breakthrough of 20,000 points per day a possibility. Furthermore, there were 3 more prison areas like the Guihao district on the second floor. Once activated, this could multiply his gains significantly. Jiang Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. In the face of such a vast amount of cultivation points, reaching the master realm was imminent. Subsequently, Tang Bu arranged accommodations for him. The living quarters resembled a prison cell, being a cave-like space. However, it was furnished with a bed, a table, and a few simple items. There were no restrictions, and while it was somewhat rudimentary, it was still comfortable and notably quiet. Unlike the first floor where the sounds of patrolling guards could be heard. The next day, Jiang Wushuang arrived early for duty at the Guihao district. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the intricate passageways, it took him quite a while to reach the prison area. Why are you so late? Tang Bu greeted him, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar faces. Clearly, they were also first-class magic guards of the Guihao district. According to Tang Bu, although there were few prisoners, there were also not many personnel to manage them. Besides guarding the magic tower and conducting interrogations, they occasionally had to run errands related to the tower, such as reinforcing escorts for important prisoners or transporting inmates to designated locations. In summary, although first-class magic guards enjoyed higher ranks and salaries, their responsibilities were numerous. As a newcomer, Jiang Wushuang humbly greeted the 3 men. Upon learning of his status as a newcomer, they warmly introduced themselves. Their enthusiasm only grew when they discovered that Jiang Wushuang was favored by the commanding officer. All 3 were in their 30s or 40s, having reached the Qi realm. But they had not progressed further without extraordinary opportunities. Jiang Wushuang, in contrast, was still young and had already attained the 8th level of foundation building, making it likely that he could reach the gathering spirit realm and perhaps even become a second-floor commander in the future. Jiang Wushuang was pleasantly surprised by how quickly he integrated into the ranks of the Guihao district. During duty, whenever he had questions, the others were eager to teach him. Each day, he accompanied Tang Bu either patrolling the cells or interrogating prisoners. Compared to the first level, the frequency of interrogating prisoners on the second level is significantly higher. The individuals here are typically subjected to examination every few days, with several prisoners being summoned to the interrogation chamber daily, attended by various elaborate formations. In contrast to the less formidable prisoners on the first level, those on the second level, possessing strength above the spiritual gathering realm, proved to be remarkably resilient. remaining indifferent even when faced with the torment of formations. Interrogating such individuals presents no particularly effective methods. The only recourse is to repeatedly employ torture, gradually eroding their will. Thus, over the course of several days, Jiang Wushuang finds himself either engaged in the interrogation of prisoners or en route to do so. These prisoners exhibit remarkable endurance. Neither the slashing of blade formations nor the scorching of fire formations can compel them to speak. Observing Tang Bu's struggles during the questioning, Jiang Wushuang muses that it would be far simpler to dispatch them with a single stroke and extract their memories directly. However, he refrains from such actions, lacking both the desire and justification to do so. Each time he participates in an interrogation, he quietly stands to the side, serving as a compliant assistant. For him, the most gratifying pursuit is to lead a leisurely life while gradually enhancing his own cultivation, relishing in the steady rise of his strength. Chapter 38. The Assault of the Old Demon in the Torture Chamber. Today, the interrogator was the master-level demon, Hisong. Amidst the raging storm of lightning, serpentine bolts flickered in the void, incessantly striking the top of Hisong's head, his body, and limbs. Despite Hisong's profound concealment, his countenance contorted in agony, teeth clenched, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Even the restrictive chains binding him could scarcely withstand the onslaught of lightning, emitting wisps of white smoke. Nearby, after several days of absence, Captain Du held a radiant black disk, infusing it with visible strands of true energy. Under his control, the tempest of lightning intensified, swelling in both magnitude and quantity, ultimately enveloping Hisong entirely. The air was filled with his wretched cries. This was the Nine Thunder Array, a formation that only Captain Du could manipulate. Tang Bu gazed at Du, who held the array disc, his eyes shimmering. Beneath the thunder, even a Master's spirit could be shaken. When the lightning reached its 9th level, it could obliterate a Master's very essence. If I could wield such power, I would first subject those tight-lipped gathering spirit offenders to its wrath. Though Jiang Wushuang had witnessed various forms of punitive arrays in recent days, this thunder array was a novel experience. He could not help but marvel at the sheer might of the lightning. He was tempted to immerse himself in its fury, to see if his peaked Songlong 100 refinements body and spirit could endure it. Of course, his ambition was merely to withstand the first level of lightning. According to Tang Bu, even the 9th level could annihilate a Master's form and spirit. Naturally, he could not withstand it, at least not before attaining mastery. Hisong endured the torment of the thunder array for a full hour. When the storm subsided, he appeared ashen, his body blackened, and even emitting smoke from his scalp. He curled into a ball, trembling incessantly. Jiang Wushuang had never imagined that a master could be subjected to such degradation. It must be said that the methods employed within the demon suppression tower for interrogating prisoners were indeed effective. Even if no information was extracted, one could be tortured to death. Once Hisong caught his breath, a cold smirk crept across his soot-stained visage. His icy gaze swept across Jiang Wushuang and the others, as if to engrave the faces of those who had tormented him into his memory. Vowing to exact vengeance one day, "Captain, this fellow still seems quite spirited. Were it me, I would employ the fire array." Tang Bu glanced at the panting Dewey beside him. The exertion of controlling the array took a considerable toll on its wielder. After an hour, while the old demon remained reticent, Du himself was nearing his limit. Jiang Wushuang stood quietly to the side, observing. If he were the one in control, he would not falter even after several hours. Ultimately, Du's energy realm was still too weak. Nonetheless, the fire array would inflict little harm on the old demon, merely wasting effort. It was best to conclude the session here for today. Du leaned against the wall to catch his breath, then said, "You go and interrogate prisoner number 13. Tang Bu nodded. Jiang Wushuang intended to follow, but Du called out to him, "Young Jiang, you will accompany me to escort Hisong back." Upon hearing this, Tang Bu turned and said, "Xiao Jiang, Wu Chang has expended considerable energy. You should stay and assist him." Jiang Wushuang nodded and approached, grasping the old demon Hisong, intending to escort him to the prison cell. However, upon glancing back, she noticed Du had not followed. He was leaning against the wall, panting heavily. After a brief wait, Du finally came over and said, "Let us go." The two proceeded, one after the other, down the dimly lit corridor. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed through the passage, reverberating endlessly within its length. Du Yi swiftly turned his head toward the source of the sound, his expression shifting slightly as he exclaimed, "This is bad. It's coming from cell number 13. Stay here and don't move. Remember, do not look the old demon in the eyes." With that, Du Yi cast a quick glance at Jiang Wushuang before vanishing into the corridor. Jiang Wushuang furrowed her brow. If her memory served her right, cell number 13 housed a pig demon. Nevertheless, since Du Yi had gone, the situation should not be dire. She resolved to return the old demon he song to the prison cell on her own. Although this individual was a master, his strength had been sealed, and he had been tormented by the formations to the point of losing his semblance of humanity, presenting no real threat. The old demon hung his head, resembling a dead dog, which made Jiang Wushuang regard him with even less concern. However, as she walked, she suddenly halted. Whipping around, she was met with the sight of a disheveled figure, its eyes fixated on her with an intense glare. The old demon he song, who had moments ago appeared as a lifeless creature, now displayed a fierce countenance. In an instant, Jiang Wushuang felt that gaze pierce her skull like a sharp blade. Then, the world before her vanished, consumed by two immense whirlpools. In He Song's eyes, Jiang Wushuang's eyes shifted from black to white, and she stood motionless as if turned to stone. After what felt like an eternity of breaths, she gradually collapsed, lying still upon the ground. Not long after, two figures hurried down the shadowy corridor, Du Yi and Tang Bu. Xiao Jiang, what has happened to you? Tang Bu exclaimed, lifting the unconscious Jiang Wushuang with alarm. Du Yi, meanwhile, forcefully subdued the seated old demon He Song, his gaze then shifting towards Jiang Wushuang. Tang Bu, how is she? He inquired. Tang Bu frowned, replying, "It seems she has fallen under the old demon's spell." A flicker of regret crossed Du Yi's eyes as he lamented. "It's my fault. I should not have left her alone." With a surge of anger, he struck He Song with a clenched fist. Tang Bu replied solemnly, "If anyone is to blame, it is I. Had I not provoked the pig demon, you would not have been misled. However, it is too late for regrets now." Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Jiang Wushuang, lying on the ground, slowly open her eyes and rise, even stretching languidly. Tang Bu and Du Yi exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. "Are you all right?" As Tang Bu regained his composure, he grasped Jiang Wushuang's shoulders and scrutinized him from head to toe. Jiang Wushuang, appearing bewildered, inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Du Yi hurried over, circling around him before asking, "How do you feel?" Jiang Wushuang shook his head, replying, "I feel nothing." Du Yi, incredulous, exclaimed, "I just discovered that one of the binding nails on the old demon has loosened. You survived this. Surely, you are destined for great fortune." Upon hearing this, Tang Bu's expression shifted dramatically. Although only one binding nail had loosened, it was still from a master. Even the slightest mental attack could be sufficient to end his life 10 times over. "I must be exceptionally fortunate." Jiang Wushuang scratched his head and chuckled, adopting a foolish demeanor. Tang Bu shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "You are not merely fortunate. You are indeed favored by the heavens. Do you know how many people died the last time a binding nail on the old demon loosened?" He extended his palm, stating, 5, exactly 5. "Well then, it is good that nothing happened. Tang Bu, please escort Xiao Jiang home to rest. I will remain here to take the old demon back," Du Yi said, lifting He Song, the old demon. Jiang Wushuang followed Tang Bu as they turned to leave, casting a final glance at He Song, a faint, cold smirk gracing his lips as he turned away. As Du Yi watched the two retreat, his smile faded, and his gaze turned icy and indifferent. Nearby He Song, who had previously been dragged like a lifeless dog, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glowing with intensity as he declared, "Young master, Yu Hong was right. This lad undoubtedly harbors a secret." Chapter 39. Battling the demons. Du Yi's pupils constricted as he spoke in a low voice. Having been relegated to the demon suppression tower, and yet managing to ascend to the second level, he must possess some formidable backing. But I wonder, is he here for us? A flicker of malice crossed the eyes of the old demon He Song, who raised his hand and gestured as if to cut a throat, saying, "Should we take action?" Du Yi gazed into the dim and profound corridor, contemplating for a moment before replying, "We must not act hastily. You have already made a move. He will be on guard now. Striking too soon may inadvertently expose us." After a brief silence, Hisong responded, "Your concern is not unfounded, young master. Yet, this individual remains a potential threat, and I fear he may jeopardize our grand plan." Du raised an eyebrow, asserting, "You need not worry about this matter. I will handle it myself." "Understood, young master," Hisong replied, bowing his head once more, resembling a defeated dog held in a hand. Jiang Wushuang had just arrived at the interrogation room with Tang Bu when he was promptly dismissed to rest. "You have endured an attack from a master. Return and recuperate. Report any anomalies immediately," Tang Bu urged repeatedly. Although he typically dismissed the master criminals, he did not underestimate their assaults, particularly since Hisong had struck during a moment of instability in the binding talisman. Such a circumstance warranted utmost caution. He could not fathom how Jiang Wushuang had managed to survive. Jiang Wushuang nodded and turned back toward his quarters. In truth, he was well aware that nothing had transpired. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed suffered a mental assault. Had it been Tang Bu, he would have likely perished dozens of times over. However, Jiang Wushuang had reached the realm of spirit gathering, granting him some resistance against mental attacks. Besides, Hisong's power had merely fluctuated due to the loosening of the binding talisman, resulting in an attack that posed no real threat to him. Upon recognizing the peculiar nature of the assault, he had initially prepared to counterattack. Even though Hisong was a master under those circumstances, he could have dispatched him hundreds of times without difficulty. Yet, such an action would have been difficult to justify. Moreover, he was reluctant to see Hisong perish. Given that this individual could provide him with 5,000 cultivation points in a single day. Thus, he chose to feign injury. Just as he had anticipated, Hisong did not regard him as a serious threat, believing him to be doomed. Was it merely a coincidence that the binding talisman loosened while I was escorting him? Jiang Wushuang pondered, frowning slightly. On the second level of the demon suppression tower, prisoners underwent daily inspections, especially those like Hisong, who were closely monitored. He found this rather strange. Nevertheless, he dismissed further thoughts. If he were to encounter a life-threatening situation, he would not hold back, regardless of whether his opponent was a master. A swift strike would suffice. Of course, the most prudent course of action remained to swiftly ascend to the status of a master himself. The following day, as Jiang Wushuang arrived at the prison area, he was surrounded by several fellow demon suppressors on duty. They regarded him with curious gazes, having heard of his encounter with the elder demon Hisong, which left them astonished and incredulous. Remarkably, he seemed entirely unscathed. How peculiar! When did the elder demon become so merciful? Facing the inquisitive stares, Jiang Wushuang offered a sheepish smile and remarked, "Perhaps I am simply too weak. He found me uninteresting." Tang Bu approached, shaking his head, and said, "You are woefully ignorant of these fiends. They are insatiably bloodthirsty. Given the chance, they would crush even an ant." "Then I must be exceptionally fortunate," Jiang Wushuang replied, unwilling to dwell on the incident. Fortunately, Sergeant Du entered, prompting the others to cease their discussions. "Xiaojiang, are you all right? Do you need to rest today?" Du observed Jiang Wushuang with a look of concern. At that moment, Jiang Wushuang realized his pretenses were inadequate. After all, being attacked by a master-level figure warranted at least 3 to 5 days of recovery. However, since he was already present, it would be too disingenuous to feign injury now. "Sergeant, I am fine," he responded. Once Du departed, Jiang Wushuang resumed his day of interrogations alongside Tang Bu. As Jiang Wushuang's understanding of various formations deepened, Tang Bu began allowing him to manipulate the arrays. It must be said that the formations within the demon suppression tower were exceptionally intricate, truly an eye-opening experience for him. After engaging with 3 prisoners in succession, it was finally time to disperse. Just as Jiang Wushuang turned to rest, Tang Bu called out to him, "Don't rush off just yet. You've been in the Guazi unit for several days now, and you should be well acquainted with it. Next, it's time for you to engage in some training." Tang Bu entered a corridor, beckoning Jiang Wushuang to follow. "Training?" Jiang Wushuang paused, the term somewhat foreign to him. After all, his strength was a result of picking up cultivation rather than traditional training. "This is also part of your assessment," Tang Bu added. Realizing the necessity, Jiang Wushuang followed him. He had yet to officially join the demon suppression camp and needed 2 months to pass the assessment. Only upon passing could he move freely on the second floor. "Brother Tang, what does the assessment entail?" Jiang Wushuang asked curiously as he caught up. "You'll find out shortly," Tang Bu replied with a mysterious smile. He led Jiang Wushuang through a labyrinthine corridor for the better part of half an incense stick. Dazed from the twists and turns, Jiang Wushuang finally arrived before a stone door. As the stone door creaked open, he stepped into a stone chamber. The moment he entered, his gaze was captivated by the surrounding stone walls. Numerous squares adorned the walls, each numbered, containing jade plates that shimmered with radiant hues. Some emitted a green glow, while others shone red, accompanied by subtle waves of restrictive energy. Jiang Wushuang discerned a resemblance between the jade plates and the array plates used for manipulation. Brother Tang, it has been several days since your last visit to the martial training room. Upon seeing Tangbu enter, the two demon guardians in the stone chamber saluted with cupped hands. A glance at their attire revealed they were second-tier demon guardians. The recent tasks have proven challenging and have caused delays, Tangbu remarked, gesturing towards Jiang Wushuang. A new brother has joined us. Please take him around to familiarize him. Subsequently, he led Jiang Wushuang through a stone door. After navigating a serpentine passage, the two arrived before a cavern. This cave lacked a stone door, its entrance shrouded in a blue luminescent veil. Peering through the veil, Jiang Wushuang glimpsed a blurred figure ceaselessly darting within. Tangbu stepped through the luminous barrier first, with Jiang Wushuang closely following. As they entered the cavern, Jiang Wushuang was met with a pungent odor. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from beside him. Turning to look, he beheld a massive wolf, its fur a fiery red, fixating its gaze upon him. The colossal wolf was half-crouched, its front legs slightly bent, fur bristling, emitting a series of low growls, poised for an attack. This was a second-tier wolf demon devoid of any sealing power. Your assessment entails battling this demon. Within 2 months, you must defeat 3 of them. Tangbu indicated towards the corner where the wolf demon was ready to pounce, chuckling. So, what do you think? Are you afraid? Chapter 40. A self-inflicted demise. Jiang Wushuang scrutinized the entirely crimson wolf demon. Truly, it was a creature whose powers were unsealed. Unfazed by the presence of Jiang Wushuang and his companion, it regarded the two intruders as mere prey. After a mere glance, Jiang Wushuang dismissed the creature entirely. This wolf demon was merely of the second tier, akin to a martial artist at the foundation establishment stage, 2 levels below the 4th-tier tiger demon he had previously encountered. Even against that formidable tiger, Jiang Wushuang had emerged victorious. This wolf demon was hardly a challenge. Defeating 3 such beasts would be a trivial endeavor. Is the assessment truly this simple? Jiang Wushuang could not help but inquire. Tangbu shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "Simple? You have no idea how formidable a demon's combat prowess can be." He then gestured for Jiang Wushuang to step aside and observe closely. As Jiang Wushuang retreated a couple of paces, he witnessed Tangbu launch himself at the wolf demon. Although Tangbu was at the Chi Si stage, albeit at the first layer, he was still a level above the second-tier wolf demon. However, he was unable to suppress the creature. His fist struck the wolf demon, yet the latter withstood the blows with its formidable physique. Tangbu, wary of the wolf demon's onslaught, remained cautious. The beast lunged ferociously, shattering the stones of the wall as if they were mere tofu. Were it not for the existence of restraints, this wolf demon would have easily escaped. Jiang Wushuang watched with keen interest, beginning to comprehend the purpose of such an assessment. The innate combat strength of demons surpassed that of humans. Engaging in battle with them not only sharpened one's courage, but also honed one's skills. Triumphing over these creatures would demonstrate the capability to become a first-class demon suppressor. After several rounds of combat, neither the wolf demon nor Tangbu gained the upper hand. Both sides appeared evenly matched. In reality, however, Tangbu was slightly at a disadvantage, given that his cultivation level was marginally higher than that of the wolf demon. What do you think? Do you still find it simple? Tangbu paused his assault, his breath slightly ragged. Across from him, the wolf demon had awakened a semblance of intelligence. It seemed to recognize its inability to conquer the human opponent. It stood there, emitting low growls, yet refrained from attacking. Jiang Wushuang found this amusing. With a mere finger, he could crush the wolf demon before him. However, considering his own cultivation was only at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, and wishing to spare Tangbu some dignity, he feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "Brother Tang, how impressive." Tangbu, displaying humility, shook his head. "No, I clearly have improved my strength. It won't be long before I reached the 2nd layer of the Chi Si, and yet I still cannot subdue this wolf demon." It infuriates me. With a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, he exited the cave. Upon noticing Jiang Wushuang lagging behind, he turned back and asked, "What are you standing there for?" Jiang Wushuang, initially taken aback, pointed at himself and said, "Am I not supposed to fight it?" Tang Bu laughed heartily. "Are you foolish? If I cannot defeat it, do you intend to stay behind and seek punishment?" Upon finishing his words, he turned around and added, "Let us go. I'll find you a weaker monster." Jiang Wushuang promptly followed suit. It mattered little to him. Whether the creature was strong or weak, it would be dispatched with a single blow. Tang Bu was evidently well acquainted with this place, knowing precisely which cell housed which creature. He reiterated that newcomers like him should first select the weakest monster for practice. After all, numerous newcomers had met their demise here before even joining the demon suppression camp. Standing before a cavern, Jiang Wushuang paused, hearing a faint sound of rushing air emanating from within, as if something was moving swiftly. As he stepped inside, he beheld a gray shadow darting about in the air. Each time it zipped past them, it stirred up a gust of wind that made Tang Bu squint. "Be obedient," Tang Bu warned, throwing a punch at the flickering figure, which abruptly halted, revealing a gigantic eagle before them. The eagle, struck, flapped its wings a few times, shedding feathers that floated downwards. This was a golden-billed eagle demon. Although it was also of the second tier, its combat prowess was considerably inferior to that of the wolf demon. "Your task today is to remain here for 2 hours," Tang Bu informed Jiang Wushuang, before adding, "Of course, if you can't endure it, there's no need to force yourself. You can flee. Don't fear embarrassment. After all, preserving your life is far more important than saving face." With a jesting tone, Tang Bu exited the cave, leaving Jiang Wushuang and the eagle that flapped its wings in the air behind. The eagle quickly shifted its gaze from the departing Tang Bu to Jiang Wushuang. Its slightly reddened eyes fixated on him, exuding a palpable hatred and bloodlust towards humanity. Any ordinary cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation establishment would likely be terrified under such a malevolent gaze, fleeing in panic. However, Jiang Wushuang remained unfazed. With his cultivation at the gathering spirit stage, his only concern was whether he could slay the demon here, as this was merely a training chamber. The demons present were intended as sparring partners. Just as he contemplated how to deal with the eagle demons, they took the initiative to attack. It must be noted that the speed of the eagle demon was astonishing, its movements as swift as lightning. An ordinary Foundation establishment martial artist would find it nearly impossible to withstand such an assault. Yet Jiang Wushuang was evidently no ordinary individual. He stood resolute against the eagle demon's strikes, allowing its claws and golden beak to descend upon him. With a thud, the eagle demon struck as fiercely as it had approached, but retreated with equal swiftness. However, while it had dove downwards, it now plummeted to the ground like a ball, rebounding upon impact. Ultimately, it crashed against the stone wall, slowly sliding down before landing, its talons upturned, wings splayed, utterly lifeless. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Dead. He had not anticipated that the ferocious eagle demon would be so fragile. Or perhaps, he had not even needed to lift a finger. Utilizing Songlong Bai Lian merely to reflect the attack back. Was this singular passive strike sufficient to cause death? Surely, it cannot be feigned demise. Jiang Wushuang approached, lifting the eagle demon to inspect closely. To his astonishment, it was indeed lifeless. A bitter smile crept upon his face. If Tang Bu inquires later, how shall he justify this? That the eagle demon collided with itself, resulting in its own demise? Who would believe such a tale? Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from a direct confrontation with the eagle demon. As Jiang Wushuang pondered over a plausible excuse to address the situation, a soft glow suddenly materialized before him. Was this the memory inheritance of the eagle demon? Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. Yet upon reflection, it was quite natural for demons to possess such memory legacies. After all, demons could also endow him with cultivation points. However, he was curious. While the memory inheritance of human warriors provided him with martial arts and cultivation points, what could the memories of demons offer? A flicker of anticipation crossed Jiang Wushuang's face as he reached out to touch the glowing orb. Chapter 41. The gifted abilities. Since Jiang Wushuang arrived on the 2nd level, he had not received any memory inheritance for several days. After all, the 2nd level was filled with ancient demons. Although he underwent daily interrogations, he had yet to eliminate a single one. Moreover, his area of activity was limited to the Gue sector, where the number of prisoners was scarce. To his surprise, the first memory inheritance he received turned out to be that of a demon creature. As the memory inheritance transformed into a stream of light and entered his body, vivid images began to unfold within his mind. Initially, he saw a common giant eagle soaring through the sky, subsisting on small creatures such as mice and rabbits. However, some seemingly small animals were not to be trifled with. They had also cultivated into demons and were far from being easily bullied due to their size. In one scene, a black mouse with blood-red eyes nearly severed the giant eagle's claw. Fortunately, this black mouse had only recently transformed into a demon and, facing the enormous eagle, it ultimately met its end, swallowed whole. After consuming the black mouse, the eagle's eyes began to change, slowly shifting from black to red. Its body also gradually shrank. Yet, rather than becoming weaker, it grew faster and gained higher intelligence. Over time, it ceased to prey on small animals and began hunting other demon creatures. The blood of these demons further augmented the giant eagle's strength. However, the more it consumed, the more bloodthirsty it became. Eventually, the eagle grew dissatisfied with the taste of demons and started attacking humans. Initially, it targeted ordinary people, but soon it escalated to human warriors. Utilizing its terrifying speed, it ravaged village after village, leaving behind cries of despair and scattered corpses. In the final scene, during an assault on a human merchant caravan, the giant eagle was captured by a skilled member of the divine capture camp. Indeed, demons were ferocious. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. He had absorbed many memories from notorious figures and had witnessed numerous cruel scenes. He never expected that a mere second-tier eagle demon could be so brutal, having harmed thousands of humans. Through the eagle demon's perspective, he gleaned that although demons had awakened intelligence, their primal instincts remained unbridled. In their world, it was a relentless survival of the fittest. No wonder ordinary people were terrified of demons. Their threat was undeniably significant. As he pondered this, Jiang Wushuang noticed an additional entry on his attribute panel. Gifted ability, Wine Control, 7th rank, Realm, Minor Accomplishment, 1500-2000. Gifted ability? Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing the implications, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. The cultivation of demons differed from that of human warriors. He had previously heard from Tangbu that demons possessed not only formidable combat prowess, but also the potential to awaken various gifts. Of course, the awakening of gifted abilities was not exclusive to demons. Some exceptionally talented warriors with unique bloodlines also had the chance to awaken similar abilities, albeit with great difficulty. Jiang Wushuang had not anticipated that, instead of awakening himself, he could acquire such abilities from demons. Moreover, even if others managed to awaken, they were typically limited to a single ability. He could solely rely on scavenging, yet he was able to acquire a myriad of extraordinary talents. It was nothing short of exhilarating. Jiang Wushuang was eager to experience the newly acquired abilities. With a light bounce on his toes, it felt as though he had stepped onto an invisible breeze, and he lifted off the ground. Was he flying? Was this the art of wind manipulation? Jiang Wushuang was utterly astonished. For an ordinary martial artist, flight seemed an unattainable dream, reserved only for those who transcended the realm of masters. If anyone were to witness him hovering in the air, it would surely send them into a state of panic. Like a child, he darted to and fro in the air, reveling in the newfound freedom. After a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, he gradually descended to the ground. Though he had not yet exhausted his delight, he lacked the wings of an eagle demon, and thus, flying was a considerable drain on his vital energy. In just that brief moment, the liquid essence in his energy reservoir had diminished by a third. It appeared that wind manipulation was not conducive to prolonged flight. Through this fleeting experience, Jiang Wushuang arrived at a conclusion. Furthermore, the speed of his flight was not particularly swift, notably slower than when he utilized the chasing stars and pursuing the moon technique on the ground. This could be attributed to the fact that his ability was only at the 7th rank, a rather low level. Of course, it was also related to his cultivation realm, as he had merely attained the minor completion stage of this technique. With this in mind, Jiang Wushuang promptly utilized his cultivation points to elevate the wind manipulation technique from minor completion to major completion, and then to its peak. Indeed, upon attempting to fly once more, his speed multiplied several times over, nearly matching that of his chasing stars and pursuing the moon technique. The consumption of vital energy was also halved. With this newfound ability, even in the presence of a master, he felt a surge of confidence. After all, even if he were unable to prevail in combat, he could still escape by flight. A master would be left helpless in the face of such a situation. Meanwhile, after departing from Tongbu, he ventured to the cave of the wolf demon, engaging in battle for an hour. In his training, practical combat was a vital avenue for enhancing strength. Thus, he frequented the martial training hall, often returning to engage in combat after dispersing his energy. He had initially planned to battle the wolf demon for another hour. However, considering that it was Jiang Wushuang's first visit, he felt a twinge of concern. Consequently, he abandoned the idea of further training and proceeded towards the cave of the eagle demon. Though the eagle demon was the weakest of all in the martial training hall and possessed limited attack power, its ability to fly and incredible speed made it a formidable opponent. Tongbu had endured considerable hardship when he first faced the eagle demon upon entering the martial training hall. While the eagle demon's attacks were not lethal, they were relentless, draining his vital energy to the brink of peril. Although Jiang Wushuang was somewhat stronger than he had been previously, it was still his first encounter with a demon beast, and unexpected events were inevitable. With this thought, Tongbu quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cave, he was met with an unsettling silence, devoid of any sound. This caused his heart to sink, for he had already inquired with the two demon wardens at the entrance, and Jiang Wushuang had not yet emerged. Damn it, that kid couldn't hold his ground. Why didn't he flee? Tang Bu's expression shifted as he rushed in. Upon witnessing the scene within, he was momentarily taken aback. There lay Jiang Wushuang against the stone wall, reclining on the ground with his hands cradling his head, nonchalantly crossing his legs while gazing lazily at the cave's ceiling. Are you all right? Tang Bu hesitated, uncertain if he should voice the inquiry. I'm perfectly fine, Jiang Wushuang replied, sitting up with an expression of surprise as he noticed Tang Bu's hurried entrance. What are you doing lying there? Tang Bu inquired, his brow furrowed. Weren't you the one who instructed me to remain here for 2 hours? Jiang Wushuang remarked, spreading his hands in front of him. Tang Bu let out a wry smile, saying, when I said to stay here for 2 hours, I meant for you to hone your combat skills against the eagle demon, not to take a leisurely nap. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he began to scan the cave for the elusive creature. By the way, where's the eagle demon? However, after searching the entire cave, he found no trace of it. Jiang Wushuang, seated on the ground, wore an awkward expression as he replied, It is right here. With that, he lifted a lifeless golden-beaked giant eagle from beside him. This is... Tang Bu's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire countenance freezing in shock. The two exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes locked for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Tang Bu reacted, leaping up and exclaiming, I was worried you had been slain, and yet you've dispatched it instead? Chapter 42. The Rescue. Jiang Wushuang, witnessing Tang Bu's intense reaction, wore a face of desperation and inquired, Brother Tang, I have slain the eagle demon. What should I do now? Tang Bu approached and took the lifeless form of the eagle demon from Jiang Wushuang, scrutinizing it meticulously. After a considerable pause, he regarded Jiang Wushuang with a curious expression and remarked, Dead is dead. Others might wish to kill it, but they cannot. You have truly opened my eyes once again. The more he observed Jiang Wushuang, the more enigmatic he appeared. The eagle demon had evidently perished from an immense force, dying instantly. While he too could vanquish the eagle demon, he could not achieve such efficiency. It was no wonder he had been favored by the garrison commander. His martial talents far surpassed his own. Well, your task for today is completed, Tang Bu stated as he turned to exit the cave, still holding the eagle demon's carcass. Initially, he had instructed Jiang Wushuang to engage the eagle demon for 2 hours, yet he had decisively slain it, thus exceeding anticipated goals. Jiang Wushuang followed Tang Bu, exhaling in relief. He had managed to evade trouble once more. In Tang Bu's eyes, Jiang Wushuang's martial prowess was superior to others. Although the demise of the eagle demon was unexpected, it was justifiable. Upon entering the stone chamber, Tang Bu, still grasping the eagle demon's body, whispered a few words to the 2 demon guards stationed there before departing the chamber, the carcass in hand. Brother Tang, how should we dispose of the eagle demon's body? Jiang Wushuang inquired with curiosity. What else can we do? We shall take it back and stew it, Tang Bu replied, flashing a grin. It has been ages since I've savored demon meat. Well, that does sound rather appealing. Jiang Wushuang hesitated before a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Although he was not a glutton, he had never tasted demon meat before. Soon, the cave where Tangbu resided was filled with the enticing aroma of cooking meat. Several demon guards on duty, drawn by the scent, rushed over, eager to partake in a morsel. The cave buzzed with lively chatter. In the days that followed, Jiang Wushuang would visit the martial training room every few days to engage in combat with various demon creatures. While it was termed a battle, it was primarily an exercise in restraint, ensuring he did not slay the demons. After all, having previously killed the weakest one was acceptable. However, if he were to kill another during his next visit, even the garrison commander would likely come to witness. This was not the attention he sought. Therefore, when encountering more formidable demons, he would feign defeat and withdraw preemptively. He aimed to avoid the spotlight, focusing solely on passing the assessments. On this particular day, he did not venture into the martial training room, but instead seized the opportunity to visit the first floor of the demon suppression tower. He collected the accumulated cultivation points from that level. Employing chasing stars and catching the moon, he managed to do so without alarming anyone. After a considerable absence, he garnered over 50,000 cultivation points. Simultaneously, he noticed that many of the targets he had intended to collect had already been dispatched by the level's guards. As the corpses had long been dealt with, the memories and inheritances were, naturally, unattainable. Having lost a considerable amount of cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang resolved to collect them daily. At the same time, he could activate a newly arrived prisoner. One day, as Jiang Wushuang approached the torture chamber, he beheld Tangbu escorting an unfamiliar face. The new arrival was a devil from the Bliss sect, recently delivered by the divine capturing camp. As Tangbu spoke, he deposited the prisoner into the torture array. The man, clad in white, appeared to be in his 30s. Despite being bound by restrictive chains and reduced to a mere captive, he exuded an air of elegance that belied his origins from a demonic cult. His strikingly handsome visage could easily leave an ordinary woman defenseless. Jiang Wushuang, having absorbed countless memories, possessed an understanding of the Bliss sect, a cult dedicated to the yin-yang absorption technique. Its members were notorious for seducing women, leaving those ensnared in their clutches to face grim fates. The captured Changjin was a master of this art and an elder of the sect. Women who fell victim to his practices often ended up either in a state of delirium or, at worst, as lifeless husks, truly horrifying outcomes. Such scum deserved to experience the full brunt of the Earth's fiery array. Tangbu grasped the array disk, and with his manipulation, the ground beneath the white-clad man blazed red, as if he stood upon a searing iron plate. Instantly, flames erupted around him. The figure engulfed in fire writhed and howled in torment. Tangbu remained silent, merely overseeing the array, allowing the newcomer to taste its merciless nature. After all, no useful information could be extracted from him. An hour later, the cries of the figure diminished, and he eventually ceased his struggles. Only then did Tangbu extinguish the flames within the array. As they observed the figure once more, both Jiang Wushuang and Tangbu were taken aback. "Brother Tang, when did we switch prisoners?" Jiang Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment. The once graceful gentleman had metamorphosed into a hunchbacked old man, missing 2 front teeth. Were it not for the binding chain still affixed to him, Jiang Wushuang might have suspected a switch had occurred. Tangbu, momentarily stunned, scoffed and remarked, "I have long heard that the Bliss sect excels in altering appearances. Witnessing it firsthand today is indeed remarkable." We nearly fell for his ruse. Jiang Wushuang, still in shock, began to comprehend the implications through Tangbu's explanation. The Bliss sect's yin-yang absorption was a cunning trap designed to deceive women. If they presented themselves as this decrepit old man, they would scare off any potential victims at first glance. Thus, they resorted to disguising themselves as dashing young lords. One cannot deny the sophistication of the Bliss sect's transformative techniques. Had it not been for the flames revealing his true form, even he might have been deceived. "Enough. Send him to the prison for now. We shall attend to him in a few days," Tangbu instructed, casting a glance at Jiang Wushuang. Since the last time he vanquished the eagle demon, Tangbu's prowess has garnered newfound respect. Although he has only reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, his extraordinary talent renders him nearly equal in strength. As long as the adversary is not a master-level criminal, he is capable of escorting them back to prison alone. After Jiang Wushuang departed with the prisoner, Tangbu stood aside, slightly panting. The recent exertion of controlling the earth flame array had significantly drained his vital energy. However, before he could catch his breath, Captain Du Yi entered the room. "Where is Xiaojiang?" Du Yi inquired, scanning the interrogation chamber. "She has taken a prisoner back to the cell," Tangbu replied as he rose. Du Yi nodded and said, "You need to accompany her to the Divine Catcher's camp. There is a prisoner awaiting your assistance." Tangbu was momentarily taken aback, then pointed to himself and asked, "Me? To accompany Xiaojiang?" Such escort duties were not uncommon, yet they typically involved individuals of superior strength. This was primarily because the prisoners dispatched at such times were often of significant import, necessitating a precautionary approach to prevent any unforeseen incidents. "This may not be appropriate," Tangbu added. Chapter 43. The Scarlet Lotus. Saint Sun Du Yi tilted his head and inquired, "Is there anything amiss?" Tangbu furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I can certainly go. But Xiaojiang has yet to officially join the demon suppression camp and lacks sufficient experience. I wonder if he is fit to carry out duties outside the demon suppression tower at this moment." Du Yi spoke calmly. "This is indeed a concern. My considerations were insufficient. It seems I must accompany you personally." Tangbu raised his brow, asserting, "That is even less acceptable. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise with the Gue designation, your presence would be essential. I shall take Xiaojiang with me. It is unlikely that any trouble will ensue, and I will ensure he is well guided." After pondering briefly, Du Yi conceded, "It appears that is the only option. Take good care of Xiaojiang and impart knowledge to him." With those words, Du Yi turned and departed. Before long, Jiang Wushuang escorted Changjin to his cell and returned. Going to the divine capturing camp? Upon hearing he was to perform duties outside the demon suppression tower, Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Then he couldn't help but chuckle. Since arriving on the second floor, he had not ventured outside. It wasn't that he was incapable of doing so. The demon suppression guards on the second floor had free access to the tower. He simply hadn't found the opportunity. Soon, the two tidied up and exited the demon suppression tower. The tower was situated to the west of the imperial city, while the divine capturing camp lay to the east, necessitating a traverse through the city. However, with brisk pace, they arrived at the camp in less than half an hour. At the entrance of the divine capturing camp, two guards bore cold expressions, radiating an intimidating aura. Passers-by diverted their paths to avoid them. After revealing their identities, Jiang Wushuang and his companion were ushered into the camp. "Is this the divine capturing camp?" "Indeed, there are numerous formidable individuals here." Tangbu sensed that each person passing by exuded a potent aura and silently marveled. In truth, this was his first visit to the camp, and he was taken aback by the palpable pressure within. Jiang Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement. The individuals Tangbu referred to possessed strength at the Qi realm, yet their years of slaying demons imbued them with an air of grim determination. Before long, a woman clad in purple finery approached them. Her hair was elegantly tied up, her expression frosty, and after casting a brief glance at the two, her brows slightly furrowed as she asked, "Just the two of you?" Jiang Wushuang's eyes flickered upon seeing her. This woman, if memory served him right, was Wu Zhilin, 1,000 household officer of the divine capturing camp. This was the second time he had encountered her. Previously, she had come to the demon suppression tower to interrogate one of the captives following his slaying of the 4 demons of Lingnan. However, that inquiry had yielded no results and ultimately faded into obscurity. Returning, 1,000 household, the demon suppression tower is currently short-staffed, hence. Tangbu felt the disdain in Wu Zhilin's gaze and felt compelled to explain. It was no wonder they were looked down upon. In comparison to the personnel of the divine capturing camp, both he and Jiang Wushuang were not only weaker in strength, but also lacked a comparable presence. "Enough. I never expected much from you anyway." With this dismissive remark, Wu Zhilin turned on her heel, leaving Tangbu standing there, his face flushed with indignation, yet rendered speechless. The two individuals were left to languish on the sidelines. After a considerable while, a member of the divine captors' camp escorted them to meet the prisoner. Upon entering the heavily guarded dungeon of the divine captors, Jiang Wushuang and his companion traversed several checkpoints before finally encountering the bound criminal. To their astonishment, it was none other than the holy son of the Red Lotus sect, the mastermind behind the recent spate of young girls' disappearances in the imperial city. No wonder their assistance was deemed necessary. The related documents were extensive. Upon reviewing the prisoner's records, Tang Bu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In response to the case of the missing girls, the entire Divine Captors force had mobilized, and several related criminals had been successively delivered from the second level of the demon subduing tower. Today, they were indeed to deliver one of the principal conspirators behind this nefarious plot. Contemplating the methods employed by the Divine Captors, Tang Bu couldn't help but express his admiration. Jiang Wushuang, however, remained only slightly surprised. He recalled how the guard on the first level had been overwhelmed with the case. Unfortunately, the related criminals had been subjected to the Red Lotus sect's arcane techniques, rendering them mute. Ultimately, it was through receiving a memory inheritance that he managed to provide crucial information, thwarting the Red Lotus sect's scheme to abduct numerous young girls. The holy son of the Red Lotus sect was indeed formidable. At a mere 20-something years old, he had already attained the 7th level of spirit gathering. The elite of the Divine Captors had pursued him for 300 miles before finally apprehending him. Tang Bu was utterly astonished. Although he had encountered many criminals at the spirit gathering realm, it was his first time seeing one so young. "Do you not find this remarkable?" Tang Bu remarked, noticing Jiang Wushuang's lack of reaction. To become a holy son of a demonic sect, one must possess some innate talent. Yet, what does it matter? He will still be confined to the demon's subduing tower, subjected to our daily oversight. Jiang Wushuang replied with a faint smile. Well, that is indeed true. Once inside the demon's subduing tower, he is of no consequence. Tang Bu chuckled in agreement. As they loaded the prisoner onto the transport cart, Jiang Wushuang seized the opportunity to activate his target. Although it only yielded 150 cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang's principle was to seize every opportunity for gain. Upon exiting the Divine Captors camp, a full moon had risen in the east. The streets of the imperial city were already aglow with lights, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Wushuang and his companion trailed at the rear of the escorting team, surrounded by the elite dispatched by the Divine Captors. At the forefront, astride a majestic steed, was the previously encountered Captain Wu Jiling of the Divine Captors. Her gaze remained steadfast, and as she rode, pedestrians hastily cleared a path. "Xiao Jiang, what do you think of Captain Wu?" Tang Bu inquired, his eyes frequently darting forward. He occasionally leaned in to whisper to Jiang Wushuang, feeling secure with the Divine Captors paving the way ahead. "Do you have any thoughts?" Jiang Wushuang turned and smiled. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. Tang Bu leaned closer and whispered, "What do you think would impress a beauty like Captain Wu?" Jiang Wushuang let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Have you not considered the disparity in our statuses before deciding to pursue her?" Tang Bu paused for a moment, seemingly recalling the disparity between the two of them. However, he soon smiled and remarked, "Many illustrated books have stated that as long as mutual affection exists, the differences in status can be overlooked. Although I am merely a humble demon guard, who knows, perhaps the esteemed Wu Qianhu might fancy my type?" A chuckle escaped Jiang Wushuang's lips, unable to contain himself. He scrutinized Tang Bu from head to toe, realizing for the first time how thick-skinned this fellow was. The two continued their conversation, exchanging idle banter. Suddenly, Jiang Wushuang halted, a slight frown creasing his brow as he gazed down the dimly lit road ahead. His eyes sharpened, as if he could pierce through the boundless void. Meanwhile, Tang Bu was still murmuring to himself, and without paying attention, he collided with the guard from the demon hunter camp, who had come to a stop. Only then did he realize they had entered a shadowy path. There was not a soul in sight, yet the guards of the demon hunter camp had drawn their weapons. Bracing themselves for an imminent threat, Tang Bu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly jolting him awake. Is someone attempting to ambush the prisoner transport? A thought surged in his mind, and he broke into a cold sweat. "Xiao Jiang, do not be afraid. No one dares to act recklessly in front of the demon hunter camp." Tang Bu unsheathed the dagger at his waist, his gaze flitting around, yet he discerned nothing amiss. His words were meant to reassure Jiang Wushuang, yet he was also trying to soothe his own unease. It seemed far from straightforward. Jiang Wushuang's expression remained impassive as he stared ahead. A formidable presence was drawing near through the darkness. Chapter 44. Half-step master beneath the vast expanse of the heavens. The moonlight cascaded upon Wu Jiling's icy visage. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the dim, swirling mist ahead. A vague silhouette advanced toward her. each step resonating with the weight of countless forces, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. Wu Zhiling's expression grew solemn, her long knife poised for a swift strike at any moment. Though only a solitary figure obstructed her path, an overwhelming pressure loomed over her. As the figure emerged from the fog, Wu Zhiling finally discerned his features. It was an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Despite his hunched form, his gaze was piercing, akin to steel needles that pricked the skin with an unsettling sting. What kind of demon dares to obstruct the path of my divine captor's camp? Wu Zhiling exclaimed, her voice powerful and commanding, defying her feminine stature. Yet, the old man offered no reply. Instead, he raised his hand and struck with a blade. The surrounding mist surged violently, transforming into a colossal shadow of a knife that descended from the heavens. At the rear, Tang Bu sensed the tension in the air, but remained oblivious to the specifics of the unfolding drama. It was only upon witnessing the old man's appearance that he realized an attempt to seize a prisoner was underway. Just one person? He remarked to Jiang Wushuang beside him, attempting to assuage her fears. Do not worry, the experts of the divine captor's camp will handle him. However, his reassurance was cut short as the old man unleashed a strike, summoning a tempest that forced them to squint against the wind. The adversary seemed capable of matching an army single-handedly. What a fearsome old man, Tang Bu thought, his complexion paling as he instinctively pulled Jiang Wushuang back. The level of combat was evidently beyond their participation. Up front, Wu Zhiling leapt from her steed, her form enveloped in a dazzling aura of blades as she fearlessly charged toward the cleaving shadow. Though her assault was fierce, it proved insufficient to thwart the knife's relentless advance. Upon contact, she was flung back like a stone, tumbling several times before finally stabilizing on one knee. Tang Bu's heart raced with trepidation. The old man's prowess vastly exceeded his expectations. No wonder he dared to attempt a prison break in the imperial city. Could he be a master? Tang Bu's voice trembled slightly. But surely it will be fine. The divine captor's camp must have been prepared. Just as he uttered these words, four figures soared into the sky beside the prisoner transport. They were four middle-aged men, each surrounded by a radiant aura of blades, transforming into four shooting stars that hurtled toward the descending shadow. With a resounding crash, the collision of the knife shadow and the four figures erupted in a brilliant display, fracturing the immense blade's form before it rapidly disintegrated into sparkling flecks, vanishing into the night sky. Indeed, the divine captor's camp houses formidable experts. Do not be afraid. Stand with me to protect the prisoner, Tang Bu declared, bracing against the gusts that swept toward him as he slowly retreated. Jiang Wushuang cast a bemused glance back at him. Protect the prisoner? Why are you retreating? At that moment, another knife shadow descended from the sky. This time, it was several times larger. The shadow of the blade had yet to descend. Yet the individuals on the ground were already rendered incapable of lifting their heads by the tempestuous winds that surged downward. The quartet that had previously shattered the blade's shadow once again ascended into the sky. However, this time, they were not only unable to thwart the impending strike of the blade, but were instead propelled away, carving deep craters into the earth as they fell. Run! Tang Bu's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. Yet, after merely a couple of steps, he felt the ground beneath him upheave, his feet trembling with numbness, making it difficult to maintain his balance. Fortunately, a hand steadied him, and he felt himself lifted like a chick, then hurled away. He turned to discern the identity of his savior, but the swirling dust obscured his vision. All he could hear were the furious shouts and commands of the divine capture camp. After what felt like a dozen breaths, the tremors of the ground finally subsided, and the dust began to settle. What lay before Tang Bu filled him with dread. The once smooth road had vanished, replaced by a vast chasm. The prison cart that had contained the Scarlet Lotus Holy Sun was now shattered, its remnants scattered. The old man who had obstructed their path and the Scarlet Lotus Holy Sun were nowhere to be seen. Only the guards of the divine capture camp remained, some injured, others lifeless. Gazing at the scene before him, Tang Bu felt a wave of terror wash over him. Had that hand not seized him and thrown him away, he would have been struck directly by the blade shadow. Survival would have been nearly impossible. Xiaojiang, are you all right? Instinctively, Tang Bu turned, only to find nothing beside him. As he scanned the surroundings desperately, he could not find even a trace of Jiang Wushuang. Could he be dead? Cursed be this fool, he thought, still lacking in caution. Tang Bu punched the air in frustration, anxiously searching. Indeed, bringing along this inexperienced newcomer had been a miscalculation. Meanwhile, Wu Jiling, stained with blood and clutching a broken blade, limped forward. Wu Qianhu, the Scarlet Lotus Holy Sun has been abducted. A guard from the divine capture camp approached with a grim countenance. Search the entire city at once. Wu Jiling's expression darkened. In her fury, she cast the broken blade to the ground. Those who dare to abduct prisoners shall also be sent to the demon suppression tower. In order to escort the Scarlet Lotus Holy Sun, the divine capture camp had mobilized 4 experts of the gathering spirit realm, yet an unforeseen mishap had occurred. One adversary had wielded 2 blades and taken him away, and this had transpired within the imperial city. With such a significant blunder, she could not evade culpability. They cannot have gone far. Pursue them immediately. Wu Jiling swiftly summoned the remaining personnel. The imperial city was heavily guarded. Such a disturbance would undoubtedly alert all factions. The Scarlet Lotus Holy Sun would not escape. Jiling, the enemy is formidable. We must not act recklessly. A pallid middle-aged man approached. One of the 4 who had previously shattered the blade shadow. Uncle Zhao, Wu Jiling greeted with a respectful gesture. Do you know who the assailants are? The middle-aged man inquired. Who cares who he is? If he dares to appear in the imperial city, let him come and go without return. Wu Jiling let out a soft snort. That was the flying dragon ghost blade. If I am not mistaken, he should be the infamous Elder Yongchang of the Red Lotus sect. A look of trepidation flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. Elder Yongchang? A half-step master? Wu Jiling's eyes widened in profound astonishment. Elder Yongchang is a notorious fiend listed on the bounty board of the divine capture camp. His cultivation is merely a half-step away from mastery. Previously, she had only sensed that he was formidable, but she never anticipated his strength to reach such heights. Now you know what to do, the middle-aged man said in a hushed tone, only to turn and find that Wu Jiling had already leaped onto her horse and was galloping away into the distance. Noticing her heading towards the divine capture camp, he refrained from saying anything further. On horseback, Wu Jiling's expression was grave. A half-step master, though still a step away from true mastery, had already transcended the gathering spirit realm, making him beyond the reach of those within it. She needed to return to the divine capture camp to summon a master. Only a true master could subdue him. Chapter 45. I come to slay you in the imperial city. A multitude of imperial guards surged into the streets. The sudden imposition of a curfew, accompanied by such commotion, undoubtedly signified a momentous event. Shops hastily shuttered their doors, while pedestrians fled in disarray. Soon, the thoroughfare was predominantly occupied by armored guards and the grim-faced members of the Divine Capture Battalion, with few other figures in sight. Stop! On a particular street, 3 silhouettes sprinted forward. Suddenly, 5 members of the Divine Capture Battalion emerged from a nearby alley, encircling the trio. Who are you, and why are you here? The leading guard's inquiry was abruptly interrupted as the 3 figures sprang into action, a sword descending towards his head. In an instant, shadows flickered and blades clashed. Moments later, the foremost guard was pierced through the forehead by a sword. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sinister man before him, uttering, "You are remnants of the Red Lotus sect." The malevolent figure withdrew his sword, casting a cold smile at the slowly collapsing form before him. The dead need not know so much. The other 4 members of the Divine Capture Battalion also fell into a pool of blood. Brother, we should leave the city. Someone behind the sinister man suggested. There's no rush. We must alleviate the pressure on the Holy Sun. Besides, the Divine Capture Battalion is utterly useless. Killing a few more poses no issue, the sinister man replied, stepping over the bodies as he prepared to advance. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he turned to look back. In the street, a youth was approaching step by step, showing no reaction to the carnage or the fearsome demeanor of the trio. Another fool from the Demon Suppression Battalion. The sinister man thought, ready to strike. Yet, before he could act, someone surged forward behind him. However, as that individual reached the youth, he abruptly froze, collapsing only after the youth passed by. The sinister man and his companions were taken aback, having witnessed their comrade fall into a pool of blood. You seek death, boy? The remaining 2 lunged forward, their swords slicing through the night air. Yet, in a flash, they were rendered motionless, as if bound by an unseen force. The sinister man held his sword aloft, suspended in midair. The youth cast a brief glance at the 2, and then, without hesitation, Two heads tumbled from their bodies, rolling to his feet. "You should not obstruct my path." Without a second glance, he continued onward. They fled in that direction, the youth observed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. His target could only remain within the demon suppression tower or meet a gruesome fate. There was no escape route available. However, in the Imperial City, it was unwise to act hastily. He would allow them a brief respite. On the city wall, two figures stood with hands clasped behind their backs, gazing into the distance. Beneath them lay several corpses of the city guards. The two individuals, one elderly and one youthful, were none other than the old man who had orchestrated the abduction and the Holy Son of the Red Lotus. "Holy Son, your actions were somewhat rash this time," the old man remarked, turning his head with a calm demeanor. With a mischievous grin, the Holy Son of the Red Lotus, clad in white, expressed his willingness to brave risks for the sake of his ancestors' blood pool, hoping for a rebirth that would herald a century of prosperity for the Red Lotus sect. While the ancestor held great significance, the Holy Son represented the future of the sect, and it was imperative that he not act recklessly alone. The elder, turning slightly, remarked that they had fallen into the trap of the divine capture camp, yet he dismissed them as ineffectual, relying solely on their numbers. He assured that once Elder Yongchang arrived, they would soon be reduced to cries of despair. The Holy Son, recalling a previous encounter, displayed a flicker of excitement. However, the elder cautioned, advising the Holy Son not to underestimate the great Qian. He warned that should the Holy Son enter the demon suppression tower, there would be little hope for escape. When the Holy Son inquired earnestly about the tower's reputation for entrapment, Elder Yongchang confirmed the rumors of many formidable beings residing within its confines, urging caution regarding Great Qian's profound heritage. A shadow of concern crossed the Holy Son's face as he pondered the dangers his ancestor might face in breaking through the perilous barrier. The elder calmly reassured him that the ancestor had his own plans, and there was no need for undue worry. However, he did emphasize that the Holy Son had already attracted the attention of Great Qian, and the sect leader had commanded his swift return. After a moment of contemplation, the Holy Son acknowledged the potential difficulties of their return, fully aware that Great Qian would pursue them relentlessly. Despite his outward calm, his mind was sharply attuned to the situation. Elder Yongchang, with a gentle smile, reassured the Holy Son that he was not alone. 5 other elders had also infiltrated the Imperial City, leaving traces throughout. It would not be easy for Great Qian's forces to locate them. The Holy Son expressed delight at the prospect of multiple elders working together. Elder Yongchang nodded, suggesting they depart, for once they left the Imperial City, no one would be able to impede their progress. As they spoke, the two figures leapt down, vanishing into the vast night. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of the divine capture camp surged onto the city walls, falling silent at the sight of the scattered bodies, a clear indication that someone had escaped. Once outside the city, recapturing them would prove exceedingly difficult. Some 30 miles from the Imperial City, within a dilapidated temple, Elder Yongchang and the Holy Son raced tirelessly, encountering no obstacles along the way, which allowed them to finally relax. However, as they settled, the elder furrowed his brow, peering through the crumbling temple door into the outside world. "What's the matter, Elder?" the Holy Son inquired, sensing the elder's unease. "Nothing significant," Elder Yongchang replied. "Only that someone is approaching from the mountains, and it piques my curiosity." The elder's brow creased slightly. They had seen no one throughout their journey. One person? Perhaps merely a lost hunter, the Holy Son dismissed with a light-hearted laugh. Elder Yongchang chuckled in agreement, acknowledging that the individual did not possess a formidable presence, thus warranting little concern. Soon, the Holy Son too sensed the presence of the approaching individual from the mountains. Having encountered the situation, one must inevitably sully their hands. The Red Lotus Saint stood up and proceeded towards the outside. The eternal Chang old monster remained seated on the ground, silent as a tomb. For the sake of safety, it was imperative that no living soul laid eyes upon them. On the ascending path, a youth strolled leisurely towards them. The Red Lotus Saint paused at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, momentarily taken aback. The newcomer bore no resemblance to a lost hunter. Rather, he wielded a long blade and donned a striking red and black attire. A member of the Demon Suppression Guard? The eternal Chang old monster appeared beside the Red Lotus Saint, a hint of gravity etched upon his features. However, upon confirming that only this youth stood before them, The gravity shifted to perplexity. This lad was merely at the foundation establishment stage, posing little threat. Yet, the question of his presence here was baffling. Is it you? The Red Lotus Saint gazed at the youth with astonishment. At first glance, he seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, realization dawned upon him. Was this not the young guard trailing at the rear of the escorting party? It appears you have come to capture me? The Red Lotus Saint spoke in a low voice. The youth ambled forward, halting before the dilapidated temple. His gaze lingered on the elder and the youth for a brief moment before he spoke slowly. No, I have come to kill you. The Red Lotus Saint was initially taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Ha. Once his mirth subsided, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he declared, with just you? Chapter 46, The Seven-Stringed Bone-Piercing Nail, The Divine Capture Camp. Wu Jiling paced anxiously, her heart racing as she reflected on the chaotic incident involving the abduction of the prisoner transport. The unease in her eyes became increasingly pronounced. The Red Lotus sect, traditionally discreet among the 6 demon sects, rarely confronted the imperial court directly. Yet, in recent months, these malevolent forces had behaved uncharacteristically. Not only had they instigated a series of disappearances of young girls in the imperial city, inciting widespread panic, but they had also audaciously dared to abduct prisoners within the very heart of the imperial capital, openly challenging the might of the Deqian dynasty. Such aberrations undoubtedly concealed ulterior motives. The actions of the Red Lotus sect suggested deep-seated schemes. Historically, whenever the 6 demon sects instigated turmoil, the consequences ranged from blood-soaked streets to mountains of corpses. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Wu Jiling's eyes. The memory of the Sun Luo sect's assault on the imperial tomb a decade prior remained vividly etched in her mind. Such occurrences must never be allowed to repeat. Wu Qianhu, the commander, had emerged from seclusion. A divine capture camp guard approached, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiling felt her worries dissipate, disbelief overtaking her as she exclaimed, "The commander is taking action personally?" The commander had stated that the Red Lotus sect's behavior was indeed peculiar. They could not be permitted to act with impunity. This is splendid news. With the commander involved, even 10 of the Eternal Chang old-timers are no match. Wu Jiling's spirit soared. Having spent 60 years as a master, the commander held a prestigious position among his peers. With his intervention, the Red Lotus sect would surely be unable to stir up any significant trouble. Without hesitation, she made her way outside. Although the commander was personally engaging in the matter, she was still uncertain where the Eternal Chang old-timer and the Red Lotus Holy Sun had fled. The immediate priority was to ascertain their whereabouts. By the time she sought the commander's assistance, the entire Divine Capture Camp and the Imperial City's garrison had already mobilized, casting a net of search throughout the city. Have there been any sightings of the Red Lotus Holy Sun? Wu Jiling inquired of her subordinates as she walked. Eager to redeem herself, she insisted on joining the search party. "Commander, we have identified multiple locations in the Imperial City where Red Lotus sect's demons have been sighted. We believe we will soon yield results." Wu Jiling frowned at the news of the Red Lotus sect's brazen actions in the capital. How dare they act so openly? She pondered. No, those individuals were likely providing cover for the escape of the Red Lotus Holy Sun. Her subordinates, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly added, "It's no wonder several city wall guards were slain without anyone witnessing the assailant. Could they have already escaped the city?" Wu Jiling's expression shifted dramatically. The initial exhilaration of the commander's involvement dissipated instantly. The speed of the Red Lotus sect's maneuvers far exceeded her expectations. They had evidently managed to exit the Imperial City within moments. Beyond the city, amidst the mountains, capturing these individuals would prove exponentially more difficult. Without locating them, even a Master's intervention would be futile. "Everyone, search outside the city," Wu Jiling commanded, mounting her horse and leading a team towards the city's outskirts. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. It seemed likely that the Red Lotus Holy Sun would indeed escape this time. On the other side, within the dilapidated temple, the cautious elder Yongchang constantly altered his position, erasing the traces left by him and his companion. It seemed nearly impossible to catch up with them. However, they could never have imagined that Jiang Wushuang possessed the divine ability of wind control. As they fled, a pair of eyes in the void meticulously tracked their movements. Upon reaching a certain point, Jiang Wushuang felt it was time to strike and revealed himself. Yet, clad in the attire of a demon subjugator. He was met with disdain from the two. "Do you intend to kill me?" The Holy Son of the Red Lotus scrutinized Jiang Wushuang once more, shaking his head in disbelief. Although he was puzzled as to how the youth had followed them, after careful consideration, he confirmed that Jiang Wushuang was merely at the foundation establishment stage. It would suffice to dispose of him with a mere finger. While Elder Yongchang was typically cautious, he furrowed his brow at the young man's audacious words. "Young man, you seem to be unaware of who we are," he cautioned. The Holy Son of the Red Lotus scoffed, his gaze sharpening. In the moonlight, Jiang Wushuang surveyed the two with an indifferent expression, stating, "Holy Son of the Red Lotus. Eighth layer of spirit gathering, the martial genius of the Red Lotus sect over the past century, and the mastermind behind the series of disappearances of numerous young women in the imperial city. Indeed, you are the one I seek to eliminate." The calm and detached gaze of the youth caused the Holy Son to retract his condescending smile. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." Taking a step forward, the Holy Son waved his long sleeves, producing a series of piercing sounds in the air. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Wushuang's face as he observed 3 strands of true energy surging from the Holy Son's hand, transforming into 3 fine needles that sliced through the night air. Yet, he did not evade. Instead, he allowed the true energy to shoot towards his brow. The needles, seemingly indomitable, passed swiftly, but upon contact with Jiang Wushuang's skin, they were halted as if meeting an impenetrable steel plate, unable to advance further. As his gaze sharpened, the true energy needles shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into white mist. "Interesting," Jiang Wushuang mused, reaching up to touch his forehead, where he felt a slight sting. It was worth noting that he had elevated Songlong Bailing to its pinnacle, and his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Generally, even the most skilled martial artists would struggle to harm him, let alone withstand the recoil of their own attacks. The true energy needles sent forth by the Holy Son of the Red Lotus not only failed to shatter upon impact, but also elicited a twinge of pain within him. Indeed, the title of martial genius bestowed upon the Holy Son of the Demon sect was not unfounded. He was far more formidable than the average practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm. Jiang Wushuang regarded the Holy Son with astonishment, yet the latter's expression reflected an even greater shock. "You actually withstood my 7-string penetrating bone needles?" The Holy Son's face bore an expression of incredulity. Though he had executed the attack casually, even an ordinary practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm would have had their skull pierced. Yet, the youth before him stood unwavering, not only braving the attack, but effortlessly shattering it. "You have indeed concealed your true strength." The Holy Son of the Red Lotus let out a cold snort, and the disdain in his eyes gradually faded. However, this only ignited his competitive spirit. The opponent, not yet 20, already possessed such formidable strength, undoubtedly a prodigy in martial arts. His greatest passion lay in extinguishing such talents. "You should not have pursued me, or rather, you should not have come alone," he mused. The Holy Son's true energy surged, causing his garments to billow as his figure shot up several meters. The surrounding leaves and gravel were swept away by the forceful wind. In an instant, he launched himself into the air, conjuring countless phantom blades that descended upon the youth like a colossal rock or towering mountain. Jiang Wushuang also sprang into action. With an air of leisure, he took 3 steps forward and unleashed a powerful punch. The collision of blade and fist reverberated through the air, briefly merging before rapidly separating. Yet, Jiang Wushuang remained steadfast, unyielding in his position, while the Holy Son of the Red Lotus was sent reeling backward, crashing into the dilapidated temple. Amidst the swirling dust, numerous stones erupted. A figure emerged from the ruins. It was the Holy Son of the Red Lotus, his hair disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes fixed on the youth before him, seemingly ablaze with fury. However, he refrained from recklessly charging again and instead retreated to the side of the ancient being, Yongchang. Though he felt a deep sense of reluctance, he recognized the imprudence of exposing himself further against such a formidable opponent. "I have stated my intention to kill you." A calm voice resonated. The Holy Son of the Red Lotus lifted his gaze to the young man standing with hands clasped behind his back, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists in frustration. His face flushed crimson, yet he could not utter a single word, for the youth undeniably possessed the merit to speak thus. Chapter 47. I also play with knives beneath the luminous moon, a suffocating atmosphere enveloped the imperial city. Tang Bu seated himself beside a stone, the metallic scent of blood assaulting his nostrils, causing him to frown. Although he had grown accustomed to even more repugnant odors within the demon suppression tower, having narrowly escaped death rendered this scent particularly pungent. Before him, several limping guards from the divine capture camp gathered their fallen comrades, lifting 5 lifeless bodies. Tang Bu stood in a daze, recalling the harrowing moment of the knife strike, his body trembling involuntarily. Had he not been pushed aside at the last moment, he would likely have joined the ranks of the deceased. Previously, he had envied the divine capture camp, believing that capturing criminals would earn them accolades. However, after witnessing the recent events, his perspective shifted. While interacting with demons and monsters indeed offered opportunities for glory, it also presented a perilous path to mortality. He found solace in his tenure within the demon suppression tower, where the prisoners were bound by chains or sealed with magical nails, far less dangerous than the old man who had nearly taken his life. The thought of that old man sent another wave of dread through him. Judging by Wu Zhiling's and the 4 masters of the gathering spirit realm's reactions, the old man, if not a master, was perilously close to one. To have escaped such a figure was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. Sadly, the same could not be said for the unfortunate Xiao Jiang. Tang Bu shook his head with a sigh, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He had searched the vicinity thoroughly, but there was no sign of Jiang Wushuang. Even when he uncovered the 5 bodies lying there, he could only glance at them beneath the white cloth. The only conclusion was that he had perished beneath that fateful blade, reduced to mere fragments, with no remains to be found. Indeed, it was a mistake to have brought him along, he murmured softly to himself. Before the crumbled temple, Jiang Wushuang and the elder Yongchang exchanged glances. The latter raised his brow, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Behind him stood the silent and somber Honglian saint, whose expression betrayed a storm brewing within. Since childhood, Honglian saint had exhibited martial prowess far beyond his peers. Throughout his ascent, those who dared to challenge him had either been maimed or slain. Yet, before him stood someone who instilled a sense of futility in even the most fervent of battles, a youth who appeared significantly younger, further underscoring his remarkable talent. The elder Yongchang mused that this young man could not be left alive. While Honglian saint hesitated to confront him directly, he began to urge the elder Yongchang to take action. Despite the formidable strength displayed by the youth, it was evident he had yet to reach the mastery of a true master. Were he indeed a master, he would have already knelt in submission. Given that he was not, and with the elder Yongchang at his side, there was little cause for concern. Although Yongchang was technically still within the gathering spirit realm, his reputation as a half-step master was well earned. Though not yet a true master, he was perilously close, with half of his inner energy transformed into true essence, far surpassing the capabilities of the gathering spirit realm. Young brother, at such a tender age, you have already reached the realm of spiritual gathering. It is indeed formidable. The elder Yongchang displayed a faint smile upon his face, stating, however, with me here, you shall not take away the Holy Sun. Even if it comes to a desperate battle, it will ultimately be I who survives while you perish. Why not grant me a path, and I shall spare my life? With your potential, you are destined to become a grand master on the master ranking in the future. Upon hearing this, the holy son of Honglian looked at elder Yongchang with a puzzled expression. He was well aware that elder Yongchang despised idle chatter. He was the type who would engage in action rather than words. Yet, witnessing him soften towards the youth before him was indeed astonishing. Elder Yongchang, the holy son of Honglian, was about to speak when elder Yongchang raised a hand to halt him. Young brother, what do you think? Elder Yongchang once again smiled gently at the youth across from him. The holy son felt aggrieved at being bullied. Yet it was not that he did not wish to strike down the offender. Rather, the youth, despite his youthfulness, possessed terrifying strength. From the manner in which he subdued the holy son of Honglian, it was evident he had reached the 9th level of spiritual gathering. His innate talent was remarkable, far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner of the same level. Although elder Yongchang, a half-step grandmaster, could eliminate him, it would take some time. He feared that during this interval, the experts from the divine capture camp might seize the opportunity to pursue them, and it was highly likely that they would bring a grandmaster along. He had to remain cautious. Do you expect me to let you depart after chasing you for 30 miles? Jiang Wushuang could not help but shake his head and smile. Young brother, since you were able to pursue me, you naturally understand that I am a half-step grandmaster." Seeing the reaction of the youth before him, Elder Yongchang raised an eyebrow slightly. What of being a half-step grandmaster? Since I dare to pursue you, it is clearly my intention to slay you as well." As Jiang Wushuang concluded, the smile on his face faded, leaving only an expression of indifference. "To kill a half-step grandmaster? You truly dare to utter such words?" The holy son of Honglian found himself laughing in anger. Though he was indeed arrogant, he felt himself humbled in comparison to the youth before him. Elder Yongchang furrowed his brow, wishing to offer the youth a chance at life, but the youth seemed ungrateful. Thus, he could only resolve to end matters swiftly by eliminating him. However, before Elder Yongchang could make his move, the youth suddenly vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he was already before Elder Yongchang. The holy son of Honglian was taken aback by the speed and agility of the youth and promptly retreated. It was sufficient for Elder Yongchang to deal with him. Elder Yongchang, unhurried, raised his hand to counter the attack, gathering his true energy and essence within it. Before the strike arrived, the momentum preceded it. The holy son retreated several tens of feet, yet still felt an overwhelming pressure. He could not help but marvel at the insurmountable gap between himself and Elder Yongchang. What astonished him further was that the youth remained calm and composed, launching a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sounds of their collisions erupted in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed multiple times, leaving several large craters on the ground. The young man engaged in a fierce exchange with the formidable Elder Yongchang, while the previous defiance of the Red Lotus Saint gradually dissipated, revealing a profound astonishment in his eyes. The youth surpassed his expectations by leaps and bounds. Once regarded as a prodigy, he now perceived the boy before him as the true marvel. Suddenly, the air was charged with vital energy, and countless blade shadows cascaded from the heavens above, converging into an immense blade silhouette above the dilapidated temple. As tens of thousands of blade images fused, the ethereal form became increasingly substantial, eclipsing even the blade shadows witnessed in the imperial city, radiating a more formidable presence. Beasts within several hundred feet were startled awake, fleeing in a frenzy. With a thunderous roar, the colossal blade descended, causing the earth to tremble violently. The ground quaked, entirely leveling the temple site as if it had never existed, leaving behind a massive trench several yards deep. The youth, entangled in battle with Elder Yongchang, was compelled to retreat several dozen feet, coming to a halt at the trench's end, experiencing the true might of the flying dragon demon blade. The Red Lotus Saint, flushed with excitement, marveled at the sight. The once invincible youth had finally been forced back. While he was indeed impressive, he paled in comparison to a half-step master. Elder Yongchang, with a single strike, could have easily dispatched him. The Red Lotus Saint called out towards the figure wielding the blade. Elder Yongchang, slightly panting and still bearing traces of shock in his eyes, narrowed them upon hearing the Red Lotus Saint's words. One strike could fell him? He mused, finding the notion deceptively simple. The young man was more powerful than he had anticipated, his physical strength reaching an extraordinary level. A mere punch from him could inflict pain on his hands. It was essential to remember that he was a half-step master. The boy must have cultivated a form of body refinement martial arts, transforming his physique into a formidable weapon. Such training is notoriously challenging and fraught with peril, often leading to one's demise if unsuccessful. However, if mastered, the results could be terrifying, enabling one to combat across several realms. His ability to suppress the Red Lotus Saint spoke volumes. Moreover, even this half-step master had nearly suffered a setback. Fortunately, his flying dragon demon blade was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Even with a formidable body refinement technique, one must avoid its edge. Boy, you reject the chance to live. Within 3 strikes, I shall claim your life, Elder Yongchang sneered, casting a triumphant glance at the youth forced back several dozen feet. He had wielded the flying dragon demon blade throughout his life, and no foe had ever evaded 3 strikes. The youth had already tasted one blow, and while Elder Yongchang anticipated seeing fear etched upon his face, he instead found the boy standing there, expression unperturbed. Slowly, the youth drew the blade from his waist and calmly stated, I forgot to mention, I also wield a blade. Chapter 48. Unfortunate. I too am invincible beneath the master beneath the moonlight. The blade in Jiang Wushuang's hand shimmered with a faint glow, enveloped by his true energy. The malevolent aura surged into the heavens, causing the surrounding flora to wither in an instant and frost to form. The temperature seemed to plummet by more than 10 degrees. Although the Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun stood at a considerable distance, he still shivered, his eyes betraying a look of astonishment. As a member of the demonic sect, he was accustomed to various sinister martial techniques. Yet at this moment, the young man's blade struck him as more wicked than the skills he himself practiced. It was perplexing that someone from the demon suppression camp wielded techniques more aberrant than those of his own sect, leading him to question the young man's true origins. Elder Yongchang furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Young man, I must admit you are an exceptional martial talent. Not only has your physical conditioning reached a terrifying level, but your comprehension of the blade surpasses that of your peers. Why not join my Scarlet Lotus sect? And I shall spare your life? As he spoke, Yongchang's expression was complex. He had once regarded the Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun as a rare martial genius, believing the sect would thrive once more through him. However, in comparison to the youth before him, the Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun's brilliance paled significantly. Should he manage to bring this young man back and control him with secret arts, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable weapon of the Scarlet Lotus sect within a century. To take me back to the Scarlet Lotus sect? First, you should inquire about the blade in my hand. Jiang Wushuang stood with his back to the full moon, gripping his sword. Yongchang let out a hearty laugh, then spoke gravely. Though you possess a blade, in my eyes, you are but an insignificant existence. You fail to comprehend what it means to be half a master. Allow me to enlighten you. Beneath the master, there is no rival. With that, Elder Yongchang raised his sword skyward, ceasing further words. His true energy and essence surged into the air. In an instant, countless blade shadows rained down like droplets of rain. As Yongchang struck downward, the myriad blade shadows coalesced into a singular force. Compared to the previous several dozen zhang, this formation had doubled in size. This strike had transcended the control of the gathering spirit realm. Only a half-master could achieve such a feat. As the furious blade descended, the ground erupted violently. The Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun, caught in the aftermath, was compelled to retreat several dozen zhang. His mind was shaken. What kind of assault would the young man face under such direct onslaught? Gazing at the battle ahead, he felt his pupils constrict. He beheld the young man, remarkably alive amidst the terrifying strikes of the half-master. That figure soared from the dust, shattering the descending blade with a single strike. Was this still a human? The Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun stood agape, frozen in place. Elder Yongchang's expression turned grave as he leaped into the air, unleashing a second and third strike. Each blow was more formidable than the last, each imbued with greater destructive power. Thunderous roars echoed. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, the earth trembled, and a chasm dozens of zhang deep cleaved the mountain in two. The aged master Yongchang stood with his knife in hand, breathless as he beheld the scene before him. His flying dragon devil knife was indeed formidable, yet it exacted a considerable toll on his body. For many years, he had refrained from utilizing his full strength. Yet, the young man compelled him to unleash 3 successive strikes, each more powerful than the last. This relentless combat had clearly begun to take its toll on him. Yongchang's gaze remained fixed on the yawning chasm ahead, his expression betraying no hint of ease. After several breaths had passed without the boy's reappearance, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Elder Yongchang, has he perished? The incredulous voice of the Scarlet Lotus Saint echoed in his ears, revealing a shared disbelief that the young man had endured thus far. Surely, he must be dead, after all. Even masters would retreat from the might of his flying dragon devil knife. Yongchang regarded the abyss with a heavy heart, slowly lowering his weapon. Yet, just as the blade hovered in midair, a robust voice reverberated from the depths of the pit. Haha, this flying dragon devil knife is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. I have decided to accept it. Moments later, a figure soared from the chasm, landing gracefully atop a nearby boulder, framed by the glow of a colossal full moon. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the boy's garments and hair to dance in the wind. No, it cannot be. Yongchang stared, astonishment etched across his features, disbelief flooding his eyes. Those 3 strikes represented his utmost prowess, and the fact that they had failed to vanquish the boy signified that he was now at a loss. What is impossible? I concede that your swordsmanship is impressive, but alas, it has not reached its zenith. It still lacks a certain finesse, Jiang Wushuang declared, standing resolutely against the wind. Yongchang sighed softly. Achieving the pinnacle of the flying dragon devil knife had been his lifelong ambition. Yet he found himself but a small step away from that goal, a daunting distance indeed. Let us depart. Suddenly, Yongchang pivoted, pulling the Scarlet Lotus Saint along as they took flight. If he could not kill the boy, there was no need to linger in conflict. Delay could lead to the arrival of other pursuers, making escape impossible. However, before they could flee far, the boy's voice rang out from behind. I have fully comprehended your 3 strikes. Now it is my turn to strike. The Scarlet Lotus Saint, being dragged away, turned to glance back upon hearing the voice. Beneath the vast full moon, he beheld the figure ascending with a blade raised high. The light of the knife danced, filling the air with a sinister aura. A chill ran down the Scarlet Lotus Saint's spine. Terror etched on his face as he exclaimed, Elder Yongchang, he is pursuing us. Yongchang cast a wary glance over his shoulder, the ominous energy surging toward them causing his expression to shift. The dual absolute slash? This boy is actually trained in that wicked technique? His expression darkened, a myriad of doubts flashing in his eyes. This martial art required a continuous cycle of killing, honing one's skills amidst the carnage. Although the power is formidable, the difficulty of cultivation is such that even those from the demonic sect are reluctant to practice it. He could not fathom how this young man, who suppressed demons within the demon suppression tower, could possibly cultivate this martial art. Do not panic. Upon witnessing this scene, the old monster of Yongchang paused his movements. He had anticipated some extraordinary technique from Jiang Wushuang, but upon seeing it was the dual absolute strike of heaven and earth, he felt a sense of relief. If it is the dual absolute strike, then I shall engage with you once more. Yongchang snorted coldly. This young man pursued him relentlessly from behind. There was no escape. He could only repel him first. His flying dragon ghost blade surpassed the dual absolute strike in rank and could easily suppress it. Under the full moon, Jiang Wushuang struck with a single blade. Facing a half-step master, he held nothing back. Although he lacked true essence, his sea of energy brimmed with an immense quantity of true qi, far beyond that of an ordinary gathering spirit realm practitioner. Moreover, he had already elevated the dual absolute strike to its pinnacle. As he swung his blade, a wave of malevolence surged forth, and the intent of the blade manifested. The overwhelming malice in the air instantly coalesced within the blade's shadow. The shadow of the blade, though not 1/10 the size of Yongchang's, was enveloped in a faint blue flame that rose, eerie and piercing to the soul. As the blade was unleashed, time seemed to halt. The cascading moonlight appeared to be severed. Yongchang had just raised his blade to carve out a phantom in the air. However, the moment it made contact with the descending fiery blade, it shattered instantly under the unbearable oppressive force. The pinnacle of the dual absolute strike of heaven and earth? Yongchang gazed upward, dumbstruck, at the descending shadow of the blade. He seemed petrified, allowing it to cleave through him. His eyes were filled with profound astonishment. Boom! The heavens and earth shattered. When tranquility returned, the mountaintop had transformed into a scene of devastation. Yongchang was split in two. One half of his corpse fell mere yards before Jiang Wushuang, while the other half landed several yards away. Nearby, the holy son of the Red Lotus stood frozen, his gaze fixated on the young man beneath the full moon, trembling uncontrollably. What were you saying about half-step masters? Invincible beneath the rank of master? Jiang Wushuang approached the half-corpse, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared, Unfortunately for you, I too am invincible beneath the rank of master. Chapter 49. A single cut to shatter mountains and destroy cities. Jiang Wushuang gazed upon the lifeless body before him, exhaling slowly. He could not deny that the old monster from Yongchang, a half-step master, was indeed formidable, far surpassing an average ninth-layer gathering spirit practitioner. With genuine essence already coursing through his veins, the techniques he unleashed bore the formidable might of a true master. Coupled with his exceptionally domineering swordsmanship, the old man's prowess was truly overwhelming. Were it not for Jiang Wushuang's peak mastery of Canglong 100 refinements and his exceptionally robust physique, he could never have withstood the old man's attacks. He felt fortunate that this old fellow was merely a half-step master. Had he concealed his true realm as a genuine master, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Through this battle, Jiang Wushuang gained newfound insight into his own strength. In his utmost state, he could at most triumph over a half-step master, and achieving victory with ease was no simple feat. The reason he could sever the Yongchang old monster with a single strike was due to the immense exhaustion the old man had already endured from his previous assaults. Combined with the momentary shock from Jiang Wushuang's ultimate technique, Heaven and Earth Dual Absolute Slash, this brief lapse in focus afforded Jiang Wushuang the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Originally, he had prepared to strike the old man twice, yet unexpectedly, he had only needed one. As Jiang Wushuang pondered, his gaze drifted towards the not-so-distant Red Lotus Holy Sun, who was rendered utterly dazed upon witnessing the Yongchang old monster cleaved in two. He was devoid of any thought of escape, his face a canvas of disbelief and shock. "You killed a half-step master?" As the Holy Sun observed the youth advancing step by step, he could not help but retreat, his eyes still filled with profound incredulity. Although Jiang Wushuang had previously demonstrated strength on par with the Yongchang old monster, defeating a half-step master was one thing, while slaying one was an entirely different concept. With this realization, the fear in his eyes intensified. Jiang Wushuang regarded the cowering Red Lotus Holy Sun with a cold smirk. In the eyes of those in the gathering spirit realm, a half-step master held an imposing stature. However, Jiang Wushuang was invincible beneath the master rank. Although a half-step master bore some relation to true masters, they nonetheless belonged to a realm beneath true mastery. What was there to prevent him from slaying such an opponent? What do you intend to do? The Red Lotus Holy Sun, gazing at the boy's indifferent smile, turned pale, attempting to retreat, only to be halted by a large tree behind him. At last, he could no longer maintain his composure. Collapsing to the ground, he pleaded, "I will return with you to the demon suppression tower. I will not flee." With that, he sighed softly. "I have long heard that the demon suppression tower harbors hidden talents. I did not believe it, but it appears my ignorance has been laid bare." The Red Lotus Holy Sun seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, his eyes filled with desolation. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling aura descending from above, frost rapidly forming around him. He looked up, terror-stricken. Before him stood the youth, silently raising his blade to strike. "You!" The Red Lotus Holy Sun's mouth gaped open, barely managing to utter a word before his head was severed and sent flying. Upon landing, his eyes remained wide open, unblinking for an extended period. Jiang Wushuang looked down at the severed head rolling at his feet and calmly stated, "I told you, I came to kill you." In his eyes, the moment the Scarlet Lotus Saint Child was abducted, the opportunity to enter the demon suppression tower had already slipped away. He pursued the culprits to this very spot, vanquishing two adversaries solely to prevent the activated target from eluding him. As the Scarlet Lotus Saint Child fell, a gentle radiance emerged, a manifestation of his memory inheritance. Upon touching the luminous sphere, the soft light transformed into delicate threads that entered his being. Everything regarding the Scarlet Lotus Saint Child flashed rapidly through his mind. The narrative began with a newborn infant, cradled by a grotesque old man, who had lost all his front teeth as they were submerged into a pool of blood. The once tranquil blood pool began to bubble violently upon the infant's entry, ultimately boiling over. Thus, the infant was proclaimed the Scarlet Lotus Saint Child, receiving tutelage from various ancient beings. Among them was a gaunt elder seated upon a throne of bones, whose presence jolted Jiang Wushuang's senses. Although merely a memory, the elder's eyes seemed capable of piercing through time and space, unveiling all his secrets. The overwhelming pressure left Jiang Wushuang shaken. The figure perched upon the throne of skeletal remains was undoubtedly a being beyond the realm of masters. The sheer terror of a single gaze possessing the power to annihilate even those at the gathering spirit level far surpassed that of a master. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wushuang had initially believed that attaining the master status would grant him the means for self-preservation. However, it now appeared that his understanding of this world was rather superficial. To ordinary warriors, a master represented formidable strength, yet beyond the masters lay even more fearsome entities. These beings seldom revealed themselves to the world, making them seem distant to common warriors. Even upon becoming a master, one must exercise caution. Resolutely, Jiang Wushuang fortified his determination. Subsequently, he raised an eyebrow, discovering an additional line of information in his martial arts section. Martial technique, 7 strings bone piercing nail, 2nd rank, realm, great accomplishment, 610,000. Jiang Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, the Scarlet Lotus Saint Child was remarkable. Even the martial techniques he cultivated were of the 2nd rank. This was precisely the technique used by the Scarlet Lotus Saint Child, manifesting as fine needles of true energy. At that time, it had inflicted considerable pain on his Zonglong 100 Refinement's body, indicating its formidable power. Had his physique not been exceptionally robust, he would have been pierced directly through the forehead. Moreover, the realm of cultivation of the Scarlet Lotus Saint Child was not particularly high. Although he had reached great accomplishment, it was evident he had only recently entered this stage. With a casual wave of his hand, a few strands of true energy transformed into fine needles, shooting forth with precision. The true energy needles effortlessly penetrated several large trees before slicing through the air and embedding themselves deep within a mountain over 100 feet away. A rumble echoed as the entire mountain trembled slightly. The true energy needles continued to penetrate the mountain's surface before gradually dissipating. Compared to the Scarlet Lotus Saint Child's display, their power had multiplied several times over. Indeed, this was an excellent means of dispatching foes. Jiang Wushuang nodded in satisfaction with this martial technique, feeling that his pursuit over such a distance had not been in vain. He then approached the corpse of the eternal Chang old monster to absorb his memory inheritance. The old man's flying dragon ghost blade was by no means inferior to his own heaven and earth dual supremacy / if it were not for the elevated realm of heaven and earth dual absolute / coupled with Jiang Wushuang's profound and boundless true energy. He would truly struggle to subdue this old man. Martial technique, flying dragon demon blade, second rank, realm, great accomplishment, 7,610,000. Another second rank martial technique? Upon noticing the additional information in the martial technique section, Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of excitement within. During the recent battle, he sensed the extraordinary nature of the flying dragon demon blade, and it certainly did not disappoint him. Observing that he was merely 2,000 cultivation points away from the pinnacle realm, he promptly elevated this newly acquired martial technique to its zenith. As he raised his long blade above his head, the blade's intent flickered. The heavens instantaneously darkened, and countless blade shadows obscured the moonlight. An innumerable array of blade shadows coalesced in the sky to form a colossal black blade. With a single slash, the sky was rent asunder. A mountain peak, 100 zhang away, was sheared down by a third. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the night. Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment. The power of the flying dragon demon blade, now elevated to its pinnacle, far surpassed his expectations, being several times more formidable than when wielded by the ancient figure of Yongchang. A single strike capable of cleaving mountains and demolishing cities? Jiang Wushuang stood in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 50. Above the master, the astonishment in Jiang Wushuang's eyes lingered for an extended period. The flying dragon ghost blade had bestowed upon him an overwhelming surprise. Although the 7-string bone-piercing nail wielded by the Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun was fierce in its assault, it paled in comparison to the sheer dominance of the flying dragon ghost blade. Among all his martial techniques, the dual ultimate slash of heaven and earth was no longer his most formidable move. The flying dragon ghost blade had claimed the top position. Should he encounter the eternal Chang old monster again, he could dispatch him with greater ease, though he was still unable to conquer a master. His invincible status beneath the masters had been further solidified. This pursuit, despite initial apprehensions, had proceeded rather smoothly, yielding 2 second-tier martial techniques, a bountiful harvest indeed. Reflecting upon the memories inherited from the eternal Chang old monster, he discerned that the Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun was not the true heir of the Scarlet Lotus sect. The sect comprised 6 branches, and the Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun represented merely the weakest lineage among them, thus failing to encapsulate the true might of the Scarlet Lotus sect. Nevertheless, this did not imply that his lineage could be easily bullied, at the very least. The figure seated upon the withered bone throne in his memories instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Jiang Wushuang had also glimpsed that figure in the memories of the eternal Chang old monster. It turned out he was the ancestral patriarch of the Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun's lineage. It was due to his presence that this branch had not been engulfed by the other 5. However, this ancestor had evidently reached the end of his tether. The recent spate of young women going missing in the imperial city was a desperate attempt to use forbidden techniques to extend the ancestor's life. Yet, it appeared that these individuals had underestimated the capabilities of Diqian. They had not anticipated that those subjected to the forbidden techniques could still be interrogated. Not only was their plan thwarted, But the Scarlet Lotus Saint Sun was also captured, ultimately benefiting Jiang Wushuang. However, it was likely that the Scarlet Lotus sect would return with a vengeance. According to the memories of both individuals, the ancestor of the Scarlet Lotus sect required a specific location around the imperial city to perform the life-extending ritual. For the sake of their lineage's continuation, those individuals might be willing to take considerable risks. The price for an ancestor-level figure seeking to prolong their life would undoubtedly be steep. Should such an event transpire, it would surely result in widespread carnage, with corpses strewn across the land. Of course, De Qian would undoubtedly intervene. He believed that De Qian also possessed beings above the master level, and he had a strong intuition that such a being resided within the demon suppression tower. After all, the tower was designed to suppress malevolence, and it was imperative that formidable figures guarded it. Yet, individuals of such caliber seldom revealed themselves to the world. With these thoughts, Jiang Wushuang felt an added sense of vigilance. Even within the demon suppression tower, he needed to exercise caution. After all, the martial techniques he had cultivated thus far were predominantly derived from sinister practices, making it easy for him to be perceived as a great villain. While lost in contemplation, he turned his gaze toward the foot of the mountain, his brow slightly arched. Were there visitors approaching? The members of the divine capturing camp had arrived rather promptly. Jiang Wushuang shook his head with a smile, then employed the divine ability wind control, allowing himself to float and vanish from the mountain's peak. I must say, the sensation of flight is truly exhilarating. Amidst the dimly lit woods, a group of several individuals swiftly darted past. Leading them was Wu Zhiling, the captain of the divine captors, whom Jiang Wushuang had encountered on 2 occasions. Intelligence indicated that the notorious Yongchang had likely fled in this direction, urging a meticulous search to ensure no trace was overlooked. Wu Zhiling cast her gaze towards the only narrow path within the forest. Despite the darkness, the martial artists possessed remarkable vision, enabling them to discern their surroundings even at night. However, to Wu Zhiling's disappointment, no trace had emerged during their journey. One subordinate, observing the long-haired figure at the forefront, raised an objection. Could a half-step master escape without leaving a trace? Wu Zhiling retorted sharply, her cold demeanor silencing the dissenting voice. At that moment, another subordinate interjected, but even if we locate Yongchang, we are ill-equipped to confront him. Wu Zhiling's brow furrowed at this remark. Acknowledging the dilemma they faced in their pursuit, the search area beyond the imperial city was vast, even if they discovered a lead. It would take time for the divine captors masters to arrive. We may not be able to defeat him, but we must delay his escape. Once the commander arrives, he will have no avenue for flight, Wu Zhiling stated with gravity. Her subordinates fell silent, though concern lingered in their eyes, fearing their inability to restrain a half-step master. Wu Zhiling's zealous pursuit was understandable. The Red Lotus Saint Sun, whom they had painstakingly captured, had been stolen from her grasp, and she felt it imperative to reclaim him to atone for her perceived failure. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, reverberating like a collapsing mountain. Their expressions shifted, filled with shock as they turned towards the source of the sound. A flash of blade light flickered in the distance, signaling a monumental battle unfolding nearby. It must be them, Wu Zhiling remarked with a glimmer of hope, instructing one of her companions to return with the news while the others remained at a distance to observe. The commotion atop the mountain soon ceased, restoring tranquility to the night sky. Wu Zhiling was meant to await the commander's arrival, yet an unsettling apprehension compelled her to venture closer. Who would dare engage in combat with the notorious Yongchang? Wu Zhiling pondered as she approached, her eyes widening in astonishment at the scene before her. Her companions gaped in horror, their mouths agape. Before them, a mountain peak had been cleaved in two. What kind of power is this? Someone gasped, chills coursing through them, rendering them hesitant to advance. Yet, undeterred, Wu Zhiling charged up the mountain, with a few subordinates reluctantly following suit. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a chasm that split the mountain asunder, the remnants of battle stark and haunting. Beneath a grand tree, Wu Zhiling discovered a headless corpse. Approaching it, her eyes narrowed in disbelief. Who else could it be but the Red Lotus Saint? The severed head that rolled on the ground still had its eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. Who could have slain the Red Lotus Saint? Wu Zhiling furrowed her brow, then exclaimed with delight, "It must be that the masters from my divine capture camp have arrived." Several subordinates nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement. At that moment, a voice called out from afar, "Wu Qianhu, there are also corpses here, it seems to be. The eternal Chang old monster." Upon hearing this, Wu Jiling immediately dashed over. Before her lay a corpse cleaved in two, its remains scattered in different directions. Although the body was unrecognizable, she could still discern that it belonged to the elderly man who had been captured. Indeed, it was the eternal Chang old monster. Wu Jiling's eyes filled with astonishment. "I wonder which master from my divine capture camp was responsible for this," someone speculated excitedly. The sight of a half-step master being cleaved in two left a profound impact on the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, Wu Jiling solemnly stated, "The perpetrator is not one of my divine capture camp's masters." She articulated this because she sensed an astonishing blade intent lingering on the body of the eternal Chang old monster. Even before she approached, she was repelled by its force. This blade intent felt hauntingly familiar to her. If memory serves her right, it was the same martial technique that had led to the slaughter of the 4 demons of Lingnan several months prior. The pinnacle technique known as Heaven and Earth Dual Severance. Wu Jiling's expression was complex. This blade intent was significantly stronger than what she had encountered months ago. Just approaching it instilled a sense of dread. Could it be that the demonic sects are engaging in mutual slaughter? One of her subordinates also sensed something amiss. His face a mask of confusion. Wu Jiling offered a bitter smile, clearly unable to answer that question. Several months ago, when the 4 demons of Lingnan were killed, she had drawn a similar conclusion. But encountering it again, wasn't that a bit too coincidental? Nevertheless, this proved to be a great boon for me. Wu Jiling promptly instructed her subordinates to carry the corpse back. Although the Red Lotus Saint was dead, bringing the body back would suffice for a report. Moreover, there was an additional corpse of the eternal Chang old monster, which could serve to redeem some merit. Chapter 51. Who dares to stop him? In the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower, within the Gue-numbered prison area, Tang Bu gathered rarely with several colleagues in a stone chamber. Each of them bore a solemn expression, attentively listening as he recounted the harrowing events of last night's prisoner rescue. "So, someone gave you a push, allowing you to escape unscathed?" remarked a man in his 40s, his face etched with concern. His surname was Su, and he was affectionately known as Old Su. Typically, he would be the one to assist in the prisoner transfers, but due to his interrogation of a significant prisoner, he had assigned others for the task yesterday. As he listened to Tang Bu's gripping narrative, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Had he been present yesterday, it is highly probable that he would not have returned. Who would dare to abduct a prisoner in the imperial city? What kind of madman is this? Another voice chimed in, deep and resonant. "This incident has spread throughout the Demon Suppression Tower. Are you truly unaware?" A nearby colleague exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. "It is said to be the work of the Honglian sect, with reports indicating that the abductor was a half-step master." A half-step master? No wonder the divine capture camp suffered such heavy losses. In that case, it is not surprising that Jiang Wushuang has not returned. Upon learning that they had encountered a half-step master, the group could hardly contain their alarm. A half-step master possessed the might of a true master, rendering even those in the gathering spirit realm insignificant. It is indeed peculiar that Tang Bu, at such a low level of cultivation, managed to evade disaster. Yet, a half-step master daring to abduct a prisoner within the imperial city will not escape unscathed. I heard that the divine capture camp returned to the imperial city last night with 2 corpses. Some speculated that the commander of the divine capture camp had taken action personally, while others suggested that a mysterious expert had eliminated the 2. However, one thing was certain. Both the captor and the captive had met their demise. One of the demon suppression guards expressed his astonishment, recalling that he had been out on duty at the Demon Suppression Tower last night, and the entire imperial city was in an uproar. He had managed to glean some information amidst the chaos. After experiencing the harrowing ordeal of the prisoner rescue, Tang Bu was understandably rattled and had returned to the tower, thus remaining largely uninformed. Upon hearing that the elderly captor had been killed, he was taken aback. He had personally witnessed the terrifying strength of a half-step master, a power that could only be matched by a true master. Well, everyone, please exercise caution in the future. If you encounter a situation involving a prisoner rescue, do your utmost to keep your distance, he sighed, imparting his advice. The group nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the situation. While they felt a pang of regret for Jiang Wushuang's absence, they did not dwell on it. The demon suppression tower was not a sanctuary. It was common for guards to fall victim to the prisoners, and losing one or two companions had long since become a grim norm. Tangbu nodded, intending to share his reflections on surviving such a perilous encounter when he suddenly noticed a figure entering the stone chamber. Upon recognizing the person's face, he was momentarily stunned. Soon after, several colleagues also turned their gaze, astonished, towards the entrance of the chamber. He was initially bewildered, not grasping why everyone was looking behind him. When he turned, his eyes widened in shock. There stood Jiang Wushuang, smiling warmly. "Everyone is here." Jiang Wushuang gazed at the crowd, their expressions resembling those who had seen a ghost, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Silence enveloped the stone chamber for a dozen breaths, with no one daring to speak. Finally, Tangbu slowly rose and approached Wushuang, scrutinizing him with incredulity. Didn't he die?" Jiang Wushuang paused for a moment, then replied innocently, "Should I have died?" His response elicited hearty laughter from everyone present. Tangbu shot him an exasperated glance and remarked, "When I couldn't find you last night, I thought you had been reduced to ashes." A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Wushuang's face as he explained, "I was terrified and hid at a nearby farmer's house until this morning." This was the reason for his absence from the town of Demon Towers the previous night. After all, disappearing from the scene of a calamity necessitated a plausible excuse, yet no one doubted his story. To them, he was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. "You little rascal, you should have called me while hiding," Tangbu chided with a laugh, then patted him on the shoulder, his gaze warm. "But it's truly good to see you back." The others gathered around, expressing their welcome. Finally, Dewey approached with a smile, saying, "You've survived a great calamity. You must have profound blessings." The group surrounded Jiang Wushuang, discussing how he managed to escape disaster. Suddenly, Tangbu slapped his forehead as if a thought had struck him, and his eyes lit up. "You little rascal, did you see who pushed me? Was it Wu Qianhu?" I didn't see. But it seemed like Wu Qianhu was quite far from you at the time." Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of the question. "Not necessarily. I've considered everyone present, and Wu Qianhu is the most likely to have saved me. Yes, it must be Wu Qianhu. I never expected that in such a critical moment, he wouldn't forget to save me. This kindness deserves a debt of gratitude that only my life can repay." Tangbu continued to muse aloud, while the sound of retching emerged from nearby. Jiang Wushuang shook his head in exasperation, realizing that had he known Tangbu would be so revolting, he would have left him to his fate. He observed the playful banter among the group and smiled as he exited the stone chamber. However, the moment he turned away, his smile faded, revealing a fleeting glimmer of coldness in his eyes. The following day, Jiang Wushuang first visited the first level of the town of Demon Towers to gather some cultivation resources. Due to numerous prisoners being executed by the guards, he was only able to collect over 3,000 in cultivation. Fortunately, the Guizhou prison area, though not densely populated, contained 2 master-level prisoners, yielding over 10,000 resources. Coupled with the contributions from other gathering spirit realm prisoners, he managed to amass over 14,000 from the second level. Today, he found something peculiar about the old demon, he saw. Jiang Wushuang recalled the odd expression on the old man's face when he appeared outside his cell, one of surprise mixed with shock, as if his presence was an anomaly. It was undeniably strange. However, he did not dwell on it for long. He had already slain a half-step master. Should the old demon Song dare to stir trouble again, dispatching a master half-alive would be well within his capabilities. For a while, the atmosphere was relatively tranquil. During the day, Jiang Wushuang and Tangbu interrogated prisoners together. After dispersing, he would occasionally visit the martial training chamber to complete his assessments. He had contemplated hunting another demon to acquire a talent or divine ability. However, the thought of formidable old monsters possibly residing within the demon suppression tower dissuaded him from pursuing that notion. Acquiring divine abilities was secondary. The primary objective was to become a master as swiftly as possible. Yet, this endeavor could not be rushed. Cultivation points needed to be accumulated day by day, and reaching the 9th level of spirit gathering would require considerable time. Ultimately, after 2 months, the time had come for him to officially join the demon suppression camp. Upon encountering the sentinel of the 2nd level once more, Jiang Wushuang deliberately showcased his strength at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, indicating that he had recently achieved a breakthrough. This elicited numerous praises from the sentinel, who urged him to work diligently, assuring him that he would undoubtedly shine in the demon suppression camp. Jiang Wushuang was not particularly concerned with such accolades. His sole intention was to leave a favorable impression on the Sentinel, hoping that he would be the first thought of should personnel be needed for the third level of the demon suppression tower. Of course, reaching the third level of the tower still felt a distant prospect, especially since 3 prison districts on the second level remained undeveloped. With such thoughts in mind, he proceeded towards the other prison districts. Now that he had officially joined the demon suppression camp as a first-class demon suppression guard, who would dare to obstruct him? Chapter 52. The ghostly cultivator Jiang Wushuang envisioned activating all the prisoners in the 3 other cells on the second floor within a single day. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Although he had risen to the rank of a first-class demon suppressor, granting him unimpeded access to other detention areas, the guards willingly opened doors for him. Yet, despite his esteemed position, his responsibilities remained unchanged. He was still tasked solely with overseeing the Gui prisoners. Without a legitimate reason, venturing into other cells to interact with inmates would appear rather peculiar. Moreover, the second floor differed significantly from the first, with prisoners confined in individual caverns rather than in a centralized manner. If he were to traverse each cell, he might easily be mistaken for a spy. Indeed, the second floor presented its own set of challenges. Upon entering one of the detention areas, Jiang Wushuang encountered a guard who promptly halted his progress before he could reach the cells. The guard informed him that without an escort, he was prohibited from approaching the prisoners, a measure taken for the sake of security, as incidents of spies infiltrating the second floor had occurred in the past. Jiang Wushuang revealed his identity as a demon suppressor, yet he was still denied access. However, upon learning that he was favored by the commanding officer of the second floor, the other guards expressed their astonishment and adopted a more amiable demeanor. After all, a young man of his talent, with exceptional heavenly aptitude and considerable potential, was a rarity. As he made his rounds, Jiang Wushuang did not manage to activate a single prisoner, yet he became familiar with the guards of the other 3 detention areas. The following day, he ventured outside the demon suppression tower to procure several roasted chickens and jars of fine wine before returning to the other cells. He resolved to cultivate familiarity with these individuals before seizing any opportunities. The guards, enticed by the food and drink, were eager to befriend him, particularly given his status as a favored individual by the commanding officer. Jiang Wushuang discovered that, although accessing the cells was somewhat inconvenient, he could engage with the prisoners in the interrogation rooms. The second floor conducted hearings almost daily, ensuring that with a little exploration, he would inevitably encounter several inmates. Over the course of several days, his targets for activation increased significantly by more than 10, including 2 at the master level, which elevated his cultivation points from over 10,000 to more than 20,000. Regrettably, he had responsibilities within the Gui cell, and had he been able to frequent the other cells more often, his gains would undoubtedly have been even greater. On this particular day, he arrived at another detention area. "Xiaojian, you're here," exclaimed a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a full beard, who was manipulating an array in the interrogation room. Upon seeing Jiang Wushuang approach, he set down the array plate with a broad smile, particularly delighted by the sight of the roasted chicken and fine wine in Jiang Wushuang's hands. "Uncle Sun, take a break and have a drink," Jiang Wushuang called out, waving the items he held. The man, known as Sun Wu, was a first-class demon suppressor in the Rin cell and had served in this capacity for over a decade, making him a veteran of the second floor. "I've been waiting for your visit," Sun Wu chuckled, growing increasingly fond of the young man before him. Not only is he young and sensible with a promising future, but he also consistently brings gifts to reward everyone. Who wouldn't appreciate such a person? Here comes Xiaojiang, once again bearing roasted chicken. "We are all tantalized by your offerings." A few members of the Demon Suppression Guard have rushed over upon hearing the news. Each one tears off a chicken leg and raises a jug of wine to drink. The second-tier guards are quite busy, usually indulging in food and drink only after their shifts outside the Demon Suppression Tower. It is indeed rare for someone like Jiang Wushuang, who is currently on duty, to bring such treats. As several individuals feast, Jiang Wushuang's gaze drifts towards a prisoner within the formation. "Stay away from him. That old man is a master and quite dangerous," Sun Wu warns as he notices Jiang Wushuang approaching the prisoner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushuang's heart swells with joy. The very essence he seeks to activate is that of a master. A master possesses at least several thousand cultivation points. He nods in agreement on the surface, but continues to walk toward the prisoner. The prisoner is a disheveled old man, gaunt to the point where only skin clings to his bones, with sunken eyes and somewhat pallid pupils, resembling a corpse and instilling a sense of dread in those who gaze upon him. Come here, young one. I mean you no harm. At worst, I shall refine your spirit and make you my puppet. The old man, bound tightly by restrictive chains, gazes at Jiang Wushuang with a sinister smile. Most would recoil in fear under the penetrating gaze akin to that of a venomous snake, yet Jiang Wushuang merely raises an eyebrow. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of spiritual assault. Although not particularly strong, it was impervious to his true energy, flowing freely within him, akin to being watched by invisible eyes with no means of escape. De Yuan the elder ghost, preying upon our new brother. It seems the soul refinement array is not adequately addressing this, Sun Wu remarked coldly as he approached. Turning to Jiang Wushuang, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Jiang Wushuang recounted his experience truthfully. Sun Wu laughed heartily. This old fellow is a ghost cultivator with an incredibly powerful spirit. Even the soul-locking nails cannot completely restrain his consciousness. He delights in using residual spirit to pry into the secrets of others. You, my friend, have been thoroughly scrutinized. Nearby, other members of the Demon Suppression Guard chuckled. Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but glance at the old man again. No wonder that spiritual presence felt so peculiar, distinct from other masters. It turns out he is a ghost cultivator, primarily focused on spiritual mastery, capable of nurturing and commanding spirits. His methods are both sinister and terrifying, making him a formidable type among masters. However, ghost cultivation is notoriously challenging, with stringent requirements for talent, resulting in their rarity. Ghost cultivators above the master level are even more seldom encountered. It must be said that within the Demon Suppression Tower, one can indeed encounter a plethora of diverse prisoners. Just as Jiang Wushuang scrutinized De Yuan the elder ghost, the latter was also assessing him, a look of curiosity evident in his pale eyes. Despite the sealing of his powers, the remnants of his divine consciousness still possessed the ability to penetrate the secrets hidden within the bodies of the demon-suppressing guards. Even perceiving the depths of their energy sees with clarity. However, when he attempts to scrutinize the boy before him, he is inexplicably guided by a mysterious force. Although he can observe the condition within the youth, it feels merely superficial. Beneath that facade lies something unknown and concealed. As he endeavors to delve deeper, he finds himself utterly unable to penetrate the layers of secrecy. This boy is indeed peculiar. Little one, you are adept at hiding. The ancient spirit of De Yuan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Wushuang with a cold smirk, a flicker of strange light dancing in his eyes. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Could it be that this fellow has uncovered his secret? That shouldn't be the case. He possesses the peak-level divine concealment technique, which should render even masters incapable of discerning his true strength. How could this old wretch, sealed as he is, manage to see through it? Of course, it is also possible that the ghostly practitioner possesses an extraordinary method, coupled with a formidable divine soul, enabling him to pierce through the divine concealment technique. If that were indeed the case, this old man could not be allowed to remain. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Within the second level of the demon-suppressing tower, he entertained the notion of dealing with the prisoner for the first time. Chapter 53. The Tragic Incident of the Renziheo the Elder Ghost. Astutely sensed Jiang Wushuang's emotional fluctuations and chuckled ominously. Little child, do you still wish to silence me? Jiang Wushuang's pupils constricted, realizing that this old man was leading her around by the nose. She immediately turned to Sun Wu, a look of bewilderment on her face, and inquired, "What is he saying? I do not comprehend." When it comes to feigning ignorance, Jiang Wushuang was not lacking. Sun Wu, clearly familiar with the elder ghost's temperament, waved his hand dismissively. The old rascal enjoys playing tricks. Do not pay him any mind. Subsequently, with a chicken leg clenched between his teeth, he picked up the formation plate once more and declared, "Old fool, if you dare to frighten our newly arrived brother, you shall remain in the soul refining array for an additional hour." As Sun Wu activated the formation, countless tiny sparks of electricity flickered around the elder ghost within a 10-foot radius. Although lacking the grandiose spectacle of the thunder array, The elder ghost within the formation contorted his face, shrinking into a ball and emitting a series of anguished howls. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the figure within the formation, and Sun Wu turned to her again. Do not mind him. All the demon-suppressing guards in the Renziheo prison have been toyed with by him. Seeing that everyone disregarded the elder ghost's words, Jiang Wushuang's unease lessened somewhat. However, the most prudent course of action remained to eliminate this old man. Yet, considering his mastery as a grandmaster, it was nearly impossible to slay him easily. Moreover, she was not one of the demon-suppressing guards of the Renziheo. It was almost inconceivable to resolve this matter without detection. Jiang Wushuang shook her head. The most reliable safeguard was to enhance her own strength. After dispersing her points, she retreated to her quarters, preparing to break through to the 5th layer of the gathering spirit realm. Recently, she had acquired several additional targets, allowing her cultivation points to double each day. She had already amassed the 500,000 points required for the 5th layer. As the vast influx of cultivation points surged, her true qi swiftly circulated through every meridian in her body, increasing in quantity rapidly, now more than double its previous magnitude. The water in her sea of qi, which had initially been a mere puddle, had now filled 2/3 of its capacity. Through the absorption of memories from other prisoners in the gathering spirit realm, she discovered that her sea of qi was over 10 times larger than that of the average practitioner at the same level. This was a crucial support for her invincibility below the Grandmaster rank. The immense volume of true qi granted her martial techniques greater potency, enabling her to slay even half-step Grandmasters. Once her realm ascended, the agitation of her true qi gradually calmed. Noticing that ascending to the 6th layer required 600,000 cultivation points, her desire to activate all the prisoners in the 2nd layer intensified. Only by activating all of them could she fulfill her current needs. She would need to venture into other prison districts more frequently. Jiang Wushuang smiled and shook her head. After all, purchasing chicken and wine would not cost her much silver. On this day, Jiang Wushuang found herself alone in the interrogation room, questioning a prisoner. She wielded the formation plate, manipulating the ice blade array. Within the confines of the formation, the ground intermittently erupted with rows of ice spikes, while the air above coalesced into several ice swords, causing the prisoners ensnared within to lament their plight. Ever since Jiang Wushuang officially joined the demon suppression camp, he began to conduct solitary interrogations of the prisoners. Manipulating the formation was merely child's play for him. With a vast reservoir of true energy coursing through him, he could sustain control for several hours without so much as a hint of fatigue. However, for him, the interrogation was little more than a formality. If he truly wished to extract information, he could simply eliminate the prisoner. Xiao Jiang, hurry, do not conduct the interrogation yet. Come with me to the ruined prison block. Tang Bu exclaimed, panic etched across his face as he burst into the interrogation room, seizing the prisoner from the formation to escort him to the jail. It turned out there was unrest in the Ren prison block, and only a scant number of demon suppressors remained to guard the various prison sections, while the rest had rushed to quash the turmoil. As Jiang Wushuang followed Tang Bu to the Ren prison block, they witnessed a throng of demon suppressors charging inside. Even the second-tier guards had arrived. The Ren prison block, typically sparsely populated, was now teeming with figures. Fortunately, it appeared that the upheaval had been brought under control, and the newly arrived Tang Bu and Jiang Wushuang were promptly assigned to assess the situation of the prisoners to prevent any opportunistic chaos from the others. Xiao Jiang, do not act recklessly. I noticed several demon suppressors have perished here, Tang Bu said gravely. Just take a glance from a distance. Do not approach them. Who knows if any of the prisoners have managed to break free from their restraints. Jiang Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement on the surface. Yet inwardly, he dismissed the warning. How could he activate his targets without approaching the prisoners? Previously, he had not even had the opportunity to roam freely within the Ren prison block, so he would not let this chance slip away. He commenced his inspection, room by room, leaving the other demon suppressors, who were quaking in fear like Tang Bu, taken aback. This newcomer truly had no regard for his own life. After thoroughly inspecting each cell in the Ren block, he had identified over 10 potential targets. Regrettably, none of them were of master-level status, leaving Jiang Wushuang momentarily disappointed. I told you to stay away from the prisoners. Are you courting death? Tang Bu reproached him, casting a disdainful glance. If you wish to make a show, you must first recognize the gravity of the situation. Do you understand? Of the 7 demon suppressors on duty in the Ren block, 6 have perished. It is truly tragic. Jiang Wushuang raised an eyebrow, his voice low as he replied, "So dire?" The demon suppressors Tang Bu referred to were the elite guards of this prison section. Losing 1 or 2 was already deemed significant. The death of 6 was indeed catastrophic. It was no wonder that the expressions of the surrounding demon suppressors were fraught with complexity, as such calamities could just as easily befall them. However, do not be overly fearful. The master responsible for this unrest has been dealt with, Tang Bu said, observing Jiang Wushuang's silence. Mistakenly believing that he had finally been struck with fear. "A master has perished?" Jiang Wushuang inquired, astonishment etched across his face. The life force of second-tier prisoners was robust. Since his arrival, only a handful of gathering spirit realm prisoners had succumbed to the formation's assault. This was his first encounter with the death of a master. In a moment of unexpected anticipation, Jiang Wushuang found herself yearning to uncover the legacy of memories. At that instant, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of a stone chamber. Jiang Wushuang managed to squeeze her way inside, peering through the doorway. There, she beheld a somber-faced guard standing imperiously. Before him, a terrified demon suppression guard recounted the events with palpable fear. He was the sole survivor among the 7 station guards. An acquaintance of Jiang Wushuang, Sun Wu, a first-class demon suppression guard of the Ren rank. Behind Sun Wu lay 7 lifeless bodies. Jiang Wushuang's gaze swept over each corpse, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. The deceased bore no visible external injuries. Each had succumbed to a gruesome fate, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Their faces contorted in terror. When her gaze lingered on the final body, she was momentarily taken aback. It was the corpse of the instigator, slain by the arriving guard. The sight of this body clarified for Jiang Wushuang why the demon suppression guards had met such a dreadful end. The source of the chaos was none other than that notorious ghost cultivator, known as De Yuan Laogue. Jiang Wushuang furrowed her brow, having long wished for this individual's demise, only to find that her desire had been unexpectedly fulfilled. Chapter 54. The 9-tripod refining of the divine. The tumult within the demon suppression tower necessitated an investigation into its origins. Through the account of the survivor, Sun Wu, the guards gained a semblance of understanding regarding the entire sequence of events. The elder ghost, De Yuan, being a practitioner of ghostly arts, possessed a formidable spirit. It was unclear what method the old wretch employed, but he managed to forcibly dislodge 3 of the 7 soul-locking nails affixed to his head. Upon the discovery by the demon suppression guards, he unleashed an attack with his spirit, obliterating 6 of them. Sun Wu's survival was attributed to the timely arrival of the guard commander, who disrupted De Yuan's spirit as it attempted to escape. This was primarily due to the fact that 4 soul-locking nails remained embedded in De Yuan's head. Although his spirit was out, its power was limited. Had he regained his master-level prowess, the demise of merely 6 guards would have been the least of their concerns. Blood would have flowed like rivers throughout the 2nd level of the tower. Before departing, the guard commander approached De Yuan's corpse once more to confirm that he had not feigned death before taking his leave. Jiang Wushuang stood among a group of demon suppression guards, patiently awaiting the opportunity to glean the memories of this ghostly practitioner. Once the commander had left, his moment finally arrived. However, as he entered the stone chamber and beheld the despondent Sun Wu, he felt compelled to offer a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a few comforting words. Sun Wu was the first guard he had met in the Ren series, and they shared a fairly amicable relationship. Sun Wu looked up at him, fear evident in his expression, and remarked, "It was terrifying. I was mere moments away from lying here like my brothers." His gaze fell upon the 6 corpses on the ground, a complex expression crossing his face. Soon after, several guards familiar with Sun Wu approached to offer their own words of solace. Jiang Wushuang retreated to the side, silently moving closer to De Yuan's remains. As he received the memory transmission, a myriad of images flooded his mind. Within these visions, a rebellious youth was seen. Having joined a sect of ghostly practitioners known as the Moon Soul Palace from a young age. With commendable talent, he ascended from a named disciple to an inner disciple, eventually becoming a core disciple and ultimately an elder of the sect. Alas, his fortunes were fleeting. He perished during an internal conflict within the sect, having only reached the 8th layer of spirit gathering at the time of his demise. Could it be that this old wretch had achieved rebirth? Jiang Wushuang felt a profound shock within his heart. Indeed, the ways of ghostly practitioners were shrouded in mystery. In the unfolding images, although De Yuan met his end during the strife, he was reborn through the body of another disciple. Once more, he clawed his way from a mere disciple to the position of elder. This time, he succeeded in his quest for vengeance, imprisoning the souls of those who had slain him, tormenting them even in death. Subsequently, he solidified his position as an elder and advanced to master level, becoming a pivotal figure within the Moon Soul Palace. A few months prior, driven by insatiable greed towards the great Qian dragon vein, he was besieged by 3 masters acting in unison, leading to his confinement within the demon suppression tower. Jiang Wushuang gazed upon the corpses at his feet, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Who could have imagined that the old scoundrel had lived 2 lives? Moreover, this death might herald yet another rebirth. In the subsequent visions, Jiang Wushuang indeed discerned a clue. The survival of Sun Wu was not, as he claimed, due to the timely arrival of the Guardian General, but rather because the elder ghost of De Yuan had deliberately spared his life. Though it appeared that the spirit of the elder ghost had been shattered by the second-tier Guardian, in truth, he had previously dispatched a wisp of his essence to infiltrate Sun Wu's body. The notion of a remnant soul being reborn? Jiang Wushuang furrowed her brow. No, it was more akin to possession rather than true rebirth. It merely involved occupying another's body. After perusing the entirety of the elder ghost's memories, Jiang Wushuang came to this realization. It must be said that while the cultivation of ghostly practitioners is fraught with difficulty, they are incredibly hard to eliminate, akin to possessing an extra life in comparison to other martial artists. Lost in thought, Jiang Wushuang noticed an additional line of information in her martial technique section. Martial technique, 9 tripod spirit refinement, 1st rank, realm, great accomplishment, 3,210,000. To her astonishment, it was indeed a 1st rank. Concurrently, profound changes were unfolding within her being. In her chi-si, countless strands of true energy converged above the surface of the water, coalescing into a semi-transparent orb. The orb continued to expand, slowly rotating and losing its symmetry. The true energy kept accumulating, and the chi-si, which had been 2/3 full, was visibly drying up. Jiang Wushuang's expression shifted slightly. Were it not for her true energy being several times more abundant than others, she would have been completely drained and perished long ago. At last, when only a small puddle of water remained in the chi-si, the absorption of true energy ceased above it. A semi-transparent entity hung suspended in the air, resembling an infant. This is a divine infant? Jiang Wushuang stood transfixed, her eyes filled with astonishment. It is said that the might of a master stems from the emergence of a divine infant within. Yet, she was still at the 5th level of spirit gathering, and to give rise to a divine infant within her was something few would believe. Taking a deep breath, she gradually calmed her astonished heart. The 9 tripod spirit refinement provided by the elder ghost was indeed a technique for cultivating the spirit and being of the 1st rank. It was not entirely implausible for a divine infant to manifest in the realm of spirit gathering. However, it would be impossible for anyone else. The vast amounts of true energy required to form a divine infant would lead an ordinary practitioner at the spirit gathering level to exhaustion and death. Only a prodigious individual like Jiang Wushuang, with immense reserves of true energy, could harbor even a glimmer of hope. At the same time, she realized that her divine infant was not fully formed. Although its exterior resembled that of an infant, it lacked facial features such as a nose and eyes. It was merely a rudimentary shape. Nonetheless, her spirit had become exponentially more powerful. The range of her spiritual awareness, which had previously extended only a few zhang, could now encompass the entire 2nd tier of the demon suppression tower. At this moment, the 2nd tier appeared to her as a miniature map within her mind, inclusive of the information regarding the prisoners. To her surprise, she discovered a considerable number of prisoners yet to be activated. As she continued to scan the practitioners at the spirit gathering level with her spiritual awareness, they remained oblivious. However, when her awareness fell upon those of master rank, they immediately sensed her presence. Who dares to probe this place with their spiritual awareness? In the cell, the old demon Hisong, who was originally sitting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. How could such a feeble consciousness dare to reveal itself? After a moment of surprise, a trace of disdain appeared in Hisong's gaze. Not only Hisong, but also the master-level prisoners exhibited similar reactions. Jiang Wushuang swiftly withdrew his consciousness. Although his mental prowess had significantly strengthened, it still paled in comparison to that of a true master. If discovered by the masters guarding this place, the consequences would be dire. Xiaojiang, are you all right? Came Tang Bu's voice beside him. You look rather unwell. Jiang Wushuang shook his head, scanning the surroundings and realizing that Sun Wu's figure had vanished. Where is Uncle Sun? He has already gone back to rest. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brows and, taking a risk, released his consciousness once more. He discovered that Sun Wu was traversing a corridor, but his direction was not towards their quarters. Rather, he was headed for the exit of the demon suppression tower. Without hesitation, Jiang Wushuang dashed towards the stone chamber's exit. Xiaojiang, where are you going? Tang Bu's voice called out from behind. I'm going to rest as well, Jiang Wushuang replied without looking back. But the shift hasn't ended yet? Tang Bu chuckled wryly. It's understandable for Sun Wu to return to rest after being startled, but why are you joining in the commotion? Chapter 55. Who are you really? As Jiang Wushuang stepped out of the exit of the demon suppression tower, he spotted Sun Wu making his way towards the imperial city. His head bowed and steps slow, resembling someone who had just emerged from a harrowing ordeal. Uncle Sun, Jiang Wushuang called out, hastening to catch up. Sun Wu paused, turning to glance back, his expression one of confusion. Little Jiang, why are you out during your watch? I was worried about you and wanted to check in. Jiang Wushuang replied, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. You should return to the demon suppression tower. If the guards discover your absence, it could spell trouble. Sun Wu reassured him, shaking his head and managing a faint smile. There's no need for concern, for Brother Tang is covering for me, Sun Wu added. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you, Jiang Wushuang declared. With a sigh, Sun Wu conceded. Very well, I intend to visit Chunyu Tower. Only in a haven of tenderness can I find some respite. Jiang Wushuang nodded in agreement. It so happens that I have not visited Chunyu Tower in quite some time. Thus, the two made their way towards the imperial city together, with Sun Wu leading the way and Jiang Wushuang following closely behind. Initially, Sun Wu engaged Jiang Wushuang in conversation, but as they distanced themselves from the demon suppression tower, their dialogue dwindled into silence. Before long, they found themselves on a secluded path, devoid of any passers-by, with a dilapidated cottage lying abandoned nearby. Suddenly, Sun Wu halted in the middle of the road, turning his back to Jiang Wushuang. Uncle Sun, this direction does not seem to lead to Chunyu Tower, Jiang Wushuang observed calmly, scrutinizing Sun Wu's silhouette. Sun Wu slowly turned around, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Since you realize this is not the way to Chunyu Tower, what compels you to follow? Before Jiang Wushuang could respond, Sun Wu drew his blade and swung it towards him, targeting his neck with alarming speed. If he were truly at the Foundation establishment level, a single strike would be fatal. Yet, Jiang Wushuang deftly retreated 2 steps, narrowly evading the blade's edge, and countered with a punch that sent Sun Wu sprawling. You have indeed concealed your true strength, Sun Wu remarked, rising from the rubble of the cottage, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. You are not truly Sun Wu, Jiang Wushuang stated coolly. Sun Wu's eyes widened with surprise. I did not expect anyone in the demon suppression tower to see through my soul manipulation technique. He remained unfazed by the revelation of his identity, confident that only the youth before him had followed him all the way. With a sardonic laugh, Jiang Wushuang queried, should I address you as Elder de Yuan or as Sengzhong? The calm smile on Sun Wu's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a grave tone. How do you know my name is Sengzhong? You are not from the demon suppression tower. Who are you? Sangzhong was the name he bore long ago, a name that had not crossed anyone's lips since his soul's rebirth. This was a secret known only to him. His gaze bore down on the youth before him, searching for any sign of a clue. Yet, the boy remained unfazed, his demeanor as serene as ever. You need not know who I am. All you must recognize is that none of the criminals beneath my command have ever escaped. Jiang Wushuang let out a cold laugh. Although the ghost of Elder De was a master, he was merely a wisp of residual soul occupying Sun Wu's body, rendering his power exceedingly limited and easily dispatchable. However, in the next moment, he was momentarily taken aback. He noticed that Sun Wu had inexplicably acquired a black banner in his hand. After a few vigorous sways, an overwhelming torrent of dark energy surged forth, accompanied by numerous piercing and chilling cries that sent shivers down one's spine. Subsequently, a multitude of ghastly faces emerged from the black smoke, clawing and lunging forward. The previously bright sun was suddenly obscured by the encroaching black mist, causing a drastic drop in temperature and plunging the surroundings into darkness. The air was filled with the anguished howls of spirits, as if one had been transported to the depths of an infernal realm. Sun Wu, brandishing the black banner from which spirits continually poured forth, let out a cold, mocking laughter. Regardless of who you are, you shall become a shade within my myriad of ghosts. Though he possessed only a fragment of a soul, with the magical artifact in his possession, he believed that no one could impede his progress unless he encountered a master. Just as he was reveling in his laughter, he suddenly froze in surprise. The ghost generals emerging from the myriad of ghosts seemed to be fleeing in panic. Almost immediately, the black mist was drawn away as if caught in a vortex. Sun Wu's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. The youth was gaping wide, and in the blink of an eye, the sky of black mist and the ghost generals that hadn't managed to retreat back into the myriad of ghosts were swallowed whole. You have also cultivated the 9 tripod spirit refinement. Sun Wu's expression shifted drastically, fear evident in his eyes, his voice quivering. He recognized at once that the youth was employing a technique from the 9 tripod spirit refinement. No one understood 9 tripod spirit refinement better than he did. Only by mastering it to its pinnacle could one directly consume ghost generals. The youth's level of cultivation was astonishingly higher than his own. How could he remain composed? In the next instant, the youth appeared before him, one hand gripping his neck while the other tugged at his brow, extracting a translucent figure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the ghost of Elder Da. He struggled violently in Jiang Wushuang's grasp, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. You actually broke my soul-controlling technique. You are not even a master. How can you possess such formidable spiritual power? How could your 9 tripod spirit refinement be at the pinnacle level? What connection do you have with my Moon Soul Palace? Who exactly are you? Spare me, I am willing to become your ghostly servant. Elder Da was utterly panicked. He had exerted tremendous effort and cunning to escape from the demon suppression tower, only to be captured before he could even leave the imperial city. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the residual soul in his hand and swallowed it whole. He had no need for a ghostly servant. To his astonishment, the pinnacle level of 9 tripod spirit refinement could, indeed, refine souls. After refining Elder Da's residual soul, Jiang Wushuang felt a slight enhancement in his spiritual power, involuntarily letting out a sigh of admiration. On his way, he had elevated 9 tripod spirit refinement to its pinnacle. Subsequently, he discovered that it was possible to refine souls to enhance his spiritual consciousness. The ghost generals within the ghost banner, which posed a lethal threat to others, were for him a rare source of nourishment. The illustrious Elder Da spent a lifetime meticulously crafting the ghost banner, which now became his fortune. In this brief moment, the divine infant within his sea of energy brightened considerably. Contemplating this, he picked up the fallen ghost banner, releasing all the ghost generals contained within, and swallowed them whole. Should he refine a sufficient number of ghost generals, he would attain a spiritual consciousness on par with a master. Jiang Wushuang's face radiated delight. Unfortunately, the remaining ghost generals within the ghost banner were few and lacked significant strength. After refining them all, the enhancement to the divine infant was only marginal. It was then he realized that to achieve a spiritual consciousness comparable to that of a master, one needed to refine an immense quantity of souls. A task of considerable difficulty. Could it be possible to retrieve the memory inheritance once more? Jiang Wushuang gazed at the luminous orb before him. Astonishment etched on his features. Previously, he had already acquired an inheritance from Elder Da. Unexpectedly, upon refining a fragment of his residual soul, the memory inheritance re-emerged. What knowledge might he gain this time? Jiang Wushuang's curiosity was piqued. Chapter 56. A pleasant surprise. Jiang Wushuang eagerly received the memories left behind by the remnant soul. This time, instead of acquiring martial techniques, he was bestowed with 200,000 cultivation points. Jiang Wushuang stared at the soaring cultivation points, momentarily taken aback. Although this was merely a fragment of the remnant soul left by the Elder Da, he had once been a master of his craft. He then shifted his gaze towards Sun Wu, who lay prostrate on the ground. The soul-controlling technique employed by Elder Da was markedly different from the conventional method of possession. The soul-controlling technique first subdued Sun Wu's spirit before gradually merging with it. Consequently, Elder Da became Sun Wu, and vice versa. The two entities became one. Fortunately, Elder De had not yet fully integrated with Sun Wu when Jiang Wushuang extracted him from the body. Though Sun Wu's spirit had sustained some injuries, his life was not in jeopardy. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wushuang hoisted him back to the demon-suppressing tower and returned him to his quarters. Upon re-entering the tower, Jiang Wushuang made a new discovery. The usually dim second floor of the demon-suppressing tower now appeared to be enveloped in a faint purple-black mist. Within this haze resided numerous feeble souls. As he traversed the corridor, he noticed sinister faces floating in the air, all fixated upon him. Among them were those who had perished within the confines of the tower, as well as the demon suppressors themselves. Their souls, unable to depart after death, lingered in this realm. However, these souls were too weak for ordinary warriors to perceive. Only those of Elder De's caliber could detect them. It was only after Jiang Wushuang elevated his 9-tripod refining spirit to its zenith, thereby enhancing his own spirit, that he could see them. The visages of these souls were pallid and hollow-eyed, and although they posed no threat to him, their presence was somewhat disconcerting. He then opened his mouth, and the souls, which had previously floated about nonchalantly, were instantly thrown into a state of panic and fled. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Wushuang's hurricane-like summoning swiftly engulfed all the souls in the corridor. In an instant, the corridor became considerably brighter. Regrettably, despite the sheer number of souls, they were all too feeble. Their complete refinement did not enhance his spirit even slightly. Upon returning to his dwelling, Jiang Wushuang blinked in surprise. Before him floated a semi-transparent soul. Though its face was ghostly pale and its gaze vacant, Jiang Wushuang found it somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, he recognized it as one of the 6 demon suppressors who had fallen to Elder De. At that moment, the soul drifted aimlessly, devoid of awareness. Jiang Wushuang contemplated consuming it but hesitated, as it was, in some sense, a familiar entity. He released a thread of divine thought, hoping to establish communication and inquire whether it harbored any lingering attachments. Regrettably, the soul continued to float in a state of oblivion, offering no response. Just as Jiang Wushuang was about to give up, he discovered that as his divine thought enveloped the soul, he inadvertently exerted control over it. A peculiar connection formed between the two. The spectral entity no longer drifted aimlessly, but moved in accordance with Jiang Wushuang's command. As the spirit passed through the stone door and entered the corridor, it beheld everything in its entirety. A playful whim seized him, prompting him to maneuver the spirit freely throughout the second floor. Upon arriving at a cell, he observed an elderly man ensnared by binding chains of magic, struggling to break free. Unfortunately, after several futile attempts, he not only failed to escape the restraints, but inadvertently triggered the chains to constrict further, rendering him immobile as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It appeared that a master-level prisoner resided here. Jiang Wushuang had recently been seeking opportunities to activate the other 3 prison sections' inmates, with the master-level prisoner being his primary target. He resolved to activate this individual the following day. The prisoners within the cell remained oblivious to the spirit's presence, eliciting a smile from Jiang Wushuang. Previously, when he scanned the entire second floor with his divine sense, all the masters had sensed his presence and emitted disdainful remarks. He had not anticipated that controlling the spirit would allow him to act unnoticed. While Jiang Wushuang was deep in contemplation, a new discovery emerged. Upon contact with the prisoner, the activation of a target occurred. Simultaneously, when the spirit made contact with a luminous orb, he received cultivation points. Could it be that he could accumulate cultivation in this manner? Jiang Wushuang was elated. He would no longer need to buy roasted chickens and wine to solicit the prisoners in other sections. Subsequently, he commanded the spirit to activate all the unactivated prisoners on the second floor. In a short span, his count of targets increased by over 40, including 4 master-level prisoners, augmenting his cultivation points by nearly 30,000. A quick calculation revealed that by clearing the second floor and adding the first, he could collect approximately 70,000 points in a single day. Jiang Wushuang's heart raced with excitement, although he had just reached the 5th level of gathering spirit. At this pace, he would attain the 6th level in 10 days, with mastery soon within reach. If he could access the 3rd floor, progress would be even swifter. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he directed the spirit towards the entrance of the 3rd floor. Though he could not ascend himself, the spirit could. If he could activate the prisoners confined on the 3rd floor, accumulating hundreds of thousands of cultivation points daily would be feasible. The spirit soon arrived at the entrance of the third floor of the demon suppression tower. Before him lay a swirling black vortex. Anything that approached was inexorably drawn in, as if leading to an unfathomable abyss. Under Jiang Wushuang's direction, the spirit slowly approached the vortex. Upon contact, the spirit became distorted and was ultimately consumed. Suddenly, Jiang Wushuang's eyes flew open, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Ascending to the third floor was indeed no simple feat in that moment of the spirit's consumption. He lost all connection with it. Nonetheless, it was understandable. The third floor housed only the most dangerous criminals, masters, and even ancient beings of formidable strength. Surely, entry could not be granted so easily. Jiang Wushuang shook his head with a smile, dismissing this impractical notion. The following day, he did not venture into the prison area to cultivate his skills as usual. Instead, he reasserted control over a wraith, drifting through the various cells. It must be said, this method of gathering power was both convenient and effortless, sparing him the daily treks to the prison block where he risked being mistaken for a spy. As the wraith floated into the Gui cell block, a frown suddenly creased Jiang Wushuang's brow. Through the wraith's perspective, he observed Du Yi standing before the cell of the old demon, Hisong. Typically disdainful of the demon suppression guards, Hisong exhibited an unexpected deference towards Du Yi, who, usually adorned with a smile, now bore an expression of cold indifference, as if he had transformed into a different individual. The two engaged in a cautious dialogue, seemingly conspiring over something. Jiang Wushuang, suspecting he had misinterpreted the scene, maneuvered the wraith closer, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. Unfortunately, their words were shrouded in cryptic language, leaving him unable to comprehend a single utterance. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Their relationship was far from the ordinary dynamic between the demon suppression guards and the prisoners. A sudden realization struck him. The previous attack by Hisong was likely not a mere coincidence. It dawned on him that Du Yi's instruction to him to rendezvous at the divine capture camp had been premeditated. As this thought coursed through his mind, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 57. A difficult decision. After a brief exchange with the old demon Hisong, Du Yi turned and departed. Within the confines of the cell, Hisong once again assumed a cross-legged position, lowering his head and slipping back into a state of semi-consciousness. After retracting her control over the ghostly souls, Jiang Wushuang exited her quarters, commencing another day as a demon guardian. Just as she was about to enter the Gui cell block, Sun Wu hurried up from behind. "Uncle Sun, it appears you have sobered up," Jiang Wushuang remarked, observing the puzzled look in Sun Wu's eyes. "Little Jiang, I heard you carried me back yesterday. What transpired? Why can I recall nothing at all?" Sun Wu furrowed his brow. Upon entering the Rin cell block that day, he discovered that all his colleagues had been replaced with newcomers. Upon inquiry, he learned that there had been a riot among the prisoners, and he was the sole survivor, yet he remembered nothing. "Uncle Sun, you merely indulged in a few extra drinks at Chunyu Tower. Nothing noteworthy occurred," Jiang Wushuang casually replied. The soul-controlling technique had locked his consciousness, rendering him unable to recall the events that transpired while under control. This was also the reason Jiang Wushuang felt confident in bringing him back. After bidding farewell to the bewildered Sun Wu, Jiang Wushuang stepped into the Gui block, only to see Du Yi beckoning her. Tang Bu and the other demon guardians on duty in the Gui block were also present. It turned out that the Rin block had lost 6 first-tier demon guardians, resulting in a manpower shortage, necessitating the dispatch of someone from their side to assist in maintaining order. "Little Jiang, are you willing to go?" Du Yi inquired, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wushuang. "Certainly," Jiang Wushuang replied, her mind conjuring the image of that indifferent face. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of cordiality. She was curious to see what the other party intended. In the following days, Jiang Wushuang remained on duty in the Rin block until the newly arrived demon guardians were capable of managing on their own. Only then did she return to the Gui block. In the subsequent period, although she encountered Du Yi and the old demon Hisong conspiring several times, they spoke in hushed tones, leaving her unaware of their discussions. Apart from that, nothing significant occurred. Since she had gained the ability to manipulate ghostly souls to enhance her cultivation, Jiang Wushuang found her duties considerably less burdensome, merely conducting routine interrogations of prisoners. Occasionally, She would join Tang Bu and others for drinks in the Imperial City or wander through Chunyu Tower. The tranquil days passed swiftly. With the entire second floor of prisoners contributing to her cultivation, Jiang Wushuang's strength surged, quickly reaching the 8th layer of spirit gathering. As her power grew, the divine infant within her energy also experienced a slight enhancement. She believed that when next encountering a half-step master, she could easily vanquish them. Moreover, she felt that she might even contend against a true master. Despite the prevailing belief among martial artists that those in the spirit-gathering realm could not challenge masters, Jiang Wushuang sensed she could defy this notion. One day, upon arriving at the Gui cell block, Jiang Wushuang noticed Tang Bu and several other demon guardians standing outside the torture chamber. Inside, the anguished cries of prisoners being tormented filled the air. "Tang Bu, what is happening here?" Jiang Wushuang approached, her expression one of confusion. The Gui character is typically not so idle. "Speak softly." The guard is personally interrogating the prisoner inside. Tang Bu signaled with a gesture for silence. Jiang Wushuang paused momentarily, then shifted her gaze towards the interrogation room, where she indeed saw Du Yi manipulating the array. With the guard standing nearby, it was the first time I had witnessed a guard personally conducting an interrogation. Jiang Wushuang moved closer to Tang Bu, resting against the stone wall beside him. Guards seldom take it upon themselves to interrogate prisoners. After Tang Bu spoke, he leaned in closer to Jiang Wushuang's ear and whispered, "A new prisoner arrived yesterday, possessing crucial intelligence that we need to acquire immediately." "What kind of intelligence could be so vital?" Jiang Wushuang inquired casually. Tang Bu leaned in again and replied, "Qi Hua Xianji." Jiang Wushuang turned her head in astonishment, exclaiming, "No wonder the guard is placing such importance on it. Qi Hua Xianji is an extraordinarily rare spiritual treasure, said to allow a person at the 9th level of spirit gathering to break through to the master realm with just a single consumption. However, it is exceedingly scarce, nearly impossible to find. Moreover, consuming it carries certain risks. Failure to enhance one's power could lead to loss of life. Of course, these are merely rumors. Many warriors continue to pursue Qi Hua Xianji, as the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Numerous half-step masters, through their own training, may find themselves unable to break through in their lifetime. Treasures like Qi Hua Xianji represent their only hope. If I could consume a single one, I could elevate directly from the first level of Qi Si to the spirit-gathering realm." Tang Bu's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I fear you might explode before even reaching the spirit-gathering realm," someone nearby interjected. "If I can never cultivate to the spirit-gathering realm in this lifetime, I would still willingly risk exploding." Tang Bu retorted angrily, then sighed, "Alas, such a treasure will never come into my possession." He then turned to glance at the interrogation room. That was something even the guards sought to seize. He could only indulge in daydreams. After waiting outside the interrogation room for 2 hours, the guard finally emerged. Jiang Wushuang and the others immediately stood up and saluted. Unfortunately, the guard passed by with a grim expression, disregarding them. "Did you extract any information?" Tang Bu and the others rushed into the interrogation room. Du Yi sat nearby, slightly panting, and remarked, "The tough nut just delivered isn't going to crack easily." Jiang Wushuang turned to look. A figure lay within the array, covered in blood and utterly motionless. The man had thick brows and large eyes, bearing a fierce countenance. Yet at that moment, his aura was feeble, reduced to a mere semblance of humanity by the torment of the array. Tang Bu, however, paid him no mind, taking over the array and declaring, "I will make him reveal the whereabouts of Qi Hua Xianji, no matter what, even if he knows he cannot obtain it." Extracting useful information would be a significant achievement. The man within the array slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the group, and coldly stated, "Do you little brats truly believe you can obtain Qi Hua Xianji? How laughable." Tang Bu scoffed disdainfully. After manipulating the fire array for an hour, the man remained silent while the protagonist, breathless and weary, could only shake his head in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Jiang Wushuang stood quietly by, fully aware that a prisoner capable of reaching the 2nd level would not divulge information easily. The only recourse was to slowly torment him, eroding his will. However, according to the news received by the garrison commander, if the Qi Hua Xianji could not be located promptly, it would be seized by others. Consequently, several demon-subduing guards began to take turns operating the formation. Unfortunately, the man succumbed before Jiang Wushuang could deplete his energy. gazing at the lifeless figure within the array. Tang Bu and the others remained speechless. After a prolonged silence, sighs echoed throughout the interrogation chamber. Indeed, he had not uttered a word. It was infuriating. The lead on the Jiang Wushuang had been so painstakingly acquired, only to be lost. The precious Jiang Wushuang would now fall into the hands of others. Each of them felt a profound sense of loss. Observing the despondent expressions of her companions, a glimmer of light flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Suddenly, a soft glow emanated from the deceased man's body within the array. This was the memory inheritance that surfaced after his death. The information that these individuals had racked their brains to uncover would soon be within his grasp. Yet, whether to keep or relinquish the Jiang Wushuang posed a dilemma for him. Chapter 58. Silver Stream Mountain. Although the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb is indeed a rare spiritual treasure, it does not hold substantial allure for Jiang Wushuang. With his current pace of cultivation, it would not be long before he ascends to the Master Realm. Nevertheless, such a precious item, if attainable with ease, should not be disregarded. As the memories of a man flashed through his mind, the details of his identity gradually became clearer. This man, known as Ji Lao Lu, reigned supreme in Silver Stream Mountain, located several hundred miles from the Imperial City. Anyone daring to trespass upon Silver Stream Mountain has met their demise at his hands. While outsiders refer to him as the Silver Stream Demon, they are unaware that he discovered the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb a decade ago. As the herb had yet to fully mature, he transformed into a fiend to guard it. Regrettably, after a decade of vigilance, he was ultimately discovered by an elder from a wandering sect who had strayed into his domain. Although Ji Lao Lu pursued and killed the elder, the secret of the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb was inevitably leaked, attracting numerous pursuers until he fell into the clutches of the Divine Capture Camp. After subjecting him to intense interrogation without success, they imprisoned him in the Demon Suppression Tower. Astonishingly, there were 2 Crimson Fire Mystic Herbs. A look of astonishment appeared in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. 1 Crimson Fire Mystic Herb would drive any warrior to madness. 2 would offer a chance to rewrite one's destiny. No wonder Ji Lao Lu was willing to embody a demon and guard it for 10 years. Had it not been for this unfortunate turn of events, he would soon have ascended to the Master Realm, commanding respect far and wide. 2 Crimson Fire Mystic Herbs would undoubtedly suffice for Jiang Wushuang to attain the same status. He felt a surge of excitement within. Although he had already reached the 8th level of spirit gathering, ascending to the Master Realm would require over 1,000,000 points of cultivation. The 2 herbs would undoubtedly expedite his progress. However, after thoroughly examining Ji Lao Lu's memories, a frown creased Jiang Wushuang's brow. The location of the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb was conspicuously absent, as if it had been deliberately erased. Had Ji Lao Lu forcibly obliterated this crucial memory? Upon reviewing the memories once more, Jiang Wushuang discerned a clue. It turned out that Ji Lao Lu had been safeguarding the herb alongside his wife and their recently born son. The moment he was captured by the Divine Capture Camp, he realized he could never return. To avoid implicating his wife and child, and to ensure the herb remained with them, he resolutely erased related memories. This was also why he never divulged anything before his death. Such a maneuver rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to extract information about the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb's location from him. However, Jiang Wushuang had gleaned information about his wife and child and could pursue this lead to locate the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wushuang resolved to seek out the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb. Such a treasure is often encountered, yet seldom sought. Since fate had presented it to him, there was no reason to relinquish the opportunity. Before the day's end, he requested a 3-day leave from his commanding officer, preparing to depart the Imperial City in search of the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb. The Demon Suppression Guard is granted several opportunities for leave each year, making this request quite straightforward. As night fell, Jiang Wushuang purchased a swift steed within the Imperial City, racing towards the outer gates before their closure. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, the guard on the 2nd level sat in a stone chamber, his brow furrowed and his expression somber. Although he had reached the Gathering Spirit Realm and ascended to the position of 2nd level guard, he resigned himself to the notion that this was the pinnacle of his life. With his innate talent, further advancement in martial arts seemed an insurmountable challenge, leaving him stagnant at the Gathering Spirit Realm. The martial world boasted numerous practitioners, yet those who attained the Master Realm were all exceptional prodigies. Long ago, he had relinquished all hope. However, upon receiving the news from the Divine Capture Camp regarding the information about the Crimson Fire mysterious herb, his long quiet heart surged with excitement once more. He personally conducted an urgent night interrogation. Yet, after a day of anxious waiting, the prisoner had perished, and he was left empty-handed. The flame that had flickered to life in his eyes was extinguished in an instant. "Have you gleaned any information?" he inquired, sighing as he gazed at his capable subordinate. "My lord, I have gathered all relevant details. Ji Laolu was captured by the Divine Capture Camp half a month ago. They interrogated him for a fortnight before sending him to the Demon Suppression Tower," his subordinate replied. The guard raised an eyebrow and replied in a low voice, "Indeed. The Divine Capture Camp is not so benevolent. Having failed to extract any benefit themselves, they merely pawned him off on us, leaving me with false hope. My lord, perhaps not all is in vain. I have also discovered that Ji Laolu was pursuing another individual who had found the Crimson Fire mysterious herb, which led to his capture. The news has spread that the herb lies within Silver Creek Mountain," his subordinate added. A glimmer of light flickered in the guard's eyes as he looked up and inquired, "Do you know where precisely in Silver Creek Mountain it is located?" His subordinate shook his head and replied, "That remains unknown. It seems no one is aware of its exact location, or else it would have already been harvested. However, if we venture to Silver Creek Mountain, there will surely be a chance to locate it." The brilliance in the guard's eyes gradually dimmed as he shook his head and said, "Silver Creek Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles. Without a specific location, finding the Crimson Fire mysterious herb is nearly impossible. Moreover, this information has already circulated, undoubtedly attracting attention from various factions. It is likely that many masters have developed an interest. Even if we were to locate it, seizing it would prove exceedingly difficult. Let it be. We shall cease our pursuit here," the guard concluded with a sigh, having come to terms with the futility of his aspirations. The Crimson Fire mysterious herb, after all, was but a fleeting dream, unattainable. As the full moon hung high in the sky, a magnificent steed galloped through the woods and crossed rivers, heading eastward. If Jiang Wushuang employed his martial arts techniques, his speed would undoubtedly increase. However, after traversing several dozen miles, fatigue set in. Covering a few hundred miles became a daunting task. The technique controlling the wind was similarly effective over short distances, but for journeys spanning hundreds of miles, a horse remained the most reliable means of transport. The following day, as the sun ascended on the horizon, gentle rays of sunlight cascaded down. The young man sat firmly upon his steed, casting a long shadow on the ground. Before him lay an expanse of unending mountains. This place was seldom trodden by human feet, particularly with the presence of lurking beasts. Even a formidable warrior may find it impossible to emerge once they enter. There are numerous rumors of masters who have met their demise on Silver Creek Mountain. It is likely that such rare treasures as the Crimson Fire mysterious herb can only be found in places like Silver Creek Mountain. As Jiang Wushuang pondered this, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to look. Approaching him was an elderly man clad in a white brocade robe, wielding a long sword and leading two young disciples. The elder exuded an imposing presence, his gaze sharp as a blade. The two young disciples beside him were striking. The young man possessed an air of heroic vigor, gripping his sword firmly, while the young woman, dressed in green, had an oval face and sparkling eyes. As Jiang Wushuang glanced at the trio, they too became aware of his presence. The elder merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before shifting his focus back to Silver Creek Mountain, seemingly indifferent to him. The young woman, however, regarded the youth nearby with an expression of curiosity, appraising him from head to toe. "Senior brother, is he also here in search of the Crimson Fire mysterious herb?" The young man beside her fixed his gaze on the youth, his eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of disdain as he remarked, "It seems anyone dares to covet the Crimson Fire mysterious herb." Chapter 59, Flight? The Wheel of Destiny's Might. The elderly man and his two young disciples hailed from the renowned Qingyu sect, a school of swordsmanship. Although Qingyu sect may not rival the 6 demon sects or the 4 great orthodox sects, it possesses masters who command respect and exert considerable influence in their domain. The elder, Su Tianlin, serves as a senior elder of Qingyu sect, accompanied by the young man Ning Yunlong and the young woman Xie Qingqing, both esteemed core disciples of the sect. Before long, it was only Xie Qingqing who continued to gaze intently at the young lad, who was slowly riding his horse into Silver Creek Mountain. "Elder Su, Is it true that the scarlet fire mysterious herb exists here? Ning Yunlong inquired, lifting his gaze towards the sprawling mountain range. The fact that even the divine capturing camp had mobilized to apprehend Ji Laolu suggests that the rumors hold substantial truth. Moreover, if there were no basis for such claims, why would so many flock here? Elder Su Tianlin nodded slowly. Then might the Qingyu sect soon welcome another master? An expression of excitement flickered in Ning Yunlong's eyes. It is still premature to speak of such matters. Obtaining the scarlet fire mysterious herb will not be an easy feat. Xie Qingqing interjected, retracting her gaze from the ascending youth. Moreover, I have heard that aside from Ji Laolu and the slain elder of the Luocha sect, only Ji Laoyu's woman, Lu Xuanji, knows the herb's whereabouts. Do not fret, Qingqing. Despite being a sect of sword cultivators, we possess secret methods for locating spiritual treasures. I have brought you both along to broaden your horizons, Su Tianlin replied with a smile, turning to his two companions. This journey will surely allow us to find it before anyone else. Though young, these two are the most exceptional disciples of Qingyu sect. Even if they cannot ascend to the rank of master, they may yet become half-step masters. Thus, he earnestly explained his plans to them. It became evident that Elder Su had made thorough preparations. The scarlet fire mysterious herb was virtually assured to belong to Qingyu sect. Ning Yunlong's face lit up with joy. Furthermore, those we encountered on our journey possess inferior strength compared to Elder Su. It is truly laughable that some, lacking even the foundational energy, aspire to acquire the scarlet fire mysterious herb. Xie Qingqing cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yunlong and shook her head slightly. Her elder brother undoubtedly possessed remarkable talent in martial arts, yet he was also exceedingly arrogant, finding no peers worthy of his regard. Brother, it would be prudent for us to exercise caution. Some individuals may appear simple on the surface, yet conceal remarkable depths. Her gaze returned to the ascending young man, only to witness him reaching the summit. In the next moment, her expression froze, eyes widening in disbelief. The young lad, who had been gazing into the distance, suddenly soared into the air, gliding effortlessly. He has flown away. Junior sister, you are simply too cautious. There cannot be that many hidden talents. Ning Yunlong dismissed with a casual smile, only to notice Xie Qingqing's peculiar expression, as if she had seen a ghost. Junior sister, what troubles you? He was startled, following her gaze, yet saw nothing amiss. Elder Su Tianlin furrowed his brow, looking towards Xie Qingqing. Qingqing, what did you witness? Xie Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she slowly turned to Su Zhonglao and said, I just saw someone flying away. Upon finishing her statement, she noticed the puzzled expressions on Su Tianlin and Ning Yunlong's faces. She instinctively gestured with her hands, clarifying, flying through the air. Su Tianlin's confusion swiftly transformed into astonishment as he exclaimed, flying through the air? Did you see a fate will expert? Ning Yunlong's expression also changed dramatically as he questioned, how is that possible? Could a fate will expert be here to seize the crimson fire mystic herb? Su Tianlin fell silent, his previous confidence evaporating. If a fate wheel expert, someone stronger than a grandmaster, had indeed arrived, the crimson fire mystic herb would be beyond his reach. After all, even if he were to find it, he would have no choice but to surrender it if a fate wheel expert desired it. Junior sister, are you certain you didn't miss-see? Ning Yunlong's earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by incredulity. Fate wheel level beings were typically elusive. How could one be present here? Surely, she must have been mistaken. Xie Qingqing felt uncertain as well. She was well aware of what a fate wheel expert entailed, an assembly of ancient beings. Yet, the image of that youth starkly contrasted with the visage of such an ancient entity. All she could do was recount the sight of the youth soaring through the sky. Ning Yunlong paused in astonishment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, is it him? Impossible. I could crush him with a single hand. How could he be a fate will expert? Su Tianlin shook his head, asserting, Qingqing, you must have misjudged. That youth I probed was nowhere near the strength of the Qi-Si realm. How could he possibly fly? Xie Qingqing furrowed her brows and murmured, could it truly be that I was mistaken? Su Tianlin nodded, affirming, you must have misseen. Ning Yunlong exhaled deeply, adding, junior sister, you nearly frightened me to death. Su Tianlin wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, a smile breaking through his earlier apprehension. He then led the way toward the nearby Silver Stream Mountain, saying, come, let us procure the crimson fire mystic herb. In the sky, a figure soared above. From below, if one did not look closely, they would merely perceive it as a passing bird. Jiang Wushuang advanced against the wind, his gaze sweeping over the mountains beneath him. Upon entering Silver Stream Mountain, his horse's speed dramatically decreased, moving slower than his own pace. He noticed a multitude of people gathered there, all drawn by the allure of the crimson fire mystic herb. To prevent being outpaced, he invoked the divine ability of wind mastery. After flying approximately 30 miles, Jiang Wushuang descended upon a mountaintop. Despite having reached the 8th layer of spirit gathering, with his chi nearly filled, the prolonged flight had drained his energy significantly. It was said that fate wheel experts could traverse thousands of miles effortlessly. While his ability allowed for flight, it was still far from that level. Jiang Wushuang sighed in contemplation, unaware that several groups of people had witnessed his flight, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Some were so intimidated that they abandoned their quest for the crimson fire mystic herb altogether. Naturally, he did not consider such implications. After a brief respite on the mountaintop, he adeptly employed his martial arts skills, swiftly navigating through the Silver Creek Mountains. Despite the multitude of individuals also seeking the scarlet fire mysterious herb, he was determined not to return empty-handed. Even if others were to seize it first, it would ultimately find its way back to him. Half an hour later, Jiang Wushuang emerged in a secluded valley, discovering a small courtyard concealed beneath a hidden stone wall. This was indeed the refuge of the person he sought. By locating Ji Laolu's wife, Lu Xuanji, he would uncover the whereabouts of the scarlet fire mysterious herb. However, upon his arrival, his brow furrowed in dismay. The courtyard lay in ruins, the thatched cottage had collapsed, and the ground was pockmarked, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Surveying the scene before him, he realized that he had underestimated the situation. The allure of the scarlet fire mysterious herb was immense, and the number of seekers was vast. Naturally, others would be aware of Lu Xuanji's existence. If he could not find her, this journey would be in vain. Jiang Wushuang raised an eyebrow and attempted to extend his spiritual sense in the surrounding area. His current spiritual awareness was sufficient to encompass several miles around him. Soon, he detected a woman fleeing 5 miles to the west, cradling an infant in her arms. Hot on her heels were 3 men wielding knives, relentlessly pursuing her. He had indeed found what he was looking for, and an expression of surprise crossed Jiang Wushuang's face. Chapter 60. My Crimson Fire Ganoderma. Jiang Wushuang's consciousness was fixated on the woman before her. This was a spirited lady, her hair elegantly secured by 3 golden hairpins, possessing a certain allure. It was no wonder that Ji Laolu would rather face death than abandon her. At that moment, she cradled an infant in one arm while wielding a knife, standing her ground against 3 men. Initially, it was a stalemate, both sides evenly matched. However, the 3 men, lacking in martial ethics, resorted to targeting the infant when they realized that they could not overpower Lu Xuanji through collaboration. In her desperate bid to protect the child, Lu Xuanji soon found herself at a disadvantage, sustaining multiple cuts. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wushuang furrowed her brow and swiftly pursued the group. If Lu Xuanji were to perish at the hands of those 3, how could she hope to obtain the Crimson Fire Ganoderma? In the forest, a figure darted past, leaving droplets of blood upon the leaves it brushed against. The woman held the infant tightly, searching for an escape route. Her complexion was somewhat pale, her body marked with injuries, yet her speed remained undeterred. As she moved, she frequently glanced back. The tumult of her flight had roused the infant, who waved his chubby little hands and began to wail. Lu Xuanji could only attempt to soothe the child while continuing onward, yet the infant's cries only grew louder. Cursed Crimson Fire Ganoderma. Lu Xuanji felt a surge of irritation, her thoughts turning to the source of all this turmoil, igniting a flame of anger within her. Ji Laolu, I had warned you long ago that the Crimson Fire Ganoderma was a harbinger of misfortune, yet you refused to heed my counsel. And now it may cost us our lives. Her eyes blazed with fury. Had Ji Laolu been present, she would have been compelled to deliver a sound thrashing. Years prior, they had discovered the Crimson Fire Ganoderma in the Silver Creek Mountains. She had wished to avoid entanglements, but Ji Laolu had insisted on pursuing dreams of grandeur, choosing to linger there. In the end, they had not even harvested the Ganoderma, and he had vanished into obscurity. His demise might have been deserved. Yet now he had endangered her and her child, subjecting them to relentless pursuit. Damn it! Lu Xuanji glanced at the infant, who, after her efforts to calm him, finally ceased his cries. Gazing at his cherubic face, her heart ached as if pricked by thorns. She could accept her own demise, but she could not allow her child to suffer as well. If necessary, she would relinquish the crimson fire Ganoderma to them. Clenching her teeth, she seemed to arrive at a resolution. However, she quickly shook her head. The valley 3 fiends pursuing her were ogres, and surrendering the Ganoderma would not spare her from death. Flight was her only recourse. Only by leaving the Silver Creek Mountains, disappearing from sight, could she hope to raise her son. After scaling a mountain and entering a grove, Lu Xuanji suddenly halted. Before her, leaning against a tree, was a youth clad in gray, his handsome visage serene. Lu Xuanji paused, momentarily taken aback. In recent times, many individuals have journeyed to Silver Creek Mountain in pursuit of the elusive Qi Hua Xianji, making encounters with others rather commonplace. Upon confirming that only a youth stood before her, Lu Xuanji let out a sigh of relief and advanced, cradling the infant in her arms. As she passed by the young man, a voice called out from behind her, prompting Lu Xuanji to halt in her tracks, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Turning to face him, she found the youth's dark, penetrating gaze fixed upon her. "What is it? Do you wish to obstruct my path as well?" Lu Xuanji queried, a mixture of amusement and irritation bubbling within her. Being pursued by the infamous 3 demons of the valley was one thing, but now a mere boy dared to interfere with her intentions. "I advise you to leave quickly. The knowledge of the Qi Hua Xian Ji may bring you nothing but misfortune," she remarked with a cold huff. The boy, seemingly unfazed by her warning, simply inquired, "Tell me, where can I find the Qi Hua Xian Ji?" Lu Xuanji shook her head in disbelief. She was already entangled in this perilous situation, and now these reckless souls were rushing towards her. What would knowing its location change? With the boy's capabilities, he would only meet a swifter demise. "Not revealing this to you is an act of mercy," she stated, turning to leave, disinterested in further discourse. However, just a few steps into her escape, another figure emerged before her, blocking her path. The man bore a thick beard and a predatory glint in his eyes, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The blade he wielded was still stained with the blood she had shed. Lu Xuanji's complexion paled, and she pivoted to flee in another direction, only to find her exit barred once again by 2 more men. "I have already disclosed the location of the Qi Hua Xianji to you. 3 demons of the valley," she declared, her gaze sweeping over the trio with a steely resolve. "You think we would accept a false address? Only by taking you with us can we be assured of the truth," the burly, bald man snarled, his countenance menacing. "Lu Xuanji, if you are wise, comply with our demands. Once we acquire the Qi Hua Xianji, you shall become the woman of the 3 brothers," chimed in a gaunt man, his eyes lecherously roaming over her figure. "Jiang Laolu, you are fortunate to have captured the attention of such a woman," the bearded man remarked, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth, his desire palpable. "First, let us seize the child she holds. That will ensure her compliance," the bald man instructed, his brows knitted in contemplation. "Understood. Agreed." The 2 men chuckled darkly as they closed in on her. "I would rather perish than allow you to acquire the Qi Hua Xianji," Lu Xuanji declared, her countenance darkening as she faced the advancing trio. Though she yearned to charge forward, the 3 men had effectively sealed off her escape, their blades ominously directed toward the infant in her arms, with the child cradled close. Even the thought of a struggle against them felt futile. As the realization dawned that she had nowhere left to flee, sorrow filled her eyes as she gazed at the infant. Indeed, once entangled with the Qi Hua Xianji, escape became an impossibility. "Damn you, Jiang Laolu. My hatred for you knows no bounds." As Lu Xuanji listened to the eerie laughter surrounding her, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. "Fear not, my child, for I shall be with you shortly." With that, she raised her hand, poised to strike the infant in her arms. Rather than allow him to fall into the clutches of the 3 fiends of the valley, to endure torment and ultimately perish, she preferred to grant him a swift release. Yet, her trembling hand faltered, unable to descend. Just as Lu Xuanji gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, preparing to act, a faint voice echoed in her ears. "Are you attempting to seize my Qi Hua Xianji?" The voice seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Xuanji opened her eyes in astonishment. There stood the youth who had previously leaned against the tree, now slowly straightening up, his gaze directed towards the 3 fiends of the valley. Lu Xuanji was momentarily at a loss for words. What could the youth possibly be thinking? Did he not recognize the peril posed by the three fiends? Instead of seizing the opportunity to flee, he audaciously stepped forward. This youth was clearly courting danger. The burly bald man raised an eyebrow at the remark. They had long taken note of the boy's presence, but his feeble strength, lacking even the Qi realm, had rendered him insignificant in their eyes. They merely awaited the moment to seize Lu Xuanji and dispatch him with a single stroke. What did you say? The Qi Huaxianji belongs to you? The bearded man tilted his head, his expression one of disbelief. Ignoring the trio's piercing gazes, the boy turned, arms crossed before him, facing them directly, and replied slowly, "Indeed. It is my Qi Huaxianji." Chapter 61. The autumn wind sweeps the fallen leaves. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, causing several withered leaves to cascade down beside the young boy. The bald man observed the boy, who spoke with an untroubled demeanor and an air of nonchalance, his brow furrowing slightly. The youth's calmness evoked a hint of unease within him. Naturally, a mere boy would not typically capture his attention. He might simply be an ignorant disciple of some sect. However, should he possess influential backing, he could not be underestimated. Numerous individuals with designs on the scarlet fire mysterious herb had flocked to Silver Creek Mountain. "Which sect do you belong to, boy?" the bald man inquired in a low voice. The boy, unhurried, replied, "Sect? I have no need for such trivialities." The bald man was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. A person with no affiliation dared to be so audacious. He nearly fell for the boy's bravado. Upon realizing that no formidable presence lurked nearby, he finally relaxed. The bald man's gaze shifted to the boy, now filled with scorn. "Humph, an ignorant brat daring to intimidate me. I shall sever your head this very moment." The bearded man erupted in fury. He had always been the one to instill fear in others. Never had he been intimidated himself. "Old three, take a swing at him for me," said the gaunt man, unable to contain himself. This young boy, despite his tender age, was feigning an aura of superiority, which was truly infuriating. Lu Xuanji, who had found herself in dire straits, had initially contemplated taking her own child's life before confronting the three demons of the valley. The boy's emergence, however, had drawn the trio's attention, granting her a moment's respite. If only the boy were a touch stronger, perhaps they could join forces to confront the three together. Alas, his strength, still below the oceanic realm, was utterly insufficient. Any one of the three demons could extinguish him with little effort. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lu Xuanji noticed the bearded man turn to charge at the boy. A surge of hope filled her. This opened a gap in the encirclement formed by the three. She immediately gathered her strength, preparing to escape. Unfortunately, every subtle movement of hers was keenly observed by the bald man. "Old three, capture Lu Xuanji first, then we'll deal with that insolent brat." Upon seeing the bearded man's gaze return to her, Lu Xuanji felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, she had overestimated the situation. A mere boy could hardly garner the attention of the three. Yet, she did not grow more despondent. After all, even if she managed to evade this calamity and escape the three demons, she would likely encounter others seeking the scarlet fire mysterious herb. Perhaps from the moment she became involved with the herb, her fate had been sealed. "My child, I shall fight alongside you against them," Lu Xuanji declared, her expression resolute as she gazed at the infant in her arms. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to harm her own child. "Ha, fight? What do you intend to fight us with? First, savor the taste of my demonic blade. Do not let her die. If we cannot extract the secret of the scarlet fire mysterious herb, we may as well keep her alive for our amusement." Lu Xuanji cradled an infant in one arm while wielding a blade in the other, facing the trio of demons from the valley as they lunged towards her. With a fierce swing, she unleashed a torrent of blade energy. Alas, having sustained injuries, her strength had considerably waned. In a desperate attempt, her strike was effortlessly deflected by the bearded man, who simultaneously leapt into the air, directing his blade energy towards the infant she held. The shadow of the blade loomed larger in Lu Xuanji's eyes, rendering her unable to evade it. Gritting her teeth, she turned, shielding the infant in her embrace, bracing her back to absorb the impending blow. Whoosh! She had steeled herself for a grievous impact when a faint sound of air being sliced through reached her ears. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. Turning to glance back, she found the blade's shadow had vanished without a trace. The trio of demons wore expressions of bewilderment. The bearded man, who had struck with the blade, appeared particularly astonished. "Third brother, What transpired? Why did you suddenly hold back? Questioned the bald man, perplexed. The bearded man shook his head in confusion. It wasn't me. He had witnessed the blade's shadow poised to strike Lu Xuanji, only to halt abruptly. Soon, a small hole appeared in the center of the blade's shadow, rapidly expanding until the entire shadow dissipated into nothingness. Was it your doing? The bearded man's eyes narrowed, turning angrily towards a young lad leisurely approaching them. The bald and emaciated men were taken aback by the bearded man's reaction, their eyes reflecting their confusion. Following the bearded man's gaze, they settled upon the young boy, who raised a hand and flicked a finger. A nearly transparent stream of true energy morphed into a slender needle, hurtling through the air towards the bearded man. In the next instant, the bearded man's eyes sharpened as he laughed maniacally. It is indeed you, rascal. This method of manipulating energy is truly remarkable. However, your third grandfather is no pushover. Instead of retreating, the bearded man advanced, raising his blade high. A surge of blade energy surged forth, aiming to shatter the void and sever the approaching true energy. Yet, the needle of true energy penetrated effortlessly, shattering the blade energy as though it were mere mist, dissipating into the air. Watch as I cleave you in twain. The bearded man's mouth gaped wide. His words caught in his throat as he beheld the true energy needle enlarging before his very eyes, piercing straight towards him. He concentrated his true energy upon his forehead, hoping to deflect the needle. However, it pierced through his skull with the ease of a needle through thin parchment. After traversing his head, the needle continued its trajectory, piercing through several trees before embedding itself into the mountainside. A deafening rumble resonated from deep within the earth, causing the others to feel a tremor in their legs. The entire mountain seemed to shudder. The bearded man, with wide eyes, began to collapse slowly amidst the tremors. Silence engulfed the scene. They stood frozen, like statues. The emaciated man was rendered speechless, horrified by the unfolding spectacle. As the gaze shifted slowly from the corpse of the bearded man to the approaching youth, an overwhelming dread seized his very soul. The boy raised his hand and gently flicked it. No. The emaciated man stared at the youth as if he were face to face with the Grim Reaper, his body chilled and trembling. He turned to flee, but the needle-like energy struck with the swiftness of lightning. Before he could comprehend, a cold sensation pierced his brow, and everything before him blurred. His eyes, filled with terror, closed as he collapsed. With two corpses now lying on the ground, the boy appeared utterly unfazed, continuing his leisurely stride. Thud! When his gaze fell upon the bald man, the latter was already quaking in fear, his legs buckling as he knelt in supplication. Master, spare my life. I am willing to become your servant. Leading the charge for the Crimson Fire mystical herb. The bald man fervently bowed his head. Yet, the youth paid him no heed, unleashing another needle-like energy. The bald man watched helplessly as his skull was pierced, his eyes wide with regret as he fell. For decades, the three demons of the river valley had terrorized the land, never imagining they would be swept away like autumn leaves. He cursed himself for not discovering the youth's terrifying power sooner, regretting ever attempting to seize the Crimson Fire mystical herb. In the midst of it all, the boy finally halted, casually surveying the three lifeless bodies, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Why must you vie for my Crimson Fire mystical herb? The boy mused, shaking his head with a smile. Chapter 62. Even I can offer you. Jiang Wushuang paused, surveying his achievements with a satisfied nod. The 7-string penetrating bone spike proved to be quite effective. Ever since acquiring this martial skill from the Red Lotus Saint Sun, it had nearly slipped from his memory. Today, a brief demonstration surprised many. Taking lives was simple and effortless. Of course, had it been another Red Lotus Saint Sun, the power would have been vastly diminished. Once the 7-string penetrating bone spike fell into Jiang Wushuang's hands, he ascended to the pinnacle of his abilities, surpassing even the Red Lotus Saint Sun by a considerable margin. The might he displayed was unfathomably greater. However, against formidable adversaries, the 7-string penetrating bone spike still exhibited certain limitations. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the three corpses on the ground, contemplating. The 7-string penetrating bone spike resembled a hidden weapon, striking unexpectedly to claim lives. In a direct confrontation, the flying dragon ghost blade would undoubtedly be superior. Nevertheless, at this juncture, only a master could compel him to employ such a technique. Of course, even against a master, he felt no need for concern. If all went as planned, After consuming 2 red fire mysterious herbs, he too could ascend to the rank of master. Reflecting on this, his gaze shifted to the astonished Lu Xuanji, who was utterly dumbfounded. Her eyes were filled with profound shock and disbelief. The recent spectacle had left her in a state of utter stupefaction. Although the valley's 3 demons were not masters, they were infamous and notoriously cunning, having previously cornered her into a dire situation. Even if old 6G were present, their combined efforts would require significant sacrifice to vanquish the valley's 3 demons. Yet, this troublesome trio had been effortlessly dispatched by a youth she had underestimated. How could she maintain her composure? Lu Xuanji discreetly scrutinized the young man. Although his aura suggested he was not yet at the Sea of Qi realm, his mere flick of a finger, resulting in the swift demise of one foe after another, indicated he was deliberately concealing his true prowess. It was no wonder she had misjudged him. Who could have anticipated such terrifying strength in one so young? The valley's 3 demons were indeed unfortunate. Among the multitude vying for the red fire mysterious herb, they encountered the most lethal opponent. Lu Xuanji's gaze lingered on the young man, her thoughts becoming more agile. Regardless of his motives, he had saved her life, albeit for the sake of obtaining the red fire mysterious herb. Compared to the valley's 3 demons, she would gladly offer her allegiance to this youth. At least he appeared to possess a greater sense of integrity. Unlike the valley's 3 demons, who sought to possess her, this young man was far more agreeable to her eyes. With his handsome visage, she felt fortunate. More importantly, the depth of his strength was inscrutable. Now, many sought the red fire mysterious herb in Silver Creek Mountain. With the valley's 3 demons out of the picture, other contenders would inevitably come forth. Since the herb would ultimately be given to someone, it would be wiser to align herself with the most powerful ally available. Should others come seeking it, he would stand resolutely in front. As she contemplated this, Lu Xuanji gazed at the approaching youth, her eyes shimmering. Jiang Wushuang came to a halt. Assessing the woman before him, Lu Xuanji cradled a baby, her complexion as fair as jade, her figure voluptuous, and she smiled warmly at him. Compared to earlier, her eyes reflected less fear and more allure. "Can you now provide me with the Qi Huaxianji?" Jiang Wushuang inquired softly. "Of course," Lu Xuanji replied, her gaze fixed on the youth, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Little brother, the young hero, not only can I give you the Qi Huaxianji, but I can also offer you myself." As she spoke, she swayed her waist enticingly, though no longer in her prime. Her charm rivaled that of the young maidens of Chun. Lu Jiang Wushuang found himself retreating 2 steps, overwhelmed by her fervor. He had considered resorting to coercive methods to ascertain the location of the Qi Huaxianji, yet her unexpected warmth took him by surprise. "Where's the Qi Huaxianji?" he pressed once more. Observing the youth's indifference, Lu Xuanji's eyes flickered with disappointment, but she quickly replaced it with a smile. "How would I know? If I tell you, you might kill me. If I reveal it, I might as well be dead. You might as well just kill me now." The Qi Huaxianji was both the root of all calamity and her bargaining chip for survival. Jiang Wushuang casually remarked, "Provide me with the Qi Huaxianji, and I shall ensure your safety." Lu Xuanji regarded the young man, feeling a sense of relief. Through their brief exchange, she concluded that he was entirely different from the treacherous rogues of the He-Gu Sinimo. She had no choice but to trust him, and more importantly, she had no other option. Lu Xuanji nodded and said, "Very well, follow me. I shall lead you to the Qi Huaxianji." With that, she took the lead, moving forward. At the moment she turned, a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. She was uncertain whether to caution the youth that retrieving the Qi Huaxianji would not be an easy task. There resided a black serpent, cultivated for over a millennium, within that location. The serpent had long attained a form of sentience, viewing the Qi Huaxianji as its prized possession, waiting for the moment it could transcend and become a dragon. Though the young man appeared powerful, he was not a master, and whether he could contend with the black serpent remained uncertain. Raising her brow, Lu Xuanji ultimately chose silence. Who could ascertain whether the youth's assurances were trustworthy? She decided to keep a contingency plan, just in case he turned against her. In a valley of Yinshi Mountain, Su Tianlin of Qingyu sect entered with 2 disciples. The valley was lush with foliage, and in the distance, a waterfall cascaded down. "What a beautiful valley!" exclaimed Xie, her large, sparkling eyes alight with wonder. The surrounding scenery was not only breathtaking, but various small creatures also showed no fear of humans. Upon their entrance, Two little rabbits hopped to her feet. Ning Yunlong was equally captivated by the sights, offering praises. Su Chonglin gazed towards the distant waterfall, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Only in such a gifted and enchanting location could the Qi Hui Xin Ji possibly flourish. With that thought, he eagerly ventured deeper into the valley. Follow me. The Scarlet Fire Xuanji is right here. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingqing and her companion were filled with excitement and hurriedly followed. They traversed through a dense grove, and as Xie Qingqing pushed aside the underbrush, she was immediately captivated by the breathtaking scene before her. Above the emerald pond, several vibrant long-tailed birds frolicked joyfully. The cascading waterfall sent droplets splashing onto the surrounding grass, which sparkled in the sunlight like scattered jewels. Beneath the waterfall, a rainbow made a stunning appearance. Xie Qingqing's eyes brimmed with astonishment as she marveled at the existence of such unearthly beauty. Suddenly, two fiery red glimmers flashed in her vision. Upon closer inspection, she noticed two umbrella-like plants rooted beside the waterfall, seemingly emanating flames that were dazzlingly bright. As raindrops fell, they transformed into mist before even touching the crimson entities, vanishing into thin air. Could that be the Scarlet Fire Xuanji? Initially struck dumb, Xie Qingqing's eyes soon gleamed with euphoric delight. Indeed, that was the Scarlet Flame Xuanji. Su Tianlin's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling with disbelief, for there were indeed two Scarlet Fire Xuanji before them. Our Qingyu sect is destined for greatness. Ning Yunlong's face flushed with excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the two vivid reds. I will retrieve them. With that, he leaped towards the pond. As he landed on a stone in the center of the pond, the previously tranquil surface of the emerald water suddenly erupted with bubbles. In an instant, the serene pond appeared to be boiling, churning vigorously. Xie Qingqing, taken aback by the sudden transformation, was momentarily bewildered and had yet to comprehend what was happening when she saw Su Tianlin's expression shift dramatically as he shouted, "Come back." Chapter 63. Is someone stealing my belongings? Senior brother, come back. Upon witnessing Su Tianlin's reaction, Xie Qingqing could easily surmise that the water pool concealed a perilous secret. The churning waters sent her retreating several steps, as if a formidable beast lay hidden beneath the surface. At this moment, the beast had been roused. Just as she suspected, a long dark shadow began to circle the exposed rocks beneath the tumultuous water. The shadow extended nearly 10 zhang, and the pool grew increasingly agitated with its movement. On the stone, Ning Yunlong had already sensed something amiss. The moment he leaped onto the rock, an eerie chill surged from the depths of the pool, as if he were being scrutinized by unseen eyes. Suddenly, the water erupted, and the shadow materialized. His ears rang, drowning out Xie Qingqing and Su Tianlin's cries. The shadow beneath the surface lingered, as if it were toying with him. A demon. Ning Yunlong's gaze remained fixated on the shadow in the water, not daring to exhale. Despite being the most distinguished disciple of the Qingyu sect, he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. As the shadow moved with increasing speed, the roiling surface rose a full zhang, submerging the stone beneath his feet. Gritting his teeth, Ning Yunlong dashed toward the edge of the pool. However, as he leaped, the pool erupted into a cascade of splashes, and the serpentine dark figure surged forth. Ning Yunlong's eyes narrowed. The emerging figure opened its gaping maw, ready to strike. He unleashed the most formidable strike of his long sword, sending forth multiple waves of sword energy toward the approaching maw. Yet, as the sword energy neared the shadow, a frigid blast erupted from within its mouth, engulfing the oncoming attack in an instant. Damn it, Ning Yunlong realized he was on the brink of demise and braced himself to strike again. At that moment, he regretted his reckless ambition and hasty decisions. Elder Su, save me, he called out, glancing toward the figure at the edge of the pool for assistance. Just then, Su Tianlin had already soared into action, wielding a formidable sword strike that surpassed Ning Yunlong's by several folds, exuding an aura capable of cleaving the shadow in two. However, when the attack finally connected, it merely deflected the shadow by a foot. Although Ning Yunlong narrowly escaped being devoured, he was still struck by the dark figure, sending him flying several dozen zhang, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. He plunged his sword into the ground for support, barely managing to maintain his stance. When he lifted his gaze again, his hair was disheveled, and he appeared utterly disheveled, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, are you all right? Xie Qingqing flew over to support him, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Ning Yunlong forced a smile despite the pain. At that moment, he had almost been shattered by the impact. How could he truly be unscathed? However, at this moment, he could not concern himself with such thoughts, as he was profoundly stunned by the spectacle before him. Beside him, Xie Qingqing also gazed up at the surface of the water with eyes brimming with terror and astonishment. Above the pool, a creature resembling a colossal serpent had raised most of its body into the air. Its form was cloaked in dark scales and bore a pair of claws. A pair of enormous, pale violet eyes descended from above, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is a dragon. Xie Qingqing finally discerned the true shape of the shadow, her eyes wide with disbelief. This is a jiao, Ning Yunlong intoned gravely. Although a jiao is far inferior to a naturally powerful dragon, he had narrowly escaped being swallowed whole moments ago. This indicated that the black jiao was indeed formidable. Xie Qingqing then noticed that atop the creature's head were merely a pair of small right angles, a stark contrast to the true horns of a dragon. Despite not encountering an actual dragon, she felt no inclination to resist. It was evident that even Ning Yunlong, who was somewhat stronger than her, lacked the ability to fight back. Should she charge in, she would simply become the Jiao's next meal. Observing the immense body of the black Jiao, Su Tianlin stood alone with his sword, confronting it, and she could not help but display a look of concern. Elder Su, how could this be? Su Tianlin, with his back turned to the two, replied, the red fire Xuanji holds immense allure not only for us warriors, but also offers significant benefits to the demonic creatures. It is entirely normal for such a spiritual treasure to be guarded by a demon. Xie Qingqing's speech became somewhat hesitant as she stammered, but this black jiao, that red fire Xuanji. Su Tianlin grasped her meaning and declared boldly, fear not. I shall slay this black jiao and then procure the red fire Xuanji. Just as Elder Su finished speaking, he leaped forward to engage in battle with the black jiao. Soon, the clash between man and beast was fervent and intense, with splashes erupting from the pool. Though the black jiao possessed terrifying strength and destructive power, Su Tianlin showed no signs of yielding. His sword left streaks of white marks across its body, sending sparks flying. Elder Su truly lived up to his title as the law elder of our Qingyu sect, capable of battling the black jiao. The fear etched on Ning Yunlong's face gradually transformed into exhilaration. Splendid. I thought we would be unable to acquire the red fire Xuanji. Xie Qingqing, observing the unfolding battle, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Soon, she heard Su Tianlin's hearty laughter echo amidst the conflict. Haha, this black jiao must have cultivated for a millennium. It is a treasure in itself. I never anticipated that not only could we obtain 2 red fire Xuanji, but also an unexpected boon. Ning Yunlong and Xie Qingqing exchanged excited glances at this revelation. How did you find me? In the forest, Lu Xuanji walked along, occasionally glancing back to scrutinize the youth trailing behind him. Despite the boy's youth, he exuded an aura of unwavering steadiness, piquing her curiosity about his origins. It is common knowledge that outsiders only recognize Ji Laolu, the Silver Stream Old Demon. Only those who frequently roam the Silver Creek mountain area, like the infamous Valley Trio, would be aware of the presence that lingers behind Ji Laolu. Ji Laolu, the youth casually uttered. Is that what he said? Lu Xuanji raised her brows slightly, then let out a cold snort. You wretched Ji Laolu, you've betrayed me and now seek to sell me out. I hope I never lay eyes on you again, otherwise. Jiang Wushuang observed the figure ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. Although Lu Xuanji cursed Ji Laolu, he perceived through his spiritual sense that 2 lines of tears were cascading down her face. Is he, well? Lu Xuanji suddenly inquired, having expertly concealed the tears on her cheeks. He is dead, Jiang Wushuang replied after a moment of silence. He noticed a slight tremor run through Lu Xuanji's body, followed by a forced smile as she said, I warned him long ago. He has committed too many wrongs and must eventually pay the price. Alas, he would not heed my words, insisting on pursuing the red fire mysterious herb, claiming that only by becoming a master could one secure a place in this world. As she spoke, the smile on Lu Xuanji's face gradually faded. Finally, she turned away, remaining silent for a long while before softly adding, death. Maybe a blessing. I have been liberated. Throughout the ensuing journey, Lu Xuanji remained silent, leading the way quietly. Jiang Wushuang followed closely behind, refraining from asking questions. Suddenly, Lu Xuanji halted, her gaze fixated on the distance with a slight intensity. Though she attempted to mask this action, Jiang Wushuang had enveloped her with his spiritual sense, capturing every subtle movement. Instantly, he extended his spiritual sense outward, his brow knitting in concern. Is someone actually trying to seize what belongs to me? Chapter 64. Those individuals surely have not encountered this youth. Jiang Wushuang extended his spiritual sense, detecting the commotion of a battle several miles away in a secluded valley. However, upon reaching the valley, it was as if he had encountered an impenetrable barrier. His spiritual sense diminished significantly, allowing him only to ascertain that a conflict was indeed occurring within. If he were to merely sweep his spiritual sense across, he would perceive it as an ordinary valley, giving it little thought. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, he scrutinized the valley once more, and the more he observed, the more peculiar he found it. Within the valley, the aura was rich and extraordinary, yet it seemed cloaked in a natural guise that concealed everything remarkably well. No wonder the Qi Huaxian Ji could thrive here unnoticed, had it not been for the inadvertent intrusion of an outsider. Even a master passing by would find it challenging to detect the spiritual treasures within. It was understandable why Ji Laolu harbored a sense of opportunism, desiring to possess the two Qi Huaxian Ji entirely for himself, clearly betting on the valley's obscurity. Unfortunately, just as he was about to harvest the Qi Huaxian Ji, his plans were ultimately revealed. When Jiang Wushuang retracted his spiritual sense, he noticed Lu Xuanji gazing intently at him. It seemed she had already discerned the presence of the Qi Huaxian Ji. Jiang Wushuang nodded and said, "Indeed, you have fulfilled your role and may now depart." Lu Xuanji turned to leave but hesitated, glancing back to say, "You must have noticed that others have already entered. Take my advice. The Qi Huaxian Ji is not easily obtained. Though you are formidable, you are not a master. Should that treasure fall into your hands, it could spell disaster rather than fortune." She had once believed, under Ji Laoyu's insistence, that the Qi Huaxian Ji was a valuable asset. Yet, the subsequent events convinced her of its inherent danger, capable of claiming lives without a trace. She had completely relinquished her ambition. Her warning to Jiang Wushuang stemmed from the information he had previously shared regarding Ji Laolu. Ji Laolu had been captured by the Divine Capture Camp, and the youth had gleaned his existence and fate from him, indicating a profound connection with the court. This youth possessed a significant background and a promising future, and she sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Moreover, despite his strength, who could predict the emergence of even stronger adversaries? Not to mention the formidable Black Serpent. To acquire the Qi Huaxian Ji would undoubtedly entail a grave cost, potentially resulting in death. Given the youth's age and martial talent, ascending to mastery was merely a matter of time. There was no need to take such a risk. Upon hearing Lu Xuanji's sincere warning, Jiang Wushuang smiled and replied, "Ji Laolu was willing to become the Silver Stream Old Demon for the Qi Huaxian Ji. Your ability to remain steadfast is indeed commendable." With that, he performed a series of ethereal steps, as if an invisible staircase existed in the void. He ascended step by step, soaring towards the direction of the valley. Lu Xuanji gazed at the retreating figure in the sky, rendered speechless, her heart gripped by astonishment, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Flight, a wheel of destiny expert? In her eyes, masters were already loftily exalted. The wheel of destiny's stronghold exists at a level surpassing that of a master. They are elusive, ancient beings, much like a dragon that is seen only in fleeting glimpses. Now, a living embodiment of such a being stands before her, remarkably youthful, shattering her previous perceptions. Reflecting on her earlier counsel against pursuing the Crimson Fire mysterious herb to avoid risking his life, she finds the notion utterly laughable. Frequently, she hears murmurs of the decline of the great Qian's fortune. Those voices must have never encountered this young man. Lu Xuanji's astonished eyes gradually retract from the distant sky. The terrifying prowess of the youth offers no cause for concern. Rather, it is those who cross his path who should be wary. With this thought, she shakes her head and smiles, turning to flee toward the outskirts of Silver Stream Mountain. At the water's edge, a multitude of flying swords, forged from pure qi, circled around the black dragon, before launching one after another toward its scaled abdomen, targeting the same spot. The first sword left only a white mark. The second deepened the wound, the third, the fourth. As dozens of swords descended, the scales were finally breached. The black dragon unleashed a roar that echoed through the heavens. This formidable creature, on the brink of transformation into a true dragon, had scales that could forge armor and bones that could craft weapons. Su Tianlin wielded his sword with grace, his sleeves billowing like clouds. Though his size was dwarfed by the black dragon, his aura remained unyielding. In the ensuing battle, he began to gain the upper hand. Subduing this beast was merely a matter of time. The sword in Su Tianlin's hand shimmered with brilliance. As he executed his sword technique, the single blade multiplied into 10, then 100. In an instant, hundreds of phantom swords began to swirl around him. Wherever he directed his gaze, a myriad of swords took flight. The Qingyu sect, being a sword cultivation school, had instilled in Su Tianlin a profound mastery of swordplay, even if he had not yet ascended to the level of a master himself. Under his command, the hundreds of flying swords first danced around the black dragon before transforming into a continuous line, each sword piercing toward the dragon's abdomen once more. This strike bore several times the potency of the previous assault. Su Tianlin felt confident that he could slay the black dragon with this one blow. Just as the swords were about to strike, the dragon suddenly lowered its head, opening its maw wide in a reckless attempt to swallow the flying swords. Rather than being alarmed, Su Tianlin felt a surge of joy upon witnessing this. His targeting of the dragon's abdomen was a calculated move, having discerned its relative vulnerability through previous encounters. Now, with the black dragon exposing its underbelly to defend itself, was it not akin to courting death? However, before he could fully revel in this realization, his expression shifted. From the dragon's mouth erupted a plume of white mist. The flying swords, which had consumed vast amounts of his qi, transformed from translucent to opaque white upon contact with the mist, before shattering into countless fragments. In the span of a single breath, hundreds of swords disintegrated into nothingness. The white mist, far from diminishing, became even more substantial, hurtling directly towards Su Tianlin. Even from several paces away, he could feel the biting chill it carried. Confronted with an unavoidable predicament, he could only brandish his sword in defense. At the moment the white mist was cleaved apart, Su Tianlin was sent flying backward, akin to a massive boulder crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater as he staggered back several dozen paces before regaining his balance. Simultaneously, he felt as if he had plunged into a realm of frigid ice. Frost adorned his hair and eyebrows, while his sword hand and the blade itself were encased in a layer of ice. It was only when a surge of true energy coursed through him that the encasement shattered. Elder Su? Elder Su, how are you? Beside him, Ning Yunlong and Xie Qingqing, who had just been cheering and encouraging, were now stricken with alarm at the sudden turn of events. I am unharmed. Step aside. This black dragon possesses a formidable breath attack, and my earlier carelessness was my undoing. Su Tianlin charged forth once more, sword energy emanating fiercely. However, having recently expended a considerable amount of true energy in executing his most powerful strike, his current assault lacked its previous sharpness. Furthermore, the black dragon had grown cunning, unleashing its icy breath in rapid succession. Having tasted the bitter fruit of previous encounters, Su Tianlin dared not engage directly. The sword energy he unleashed was effortlessly dissipated by the chilling breath. The situation took a dire turn. Once slightly advantaged, Su Tianlin now found himself in a desperate retreat, and even fleeing had become increasingly strenuous. At this rate, defeat was merely a matter of time. How could this happen? Xie Qingqing's complexion paled, her round, dark eyes filled with terror. Senior brother, what should we do now? She bit her crimson lip, glancing at Ning Yunlong beside her. He grasped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the formidable black dragon, ultimately shaking his head in discontent. What now? If Elder Su is in such dire straits, our rush would only hasten our demise. The crimson fire mysterious herb is so close. Yet who could have anticipated such a turn of events? If all else fails, we must flee. But can we even escape? Su Tianlin may struggle to get away, perhaps even meeting his end here. At that moment, Xie Qingqing caught sight of a figure by the edge of the pool, which had appeared out of nowhere. It was a young man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the water's edge, unmoved by the cascading, icy breath. He allowed it to fall around him, forming patches of white frost upon the ground. Who is he? The young man's composure startled Xie Qingqing, and a flicker of recognition sparked in her eyes. leaving her with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 65. Only a grandmaster can achieve this. It is truly astonishing. The mere presence of the cold dragon's icy breath is remarkably terrifying. Su Tianlin, faced with the relentless onslaught of frigid gusts. Despite his evasive maneuvers and desperate attempts to outwit the attacks, still bore the brunt of several strikes. Gazing at the coveted crimson fire mystic herb, he found himself regretting his decision to pursue it. He was well aware of the challenges in acquiring the herb. Having initially believed that with the secret techniques of the Qingyu sect, he could procure it before others and discreetly make his escape. He had underestimated the situation. Aside from the fact that there were others vying for it, the black dragon itself was not a foe to be trifled with. His previous advantage in suppressing the black dragon was merely a playful engagement on the creature's part. It had not deemed him worthy of its full strength until he revealed his ultimate move. Su Tianlin lamented silently. The question was no longer whether he could obtain the crimson fire mystic herb, but rather whether he could survive this encounter. The black dragon was far more formidable than he had anticipated, and even a half-step grandmaster would struggle to defeat it. Perhaps only a true grandmaster could hope to subdue this dragon. After several bouts of combat and evasion, he began to feel his strength waning, compounding his woes. Having previously injured the black dragon had incited its wrath, and it was now relentlessly pursuing him. It seemed nearly impossible to escape with his life. Su Tianlin contemplated summoning Ning Yunlong and Xie Qingqing to divert the black dragon's attention. Unfortunately, both were far too weak to withstand even a single blow from the creature. Their presence would merely result in additional casualties. Just then, as Su Tianlin cast his gaze towards Xie Qingqing and Ning Yunlong, preparing to instruct them to flee, he suddenly noticed a third figure. Initially convinced of his imminent demise, a flicker of hope ignited within him. After all, those who sought the crimson fire mystic herb were unlikely to be weak. If he could ally with this newcomer, even if they couldn't defeat the black dragon, their chances of evading its grasp would certainly increase. However, his heart sank when he discerned the silhouette standing by the water's edge. It was a youth, seemingly comparable in stature to Xie Qingqing. Such an individual, even in numbers, posed no tangible threat to the black dragon. At that moment, the black dragon unleashed another blast of icy breath. Having cultivated its powers for nearly a millennium and achieved sentience, the creature aimed to seal off Su Tianlin's escape routes by releasing a succession of icy breaths. The frigid air dispersed through the atmosphere, each exhalation resulting in a deluge of frost descending upon the land. After several such assaults, the entire pond was encased in ice, the ground blanketed in white. Ning Yunlong and Xie Qingqing had retreated several dozen paces away, leaving only the youth standing at the pond's edge. A torrent of icy breath plummeted from above, targeting the boy's head. The youth remained motionless, allowing the icy breath to envelop him. In the instant the frost descended, he was completely encased in ice from head to toe. Su Tianlin furrowed his brow. The boy was even weaker than he had imagined. He didn't even attempt to evade the black dragon's attack. Reflecting on this, he sighed inwardly. What did his own evasiveness matter? It merely prolonged the inevitable. Ultimately, he would still fall prey to the relentless pursuit of the black dragon. As he contemplated engaging the black serpent in a desperate struggle for survival, Su Tianlin's pupils suddenly constricted, and he stood momentarily dumbfounded. Before him, the boy encased in ice began to crack, the shards cascading to the ground. Unfazed, the youth lifted his foot and stepped upon the fragments, advancing steadily toward the black serpent. Remarkably unscathed, a master of martial arts? Su Tianlin's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Were he to be enveloped in such frigid confinement, he would not emerge without grievous injuries. Yet, the boy appeared completely unharmed, not a single hair out of place, exuding an aura of formidable resilience that left Su Tianlin utterly astonished. The most astonishing aspect was that the opponent was merely a youth. Still reeling from shock, Su Tianlin was suddenly assailed by an overwhelming chill that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a torrent of icy breath surged toward him, accompanied by the gaping maw of the black serpent, coiling in pursuit with an intent to devour him whole. Su Tianlin concentrated his vital energy into his sword, conjuring a shield of shimmering sword images 2 yards in front of him. However, the shield, which was several times larger than the icy breath, shattered in an instant, failing to impede its relentless advance. Su Tianlin's complexion paled as he turned to flee toward the boy, his only glimmer of hope. Young friend, this malevolent serpent is exceedingly formidable. Shall we join forces to confront it? Despite his utmost efforts to evade, Su Tianlin was still grazed by the encroaching icy breath, half of his body instantaneously encased in ice. As he attempted to move forward, he found himself immobilized. Behind him loomed the gaping maw of the black serpent. Lacking the extraordinary physicality of the boy, Su Tianlin felt his limbs grow numb as the icy grip penetrated his insides. Shattering the ice would only hasten his demise. Was it truly the end for Su Tianlin? A flicker of despair crossed his eyes. At that moment, no thought of the coveted red fire celestial herb mattered. He only yearned to preserve his life. Just as he reconciled himself to his fate, the boy, who was still several dozen yards away, abruptly vanished from his sight. A dull thud echoed behind him moments later. Su Tianlin turned around in disbelief, his jaw dropping in astonishment. There stood the boy, having retracted his fist from where the serpent had lunged. Large patches of black scales shattered and fell away, revealing a mass of stark, white bones beneath. The serpent's colossal form was propelled like a projectile, crashing into the stone wall beside the pond. Simultaneously, a blood-curdling roar reverberated through the valley. The black serpent slid down the stone face, writhing forward, though its hindquarters dragged helplessly behind. Su Tianlin was astounded to observe the absence of the previous bloodthirst in the serpent's eyes. Instead, it regarded the boy at the pond's edge with palpable fear, akin to a wraith confronting the king of hell. After several breaths, the serpent averted its gaze, veering toward the waterfall where the two vibrant red celestial herbs lay, intent on consuming them to prolong its life. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Tianlin gasped in astonishment. The black serpent was far too close to the scarlet fire mystical herb, and despite the youth's desire to intervene, it proved exceedingly difficult. Consequently, the serpent had unwittingly gained the upper hand. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. That was his scarlet fire mystical herb. How could he allow it to be taken? With a swift motion, he unleashed 5 strands of true energy, which erupted from his fingertips. These 5 strands then fused together, transforming into a singular, finer, and more solid needle. The needle sliced through the void, piercing the scales of the black serpent and embedding itself in its skull. In the next instant, the serpent's head exploded, leaving only its headless body writhing on the ground for a few moments before it ultimately fell still. Su Tianlin stared in disbelief at the decapitated corpse of the black serpent. Just moments before, he had been pursued by it, with no escape in sight. In the blink of an eye, it now lay motionless before him. The entire sequence of events transpired with such rapidity that he struggled to comprehend what had occurred. After a prolonged pause, lasting several breaths, his gaze gradually shifted from the serpent's lifeless form to the 2 scarlet fire, mystical herbs still firmly rooted in the crevices of the stone. His eyes sparkled with fervor, yet he recognized that these treasures were no longer his. His gaze then slowly drifted to the young man by the water's edge, and, filled with incredulity, he bowed and said, Su Tianlin of Qingyu sect pays his respects to the master. To him, it was a feat achievable only by a true master to send the black serpent flying with a single punch and to slay it with a mere stroke of true energy. Chapter 66. The taste is rather unpleasant in the forest. Ning Yunlong's expression fluctuated, his gaze fixed intently on the edge of the pond. The enormous corpse of the black serpent was strikingly ostentatious, akin to a thorn piercing the eye. Initially, he and Xie Qingqing had discerned the gravity of their situation. Su Tianlin was struggling tremendously against the black serpent, and the question of his survival loomed ominously. They could offer no assistance. Remaining would only lead to further demise, utterly futile. Moreover, Su Tianlin had signaled for them to depart. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate unfolded. A youth, whose origins were a mystery, suddenly emerged. No one knew who he was or where he hailed from, and no one regarded him with any significance. The black serpent had driven Su Tianlin to the brink of despair, yet the youth effortlessly sent it flying with a single punch, dispatching it with a mere gesture. The sheer ferocity of his prowess struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Ning Yunlong had always considered his martial talent to be commendable, with few peers among his contemporaries. At that moment, however, he comprehended the true essence of genius. It was those younger than oneself, yet commanding reverence, who could rightfully be termed prodigies. So youthful, yet already a master. A profound astonishment filled Ning Yunlong's eyes. As far as he knew, reaching mastery before the age of 30 was a hallmark of the most illustrious figures of the great Qian dynasty. Yet this youth appeared scarcely 20. He must have undergone some transformation. Ning Yunlong raised an eyebrow. To achieve mastery at 20 was nearly inconceivable. At least, he had never heard of such a feat. Compared to the notion of the youth possessing a unique martial technique, the idea became increasingly plausible. However, even if he had indeed undergone a transformation, his mastery-level strength was still profoundly stirring. One day, I too shall attain mastery. Despite the considerable blow to his confidence, a glimmer of resolve emerged on Ning Yunlong's face. Mastery was his life's ambition. With this thought, the astonishment in his eyes gradually dissipated. Rather than envy others, it was far more prudent to devote oneself to diligent cultivation. One day, he too would become an object of admiration. At that moment, Xie Qingqing tugged at his sleeve and said, "Elder brother, do you recall seeing someone flying through the air outside Silverstream Mountain?" Ning Yunlong paused, momentarily perplexed as to why she would suddenly mention this. Hadn't she previously claimed to have been mistaken? He responded absent-mindedly, his gaze still scrutinizing the youth, as if attempting to pierce through his transformation. "No, I was not mistaken." Ning Yunlong turned to see Xie Qingqing gazing at him with unwavering certainty. "How can you be so sure it was not a delusion?" he inquired casually. Yet, her next words left him utterly dumbfounded. "Because the person I saw was him." Following her pointed direction, Ning Yunlong looked towards the youth by the pond, and behind him stood Su Tianlin, bowing in deference. "Him? How is that possible?" A look of incredulity enveloped Ning Yunlong's face as his gaze oscillated between Xie Qingqing and the youth. "Indeed, it is he. I did not misjudge before. I merely lacked the courage to be certain. However, now I am resolute in my belief," declared Xie Qingqing with an air of exuberance, reminiscent of a child who, having once feared wrongdoing, now revels in the revelation of innocence. Ning Yunlong's eyes narrowed, a look of astonishment resurfacing within him. The youth encountered outside Silver Creek Mountain had not garnered his attention then, nor had he committed his visage to memory. Even upon their second meeting, he held no recollection. Yet, spurred by Xie Qingqing's prompt, he finally recalled that familiar countenance, indeed belonging to the boy he had met before. Thus, he is not a master, but rather a formidable wielder of the Wheel of Fate. Ning Yunlong's gaze drifted toward the youth in the distance, his voice trembling slightly. Xie Qingqing's bright eyes remained fixed on the boy by the water's edge, her expression brimming with curiosity. "I cannot ascertain whether he is a master of the Wheel of Fate, yet I have witnessed him soar through the air." The expressions on Ning Yunlong's face shifted like shadows, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. To possess the ability to fly signifies, without a doubt, a master of the Wheel of Fate. Clenching his fists tightly, the light in his eyes flickered uncertainly before he slowly bowed his head. Should the other be a master? He harbored confidence that one day he too could attain that level. However, if the other were indeed a master of the Wheel of Fate, then he would forever remain one who looks up in awe. At the water's edge, Su Tianlin expressed his gratitude with utmost respect to the youth before him. Were it not for his timely intervention, he would have long since succumbed to the chilling grasp of the Black Serpent. Presently, the frost that had seized half of his body was gradually melting away under the influence of his vital energy. Although the chill had not completely dissipated, his life was no longer in peril. The youth turned slowly, revealing a countenance of striking clarity, and remarked, "You are mistaken. I am not yet a master." Su Tianlin was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. Not a master? His eyes were wide with disbelief. The prowess displayed in vanquishing the Black Serpent was undeniably at the master level. How could he not be a master? His gaze lingered on the youth, attempting to penetrate the depths of his strength. Alas, what lay beneath the surface was obscured, eluding his insight. Not a master, yet surpassing one. Su Tianlin murmured to himself. The youth before him had no reason to deceive him. Perhaps he truly had not yet reached the realm of mastery. Yet this revelation was even more astonishing. Though he had practiced for decades, today felt like an awakening to him. Jiang Wushuang paid no heed to Su Tianlin's flattery. Instead, he leapt gracefully beside the crimson fire mysterious herb. Flames flickered around the crimson fire mysterious herb, reminiscent of blossoms emerging from molten rock. As he drew near, a wave of heat enveloped him, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. Jiang Wushuang leaned in closer to inhale the scent, feeling a jolt of vitality surge through him. Truly, it is a spiritual treasure coveted by both warriors and beasts alike, possessing remarkable mysteries. Jiang Wushuang's gaze was fixed upon the two vibrant hues of red before him, unable to restrain his admiration. Subsequently, he uprooted two scarlet fire mystical herbs, their roots still clinging to the earth. As he held them in his hands, a damp sensation swiftly coursed through his entire being. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brows. He noticed specks of red light shimmering from the scarlet fire mystical herbs, drifting away into the ether. He could sense the spiritual energy within them rapidly dissipating. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before these two treasures lost all their value. Once plucked, the spiritual energy of the scarlet fire mystical herbs would dissipate within an hour. Su Tianlin leaned in for a closer look, then retrieved a jade box from his robes, saying, "My lord, you may place the scarlet fire mystical herbs in this spirit lockbox." Jiang Wushuang turned to regard the offered jade box, perceiving the waves of restriction emanating from it, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. In truth, the spirit lockbox was something Su Tianlin had purchased at a high price from a refining sect to secure the scarlet fire mystical herbs. Although parting with it caused him some discomfort, he realized that since the herbs no longer belonged to him, keeping the box would serve no purpose. It would be better to bestow it as a favor to the youth before him. However, Jiang Wushuang merely glanced at it before shaking his head, stating, "I had no intention of keeping them." With that, he swallowed both scarlet fire mystical herbs in one gulp, then smacked his lips, remarking, "The taste leaves much to be desired." Chapter 67. The impact of the master. Jiang Wushuang swallowed two crimson fire xuanzis, and in an instant, he felt two flames igniting within him. Only someone with his extraordinary physical strength could endure such intensity. Had it been Su Tianlin beside him, he would have perished instantly. As Jiang Wushuang casually consumed the two crimson fire xuanzis, Su Tianlin's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that although the crimson fire xuanji was a rare spiritual treasure, improper use could lead to catastrophic consequences. The youth not only swallowed them whole, but did so recklessly, consuming two at once. However, when he observed that the boy exhibited no significant reaction, he was struck with disbelief. Upon reflection, he realized the truth. The youth was not merely a master but surpassed one, his physical prowess rendering the black flood dragon's icy breath insignificant. While the crimson fire xuanji was indeed ferocious, he was capable of withstanding it. Of course, he was an exception. Had it been anyone else, the outcome would have been vastly different. With this in mind, Su Tianlin's gaze toward the youth was imbued with newfound respect. However, Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. He recognized that he had underestimated the ferocity of the crimson fire xuanji. The two flames within him seemed to burn ever more fiercely, inexhaustibly. Even with his formidable physique, he began to feel discomfort. He needed to find a place to refine this energy swiftly. Jiang Wushuang dared not delay, but before departing, he decided to take one last action. Under Su Tianlin's watchful eyes, he approached the corpse of the black flood dragon. This was the second beast he had slain. According to the classification of beasts, this black flood dragon was a fourth-tier creature, akin to the gathering spirit realm among human warriors. Yet, the black flood dragon was innately powerful, merely a step away from ascending to the fifth tier. Its combat prowess rivaled that of a half-step master among humans. Even a half-step master would find it challenging to slay it, but against someone like Jiang Wushuang, who transcended the half-step master level, it was easily vanquished. Upon slaying the first beast in the demon-suppressing tower, he had acquired the innate divine ability wind control. He wondered what this black flood dragon could bestow upon him. As he absorbed the memories of the black flood dragon, vivid images flashed through his mind. The black flood dragon had once been a mere black serpent, which, upon entering this valley, gradually cultivated itself into a demon under the nurturing of the world's spiritual energy. After hundreds of years of cultivation, it had transformed from a snake into a dragon. When the crimson fire xuanji appeared in the valley, it had guarded it, waiting to consume it at the moment of its own transformation into a dragon. It turned out that this place was a naturally gifted spiritual land. Jiang Wushuang marveled at the revelation. Was it that his consciousness could not penetrate here due to a natural barrier? However, for warriors, the spiritual energy here could only be deemed slightly more concentrated than usual, offering limited benefits. This was likely why no human warriors had claimed this land. Combined with the formidable strength of the Black Flood Dragon, any ordinary warrior encountering it would have fled in terror. Ultimately, the most critical point remained that this place could barely be classified as a spiritual land. Should one encounter those enticing high-grade spiritual lands, even the obstruction of black serpents would not deter warriors from seizing them at any cost. After all, certain spiritual lands offer immense benefits to a warrior's cultivation. Jiang Wushuang glanced at his attribute panel, furrowing his brow. The memory inheritance from the black serpent did not bestow upon him any innate divine abilities, merely augmenting his cultivation points by several thousand. It appears that not every beast can impart innate divine powers. Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment, shaking his head in disappointment. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as the most pressing matter at hand was to refine the 2 crimson fire mystic herbs within him and break through to the master realm. If he delayed further, he felt as though he might be consumed by the 2 flames within. Thus, he ascended into the sky, soaring through the air. Su Tianlin had intended to curry favor, but before he could utter a word, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. Soaring through the air? Su Tianlin was rendered speechless. Hadn't it been said that he had yet to reach the master realm? How could he perform aerial flight, a feat typically reserved for those with a life wheel? Elder Su, he is the young man we encountered outside Silver Creek Mountain, Ning Yunlong remarked solemnly as he approached. The pressure the youth had exerted on them previously had deterred them from interrupting. Is it he? The life will powerhouse that Qingqing saw? Su Tianlin's expression shifted repeatedly, eventually settling into a look of disbelief. He recalled that indeed, it was that inconspicuous young man. Elder Su, is he truly a life will powerhouse? Ning Yunlong asked with a bitter tone. Su Tianlin shook his head, stating, I have had the fortune of encountering a life will powerhouse. While this youth can traverse the skies, he is still leagues away from such an entity. It must be some exceedingly rare martial technique. Aerial martial technique? The astonishment on Xie Qingqing's face was evident as she stood beside Ning Yunlong. So, he is merely at the master realm? Su Tianlin let out a wry laugh. He is not even at the master level. How is that possible? Ning Yunlong was dumbfounded. The impact was even greater than realizing the other was a life will powerhouse. To be less than a master, yet surpass a master. This was something he had never contemplated. After all, there existed a consensus among all. Masters were insurmountable. Even the most gifted martial prodigy would find it exceedingly difficult to challenge a master at the gathering spirit realm. The youth's display of such prowess shattered his understanding. Such individuals exist in this world. Xie Qingqing gazed up at the sky where the youth had vanished, her dark eyes filled with curiosity. Elder Su, do you know which sect he hails from? With such a youth, that sect is bound to soar, and our Qingyu sect should seek to befriend them in advance. Su Tianlin was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his forehead in regret, exclaiming, I forgot to ask. In truth, he had intended to inquire, but before he could, the youth had already soared into the air. The efficacy of this crimson fire mystic herb is truly astonishing. As Jiang Wushuang soared from the valley, he felt an eruption within him akin to a volcanic explosion. His entire body flushed crimson, as if scorched by searing flames. The notion of departing from this locale to gradually refine his power dissipated. He was compelled to descend from the sky, seeking refuge in a nearby cave, where he commenced the transformation of the potent energy of the scarlet fire mystic herb into his cultivation, striving to breach the master realm. At that moment, the scarlet fire mystic herb resembled twin volcanoes, perpetually spewing forth magma. The surging heat flowed tumultuously within him, disrupting the previously tranquil sea of qi, which now roiled and overflowed with fervor. Above this sea of qi, the divine infant awakened, akin to a newborn, eagerly absorbing the onslaught of crimson true energy. If his prior ascensions could be likened to a flood's eruption, then this moment was akin to a tsunami's ferocious assault, magnitudes swifter than before. It was no wonder that the use of the scarlet fire mystic herb bore risks. Most individuals would indeed find it unbearable. However, a smile graced Jiang Wushuang's face. His sea of qi was several dozen times larger than that of an ordinary martial artist, rendering the journey to the master realm significantly arduous. It seemed that only such a tempestuous force could propel him towards the master realm. Chapter 68. A perilous encounter by the banks of a tranquil stream in Silver Creek Mountain, Lu Su, New Jersey, after parting ways with Jiang Wushuang. opted not for the most expedient route to leave the mountain, but rather chose a secluded and less traveled path. In light of the numerous individuals drawn here for the precious Jiang Wushuang, she was keen to avoid falling into the clutches of others after narrowly escaping the trio of river valley demons and that terrifying youth. As she journeyed along this route, she encountered a few groups of people, yet she adeptly evaded them, having sensed their presence beforehand. During her entanglement with the river valley demons, Lusu, New Jersey had sustained some injuries, and the continuous trek to this point had begun to wear on her. She settled momentarily on a stone by the stream to rest. However, scarcely had she seated herself when the image of the youth soaring through the air flashed in her mind. The impact of that moment was overwhelmingly potent. Yet, as she pondered her journey, an array of perplexities surfaced. Although the Jiang Wushuang was indeed rare and valuable, it was of little worth in the eyes of those at the fate will level. The youth's fervent desire for the Jiang Wushuang was conspicuous. Furthermore, considering his age, it seemed nearly impossible for him to have attained the fate wheel realm. His confrontation with the river valley demons, while astonishing, paled in comparison to the prowess of true fate wheel masters. In fact, a master could easily vanquish all three adversaries without breaking a sweat. The more Lusu, New Jersey reflected, the more it seemed implausible that the youth could be a fate wheel master. Perhaps she had simply misjudged the situation due to the shock of that encounter. She recalled hearing from Ji Laolu about certain sects possessing martial techniques that allowed individuals to traverse the air. However, such abilities were still far inferior to those of a true fate wheel master. Judging by the speed and manner of the youth's flight, it was highly probable that he had employed some form of martial technique for his aerial movement. Muttering to herself, Lusu, New Jersey concluded that the youth's strength was likely at the level of a half-step master, still short of achieving master status. Certainly, that was more than enough to astonish her. As she was lost in thought, a sudden chill crept down her spine, as if she were being scrutinized by unseen eyes. Rendering her quite uneasy, she turned her gaze around, yet found no sign of life. Logically, there should have been no one here. She had chosen this spot to rest precisely because she deemed it safe. Nevertheless, the unsettling sensation not only persisted but intensified. When she glanced forward once more, a bone-chilling terror gripped her. Before her stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, appearing as if he had materialized from thin air, silently manifesting in her presence. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and despite being but one individual, Lusu, New Jersey felt as though a colossal mountain loomed above her, making even the act of breathing a challenge. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure could only signify one thing: she was in the presence of a true master. Rising to her feet with great difficulty, Lusu, New Jersey managed to speak. Her heart raced with astonishment. This was indeed a genuine master, radiating an aura far surpassing that of the youth. "Do you know why I seek you?" The man in the black robe intoned with a voice that resonated powerfully, striking Lusu, New Jersey's heart like a heavy hammer. "A master, come for the Jiang Wushuang?" Lu Xuanji dared not meet the gaze of the man before her. Lowering her head as she spoke, "The crimson fire Xuanji must be returned. It is not yours to possess." The weighty resonance of his voice reverberated in her ears once more. Lu Xuanji, unable to conceal her trepidation, promptly revealed the location of the crimson fire Xuanji Tam. A bitter feeling welled up within her. Having finally arrived at this place, she was now to return to the valley. To her astonishment, silence enveloped the air ahead. Cautiously lifting her gaze, she found herself momentarily stunned. The middle-aged man in the black robe had vanished without a trace. The pressure that had enveloped her dissipated in an instant, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death once again. What puzzled her was that the master had not required her to lead the way, nor did he seem concerned about being deceived. Such was the majesty of a master. He bore no fear of deceit. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. No one would be foolish enough to deceive a master, for the consequences would be unbearable. The allure of the crimson fire Xuanji was indeed formidable, compelling even a master to come forth. Lu Xuanji was filled with astonishment, reaffirming that her decision to relinquish the crimson fire Xuanji was indeed sagacious. The thought of potentially more masters arriving spurred her to disregard her injuries and hasten towards the outskirts of Silver Stream Mountain. In the valley, Su Tianlin was dissecting the corpse of the black serpent alongside Ning Yunlong and another. The youth had hurriedly left behind this treasure-laden black serpent. Much to the delight of the trio, Although they had lost the crimson fire Xuanji that lay so close at hand, the prospect of extracting valuable items from the black serpent rendered their efforts worthwhile, even bountiful. If we bring back the scales and dragon bones from this black serpent to our sect, both of you shall be rewarded with a crafted piece of armor. Su Tianlin remarked, his gaze ardently fixed on the scales being peeled from the serpent. The disappointment of losing the crimson fire Xuanji had long since vanished. Xie Qingqing's eyes sparkled with joy, her elation surpassing that of acquiring the crimson fire Xuanji. After all, even if she had obtained it, it would only benefit the elders of the sect, leaving her with no share. Conversely, the treasures provided by the black serpent were something she could partake in, naturally bringing her greater happiness. Suddenly, she noticed Su Tianlin abruptly turn towards the front, a look of vigilance etched on his face. Almost immediately, an overwhelming pressure washed over her, draining the color from her complexion. Slowly turning her head, she beheld a middle-aged man in a black robe standing by the water's edge, appearing there without notice. The robe was adorned with a striking red flame pattern, almost blinding in its brightness. "Master," Xie Qingqing stammered, her pallor intensifying. Qingyu's sect also had a master in residence. The formidable sense of oppression was unmistakably that of a master. The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings before furrowing his brow, inquiring, "Where is the crimson fire Xuanji?" As Xie Qingqing felt the man's gaze upon her, an icy chill enveloped her, akin to being struck by the black serpent's frigid breath. Su Tianlin bowed respectfully before the master, responding, "Master, the crimson fire Xuanji has already been taken by someone." Subsequently, he recounted in detail his venture into the valley, placing particular emphasis on the formidable strength of the young lad. The middle-aged man in the black robe, upon hearing the entire account, revealed a faint, sardonic smile upon his impassive visage, remarking, "To slay a mere dragon and be lauded as a hero. You are all truly ignorant." At the sound of the man's merciless derision, Ning Yunlong's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not utter a single word in retort. Su Tianlin also lowered his head in silence. Only Xie Qingqing, defiant, raised her gaze, but ultimately found herself unable to meet the man's eyes, and thus, she too bowed her head. Then, the man laughed heartily towards the heavens. "A mere half-step master dares to seize the vermilion fire mystic herb. How utterly oblivious you are. Haha, I have found you. Consume 2 vermilion fire mystic herbs, and indeed, you shall not escape. Capturing you shall allow me to refine the blood pool, thus obtaining the herb's effects." As the resounding laughter faded, when Xie Qingqing lifted her gaze once more, the figure of the middle-aged man in the black robe had vanished. "A master has arrived?" Ning Yunlong's expression grew grave. Su Tianlin sighed deeply, remaining silent. It was only now that he realized the folly of a mere gathering spirit realm cultivator attempting to seize the vermilion fire mystic herb. It was sheer arrogance. The young friend is in grave danger. Su Tianlin furrowed his brow. Clearly, the youth had already been marked by the master's divine sense. Although he believed the boy surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary master, the chasm between them remained insurmountable in the presence of an actual master. Chapter 69, Flame Cloud Mountain. Unification sect within the cave, Jiang Wushuang sat cross-legged, an aura of heat emanating from his body, shimmering with radiant light. A gentle interplay of both bright and dim crimson hues flickered within the cavern. He appeared as if being scorched upon a blazing fire, his arms, face, and entire body flushed a deep red. The potent effects of the red fire mysterious herb were formidable, bestowing immeasurable benefits. The immense true qi surged within him, crashing like tumultuous waves. The expanded reservoir of qi was swiftly filled, nourishing the divine infant, which began to grow incrementally. Reaching the 9th layer of spirit gathering, Jiang Wushuang abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating his gaze. Yet, the crimson hue enveloping him had not yet faded, and the true qi within him continued to swell. In the reservoir of qi, true qi coalesced around the divine infant, forming a colossal vortex that began to rotate languidly. The reservoir ceased to expand. The frenzied true qi surged in, instantly absorbed by the swirling vortex. As more and more true qi poured in, the vortex spun faster, becoming increasingly dense. A soft tremor reverberated through the reservoir, sending a jolt through Jiang Wushuang's entire being. Immediately, an enigmatic force surged into his limbs and bones. This Jiang Wushuang's face reflected astonishment. He sensed a transformation unfolding within him. Delving once more into the reservoir of qi, he beheld at the vortex's center a droplet of shimmering golden light taking shape. Countless streams of true qi converged upon it, gradually enlarging the droplet. Is this the true essence? Jiang Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though diminutive, the golden droplet emanated a power distinct from that of true qi. No wonder those in the spirit-gathering realm struggle to contend with masters. The true essence transcends and transforms completely. As Jiang Wushuang felt the strength bestowed by the true essence, a sense of awe welled within him. Only individuals of his extraordinary caliber might stand a chance against a master. For the average person, the true essence would be utterly insurmountable. As the golden true essence droplet descended from the vortex's core, a marvelous force coursed through his body. With the mere emergence of a single droplet, Jiang Wushuang felt significantly empowered. Meanwhile, the vortex was already forming another droplet. It was clear that to become a true master, one would require an immense quantity of true essence. 1 droplet, 2 droplets, 3 droplets. Before long, a small pool of golden true essence materialized within the reservoir. Just as Jiang Wushuang anticipated his ascension to mastery, a sudden frown crossed his brow. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a divine will sweeping toward him. This presence was unabashed and wholly unmasked. As he released his own divine will, the external circumstances unfolded before him. It seems I have underestimated the allure of the red fire mysterious herb. Even masters have arrived. Moreover, 2 have come at once. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Enveloped by his divine will, he detected 2 immensely powerful auras, undoubtedly those of masters. However, it appeared that these 2 were not allied. One figure advanced towards the valley, while another approached from the valley's direction, seemingly headed straight for me. Jiang Wushuang's pupils constricted slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. Within the valley, Xie Qingqing gazed at the black dragon scales and dragon bones laid out before her, her earlier enthusiasm now replaced by profound unease. The appearance of the master had made her acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. Su Tianlin, standing before her, seemed to share this concern but was reluctant to abandon the scales and bones, urging the 2 of them to hasten their preparations to leave. Elder Su, that master has already departed. Why the urgency? Ning Yunlong inquired, glancing at the half-peeled black dragon carcass with some reluctance. Su Tianlin's expression remained grave as he replied, Do you know who that master is? Ning Yunlong shook his head, responding, I do not know, but as long as we do not provoke him, he would surely not deign to act against us. Su Tianlin regarded him with a serious look and slowly articulated, He is Wu Yongzhen of Yin Yun Mountain. What? He is Wu Yongzhen? The one who gravely injured our sect leader 3 years ago. Ning Yunlong's complexion paled dramatically, apprehension finally manifesting in his eyes. Typically, masters would not concern themselves with individuals of lesser realms, yet this particular one was an exception. Although Wu Yongzhen was not affiliated with the demonic sects, his actions were indistinguishable from theirs. It was said that before achieving mastery, he had been a notorious fiend, robbing sects, pillaging resources, and acting with impunity. Even after becoming a master, his conduct remained unchanged. 3 years prior, the leader of Qingyu sect had been intercepted by him while passing through Yanyun Mountain, sustaining severe injuries in a desperate escape. No wonder the Qi Hui Xianji was consumed, as he sought to capture others for his blood pool. The potential actions of such a person were unfathomable. Elder Su, we should take only a small portion of these items back with us, Ning Yunlong declared, realizing the gravity of the situation and abandoning his desire for the already peeled scales and bones. Just as the 3 were preparing to depart lightly, they turned only to be taken aback once more. Behind them stood another figure, clad in white, with sharp brows and bright eyes, bearing a long sword on his back. His formidable presence unmistakably marked him as a master. Another master? Ning Yunlong's face turned ashen. Xie Qingqing felt an overwhelming pressure and instinctively moved closer to Su Tianlin. Yet, rather than fear at the sight of Wu Yongzhen, Su Tianlin's expression transformed into one of delight. Qingyu sect's Su Tianlin pays respects to Master Gongquan. Xie Qingqing, observing Su Tianlin bowing respectfully, was momentarily taken aback, the name Gongquan striking a familiar chord. He was a master of the Gi sect. As Ning Yunlong's joyful voice reached her ears, Xie Qingqing finally grasped the situation, her own expression brightening with happiness. The Gi sect, a righteous sect like Qingyu, was also a sword cultivation school, and the two sects had always maintained a cordial relationship. Encountering the master of the opposing party was akin to discovering a pillar of support. With this master's protection, the trio exhaled in relief. The man clad in white, upon hearing the words Qingyu sect, immediately tempered his imposing aura and cast a discerning gaze. It seemed I had arrived too late. The crimson fire mysterious herb had already been claimed by another. Gong Quan's eyes surveyed the entire scene. Ultimately resting at the edge of the water pool, Su Tianlin stepped forward, bowing as he recounted how Jiang Wushuang had acquired the crimson fire mysterious herb after vanquishing the black serpent, alongside the arrival of Wu Yongzhen. Gong Quan remained unperturbed upon hearing of Jiang Wushuang's triumph, but his tranquil countenance betrayed a flicker of disturbance at the mention of Wu Yongzhen's name. In truth, he had long sensed the presence of another master, yet had not deemed it significant. That old fellow, Wu Yongzhen, had also arrived? Gong Quan's brow arched slightly, a glimmer of trepidation flashing in his eyes. His consciousness swiftly enveloped the surroundings. There stood the middle-aged man in black robes, Wu Yongzhen, at the entrance of a cave. Within the cave lingered a presence. Though not weak, it evidently had yet to reach the master's realm. Nonetheless, Gong Quan could not help but express admiration. This young lad had attained such a remarkable level, truly extraordinary. Previously, when he had overheard Su Tianlin extolling the youth's virtues, he had dismissed it. But upon probing into the boy's circumstances, he was taken aback. Indeed, a gem of immense potential. If I, as the leader of the one sect, could secure such a disciple, it would surely herald great prosperity. Alas, he had already caught the attention of Wu Yongzhen. Gong Quan sighed softly. Chapter 70. The might of the master. Xie Qingqing followed Su Tianlin, standing behind the master. Who knows if more masters would arrive? Being near a master provided a sense of security. Upon hearing Gong Quan repeatedly praise the young boy, Xie Qingqing, emboldened, remarked, "That boy possesses extraordinary talent. He must come from a significant background. If a master could save him, it might be a fortuitous connection." Though Su Tianlin remained silent, he slightly nodded. The youth had previously saved him from the black serpent. Now, in a precarious situation, he wished to help but felt powerless. With the sword master of the Gi sect present, if he were willing to intervene, rescuing the boy from Wu Yongzhen should not pose a challenge. However, as they cast hopeful glances, Gong Quan ahead remained silent, his brow furrowed. Under the influence of his spiritual awareness, Wu Yongzhen had been standing before the cave for a moment. He gathered his true essence beneath his feet, lifted off the ground, and slowly descended upon a tall pine tree. Light as a feather, he stood upon the leaves, exuding an imposing aura as he gazed down at the cave. Gradually raising his hand, streams of true essence shot towards the sky above the cave, coalescing into a colossal palm. With the enhancement of his spiritual power, the palm expanded several-fold, overshadowing the sun and casting darkness upon the valley. Even from a distance, Xie Qingqing and the others could perceive the terrifying power within that hand, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary warrior. With a thunderous crash, the enormous palm descended from the sky, shaking the valley to its core. The expressions of Xie Qingqing and her companions changed dramatically. Master Gong Quan also wore a grave expression. After a lengthy silence, he sighed. It's too late. Salvation is impossible. The reason he had not acted immediately was due to his apprehension towards Wu Yongzhen. This old man had been a master for many years, and no one knew the depths of his cultivation. Although Gong Quan was also a master, he had only recently broken through to this realm. To rashly attempt a rescue before Wu Yongzhen might come at a significant cost. As Su Tianlin felt the overwhelming force of the descending palm, he sensed his own insignificance. When a master was enraged, the earth trembled and the mountains crumbled. Such was no mere hyperbole. On the other side, Wu Yongzhen stood atop the pine tree, suspended in midair. Even as the shockwave from the descending palm caused the surrounding forest to sway, the tree beneath him remained utterly still. Once the dust settled, the small hill that had once been there had vanished, leaving behind only a massive palm print. Wu Yongzhen's expression was devoid of emotion, as if he had merely swatted at something. Although he had previously noted the boy's exceptional talent, able to withstand the impact of 2 scarlet fire mystical herbs without perishing, he felt no compassion. Such so-called geniuses, whom he had refined into a blood pool, were countless, even beyond his own recollection. Not dead. As Wu Yongzheng released his spiritual consciousness in search of the body to retrieve, a look of surprise surfaced on his otherwise impassive face for the first time. The aura he sensed had not only persisted, but also showed no signs of diminishing. Although his strike had been casual, even the average master would have hesitated to withstand it directly. After all, those below the ranks of masters were but mere ants. With a thunderous roar, a figure erupted from the shattered ground, bare-chested and crimson all over, as if he had just emerged from a blazing inferno. Wu Yongzheng fixed his gaze upon the figure standing amidst the debris, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how a mere youth of the gathering spirit realm could endure a master's blow unscathed. As Wu Yongzheng marveled incredulously at the young man before him, Jiang Wushuang was equally scrutinizing the dark-robed figure suspended in midair. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from his opponent, he could not help but think that the imprisoned master criminals within the demon suppression tower were hardly worthy of comparison, even to sickly beasts. Had it not been for his mastery of the Canglong 100 refinements reaching its zenith, coupled with his extraordinary physical resilience and the rapid increase of his true energy, he would have perished under that strike. Any other individual at the gathering spirit level, even those merely a step away from mastery, would undoubtedly have met their demise. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the dark-robed figure hovering above, his brow furrowing slightly. Were it not for the fact that the scarlet fire mysterious herb within him had not yet been fully refined, leaving him just a step shy of becoming a master, he would have charged at his adversary without hesitation. Even now, he remained confident in his ability to contend with the opponent. However, pursuing this course would necessitate relinquishing the unrefined scarlet fire herb and would interrupt his progression towards mastery. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wushuang resolved to flee for the time being. He believed that it would not be long before he could fully refine the herb within him. Just as he prepared to turn and escape, a voice resonated from the dark-robed figure above. "To withstand my strike and remain unscathed, it seems I have underestimated you." Jiang Wushuang looked up to see the dark-robed man slowly raising his hands, gathering an immense amount of true energy into a sphere that radiated terrifying power. "Now, I shall be serious," the man declared as he formed seals with his hands. The once massive sphere of true energy rapidly diminished, compressed to the size of a fist. As he propelled the sphere forward, it appeared as though the air itself was torn apart, vanishing in an instant and leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. In the next moment, a blinding light illuminated the heavens, consuming even the sunlight. In the valley, Xie Qingqing felt a tremor several times more potent than the previous strike, her expression shifting dramatically. "What is happening? Has a master made a move?" she exclaimed, struggling to steady herself in fear. Su Tianlin, equally perplexed, failed to comprehend the situation. Logically, the youth should have perished under that blow. How could the battle continue? At that moment, the figure ahead, Gong Quan, spoke in a low voice. "That young man is not dead." Upon witnessing the youth emerge from beneath the imprint on the ground, he was taken aback, utterly astonished. It was beyond comprehension that a cultivator at the gathering spirit realm could withstand such a blow. He had survived? Endured the strike of a master? Ning Yunlong's face was painted with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Gong Quan offered no response, his expression growing even more grave. The boy had managed to evade the previous attack, yet this one was magnitude stronger, indicating that Wu Yongzhen had begun to employ his true strength. Evading the next strike would prove to be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Wu Yongzhen stood atop the treetops, suspended in midair. A colossal sphere of light erupted before him, obliterating all stones, trees, and everything else ensnared within its grasp into mere dust. Once the tremor subsided, a vast chasm, several dozen feet deep and 100 feet wide, lay before him. However, Wu Yongzhen displayed no trace of elation. Instead, his gaze remained fixated on the swirling dust across from him. As the haze dissipated, a figure gradually emerged. Flying? Wu Yongzhen's eyes narrowed as he beheld the silhouette hovering in midair. Unlike his own position atop the treetops, the youth stood in the void, with nothing beneath his feet. "I have been searching for aerial martial techniques for quite some time. I never anticipated encountering one here." After a moment of astonishment, Wu Yongzhen regarded the youth opposite him, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. Masters are indeed formidable adversaries. Jiang Wushuang exhaled deeply, Even he had been reluctant to withstand that last blow. Fortunately, he had evaded calamity by utilizing the divine ability wind control. I shall no longer entertain you. Jiang Wushuang cast a glance at the dark-robed man across from him, committing his visage to memory before soaring into the skies. Chapter 71. Make way. Although the master was present, Jiang Wushuang, by virtue of his wind control technique, could engage the black-robed man in combat after a brief period of maneuvering. He had previously regarded the wind control technique as a commendable means of survival. In reality, affirmed this belief. Wu Yongzheng hovered in midair, observing the youth who had yet to reach the master realm, yet was capable of traversing the sky. Although his flight did not rival that of a fate wheel expert, it inspired a profound envy within him. Despite being a master, he could only awkwardly lift himself a few breaths above the ground through sheer force of true essence, unable to fly with the same freedom as the young man. Such an exquisite martial skill of aerial movement captivated Wu Yongzheng increasingly. However, he did not hasten to pursue. Instead, he raised his hand once more, delivering a palm strike through the air. Several palm shadows cut across the sky, lunging toward the youth. These shadows surpassed the speed of the boy's flight by several times, catching up in an instant. As flashes of collision illuminated the sky, the youth's figure subsequently descended to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wu Yongzheng sneered, soaring down from the treetops in pursuit of the youth's landing direction. The boy's aerial prowess rendered him somewhat untouchable to those at the gathering spirit stage. Yet before a master, he was insufficient. Attempting to escape? A futile endeavor. Upon landing, Jiang Wushuang turned just in time to see the black-robed man closing in at an alarming speed. Without hesitation, he activated the chasing stars and pursuing the moon technique, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he darted through the woods. He was taken aback that his aerial flight could be thwarted. Jiang Wushuang felt somewhat exasperated, realizing he had underestimated the situation. He had thought that with the ability to fly, he could evade the Master's grasp. However, the Master's overwhelming true essence, coupled with the mental lock, made it quite challenging for him to shake off the pursuit despite his aerial speed. Fortunately, he possessed not only the ability to fly, but also agile movement. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been caught within mere breaths. He managed to flee for dozens of breaths, but as he sensed the imminent threat of being overtaken, he ascended into the air once more. Although he did not soar far before being pursued by the black-robed man's attacks and forced to land, he had managed to create some distance. On a nearby peak, Xie Qingqing watched the two figures engaged in a chase with wide, astonished eyes. While the black-robed master Wu Yongzheng was undeniably powerful, the fact that the youth could repeatedly evade him was utterly astonishing. Before Xie Qingqing stood Su Tianlin and Ning Yunlong, equally taken aback. Though they had previously sensed that the boy was not a master, yet surpassed one, witnessing his confrontation with a master was profoundly shocking. Despite his continual flight, Wu Yongzheng was a seasoned master. Had he been a newly appointed one, perhaps he could have exchanged a few blows with Jiang Wushuang. Only Gong Quan, standing slightly ahead of the others, gazed into the distance with a furrowed brow. He noted that Wu Yongzheng was even more formidable than he had anticipated, evidently. During the years he had concealed himself in Yanyun Mountain, his cultivation had advanced significantly. Though the youth managed to escape with great difficulty, it was only a matter of time before he was captured by Wu Yongzheng. He wished to extend a helping hand to the boy, yet he feared that doing so might incur Wu Yongzhen's wrath, bringing calamity upon their sect. Wu Yongzhen was known for his vengeful nature, a reputation he had long heard of. As several individuals stood atop the mountain, observing the scene below, they noticed the figures of pursuit and flight racing toward them. The boy once again soared into the air, only to be closely followed by a dazzling beam of light that shot skyward. In the next moment, the boy plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground behind them, creating a deep crater upon impact. Amidst the swirling dust, he slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. This time, he did not flee. Instead, he walked over to a nearby stone and sat down. Xie Qingqing watched as the boy settled himself, then glanced back at the rapidly approaching figure of the middle-aged man in black robes, her face betraying a look of anxiety. Why isn't he running? If it weren't for the fear of the approaching master, she would have shouted out loud. Did he resign himself to his fate? Realizing he could not escape, Ning Yunlong furrowed his brow. Although the boy possessed extraordinary prowess, It paled in comparison to that of an established master like Wu Yongzhen. The thought of such a remarkable martial talent potentially meeting his demise here stirred a sense of sympathy within him. He had already consumed 2 red fire Xian herbs. It wouldn't be long before he reached mastery, and then he could soar to great heights. Yet, at this moment, he found himself entangled with the formidable Wu Yongzhen. Truly a case of unfortunate timing. Su Tianlin observed the boy seated calmly upon the stone, devoid of any apparent anxiety, and his brow knitted in concern. What could he possibly be thinking? At last, he had refined the 2 red fire Xian herbs. Jiang Wushuang sat upon the stone, exhaling a sigh of relief. At this moment, the crimson hue upon him had faded, returning to a bronzed complexion. Within his energy sea, the massive cyclone had diminished by nearly half. However, due to the lack of true energy input, its rotation had slowed considerably. The accumulation of golden true essence had also ceased. Below the cyclone, the golden true essence had increased significantly, yet he still remained some distance from achieving mastery. To his surprise, the 2 red fire Xian herbs had not enabled him to break through to the realm of mastery. Jiang Wushuang assessed the state of his energy sea and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Judging by the condition within his energy sea, the true energy and true essence coexisted, indicating he was at the threshold of mastery. The ferocity of the red fire Xian herbs was such that most would be overwhelmed by their potency. Yet, for him, it was still insufficient. However, he soon found solace in this realization. His energy sea was several times more robust than that of an ordinary warrior, naturally requiring a far greater amount of true essence to breach the threshold of mastery. What was adequate for others was evidently lacking for him. Nevertheless, he had now acquired a portion of true essence power, rendering him considerably stronger than before. Jiang Wushuang sat upon the stone, momentarily lost in thought, when he noticed the group standing atop the mountain. Upon recognizing Su Tianlin and the others, he offered a slight smile, acknowledging their presence. Yet, the expressions of the group were one of shock, leaving them utterly speechless. As the master of the black robe, Wu Yongzhen stood not far away. His gaze pierced through the air, icy and unwavering, fixated on the 4 individuals. More precisely, his attention was drawn to Master Gongquan. He had detected another presence in this vicinity earlier, yet chose to remain indifferent due to his previous interference in their combat. Now, observing Gongquan positioned in the center, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Through relentless pursuit, Wu Yongzhen had realized that Jiang Wushuang, though not a master, was exceedingly formidable. Whether it was his ability to soar through the skies or his remarkably swift movements, he had surpassed the realm of mere spirit gathering. He had never encountered such difficulty even when dispatching newly ascended masters. Watching him escape time and again had ignited a desire within Wu Yongzhen to consume him whole. Now, with Jiang Wushuang standing before him, the possibility of another master intervening loomed, raising the risk of him slipping away yet again. Do you intend to obstruct me? Wu Yongzhen's gaze was sharp as a blade, directed at Gongquan. He inquired in a low voice. Xie Qingqing, standing behind Gongquan, felt the palpable aura of menace emanating from Wu Yongzhen, sending chills down her spine, rendering her breathless with trepidation. Gongquan's pupils contracted, his mind engulfed in turmoil. If he chose to assist, he sensed that even with the youth's aid, they would struggle to subdue Wu Yongzhen, and subsequently, they would surely face the wrath of this malevolent figure. However, stepping aside would signify a capitulation of the righteous sword sect to the forces of evil, tarnishing the sect's dignity. Just as Gongquan wavered in uncertainty, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. He beheld the young man stepping forward, boldly approaching Wu Yongzhen. The youth exhibited no signs of panic in the presence of such a powerful master, nor did he reflect the disarray of his earlier escapes. With an air of calm and composure, he strolled forward leisurely, gesturing to the others, and declared, "Please step aside. I am about to draw my blade." Chapter 72. Who is the true master? Step aside. I am about to draw my sword. Ning Yunlong gazed at the youth before him, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Was this boy challenging the master? Su Tianlin and Xie Qingqing were equally taken aback. Make way, Jiang Wushuang reiterated as he noticed the trio standing dumbfounded. At that moment, the master bearing a long sword slowly stepped aside, followed swiftly by Su Tianlin and his companions. Wu Yongzhen, witnessing the once fleeing youth now poised for battle, paused momentarily in surprise. Have you refined the Qi Huaxianji? His gaze fixed on the boy, flickering with uncertainty, before he suddenly laughed heartily. Huh? Alas, the two Qi Huaxianji did not elevate you to the status of a master. Su Tianlin, upon hearing this, felt a wave of shock wash over him. Two Qi Huaxianji had failed to break through to master level? What an anomaly! The youth, however, merely smiled faintly and replied, "It is sufficient to kill you." Jiang Wushuang was not boasting. The reason for his earlier flight was to refine the Qi Huaxianji, leaving him unable to muster significant power for combat. Now, having fully refined it, he had become a half-step master, his strength significantly enhanced. Even a true master would find him formidable. Wu Yongzhen snorted lightly, having initially assumed he could easily dispatch the boy. However, he found himself challenged more than anticipated and was unwilling to waste further words. He raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike. The true essence wove together in the air, forming a colossal net, akin to a gigantic hand, entirely sealing off Jiang Wushuang's escape routes. The sunlight was abruptly obscured, casting a shadow over the ground. An attack as formidable as a mountain descended from the heavens, blocking all avenues of retreat for Jiang Wushuang, leaving him with no escape. It was evident that Wu Yongzhen had developed a certain wariness of his evasive skills. Su Tianlin and the others hastily retreated to avoid the impending disaster. Such a terrifying offensive could potentially obliterate anyone caught in its wake. Yet, instead of fleeing, Jiang Wushuang charged forward to meet it head-on. His entire being was enveloped in golden light, his legs slightly bent as he created a massive crater in the ground, launching himself skyward like a golden cannonball. Wrapped in true essence, his body, forged through countless trials, had increased in strength manifold. He could withstand even a master's assault. In the sky, a flash of golden light erupted as the enormous hand of true essence was instantly pierced, disintegrating into countless motes of starlight that vanished into the air. Boom! The ground trembled as Jiang Wushuang landed once more, seemingly bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. Upon impact, the earth shattered and caved in, forming a deep pit. Wu Yongzhen, having retreated to the top of a tree, watched in disbelief as his attack was obliterated, his gaze shifting restlessly between the fallen youth and the once escaping figure, now transformed beyond recognition, as if reborn, not only fierce in its assault, but also magnified several times in strength. Very well. Wu Yongzhen's voice was frigid, his countenance as cold as ice, as he gazed at the youth before him, devoid of any trace of disdain. He had slain numerous masters, yet none had ever compelled him to this extent. His expression hardened as he spread his arms wide, instantly causing his voluminous sleeves to billow, his robe moving as though stirred by an unseen wind. The surrounding trees swayed violently, their leaves cascading down to form a serpentine mass that danced around him. Wu Yongzhen's aura surged, elevating him as if he had ascended several feet. "You are the first in a decade to force me to employ the profound void palm," he said coldly, his gaze fixed on the youth below. The ethereal dragon formed from his vital essence, and the fallen leaves continued to shrink, ultimately condensing into a luminous point that soared through the air, expanding once more. When it hovered above him, it transformed into a dragon's head adorned with twin horns. The dragon's maw opened wide, seemingly capable of devouring everything in its path. Jiang Wushuang met this attack with a punch. However, even with his vital essence empowering him, he was still propelled backward, ultimately retreating into the air to evade the dragon's strike. With a resounding crash, the ground crumbled beneath the onslaught of the dragon's head, and the mountain peak vanished. Had Su Tianlin and his companions not been sheltered behind Gong Quan and retreated to another mountain, they would surely have been caught in the devastation. Xie Qingqing's heart raced. The master's assault, far beyond the realm of human strength, instilled a profound fear within her. Though Su Tianlin was an elder of the Qingyu sect, the spectacle before him sent chills down his spine. Their quest to seize the scarlet fire mysterious herb had brought them perilously close to death. To ordinary martial artists, the gathering spirit realm appeared exalted. Yet, when confronted by a master, they were but ants. He resolved to remain within the sect from now on. If he could not ascend to mastery, he would remain a recluse for life. The profound void palm. Wu Yongzhen's technique was indeed exceptional. Though Gong Quan was also a master, the scene unfolding before him stirred unrest within his heart. While he could barely withstand this strike, emerging unscathed would be a formidable challenge. Wu Yongzhen observed the youth evade his attack, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet it soon relaxed, for the boy had lost the earlier momentum of his fearless advance. Wu Yongzhen struck again. This time, an overwhelming surge of vital essence erupted from him, coalescing into a luminous sphere that was several times more potent than before. The dragon's head, now significantly larger, manifested in the sky, a faint dragon's roar resonating throughout the heavens. Below, the youth gazed upward. His diminutive form contrasted starkly against the colossal dragon's head that loomed over the sky. With deliberate grace, he slowly drew the dagger from his waist. Raising it towards the heavens, he swung it downwards. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, dark clouds swelling ominously. Centered upon the youth, the surroundings rapidly frosted over. Turning white, a glimmer of blade light, imbued with a chilling intent, cleaved towards the dragon's head in the sky. Wu Yongzhen's eyes narrowed as he infused the dragon's head with a vast reservoir of vital essence. Once semi-transparent, the dragon's head became more solid, descending with cataclysmic force. The collision of the dragon's head and the blade light reverberated through the air. A colossal wave surged through the sky, scattering in all directions. The dragon's head barely withstood a single breath before being cleaved asunder. The blade's brilliance sliced through the shattered visage of the dragon, aiming directly at Wu Yongzhen. Wu Yongzhen's pupils contracted sharply as he summoned an abundance of true essence before him, merging hundreds of palm shadows into one cohesive force, ultimately shattering the blade's radiance just a foot away from his form. Simultaneously, a tremor coursed through his body, and his complexion paled. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, threatening to erupt, but he forcefully suppressed it. He exhaled deeply, then spoke in a low voice, however, thus. Although he endeavored to maintain an air of calm, a tempest raged within him. This strike not only obliterated his most formidable technique, but also nearly severed him from existence. Even though he managed to deflect it in the end, he was already injured by the blade's aura, his internal organs gravely compromised. With another strike, if he wished to avoid death, his only option would be to flee. Who exactly was this youth? Despite not having attained the level of a master, he exuded a terror that was undeniable. In that moment, he even questioned his own status as a master, pondering whether it was he or the other who truly belonged to that exalted realm. Chapter 73. The dead need not know so much he actually broke the Xinyuan palm? Gongquan stood before Su Tianlin and the others, his expression frozen as he gazed at the confrontation between the middle-aged man in black robes and the young boy in the distance. Throughout the ordeal, although the boy was undeniably impressive, he had always believed that Wu Yongzhen would prevail over him. After all, the disparity in their realms was evident. Wu Yongzhen had reached the master level for many years, while the boy was merely at the gathering spirit stage, at best a half-step master. The difference was substantial. However, the scene unfolding before him nearly shattered his understanding. Wu Yongzhen, too, found himself unable to regain his composure. He had never felt so beleaguered in a confrontation against a master of higher cultivation. Yet now, he was being pushed to the brink by a mere youth who had yet to reach the master realm. Was he truly compelled to flee? Wu Yongzhen was tormented by his inner conflict. The thought of retreating from a gathering spirit stage opponent would become the laughingstock of his lifetime. Even if he later broke through to the Fate Wheel realm, such an embarrassment would remain an indelible stain. Moreover, his hopes of reaching the Fate Wheel realm were exceedingly slim. But if he did not escape, that last blow had already pushed him to his limits. His internal organs roiled with pain, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Wu Yongzhen stood atop the tree, his gaze complex as he observed the boy below. Jiang Wushuang, frowning, murmured, as expected of a master, he managed to withstand the peak grade 4 heaven and earth dual extermination slash. With that, his expression grew serious. And he levitated slowly, rising to the same height as Wu Yongzhen, standing in midair. In his eyes, a sharp brilliance converged, and an overwhelmingly tyrannical blade intent surged from his being. This strike, the peak grade 2 flying dragon ghost blade, was aimed directly at the black-robed man opposite him. The moment Wu Yongzhen felt the other's spiritual sense locking onto him, he was struck by a sense of dread, as if an ancient ferocious beast had set its sights on him. His heart raced, and a chill ran down his spine. He beheld the youth standing suspended in the air, his sleeves billowing as if caught in a windless storm. and sensed a blade intent far more powerful than the previous one. Wu Yongxing's eyes widened in disbelief, shock and horror etched across his face. You. He trembled, attempting to voice something, but when he saw the blade shadow descending from the heavens, he was seized by terror and turned to flee. The dominantly powerful flying dragon ghost blade appeared as if it would cleave the very fabric of the universe. This was Jiang Wushuang's most formidable strike. Honed from his previous encounter with the ancient monster of the Yongchang sect, not only had he elevated it to its peak, but now, bolstered by a portion of his true essence, its power had multiplied several times over. As the blade descended, the void trembled, and the earth cracked open. Ahead, a mountain was cleaved in two, revealing a massive chasm spanning dozens of yards. Jiang Wushuang stood suspended in the air, his gaze steady. At the chasm's edge, the black-robed man, disheveled and in disarray, clambered to his feet, his face a mask of terror, stripped of the previous majesty of a master. Rising from the ground, he hesitated not a moment before turning to flee into the distance. Once, the pursuit of Jiang Wushuang was filled with joy, but now the escape is equally swift. Jiang Wushuang gazes at the fleeing figure in the distance, his brows slightly raised. Indeed, a master is not so easily vanquished. Without hesitation, he takes to the skies, pursuing the distant silhouette. Simultaneously, blades of light erupt from his form, launching towards the escaping figure. The ground trembles. Xie Qingqing, feeling the receding rumble, stares blankly at the figure fading into the horizon. It is only when the chase concludes and the figures vanish into the distance that she comes to her senses. The master has escaped? Beside her, Ning Yunlong is equally stunned. The events unfolding before him shatter his previous beliefs. Should anyone dare to tell him that a gathering spirit realm cultivator cannot challenge a master, he would feel compelled to deliver a sharp slap and retort that it is merely a matter of circumstance, not impossibility. Nearby, Su Tianlin stands agape, his gaze fixed on the distance. Since the appearance of Wu Yongxin, he has felt an oppressive weight upon his chest, uncertain of what this fiend might do. Thus, he yearns to flee swiftly. Though Gong Quan has appeared to offer some protection, it is evident that he too harbors trepidation towards Wu Yongxin. Witnessing the youth drive him away finally alleviates the burden on Su Tianlin. Turning to Gong Quan, he observes a complex expression etched upon his face, filled with shock and disbelief. After a lengthy silence, he sighs softly. Am I truly outdone by a mere youth in the gathering spirit realm? With that, a bitter smile graces his lips. In the skies, a youth ascends, occasionally delivering strikes that slice through the air, targeting the fleeing figure cloaked in black. Despite the relentless onslaught, the middle-aged man in black grows increasingly disheveled, yet continues to flee with great effort. Jiang Wushuang watches as the figure rises once more from the dust, letting out a soft sigh. It must be acknowledged that defeating a master and slaying one are two disparate matters. Though he has triumphed over Wu Yongxin, the pursuit is fraught with challenges. Especially now that Wu Yongxin has begun to expend his life force in his desperate flight, the situation becomes even more precarious. Upon breaking through to the master level, not only does one's true essence become formidable, but one's vitality also becomes remarkably resilient. Despite having endured several strikes, Wu Yongxin's speed diminishes only slightly. Were it not for Jiang Wushuang's ability to traverse the skies and his own impressive agility, he might have indeed escaped. Certainly, it is unprecedented for a gathering spirit realm cultivator to pursue a master. That he has reached such a point is astonishing. While the pursuit poses challenges, Jiang Wushuang harbors no intention of letting this black-clad man slip away. This individual has unwarrantedly provoked him. Had he not possessed strength far exceeding that of an ordinary gathering spirit realm cultivator, he would have been dispatched long ago in the cave. And to think he wishes to capture him to refine a blood pool? He should be wary. He may arrive with his life, but leave without it. After pursuing for some distance, the speed of the black-clad figure noticeably begins to wane. The act of evasion had grown sluggish. At last, under the relentless assault of the flying dragon demon blade, the middle-aged man in black was propelled into the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Once he landed, Wu Yongxing no longer attempted to flee. To be precise, escape was no longer an option. His body was drenched in blood, one leg gruesomely broken, the other half completely missing. He lay propped on the ground, his eyes filled with a frigid gaze directed at the approaching youth, mingled with a tinge of regret. Upon learning of the existence of the crimson fire mysterious herb, he had dismissed it as an easily obtainable prize, never anticipating that an inconspicuous boy would alter everything, even costing him his life. Who on earth are you? An agent of the court? One of the 4 great sacred sects? Wu Yongzheng inquired in a grave tone. The boy's terrifying talent and strength suggested a remarkable origin, and he sought clarity even in death. Are you one of the 6 sects of the devil path? Wu Yongzheng's eyes narrowed as he regarded the advancing figure. The boy's swordsmanship was domineering and sinister, undoubtedly connected to the devil path. And only the 6 sects could nurture such a prodigy. However, the youth offered no reply, merely raising his blade to strike. The dead need not know so much, Jiang Wushuang murmured, gazing at the lifeless figure on the ground. On that day, several groups in the Silver Stream Mountain witnessed a shocking scene. A young boy pursued a master for 50 miles, striking him down just beyond the mountain's edge. Chapter 74. The second-rank mysterious palm once again. Jiang Wushuang found himself mistaken for a member of the demonic sect as he gazed upon the lifeless body clad in black robes, a bitter smile crossing his lips. This misunderstanding was not unexpected. The moment the celestial and earthly dual absolute slash was unleashed, an overwhelming aura of malevolence filled the air, making it difficult to avoid misinterpretation. Although the flying dragon ghost blade was not particularly sinister, it diverged from the orthodox sect's techniques in certain aspects. In truth, he yearned to acquire some legitimate skills from the righteous path. However, within the demon suppression tower, the captives were either ruthless villains or heinous criminals, rendering his quest quite challenging. Shaking his head, Jiang Wushuang extended his hand to absorb the drifting memories of the deceased figure. As images flashed before him, he gleaned insights into this master known as Wu Yongzhen. Though he had not allied himself with the demonic sect, his actions were no different from those of its most notorious fiends. It turned out he was merely a second-level master, which came as a mild surprise to Jiang Wushuang. He had initially assumed that his strength would at least correspond to the 3rd or even 4th level of mastery. However, upon reflection, this revelation seemed quite reasonable. While Jiang Wushuang had easily defeated him, the act of killing had proven somewhat laborious. This was primarily due to the vast chasm that lay between the spirit-gathering realm and the master realm, a gulf that was difficult to cross. It was only he, an anomaly, who could sever a master with mere half-step mastery. Moreover, any other half-step master would typically flee at the sight of a true master. Yet, he had pursued Wu Yongzhen relentlessly, ultimately bringing about his demise. Wu Yongzhen had been trapped at the 2nd level of mastery for many years, unable to break through. Upon learning of the crimson fire mysterious herb, he hurried to seize it, hoping to transcend his limitations and reach the 3rd level of mastery. A habitual plunderer, he had expected the herb to be easily acquired, only to encounter a formidable opponent this time, leading not only to his failure, but also to the loss of his own life. After briefly reviewing his memories, Jiang Wushuang examined his attribute panel and found an additional entry under martial skills. Martial skill, mysterious palm, 2nd rank, level, great completion, 6,210,000. To discover it was merely a 2nd rank skill left him somewhat astonished. He had already experienced the formidable power of this palm technique, which was indeed remarkable. However, the classification as only 2nd rank was unexpected. Upon further contemplation, the rationale became clear. Wu Yongzhen had not affiliated with any sect and was merely a solitary cultivator. Thus, acquiring a 2nd rank martial skill was no small feat. 1st rank martial skills were typically exclusive to major sects, regarded as their ultimate teachings, and could only be cultivated by core members. It was unlikely they would easily fall into the hands of outsiders. He promptly elevated the mysterious palm from great completion to its pinnacle state. While its power might be slightly inferior to that of the flying dragon ghost blade, it was undeniably a legitimate technique of the righteous path. In the future, it could serve as a fade to prevent him from being perpetually mistaken for a demonic fiend. Although he did not particularly care for such perceptions, there might arise certain special circumstances where the use of the flying dragon ghost blade would be inconvenient, making this technique a valuable alternative. Contemplating the lifeless figure before him, he fell into deep thought. Jiang Wushuang glanced back at Silver Stream Mountain. Although this journey was fraught with minor mishaps, the rewards were substantial. Not only did she acquire 2 rare crimson fire mushrooms, but she also stumbled upon a 2nd-grade martial technique. Calculating the time, Her 3-day leave was nearing its end. It was time to return to the Demon Tower. Outside Silver Stream Mountain, approximately 50 miles to the west, lay a small village. A group of hunters, who relied on the outskirts of Silver Stream Mountain for their livelihood, resided here. Typically, outsiders seldom visited. However, in recent days, numerous figures wielding swords and knives had passed through, heading towards the mountain. Many hunters venturing into the mountain had witnessed these individuals effortlessly slaying colossal beasts with a mere flick of their hands, leaving them in awe. An elderly hunter in the village noticed the frequent presence of passers-by resting at the village entrance. He decided to set up a tea stall, arranging several tables and long benches, providing a place for weary travelers to rest while earning a few coins in the process. On this day, a large crowd of individuals emerging from Silver Stream Mountain gathered around the tea stall. Even though the benches were fully occupied, many stood outside, eager to hear an elder recount the events that transpired within the mountain. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That young lad soared through the air, following the black-robed master, wreaking havoc upon his foes. How could it be a fabrication? The elder, whose hair and beard were half gray, passionately debated with others. Elder Zhao, your claims are utterly implausible. A young lad soaring through the skies? Where could one find such a youthful life-will expert? Moreover, why would a life-will expert venture here for crimson fire mushrooms? A young man wielding a long sword interjected from the side, having found no place to sit. Many around him nodded in agreement, expressing their skepticism of the elder's tale. Although the elder held the title of sect elder, his account seemed too fantastical to be credible. Indeed, what Elder Zhao states is not without merit. We too have witnessed it. That black-robed master is none other than Wu Yongzheng of Flame Cloud Mountain. A voice emerged from outside the tea stall, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. 3 elder-like figures stood there, and the foremost among them continued. That young lad pursued Wu Yongzheng for several miles. Not only did we witness it, but many within Silver Stream Mountain also saw it. Soon, the identities of the 3 elders were recognized, and the expressions of the crowd began to shift. Since the 3 elders of the Luoshui sect had also witnessed the event, doubts were dispelled. It was undoubtedly true. The thought that Wu Yongzheng of Flame Cloud Mountain had been slain was astonishing. Who, then, was this youth? How could a mere boy possess the prowess of a life-will expert? Had he undergone a transformation? No, the youth was not a life-will expert. He merely possessed a flying martial technique. He wasn't even a master, only at the Gathering Spirit Realm. Could one at the Gathering Spirit Realm slay a master? Such a notion seemed impossible. The youth must have concealed his true capabilities. This was utterly inconceivable. At the edge of the tea stall, a figure with long hair adorned with 3 jade hairpins stood with her back to the crowd, cradling a peacefully sleeping infant in her arms. She held the tea aloft, suspended in midair as if petrified, never bringing it to her lips. Was the master in the black robe Wu Yongzhen? And had he been slain? By a mere youth? No less. Lu Xuanji's eyes brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. She had initially thought that with the master gone, the youth would meet a dire fate. Yet the outcome was entirely contrary to her expectations. In fact, her very understanding was upended. Had she known of his formidable prowess, she would have sought to align herself with him. The thought flitted through her mind, prompting Lu Xuanji to shake her head and smile. As the individuals from Silver Creek Mountain gradually departed, news of a youth slaying a master spread rapidly. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, in the Stone Chamber, a second-tier guard was listening to his subordinate report on the developments regarding the Crimson Fire Xianji. Although he ultimately chose not to pursue it, he remained vigilant for any pertinent information, ever ready to seize an opportunity should one arise. Once the tidings of the Crimson Fire Xianji emerged, numerous sects dispatched representatives to seek it, leading to several conflicts among them. The subordinate conveyed the relevant news to the guard seated before him, who nodded slowly, his expression impassive. The allure of the Crimson Fire Xianji was too great. Naturally, the major sects would not remain indifferent. Even several masters had ventured forth, including Wu Yongzhen from Flame Cloud Mountain and Gong Quan from the Unity sect. As the subordinate continued, a grave look appeared on the guard's face. His previous conjectures had proven correct. The masters had indeed been stirred. 2 Crimson Fire Xianji had been consumed by an anonymous youth, and the master from Flame Cloud Mountain had intended to take them back to refine the blood pool, only to be slain outside Silver Creek Mountain. Upon hearing this, the guard abruptly rose, his countenance filled with emotion. What? A master has perished? His eyes widened in shock. Unable to regain his composure for a long while. It was expected that a master would vie for possession, but the fact that one had lost his life was beyond his anticipation. This highlighted the ferocity of the struggle for the Crimson Fire Xianji, surpassing his imagination. The guard wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had not ventured forth. Chapter 75. The Three Forbidden Lands. The second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Jiang Wushuang sat cross-legged in his dwelling cave. Before him hovered a wraith, which, under his mental command, slipped through the stone door and drifted through the second level, gathering cultivation points for him. After completing its task on the second level, the wraith ascended to the first. Simultaneously, Jiang Wushuang glanced at his attribute panel. Strength. 9th layer of concentration. 890-500, 100-0000. He was merely 100,000 cultivation points shy of reaching the Master Realm. Prior to his journey to Silver Creek Mountain, he had only just broken through to the 8th layer of concentration. Although the 2 Scarlet Fire mysterious herbs did not elevate him to the Master Realm, they significantly shortened the time required. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would collect enough cultivation points within 3 days to make his breakthrough. Indeed, when the wraith completed its task on both levels, his cultivation points surged by several tens of thousands, more than sufficient for his ascension to the Master Realm. However, he refrained from making the immediate leap. He had previously heard that such a significant breakthrough often resulted in unusual phenomena. To avoid causing a commotion within the Demon Suppression Tower, he resolved to wait until his energy dissipated before finding a quieter place outside the tower to gradually make his breakthrough. As Jiang Wushuang entered the Gui prison block, he heard Tang Bu's voice call out from behind, "You finally made it. The Divine Capture Camp just sent over new prisoners for you." Turning around, he saw Tang Bu and another demon suppression guard approaching, dragging an old man bound by restrictive chains. The old man was exceedingly ugly, marked by the scars of punishment. He had even lost 2 front teeth, yet remained unruly, continuing to struggle in their grasp. The more he fought, the tighter the chains constricted around him. "Brother Tang, I'm on it," Jiang Wushuang replied with a smile. Although he had taken 3 days off, the responsibilities still fell upon Tang Bu and a few colleagues. He had essentially indulged in 3 days of leisure. He planned to treat them to drinks at the Spring Jade Tower once he reached the Master Realm. Taking the prisoner from their hands, Jiang Wushuang activated him, only to discover he was a master, instantly garnering 6,000 cultivation points. He then tossed the old man into the formation. The old man landed on the ground, glaring at them and unleashing a tirade of curses. "You ignorant brats dare to treat me this way. One day, I shall bind your souls and devour your bones." Before he could finish, Jiang Wushuang swiftly activated the Spirit Refinement Array. The old man's expression contorted in agony. "Brother Tang, where was this master captured?" Jiang Wushuang inquired while manipulating the formation and engaging in conversation with Tang Bu, who sat nearby. Tang Bu shook his head and chuckled. "This Jimu Daoist is just seeking his own demise. Why would he venture into the Great Qian's forbidden lands, unless he craves an early end?" Jiang Wushuang was taken aback. The 3 forbidden lands of Great Qian were places where ordinary individuals would avoid at all costs, yet someone dared to trespass. Which forbidden land was it? Jiang Wushuang casually asked, but immediately felt the question was somewhat superfluous. The 3 formidable forbidden grounds of the Great Qian are the Demon Suppression Tower, the Imperial Tomb, and the Sea of Buried Gods. Among these, the Sea of Buried Gods lies beyond 1,000 miles to the north of Great Qian, making it an improbable location for our purpose. For not only is it a forbidden area of Great Qian, but it is also a perilous domain for martial artists. Those who dare to enter may find their lives forfeit. The other 2 forbidden sites, the Demon Suppression Tower, are situated within the Imperial City, heavily guarded by elite forces. Only those prisoners desperate to escape would venture forth. None would be foolish enough to intrude. Thus, the prisoner, known as Jimu Doran, must have infiltrated the Imperial Tomb. Which other forbidden ground could it be, if not the Imperial Tomb? Indeed. Tang Bu shot him a glance of disdain. Jiang Wushuang had to concede that the Great Qian Imperial Tomb is a place fraught with peril and intrigue. A decade ago, the Sanluo sect unleashed its full might within the boundaries of Great Qian, aiming to breach the Imperial Tomb, and they indeed succeeded, resulting in chaos of immense proportions. Though ultimately the powerful of Great Qian managed to suppress the Sanluo sect, they suffered considerable losses themselves. Whispers abound that since then, the fortunes of great Qian have waned. A flicker of doubt arose within Jiang Wushuang. What secrets might lie buried there, compelling many to risk their lives for entry? In the fragmented memories of certain prisoners he had accessed, references to the imperial tomb surfaced, yet they were mere fragments, lacking any substantial value. After an hour of conducting the spirit-refining array, the repugnant old man had lost some of his arrogance. He simply closed his mouth, his gaze cold and penetrating as he fixed it upon the others. After sending Jimu Daoran away, Jiang Wushuang took a moment to rest. Having attained the status of a half-step master, coupled with the vital energy bestowed by 2 red fire Xian mushrooms, the divine infant within his energy had grown exponentially in strength. His spiritual awareness now rivaled that of an average master. With the pinnacle technique 9 tripod spirit refining, he could conceal his spiritual presence with remarkable efficacy, making it difficult for even masters to detect him. Just as his consciousness inadvertently swept across the second level, his brow furrowed slightly. In another interrogation room, a prisoner had perished within the confines of the array. Instantly, he commanded a spectral entity to extract the memories left behind. There lay a gaunt old man, his eye sockets sunken deeply, motionless within the formation. Nearby, 2 demon suppression guards were assessing whether he was truly dead. Jiang Wushuang recognized this prisoner. He recalled having interrogated him alongside Tang Bu when he was first brought in. Initially, he had appeared as a dashing young gentleman, but after enduring the array's onslaught, he had transformed into an exceedingly ugly old man. The transformation had astonished him at the time. Upon reflection, he realized the prisoner had mastered a technique of metamorphosis, one far superior to any he had previously encountered. This piqued his interest immensely. Now, this old man had finally met his end. He longed to thoroughly investigate the martial technique that could transform an ugly old man into a charming young gentleman. With the absorption of the memory inheritance, a new martial skill swiftly materialized in his repertoire. Martial skill, Heavenly Transformation, 3rd rank, Realm, Minor Achievement, 800-1000. Could it truly be 3rd rank? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. The art of transformation, often regarded as a deviation from the righteous path by the esteemed sects, is seldom held in high regard. It is typically practiced by nefarious entities, and most practitioners are of lowly caliber. The technique known as heavenly transformation reaching the 3rd rank is exceedingly rare. No wonder even the divine capture camp was deceived. Moreover, the criminal had only attained a minor achievement. Should they elevate their realm, even the formidable array of that time would be incapable of revealing their true form. Only through the use of special artifacts or restrictive formations targeting the soul could one discern the truth. Contemplating this, Jiang Wushuang proceeded to elevate heavenly transformation from minor achievement to major achievement, and then to its pinnacle. He nodded in satisfaction. Now in his hands, even a formidable wheel of fate expert would be unable to discern its authenticity. At last, the day's duty at the demon suppression tower came to an end. After dispersing, he stepped out of the tower, traversing the bustling streets, heading towards the outskirts of the imperial city. He glanced up at the night sky. The moon was full tonight, an opportune moment to strive for the master realm. Chapter 76. Who challenges the master here? Beneath the night sky, a rugged man emerged from the imperial city, journeying westward. Jiang Wushuang marveled inwardly at the transformation brought about by heavenly harmony's metamorphosis, to the extent that even he could scarcely recognize himself. Coupled with the concealment of his cultivation through the art of invisibility, he now resembled a peasant from the outskirts of the imperial city, anxiously hurrying home. After traversing several dozen miles, he arrived at the edge of a lake. Standing by the water's edge, he beheld the shimmering surface illuminated by the moonlight. Since reaching the threshold of a half-step master, his consciousness had grown significantly more potent, enhancing his perception. He sensed that the spiritual energy here was abundant, making it an excellent location for a breakthrough. Having experienced the failure of a prior attempt, he realized that transcending to the master realm required a substantial accumulation of spiritual energy to condense true essence within his body. His previous failure was due to an inadequacy of spiritual energy provided by 2 scarlet fire mysterious herbs. As he lingered by the lake, 2 figures approached from a distance, a farmer and a woman. The woman cradled a child in her arms, who appeared to be unwell, whimpering and fussing. "My son, Qianshan Temple is just ahead," A visit will surely bring comfort, the farmer assured. Jiang Wushuang, glancing at the figures passing by, was momentarily taken aback. He then realized he had arrived near Qianshan Temple. Qianshan Temple is one of the 4 premier sects within the realm of Great Qian, also known as the 4 sacred sects. The 4 sacred sects maintain a cordial relationship with Great Qian. When the latter faces a crisis, the former readily extends their assistance. For instance, a decade ago, during the chaos instigated by the Sinluo Church, masters from the 4 sacred sects intervened to suppress the malevolent forces. Naturally, the 4 sacred sects also enjoy the protection of Great Qian. In times of peril, Great Qian would not remain indifferent. However, the Qianshan Temple here is not the main temple, but merely a branch. The temple thrives with incense offerings, and the citizens of Great Qian visit to pray for blessings during times of illness or disaster. The monks within the temple are also willing to lend their assistance. Jiang Wushuang gazed towards the direction of Qianshan Temple, a slight frown creasing his brow. He pondered whether his breakthrough to the master realm would attract the attention of the temple. Although there are numerous branches of Qianshan Temple throughout Great Qian, serving primarily as places for the populace to seek blessings, one can never know if a master resides there. Nonetheless, he decided not to dwell on such concerns. Having discovered this promising location for a breakthrough, he was unwilling to abandon it. After deliberation, he circled the lake, arriving at the opposite shore. Here, the spiritual energy was even more concentrated, and it was situated over 10 miles away from Qianshan Temple. No matter the commotion, it would likely go unnoticed there. As he infused his cultivation points, the true energy within him began to flow rapidly, as if drawn by an unseen force. The vortex within his energy sea, which had previously ceased its rotation, resumed its motion, accelerating with each moment. Simultaneously, a tempest arose around Jiang Wushuang, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him in a fervent rush. A colossal vortex of spiritual energy began to coalesce above his head, forming a magnificent cyclone. A delicate stream of ethereal energy emanated from the top of his head, penetrating his being. Through the guidance of true qi, it traversed into the sea of energy, merging within a swirling vortex. Within this vortex, a golden radiance shimmered once more. Before long, a droplet of golden essence descended into the sea of energy, creating ripples of golden waves. At Qianshan Temple, within an ancient and austere meditation room, an elderly monk sat cross-legged on a mat, reciting sacred scriptures. Despite the wind howling outside, the oil lamp before the monk seemed to be shielded by an invisible barrier, its flame remaining undisturbed. The door to the meditation room slowly creaked open, and a young novice monk with a shaved head entered reverently, cradling a sutra. He cautiously placed the scripture before the elder monk, but, due to his anxiety and evident fatigue, he accidentally bumped into the oil lamp. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to steady the lamp just in time. When the novice turned to look at the elder monk again, he found him slowly opening his eyes. A flash of electric brilliance seemed to flicker within the elder's gaze, causing a sharp pain in the novice's eyes. Thankfully, this sensation was fleeting, and soon the elder's eyes softened, revealing a kind demeanor. The novice quickly pressed his palms together and bowed his head in respect. The elder monk was Master Hongji, the abbot of Qianshan Temple. He had presided over this sacred place for a decade, subduing any demon that dared to stir trouble within these hallowed grounds. "Why is there such commotion outside?" Master Hongji inquired slowly. His voice, though soft, invigorated the novice, dispelling the weariness etched upon his features. Returning to the abbot, "Several patrons have come to seek blessings for their illnesses," the novice replied earnestly. Observing the slight furrow in the elder's brow and the flicker of concern in his eyes, he chanted a Buddhist invocation. The novice understood the abbot's apprehension. Perched atop a mountain, Qianshan Temple had seen visitors seeking blessings even at night, which clearly indicated a series of misfortunes. Such occurrences had not been commonplace in the past, but had become increasingly frequent in recent years. Since the calamities wrought by the Sinluo sect upon the imperial mausoleums a decade ago, the fortunes of the great Qin dynasty had been in decline. Over these 10 years, this downward trend had shown no signs of abating. Could it be that the great Qin's fortune was truly exhausted? Master Hongji sighed softly. The novice displayed a look of confusion, pausing momentarily before speaking. "Abbot, why should the fortunes of the great Qin concern Qianshan Temple?" The elder monk turned to regard the novice, shaking his head gently. As one of the 4 great sacred sects, Qianshan Temple shares the fate of the Great Qian. If the Great Qian were to falter, how could we remain unscathed? Should the fortunes truly be waning, it would not only be our plight, but also the hardships of the common folk of the Great Qian. Upon finishing, Master Hongji's expression grew more somber. Although he could perceive the decline of the Great Qian's fortunes, he lamented that such fate was predetermined by heaven, and even as a master, he possessed no power to alter it. Silence enveloped the meditation room as the novice stood quietly by, hesitant to speak further. A gust of wind swept past the window, causing the flame of the oil lamp to flicker. The novice hurried over to close the window, only to be halted by the voice of Master Hongji behind him. To the novice, the outside world merely felt like a fierce wind had arisen. In the eyes of Master Hongji, the oil lamp, enveloped by his spiritual presence, remained unfazed by the ordinary gusts of wind. Was it a malevolent breeze? Rising from his meditation cushion, Hongji approached the window, his gaze fixed upon the leaves dancing in the wind outside, his brow gradually furrowing. No, it was not merely the wind. Someone was absorbing spiritual energy, breaking through the realm of mastery. Master Hongji paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The flame of the oil lamp flickered in tandem with the unseen presence, casting the meditation room into a play of light and shadow. His eyes turned towards Qianshan Lake as he mused, to be able to summon such immense spiritual energy. I must see who dares to challenge the masters here. The young monk stood nearby, taken aback. The usually serene abbot was now so visibly agitated, stirring his curiosity to inquire further. However, as he turned his head, he found himself bewildered. The space beside him was empty. The abbot had vanished without a trace. The young monk furrowed his brow, his gaze following the direction the abbot had taken, looking towards Qianshan Lake. Judging by the abbot's reaction, something extraordinary must surely be unfolding there. Chapter 77. The Child of Destiny Beneath the Night Sky. A figure swiftly descended from Qianshan Temple. The surrounding woods swayed violently in the wind, and a cascade of autumn leaves was swept towards Qianshan Lake. The closer Master Hongji approached the lake, the more astonished he became. He had never imagined that ascending to the status of a master could result in such a tremendous phenomenon. Reflecting on his own breakthrough to mastery, which had merely stirred the spiritual energy within a 100-zhang radius, he shook his head. The scale of this event, with its spiritual energy being drawn for miles around, was on an entirely different level. He pondered which martial genius from a sect could be responsible for this. As Master Hongji sensed the increasingly dense spiritual energy, his curiosity grew. In the past decade, the number of martial geniuses emerging from the Great Qin dynasty was few and far between, and he suspected he had heard some news about it. It was likely one of the royal family members. Master Hongji murmured to himself, recalling the few martial prodigies he knew. Only the royal family's member was closest to this location. After a moment, Master Hongji finally arrived at the edge of Qianshan Lake. But the source of the gathered spiritual energy lay across the water. Gazing intently, he discerned a flickering light beneath the dim night sky. The emergence of such a genius from the Great Qin royal family might very well stave off the decline of destiny. A flicker of delight flashed in Master Hongji's eyes. He promptly tapped the water's surface with the tips of his toes and glided across, heading towards the distant light. Should an ordinary person witness this scene, they would undoubtedly marvel at the arrival of a celestial being. However, it was merely Master Hongji concentrating his true essence at the soles of his feet. As he drew nearer to the opposite shore, he beheld a colossal, funnel-shaped vortex suspended in the night sky. The vortex spun rapidly, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. Beneath the swirling mass, a man sat cross-legged, wholeheartedly absorbing the vast amounts of spiritual energy. Master Hongji stood upon the water's surface, transfixed by the astonishing sight before him. Were he to undergo such a refinement by the overwhelming spiritual energy, he would surely have perished instantly. Yet the man seemed like an insatiable abyss, unable to be filled. The man radiated a brilliant light, as though he were undergoing a rebirth, his body shimmering with divine radiance. A tearing wind forced Master Hongji to squint, and an invisible barrier appeared before him, hindering any further advance. Unless he were to forcefully break through with his true essence, he could not progress. Thus, he stood quietly on the lake's surface, his eyes filled with astonishment as he beheld the scene. Wait, was he not from the Great Qin royal family? The realization dawned on Master Hongji. The martial genius from the great Qian was a woman, yet the figure before him was undoubtedly male. Moreover, such a momentous achievement in ascending to mastery occurred without any guardians present, further piquing his curiosity about the man's identity. Very well then, I shall be your guardian. Master Hongji stood upon the lake, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Regardless of whether the man hailed from royalty, he was still a warrior of the great Qian. As long as he did not tread the path of evil, Master Hongji would lend him a helping hand. Before him, the colossal cyclone continued to expand, gathering spiritual energy from all directions. To avoid hindering the man's ascension to the rank of master, Master Hongji retreated several hundred feet. This was also due to the formidable pressure emanating from the man, which could only be resisted by harnessing true essence. He could scarcely fathom the terror that would ensue once the man attained the rank of master. Boom! Just as Master Hongji marveled at the sight, a sudden change unfolded before him. He beheld a series of golden lights flashing in the sky above the man. Subsequently, a beam of golden light shot down, enveloping the man within its radiant embrace. The man, illuminated by the golden glow, shone with an extraordinary brilliance, exuding an air of transcendence. Master Hongji was left speechless, even forgetting to maintain control over his true essence, and he plunged headfirst into the waters of Qianshan Lake. When he finally surfaced and regained his footing, he resembled a drenched chicken. Yet, he paid little heed to his predicament, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at the man cloaked in golden light. Could it be that this young man has attracted the favor of heaven, drawing down the power of fortune? Master Hongji was dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief. Fortune is the most enigmatic force in the universe. When fortune flourishes, it can sustain a dynasty for millennia. Conversely, when it wanes, it can incite chaos and usher in the fall of empires. Master Hongji had only heard of fortune in theory, but had never truly witnessed its manifestation. Now, feeling the sacred power of the golden light, his heart trembled. That was the force of the Tao, an unstoppable power beyond human comprehension. After a prolonged moment, Master Hongji clasped his hands together and gazed at the man bathed in golden light, his voice trembling with joy. This young man is truly the child of fortune. Heaven bless Deqian. The fortune of Deqian shall be transformed because of him. Within the golden light, Jiang Wushuang sensed the benefits it bestowed upon him and was momentarily taken aback. The immense influx of spiritual energy was overwhelming, far more so than the discomfort he experienced after consuming 2 red fire mystic herbs. He could hardly imagine enduring such a tremendous impact had he not first reached the threshold of a half-step master. Yet, just moments ago, he felt an inexplicable connection with something beyond comprehension. Suddenly, golden light flashed, enveloping him completely. As the golden light descended, it felt as though he had transcended from the depths of hell to a celestial pool. The discomfort that plagued him vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the golden light penetrated his body, coursing through his veins. Wherever the golden light flowed, scars began to mend automatically, and it fused into his bones and meridians. Within his sea of energy, the divine infant, suspended atop the golden true essence, hungrily absorbed the luminous glow. The divine infant, which had previously resembled an infant in form, rapidly exhibited distinct features such as eyes and nose. In the blink of an eye, it matured significantly, and a golden sun insignia was imprinted upon its forehead. Could this be the manifestation of ascending to the rank of master? Jiang Wushuang was utterly astonished. Nevertheless, the golden light seemingly bestowed upon him immense benefits. However, the magnitude of this commotion far exceeded his expectations. Is the ascension to a master always accompanied by such a tumult? Jiang Wushuang could not help but murmur to himself. Subsequently, he witnessed the final drop of golden essence drip from his qi sea, causing the swirling vortex to vanish entirely. Simultaneously, the golden radiance in the sky began to dim, until it ultimately dissipated into the night. Jiang Wushuang felt an unprecedented surge of formidable power coursing through his entire being. He had finally attained the rank of master. Meanwhile, an unusual occurrence transpired within one of the 3 great forbidden zones of Deqian, the Imperial Tomb. In a dimly lit section of the tomb, a sphere of golden light flickered with a delicate glow. Vast swathes of roiling black clouds attempted to engulf it. With each pulse of the golden light, the dark clouds were repeatedly repelled. Yet, with every retreat, a fraction of the golden radiance was consumed by the encroaching shadows. Suddenly, a colossal beam of golden light descended from the heavens, instantly scattering the boundless black clouds. The once fragile golden glow, now illuminated by the beam, flourished brilliantly, illuminating the entire tomb. Within the luminous column, a mass of nearly tangible golden light continuously shifted, as if something was ensnared within. Ultimately, the golden light transformed into an elongated figure, adorned with twin horns and sprouting claws. Astonishingly, it morphed into a golden dragon. As the beam faded, the golden dragon radiated magnificently, soaring above the tomb and devouring all the dark clouds. An aged and tremulous voice echoed within the tomb. The auspicious golden dragon. It is the auspicious golden dragon. I have awaited for 10 long years, and the auspicious golden dragon has finally been reborn. Chapter 78. Gathering at Jingshan Temple above Qianshan Lake. The immense cyclone had vanished, and countless leaves danced in the wind, gently settling upon the lake's surface. Master Hongji fixed his gaze upon the youth on the lake shore, his entire being rendered motionless. Despite the extraordinary spectacle before him having dissipated, the astonishment etched on his face lingered for a considerable time. It was not until a formidable and chilling presence enveloped him that he regained his senses. I am Master Hongji. He promptly introduced himself to the figure on the lake shore. Fortunate to encounter the child of destiny, he felt compelled to cultivate a connection. Simultaneously, he was profoundly shaken, for the individual had just ascended to the realm of a master. Yet their spiritual presence far surpassed his own. He marveled in awe. Truly, the child of destiny, though both were masters. The strength of this one was not to be compared with that of an ordinary master. Just as he was filled with anticipation to discern the identity of this figure, he was momentarily taken aback. The figure on the shore, without turning back, swiftly took flight into the distance. By the time he prepared to focus his spiritual awareness, the presence had already faded from his reach. Gone, departed? Master Hongji stood upon the lake's surface, his expression frozen. The individual had left in such haste, clearly wishing to avoid any encounter with him, gazing in the direction of their disappearance. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes before he turned to make his way to Jingshan Temple. At Jingshan Temple, a young monk stood vigil at the mountain gate, a look of unease crossing his brow as his gaze remained fixed upon the staircase leading down the mountain. After a considerable time, the young monk finally spotted a figure approaching from below, which elicited a smile, prompting him to rush forward. Abbot, you have finally returned. The young monk wished to inquire about the events at Qianshan Lake, but he noticed Master Hongji's serious demeanor as he strode towards the main hall of the temple. He instructed the young monk to wait at the gate, mentioning that a distinguished guest would be arriving. The young monk looked up at the night sky, puzzled as to why a guest would arrive at such a late hour. However, it was not long before several individuals hurried up from the mountain below. Some were clad in luxurious garments, while others wore official attire from the great Qin dynasty. Each emanated a powerful aura, all being masters. The young monk stood frozen at the gate, too intimidated to utter a sound. These arrivals bore grave expressions and, without a word, proceeded towards the main hall. The doors of the main hall were tightly shut. After a full hour, the doors finally creaked open once more. As these individuals emerged, the solemnity that had marked their entrance was replaced by expressions of elation. The young monk, who had long served beside the abbot, understood that the masters typically concealed their emotions. Yet now, the excitement and exhilaration of these masters were palpable. This deepened his curiosity regarding the occurrences at Qianshan Lake. Although he remained oblivious to the details, one certainty lingered in his mind. It must be an extraordinary blessing. After bidding farewell to the visitors, Master Hongji stood at the gate, gazing towards Qianshan Lake, momentarily lost in thought. Unable to contain his curiosity, the young monk inquired, Abbot, who are they? Initially, I presumed Master Hongji would, as usual, overlook his curiosity. To my surprise, he deviated from his norm and, with a rare smile, remarked, They are esteemed masters holding significant positions in the Great Qian, two of whom hail from the Demon Suppression Tower and the Divine Capture Camp. Although I surmised the visitors were of remarkable status, I was still taken aback. The Divine Capture Camp and the Demon Suppression Tower are two of the most vital institutions in the Great Qian. One is tasked with exterminating demons, while the other safeguards against them. The joint visit of these two masters to Qianshan Temple was evidently unusual. What momentous event has transpired? I inquired, my eyes wide with astonishment. Master Hongji smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, an extraordinary event has occurred, yet it is fortuitous. The child of destiny has been born, stirring the cosmos. Such a significant occurrence would certainly resonate within the imperial city. They originally came seeking the child of destiny, but it appears he was reluctant to make an appearance and departed hastily. As the sole witness to the extraordinary phenomenon, Master Hongji naturally held the most authority on the matter. Several individuals from the imperial city soon arrived to pay their respects. Upon recounting the scene he had witnessed, the esteemed masters of the Great Qian were left speechless, brimming with excitement. Simultaneously, he gleaned from the high-ranking masters that the Great Qian possessed scant knowledge regarding the newly elevated masters. The individual in question was shrouded in mystery, seemingly disconnected from any sect. Speculations regarding his identity ensued, with some even linking him to the youth who had recently vanquished a master outside Silver Creek Mountain. The Divine Capture Camp had also conducted an investigation, discovering that the youth appeared to have materialized from thin air, with no one aware of his origins. Although Master Hongji had seen not a youth, but a man in his 30s, there were notable similarities. Who knows if he had altered his appearance? After an hour of discussion, they had reached no conclusion. They could not ascertain whether the two were indeed the same person, nor could they uncover their true identities. Ultimately, they collectively agreed that the child of destiny, maintaining an air of mystery, was advantageous. After all, revealing his identity would signify that he would become a target for the 6 demonic sects, thus endangering the fortune of the Great Qian once more. Oh, what momentous fortune! My curiosity was piqued. However, Master Hongji chose not to respond further, instead reciting a Buddhist chant before retreating into Qianshan Temple. Unbeknownst to me, this commotion had indeed stirred Qianshan Temple. In a secluded grove, Jiang Wushuang dashed to this spot before finally halting. In truth, he had noticed the monk approaching long before. After discerning that the monk bore no ill intent, he chose to ignore him. His earlier retreat was prompted by the detection of several rapidly approaching presences within the imperial city. Although his ascension to master had caused quite a stir, he wished to evade the spotlight. Previously, he might have found it somewhat challenging to evade masters, yet now, having attained mastery, along with the techniques of concealment and transformation, he could effortlessly render himself invisible. Is this what it means to be at the Master's realm? Jiang Wushuang had not yet had the opportunity to fully appreciate the transformation of the Grandmaster, but upon careful examination, he found himself utterly astonished. Every bone within him gleamed with a golden radiance, having undergone a profound metamorphosis. His skin was as smooth as that of an infant, yet possessed a resilience many times greater. Every part of his body seemed to have been exquisitely refined, achieving an unparalleled perfection. His entire demeanor had also undergone a remarkable change. Were it not for the heavenly harmonies transformation, he felt he might never return to the demon-suppressing tower. After all, if he were to stroll through the streets without any concealment, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of gazes. It was simply unavoidable. His beauty was strikingly exceptional. This transformation extended beyond mere appearance. The power he had acquired surged forth like a primordial beast. A casual wave of his hand could produce a resounding shockwave. The magnitude of his strength had increased by more than 100-fold. The enhancement of his abilities was so formidable that even he felt a sense of dread. The divine infant within his energy had fully materialized. Now, his spiritual consciousness could effortlessly encompass a radius of several dozen miles, while other grandmasters would find it exceedingly difficult to perceive him. In comparison to a half-step grandmaster, the true essence within his energy had become exponentially purer. The golden liquid that flowed within him subtly hinted at a potential solidification. Such an immense enhancement seemed almost preposterous. Jiang Wushuang could only marvel at the magnitude of this transformation. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended what a grandmaster entailed. No wonder it was said that those in the gathering spirit realm could not challenge a grandmaster. Only anomalies could dare to do so. Chapter 79. The Path of Divine Connection. Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment, reflecting on the formidable master Wu Yongzheng whom he had slain. He recognized that the magnitude of his enhancement was fundamentally rooted in his own abilities. His qi was already several times larger than that of others. Having reached the threshold of a half-step master, he had effortlessly vanquished a true master. Following his ascension, The vast reservoir of genuine essence within him surpassed that of an ordinary master. Furthermore, the transformation inherent in becoming a master was a profound metamorphosis. Under the refining influence of immense spiritual energy, the chasm between him and ordinary masters had widened once more. The peculiar golden light had also bestowed upon him significant advantages. All these factors contributed to his meteoric rise in strength. Feeling an uncontrollable surge of power within him, Jiang Wushuang could not resist drawing his sword towards the heavens. As the blade was unsheathed, a tempestuous intent surged through the air, weaving intricate patterns across the sky. The temperature plummeted dramatically around him, causing frost to envelop a wide area. Trees, unable to withstand the intangible pressure, splintered under the strain. With a mere swipe of his sword, he cleaved the sky, severing the moonlight with an overwhelming force. If his previous strikes commanded the might of rivers, his current prowess was akin to the grandeur of mountains, rivers, and seas. Realizing the magnitude of his display, Jiang Wushuang promptly tempered his sword's momentum. This strike, imbued with the essence of annihilation, would be beyond the capabilities of any master to withstand. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. This was merely the heaven and earth dual extermination slash. Should he unleash the even more formidable flying dragon ghost blade, the potency would escalate considerably. Subsequently, he attuned himself to the transformations of Songlong 100 refinements. A gentle punch sent ripples through the space before him, unleashing a colossal shockwave that radiated outward. Jiang Wushuang stood in awe as he surveyed the devastation around him. Trees had been uprooted, leaving chaos in their wake. His physical fortitude had already reached an extraordinary level in the gathering spirit realm, and with the cleansing surge of spiritual energy during his ascension to master, it had multiplied several times over. The subsequent golden light had fused with his skin, bones, and sinews, further enhancing his strength. Now, even a mundane weapon would shatter upon striking him. With a simple punch, he could obliterate an ordinary master like Wu Yongzheng. However, what truly delighted Jiang Wushuang was the transformation of his divine infant. The 9-tripod divine refinement was indeed a supreme art, allowing him to manifest the embryonic form of his divine infant while still in the gathering spirit realm. Following his ascension to master, nourished by spiritual energy and infused with abundant golden light, the divine infant had fully materialized. It is worth noting that typical masters must transcend to the life-wheel realm to attain a divine infant. This granted him a mental prowess that far exceeded that of ordinary masters. While a typical master's mental reach might extend a few miles, his could stretch for dozens of miles. Moreover, he could overlay his mental prowess onto other martial techniques, thereby amplifying their potency. Truly, it was an extraordinary phenomenon. The distinction between masters and those in the gathering spirit realm was indeed significant, and Jiang Wushuang, after fully absorbing the magnitude of his transformations and enhancements, felt elated as he made his way towards the imperial city. Today's breakthrough into the realm of master was a moment worthy of celebration. It is time to indulge in a delightful meal at Chunyu Tower. The next day, Jiang Wushuang made his way to Guihao, where he encountered several colleagues gathered in conversation. At the center, Tang Bu was animatedly recounting an experience. "Which young lady did you meet last night?" Jiang Wushuang teased. Tang Bu had recently developed a fascination for the nocturnal allure of the imperial city, reveling in the melodies of the brothels. In his own words, "The beauty of the imperial city at night was captivating, and the enchanting performances offered an endless aftertaste." "Xiao Jiang, did you spend another night brooding in the demon suppression tower?" "You missed quite a spectacle," Tang Bu remarked, glancing back at him. "Do continue. What did you witness last night? Did something truly stir the demon suppression tower's captain?" Someone nearby urged. Tang Bu surveyed his companions, unhurriedly taking a sip from his teacup before replying. "Could it be false? I was immersed in music when suddenly, chaos erupted outside. Can you guess what I saw?" Jiang Wushuang's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to turn towards Tang Bu. "You've made us guess thrice already. What did you actually see?" The surrounding crowd gritted their teeth, wishing to strike him. Tang Bu, observing the rising frustration, chuckled and said, "You may find it hard to believe, but last night, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, astonishing beyond measure, from miles away in the imperial city. Shortly after, I witnessed several masters rushing towards the outskirts, with the divine capture camp dispatching numerous forces." The crowd fell silent, astonished. "Is it true?" Even the masters took action? Do you know what that golden light was? Tang Bu shook his head, responding, some say it was a disturbance caused by demons, while others claim it was a celestial omen. The specifics remain unclear to me. Jiang Wushuang stood behind them, listening intently, his brow furrowing. He had anticipated that his mere elevation to master would become common knowledge, even reaching the ears of the demon suppression tower. The fact that even the captain of the tower was stirred was quite the revelation. It was fortunate that he had utilized heavenly transformation to disguise himself at that moment. Even if a monk had seen him, no one would recognize him. He could still quietly cultivate in this role as a demon suppression guard. In Guihao, within a certain cell, amidst beams of light, the supposed figure of the old demon Hisong was instead kneeling half-heartedly on the ground, facing another individual. This person stood with hands clasped behind his back, unremarkable in appearance, but with strikingly bright eyes. Young master, as you suggested, has the great Qian once again given rise to a child of fortune? The expression on Hisong's face shifted continuously, fraught with uncertainty. In front of him, Du Yi frowned slightly, his countenance grim. Whether a child of fortune has indeed been born remains uncertain, yet it is undeniably true that someone has stirred the fortunes of great Qian. The two shared a moment of silence. The old demon, Hisong, spoke in a low voice. I never anticipated that a decade has passed. And yet there remains someone in Qian capable of stirring the tides of fate. I hope this individual does not jeopardize our grand scheme. Du Yi shook his head and replied, at present, it remains uncertain. The one who invokes fate may not necessarily be from Qian, but could also belong to one of the 6 sects of the demonic path. After all, for over 10 years, the so-called martial geniuses of Qian have been limited to that one royal member. Any random disciple from our 6 sects could easily surpass him. As he spoke, a glint of brilliance flickered in Du Yi's eyes, revealing that he was far more than just a martial artist at the Qi realm. Hearing this, Hisong nodded slowly and remarked, indeed, the decline of Qian's fortune is evident to us all. It is impossible for a child of destiny to emerge. After speaking, he bowed forward and added, what child of destiny could possibly stand against our young master? Young master, you will surely lead us to achieve our grand design. Du Yi turned to Hisong and nodded, saying, with your support, the king of hell will undoubtedly ascend to divinity. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with a cold light. Our San Luo sect has plotted for decades, and we have finally arrived at the demon suppression tower. Even if a child of destiny were to be born, what of it? 10 years ago, we cleaved through Qian's fate with our swords. Today, we can annihilate the child of destiny. No one can obstruct our path to the divine. Chapter 80. The third level of the demon suppression tower. The harvest was substantial. Having acquired over 50,000 cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang gazed at the increasing points of cultivation, nodding slightly. However, upon examining the requirements for ascension to the master realm, a frown creased his brow. Strength. Master level 1, 02, 000, 000. Ascending a level in the master realm necessitated millions of cultivation points. Clearly, the daily increase of several tens of thousands was insufficient. Nonetheless, accumulating 50,000 each day represented the pinnacle achievable in the first and second levels of the demon suppression tower. It was time to enhance the daily gain of cultivation points. Seated within his dwelling cave, Jiang Wushuang contemplated the spectral soul hovering before him. According to the system's functionalities, there were currently 2 methods to harvest cultivation points. One method involved activating the prisoners within the demon suppression tower and collecting points daily. Although each prisoner contributed a modest number of points, the advantage lay in the daily collection. However, now that all targets in the first 2 levels had been activated, the only option for advancement was to proceed to the 3rd level. The second method entailed slaying formidable adversaries. Any enemy who perished at his hands would provide an opportunity to collect cultivation points. He recalled the last time he devoured the master-level ghost cultivator, De Yuanlao, which had granted him a substantial increase of 200,000 points. Upgrading by eliminating masters was indeed swift, but such warriors were not frequently encountered. For the moment, he would set this aside. Upon the stone wall, a shimmering screen rippled with waves. Before the screen, a spectral soul floated in the air. This was the entrance to the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower. Although Jiang Wushuang had previously failed to control the spectral soul's entry, he was now at the master realm, with his divine infant fully formed and his spiritual consciousness rivaling that of a fate wheel expert. He resolved to attempt once more. Jiang Wushuang held his breath, focusing intently as he maneuvered the spectral soul into the shimmering screen. The spectral soul was exceedingly frail, akin to a mere mosquito within the demon suppression tower. Any restraining formations could easily be traversed. His prior failure had stemmed from his insufficient spiritual consciousness, which caused the soul to lose contact upon entering the third level. This time, however, the circumstances were different. As the spectral soul penetrated the shimmering screen, Jiang Wushuang beheld a stone chamber. Within the chamber were 4 figures, all at the gathering spirit level, serving as guardians of this realm. Not only were there guards, but Jiang Wushuang also sensed the fluctuations of formations surrounding them. It was undeniable that the entrance to the third level was heavily fortified. After guiding the spectral soul through another shimmering screen from the stone chamber, Jiang Wushuang was met with the sights of the third level. Was this truly the third level? Jiang Wushuang inwardly marveled. Although he observed everything through the spectral soul, astonishment was evident in his gaze. Before him loomed several peaks that pierced the heavens, while the chasms between these mountains appeared bottomless. Beneath the abyss, it seemed as though ancient ferocious beasts lay in wait. Through the spectral soul, Jiang Wushuang could also sense an intangible pressure saturating the air. It was fortunate that his spiritual consciousness was on par with that of a fate wheel expert. Otherwise, a typical master, even if able to penetrate to the third level, would be instantly crushed. The demon suppression tower truly was a marvel of the extraordinary. Jiang Wushuang could not help but exclaim in wonder. The first layer is a typical prison area, while the second layer resembles a cavern. The third layer unveils an entirely different realm, revealing a profound abyss. It aligns closely with his previous conjectures. Indeed, each layer embodies a distinct world. The demon suppression tower, alongside the imperial tomb and the god burial sea, is regarded as one of the 3 great forbidden zones of Deqian, underscoring its profound mystery. After a moment of astonishment, Jiang Wushuang commanded the Yin soul to commence its search in the third layer. The objective of this expedition was to awaken the prisoners within the third layer and acquire more cultivation points. As anticipated, the inmates of the third layer were imprisoned within the abyss. Amidst the faint mist, an iron cage floated in the midair of the abyss. The cage occasionally sparkled with radiant light, and every so often, thunderbolts descended from the mist, striking the iron cage. The electricity coursed through the cage, reaching the figure inside. Jiang Wushuang gazed on in amazement. Truly, the third layer's formation was exponentially more formidable than the punishment formation of the second layer. The prisoners from the second layer could hardly endure a few strikes before succumbing. Even the inmates of the third layer lay motionless within the cage. As the Yin soul drew closer, it revealed a gaunt, skeletal old man, slumped within, barely clinging to life. Only when the lightning struck could one discern a sharp aura emanating from the old man, starkly contrasting his frail appearance. Acquired 11,000 points of cultivation. Upon witnessing the increase in his cultivation, Jiang Wushuang surmised that the old man was indeed a master, likely at the 8th or even 9th level, significantly stronger than the masters imprisoned in the second layer. After collecting from this individual, the Yin soul continued its descent into the depths of the abyss. Upon retrieving another, it found no more prisoners. Subsequently, the Yin soul ventured into an adjacent abyss, where 2 more individuals awaited. Jiang Wushuang observed a common trait among these individuals. Despite appearing on the verge of death, they provided a substantial amount of cultivation points, each exceeding 10,000. After diving into 4 abysses consecutively, he realized that although the third layer lacked demon suppression guards, the fluctuations of the formations and restrictions here were immensely powerful. Should anyone dare to intrude, the formations alone could obliterate them without requiring the intervention of a guarding master. Now, only 1 abyss remained. The Yin soul hovered in midair, gazing down at the 3 abysses below, 4 surrounding, and 1 central. In total, 7 targets had been activated from the surrounding abysses, yielding over 80,000 cultivation points. He silently hoped to collect several more from the central abyss. Jiang Wushuang murmured to himself. The number of prisoners in the third layer was far fewer than he had anticipated. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Those confined to the third layer were undoubtedly perilous individuals, their continued existence potentially a threat. The very fact that they were still alive must be attributed to some special reason. As the Yin soul descended into the largest central abyss, Jiang Wushuang's anticipation gradually morphed into disappointment. Despite its vastness, after an extensive search, he found not a single prisoner. Just as Jiang Wushuang was on the verge of surrendering, a formidable sense of oppression surged from below, akin to the lurking presence of an ancient beast. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Wushuang suddenly realized that the earlier feeling of pressure was not solely derived from the array's constraints. It emanated from this very place. As the spectral figure descended, a silhouette gradually emerged from the mist below. This was a flash of astonishment crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Before the spectral figure, numerous thick iron chains extended from the cliffs surrounding the abyss. At the intersection of these chains, a figure clad in white hung suspended. Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed once more. It was astonishing to see that dozens of chains, pulsating with the energy of constraints, penetrated the body of the man in white. He hung there, head bowed, suspended in midair. With a deep breath, Jiang Wushuang steered the spectral figure closer. The moment the spectral entity made contact with the man in white, he seemed to sense the presence and slowly lifted his head. He was a middle-aged man. Despite being pierced by the enormous chains of confinement and surrounded by powerful formations, he maintained an air of elegance, appearing unfazed by his predicament. Instead, he seemed as tranquil as if he had merely been awakened from slumber. His gaze, deep as the ocean, fixed upon the spectral figure floating before him, revealing a hint of curiosity. He then smiled faintly and said, "Little one, this is not a place for you. You should leave at once." Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened in shock. It is worth noting that the spectral entity she controlled had previously elicited no response from the 7 criminals it encountered. Upon observing the cultivation points offered by the man in white, Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Acquire 200,000 cultivation points. An astonishing sum of 200,000? She inwardly gasped, her expression frozen in disbelief. This was a wielder of the life wheel? Chapter 81, the 4th level. Golden Dragon. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. He had not anticipated that the refined and gentle-looking middle-aged man in white before the Yin soul was a formidable figure of the destiny wheel, an ancient being beyond the realm of masters, seldom revealing themselves to the world. To his surprise, he was imprisoned within this demon suppression tower. Retreating, Jiang Wushuang guided the Yin soul to ascend slowly from the abyss. Given the uncertainty surrounding the opponent's background, it was prudent to maintain a distance. Of course, he surmised that he would have little opportunity to learn about the local circumstances. After all, this was not the 2nd level, where each prisoner was meticulously recorded. The 3rd level lacked even a single demon suppression guard, rendering any search for records futile. However, the knowledge of the opponent's background was of little consequence. For Jiang Wushuang, the acquisition of cultivation points was paramount. True to his status as a master of the destiny wheel, this extraordinary individual had bestowed upon him 200,000 cultivation points. Jiang Wushuang could not suppress a grin. Coupled with the 80,000 contributed by the other 7 individuals, the entire 3rd level had provided him with over 200,000 points, several times more than what he had garnered from the 1st and 2nd levels combined. Indeed, the rewards increased as one ascended. Retrieving his gaze from the 5 abysses below, Jiang Wushuang surveyed his surroundings through the Yin soul. Before long, he discerned a faint glimmer of light amidst the white mist. As he drew closer, he discovered the entrance to the 4th level, hovering in midair. The 4th level? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Jiang Wushuang's eyes as he directed the Yin soul to penetrate the luminous barrier. He had initially expected failure upon entering the 4th level. However, the connection of his consciousness remained intact. The Yin soul found itself enveloped in a realm of chaos, with visibility extending only a few yards in any direction. Is this the 4th level? Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such ease of entry. In stark contrast to the heavily guarded entrance of the 3rd level, this space was devoid of any presence. What manner of prisoners could be confined here? Curiosity piqued. Jiang Wushuang maneuvered the Yin soul to explore the chaos. Yet, the void seemed infinite, an endless expanse with no conclusion in sight. Simultaneously, he encountered not a single silhouette. Surely, they could at least provide him with a prisoner to justify his efforts. Jiang Wushuang shook his head in exasperation, uncertain if he had ventured astray. Just as he resolved to retract his consciousness, he finally spotted a faint glimmer of light within the chaos. Approaching, he beheld a golden radiance shimmering ahead, accompanied by a rumbling sound. The Ean's soul emerged from the chaos, revealing what appeared to be a newly unveiled space. For platforms radiated a soft blue light, beams of azure illuminating the sky, creating a vast protective dome. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity cascaded into the center of the 4 platforms, forming a small protective dome several dozen yards high. The golden light he had glimpsed amidst the chaos emanated from a figure within that miniature dome. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the black serpent he had slain on Silver Stream Mountain. However, the twin horns atop its head were not straight. Instead, they branched out like antlers. The elongated body of the serpent was adorned with 4 claws, 2 more than the black serpent possessed. Could this be a dragon? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. The figure within the light barrier, with its dragon-like horns and claws, was undoubtedly a dragon. Yet, the golden dragon within the barrier was not a tangible entity, but rather a manifestation of light, resembling a nearly corporeal luminescence. Ethereal golden rays swirled and ascended from its form. The golden dragon repeatedly collided with the pale blue barrier, seemingly striving to break free. Each impact left a lingering golden afterimage in the air, brightening the barrier without yielding any substantial effect. Strange. Why does this golden dragon seem somewhat familiar? After the initial shock, a hint of confusion flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. The radiance emitted by the golden dragon bore a resemblance to the golden light that descended from the heavens when he ascended to the rank of master. Just as he pondered the potential connection between the two, he suddenly noticed that the golden dragon within the small light barrier had ceased its assault. Its elongated body stood upright in midair, its 4 golden claws aimed directly at him. The golden dragon, resplendent in its golden hue, fixed its gaze on the suddenly appearing specter. Although Jiang Wushuang was uncertain of what this entity truly was, he could sense an overwhelming hostility emanating from the golden dragon toward him. After a few breaths of scrutinizing the specter, the golden dragon suddenly charged toward it, as if frenzied. Simultaneously, its golden radiance intensified, and its form expanded visibly, multiplying several times in size within an instant. The barrier trembled under its onslaught. Subsequently, a faint golden light pierced through the barrier, shooting toward the specter. Jiang Wushuang's expression shifted slightly as he prepared to maneuver the specter to evade. In the next moment, however, the connection between his mind and the specter abruptly severed. What just happened? In the cavern, Jiang Wushuang stood momentarily stunned. After much effort to find a responsive entity on the 4th level, had he inadvertently scattered his own specter? On the 4th level of the demon suppression tower, mere breaths after the specter was dispersed by the golden light, a figure hastily emerged from the chaos. It was a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes, a unique waist token of the demon suppression camp hanging from his waist. Who has provoked the golden dragon of fortune into such a frenzy? Xiao Zhuang's countenance paled as he observed the golden dragon and the distorted barrier from the impact. He swiftly unleashed several streams of true essence from his hands, directing them into 4 array platforms. The platforms erupted with radiant light, and 4 pillars of light, as thick as barrels, soared skyward. With the infusion of the light pillars, the pale blue barrier transformed into a translucent azure. The small barrier, originally dozens of feet wide, began to shrink at a visible rate. The once enlarged golden dragon gradually diminished, returning to its previous size. Simultaneously, the dragon appeared to have lost half of its vitality, rapidly wilting. It ceased its assault on the barrier, instead gently swaying in midair. As he passed through, a faint golden light emanated from his body, lingering in the air before gradually dissipating. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhuang slowly retracted his true essence, a look of perplexity crossing his face. How strange. No one had approached this place, had they? Xiao Zhuang furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the golden dragon, lost in recollection. A decade prior, the Senluo sect had gathered the formidable masters of the 6 demonic sects to launch an assault on the Grand Qian Imperial Tomb, severing the connection between the auspicious golden dragon and Grand Qian in an attempt to obliterate its fortune. Fortunately, due to Grand Qian's profound heritage and the emergence of numerous experts, the demonic forces were subdued in a timely manner. Alas, this also led to a complete loss of control over the auspicious golden dragon, which ultimately had to be confined within the demon suppression tower. Who would have thought that 10 years would pass so swiftly? Xiao Zhuang sighed softly. That battle, a Pyrrhic victory for Grand Qian, had claimed the life of the previous commander of the demon suppression tower. It was only after that he assumed this position and took charge of the tower. That conflict marked the beginning of Grand Qian's decline in fortune. Reflecting on the past decade of lurking demons and a decaying court, Xiao Zhuang tightened his brows in concern. All these signs hinted that Grand Qian's fate might indeed be reaching its end. However, a sense of relief washed over Xiao Zhuang as his furrowed brow slowly relaxed, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Fortuitously, the Son of Fortune has re-emerged, bringing with him a new auspicious golden dragon. Grand Qian shall endure for another millennium. Chapter 82. The 100 Flowers Pavilion. The servant in the Demon Suppression Tower's fourth level remarked that there were no prisoners. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. He was perplexed by the nature of the golden dragon. It remained unclear whether it harbored animosity towards the spectral beings or simply rejected his spiritual essence. However, it was evident that the spirits could not draw near. Even if he attempted to manipulate another spirit, it would be dispersed without a doubt. The increasing enigma and peculiarity of the Demon Suppression Tower with each ascending level was undeniable. Yet, the absence of prisoners dampened his interest. Casting a glance at the substantial increase of over 200,000 points in his cultivation, he nodded in satisfaction. Although the fourth level yielded no rewards, the third level had proven fruitful. Nevertheless, with no prisoners beyond the fourth level, he would need to devise alternative methods for enhancing his cultivation in the future. Shaking his head, he dismissed such concerns as matters for another day. On this day, following the dispersal of energy, he extended an invitation to Tang Bu and a few colleagues to join him at the Chunyu Tower for drinks, a gesture of appreciation after his recent absence. The others' eyes gleamed at the suggestion, showering him with compliments. Only Tang Bu stepped forward with righteous indignation, proclaiming, as members of the Demon Suppression Guard, "How can we venture into a place like Chunyu Tower? If we are to indulge, it should be at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. I hear a new courtesan has arrived there, and I can take you all to witness her charm." Intrigued by Tang Bu's enthusiastic endorsement of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the group expressed their interest. Jiang Wushuang, indifferent to the change in plans, acquiesced and redirected their course towards the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Thus, they departed the Demon Suppression Tower, making their way to the brightly illuminated streets of the Imperial City. Within the Imperial City, there were several establishments akin to Chunyu Tower. However, Chunyu Tower was closer to the Demon Suppression Tower, while the 100 Flowers Pavilion required traversing the city to reach the opposite side. The night in the Imperial City was alive with vibrancy. Vendors lined the streets, showcasing an array of exquisite goods. A child dashed past the group, brimming with curiosity as he darted from one stall to another. Behind him, a couple chased after him, panting yet smiling. Scattered throughout the crowd were young maidens with oil paper umbrellas, captivating the attention of dapper young men holding paper fans. The air was filled with the sounds of fire breathers, eliciting rounds of cheers. By the lakeside, willow trees dipped their branches into the water, while lantern-adorned boats carried pairs of talented scholars and beautiful maidens. The thoroughfare was indeed bustling with life. Jiang Wushuang could not help but comment, beginning to understand why Tang Bu had recently become enamored with the nocturnal allure of the Imperial City. Ah, this street is named Yinghua Street, a favored haunt for many noble young ladies of the Imperial City to enjoy the night, Tang Bu remarked, leaning closer and placing an arm around Jiang Wushuang's shoulders. You, being young and rather handsome, should approach any maidens that catch your eye. With a hint of envy in his eyes, he observed how numerous young women lingered their gazes upon Jiang Wushuang as they walked. Jiang Wushuang simply shook his head and smiled. Since his elevation to the rank of master, his appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering him an unparalleled handsome figure. This was already his attempt to maintain a low profile while employing heavenly transformation. As he traversed the bustling Yinghua Street, the atmosphere gradually became more subdued. Ahead, the road widened, flanked by imposing mansions, many of which were guarded by armed sentinels. It was evident that this was the residence of affluent merchants and high-ranking officials. Ordinary citizens passing through here naturally felt a bit constrained. As Jiang Wushuang approached a mansion adorned with two colossal stone lions and vibrant red lanterns. He slightly furrowed his brow. Xiaojiang, do you know this family? Tang Bu noticed Jiang Wushuang lagging behind and turned to see him gazing up at the grand entrance of the estate. This used to be my family's residence. Jiang Wushuang let out a bitter smile before hastening to catch up with Tang Bu and the others. Tang Bu, slightly taken aback, also glanced at the mansion's entrance behind them. They all knew that before Jiang Wushuang was relegated to the Demon Suppression Tower, he was the son of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, reflecting on the fact that he should have been a dandy wandering Yinghua Street nightly. A flicker of sympathy crossed their eyes. Do not be disheartened. With your talents, you shall inevitably become a guardian and one day reclaim ownership of this estate, Tang Bu remarked, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Jiang Wushuang remained silent. It was not so much despair, after all. He did not originally belong to this world, but had traversed into it. Although he had assimilated the memories of the original owner, the emotions experienced by the original owner did not sway him. Previously, he felt no particular attachment to the original owner's family. Yet now, upon revisiting this familiar ground, he suddenly felt a compulsion to assist the original owner in some way. It was time to investigate the previous case. Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Based on the memories left by the original owner, his father, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, had always been an upright man, incapable of embezzling funds. Upon his arrival in this world, he sensed that there was an underlying issue. Later, during his encounters with various prisoners in the Demon Suppression Tower and witnessing the corruption within the court, his conviction that the case was suspicious only grew stronger. However, initially, he was preoccupied with his own survival, leaving him no time to contemplate these matters. Now, as a master of the Jinxing, he could finally delve into the investigation, thereby doing something for the original owner. Unbeknownst to him, the group had followed Tang Bu to the Baihua Tower. As they approached, a young lady welcomed them inside. The Baihua Tower was indeed lively. Upon entering, Jiang Wushuang was greeted by a throng of people, far more animated than the Chunyu Tower. They were all there for the new courtesan, Miss Rulin. Tang Bu led the group to a table tucked away in a corner. Are you not going to seek out the courtesan? Jiang Wushuang observed that while his colleagues had each found a companion, Tang Bu remained seated alone and chuckled. Tang Bu shot him a glance and replied, "What do you understand? I am merely here to appreciate the ambience. Moreover, with so many people gathered for Miss Rulin, how could every one of them claim her?" Jiang Wushuang shook his head with a smile. Ultimately, it was a matter of their insufficient status and standing. After all, for such a celebrated courtesan, mere wealth is insufficient to gain her favor. One must possess a distinguished status, at the very least that of a high-ranking official. For the average person, it is merely an opportunity to catch a glimpse of her beauty, a fleeting moment to indulge their eyes. Amidst a flurry of excitement, several individuals turned their gaze towards the direction of the crowd's attention, and indeed, they beheld an enchanting woman of unparalleled beauty. At that moment, she gracefully emerged from a room on the third floor, a vision clad in pink. Unlike the other maidens of the flower pavilion, this lady exuded an air of nobility that was utterly devoid of any worldly taint, invoking an undeniable sense of reverence. It was no wonder she had attained the status of a courtesan. Nearby, Tang Bu could not suppress a quiet gasp of astonishment. Many around them were fervently calling out her name, Miss Ruolan. Jiang Wushuang, however, narrowed his eyes not at the enchanting figure in the pink gown, but rather at a portly middle-aged man. The man sported a distinctive mustache, his eyes small and shrewd. Could it be the steward? Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was certain that this man was none other than Ma Lu, the steward from the former vice minister's residence, a man who had once spent his days dutifully attending to the protagonist's father. Logically, after Jiang Wushuang's demotion to the Demon Suppression Tower, all servants, including maids and laborers, had been exiled. So what was he doing here? As Jiang Wushuang's gaze remained fixed on the figure on the third floor, his frown deepened. There stood the former servant, now adorned in a splendid brocade robe, joyfully embracing the courtesan and laughing heartily. Chapter 83. Young master, is it truly you? The newly appointed courtesan of the Baihua Tower, Rulin, captivates with every smile and frown. Yet, the rotund figure beside her is rather unseemly. Who is that short, stout man, resembling a winter melon? How is it that he can embrace Miss Rulin? Just a moment ago, Tang Bu was lost in admiration of the courtesan, and the next moment he witnesses a portly figure approach and wrap his arms around her slender waist. leaving him utterly speechless. "Mind your words," cautioned a colleague nearby, his expression shifting slightly. To stand beside Miss Ruolin, even without a title, implies a certain background. He is not someone to be trifled with. Tangbu gave a soft snort in response, but chose to remain silent. At that moment, he noticed the icy demeanor of Jiang Wushuang seated nearby and leaned closer, asking, "Do you also find that fat man intolerable?" Jiang Wushuang lifted her drink from the table and downed it in one go, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, the courtesan on the third floor raised a toast to the crowd below, prompting many to raise their glasses in return. However, after a single drink, the courtesan retreated back into her chamber, the stout figure following closely behind. The group continued to drink until the late hours of the night before finally exiting the Baiwa Tower. As Tang Bu and the others headed towards the demon suppression tower, Jiang Wushuang halted, signaling for them to proceed without her, promising to catch up shortly. Before long, an opulent carriage came to a stop in front of the Baiwa Tower. Flanked by 4 guards standing at attention, bystanders quickly diverted their paths to avoid the carriage. Inside the Baiwa Tower, the stout man who had embraced Miss Ruolin emerged, accompanied by the brothel madam, who was bowing and fawning over him, before he took his seat in the carriage. From the shadows, a figure slowly stepped forward, gazing at the carriage as it distanced itself. The carriage stopped before an imposing residence, positioned between 2 stone lions. "Master, you have returned," greeted a man resembling a butler, who hurried to assist Ma Lu from the carriage. The butler slightly bowed as he followed Ma Lu into the estate. Once the gates closed and the carriage departed, a young man gradually approached the space between the stone lions, lifting his gaze to the residence before him. This was once his home, the residence of the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. "Is there truly something amiss?" Jiang Wushuang murmured to herself. "Master, did you enjoy yourself tonight?" inquired the butler, trailing closely behind Ma Lu, his face adorned with sycophantic glee. "Humph, what courtesan? Merely a name without substance," Ma Lu scoffed, growing increasingly agitated. After investing considerable effort to distance himself from his support, he finally obtained the opportunity to share a drink with the courtesan. What he did not anticipate was that this so-called shared drink was merely the act of drinking from the same cup. The notion of sharing a space together was nothing more than listening to her perform a single piece of music. This was far from what he desired. Upon envisioning the figure as exquisite as white jade, an intense fervor ignited within him. "Where's Ling Long?" Ma Lu inquired, turning his head. "That stubborn girl is still confined in the woodshed," the steward replied. "Bring her to my chamber. Tonight, I shall have her." A flicker of desire gleamed in Ma Lu's eyes as he rubbed his hands together with anticipation. "Understood," the steward responded, hastily departing. Ma Lu then made his way back to his quarters. Shortly, the steward re-entered, accompanied by 2 servants who bore a striking young girl, her hands and feet bound. The girl, no more than 17 or 18, displayed a youthful countenance now marred by fury. "Ling Long, I am the master here now. Comply with me, and you shall live a life of luxury," Ma Lu declared, advancing to caress her delicate face. "I spit upon you, Ma Lu, you vile usurper. The master treated you well, entrusting you with the household affairs, yet you repay his kindness with betrayal, conspiring with outsiders to bring ruin upon him, leading to his family's downfall." Before she could finish her retort, a sharp slap silenced her. Ma Lu regarded her with a cold snort, saying, "I have removed you from the list of exiles, sparing you from such a fate, yet you fail to appreciate my mercy?" The girl met his gaze defiantly, her voice rising in anger. "If not for you, how would the master have met his end? How would the lady and young miss have been exiled? One day, the young master and miss will discover your treachery and seek vengeance." After her outburst, she fixed her gaze on the squat figure before her. "Young master? Young miss? Do you still cling to the hope that they will rescue you?" Ma Lu sneered, leaning closer. "Awake from your dreams. Your young miss is already exiled beyond the frontier. As for your young master, he has not ventured there, but has been consigned to the demon suppression tower. Given his frail condition, he is likely dead by now." "What? The young master is in the demon suppression tower?" The girl's expression faltered, her complexion paling. Although merely a maid, she understood the significance of the tower. One of the most perilous places in the empire, where escape was impossible. Until now, the hope of the young master and miss returning to vindicate her had sustained her spirit and resolve, but that hope was now crumbling. "Ma Lu, how ruthless you are. causing the master's demise and seeking to eradicate all remnants. The girl glared at him, and despite her bindings, she launched herself at him. Yet, Ma Lu sidestepped effortlessly. She fell to the ground, thrashing in a frenzy. Eradicate all remnants? Ma Lu chuckled, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Jiang Wushuang is of no concern to me. He is nothing but a debauched wastrel. His banishment to the demon suppression tower is merely a consequence of his misfortune. With that, Ma Lu began to shed his outer garments, slowly advancing toward the girl on the ground. The more she struggled, the more exhilarated he felt. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl on the ground had ceased her struggles, her gaze fixed in disbelief behind him. Immediately afterward, he perceived a silhouette blocking the light from behind. Who? Ma Lu was startled. Turning around, he found a figure had inexplicably appeared at his back. With the light behind, he could not discern the person's features. However, it was evident from the outline that it was a youth. You, how did you get in? Ma Lu leaned back, desperately attempting to crawl away. This person had emerged silently, like a phantom, instilling great fear within him. As he retreated a few steps and finally discerned the figure's face, he was momentarily stunned. It's you? The panic in Ma Lu's eyes transformed into astonishment. Impossible. How did you survive entering the demon suppression tower? A flicker of shock crossed his gaze. He had heard that ordinary prisoners sent to the demon suppression tower seldom lived beyond a few years, and those weaker barely survived a few months. He was well aware of the capabilities of the figure before him. As he rose from the ground, the look of panic had entirely vanished from his face. It seems you are implicated in my father's death? The youth opposite him spoke slowly. And so what? Do you intend to seek revenge for your father? Ma Lu was momentarily taken aback. The youth's response was somewhat different from his expectations. Nevertheless, he brushed it off and burst into laughter, shouting towards the door, Gentlemen, you have been sheltered in my residence for months. It is time for you to act. It felt as though he were speaking to the air. As no one responded from outside, suddenly, the door was flung open, and two men, radiating a menacing aura, charged in. Upon seeing them, Ma Lu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. These two were martial artists he had hired at a high price. Ordinary guards would be like chopping vegetables in comparison. Though employing them against the youth seemed somewhat excessive, he opted for their presence to ensure absolute certainty. However, he knew he would have to pay them extra afterward. Gentlemen, kill this youth. I have a substantial. Before Ma Lu could finish his sentence, he witnessed the two figures surrounding the youth collapse slowly to the ground like lifeless wood. Only after they fell did he notice the gaping holes in their foreheads, blood oozing forth and pooling on the ground. They are dead? Ma Lu stared at the lifeless bodies, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, a voice filled with disbelief resonated behind him. Young master, is it really you? Chapter 84, The Reaper in the Room. Jiang Wushuang's gaze shifted to the astonished young girl, his expression softening as he spoke. Linglong, I apologize for the indignities you have suffered. With that, a flicker of true essence emanated from his hand, severing the ropes that bound the girl's hands and feet. Observing the bruises adorning her delicate wrists, he turned his attention to Ma Lu, who stood frozen nearby, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. It was evident that the girl had endured prolonged captivity at his hands. As the saying goes, no matter how many precautions are taken, a traitor within is the hardest to guard against. The original owner's father could never have imagined that the one who orchestrated his beheading would be his most trusted steward. Ma Lu remained in a stupor, staring blankly at the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. These men were renowned fighters he had hired at a considerable price, apparently of the Foundation establishment realm. He had witnessed them effortlessly defeat 10 adversaries. How could they lie dead so easily? Yet, the young man had not lifted a finger. Ma Lu's gaze fell upon the boy, who was now stepping over the corpses and approaching him, fear creeping into his eyes. Someone help! Ma Lu's face drained of color as he instinctively raised his voice. However, he barely uttered a few words before an overwhelming sense of being preyed upon by an ancient beast enveloped him, sending chills down his spine and silencing him. Upon raising his gaze, he saw the boy seated calmly in a nearby chair, regarding him with a dispassionate stare. The boy's eyes resembled those of a deity surveying an insignificant insect. Young master, I was wrong. I deserve to die. Ma Lu could no longer maintain his composure. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. It was the minister who compelled me to betray you. He forced my hand in this treachery. At this moment, Linglong, standing beside the boy, strode forward, and kicked Ma Lu to the ground, her voice laced with fury. You sold your master for personal gain and dare claim you were coerced? Is it also under duress that you occupied the Jiang residence after the master's death? Ma Lu lowered his head, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes as he regretted his prior infatuation, wishing he had eliminated the girl sooner. However, upon lifting his gaze to the boy seated in the chair, still bearing a detached expression, he realized the boy had long since deemed him a dead man. Young master, please don't kill me. I can aid you in avenging your wrongs and clearing the Jiang family's name. Without my testimony, you cannot topple the minister. Ma Lu hastily shifted tactics, sensing that evoking sympathy had failed. Given the boy's precarious situation, seeking justice would undoubtedly be paramount. He intended to use this as bait to placate the young man, with plans to later contact the minister to eliminate this troublesome youth. Just as he believed the boy might waver, he noticed a slight movement of the boy's finger. In the next moment, a chill pierced his brow. When he reached up to touch it, his hand came away drenched in crimson. He finally comprehended how the two fighters he had hired had met their demise, slain effortlessly by the boy with merely a flick of his finger. Young master, he speaks truthfully. We require his assistance for our cause. Linglong gazed blankly at the fallen Ma Lu, her expression a mixture of emotions. Despite the countless fantasies of ending the life of the man before her, reason dictated that Ma Lu must not perish just yet. The knowledge that the sinister force behind the scenes was none other than the all-powerful Minister of Revenue deepened her anxiety. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the young girl, offering a faint smile as she reassured, "Do not fret, I have a plan." At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. The steward accompanying Ma Lu burst in with a group of individuals. Upon witnessing the three lifeless bodies on the ground, their expressions shifted dramatically. Bold ruffians. To dare to harm others here. Before he could finish his words, a strand of true essence shot forth, severing the steward's head from his shoulders. The bodyguards trailing behind him stood frozen in shock. Those who had just crossed the threshold quickly retreated. The intruders were formidable, executing their violence with chilling efficiency, far beyond the capacity of these mere lackeys to contend with. Soon, chaos erupted as everyone scattered in disarray. Young master, Linglong, standing nearby, observed the scene unfold without a trace of joy. The once timid young master, who could not even bear to harm a chicken, now dispatched lives with nary a blink. One could only wonder what brutal trials he had endured within the demon suppression tower. Young master, did you not enter the demon suppression tower? How did you escape? Linglong suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting with concern. In her memory, entering the tower meant seldom returning, especially since he had been demoted there. Do not panic, Linglong. I have now joined the demon suppression camp, allowing me to come and go freely from the tower, Jiang Wushuang said, placing a comforting hand on the girl's shoulder to quell her rising anxiety. The demon suppression camp? Young master, you have joined the demon suppression camp? Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. Though a mere maid, she was aware that the divine capture camp and the demon suppression camp were two of the court's most significant institutions. Can the demon suppression camp take action against the minister? Linglong's eyes sparkled with hope. Jiang Wushuang shook his head, explaining. The demon suppression camp is solely tasked with guarding the demon suppression tower. Noticing the disappointment in Linglong's gaze, he added, though the demon suppression camp cannot touch that old coot Zhao Huaqi, I can. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Even though, as a demon suppression guard, he could not gain entry into the minister's residence, he was simultaneously a martial arts master. How could a mere minister's residence obstruct him? Linglong was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp his meaning, and assumed he intended to seek vengeance against the minister on his own. She shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, Young master, you must not. There is another who can assist us, the left deputy minister of revenue. He was a close friend of my father's during his lifetime. It is said that after my father was wronged, he has been investigating the matter, seeking to clear my father's name. If you approach the left deputy minister, he will undoubtedly help us. Jiang Wushuang regarded the anxious girl, rising to gently pat her head, saying, I understand. Subsequently, he led her out of the estate and found an inn to ensure her safety. However, after leaving, he did not heed Linglong's advice to seek out the left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Instead, he made his way toward a few of the most magnificent residences within the imperial city. Although it was already midnight, the moonlit night and the brisk wind created an atmosphere ripe for murder. Soon, The youth traversing the streets transformed into a rugged middle-aged man. The residence of the Minister of Revenue was situated on Dongling Street in the Imperial City. The grand estate featured artificial hills, lakes, and pavilions. Despite the late hour, the brightly lit main hall resonated with laughter and music. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled a servant. "Who dares disturb the minister's residence at such a late hour?" grumbled the white-bearded servant as he called out towards the entrance. Yet, the knocking did not cease. Fearing he might jeopardize important matters, he hastily approached and opened the door a crack. There stood a rugged middle-aged man, his expression unreadable. Upon seeing that the visitor was not from the palace, the servant frowned and coldly inquired, "What brings you to knock at this hour?" "I seek Zhao Huaqi," came the calm response from the outside. The servant, taken aback by the direct mention of the minister's name, hesitated and questioned, "Who are you?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the man before him, and upon meeting the stranger's gaze, he shuddered. The chilling look was akin to that of a ferocious beast from the depths of hell, sending shivers down his spine. The servant, trembling, steadied himself by gripping the door. When his eyes fell upon the ground behind the man, his face turned ashen. For guards lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around them. Who are you?" The servant stammered, retreating slowly, terror evident in his eyes. The rugged man stepped forward, his voice low and deliberate. "I am the one who comes to collect a debt." Chapter 85. Night raid within the main hall. As the melodies began to play, over a dozen elegant figures adorned in satin gracefully danced. Their enchanting movements captivated the eyes of a man seated at the head, who gazed in admiration, his eyes sparkling with delight. The man, approximately in his 50s, donned a luxurious brocade robe, exuding an air of authority. Beside him stood several youthful women, attending to his needs with delicacies and wine. "My lord, are you pleased with the new dancers?" inquired a steward, approaching discreetly from behind. Indeed, Zhao Huaqi remarked, his gaze fixed upon the mesmerizing figures, showering praises. "The Lioha Villa has promised that as long as my lord is satisfied, they will send a new group every month." The steward replied with a smile. Zhao Huaqi turned, a hint of surprise in his voice. "When did they become so generous?" The steward explained, "It is all thanks to you, my lord. With the treachery of the prime minister causing turmoil in the court, only you remain steadfast amidst the chaos. Now that the position of prime minister is still vacant, they likely intend to elevate you." "Ha!" Zhao Huaqi chuckled inwardly, grinning at the sky. "Very well. Inform them that this official is aware." While the two were laughing heartily, a servant hurriedly approached, whispering urgent news to the steward. The steward's smile gradually faded as he noticed the jovial demeanor of his lord, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he leaned in to report, "My lord, there is one more matter that requires your attention. The Right Minister of Revenue is still investigating the case of Left Minister Jiang Dahai, and he has traced the whereabouts of that batch of silver and grain." Zhao Huaqi's smile vanished, and he forcefully pushed away the wine cup offered by the nearby women. "What? He dares to disregard my warning and continues his pursuit?" The steward nodded, continuing, "If he manages to seize that batch of silver and grain, Jiang Dahai's case may be reopened, which could implicate you, my lord." A cold glint flashed in Zhao Huaqi's eyes as he declared, "The last person who dared to expose me, Jiang Dahai, has already met his demise. If this left minister has not learned his lesson, let him join Jiang Dahai." The steward nodded, understanding his lord's intentions. "I comprehend, my lord." Zhao Huaqi contemplated for a moment, asserting, "This must be executed flawlessly. We cannot allow anyone to grasp at straws." The steward bowed, assuring, "Do not worry, my lord. Tomorrow, the left minister will be imprisoned for embezzling silver and grain, and this matter will not implicate you in any way." Zhao Huaqi cast an appreciative glance at the steward and then laughed heartily. "My lord, I shall arrange this immediately," the steward announced, preparing to depart. Zhao Huaqi waved him off, his smile returning. He stood up and entered the dance floor, embracing one of the dancing women, his hands gliding over her form through the delicate veil. Truly, the teachings of the Hehuan sect yield exquisite results, Zhao Huaqi mused. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the woman, his eyes glazing over in intoxication. The surrounding crowd continued to sway to the melodic tunes, while he gradually shed his garments. Embracing the woman in his arms, preparing to take the next step in full view of the assembly. At that moment, the butler, who had just departed, came rushing back in, inadvertently knocking over a dancer. His panicked actions startled the performer, abruptly interrupting the music. "My lord, there is grave news." The butler scrambled to his feet and stumbled towards Zhao Huaqi. "What a disgraceful display." Zhao Huaqi furrowed his brow, pushing the woman aside and sitting upright. What calamity could possibly arise at such an hour? His expression tightened. At present, with his immense power and influence, anyone daring to challenge him either found themselves imprisoned or consigned to the abyss. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he could withstand it. "My lord, someone has stormed into the estate." The butler's eyes remained wide with fright, and upon witnessing Zhao Huaqi's indifference, he began gesturing frantically. "Although only one individual has arrived, his strength is formidable. All the household guards have been incapacitated." Zhao Huaqi's brow finally knitted together. "Do we know who this intruder is?" The butler shook his head. "No, only heard him say." Zhao Huaqi, noticing the butler's hesitation, pressed, "What did he say?" The butler bowed slightly. He claimed he sought your life." "My lord." Zhao Huaqi let out a disdainful snort. "There are countless who wish to claim my life. What makes him any different?" "Immediately dispatch the private army." According to the laws of the Great Qian, officials of varying ranks were permitted to maintain differing numbers of private troops. As the Minister of Revenue, Zhao Huaqi had discreetly doubled his initial 300 troops. Now he commanded 600 private soldiers. Anyone daring to besiege the minister's residence would be met with their demise. Seeing the butler still standing there, stammering, Zhao Huaqi's voice turned stern. "Why do you linger?" The butler raised his gaze, his voice trembling. "The entire 600 private troops have been annihilated." Zhao Huaqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? One person vanquished 600 soldiers?" He could no longer maintain his composure. "You must flee through the back door at once," the butler urged, recalling the harrowing scene he had witnessed earlier, his heart chilling with dread. Just moments prior, having left the premises, he had heard the sounds of combat in the courtyard. Initially intending to intervene, he was struck with terror upon seeing a lone figure emerge from the carnage. His legs had nearly given way, and it was only when another contingent of soldiers rushed in that he had managed to flee back. Does this mean the intruder is a powerful martial artist? After regaining his composure, Zhao Huaqi returned to his seat and downed his drink in one swift motion, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "My lord, you must escape. It will soon be too late," the butler implored, anxiety etched across his features. Yet, the master did not flee, and as a mere butler, he dared not abandon him. "Fear not. Even if a martial artist arrives, what of it?" Zhao Huaqi's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he let out a soft hum, stating, "My household is not devoid of martial artists." However, the steward did not ease his vigilance due to Zhao Huaqi's composure. From what he had just witnessed, the few martial practitioners within the estate seemed incapable of confronting that fearsome man. "I am not referring to those inept individuals," Zhao Huaqi added, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he continued. "I have long understood that no matter how lofty one's official position, one remains an ordinary person. Thus, I discreetly summoned several martial arts experts to conceal themselves within my estate, precisely to prepare for a situation like today." As he spoke, he clapped his hands. The steward, perplexed at first, soon found his eyes widening in astonishment. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized within the spacious room. They were 3 middle-aged men, each in their 40s, standing there like ferocious beasts, instilling a sense of dread in those who dared approach. The steward felt a chill run down his spine under the piercing gazes of the trio, unable to even draw a breath. "This is..." After recovering from his shock, the steward's eyes brimmed with delight. Although the man who had invaded was terrifying, he seemed significantly weaker in comparison to these 3. They were masters at the gathering spirit realm. Zhao Huaqi slowly rose to his feet, unusually setting aside his airs, and bowed respectfully to the 3 men before him, saying, "Today, I shall rely on the 3 of you." The leader among the trio waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Rest assured, Lord Zhao. We shall bring back his head." With that, the 3 turned to depart. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, a formidable aura surged towards them. The trio instantly felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if they had been encased in ice. The confidence that had previously illuminated their faces was now replaced with sheer terror. "Master! Master!" As the tremorous voice echoed, the 3 men, who had just reached the threshold, hastily retreated. Zhao Huaqi, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 86. The The 6 sects of the Devil's Path. The Huan sect, what is this? Zhao Huaqi inquired, his expression one of utter bewilderment. In truth, he had long been aware that he had made numerous enemies within the court, having dispatched countless vengeful spirits and malevolent specters at his own hands. A tally he could scarcely keep track of. He had anticipated that, at some point, someone would inevitably seek retribution against him. Thus, he had expended considerable resources to enlist the protection of 3 martial masters to safeguard his residence. These 3 had previously intervened on his behalf to resolve various matters, demonstrating the formidable prowess of true martial experts. Yet, at this moment, their reaction left him profoundly puzzled. The trio offered no reply, their gazes fixated on the entrance, as if a formidable beast from the depths of hell were drawing near. The soft sound of footsteps echoed from afar, growing louder and more jarring within the tranquil confines of the room. The 3 men exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a deep-seated fear and apprehension. Then, a man ascended the steps outside the door, advancing slowly. With his hands clasped behind his back and his attire immaculate, it was impossible to discern that he had just dispatched 600 private soldiers. Zhao Huaqi furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing behind the man, only to find the space utterly devoid of any presence. As he pondered how this seemingly ordinary individual had dared to venture here alone, he was taken aback when the 3 men bowed deeply to the approaching figure. One of them spoke, "We pay our respects to the master. We are merely transient visitors in this residence, and have no association with this wretched official." Wretched official? Zhao Huaqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the 3 had so decisively severed ties with him, so readily casting him aside. "You," Zhao Huaqi glared at them. Fury etched across his face. After all, he had not been stingy in providing them with financial resources. However, the 3 men paid him no heed, instead bowing once more to the man who had entered, stating, "We shall take our leave at once, never to return." With that, they made to exit, appearing intent on fleeing. Yet, just as they reached the threshold, the previously silent man spoke slowly. "You serve as pawns for a tyrant, yet you dare claim no association with him?" As he spoke, he raised a hand, unleashing several beams of golden light. The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, but they made no attempt to resist. Instead, they hastened toward the exit. However, the golden light outpaced them, piercing through their bodies before they could escape. One by one, they fell, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Zhao Huaqi beheld the scene before him, frozen in place, eyes wide with shock. In that moment, he comprehended why the trio had been so fearful of the newcomer. They were as weak as ants in his presence, extinguished with a mere gesture. He turned his gaze back to the man, terror now filling his eyes, and he slipped from his chair, collapsing to the ground in supplication. He could not fathom when he had offended such a terrifying being. However, he was acutely aware that even the 3 martial arts masters he had summoned were now deceased. The adversary's intent to eliminate him was as effortless as squashing an ant. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, a sudden thud caught his attention. He turned to see the steward kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing his head, exclaiming, "Great master, spare my life. I am merely the steward of this estate. I was unaware of this rogue official's misdeeds." Before he could finish, the man flicked his finger lightly, and a crimson hole appeared in the steward's forehead. Zhao Huaqi watched in horror as the steward collapsed, his spirit fleeing, and turned his gaze toward the man standing in the center, stammering, Who are you?" The man snorted coldly and replied, "I am one who has suffered the destruction of my family at your hands." Zhao Huaqi trembled all over. He scrutinized the man, trying to recall his identity, but to no avail. After all, many matters he merely delegated with a word, oblivious to the consequences of his actions. "What? Have you forgotten the deeds you've committed?" The man sighed softly. "Then perhaps you should go to the underworld and reflect on it." With that, he slowly raised his hand. Zhao Huaqi felt his heart plummet, exclaiming in terror, "No, you cannot kill me. I am the Minister of Revenue." Before he could complete his sentence, his head was severed, rolling a few times across the ground. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the head that had rolled to his feet and remarked, "And what of being the Minister of Revenue? You shall be slain regardless." According to Ling Long, the original owner's father, Jiang Dahai, had uncovered evidence of Zhao Huaqi's embezzlement and was ensnared by him, ultimately leading to his imprisonment and execution. Now, by severing Zhao Huaqi's head, he avenged the original owner's family. He then approached the bodies of the three martial artists, retrieving their memories and legacies, garnering over 10,000 cultivation points. There seems to be a hidden hand behind this. Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly. Among the three corpses, two were unproblematic. They were hired by Zhao Huaqi at great expense to safeguard him. One, although ostensibly also hired, was primarily there to monitor him. From this person's memories, it became evident that he hailed from a demonic sect known as the Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect? One of the 6 demonic sects? Jiang Wushuang scoffed. And as he delved deeper, the smile on his face vanished. It turned out that the Hahuan sect had begun employing various tactics years ago to manipulate officials within the court, turning them into their pawns. After years of infiltration, those officials had formed factions and occupied significant positions within the court. Zhao Huaqi was one of their crucial pieces on the chessboard, which is why a martial artist of such caliber was dispatched to monitor and protect him. Little did he anticipate the depth of the Hahuan sect's infiltration into the Deqian court. Jiang Wushuang's brows arched slightly. Were it not for his ability to extract memories, the existence of such a hidden hand would have remained undiscovered. I was just lamenting where to find practitioners of the demonic path. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Wushuang's eyes flickered with intrigue. In order to exert control over these officials, the Hahuan sect had established a secret stronghold outside the imperial city, where a master was stationed. He then extended his consciousness, seeking the location acquired from his memory inheritance. His current mental reach could span several dozen miles, comparable to that of a fate wheel expert. However, upon probing the indicated location, he found nothing amiss. How could it be so well concealed? Jiang Wushuang's astonishment deepened, accompanied by a growing curiosity. The fact that even his consciousness could not detect it indicated that this Hahuan sect stronghold was more enigmatic than he had anticipated. It might harbor significant targets. It is important to note that within the demon suppression tower, all prisoners had become his potential quarry. To elevate his cultivation, he would have to eliminate foes, and only enemies of master rank or above could yield substantial cultivation points. With these thoughts in mind, he swiftly departed from the Ministry of Personnel, heading towards the stronghold. He had employed heavenly harmony transformation to obscure his true appearance. Thus, he was unperturbed by the possibility of being seen as he confidently exited the imperial city. Having already launched a nocturnal assault on the Ministry of Personnel, what was one more strike against a den of evil? With a cold smirk, Jiang Wushuang made his way toward the outskirts of the city. He was certainly not driven by the mere desire to slay enemies for cultivation. Rather, it was his unwavering commitment to eradicate evil. Chapter 87. The Master of Harmony. As Jiang Wushuang walked, he employed his formidable mental prowess to explore his surroundings. Typically, any hidden illusionary formations would be laid bare before him. However, after an extensive search, he found nothing. Yet, this did not deter him. Rather, it ignited an even greater excitement within him. The ability to create such a concealed formation around the great Qian imperial city, one that had remained undetected for years, indicated that the sect of Harmony had made a significant investment. This was precisely aligned with his intentions. After all, he held little interest in adversaries beneath the rank of master. Nevertheless, he was not entirely empty-handed. Earlier, within the imperial city, he had noticed a carriage heading in that direction. Yet, upon reaching that area, it vanished without a trace. This further corroborated the existence of the concealed formation. The divine capture camp is also paying attention to that location? A hint of surprise crossed Jiang Wushuang's face. At the site where the carriage had disappeared, a team from the divine capture camp had appeared. However, it seemed they were unaware that this was the stronghold of the sect of Harmony. Jiang Wushuang shook his head and smiled. The strongest among them was merely at the gathering spirit realm, while most were at the Qi realm. What folly it would be to send such forces into a lair of the demonic sects that had concealed themselves for many years. To his astonishment, he recognized a familiar face among the team from the divine capture camp. Leading the group was none other than the female captain, Wu Zhiling, whom he had encountered several times before. At this moment, Wu Zhiling was surveying the surroundings with a puzzled expression. All around her were dense woods, with only a single path leading forward. Strange, the carriage of the Minister of Personnel clearly arrived here. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Wu Zhiling furrowed her brow. Her colleagues beside her were equally bewildered. The late-night excursion of the Minister of Personnel undoubtedly raised suspicions. Wu Zhiling spoke in a low tone. Recently, The divine capture camp had shifted its focus from the demons to the officials of the court. Upon closer investigation, they discovered that some officials had connections with the demonic sect. Following the clues, they had traced them to the Minister of Personnel. Initially, they merely found his late-night outings suspicious, but now she was certain that he posed a significant problem. Just as she prepared to send someone back to report and continue her search, a sudden scream erupted from one of her companions. Turning around, she beheld a dark vortex materializing amidst the previously dim woods. The vortex slowly expanded, and suddenly, a tremendous force enveloped them, as if a colossal beast had opened its maw, ready to devour them. Retreat. Wu Zhiling's expression changed drastically as she felt an invisible rope ensnare her, pulling her inexorably toward the vortex. Despite the frantic efforts of her companions to break free, they found themselves unable to escape its grasp. The closest individual was swiftly engulfed by the vortex, disappearing before their terrified eyes. Soon after, a second, a third. In mere moments, everyone, including Wu Zhiling, was entirely consumed by the swirling darkness. Subsequently, the vortex gradually diminished until it vanished completely. The surrounding forest returned to tranquility, leaving only a few footprints on the ground, as if nothing had transpired. When Wu Zhiling was drawn into the vortex, darkness enveloped her, and she felt as if she were plunging into an endless abyss. Once her sight restored, a blinding radiance illuminated her surroundings, rendering her unable to open her eyes. After several breaths, she could finally discern the scene before her. Wu Zhiling's eyes narrowed, filled with astonishment. Before her stood a grand manor, alive with the sounds of chatter and the continuous strains of music. Outside the manor, dozens of luxurious carriages were parked, belonging to the Minister of Revenue. Someone nearby gasped in astonishment. Could it be that he too had been drawn in? The expressions of several individuals reflected their bewilderment. Just as one was about to approach for a closer look, several arcs of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a few of them simultaneously. Their faces contorted in agony, unable to maintain their footing. It was then that someone noticed 4 array platforms surrounding them. The earlier lightning had emanated from these platforms. "Do not move. We are ensnared," Wu Zhiling said, her countenance grim. "How could this be? Where are we?" It was clearly midnight. How could the sky be so bright? After a moment of astonishment, the others began to comprehend their predicament. This place exuded an aura of malevolence. They were undoubtedly within a concealed grand formation. Wu Zhiling gazed up at the luminous sky, her expression grave. She never anticipated such a massive concealed array surrounding the imperial city. The others were equally astonished. It was evident that this was the handiwork of the 6 sects of the demon path. One person stood up, attempting to venture forth again. Unsurprisingly, the array's light intensified, and several arcs of lightning once more struck the group. After that, no one dared to act rashly. "What shall we do?" "The minions of the demon cult harbor a deep-seated hatred for our divine capture camp. Do not panic. Our disappearance will undoubtedly draw the attention of the divine capture camp, and they will come looking for us." Wu Zhiling listened to the reassurances exchanged among the group, her brow furrowing. Such a concealed array must have been entrenched around the imperial city for many years. Those within the array, having activated it and ensnared them, surely felt emboldened. If only it were so easy to be discovered. She sighed softly. Little did she expect that after years of vanquishing demons, she would find herself captured by the demon cult one day. At that moment, she suddenly felt a stirring in her heart and turned to look. At the far end of the manor, atop the highest pavilion, stood a figure clad in white, gazing intently in their direction. The martial artist possessed extraordinary vision, and although the distance was great, she could still discern the figure clearly. It was a man in his 30s, strikingly beautiful, yet exuding an aura of malevolence. Behind the man followed a black-clad old servant. "Young master, I have investigated. They are merely a few lackeys from the divine capture camp who inadvertently followed the Minister of Revenue here, to avoid arousing the vigilance of the divine capture camp." The old servant took the liberty of bringing him in. The old servant in black bowed and spoke. The man in white nodded and said, "You have done well. The Lioha Manor has been rooted here for many years. We cannot afford any mishaps." After speaking, a faint smile graced his lips as he added, "That young girl is to be kept. The rest, you shall handle accordingly." The old servant's voice was hoarse as he replied, "I understand, my lord. After I employ the secret techniques of our Hahuan sect on the girl, she will surely satisfy those esteemed guests." The man in white let out a cold laugh, saying, "The divine capture camp has captured many disciples of our Huan sect. A mere young girl is just enough to settle some debts. Since I have come this time, the divine capture camp shall pay a heavy price." The old servant bowed deeply, affirming, naturally, with the young master personally involved. Even the masters of the divine capture camp must yield. The man in white spoke solemnly. 5 years ago, Commander Wei Yu of the divine capture camp pursued me for hundreds of miles, nearly costing me my life. Now that I have ascended to the level of a master, it is time to settle the score. The old servant leaned in and asked, "What plans does the young master have?" The man in white responded, "This matter is not urgent for now. My presence in the imperial city is for another significant affair." As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes, and he declared, "Once this matter is accomplished, the great Qian shall witness a change of tides." Chapter 88. There are great fish here. A fierce wind swept through, causing the trees to sway. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the few footprints left on the ground, a look of perplexity in his eyes. He had been using his divine sense to lock onto several members of the divine capture camp, including Wu Jiling. Just as he sensed a faint fluctuation of the formation, the individuals vanished from this location. The carriage from earlier had similarly disappeared. This must be the place. Jiang Wushuang extended his divine sense once more, meticulously searching every inch of the surroundings. However, after a thorough investigation, he found nothing. The clues left by the previous minister from the gathering spirit realm were merely vague, pointing vaguely in this direction. The concealed formation here must effectively block divine senses. Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed slightly, astonished by the sophistication of the formation. Of course, if it were not so skillfully crafted, the Harmony sect would not have been able to occupy this place for many years. After all, the divine capture camp specializes in hunting demons. They are not to be trifled with. Yet, the higher the skill, the greater the challenge. The 6 demonic sects have been able to resist the Great Qian for many years, showing they possess some depth. The disappearance of the members of the divine capture camp likely indicates that someone was manipulating the formation to abduct them. After some contemplation, Jiang Wushuang reached this conclusion. If he was unable to detect the existence of the formation, it was even less likely that the members of the divine capture camp could. How intriguing! Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of delight rather than fear. The more concealed this place was, the more mysterious it became, and the greater the likelihood of encountering something significant. Moreover, since it was a formation, there must be clues. It was merely that he did not understand formations, which had prevented him from discovering them thus far. With this thought in mind, he resumed his search. This time, he not only employed his divine sense, but also carefully attuned himself to the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him. After the duration of an incense stick, he indeed uncovered some clues. Is this a formation platform? Jiang Wushuang gazed at a large tree before him, astonished. To an ordinary person, it appeared to be just a common tree. However, beneath his divine sense, he noticed a massive black stone at the base of the tree, emanating faint ripples of spiritual energy. It would have been difficult to detect had he not approached closely. Subsequently, he discovered 3 identical black stones from 3 different positions. It was certain that these 4 peculiar black stones constituted the platform of the concealed grand formation. The skill of the formation's creator was remarkable, having set it up in such a hidden manner. Had he not previously locked onto this location, it would have been nearly impossible to find. Although he had located the formation platform, Jiang Wushuang found himself at a loss regarding how to break the formation. His knowledge of formations was limited to controlling the punitive formations within the demon-suppressing tower. When it came to arranging or dismantling formations, he felt somewhat challenged. In that case, he would have to forcefully break through. Although Jiang Wushuang was not adept at dismantling formations, he understood that every formation has a defensive limit. As long as his destructive power exceeded the formation's capacity, it would inevitably shatter. Having just advanced to the rank of master, he had yet to exert himself fully. This formation would serve as an excellent means to test his strength. Jiang Wushuang's eyes glimmered with determination as he cracked his knuckles in preparation. Within the confines of the villa, atop the tower, the elderly servant clad in black brightened his gaze upon the figure of the man dressed in white before him. "Young master, is it true that the sacred artifact of the demonic path has reemerged?" The white-clad gentleman nodded slowly, responding, "While I cannot yet confirm it. The sacred artifact appears once every millennium, and by my calculations, the time is indeed upon us." The black-clad servant's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "It is certainly time to prepare. That artifact possesses the power to upheave the very foundations of the great Qian, elevating our sect, the Harmony sect, to new heights." After a moment of exhilaration, the servant's expression shifted to one of concern. "However, with the reappearance of the artifact, other sects will not remain idle. I fear that you may find yourself isolated." A cold glint flickered in the eyes of the man in white as he stated, "I am merely here to scout the way. The Protector should soon emerge from seclusion. Ensure that you are ready for his arrival." "The Protector is emerging?" The elderly servant's face paled in shock, and he nodded fervently. "With the Protector's presence, I shall rest easy." After a brief silence, the white-clad man continued, "It has been nearly a decade since the establishment of the Six Harmonies Villa. Indeed, a full 10 years, the servant affirmed. 10 years ago, the Sunluo sect drew us, the six demonic sects, into the turmoil of the great Qian imperial tomb. Our Harmony sect suffered greatly, and we must reclaim our losses from the great Qian. With the severance of their fateful golden dragon, their destiny is indeed waning. Those court officials crumble before the entrancing slaves we have cultivated, especially with the harmony powder that affects even martial artists. Even heroes struggle against the charms of beauty. None can withstand the gentle allure we offer. Currently, approximately a third of the great Qian officials are under our influence. I have not failed in my duty," the servant continued, "having drained the great Qian over these years. Our Harmony sect has subtly ascended to a position of prominence among the six sections." A faint smile graced the lips of the white-clad man as he glanced back at the black-clad servant. "I appreciate your hard work throughout these years." The elderly servant bowed respectfully, saying, "It is my duty, young master." The white-clad gentleman added, "However, the recent movements of the Divine Capture Camp seem to be focusing on the court officials. You must exercise caution." The black-clad servant sighed. "This matter is likely connected to the recent treason of the Prime Minister. That Li Zhongshan has grown increasingly powerful with our support. Yet he foolishly attempted to assassinate someone in the palace, foolishly aspiring to seize the imperial throne. He nearly exposed our Six Harmonies Villa. Fortunately, I acted swiftly to eliminate the threat." The white-clad man inquired, "Have there been any unusual occurrences in the court of late?" The black-clad servant shook his head. "None detected. Everything remains under our control. Since Li Zhongshuan's treason, the position of Prime Minister has been vacant for a long time. I intend to elevate Zhao Huaqi, the Minister of Revenue, to that role. He is infatuated with our entrancing slaves and is easily manipulated by us. Furthermore, with the Minister of Personnel also under the control of Six Harmonies Villa, this plan is nearly foolproof." "Excellent." The white-clad man nodded in approval. The black-clad servant beamed with rare delight at the praise. Indeed, two figures, one clad in white and the other in black, reveled in their respective triumphs until their smiles abruptly faded, their gazes drawn toward the distance. Within this concealed formation, while the outside world remained oblivious to the happenings within, those inside could effortlessly discern any movements outside. Each time a suspicious occurrence arose, they were able to detect it promptly and neutralize the threat. This capability was the very reason the Liuhe Manor had thrived in this location for a decade. The man in white narrowed his eyes as he observed a gray-clad figure emerging from the spot where several divine captains had appeared moments earlier. Could he be one of the divine captains? The aged servant in black raised an eyebrow slightly, but soon realized that the individual was not adorned in the divine captain's attire. And typically, the divine captains operated in small squads. This lone gray figure must be merely passing by, he concluded. However, this thought was quickly dismissed as he watched the youth move swiftly through the woods, his agility and strength starkly contrasting with the aura he projected. "He is searching for our hidden formation," the man in white remarked, his brow furrowing. The black-clad servant's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within them. "Young master, please hold on for a moment. I shall dispose of him at once," he declared. Chapter 89. Is the defensive formation weak? Not so fast. Let us first discern his origins. The man in white raised his hand to halt the departing black-clad servant. The concealed formation is the heart of the Liuhe Manor. It cannot be so easily discovered. Moreover, he noticed that only a man in gray was outside, posing little threat. The black-clad servant paused, nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, they had encountered such situations numerous times before, requiring little concern, They merely eliminated those who had uncovered their secrets afterward. At this moment, the urgency seemed merely an attempt for the man in white to impress. This Liuha formation was established by a Grand Master of Formations from our Hahuan sect, capable of repelling even the divine will of the life wheel. It is certainly not easily located. The black-clad servant gazed at the figure outside, a cold smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, the man in white sighed. That Grand Master of Formations was a significant figure from the Righteous Path sect, who initially looked down upon the Hahuan sect's sycophants and their indulgences, seeking to test his own limits. Yet, he became ensnared, falling into the demonic path, ultimately becoming a vassal of the Hahuan sect. He had set up several formidable formations for the sect, with this Liuha formation being one among them. Regrettably, the Righteous sect was aware of his threat, and at great cost, they united to eliminate him. In the end, the Hahuan sect lost this Grand Master of Formations. Observing the figure outside searching, the black-clad servant's face was filled with satisfaction. The man in white, too, revealed disdain in his eyes. However, it was not long before both their expressions darkened. He has actually discovered the location of the formation platform? A look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the man in white. It is known that the concealment level of this Liuha formation is exceedingly high, with the platform cleverly hidden beneath a great tree. Additionally, the area surrounding the platform is fortified with specific concealment restrictions. When the Liuha formation was established, the Hahuan sect sent several masters to search, yet none found any trace. This allowed the Hahuan sect to safely establish a stronghold here. This person must not be allowed to remain. The black-clad servant spoke in a low voice. He had guarded this place for a decade, and this was the first time someone had discovered their presence. Of course, the likes of Wu Jiling, a mere pawn of the divine capturing camp, did not count, as they had actively brought him in for detention. I shall resolve this matter immediately. The black-clad servant had not finished speaking when he saw the man outside conjuring several streams of true essence. He was momentarily stunned, swallowing the unfinished words. For he was merely at the brink of the master realm. Is he truly a master? The man in white's eyes narrowed. The man outside appeared rugged, seemingly in his 30s, much like himself. Unexpectedly, he too had attained the master realm. It must be noted that he is among the few martial geniuses of the 6 demonic sections. What does he intend to do? Does he plan to directly breach the formation? The man in white fixated on the movements of the man outside, initially taken aback, then erupted into silent laughter. The old servant clad in black shook his head with a cold snort, stating, though the 6 Harmonies formation is a concealed array, its protective capabilities are unparalleled. Unless a Grand Master of Formations dismantles it, not even 3 or 5 masters could hope to breach it. The two remained composed and collected. Yet, in the next moment, a man outside radiated golden light, his aura surging as if he had grown several feet taller. With a single, forceful punch, the once invisible 6 Harmonies formation suddenly manifested, erecting a colossal shield of light. The shield, under the onslaught, began to twist and deform. The estate was shaken, tiles cascading from the rooftops. The man in white gazed up at the nearly collapsing formation, his pupils constricting in alarm. Quick, stop him! He bellowed, leaping from the balcony. The black-clad old servant followed closely behind. However, they had scarcely fled when they witnessed the man outside raising his hand once more to strike. This time, his power surged even more intensely. The white-clad man beheld a brilliant flash of gold in the distance, a massive hand manifesting in the air. As the shadow of the hand descended, the luminous shield of the 6 Harmonies formation crumbled before it could even withstand a blink of the eye. The hand surged forward, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The front courtyard of the estate exploded, the tremors reverberating through the ground, leaving them weak-kneed. Gasps filled the air as countless figures rushed out from the balconies. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions turned to stone. With the formation shattered, the once bright sky above the estate vanished, revealing a full moon and a myriad of stars. Beneath the dim moonlight, a vast pit loomed ahead, completely severing the path into the estate. Many realized that the carriages they had arrived in had mysteriously vanished. This was indeed the 6 Harmonies formation? The young master of the Hahuan sect appeared, disheveled, not far from the edge of the pit. Gazing at the enormous chasm, his eyelids twitched, his complexion paling. Had he not retreated swiftly, he would have surely been engulfed by the pit. Even so, he sustained injuries from the shock. He had narrowly escaped what could have been his demise as a martial genius of the 6 demonic sects. This individual is no ordinary master. The black-clad servant muttered in astonishment, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. It was believed that no master could breach the 6 harmonies formation, yet in an instant, it had been effortlessly dismantled. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. On the outskirts of the estate, a few members of the divine capture camp, trapped within a minor array, stared in shock at the unfolding chaos. As the tremendous impact surged towards them, the surrounding platforms were also damaged, liberating them from their confinement. Someone has breached the concealed formation? Wu Jilin gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. The estate was alive with martial experts rushing forth, all bearing expressions of grave concern. Among them were many at the gathering spirit realm, some exuding the terrifying presence of masters. Could it be that the master of the divine capture camp has arrived? Someone beside me exclaimed with excitement. I had a feeling that the divine capture camp would surely locate this place. With such a commotion, it must undoubtedly be the master. Tonight, we shall eradicate the demons lurking in this area. Support has arrived, and the crowd was filled with exhilaration, undeterred even by the presence of a group of formidable warriors. After all, we too have a master on our side. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Wu Jiling's eyes. Their mission tonight was merely a routine surveillance. They never anticipated being entangled in the hidden lair of the demonic sect. Even if they were to go missing, it would take until tomorrow to garner the divine capture camp's attention. Moreover, it hadn't been long since they entered. How could it be so swift? Indeed, under the moonlight, no large contingent of divine capture camp guards rushed in. Only a solitary figure, a man, stepped forward slowly. He bore a rugged visage and muttered to himself as he walked. This formation appears mysterious, yet its defensive capabilities are surprisingly feeble. The man, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, continued onward. The martial artists who emerged from the manor, however, felt as if they were facing a formidable foe, with some of the weaker ones retreating gradually. Beside the deep pit, the young master of the Hahuan sect, already shaken to his core, spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing the man's words. The defensive weakness of the 6 harmonies great formation? That is a formation only a fate wheel expert could breach. Chapter 90. The dazzling blade light. Is this within the formation? Jiang Wushuang stepped into the dilapidated array and was filled with astonishment at the sight before him. As the formation shattered, what had once been merely a forest now revealed a hidden manor. This concealed great array truly was extraordinary. Jiang Wushuang marveled inwardly. Rather than merely a hidden formation, it seemed more like a spatial domain created by the array, within which this manor had been constructed. Were it not for his ability to absorb others' memories and piece together fragmented information to locate this place, it would have been quite challenging for the divine capture camp to uncover it. Before him stood a group of martial artists, visibly tense as if facing a formidable foe. However, he barely spared them a glance. In his eyes, anyone below the master level was merely cannon fodder. With a sweep of his divine sense, his eyes sparkled with revelation. Within the manor, he had unexpectedly detected 3 master-level auras. Indeed, there were big fish here. Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of excitement instead of fear. With half a step to the master level, he could slay a master. Now that he had ascended to the master level, the power of his true essence had multiplied exponentially. Those 3 master auras appeared to him as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. His gaze swept across the scene, finally resting on a few members of the divine capture camp not far away. Led by Wu Jiling, they stood there, dumbfounded as they looked at him. Thank goodness, Jiang Wushuang thought to himself. Although the divine capture camp and the demon suppression camp were different organizations, they belonged to the same Diqian and could be considered colleagues. If he could lend a hand, he would not hesitate. However, it was evident that they did not require his assistance at this moment. His focus shifted back to the 3 powerful auras. As Jiang Wushuang's gaze lingered on the members of the divine capture camp, the previously astonished expressions of the few began to fluctuate. They had long realized that the newcomer was not a master from their camp. To them, this manor was a deeply hidden den of the demonic sect, and it would not be easy for the divine capture camp to dismantle it. It would require the personal intervention of a master, and one master would not suffice. The man had single-handedly destroyed the array and intimidated a group of demonic zealots, showcasing a terrifying strength that left them in awe. Is that esteemed individual observing us? It must be so. There are no others present here, Someone wondered. Others displayed expressions of excitement. Wu Jiling was also taken aback. Logically, they should be insignificant figures in the eyes of a master, hardly worthy of attention. Being singled out must certainly hold significance. Could it be he is a master from some institution within Qian? Wu Jiling's eyes brightened. You all guard the exit. Not a single one must escape. Wu Jiling commanded. With the assurance of support nearby, her confidence surged. After deploying several subordinates, she finally had the presence of mind to inspect the manor closely. Upon doing so, her expression darkened immediately. She caught sight of the Minister of Personnel she had been tracking amidst the crowd. He was not alone. Many high-ranking officials from the court were also present. Surrounding these men were a throng of women clad in scanty garments, exuding an enchanting beauty that was utterly beguiling. Among them were not only human women, but also those of the demon race, and even hybrids of human and demon. It became evident that the Minister of Personnel had come here to indulge in a life of debauchery. Wu Jiling sighed inwardly. With the moral decay of the court and the corruption of its ministers, how could the great Qian not gradually decline? Meanwhile, the young master of the joyous sect spat out a mouthful of blood, startling the elderly servant clad in black beside him. It was important to note that the young master had already reached the realm of a grandmaster, though newly ascended. The fact that he was wounded after a mere encounter left him in shock. Young master, are you all right? The black-clad servant supported the figure in white. It's all ruined. Decades of effort, utterly destroyed in a single moment. The young master gazed at the scene before him, his eyes filled with rage. The destruction of the 6 Harmonies formation signified that their position would be completely exposed. The 6 Harmonies manor had been established at great cost by the Joyous Sect to control the officials of the Great Qian and deplete its resources. For nearly a decade, it had provided substantial financial support to the Joyous Sect, allowing it to grow steadily. Yet, such a hidden stronghold, which even the Divine Capture Camp could not locate, was obliterated by a man whose origins were unknown. This incited his furious ire. We must take our leave. The young master of the Joyous Sect, though seething with anger, remained composed. The newcomer was formidable. A direct confrontation was unwise, and retreat was the only option. As for revenge, that would be planned for another time. The black-clad servant, however, remained unhurried and said, Young master, do not panic. Our 6 Harmonies manor is backed by 2 powerful patrons. One is a grandmaster at the 8th level from the Divine Blade sect, and the other is an esteemed elder from our demonic lineage. A grandmaster of the 8th level? The young master of the Joyous Sect was slightly taken aback. Although the Divine Blade sect was not one of the 4 righteous holy sects, it was still a first-rate sect, with its grandmasters possessing profound mastery of the blade. Moreover, to have secured the allegiance of such a high-ranking expert was unexpected for him. The black-clad servant spoke with a hint of pride. The high-level enchanting servants cultivated by our Joyous Sect are no trifles. Given the right opportunity, even those of the Spirit Sea realm can be subdued. Of course, this grandmaster from the Divine Blade sect is indeed formidable. It took the loss of 3 of my high-level enchanting servants and a significant expenditure of joyous powder to fully subdue him. He has been stationed at our 6 Harmonies manor for 5 years, and now he finally has the chance to act. Upon finishing his words, he glanced at the man approaching from the opposite direction and declared solemnly, Anyone who dares to destroy my 6 Harmonies manor shall pay dearly. Upon hearing this, the young master's trepidation diminished significantly. As they spoke, 2 powerful presences surged skyward from the manor. The crowd swiftly parted, creating a path. The 2 figures, who had been within the manor just a moment ago, now stood at the edge of the deep pit, gazing at the man across from them. One of them, wielding a long blade, appeared like an unparalleled weapon of slaughter. The aura of lethal intent emanating from his body was so piercing that a mere glance would cause one's eyes to ache. Truly, he was the grandmaster of the Divine Blade sect. The young master of the Harmony sect could not help but exclaim in awe. The elderly servant in black smiled and said, Young master, just watch closely. Within 3 strikes, he shall surely bring the challenger to their demise. As he spoke, 2 figures emerged simultaneously, each springing into action. The foremost, the grandmaster of the Divine Blade sect, transformed into a hellish blade of death. In an instant, the heavens were torn asunder, and the moonlight cascading down was severed by his strike. All that the onlookers could perceive was a radiant flash of the blade soaring towards the sky. Yet, before it could descend, another ethereal blade, ignited by ghostly flames, surged upward. The ghostly flame blade surged forward relentlessly, shattering the descending blade in an instant. It then carved an arc through the air, intercepting the Grand Master of the Divine Blade sect, severing his weapon and unleashing a torrent of crimson rain that filled the atmosphere. The recently emerged Grand Master of the Demon sect, witnessing this spectacle, abruptly halted and turned to flee. Alas, the blade was swifter. The dazzling brilliance of the blade pierced through the chest of the Demon sect Grandmaster. As Jiang Wushuang slowly sheathed his blade and descended to the ground, the presence of both Grandmasters faded into oblivion. In that moment, it felt as if the world had fallen silent. The young master of the Harmony sect and the elderly servant in black stood in stunned silence, gazing into the night sky, their eyes fixated solely on the vivid crimson and the two fallen corpses. Chapter 91. The weakest among them in the Sacred Sword sect. A master of the 8th level, a grandmaster, possesses the power to obliterate small sects single-handedly. Wherever he goes, he becomes a source of relentless trouble. Yet, as he charged forth, he was abruptly severed in two by a single strike. The young master of the sect of Harmony and his elderly black-clad servant gazed in disbelief at the fallen corpse before them. An overwhelming terror surged forth like tidal waves, suffocating in its intensity. Young master, the black-clad servant looked ahead, his mouth agape. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically, and an ocean of fear flooded his eyes, prompting him to scream hoarsely, "Young master, flee quickly." The young master of Harmony, still in a daze, was jolted back to reality by the voice behind him. As he lifted his gaze, he met the terrifying gaze of the man before him. In that instant, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient beast. Chills running down his spine, and an overwhelming dread gripped his heart. The sight of the two Grandmaster corpses lingered vividly in his mind. He was consumed by a singular thought: escape, the swifter the better, the farther the better. He dared not entertain the notion of vengeance. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked a secret technique for escape, even at the cost of his own life, knowing it would take half of his vitality. Even though he could recover in the future, it would severely damage his foundation. Yet he cared not. His only desire was to survive the ordeal at the hands of that man. Simultaneously, he struggled to comprehend the emergence of such a terrifying figure in the great Qian. Golden true essence? A sudden realization struck him, recalling the golden phenomenon that had appeared outside the royal city that fateful night. Rumors spoke of someone who had stirred the fortunes of the great Qian, giving rise to a child of destiny. Damn it, the young master thought, filled with disbelief and suspicion. How could a newly ascended master be so fearsome? Yet, the harsh reality had dealt him a crushing blow, leaving no room for doubt. He must unite the 6 sects and eradicate this threat. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as blood mist erupted from his body, hastening his escape further. Trying to flee? Standing in the center like a harbinger of death, Jiang Wushuang observed as the alluringly sinister figure left a trail of blood light behind while retreating. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. The speed of that escape surpassed the ordinary master by more than tenfold. Such a technique might indeed allow one to escape from the eyes of others. Jiang Wushuang's gaze turned cold as he slashed forth with his blade. In an instant, a whirlwind of blade intent surged around him, intertwining in the air. A massive, light azure blade materialized out of thin air, stretching hundreds of feet. All eyes were drawn to this singular azure light. As the azure light cleaved through the air, time seemed to slow. Only the azure blade surged forward, catching up to the fleeing figure in an instant. The young master of Harmony, still reeling from his narrow escape, felt a chilling aura envelop him, rendering his body rigid. Turning back, he widened his eyes in horror as he beheld the azure light rapidly expanding in his vision. In the next instant, a blade of azure light enveloped him. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the azure blade had penetrated through the figure of the man clad in white. In the blink of an eye, the white-clad man transformed into a mist of blood, his form vanishing entirely. Among the 3 masters, you are undoubtedly the weakest, yet you dare to flee? Jiang Wushuang withdrew his gaze from the distance, slowly sheathing his sword. One must admit, the flying dragon ghost blade has indeed become increasingly adept in his hands. Especially under the enhancement of true essence, it seemed as if this martial art had undergone a metamorphosis. It lost some of its sinister qualities and gained an aura of dominance. If he so wished, he could conjure a blade shadow stretching 1,000 feet. The two masters he had just slain were but a mere 100 feet away. Initially, he had intended to utilize the concealed formation here, along with the masters within, to test his own strength. Alas, neither the formation nor the masters within posed any challenge. The formation was somewhat more manageable. He had not even unleashed a punch to break through. Yet, once he employed the second-grade mystic void palm, it crumbled effortlessly. The three masters inside, though the first two were somewhat stronger, could not withstand even a single strike from him. They were utterly inadequate in his presence. The last one, without a fight, chose to ignite his own life force and flee. It was rather tedious. With the demise of the Hahuan sect's young master, the manor descended into chaos. The man's terrifying prowess and decisiveness in killing made every heart tremble with fear. The warriors originally poised to guard the manor scattered in disarray. Unfortunately, they lacked the techniques for swift escape. Otherwise, they would have fled without hesitation. Wu Jiang, witnessing the man's slaughter of three masters, was equally shaken. What kind of strength is this? Slaying masters as one would chop vegetables? Is there any master capable of withstanding a blow from him? At that moment, she saw the warriors within the manor fleeing in all directions. Block their path. Wu Jiang's expression shifted, and she shouted loudly. A few subordinates surged forward. However, this was a crucial stronghold of the demonic sect, housing dozens of disciples, many of whom were at the gathering spirit realm. She and her few subordinates simply could not impede them, left only to watch helplessly as they escaped. Just then, a sudden change swept through the scene. Wu Jiang and her subordinates were momentarily stunned. The first few warriors to escape the manor abruptly halted, as if immobilized, standing there frozen. After a few breaths, they collapsed like wooden stakes. Dead. The members of the divine capture camp wore expressions of disbelief. Wu Jiang looked toward the nearest corpse. Noticing a blood spot appearing on the man's head, blood gushing forth incessantly. Is it possible to kill without leaving a trace? Those who had rushed to the edge of the manor, witnessing this scene, gradually came to a stop, their faces etched with terror. No one had comprehended what had transpired moments before. After a brief pause, some continued to charge forward. Yet, just as they leaped out of the manor, their figures trembled in midair, then lost all vitality, plummeting to the ground. Finally, someone recognized that something was amiss. In the midst of the chaos, a man effortlessly unleashed a surge of true essence, instantly slaying his adversary. Initially, it was believed that amidst the turmoil, some individuals might manage to escape. However, they soon realized that, to this man, taking a life was as simple as a mere flick of his finger. It was inconceivable that even dozens or hundreds could evade his grasp. Those who attempted to flee were met with inevitable death. In an instant, they obediently retreated back to the manor, for the fear of death outweighed the fear of capture. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wushuang let out a cold laugh. To him, those individuals were expendable. They could be killed or spared. Slaying them would yield cultivation benefits, while imprisoning them in the demon suppression tower would yield the same. The only cardinal rule was that none must escape. Who else wishes to flee? Jiang Wushuang spoke softly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and none dared to meet his eyes. Those who had just contemplated fleeing felt a chill run down their spines, terrified that this formidable master might, in a fit of rage, end their lives. The officials, unable to escape due to their lack of strength, were overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions upon witnessing this display. Though they wielded significant power in the court and held esteemed positions in the eyes of ordinary people, they felt utterly insignificant compared to the man who held the power of life and death. Wu Jiang gazed at the figure in the arena, her eyes filled with awe and envy. This was the epitome of a martial arts master, capable of subduing a multitude with sheer force. Chapter 92. The supreme pure blade Jiang Wushuang stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by an eerie silence. He resembled a reaper wielding the power of life and death. Without uttering a single command, no one dared to move. Yet, Jiang Wushuang was indifferent to the onlookers, his gaze sweeping across the field. It had been merely 100 breaths since he had breached the formation and entered, during which he had dispatched 3 masters and dozens of disciples from the demonic sect. In his eyes, dozens of radiant lights scattered throughout the area, all remnants of memories awaiting his collection. However, rather than personally gathering them, he retrieved a black banner from his robe. With a flick of his mind, several spectral souls emerged from the banner. Under his control, the souls soared towards the scattered points of light. This black banner originated from a ghostly cultivator within the demon suppression tower, known as the Elder de Yuan. After being slain during his escape, the myriad ghost banner fell into Jiang Wushuang's possession. This artifact, designed to contain ghostly entities, was the culmination of Elder de Yuan's lifelong efforts. Jiang Wushuang had consumed the spirits contained within, thereby enhancing his divine infant. Later, upon discovering that he could command the spectral souls to collect cultivation points, he gathered all the souls from the demon suppression tower. When seeking to amass cultivation, releasing a few would suffice. Generally, ordinary masters could not perceive the spectral souls. Only those with formidable spiritual power, like ghostly cultivators, could. It seemed that even those of the Fate Wheel realm could easily see them. He had not forgotten encountering a Fate Wheel master on the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower. To the onlookers, he merely appeared to be examining the black banner. However, shortly thereafter, he received several notifications. Collected 2,000 cultivation points. Collected 3,500 cultivation points. Collected 1,200 cultivation points. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation points surged by several thousand. These points were derived from the disciples of the demonic sect who had attempted to flee, only to be slain by Jiang Wushuang. They were insignificant figures, and the cultivation points they provided were but a pittance, yet every little bit added up. The true prize lay in the 3 masters. He first commanded the spectral souls to collect the brightest memory inheritance in the arena, belonging to the man who had drawn his blade first, a formidable presence among the masters. Unfortunately, he had encountered the even more powerful Jiang Wushuang. To Jiang Wushuang's surprise, the individual hailed from the Divine Blade sect. Through the memories he gleaned, he recognized the man's identity, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The conflict between the righteous and the demonic was not merely a matter of morality and justice. It stemmed from the actions of the demonic sects, which often undermined the interests of the righteous sections. For instance, certain demonic sects practiced perverse techniques, abducting disciples from righteous sects to forge blood pools for their own cultivation. Moreover, some demonic sects outright plundered their righteous counterparts. In order to safeguard their own interests, the righteous sects established their own rules, with mutual agreements among the various sections. The demonic sects frequently disregarded these agreements, inevitably leading to continuous strife. Thus, the 2 paths of righteousness and darkness remained irreconcilable. It was somewhat understandable when ordinary disciples were seduced by the allure of the demonic path and chose to join the demonic sect. Indeed, the demonic sect excels in this domain. However, the elder of the Divine Blade sect, known as Shunbosh, is no ordinary individual. Firstly, the Divine Blade sect is a premier righteous sect, possessing profound heritage and formidable strength. Furthermore, this person has been a martial genius since childhood, receiving focused cultivation from the Divine Blade sect, reaching the realm of a master by the age of 30, eclipsing the disciples of the 4 great holy sections. The Divine Blade sect holds high hopes for him, and Shunbosh has not disappointed, leading the sect to further growth and prosperity. Eventually, the sect even intended to pass the position of sect leader to him. Yet, Shunbosh, enamored with the path of the sword, was reluctant to be burdened by sect affairs and resolutely declined the leadership role, opting instead to remain an elder. How could a grandmaster at the 8th level of mastery fall victim to the seductive charms of the Joyous Union sect? Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of curiosity. How could such a grandmaster succumb to the demonic path? Upon uncovering the truth, he could not help but chuckle softly. It turned out that Shunbosh had dedicated his life to the path of the sword, enjoying unparalleled success for most of his life, achieving the 8th level of mastery in his 40s. However, thereafter, he encountered stagnation, unable to make further progress despite years of arduous cultivation. Subsequently, in a fit of misguided ambition, he sought to hone his will through the Joyous Union sect's seductive slaves. Unexpectedly, he was overwhelmed by the onslaught of the seductive slaves and Joyous Union powder, leading to his defeat. From a righteous elder, he transformed into a servant of the Joyous Union sect. Thus, the sect gained a formidable asset. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Jiang Wushuang, and that asset was destined to be shattered. The seductive slaves and Joyous Union powder of the Joyous Union sect are indeed formidable, Jiang Wushuang reflected. Although Shunbosh's stagnation and unstable resolve contributed to his downfall, the ability to control a grandmaster speaks volumes about the capabilities of the Joyous Union sect. Dismissing his thoughts, Jiang Wushuang discovered that another skill had appeared in his martial arts repertoire. Martial arts, Shangqing Blade, first grade, realm, pinnacle, 200, 500000. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes as he realized he had unexpectedly acquired a first-grade martial skill, specifically a blade technique. Among the various martial skills he had obtained, the blade techniques had consistently demonstrated remarkable power in several battles. Thus he held a particular fondness for them. The first-grade Shangqing Blade undoubtedly suited his tastes. Compared to the second-grade Flying Dragon Ghost Blade, the power of the Shangqing Blade was elevated by several tiers. What surprised him even more was that Shun Bosch had cultivated it to the pinnacle level. He was the first person Jiang Wushuang had encountered who had achieved such mastery in a martial skill. This clearly illustrated his exceptional talent in martial arts. It was precisely due to the pinnacle first-grade Shangqing Blade that he commanded respect in both the righteous and demonic realms. Even if a master from the divine capture camp were to confront him, they would be unable to subdue him. Alas, his misfortune lay in crossing paths with the prodigious Jiang Wushuang. Subsequently, Jiang Wushuang collected another memory inheritance from a grandmaster, that of the elder who had been slain shortly after Shun Bosch's appearance, having failed to make an impression before his demise. He had been an elder of the Joyous Union sect, guarding this place for a decade. For a decade, he had remained in obscurity, nearly unknown to all. He offered cultivation points, acquired 300,000 cultivation points. Jiang Wushuang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the substantial amount. The cultivation points obtained from the death of a master were indeed bountiful. The last figure was the fleeing man clad in white. Although he had been reduced to a mist of blood, the legacy of his memories remained intact. Once again, he acquired cultivation points. Acquired 200,000 cultivation points. Among the three masters, he was the weakest, contributing significantly fewer points. To his surprise, he discovered he was the heir of the Hahuan sect. No wonder he had attained mastery at such a tender age. The sect had nurtured him as a martial genius. In comparison to the Honglian Saint Sun, this Hahuan heir was evidently much stronger. Of course, the Hahuan heir was also a decade older than the Honglian Saint Sun. It was time for him to depart. Jiang Wushuang retracted the Yin spirit and cast a glance toward the direction of the imperial city. The commotion here had long since alerted the palace. Presently, two master-level auras were hastening toward this location, and their arrival was imminent. Before leaving, he turned to face Wu Jiling and said, "You are Wu Jiling, correct?" Wu Jiling was momentarily taken aback before respectfully bowing. "Indeed." Jiang Wushuang replied coolly, "Many officials in court are colluding with the demonic sect to frame loyal ministers. I hope you can investigate thoroughly and prevent the loyal souls from feeling disheartened." With that, he vanished from sight. His intention in saying this was to seek her assistance in clearing his family's name. Although he had slain Zhao Huaqi, the matter required someone to advocate for justice. "Rest assured, my lord, the divine catcher camp will certainly cleanse the court," Wu Jiling responded. Having witnessed the man's formidable prowess, he had become a godlike figure in her eyes. Even if he had not made such a request, she would have complied. Now that he had voiced it, she would be even more diligent in her pursuit. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her face lit up with astonishment and joy. "My lord knows of me." Wu Jiling gazed upward, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yet, ahead lay only emptiness. The man had already vanished from her sight. Chapter 93, Becoming his right hand within the estate. Upon witnessing the man's disappearance, Wu Jiling initially felt a wave of disappointment. After all, she had hoped to uncover his true identity. However, this disappointment soon gave way to a rising panic within her. The estate was still swarming with numerous devout followers of the demonic sect, who, at that moment, resembled docile rabbits, only tamed by the presence of a formidable lion. Indeed, as Jiang Wushuang vanished, the gazes of the crowd began to search frantically. Initially, no one dared to make a move, but once it became evident that the master had truly departed, many began to stir restlessly. Of course, a greater number remained paralyzed by the lingering authority of Jiang Wushuang. Too fearful to act impulsively, Wu Jiling's expression shifted slightly as she observed three figures darting towards the exit of the estate. Though few in number, they were evidently martial artists of substantial prowess. This posed quite a significant challenge for her. Moreover, should even one of them succeed in escaping, a flood of others would undoubtedly follow. The small team of divine captors present could scarcely manage the situation. Just as the three figures were about to breach the estate's perimeter, a tremendous surge of mental pressure inundated the scene, akin to a deluge. The restless individuals felt their hearts sink, fearing that the departing man had returned, dreading a fate similar to that of others who had previously fled. Their skulls pierced and lifeless. Each one promptly abandoned their escape plans. The three figures, now on the brink of the estate, halted abruptly, their faces paling. Upon glancing towards the source of the pressure, they were momentarily taken aback. Instead of the earlier man, an elderly gentleman with streaks of gray hair approached. Though he bore the marks of age, his gaze was as sharp as a sword, and where his eyes fell, it felt as though an imposing mountain loomed overhead. Another master had arrived? The would-be escapees felt their spirits plummet, not merely due to the presence of a master, but also because behind him trailed a multitude of divine captors, commanders of the force. Upon seeing the elder, Wu Zhiling's heart soared with joy. With a commander on site, even the most formidable of demonic followers could be subdued. Before long, the entire estate was encircled by the divine captors. Commander, we have ascertained the situation within the estate. This is a hidden stronghold established by the Hehuan sect to infiltrate our great nation, Diqian. The estate is divided into 3 levels. The first level serves as a place of revelry, populated by numerous alluring slaves meticulously trained by the Hehuan sect. These pawns, under their control, visit here multiple times a month for amusement. Several high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Personnel have been captured on site. Among the 3 masters who perished, one was the scion of the Hehuan sect, while the other 2 were his devoted followers. Wu Zhiling bowed before the graying commander and recounted the details of the investigation. The interior of the estate was even more shocking than she had anticipated. The first level displayed a facade of decadence and indulgence. However, the second and third levels unveiled the true malevolence of the Hehuan sect, revealing imprisoned women abducted from various places. In the realm of ordinary families, there exist daughters of commoners, as well as heiresses of affluent households, along with numerous female disciples from various sections. Not limited to women, there are also many vigorous young men. The Harmony sect employs torturous methods and secret techniques to subjugate these individuals, transforming them into enchanting seducers adept at beguiling the hearts of others. Enough. You shall handle these matters yourselves, commanded the officer, interrupting Wu Zhiling. She nodded, only then noticing the presence of an additional figure beside Officer Wei Yu. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, exuded an aura akin to an abyssal ocean, resembling a giant standing steadfastly. He was the deputy of the Demon Suppression Tower. Wu Zhiling gazed at the middle-aged man beside Wei Yu, her heart secretly trembling. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather natural. With a master-level battle erupting outside the imperial city and one faction being among the 6 sects of the demonic cult, the divine capture camp would certainly seek assistance from the Demon Suppression Tower. One person slaying 3 masters? Wei Yu contemplated the 2 corpses before him, his expression revealing complexity. Although 3 masters resided within this villa, the strength of the Harmony sect's young master was evidently insufficient, as he was reduced to mere crimson mist, leaving not a single bone behind. Of course, this was only in comparison to that formidable man. Across the entirety of the Great Qian, the young master of Harmony sect held considerable renown, having attained master status in his 30s, one of the few martial prodigies in the realm. Among the imperial lineage of the Great Qian, only one junior could rival him. It was unimaginable that such a figure would meet his demise in such a manner. It could only be said that he encountered someone exceedingly terrifying. This was evident from the 2 corpses before them, both severed by a single stroke, indicating that the opponent's strength vastly surpassed theirs. Wu Zhiling recounted the figure of the man, who moved like the wind and possessed an aura as vast as the sea, and could not help but inquire, "Officer, he truly is not one of our Great Qian court?" Wei Yu shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Not precisely, but nearly so." He then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man beside him, the deputy of the Demon Suppression Tower, Master Qiao Zhuang. Qiao Zhuang, observing Wei Yu's expression, also shook his head with a smile, saying, "It seems we are on the same wavelength." Wu Zhiling stood by, bewildered, wishing to inquire further about the identity of the man, but was met with Wei Yu's gesture, signaling her to withdraw. As she departed, Wei Yu quietly remarked, The appearance of this man aligns with what Master Hongji of Qinshan Temple described. He must undoubtedly be the child of destiny. However, this may be his altered visage, not his true self. Qiao Zhuang nodded in astonishment, stating, "To conceal 3 masters of the Harmony sect in this place. Even if we joined forces, it would require considerable effort to resolve. Truly worthy of the child of destiny. Having just attained master status, yet capable of slaughtering 3 demons with a single stroke." Wei Yu shook his head, speaking solemnly, "You are mistaken. Even if we were to arrive, we would be unable to resolve this matter." Qiao Zhuang furrowed his brow, saying, "Officer, you are being overly modest. Though I am merely at the 5th level of the Grand Master rank, you are nonetheless a figure on the Grand Master leaderboard. How could 3 mere disciples of the demonic sect possibly defeat me?" Heh. Wei Yu chuckled softly and replied, "I am no longer capable. I have merely graced the Grand Master leaderboard and have long been surpassed by others. You, however, have completely misunderstood who has perished." With that, he gestured toward the severed corpse before them, saying, "This is Shun Bo Shi." Shun Bo Shi? The name struck a familiar chord. Qiao Zhuang's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the bisected body on the ground. The Divine Blade sect, Shun Bo Shi? Had he not already reached the 8th level of Grand Master? How could this be? A tumult of emotions surged within him, leaving him utterly stunned. The Divine Blade sect is not a second-rate sect. It stands as a premier sect in Deqian, second only to the 4 great holy sections. Any Grand Master emerging from such a sect is a formidable presence. Moreover, Shun Bo Shi had previously commanded great renown, claiming to have no rivals in his era. Though Qiao Zhuang had never laid eyes upon him, he had heard numerous tales of his exploits. His innate talent was unparalleled, and his comprehension of swordsmanship was unrivaled. Even at the 8th level of Grand Master, many at the 9th level had fallen under his blade. Were it not for the intervention of a Wheel of Fate Master, it would have been exceedingly difficult for anyone within the Grand Master ranks to slay him. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been cleaved in 2. This is simply 2. How could it be possible? Wasn't the child of destiny just promoted to Grand Master? Qiao Zhuang felt a buzzing in his mind. Unable to process the enormity of this revelation, Wei Yu spoke solemnly. Thus, he is indeed the child of destiny. Only such a person could alter the fate of Deqian. Understanding dawned upon Qiao Zhuang. He nodded slowly, and after a lengthy silence, a sudden brilliance ignited in his eyes as he remarked, "The resurgence of Deqian will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Yet the child of destiny shall surely turn the tide. I look forward to the day when I can serve as his right-hand man." Chapter 94. A reunion in the Demon Suppression Tower. Every day, Jiang Wushuang would gather his cultivation before his shift. Although cultivation points could accumulate, it was imperative to collect them daily to not miss any memories left by the deceased prisoners. Previously, he only needed to gather from the 1st and 2nd levels of the Demon Suppression Tower, but now he had an additional 3rd level to explore. Upon reaching the 3rd level, he first collected from several prisoners ensnared in the nearby abysses before finally approaching the formidable figure before him, a being of the Wheel of Fate, suspended by heavy chains. As the spectral essence drew near, the figure slowly lifted its gaze. A flicker of confusion appeared in its eyes as it regarded the approaching spirit. When the spirit merely brushed against it and then drifted away, the confusion dissipated. Indeed, he could perceive the spectral being I controlled. Jiang Wushuang marveled inwardly. The spirit was exceedingly frail, visible only to those with a potent mental force. Among the masters, only those specializing in the soul, like ghost cultivators, could discern such spirits. The Wheel of Fate practitioner, trapped yet still capable of sensing the spirit's every move, exemplified the vast strength of mental prowess. Of course, I am no less impressive. Jiang Wushuang chuckled softly. Having just ascended to the rank of master, his divine essence had already taken form, and his mental strength rivaled that of the Wheel of Fate practitioner. When he eventually ascended to that level himself, he would undoubtedly be exponentially stronger. Through the battle of the previous night, he had gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. Now, he felt no trepidation in facing a Wheel of Fate practitioner. Thus, upon encountering the one on the 3rd level again, the shock of their previous meeting had vanished, replaced solely by the joy of gathering significant cultivation points. Alas, there was but one Wheel of Fate practitioner. Jiang Wushuang felt a fleeting impulse to capture several of them, though it remained merely an impulse. At such a level, the likelihood of being confined to the Demon Suppression Tower was minimal. After all, Will of Fate practitioners were exceedingly dangerous and difficult to control. Should they cause a disturbance, they could upheave the entire tower. The presence of this particular practitioner on the third level must be due to extraordinary circumstances. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. Jiang Wushuang shook his head. Such matters were beyond his concern. As long as he could gather cultivation points, that sufficed. Subsequently, he directed the spectral essence to the fourth level of the demon suppression tower. Though his previous attempt to locate prisoners had failed, thwarted by a dragon-like entity that dispersed his spirit, he remained undeterred. The fourth level appeared boundless, and perhaps he might discover another Wheel of Fate practitioner, which would be a tremendous boon. He first guided the spirit to the periphery of the formation where the golden dragon resided. This time, he refrained from bringing the spirit too close, opting instead to observe from a distance. The golden dragon, while still colliding with the barrier that trapped it, had evidently calmed from its previous frenzy, its form returning to its original size. What on earth is this creature? Jiang Wushuang's curiosity deepened with each passing moment. Though that object bore a resemblance to a golden dragon, it was, in truth, nothing of the sort. It appeared more like a swirling mass of golden mist. After pondering for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, he shook his head and continued to guide the shadowy spirit through the fourth level, which remained boundless. However, this time he encountered several figures. Judging by their auras, many of them were of master-level prowess, with some even being formidable practitioners of the life wheel. Yet, these individuals were not prisoners. They were merely exhausted, engaging in a deathly seclusion. Numerous souls had perished without ever achieving a breakthrough, leaving behind mere skeletal remains. Indeed, there were no prisoners on the fourth level. Jiang Wushuang conducted another thorough search, firmly affirming this notion. This also implied that the cultivation resources provided by the demon suppression tower had reached their zenith. To progress further, he would have to personally contribute prisoners to the cause. As Jiang Wushuang retracted the shadowy spirit, he made his way to the Gui sector, commencing a day as a demon suppression guard. Upon entering the break room, he observed Du Yi convening the on-duty personnel. Du Yi was personally organizing tasks, indicating the arrival of a significant mission. Whether it involved an external operation or an important prisoner to be interrogated remained uncertain. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Wushuang approached. Upon learning the reason, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The entire situation stemmed from his actions the previous night when he dismantled the Hehuan sect stronghold outside the imperial city. Due to the divine capture camp apprehending numerous fiends of the demon cult, along with several officials of the court, their prison was nearing capacity. This matter had far-reaching implications, necessitating the capture of many more individuals. Consequently, the divine capture camp had sent several batches of prisoners overnight. Just within the Gui sector, 5 new inmates had been added. It was noteworthy that in the past month, only a handful had been delivered. The revelation of such a substantial demon cult stronghold hidden beyond the imperial city was astonishing. The Hehuan sect was indeed formidable. Furthermore, it was rumored that many high-ranking officials were implicated, threatening to drain the lifeblood of Deqian. Typically, the Hehuan sect had little presence, yet it turned out to be the most vicious among the 6 sects of Demon Path. Reports indicated that the stronghold housed numerous abducted maidens, and the methods employed by the Hehuan sect upon them were tenfold more brutal than the interrogations conducted by the Demon Suppression Tower. Such individuals were truly detestable. Upon learning the circumstances, several colleagues of Jiang Wushuang expressed their outrage. Regardless of how powerful the Hehuan sect might be, they had ultimately been vanquished. I have heard that it was a mysterious figure who obliterated them, with the divine capture camp merely reaping the rewards of a monumental achievement. In my opinion, that enigmatic individual is the most remarkable, having single-handedly dispatched 3 masters, Tangbu interjected. Evidently, after leaving the 100 Flowers building the previous night, he had not returned to the demon suppression tower, but had instead lingered outside for a night, bringing back tidbits of information to share with the others. Before long, the prisoners were successively handed over and distributed to various cells. As per the usual protocol, those arriving on the second level were first subjected to the punishment array. This practice proved to be justified, for many newcomers were oblivious to the gravity of their situation. One by one, they shouted at the demon suppression guard. Jiang Wushuang also brought out a prisoner from the cell. Upon seeing the prisoner, he was momentarily taken aback. The man was clad in a black robe, his sunken eyes and sharp features giving him a simian appearance. He was none other than the servant of the young master of the Hahuan sect. At this moment, the black-robed servant presented himself with an air of superiority, merely casting a cold glance at Jiang Wushuang and dismissing him with disdain. Jiang Wushuang felt an urge to laugh. After all, the previous night, following his execution of 3 masters, this fellow had cowered on the ground, unable to rise even as others of the gathering spirit realm fled. It seemed his legs had turned to jelly, allowing him to survive and arrive at the demon suppression tower. Be honest and confess all your misdeeds, or you shall suffer the consequences, Jiang Wushuang thought to himself, suppressing his amusement and maintaining the demeanor of a demon suppression guard. As he spoke, he carelessly tossed the black-robed servant onto the ice prison array. With a flick of the array's control disc, rows of ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the black-robed servant's body. Initially, the servant's face remained expressionless, but as Jiang Wushuang gradually escalated the array's power to its maximum, the emotions on his face became increasingly animated. Gazing at the figure shrouded in black within the ice prison array, Jiang Wushuang suddenly recalled a conversation he had with the young master of the Hahuan sect. The sacred artifact of demonic path? He murmured to himself. In the memory inheritance, both had discussed this topic with grave expressions. According to their accounts, this artifact possessed immense power and was likely to incite a great upheaval. Chapter 95. Sacred Artifact. Jiang Wushuang had not paid much attention when he destroyed the mountain villa and collected the memory inheritance. Now, reflecting upon it, he recalled that the young master of the Hahuan sect was seldom present at the villa. His arrival was ostensibly to acquire the so-called demonic sacred artifact, which coincidentally fell victim to Jiang Wushuang's destruction of the villa, leading to his demise. Was this demonic sacred artifact truly endowed with such formidable power? Upon gathering relevant information, Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of astonishment. Generally speaking, so-called treasures are merely weapons crafted from superior materials, providing a modest enhancement to martial skills. However, such enhancements are not particularly significant. For Jiang Wushuang, it would be far more pragmatic to vanquish a few masters and harvest their cultivation for a tangible increase in power, rather than expend time in pursuit of treasures. For most martial artists, the importance of weapons is not excessively pronounced. Yet, for unique practitioners like ghost cultivators, magical tools hold immense significance. Take, for instance, the Wan Gui banner that he possessed. Without such an artifact to collect ghostly entities, a ghost cultivator would find themselves bereft of resources in battle, leading to a dramatic decline in combat efficacy. According to the memory inheritance from the Hahuan young master, this demonic sacred artifact evidently diverges from ordinary treasures. It possesses the innate ability to unleash tremendous power. A foundational realm martial artist wielding this sacred artifact could potentially slay a spirit-gathering realm practitioner. Naturally, if one's own strength is inadequate, although they may harness the artifact's power, they would likewise suffer backlash, rendering them unable to survive. In summary, this demonic sacred artifact is far beyond the comparison of ordinary treasures. For those above the master level, wielding it would exponentially augment their combat capabilities. It appears a great upheaval is imminent. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. Given that this object is revered as a demonic sacred artifact, not only would the Hahuan sect strive to seize it, but the other 6 demonic sects would not remain idle either. This is likely to provoke a fierce confrontation among masters. Should the demonic sacred artifact truly manifest, I might as well partake in the fray. A smile suddenly graced Jiang Wushuang's lips. Now that he has reached the master realm, the cultivation points required for further enhancement are monumental. The spoils he collected from the prisoners in the demon suppression tower have reached their ceiling, and to earn additional rewards, he must eliminate foes. It is not easy to locate these masters in daily life. However, if they congregate, he would naturally wish to join in the excitement. The greater the chaos, the more delightful the surprises. Regrettably, the Hahuan young master lacked precise information. Jiang Wushuang sighed. According to the young master's memory, the true custodian of the clues regarding this demonic sacred artifact is a powerful protector of the Hahuan sect. He was merely there to assist. A protector? Consider yourself fortunate. A glimmer of regret flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Had he delayed a few days in destroying the mountain villa outside the imperial city, he might have slain another master and acquired valuable intelligence regarding the demonic sacred artifact. Ah, forget it, he thought. Jiang Wushuang shook his head, suddenly realizing that he should not have focused on the information about the demonic sacred artifact. Had he not done so, he would not have been drawn into curiosity, nor would he have been troubled by the absence of information regarding the sacred artifact. Even the young master of the Acacia clan was unaware of the specific clues, and naturally, the old servant clad in black was oblivious as well. Contemplating this, Jiang Wushuang lost interest in him. After tormenting him within the formation for an hour, he cast him into a dungeon. Subsequently, he commanded the soul to activate the newly arrived prisoners, although not a single master-level prisoner was among them. Yet, the sheer number was considerable. With the first and second levels combined, he amassed several thousand in cultivation. Beneath the night sky, a gentle breeze swept through, refreshing and pleasant. Jiang Wushuang sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, while Linglong, adorned in a flowing azure dress, diligently brought forth plate after plate of prepared dishes. Perhaps the words he had imparted to Wu Jiling had borne fruit. Merely a few days had passed since the destruction of the manor, and this estate, once occupied by Ma Liuba, had been returned. He had brought Linglong back from the inn to this place. After the meal, Linglong cleared away the dishes and brewed a pot of fine tea. As Jiang Wushuang savored the tranquility surrounding him, he quietly enjoyed his tea. Since arriving in this world, he had resided within the demon suppression tower, a place devoid of light, where he constantly mingled with demons and had never truly relished a moment of peace. Now, he discovered that possessing a residence in this world and having a group of servants to attend to him was quite agreeable. In his previous life, he had been a weary soul, toiling from dawn till dusk merely to earn a little more money, in hopes of one day enjoying life. However, in the end, he neither amassed wealth nor savored the pleasures of life. In this world, he had become a martial artist, striving to enhance his strength, not only for the pursuit of power, but also to ensure a stable existence, free from the threat of losing his life. Having attained the status of a master, he was regarded as a figure of great respect among ordinary martial artists, allowing him to finally indulge in a serene life. As Jiang Wushuang pondered these thoughts, he suddenly noticed Linglong by his side, discreetly wiping away tears. "Linglong, why are you crying? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall make them pay," he inquired. Linglong hastily shook her head, replying, "Young master, no one has mistreated me. I am simply overwhelmed with joy, never expecting to serve you here." As she wiped away her tears, a smile adorned her face. "You silly girl, crying from happiness," Jiang Wushuang chuckled, shaking his head. After a considerable time, Linglong managed to compose herself and remarked, "Young master, it is thanks to Lord Left Minister's tireless efforts that we have been able to overturn the case. When the madam returns, we must express our gratitude in person." Now that the case had been overturned, not only had the estate been restored, but those who had been exiled would surely return as well. "I hear the divine capture camp has taken an interest in the Lord's case. It is truly astonishing," Linglong exclaimed, her face a picture of wonder. To ordinary people, the divine capture camp was renowned for hunting demons, mysterious and powerful. However, upon seeing Jiang Wushuang before her, she couldn't help but feel that the camp's involvement might be linked to him. After all, the current young master had joined the demon suppression camp, which held a reputation equal to that of the divine capture camp. When the madam returns and sees the young master in his present state, she will undoubtedly be overjoyed, Linglong thought, her face brimming with anticipation. In the past, the young master was known for his indulgent lifestyle, which caused great distress to his family. However, the present young master exudes an aura of formidable security. The scene of him vanquishing Ma Lu that fateful night remains vividly etched in memory. Jiang Wushuang glanced at Linglong, whose expression was in constant flux, and smiled gently. He resolved to reside in the manor from now on. "Linglong, are there any difficulties in the manor now?" Jiang Wushuang inquired. Following Ma Lu's demise, all of his servants had fled, leaving only him and Linglong in the expansive estate. Upon returning to the manor, Linglong commenced a thorough cleaning of the premises, while Jiang Wushuang remained unperturbed. Upon hearing his words, Linglong's expression became serious. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Young master, the ability to overturn a case is indeed the greatest fortune. There are no significant difficulties. However, with the absence of the master, we cannot restore the previous positions, and expenses in the manor may need to be curtailed, which may cause some inconvenience to you, young master." Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed slightly. He then realized that after Ma Lu's death, the scattered servants had stripped the manor of its possessions. There was not a single valuable item left within. It became evident that the estate was in financial straits. Without hesitation, Jiang Wushuang produced a few taels of silver from his person, stating, "Linglong, rest assured, as long as the young master is here, no one will suffer." Having attained mastery, he was naturally unconcerned about the lack of silver. Chapter 96. The Master and Servant Beyond the Imperial City. Although the hidden lair of the Hehuan sect has been dismantled and the fiends of the demonic cult captured, a small squad from the Divine Capture Camp remains in search, wary of overlooking anything. After all, the Hehuan sect managed to conceal itself for decades, and none can ascertain whether there are still hidden sanctuaries. On a peak several hundred zhang away from the dilapidated manor, two silhouettes, one gray and one black, were gazing at the ruins from afar. The figure in gray appeared to be in his 40s, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by an elder with slightly graying hair. Despite the elder looking older in appearance, he bent slightly, displaying utmost reverence towards the man in gray. "Ding Protector, that is our Hehuan sect's Liuhe Manor, which has drawn considerable blood from the Qin dynasty over the years. Regrettably, it has been discovered," the elder said, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. "Moreover, it has also led to the demise of the young master." The gray-clad man fell silent for a moment before responding indifferently. This impetuous youth, relying on the sect leader's favoritism, believes that upon ascending to the rank of master, he can act with impunity. Little does he realize that it may ultimately lead to his utter annihilation. "Xiao Wan, had you not divulged the information regarding the demonic artifact to him, he would not have been foolish enough to rush here alone. His death is partially your responsibility." Upon hearing this, the elder's complexion changed dramatically, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Ding Protector, spare me. It was the young master who forced me to speak. Furthermore, I only instructed him to wait for us here. I never anticipated the manor would be destroyed." The gray-clad man scoffed lightly. "The young master's demise is inconsequential. No one will blame you. They claim he is the future hope of our Hehuan sect, yet in my eyes, he is worth no more than a mere trifle." Yes. For over a century, Ding Protector has been the pillar of our Hehuan sect," the elder echoed, simultaneously wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Although the man before him appeared younger, he was, in fact, twice his age, possessing immense strength and an extended lifespan that allowed his hair to appear dark once more. The gray-clad man remarked softly, "It has been decades since I last made an appearance. Soon, no one will remember me." The elder responded, "Ding Protector, you are too modest. How could a mere few decades diminish your renown?" Gazing into the distance at the manor, the gray-clad man said, "Decades are ample time for many rising talents to emerge. I have heard that the one who destroyed the manor is merely an inconspicuous youth." The elder, also looking afar, revealed a hint of apprehension. "Indeed, he is quite unknown. As of now, no one knows who he truly is. However, he is truly formidable, having even slain the renowned Shin Dao sect's Shin Bo." The gray-clad man smiled faintly, but offered no response. Noticing his reaction, the elder hastily added, "However, had Ding Protector arrived a moment earlier, that young man would have met his end." The gray-clad man replied calmly, "Had I been here, the manor would not have been discovered, and our Hehuan sect would not have suffered such significant losses." The elderly man nodded, saying, "Of course, with Protector Ding present. Even if Wei Yu from the Divine Capture Camp and Chao Zhuang from the Demon Suppression Tower were to appear simultaneously, they would be frightened into retreat." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Just as news of the birth of the child of destiny in Deqian emerged, our Harmony sect suffered destruction. Could it be that the fortunes of Deqian have truly shifted?" The expressionless face of the man in gray finally showed a slight raise of his brow. "Though my journey here is primarily to seek the sacred artifact of the demon path, eliminating this child of destiny along the way is not out of the question." Hearing this, the elder's face lit up with delight. "Rest assured, Protector Ding, I will diligently search for information regarding the child of destiny." While the two conversed, a team from the Divine Capture Camp, initially searching within the villa, rushed up the mountain. It was unavoidable. Standing atop the peak without concealment made them exceedingly conspicuous, easily visible from the villa below. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the leader of the Divine Capture Camp inquired, directing his gaze at the two. Yet, they offered no reply. The man in gray cast a sidelong glance, barely acknowledging their presence. Meanwhile, the elder, who had been slightly hunched, suddenly transformed upon turning his head, his aura surging as he straightened his back. Master! Master! The expressions of the Divine Capture camp members shifted dramatically, realizing they had no time to flee. The elder unleashed several streams of true essence, and the members of the Divine Capture camp were instantly obliterated. The leader cast one last glance at the man in gray before he perished, unable to fathom the true nature of his existence. Once the elder had dealt with the members of the Divine Capture camp, he returned to the side of the man in gray, and they once more surveyed the villa from the mountaintop. After stepping over a few corpses, they proceeded towards the imperial city. In the Jiang residence, Jiang Wushuang reclined in a chair in the courtyard, leisurely observing the myriad stars in the sky. He found himself increasingly enamored with this tranquil and leisurely lifestyle. This contentment stemmed primarily from his formidable strength, which left him devoid of worthy opponents, allowing him to feel at ease. When he had first entered the demon suppression tower, he had been uncertain if he would survive the next day, leaving him no inclination to ponder the quality of life. Having resided in the Jiang residence for several days, the previous charges against the Jiang family had been overturned, thus lifting his punishment of confinement to the demon suppression tower. Consequently, members of the Divine Capture camp had come specifically to the tower, informing him that he could leave at any time should he wish. Naturally, he declined, as he still needed to cultivate his powers daily. The members of the Divine Capture camp understood this. In their eyes, Jiang Wushuang had already become a top-tier demon suppression guardian. Having worked hard to reach his current position, it was only natural he would not depart. Thus, Jiang Wushuang fulfilled his duties at the demon suppression tower during the day and returned to the Jiang residence at night. "Young master, your tea." Linglong approached with a freshly brewed cup of tea, placing it delicately upon the stone table and offering it to him. For the past few days, she had been the sole caretaker of the household. Despite her former role as a mere maid, she had organized the estate with remarkable efficiency. Of course, employing additional servants would undoubtedly enhance the management. However, with Jiang Wushuang's meager allowance, it was evident that the expenses of the entire estate were beyond his means. Consequently, Jiang Wushuang resolved to prioritize the pursuit of wealth. For him, acquiring money was a relatively uncomplicated endeavor. Setting aside his identity as a master, the ability to retrieve memories and inheritances from the past enabled him to easily access the riches left behind by criminals. After all, many offenders found themselves on wanted lists. Fleeing in all directions, they would conceal the loot they had stolen in hidden locations known solely to them, remaining undiscovered until death. Even discovering a single one of these hiding places would suffice to sustain the Jiang household for several years. "Linglong, do you have something to say?" Jiang Wushuang pondered. Noticing Linglong standing beside him, her lips parted in hesitation. Chapter 97. Unraveling Mysteries According to the Memories of the Original Owner. Linglong was discovered on the streets by the Jiang family at the tender age of 6. Growing up within the confines of the estate, she blossomed into a graceful young woman, despite her status as a maid. This was also the reason why Ma Lu sought to keep her even after seizing control of the Jiang residence. "Young master, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention." Linglong hesitated, taking several deep breaths before slowly speaking. Jiang Wushuang turned to her with a gentle smile and said, "Speak freely. It is just the two of us remaining in the household, and there is nothing that cannot be said." Over the past few days, Jiang Wushuang had grown increasingly fond of this young maid. Not only did she manage the household affairs with great efficiency, but she also provided meticulous care for him. "Young master, the madam and miss are set to return in a few months, and I wish to procure some items for the household before their arrival." Linglong's voice dwindled as she spoke. "Do not worry. Continue," Jiang Wushuang encouraged with a smile. Linglong's expression was sincere. In this world, the status of women from ordinary families was typically low, and for a maid like her, it was even more so. Naturally, she felt a lack of confidence in making requests of her master. Through her narration, Jiang Wushuang learned that Linglong had been preoccupied with the affairs of the estate, particularly concerned about the household's financial expenditures. It turned out that during her recent management of the household, Linglong had met a woman selling fabrics and discovered a business opportunity. She believed that engaging in the fabric trade could yield considerable profits and improve the conditions of the household, seeking Jiang Wushuang's approval for her plan. Jiang Wushuang, not bound by antiquated notions, readily agreed. Linglong, from now on, you shall be the steward of the Jiang residence, and all matters shall be at your discretion. Over the past few days, he had also observed her remarkable capabilities. However, Linglong's expression shifted slightly as she repeatedly shook her head, exclaiming, "Young master, this cannot be. Traditionally, it is the men who hold dominion, and there has never been a woman in such a role." Jiang Wushuang interrupted her, sitting up and meeting her slightly panicked gaze. "I ask you, does the law of Daqian stipulate that women cannot be stewards?" Linglong pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "There is no such regulation." Jiang Wushuang smiled and replied, "Then that settles it. Since there is no prohibition, it is indeed permissible. Although it has not been done before, you shall be the first." Linglong was momentarily taken aback. All her efforts were aimed solely at the betterment of the Jiang residents. She had never aspired for personal gain. Now that the young master appointed her as the steward, it was undeniably a form of recognition for her dedication. "You need not worry. I shall not disappoint you," Linglong assured, gazing at the figure that had reclined back on the bench. Although she was currently the only servant in the household with no one to oversee, her new title undoubtedly elevated her status among the servants. "I have faith in you," Jiang Wushuang replied languidly, reclining on the bench. "By the way, how much silver is required to start this business?" Linglong answered, "It will require several dozen taels." Jiang Wushuang nodded and replied, "Understood. I shall bring it to you in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Linglong's expression changed slightly as she said, "Young master, there is no rush. You still have half of the silver I gave you. If you save a bit more, you will gather enough in a couple of months. You must promise me not to venture into the gambling den again." She was well aware that Jiang Wushuang had recently given her all his silver. Noticing the concern etched on Linglong's face, Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. The depth of her care made him realize that returning with ill-gotten gains would only serve to worry those around him. With this thought, he resolved to abandon the pursuit of the hidden wealth of criminals. After all, such matters seemed trivial to him. As a master, he possessed numerous legitimate means to acquire wealth. For instance, capturing wanted criminals would yield substantial rewards. Each apprehended fugitive listed on the bounty could earn him several hundred taels, while notorious villains could net thousands. "Do not fret. Your young master is now a demon suppressor. A few dozen taels are but trifles," Jiang Wushuang casually remarked. However, he did not rush into action, for he was on the verge of reaching the required cultivation points to ascend to the second tier of mastery. Elevating his strength was paramount. The following day, Jiang Wushuang arrived at the demon suppression tower and began to control the Yin spirits to harvest cultivation points. Having completed the first and second levels, he soon amassed the necessary points for the second tier of mastery. Yet, he refrained from immediate elevation, choosing instead to return to the Jiang residence for a breakthrough after the points had dissipated. He was curious about the changes that might accompany the second tier of mastery. Initially, he had anticipated that the ascension to mastery would be a slow process. However, with the activation of the third level's objectives within the tower, a Wheel of Destiny expert provided a staggering 200,000 cultivation points in a single day. Remarkably, within less than 10 days of becoming a master, he was poised to break through. This rapid advancement was partly due to his dismantling of the Hahuan sect's stronghold and the slaying of 3 masters, which yielded a considerable amount of cultivation points. Nevertheless, the speed of his progress was astonishing. As his cultivation points increased, the true essence within his dantian surged, swelling by a third of its original amount. Previously, his true essence had already been several dozen times greater than that of an ordinary master, and now it had multiplied several times again. With the enhancement of his true essence, the divine infant above it also shone more brightly, amplifying his mental prowess significantly. Jiang Wushuang turned his mental gaze inward, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. When he ascended to mastery, the peculiar golden light that infused his bones seemed to brighten further with his rising power. As he dispelled the transformation of heavenly fusion, the room was instantly enveloped in a soft golden glow, rendering Jiang Wushuang within it somewhat sacred. Was this the fortune of heaven and earth? Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. Previously, he was unaware of the nature of the golden light. However, after dismantling the residents of the Hahuan sect and eliminating 3 masters, he unearthed information regarding the golden light within the memories associated with the enigmatic Shin Bo. It turned out that the much-discussed child of destiny was none other than himself. Jiang Wushuang chuckled softly, shaking his head. According to the recollections of Shinbo, to intertwine with the fate of the world was to become bound to the fortune of the great Qian. The greater his strength, the more prosperous the fortunes of the great Qian would be. Conversely, his downfall would adversely affect those fortunes. Thus, the golden dragon residing on the 4th level of the demon suppression tower was a manifestation of concentrated destiny? Jiang Wushuang was slightly taken aback. It was no wonder that upon first encountering the golden dragon, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if a lineage was being echoed. Yet, the dragon harbored a formidable animosity towards him, which left him perplexed. According to rumors, 10 years ago, the Sunluo sect severed the fortunes of the great Qian. Could that dragon be the very embodiment of that severance? As Jiang Wushuang pieced together fragmented information, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. To be severed implied that the dragon had detached from the great Qian's fortunes, thus it was imprisoned in the 4th level. The former dragon of destiny, upon encountering him, the newly arisen child of destiny, would naturally harbor hostility. It seemed that being the child of destiny was not as straightforward as it appeared. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. However, since he embodied the fortunes of the great Qian, it was inevitable that any threats to the great Qian would first target him. The child of destiny. With this in mind, he decided to conceal his identity as a master as much as possible to avoid unnecessary troubles. If he were to engage, it would be prudent to adopt a different guise. Chapter 98. Reward within the confines of his chamber, Jiang Wushuang. Having successfully ascended to the 2nd tier of the Grand Master realm, retrieved a small booklet he had gathered during the day. Upon opening the first page, he was greeted by a portrait of an individual. Though the illustration lacked refinement, it effectively conveyed the subject's primary characteristics. Adjacent to the portrait were several lines of small text, detailing the information regarding the depicted individual. The number of those listed on the wanted list was indeed substantial. Jiang Wushuang idly flipped through a few pages, murmuring to himself. This booklet cataloged the wanted criminals of the Great Qin dynasty. The Great Qin government had assigned a bounty for each individual on the list, enticing some martial artists to pursue these fugitives for profit. Naturally, capturing a wanted criminal was not an easy feat. Often, such endeavors resulted in the pursuer losing their own life. After all, those who made it onto the wanted list were exceedingly perilous. Consequently, many martial artists formed capture teams to mitigate risks. Upon successfully apprehending a fugitive, the bounty would be distributed according to the contributions of each member. Jiang Wushuang intended to capture some criminals to earn rewards to present to Linglong. Hence his acquisition of this booklet. The bounties varied greatly, with some as low as dozens of taels, while more dangerous individuals boasted bounties in the thousands, even exceeding 10,000 taels. Jiang Wushuang initially skimmed through the portraits in the booklet, committing their features to memory. This booklet was not officially published by the Great Qian court. Rather, it was compiled by merchants who had noticed the influx of martial artists forming capture teams, necessitating access to information regarding the wanted list. Thus, they gathered all the official proclamations and published this booklet, which proved to be quite convenient for Jiang Wushuang. After noting the entire roster of wanted criminals, he extended his consciousness, embarking on the search for the individuals depicted in the booklet. His consciousness, comparable to that of a life wheel expert, effortlessly enveloped the entirety of the imperial city. However, with millions residing within the city, identifying each individual proved to be a slow endeavor. Of course, the term slow was relative. It was merely sluggish compared to searching for a presence outside the city. In contrast to ordinary capture teams that had to expend silver to procure intelligence, his consciousness search was exponentially more efficient. In just half an hour, he had located 2 individuals from the wanted list. Unfortunately, neither met his criteria for capture. To claim a reward, he needed to apprehend them in a manner befitting his abilities. The strength he displayed outwardly was merely at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Even with a slight increase, he would only reach the 1st layer of Qi Si. The 2 individuals he had discovered, however, were one at the 8th layer of Qi Si and the other at the 1st layer of spirit gathering, entirely unsuitable for his purposes. While others sought to capture within their capabilities, targeting the strongest, he found himself constrained to the weakest. Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. After another half hour of searching, he finally identified 2 individuals who met his requirements. one at the first layer of Chi Si and the other at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. I shall commence with the two of you, he thought as he gradually stepped out of his chamber. In the next moment, he vanished from the courtyard. At the eastern city gate of the imperial city, within an inconspicuous alley, as the butcher shop prepared to close its doors for the night, the proprietor, a burly man in his 40s adorned with a full beard and a large apron, was engaged in the act of sweeping. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, inquiring whether there was any meat left. Turning to face the source of the sound, he beheld a youthful lad with delicate features standing before him. Yes. How much would you like? The butcher replied with a broad smile, setting aside his broom. 30 pounds, the boy stated softly. Such a large quantity. The butcher appeared momentarily taken aback. Is there none available? Disappointment flashed across the boy's face. Taking a closer look at the lad, the butcher noted his frail stature and chuckled. Oh yes, indeed. However, it will require some slaughtering, so you may need to wait a while. The boy nodded in agreement. No problem. The butcher then gestured for the young man to enter the shop, saying, Please, step inside. He led the way through a door. The interior was dimly lit, and with the aid of the butcher's oil lamp, they could barely discern the entrance to a small courtyard. The air was thick with a foul stench, reminiscent of animal entrails left to rot for days. Buying such a substantial amount of meat at this late hour, are you preparing for a grand feast at home? The butcher inquired as he walked ahead, glancing back. The boy smiled faintly. No, I am merely curious about how much meat can be harvested from a single person. At this, the butcher halted mid-stride, his foot suspended in midair for several breaths before finally lowering it. So, you are not here to purchase meat after all? He asked, slowly turning around, his demeanor shifting from jovial to sinister, his eyes now glinting with cold malice. The boy remained composed, replying, And you are not truly a seller of meat. The butcher before him was none other than a notorious man-eater, with a bounty of 180 taels on his head, feeding on human flesh and trafficking it, seeking to transform others into creatures like himself. Who exactly are you? The cold smirk vanished from the butcher's face, replaced by a glimmer of trepidation. The boy, who had appeared harmless moments ago, now exuded an aura of inscrutable depth. Before the boy could respond, the butcher lunged forward with his cleaver aimed at the boy's neck. Yet, the lad effortlessly evaded the strike. You little rascal. You possess quite the skill for one so young, already at the realm of Chi Si. The butcher felt a sinking sensation in his heart, though he refused to concede defeat. Let me show you how I will cut you down. With that declaration, he retreated and fled. After their brief confrontation, he realized he was no match for the boy, especially given the latter's audacious confidence, which left him feeling unsettled. Jiang Wushuang observed the butcher's retreat, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, for only the living could claim the full bounty. The deceased would yield only half. Without hesitation, Jiang Wushuang pursued him. The butcher barely managed a few steps before Jiang Wushuang struck with a palm, sending him crashing to the ground. Grasping the half-conscious butcher, he let out a cold laugh. 180 taels, all mine. Subsequently, he apprehended another target with remarkable efficiency, as he had to wait until the following day to claim his reward. He bound the two individuals and set them aside. However, upon attempting to capture several other identified targets, he found them to be far too powerful to take in for a bounty. After all, as a practitioner of the Chi Si realm, accompanied by someone in the gathering spirit realm to the divine captor camp, he risked being interrogated himself. Although he could not bring these formidable individuals for the reward, it did not hinder him from capturing a few. Soon enough, several bound figures descended from the skies outside the demon-suppressing tower, startling the guards stationed there. Yet, upon investigation, when they discovered these were individuals listed on the wanted poster, their astonishment turned to delight. Shouldn't these captures be sent to the divine captor camp? Why had they been brought to the demon-suppressing tower? Of course, once the initial shock faded, joy ensued. After all, whether they were sent to the divine captor camp or directly to the demon-suppressing tower, the outcome was the same. The guards could earn merit effortlessly, and thus were more than willing to accept the arrivals. The next day, Jiang Wushuang took the two weakest individuals with him to the divine captor camp. Outside the camp, several groups arrived to claim their rewards with captured criminals. However, these groups typically consisted of multiple members, often bringing in one individual from the wanted list. In stark contrast, Jiang Wushuang arrived alone with two criminals, captivating the attention of all present. Chapter 99. The infiltration of the demon tower before the entrance of the divine capture camp. 4 or 5 capture teams turned their attention to the approaching Jiang Wushuang. The sight of the youthful and refined boy escorting 2 menacing bounty criminals was indeed striking. Which capture team does he belong to? This is unfamiliar, perhaps a new addition, some whispered among themselves. Within the imperial city, numerous capture teams exist, often collaborating when faced with formidable bounty criminals, all well acquainted with one another. It is no wonder that recent gains have dwindled. It appears even such youths have begun to join the ranks. The targets on the wanted list are becoming increasingly elusive, while the number of those attempting to seize them is on the rise. It's becoming quite challenging. Damn it, we could have apprehended 2 last night, but regrettably, one managed to escape. As the murmuring continued, a young official dressed in official garb stepped out from the divine capture camp. Lordly has arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone greeted him. He was responsible for verifying criminals and issuing reward silver within the camp. The young official scanned the crowd, his brow slightly furrowing. Although the divine capture camp also captures wanted individuals, the sheer volume of criminals far exceeds their capacity, especially with weaker criminals. Deploying the camp's resources for their capture seems wasteful. Encouraging capture teams to undertake such missions effectively mitigates this issue. However, upon observing that only a few bounty criminals had been brought in, he couldn't help but sigh. The influx of criminals has indeed diminished. One wonders if the criminals have grown more cunning or if these capture teams are lacking. If one were to argue that the criminals have become more astute. Just last night, the Demon Tower received several individuals of notable strength, including those at the Gathering Spirit stage. Yet, they were supposed to be sent to the Divine Capture Camp for interrogation first before being dispatched to the Demon Tower. It is perplexing which capture team failed to grasp the protocol, directly delivering the criminals to the Demon Tower. Come here. The young official's gaze swept across the assembly before settling on Jiang Wushuang, beckoning him over. Primarily, he was conspicuous as the only one accompanied by 2 criminals. Lordly, we were clearly the first to arrive. Why does he get to claim the reward first? Lordly, we are old acquaintances. This seems rather unfair. Lordly. Jiang Wushuang, with the 2 criminals in tow, passed by the group of disgruntled capture teams. The young official noticed that this boy was a newcomer. He intended to scrutinize him further, but inadvertently caught sight of the half-black badge at his waist, causing his expression to shift. He promptly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Ah, a fellow colleague, it is a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Wushuang paused, glancing down at his badge, realizing that the official had recognized his affiliation with the demon guards. Indeed, connections facilitate matters. Under the favor of this young official, he swiftly received the reward silver for the 2 criminals. The capture teams that had previously complained about Jiang Wushuang's cutting in line fell silent. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, he coincidentally encountered Linglong. When Jiang Wushuang handed a bag of silver to her, the heavy sensation startled her. "Young master, this silver." Linglong's face was filled with unease. Jiang Wushuang smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. This is the reward I received for capturing a criminal." Once Linglong understood the situation, she exhaled in relief and said, "Young master, this silver is more than enough. Please do not take any more risks. I have heard that those on the wanted list are extremely dangerous." Jiang Wushuang chuckled uncertainly. Dangerous? With his strength, it should be the criminals who ought to fear him. Upon returning to his room, he changed into the attire of the Demon Suppression Guard and soon arrived at the Demon Suppression Tower. As he reached the 2nd floor, he saw Tang Bu and others gathered together. "Did you hear some good news last night?" Jiang Wushuang teased. This fellow had nearly become the gossip of the Gue faction lately. Tang Bu shook his head, saying, "You guessed wrong this time. It's not news I uncovered. Something significant has occurred at our Demon Suppression Tower." With a mysterious expression, he added, "Can you guess what it is?" Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment and replied, "A new criminal has arrived?" Tang Bu was momentarily taken aback and said, "No way, you guessed that correctly. Now guess how they came here." Jiang Wushuang casually remarked, "Surely they didn't just deliver themselves to our doorstep." Tang Bu was speechless. "You clearly know everything, but are just toying with me?" Jiang Wushuang smiled and shook his head, offering no response. He was indeed the one who had brought them in, but hadn't anticipated the considerable impact it would create. It was said that last night, the guards on the 1st and 2nd floors were pulled from their beds to handle the situation. Previously, criminals were sent over by the Divine Capture Camp. and all that was needed was to follow the procedure for receiving and processing them. Now, several individuals from the wanted list had come voluntarily, leaving the ordinary demon suppression guards at a loss for how to proceed. They were torn over whether to send these criminals back to the divine capture camp. Ultimately, the guard of the second floor decided to keep them. Rather than send the criminals back and lose the credit, it was better to handle the matter internally. After all, while the demon suppression camp was on par with the divine capture camp, opportunities for merit were evidently fewer. Only during the interrogation of significant offenders was there a chance for accolades. Typically, these tough nuts were those the divine capture camp could not handle and thus were sent over. Now that such an opportunity had finally arisen, the guards did not wish to miss it. After receiving the criminals, the guards of the first and second floors held expedited interrogations throughout the night. Indeed, these untouched bones yielded easily, and by morning, several criminals had confessed. It was astonishing how audacious these wanted individuals were, daring to lurk within the imperial city. Tangbu stood by, marveling. Among the criminals delivered last night, one had even transformed into a courtesan, hiding within a brothel. He had encountered her several times, and once, it almost led to an incident. In retrospect, a cold sweat inevitably broke out on his forehead. After all, the other party had already reached the realm of spirit gathering. Jiang Wushuang conducted a simple tally. Yesterday, 5 prisoners were delivered, among which 3 were at the spirit gathering level and 2 at the qi level. Although the daily cultivation gain was less than 1,000, it marked a commendable beginning. While their cultivation was minimal, the philosophy of accumulating small gains to build something substantial remained true. Gradually filling the cells of the demon suppression tower would yield significant rewards. Furthermore, after their demise, he could retrieve their memories and inheritances, thus reaping further benefits. This approach was certainly preferable to doing nothing at all. Do you know who sent the prisoners? Jiang Wushuang inquired, voicing his primary concern. Tangbu shook his head and replied, I do not know. Those prisoners seem to have fallen from the heavens. This implies that the sender might be a fate wheel expert. It is said that this matter has even drawn the attention of the captain. Yet the fate wheel expert merely dropped off the prisoners and departed, clearly unwilling to reveal themselves. The captain has decided not to investigate further. Besides, he merely delivered the prisoners to the demon suppression tower without any hostility. That is indeed a fate wheel expert. I could never hope to reach such heights in this lifetime. Tangbu lamented, shaking his head. You are mistaken. In your next life, you may not attain that either. Someone nearby jested. Jiang Wushuang looked at the few individuals around him, who were engaged in light-hearted banter, and smiled broadly. Not pursuing the matter is indeed wise. By choosing not to investigate, he could confidently and boldly send more individuals into the demon suppression tower. Chapter 100. Changshui Street, the scent of blood in the Jiang residence. Jiang Wushuang languidly reclined in a rocking chair within the courtyard, while a young maid in a yellow dress stood nearby. This maid was a recent addition to the household, procured by Linglong. Meanwhile, Linglong busied herself with the textile trade, asserting that with the decline of the Jiang family's official standing, only commerce could restore their fortunes. Jiang Wushuang, recognizing the girl's quick wit, allowed her to pursue her endeavors. The rewards he had previously bestowed upon her were sufficient for her to indulge for a while. Thus, of late, he merely dispatched individuals into the demon suppression tower, refraining from collecting bounties from the divine capture camp. Although he had recently reaped considerable rewards, capturing dozens of wanted criminals within the imperial city, Jiang Wushuang felt a tinge of disappointment. The principal reason for his discontent was the absence of any significant catches among them. The most formidable among the captured was merely at the gathering spirit realm, while the others were of the qi or foundation establishment stages. These captures were merely incidental. His true objective was to apprehend a grandmaster. Such high-caliber criminals would undoubtedly attract attention. Even if they dared to enter the imperial city, they would be equipped with hidden techniques. Shaking his head, Jiang Wushuang understood that such matters could not be rushed and that fortune must play its part. He had managed to identify a few more targets. Gradually rising from the rocking chair, he inadvertently startled the new maid. To her, this young master merely appeared to be enjoying the cool breeze. But Jiang Wushuang alone understood that he was utilizing his spiritual sense to search for criminals listed on the wanted posters. Upon identifying a target, he stepped out of the Jiang residence, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Within a secluded courtyard of the imperial city, several figures sat with grave expressions. Surrounding the courtyard were an array of weapons, indicating that this space served both as a dwelling and a training ground. At the forefront was a striking woman clad in a black fitted outfit, her hair secured high with an iron ring, wielding a long blade in silence. Observing her reticence, the others remained taciturn as well. After a moment of stillness, a figure rushed into the courtyard. "Do we have news of any criminals?" the formidable woman inquired, her gaze fixed upward. The young man who had entered shook his head in response. Upon seeing this, the woman furrowed her brow, stating, "It has been 7 days, 7 consecutive days without our capture team apprehending a single wanted criminal." Sighs resonated around her, and someone finally spoke, "Captain Fong, there is little we can do. A mysterious night stalker has emerged in the Imperial City, capturing criminals with wild abandon each night, opting not to claim bounties, but rather tossing them directly into the demon suppression tower. Many long-hidden wanted criminals have been unearthed. The remaining fugitives tremble in fear, wary of revealing themselves. Indeed, not only have we failed to achieve any results for several days, but other capture teams are also at a standstill. It is said that the Divine Capture Camp is in a state of frenzy as well. They used to be inundated with criminals, yet now, with the criminals being delivered to the Demon Suppression Tower, even they find themselves at leisure." The group sighed in collective dismay. Fong Qianlan, her delicate brows knitted, spoke in a low voice. "The inability of other capture teams to apprehend criminals stems from their insufficient strength. We are the most formidable apprehension team in the Imperial City. How can we allow a mere night walker to bully us?" The thought only fueled Fong Qianlan's ire. Several years ago, she had spearheaded the formation of this team. Among the 6 members, 4 were at the Spirit Gathering realm, while the remaining 2 were at the 9th level of the Qi Si. This team collectively boasted a combat prowess superior to that of the average team in the Divine Capture Camp. Over the years, they had successfully captured numerous bounty criminals at the Spirit Gathering realm, and even the Divine Capture Camp would solicit their assistance when faced with particularly challenging adversaries. Their reputation in the realm of bounty apprehension had soared in recent years. However, everything changed with the emergence of that enigmatic Nightwalker. The Imperial City suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Whenever they managed to uncover information about bounty criminals, they would find that someone else had already beaten them to it. Time and again, they found themselves empty-handed. "That Nightwalker had better not cross my path, otherwise I shall give him a sound thrashing," Fong Qianlan thought indignantly. In her eyes, the Nightwalker was merely well-informed, always locating the bounty criminals before anyone else. In terms of strength, her 5th level of Spirit Gathering was not to be underestimated. Fong Qianlan sat in her courtyard, feeling increasingly despondent. Just then, another informant returned. "Captain Fong, I have news," he reported. "Last night, the Nightwalker dismantled a cult stronghold in the eastern part of the city, and one criminal managed to slip away back there." Fong Qianlan narrowed her eyes and remarked, "After such difficulty in obtaining information, we are left to pick up the scraps? It used to be other teams that trailed behind us to collect the remnants." She inquired, "What is the strength of this bounty criminal?" Although she felt displeased, she recognized that any information was better than sitting idly. 9th level of the Foundation establishment. The informant hesitated before responding. A flicker of expectation briefly appeared in Fong Qianlan's eyes, only to vanish in an instant as she replied sternly, "Is that truly a scrap? It is evident that the other party holds them in contempt. Get lost. Do you expect me to scavenge for refuse?" The informant retreated, knowing well that such a lowly character would hardly pique Fong Qianlan's interest, yet he had no other leads to offer. After another half an hour, someone finally returned with a valuable piece of information. Number 68 on Changshui Street is suspected to be a hideout for the Blood Rainbow sect of the cult, harboring a ruthless criminal at the 9th level of the Qi Si. Upon reading this information, the frustration that had been building up within Fong Qianlan for days began to dissipate. Although she typically dismissed bounty criminals of the 9th level of the Qi Si, this one was the strongest they had encountered in recent days. "Let us go. Tonight we shall finally vent our frustrations," Fong Qianlan declared, leading the charge. The 5 others promptly armed themselves and followed suit. As they arrived at Changshui Street, the hour was late, and the thoroughfare was devoid of pedestrians. Only a solitary figure lurked in a dim corner, eyes fixated on an inconspicuous door across the street. As Fong Qianlan and her companions approached, the shadowy figure bowed in greeting. "Is anyone inside?" Fong Qianlan inquired. Though her capture team consisted of merely 6 combatants, It was complemented by a covert intelligence unit. These individuals, though lacking in formidable strength, possessed a remarkable aptitude for gathering information without arousing suspicion. I witnessed him enter the premises with my own eyes. Fang Qianlan nodded and dispatched 3 members of the gathering spirit realm. This assembly was more than capable of subduing a mere practitioner of the 9th layer of the Qi Si from the demonic sect. Under the cloak of night, the 3 figures approached the small door across from them and silently shattered it before rushing inside. Yet, once they entered, an unsettling silence ensued. 10 breaths passed. 20 breaths. Still, no sound emerged from within. What could be amiss? Fang Qianlan furrowed her brow, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Without hesitation, she charged in with the remaining 2 companions. Upon crossing the threshold, a pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses. As they stepped into the courtyard, her eyes widened in shock. The 3 members she had sent in lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Not far from the bodies stood the very fugitive depicted in the wanted poster. However, he was not alone. Beside him sat an elderly man, whose presence was undetectable, yet emanated an overwhelming aura akin to that of mountains and valleys. Chapter 101. The prisoner no longer requires legs. Fang Qianlan gazed at the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, her expression shifting continuously, ultimately fixing her stare on the elder across from her. In a grave tone, she remarked, "Demon, you possess remarkable audacity to slay my people." Although her words were defiant, her heart was beset by uncertainty and turmoil. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, she had dispatched 3 practitioners of the gathering spirit realm into the fray. This force should have been capable of contending even with a half-step master. However, upon their arrival, they were dispatched without a whisper, leaving only the chilling implication that the elder seated before her was indeed a master. Fang Qianlan's mind raced with thoughts. The situation had transcended the mere capture of a bounty. It had devolved into a matter of survival. Escape? The likelihood of fleeing from a master while in the gathering spirit realm was exceedingly slim. The elder had silently eliminated the 3 who had charged in. He could just as effortlessly dispatch her and her remaining companions. Fighting back, the chasm between the gathering spirit realm and a master could not be bridged by mere sacrifice. Realizing she was ensnared in a dire predicament, Fang Qianlan discerned only one path lay before her: death. Cursed be her fortune. After laboriously tracking down a bounty, she found herself ensnared by a master. "We must leave," she hissed to her 2 companions, turning to flee. No matter the outcome, she resolved to gamble everything. Fortunately, they were within the imperial city. If a commotion ensued, the divine capture unit would surely arrive swiftly. "Old fool, you intend to depart, yet you come here to meet your demise." Just as Fang Qianlan pivoted, a sigh echoed behind her. In the next moment, an overwhelming force of divine consciousness enveloped her, ensnaring her in a quagmire of despair, rendering her escape sluggish. Her 2 companions, both at the 9th layer of the Qi Si, were rendered immobile, paralyzed by the immense pressure. Cursed be it, he truly is a master. Fang Qianlan turned to behold the elder still seated, his hand raised ever so slightly. Waves of true essence emanated from his fingers, as if the 3 before him were mere livestock. He could extinguish their lives with but a flick of his wrist. The phrase "beneath a master, all are but ants" was no idle boast. Fang Qianlan summoned the true qi within her Qi Si, desperately circulating it to alleviate some of the suffocating pressure. Simultaneously, she urged her companions to hastily retreat. Yet, scarcely had they moved 2 steps when the surrounding force intensified. A powerful grip yanked her back, and before she could resist, she was drawn closer to the elder. In the next breath, a hand, as unyielding as iron, grasped her throat, binding her with true essence like a noose, rendering her utterly immobile. The dimness of the courtyard had concealed the elder's visage from her earlier, but now, suspended like a chick in his grasp, she beheld his true appearance. He was an exceedingly grotesque old man, his bloodshot eyes glimmering with an insatiable thirst for blood. At this moment, he was fixated on Fang Qianlan's neck with a sinister grin, revealing a set of uneven, blackened teeth. "I have a particular fondness for the blood of little girls. While you may be somewhat aged, you have at least attained the realm of gathering spirit." The old man licked his lips, baring his teeth like a beast ready to pounce. Fang Qianlan was overwhelmed by a foul stench. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she found herself unable to move, merely a spectator to the impending bite. Slowly, She closed her eyes as an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her. Just as she prepared to accept her fate, her gaze inadvertently caught the night sky above, and she paused in astonishment. The heavens were adorned with a myriad of stars, and a full moon hung high, within which stood a figure. The person hovered in the air, their sleeves billowing, resembling a celestial being descending from the ninth heaven. However, with their back to the moon, Feng Qianlan could not discern their features, only surmising that it was a man, likely quite handsome. Could this be a Wheel of Fate master? After a moment of daze, she revealed an expression of shock. In the next instant, the figure in the sky slowly extended a hand and flicked their middle finger. A slender thread of true essence shot downwards like a sharp arrow. Who is it? The old man finally reacted, turning to see the figure in the sky, his face instantly paling. Feng Qianlan, who was on the brink of suffocation, felt the grip around her neck suddenly loosen, and the oppressive weight surrounding her dissipated, as if she had been freed from a quagmire. The old man, who had previously held her captive, was now retreating in haste. Faced with the unavoidable true essence that shot toward him, he unleashed a massive sphere of true essence from his palm. Yet, upon contact with the slender needle of true essence, the sphere shattered instantly, followed by his palm being pierced through. Witnessing the man's prowess, the old man, despite his trembling hands, desperately fled into the distance. Feng Qianlan gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. The once insurmountable master of the demonic cult was utterly powerless against the figure in the air. As the old man attempted to escape, the figure above, wielding a hand like a blade, made a gentle, sweeping motion. In an instant, a violent intent of the blade surged through the sky, a dazzling flash of light slicing through the air, descending upon the old man. Boom! A massive crater erupted where the old man had stood, sending him hurtling through the air, showering the ground with a rain of blood. Soon after, the old man's anguished cries echoed. My legs! Feng Qianlan turned toward the sound and beheld the old man sprawled on the ground, his face twisted in agony. Half of his legs had vanished, revealing only stark, white bones. Subsequently, the figure in the sky gently descended before the old man, lifting him as one would a dead dog. The old man continued to murmur in despair, my legs. The figure cast a casual glance at him and spoke in an indifferent tone. A prisoner no longer requires legs. Having spoken, he soared into the air with the elderly man, vanishing into the distant night sky. Soon, the two figures disappeared entirely from view. Pulled to the entrance by Feng Qianlan, the two fortunate individuals who had narrowly escaped death gazed blankly at the starry expanse above. The master was as manageable as a mere pet in his presence. Who could this extraordinary being be? Were it not for the lifeless bodies still sprawled on the ground, they might have doubted the reality of their experience. Had they truly been rescued by a being of the Wheel of Fate? One of them silently marveled, recognizing the rarity of such formidable entities that seldom reveal themselves to the world. Yet, something felt amiss. The figure appeared far from aged, perhaps only in his 30s, albeit with a rugged demeanor. Could he be the infamous Night Stalker, known for relentlessly pursuing bounty targets? Feng Qianlan, staring in the direction of his departure, was utterly astonished. A master of the Wheel of Fate apprehending bounty hunters? Who would believe such a tale? Nevertheless, she had indeed witnessed it, and the master had seemed as fragile as a chick in his grasp. To assert he was not a being of the Wheel of Fate would be met with disbelief. At this realization, Feng Qianlan instinctively wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Previously, she had thought to confront this man for stealing her bounty, but now she comprehended the depths of her ignorance. If she could not contend with a master, how could she possibly stand against one of such immense power? Unless she had a death wish. Chapter 102, The Blood Rainbow Sect. Multiple parties in focus. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently uncovered a significant catch. Jiang Wushuang traversed the void, casting a glance at the elderly man he held in his grasp. The discovery of this individual was purely coincidental. Initially, he intended to pursue another target elsewhere. However, fate led him past this location, and with the strength of his spiritual awareness, he detected the presence of a capturing team. His intention was merely to seize the opportunity first, having engaged in similar endeavors frequently of late. He noted that the intelligence channels of these capturing teams were quite adept, as they often identified targets he had overlooked, prompting him to act preemptively whenever they uncovered a lead. This strategy allowed him to consistently secure bounty criminals before the teams could. After several days, the capturing teams found themselves repeatedly thwarted, leading them to question their own capabilities. He had presumed that today would merely yield a minor character. Little did he anticipate that a master was concealed here. Moreover, the small courtyard evidently harbored a concealed formation. Otherwise, it would not have evaded his spiritual search. This was likely the reason he had not encountered any master-level criminals lately. After all, those daring enough to venture into the imperial city, where powerful beings resided, undoubtedly possessed hidden means of protection. Having apprehended a master-level criminal for the first time in several days, Jiang Wushuang felt an exhilaration that was hard to contain. He eagerly searched the wanted list for the identity of this individual, curious to discover which unfortunate soul had fallen into his hands. To his surprise, he learned that the elderly man was the leader of the Blood Rainbow sect. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. While the Blood Rainbow sect was merely a second-rate demonic sect, the audacity of its leader to venture into the imperial city perplexed him. After all, if the intention was to conduct business in the imperial city, one could easily send an elder in their stead, avoiding personal risk. Now, cast into the demon suppression tower by Jiang Wushuang, the leader must be regretting his choices deeply. Arriving above the demon suppression tower, Jiang Wushuang unceremoniously dropped the leader of the Blood Rainbow sect from a great height. A fall from such an altitude would reduce an ordinary person to a mere pulp. Though martial artists above the Qi realm could withstand the impact, suffering only severe injury. As the elder's figure crashed at the entrance of the tower, a throng of individuals swiftly emerged, their excitement palpable. "Oh, you've come so early today. Let's see what you've brought." One exclaimed. "Wait, is that? Oh my heavens, it's a master." Listening to the waves of astonishment rising from below, Jiang Wushuang smiled and shook his head. "Fear not. There will be many more masters arriving in the future." Within the courtyard, Fang Qianlan stared at the lifeless bodies on the ground for an extended period. She had not anticipated that a minor capturing operation would result in the loss of 3 teammates. This was the peril that capturing teams faced. A single misstep or unforeseen event could cost them their lives. Had it not been for the intervention of that mysterious night wanderer, this team would have faced total annihilation. "Captain Fang," she mused, "though we lost 3, at least we managed to capture 1. 2 men nearby were binding the target they had previously identified." Fang Qianlan sighed and shook her head. This was not a capture. It was evident that the Nightwalker had deemed them unworthy and had left them behind. As the 3 were tending to the bodies of their fallen comrades, a group of officers from the Divine Capture Camp burst in, led by a woman wielding a long knife. "Qianlan, what happened?" Wu Jiling asked, momentarily taken aback. As the most formidable capture team in the Imperial City, Fang Qianlan was no stranger to the Divine Capture Camp, and they recognized one another. Upon witnessing their dire situation, Wu Jiling was understandably shocked. Fang Qianlan shook her head and replied, "Let us not dwell on it. There was a miscommunication. We believed it was merely a minor character, but it turned out to be a master." She then recounted the events in their entirety. "Is it this Nightwalker again?" Wu Jiling furrowed her brow. Initially, the Divine Capture Camp had not regarded the Nightwalker seriously. However, when he began delivering several wanted criminals to the Demon Suppression Tower each night, they could no longer remain passive. The crux of the matter was that he was discarding high-value bounties that they had pursued for quite some time without success. Feel free to discard them, but why not deliver them to the Divine Capture Camp? This had effectively usurped the merits that rightfully belonged to the officers. However, upon hearing that he had easily abducted a master, Wu Jiling was instantaneously impressed. Moreover, as she listened to Fang Qianlan's description of the individual, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Could it be him? A figure suddenly materialized in Wu Jiling's mind, the lone warrior who had slain 3 demons beyond the Imperial City. "By the way, do you know who the master that was captured is?" she inquired, turning to Fang Qianlan. Fang Qianlan produced a small booklet she always carried and flipped to a particular page. "If I am not mistaken, it should be him." Wu Jiling leaned in for a closer look, her eyes narrowing slightly. "The leader of the Blood Rainbow sect, Yan Yuqing?" Fang Qianlan nodded, affirming, "Precisely, it is Yan Yuqing." "Excellent news," Wu Jiling exclaimed, her expression shifting from astonishment to delight. "Our Divine Capture Camp has been searching for him recently, but we have yet to find any leads. Who would have thought he would be captured by this Nightwalker?" Fang Qianlan, upon hearing this, turned and asked, "You are also searching for Yan Yuqing?" Wu Jiling nodded, "Indeed. But unfortunately, This Nightwalker delivers individuals to the Demon Suppression Tower. However, I am certain that the commander will personally demand his return. As Wu Zhiling spoke, she suddenly realized she had divulged too much. Some matters were confidential, and Fang Qianlan was not a member of the Divine Capture Camp. Subsequently, she turned to head in the direction of the camp. This individual was of great significance, and she needed to report to the commander without delay. Not long after, Fang Qianlan departed with several corpses in tow. Just as she exited the small courtyard, she noticed two figures standing in the darkness not far down the street. The pair seemed to be gazing in her direction, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. Fang Qianlan's brow furrowed slightly, though her heart was laden with doubt. Having just lost 3 comrades, she refrained from meddling and promptly made her way towards the distance. After a few moments, as they departed, 2 figures emerged slowly from the shadows nearby. One was clad in gray, while the other donned black. The man in gray led, followed closely by the elderly figure in black. We finally located Yin Yuqing, only to find that someone else has beaten us to it. The elder in black spoke in a low voice. Yet, a long silence ensued without a response from the gray-clad man. Ding Guardian, what shall we do now? The elder inquired once more. The man in gray, his expression inscrutable, replied, You have seen for yourself. Yin Yuqing has been delivered to the Demon Suppression Tower. What do you propose? Shall we venture to reclaim him from the tower? The elder's countenance shifted slightly. The Demon Suppression Tower is one of the 3 forbidden grounds of Deqian. That seems unwise. With a dismissive snort, the gray-clad man retorted, You know well that we cannot intrude, yet you still ask? The elder lowered his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, falling silent thereafter. After a considerable pause, the man in gray let out a cold chuckle. However, that night walker possesses quite the audacity, daring to seize what is mine. Were it not for the constraints within the imperial city, I would have surely eliminated him. The elder's eyes flickered with surprise at this revelation. Is he not a Fatewell expert? They had witnessed the entire ordeal involving the Night Walker and had assumed the gray-clad man refrained from intervening out of fear of his opponent's prowess. Indeed, the gray-clad man spoke in a calm tone. He is not. He merely wields a technique for flight. The elder pondered for a moment, then stated, I still find one aspect perplexing. Given that even the Divine Capture Camp is pursuing the whereabouts of the sacred artifact, why would that individual directly cast Yin Yuqing into the Demon Suppression Tower? With a cold snort, the gray-clad man answered, If you do not comprehend, do you expect me to? With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. Chapter 103. The Commander and the General that night, Jiang Wushuang, having dispatched a master to the Demon Suppression Tower, apprehended several individuals from the Gathering Spirit realm. Admittedly, some of them were not listed on the wanted posters, yet they were undeniably formidable villains. If not them, whom should he capture? At this pace, he felt it would not be long before all the bounty criminals in the Imperial City vanished. Of course, half would be sent to the Demon Suppression Tower, while the other half would flee in terror. From the information gathered from the capture teams, he learned that his title as the Night Walker had become quite renowned within the Imperial City. Especially for those bounty criminals hiding here, they trembled in fear. This time, even a master had been sent to the Demon Suppression Tower, which would likely scare off another batch. Although his actions were motivated by a desire to enhance his own cultivation, it must be acknowledged that he had made an indelible contribution to the stability and prosperity of the Imperial City. The following day, upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Tower, Jiang Wushuang noticed a considerable number of demon suppression guards congregated in the Gue cell block. Several of them were from other cell blocks. What had transpired? Was there a riot among the prisoners in the Gue cell block? Tang Bu, who was present beside him, appeared equally perplexed. Typically, such a gathering of people signified a major event. Jiang Wushuang extended his consciousness and observed the solemn guards standing in the interrogation room on the 2nd floor. In front of them, within the array, was the master he had delivered the previous night, now undergoing punishment. It turned out that the Night Walker had indeed delivered a master. Tang Bu, after inquiring with his colleagues and learning the details, appeared astounded. Although he had long suspected that this mysterious and powerful Night Walker would eventually bring in a master, witnessing it firsthand left him speechless. The masters bold enough to hide within the Imperial City, eluding even the Divine Capture Camp, had still been captured by the Night Walker. One could not help but admire his vast capabilities. Xiao Jiang, what do you think this Night Walker truly is? With such formidable power, capturing bounty criminals without seeking a reward, instead delivering them directly to the demon suppression tower. What could be his motive? Tang Bu turned to Jiang Wushuang, a look of bewilderment on his face. Jiang Wushuang found it amusing in his heart. Could I reveal that this individual is, in fact, myself? Instead, he shook his head and replied, perhaps this esteemed individual harbors a deep-seated disdain for evil. Tang Bu pondered for a moment, then slowly remarked, perhaps that is indeed the case. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, they noticed that the crowd behind them parted, creating a pathway, and everyone became as silent as mice in the presence of a cat. A look of confusion crossed Tang Bu's face as he turned to see two imposing figures approaching down the corridor. The elderly man in the lead had hair as white as snow, and his gaze was sharp as a sword. The middle-aged man following him exuded an aura as vast as the sea. Upon seeing these two, Tang Bu felt as though the air around him had solidified. His body grew rigid, and a tingling sensation prickled his skin. This is a grandmaster. Tang Bu, struck with awe, found himself at a loss for words. Retreating alongside others to bow in greeting, he simultaneously pulled Jiang Wushuang back slightly, lowering his head. Although he was unaware of the visitor's identity, it was evident that this individual was of significant stature. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. The aura of these two figures felt somewhat familiar. They were present when he ascended to the rank of Grandmaster and had also arrived when he dismantled the Hahuan sect stronghold. The two figures paid no heed to the crowd, making their way directly to the interrogation chamber. It was only when the oppressive pressure around him dissipated that Tang Bu finally exhaled, realizing his back was drenched in sweat. Who are these gentlemen? Tang Bu whispered to a colleague nearby. An older member of the Demon Suppression Guard, astonished, replied, "You don't even recognize our captain from the Demon Suppression Tower?" Tang Bu was taken aback. "That is the captain?" Another member of the guard added, "Well, it's not surprising you haven't seen him. The captain rarely visits our second floor." "And the other one?" Tang Bu inquired. According to their account, the younger Grandmaster behind was indeed the captain in control of the Demon Suppression Tower. Thus, the elder figure leading the way must possess an even higher status. He was the commander of the Divine Captors. Someone responded. Jiang Wushuang stood behind the group, his brow slightly knitted. He hadn't anticipated that merely sending a Grandmaster to the Demon Suppression Tower would draw the attention of both the Demon Suppression Camp and the Divine Captor Camp leaders. Even the commander of the Divine Captors had arrived. What sort of criminal was being held inside? Tang Bu couldn't help but marvel. Many around him wore expressions of confusion. It was known that several Grandmasters had been detained on the second floor before, yet the captain had never personally come to inspect. The leader of the Blood Rainbow sect? Merely a second-rate demonic sect, and in terms of bounty, it barely reached the level of an elder from a first-rate demonic sect. It hardly seemed particularly noteworthy. Tang Bu muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the interrogation chamber. However, with two Grandmasters inside, none dared to enter. Not only was no one willing to go in, but even the guards stationed inside were soon ushered out as the two Grandmasters entered the chamber. Inside the interrogation chamber remained only the two Grandmasters and the prisoner, the leader of the Blood Rainbow sect. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two Grandmasters slowly emerged from the chamber, their expressions inscrutable, leaving one to wonder if they had gleaned the desired information from the prisoner. As the crowd bowed in reverence, the two Grandmasters proceeded toward the end of the corridor. In a stone chamber, Commander Wei Yu of the Divine Captors sat upright on a stone bench, savoring a cup of tea. Nearby, Captain Xiao Zhuang of the Demon Suppression Camp paced restlessly. "Stop pacing. You're making my head spin," Wei Yu remarked, setting down his teacup. Only then did Xiao Zhuang pause, hesitating before asking, "Is this Nightwalker truly a child of destiny?" Wei Yu let out a light laugh and remarked, "He sends people to your Demon Suppression Tower every night. You should be more aware of this than I am." Xiao Zhuang replied in a deep voice, "I have indeed observed from a distance on 2 occasions, but I did not recklessly release my divine sense. From my observations, although he can traverse the skies, it appears to be merely a form of martial skill rather than the true prowess of a fate-will master." Wei Yu replied calmly, "It seems you have already formed your own conclusion." Xiao Zhuang nodded and said, "Indeed, he is most likely the child of fortune." After a brief silence, he marveled, "Truly deserving of the title. This child of fortune has not only dismantled the Hahuan sect's hideouts and eradicated the parasitic scourge of Deqian, but has also been relentless in capturing criminals. Remarkably, even our sought-after Jiang Wushuang has been delivered to us. It is utterly astonishing. Wei Yu also expressed his admiration, saying, with him around, it would be difficult for the fortunes of De Qian not to flourish. Chao Zhuang took a seat across from him and stated, Jiang Wushuang bears crucial clues regarding the demonic artifact. Should he be delivered to the demon suppression tower by someone else, I would genuinely suspect a conspiracy. Wei Yu nodded. However, since this is the doing of the Child of Fortune, it must be heaven's will assisting De Qian in resolving this crisis. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chao Zhuang's eyes as he declared, indeed, with the resurgence of the demonic artifact, we must ensure that no more suffering is inflicted upon the living. Chapter 104. Soul-searching. The prisoner marked with the Gue character had stirred up quite a commotion among the deputy commander, Chao Zhuang, and sparked considerable discussion. Many members of the Demon Suppression Guard were intrigued by the nature of the prisoner in the Gue character prison. However, upon examination, Jiang Wushuang, the leader of the Blood Rainbow sect, appeared to be an ordinary master without any distinguishing features. Jiang Wushuang, too, was filled with curiosity. Yet, as the days passed, his intrigue only deepened. Every day, Deputy Commander Chao Zhuang personally interrogated Jiang Wushuang, ensuring that even the guards on the second level were kept at bay. Each session was conducted in solitary confinement, and even Tang Bu recognized that this prisoner, Jiang Wushuang, possessed information of immense importance. One day, Jiang Wushuang and Tang Bu received orders early in the morning to escort Jiang Wushuang from his cell to the torture chamber. As anticipated, Chao Zhuang arrived shortly thereafter, dismissing everyone from the room. This behavior had become routine for the onlookers. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Jiang Wushuang sent a wisp of soul to the interrogation room. Until now, only the powerful figure on the third level had been able to perceive the soul he controlled. Given that Chao Zhuang was not among the stronger masters, he was unlikely to detect it. Inside the chamber, Chao Zhuang wielded a formation plate, maximizing the power of the soul-refining array. Jiang Wushuang raised an eyebrow, impressed. Indeed, the might of a master controlling such formations was undeniably superior to that of an ordinary demon suppression guard. Jiang Wushuang's face contorted in agony, his body curled up, spasming uncontrollably. Under the strain of such intense interrogations each day, he was left with but a fraction of his life force. It seemed he would not last more than a couple of days. An entire hour passed without a word from Chao Zhuang, who remained silent, focused solely on maintaining the formation. When the array finally ceased, Jiang Wushuang lay pale and disheveled, barely clinging to life as he sprawled across the formation. His severed legs revealed ghastly white bones, and the sight was utterly horrific. Chao Zhuang gazed down at the pitiful figure on the ground, slowly lowering the formation plate. Can we discuss the demonic artifacts now? What do you know? He inquired. With great effort, Jiang Wushuang turned his head slightly to glance at Chao Zhuang, letting out a feeble grunt before lapsing into silence once more. Jiang Wushuang, standing in the corridor, was momentarily taken aback. Demonic artifacts? This individual possessed knowledge of such artifacts? He blinked in disbelief. This revelation indeed elucidated Chao Zhuang's heightened concern for him. According to rumors, the emergence of demonic artifacts always incited bloody chaos, potentially threatening the rule of the Great Qian, which would not be overlooked. Previously, Jiang Wushuang had gleaned information about demonic artifacts from the memories of the young Master of Harmony, which piqued his interest. However, it was not the artifacts themselves that captivated him, but rather the allure they held for various masters. In his eyes, each master represented hundreds of thousands of cultivation points, priceless reservoirs of experience. A mere few strikes could elevate his own standing. Recently, I have kept an eye on relevant information. Yet regrettably, I have gleaned nothing of significance. It is rather intriguing. Jiang Wushuang silently chuckled to herself. Judging from Jiang Wushuang's demeanor, he would rather perish than divulge anything. Chao Zhuang is likely to be disappointed. Indeed, it was not long before Chao Zhuang emerged from the interrogation room with a grim expression, ignoring the bowing guards on the second level, and departed without uttering a word. Subsequently, Jiang Wushuang and Tang Bu assisted in removing Jiang Wushuang from the torture rack, preparing to escort him back to his cell. Observing Jiang Wushuang's feeble state, Tang Bu could not help but exclaim, "This fellow is poised to become the fastest to perish among our second-level masters." Jiang Wushuang nodded in agreement. Chao Zhuang's urgent interrogation indicates his desperate desire for information. Yet, This fellow truly possesses a stubborn resilience. However, upon entering the demon suppression tower, even the toughest of bones can be crushed. If not, they will be ground to dust. Brother Tang, you take a breather. I shall escort him to the cell, Jiang Wushuang suggested, her eyes glinting with determination. Can you manage it alone? Tang Bu inquired, though he immediately felt the question was unnecessary. Yin Yucheng was in a pitiful state, and with the binding chains in place, he posed no threat. Moreover, Jiang Wushuang had recently elevated her concealed strength from the 9th layer of foundation establishment to the 1st layer of Qi, matching Tang Bu's level and instilling a sense of reassurance. After returning Yin Yucheng to his cell, Jiang Wushuang did not rush to depart. She, too, was intrigued by the news regarding the demonic artifacts and resolved to attempt the soul-searching technique from 9 tripod refining spirit to see if she could extract relevant information from Yin Yucheng. The execution of the soul-searching technique is notably challenging. One must possess a formidable spirit infant and have perfected the 9 tripod refining spirit to its pinnacle. This would be Jiang Wushuang's inaugural attempt. The success rate of this endeavor is low, and the likelihood of obtaining information is slim. It pales in comparison to the acquisition of memory inheritances. This time, her decision to venture forth was spurred by Chao Zhuang's urgent quest for information concerning the demonic artifacts, which undoubtedly harbored some underlying reason. Thus, she dared to take the risk. Currently, her mental power could remain undetected even by masters, especially as Yin Yucheng was bound by the chains, rendering him incapable of perceiving her intrusion. Under her meticulous control, a wisp of mental energy silently infiltrated his body. Just as she prepared to commence the soul-searching, Yin Yucheng, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixating intently on Jiang Wushuang. The mental energy that had entered his being met with fierce resistance, severing their connection. Jiang Wushuang sighed inwardly. Indeed, soul-searching is a formidable challenge. This is primarily due to the interference of external forces with the soul of the one being searched, which triggers an automatic resistance. Forcing the search would only result in the annihilation of a person's soul, leading to their complete demise. The weaker the individual, the swifter their death. This is also the reason why the soul-searching technique is inapplicable within the demon suppression tower. The difficulty of its execution is simply too great. Had it not been for Jiang Wushuang's divine infant being comparable to the life wheel, accomplishing such a feat would have been exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, failure ensued. It is feared that even for those of formidable life wheel strength, the success rate of soul-searching remains dismally low, and it necessitates a soul cultivator possessing an exceptionally potent divine infant to achieve it. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wushuang promptly abandoned the notion. Indeed, soul-searching proves to be rather futile. The simplest option remains to acquire memory inheritance. However, this can only be done once the opponent has perished. Jiang Wushuang scrutinized Yin Yucheng for a while, deciding to exercise patience for another 2 days. Should he not succumb by then, he would eliminate this individual. Observing the astonishment and confusion etched on Yin Yucheng's face as he stared at him, Jiang Wushuang coldly remarked, "What are you staring at? Behave yourself." He then turned and made his way towards the exit of the prison cell. Although Yin Yucheng had sensed the attempt at soul-searching, Jiang Wushuang's spiritual consciousness far surpassed his own, rendering him utterly incapable of tracing its origin. In his eyes, he was merely a lowly enforcer of demonic restraint. Little did he dream that the very person who had imprisoned him stood right before him. Chapter 105. Unexpected Joy. Fragments in the Jiang residence. Jiang Wushuang returned home and, adhering to his usual routine, reclined in the courtyard. Simultaneously, he extended his consciousness outward in search of bountied criminals. Over the past few days, he had not only captured the master Yin Yucheng, but also apprehended 3 others. Coupled with a significant number of spirit-gathering realm cultivators apprehended, his cultivation points had increased by over 30,000 daily, yielding a modest harvest. In a few days, he would ascend from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of mastery. On this day, Jiang Wushuang habitually arrived at the 2nd level of the demon suppression tower, instinctively casting his gaze toward the interrogation room. At this time each day, Chao Zhuang would come to question Yin Yucheng. However, to his surprise, today the interrogation room was occupied only by Tang Bu and several colleagues engaged in idle chatter, with neither Chao Zhuang nor Yin Yucheng in sight. "Why hasn't the captain come today?" Jiang Wushuang feigned astonishment as he entered. Tang Bu shook his head and remarked, Yin Yucheng is dead. What more can be done? A nearby colleague lamented, despite being a master, Yin Yucheng couldn't withstand for long. Indeed, the second-rate demonic sects are rather lacking. Tang Bu remained speechless, adding, it was commendable for him to endure even a few days under the captain's direct questioning. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Dead. This aligned closely with his suspicions. Yin Yucheng had only managed to hold out for 2 days. This saved him the trouble of intervening. Immediately, he commanded his spectral entity to retrieve the memories left behind. Within the confines of the cell, Yin Yucheng's lifeless body lay on the ground, yet to be dealt with. As he assimilated the memories, a multitude of images surged through his mind. It turned out that the Blood Rainbow sect had originally been considered inferior, a small sect that could only survive by relocating near the God-bearing sea, a region shunned by humanity. The Blood Rainbow sect eked out a meager existence by preying on other smaller sections. This situation only began to improve after Yin Yucheng ascended to the position of sect master. By chance, he stumbled upon a cultivation method reliant on blood, rapidly enhancing his strength through the consumption of vast amounts of blood, ultimately breaking through to the master realm. He subsequently passed this technique onto his disciples, transforming the Blood Rainbow sect into a sect of vampires. As the disciples grew stronger, the Blood Rainbow sect ascended to the ranks of second-rate demonic sects and relocated away from the God-bearing sea, wreaking havoc wherever they went. Their method of enhancing power through blood was, in essence, a means of siphoning vitality. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. Yin Yucheng's memories were rife with gruesome and brutal imagery. Though he had become desensitized to killing, a flicker of distaste still stirred within him. Had he not fallen into Jiang Wushuang's hands, one could only speculate how many more lives this man would have destroyed. Nonetheless, such a method of cultivation seemed relatively commonplace within the demonic path, primarily due to its lower requirements for innate talent and the rapidity of strength augmentation. The swift ascent of the Blood Rainbow sect to the status of a second-rate sect within mere decades was a testament to this. Numerous sects have refined blood pools, employing methods that are largely similar. They extract the essence from blood, yet the process of refining a blood pool is far more brutal, often necessitating the slaughter of thousands or even tens of thousands in one fell swoop. Naturally, the results are quite remarkable. Many ancient beings, on the brink of exhaustion, can prolong their lives through such blood pools. However, compared to my ability to directly absorb cultivation, it pales in comparison. Jiang Wushuang scoffed at this. This method of cultivating through blood consumption indeed accelerates progress, yet it is not without its flaws. The deeper one delves, the more restrictions arise, making breakthroughs increasingly arduous. Take Yin Yucheng, for instance. Within a mere decade, he ascended to the master realm. Yet, beyond that, any attempt to advance becomes an insurmountable challenge. Despite his constant sustenance from blood, he could only maintain his current level, thereby transforming into a blood-sucking monster. Upon realizing this, he lost interest in Yin Yucheng's cultivation methods. At last, he stumbled upon information regarding the Demon Path sacred artifact. It turned out that this artifact was not whole. It had shattered into 7 pieces a millennium ago. What everyone seeks now are the remnants left behind. Only by reuniting the 7 fragments can the Demon Path sacred artifact re-emerge. Xiao Zhuang's fervent interrogation of Yin Yucheng was driven by the fact that he possessed a lead on one of these fragments. Ah, what a delightful surprise! Jiang Wushuang's heart leapt with joy. In the memory, he beheld Yin Yucheng holding a bronze shard, from which black smoke billowed. It became evident that Yin Yucheng not only knew of a fragment's whereabouts, but had also found it, albeit hidden away. This fellow had concealed it rather thoroughly. Jiang Wushuang chuckled inwardly. While the 6 demon sects and the Daiqian were frantically searching, he had effortlessly acquired one. Should he deem himself fortunate or excessively fortunate? Acquired 220,000 points of cultivation. As the transmission of memory completed, he received a system notification, directly gaining over 200,000 points of cultivation. The cultivation points provided by a master are indeed substantial, which is why he held a particular fascination for them. The Demon Path sacred artifact? Jiang Wushuang pondered deeply. According to Yin Yucheng's recollections, that shard was indeed extraordinary. Just one fragment, he mused, likely surpasses the strength of ordinary treasures by a considerable margin. Even someone like him, who held little interest in artifacts, felt an insatiable curiosity aroused. He resolved to seek out that shard after dispersing his surplus. In a stone chamber, Qiao Zhuang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in thought. Beside him, the aged Wei Yu, with hair as white as snow, wore a grave expression. Before them lay the lifeless body of Yin Yucheng, quietly at rest. Ultimately, he had remained silent. Qiao Zhuang gazed at the corpse for a long while, letting out a sigh. In recent days, he had employed every conceivable method to pry open Yin Yucheng's lips. Yet in the end, he had only succeeded in killing him without acquiring the information he so desperately sought. He likely comprehends that once he has entered the demon suppression tower, the prospect of escape is utterly bleak. Wei Yu spoke in a somber tone. After arduous efforts to obtain a lead, he found it severed once more. Qiao Zhuang fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze and inquiring, "What shall we do now?" According to the scouts' reports, the protector of the Hehuan sect, Ding Chao, has already acquired one of the shards. The remaining fragments may have also fallen into the hands of various demonic sections. Should these factions unite and allow the demonic artifacts to resurface, it would spell calamity once more. Wei Yu's eyes narrowed as he remarked, "Since the Hehuan sect has dispatched Ding Chao to seize the shards, it is only natural that the other 6 demonic sects have also sent their elite. This matter seems beyond our capacity to handle." Qiao Zhuang raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Ding Chao had reached the threshold of the life well decades ago, being one of the most troublesome figures for the Daiqian dynasty among the many fiends. Now that he re-emerges, he is likely a formidable life well expert. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the trepidation reflected in the other's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Yu slowly stated, "Now, we can only call upon Elder Zhao." Qiao Zhuang abruptly lifted his head to look at Wei Yu, his eyes alight with excitement. "Has Elder Zhao emerged from seclusion?" Wei Yu nodded, affirming, "He broke through the barrier 2 years ago." Qiao Zhuang clenched his fists, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Excellent. With Elder Zhao taking action, these demonic sects shall hardly be able to stir up any significant turmoil." Chapter 106. Truly a sacred artifact of the demonic path. As night fell, Jiang Wushuang did not return to the Jiang manor, but instead made his way towards the outskirts of the imperial city. According to Yin Yucheng's recollection, he had concealed the fragment in a secluded village beyond the city walls. It was not that he wished to be rid of it. Rather, the object was far too sinister to be carried without formidable power to subdue it. To bear it on his person would be tantamount to revealing its presence to others. After traversing over 100 miles, Jiang Wushuang finally arrived at the village. This hamlet was nestled among towering mountains, inhabited by hunters who made their living from the surrounding wilderness. As he surveyed the area, he began to comprehend Yin Yucheng's reasoning for choosing such a hidden locale for the fragment's concealment. It was sufficiently obscure, making it difficult for outsiders to discover. Yet, as he gazed towards the village, a frown creased his brow. The settlement was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single light. Logically, given that night had only recently fallen, it seemed implausible for even a remote village to retire so early. He promptly unleashed his spiritual awareness. "What is this?" Jiang Wushuang's frown deepened. According to Yin Yucheng's memories, there were dozens of hunter families residing in this village, yet he sensed not a single living presence. Instead, an ominous black mist enveloped the entire settlement, emanating from a particular small dwelling within. Everything appeared exceedingly strange. Undeterred by the unsettling atmosphere, Jiang Wushuang advanced with purpose. Upon entering the village, he encountered a scattering of thatched cottages, amidst which lay dozens of lifeless bodies. His pupils constricted. His immediate thought was that they had fallen victim to the Blood Rainbow sect, as Yin Yucheng had left his son here to guard the fragment. This was also the reason he had withheld information about the fragment even unto death within the demon suppression tower. However, after inspecting a few bodies, he dismissed that notion. The hunters had perished in a gruesome manner, their faces contorted, yet their bodies bore no external wounds. They had died from having their souls extracted, reminiscent of certain malevolent spirits that consumed ordinary lives to refine their artifacts. While Jiang Wushuang was examining the corpses, a wisp of black mist surged towards him from a distance, intent on enveloping him. He released a surge of spiritual awareness, his brow slightly lifting. Emerging from the black fog were numerous grotesque and fearsome apparitions, howling as they approached. "So, it was you behind this mischief." Jiang Wushuang snorted softly. his expression unyielding as the black mist drew near. His 9 cauldrons refining spirit had reached its zenith. Such phantoms were the bane of other warriors, yet for him, they were nourishment. Consuming them would only strengthen his divine infant. Indeed, the black mist soon realized it had encountered an anomaly. It abruptly halted midair and fled with greater speed than it had approached. Alas, as Jiang Wushuang opened his mouth, a colossal funnel-shaped vortex materialized before him, swiftly drawing in the black mist, which was subsequently devoured into his belly. What a remarkable sight! An errant fragment capable of launching an assault upon me autonomously. Jiang Wushuang expressed a hint of surprise. His consciousness enveloped the entire village, allowing him to discern even the faintest disturbances within his domain. This swirling mass of black mist emanated from a bronze shard, suspended within a thatched cottage. Notably, there was no one nearby to command it. Only 2 lifeless bodies lay adjacent. At this moment, he truly comprehended the distinction between this demonic artifact and an ordinary treasure. While a common treasure is merely a weapon, this demonic artifact appeared to possess a soul, transcending the realm of mere lifelessness. Jiang Wushuang cast his gaze toward the thatched cottage housing the shard, letting out a soft snort before striding forward. As he approached, he felt an intrusive force of consciousness assailing him. However, his divine essence rivaled that of a life wheel, and this feeble aura was effortlessly repelled. Upon entering the cottage, he beheld the 2 corpses lying near the shard. Their attire revealed that they were not hunters from the village, but rather guardians left behind by Yan Yuqing. One of them was even his son. Regrettably, Yan Yuqing had not foreseen the awakening of the shard's sentience, and the 2 guardians were utterly incapable of subduing it. Consequently, they not only lost their lives, but also allowed the very souls of the village to be devoured. Truly, this was a demonic artifact. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the bronze shard, shimmering with an eerie azure light, and let out a gentle sigh. The essence of malevolence radiated from it, harmonizing perfectly with the aura of those fiendish cultists. After scrutinizing the fragment for a few moments, he extended his hand to grasp it. Yet, the moment his fingers brushed against the shard, it quivered, and a stream of black mist surged forth, coiling around his arm. In that instant, Jiang Wushuang's consciousness seemed to plunge into a dark abyss. Within the shadows, a tide of ghostly apparitions surged forth, each visage contorted in grotesque shrieks. Was this the realm contained within the shard? Jiang Wushuang momentarily froze, his heart shaken. He could scarcely fathom how many souls had been consumed to conjure such dense malevolence. It was no wonder Yan Yuqing dared not carry it with him. With his ordinary mastery, he would indeed struggle to contain it. Resolutely, Jiang Wushuang summoned the golden essence within him to counterattack, while simultaneously swallowing the encroaching black mist. At last, the shard became subdued, ceasing its exhalation of darkness and growing still in his grasp. Jiang Wushuang let out a soft snort. Perhaps an average master could not tame it. But he was no ordinary practitioner. A mere fragment would not provoke any significant turbulence in his hand. This entity, unaware of the countless lives it had ravaged, would today face my purification. Jiang Wushuang murmured to himself, channeling a strand of true essence into the shard. Instantly, a serpentine wisp of black mist slithered from the fragment, soaring into his mouth. Typically, he found it challenging to consume spectral entities. In the present moment, countless malevolent spirits reside within the fragments, and he would certainly not let them escape his grasp. These entities serve as nourishment for the fragments, which he too may utilize for sustenance. The entire process lasted a full incense stick's worth of time. As the last wisp of dark mist surged forth from the fragments, they began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of breaking free. Jiang Wushuang swiftly seized them. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. As he extracted all the sinister spirits from the fragments, a colossal ghostly visage emerged from the shadows. Yet, when he attempted to consume it using the 9 tripod refining spirit, he found it utterly unyielding. Although this entity bore the semblance of a ghost, it appeared to transcend the very essence of such beings. Even the 9 tripod refining spirit was rendered ineffective against it. Could this be the consciousness residing within the fragments? Jiang Wushuang speculated in his heart. It seemed that the souls that had been devoured were meant to nourish this entity. With the sinister spirits completely siphoned away by Jiang Wushuang, the entity began to react with increasing fervor. The fragments incessantly quivered in his grip, striving to break free. Disobedience will lead to your annihilation. Jiang Wushuang scoffed coldly. A vast surge of divine thought was infused into the fragments, prepared to obliterate it. Such entities could only be eradicated through mental assault. However, in the next moment, Jiang Wushuang found himself stunned. The enormous, ghostly face astonishingly disregarded his divine thought, remaining completely unaffected. Chapter 107. Purification of the Sacred Artifact. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the fragment in his hand, which writhed with an unsettling energy, his brow furrowing slightly. It was evident that the entire demonic realm deemed this artifact as sacred for good reason. Although he possessed merely a shard, it exuded an aura of the extraordinary. Notably, the bizarre visage within it radiated an undeniable strangeness. However, to him, a fragment that was spiraling out of control served no purpose. If he could not dispel that ghastly face, he would have to destroy the shard. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wushuang resolved to once again employ the 9 tripods refining spirit technique to confront this enigmatic entity. After all, 9 tripods refining spirit was a first-tier ghostly martial art, specifically designed to manipulate ghostly beings. Although that entity did not seem to embody the characteristics of a typical ghost, it was the only recourse available to him at that moment. Under the influence of 9 tripods refining spirit, the divine infant within his sea of chi shimmered with radiant light, emanating a spiritual consciousness that manifested as a tangible assault, creating ripples in the air. This time, the ghastly face reacted. It first evaded the spiritual consciousness, but then, in the next instant, opened its mouth wide and devoured the incoming attack with an expression of delight, as if savoring a delicacy. Could this ghostly entity truly consume spiritual consciousness? Jiang Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. Spiritual consciousness was ethereal and formless, yet at this moment, he felt it being drawn from within him like a rope, inexorably pulled into the shard. The ghastly face reveled in the feast of the surging spiritual consciousness. A sense of despair enveloped Jiang Wushuang as he realized that no matter how he attempted to exert control, he could not extract the spiritual consciousness from the fragment. The ghastly entity was voraciously consuming it. Within his sea of chi, golden true essence surged wildly into the divine infant, replenishing its depleting energy. However, if this continued, it would not be long before his true essence was entirely exhausted. Just as Jiang Wushuang contemplated shattering the fragment outright, he suddenly noticed the divine infant within him slowly opening its eyes. The solar mark, left from his ascension to the master level, began to emit a golden radiance. The spiritual consciousness emanating from the divine infant, illuminated by this golden light, gradually transformed into a resplendent gold. Before Jiang Wushuang's eyes, a beam of golden light soared toward the shard, penetrating the dark realm contained within. The ghastly face, still ravenously consuming the spiritual consciousness, suddenly froze, its hollow eyes widening in fear as the golden light pierced the darkness. In an instant, the ghostly visage began to flee frantically through the shadows, its speed woefully inadequate compared to the light. In the blink of an eye, the golden light pierced through the ghastly face, which was consumed like paper ignited by flame, gradually vanishing until it was no more. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang finally regained control of his spiritual consciousness. That was a near catastrophe. He took several deep breaths, steadying himself. He could never have imagined that within a tiny fragment lay something capable of restraining divine consciousness. Fortunately, the situation concluded without calamity, and it even led to an unexpected revelation. He discerned that the mark on the divine infant's forehead possessed a remarkable power, and indeed, it was formidable. After all, that ghastly visage, which could withstand even his formidable divine consciousness, was effortlessly vanquished by the golden light. Jiang Wushuang scrutinized the divine infant within his energy sea. As the ghastly face was eradicated, the divine infant once again closed its eyes, returning to a state of slumber, nourished by the numerous malevolent spirits within the fragment. The divine infant had grown larger once more. Simultaneously, the range of his divine consciousness had expanded significantly. Glancing at the fragment in his hand, he found it now quietly cradled within his grip. The previously emerging azure demonic energy had vanished entirely, leaving only a faint layer of white radiance enveloping its surface. There was no trace of malevolence to be sensed. Had it truly been purified? Jiang Wushuang blinked. Initially, he had coveted the malevolent spirits within the fragment, But he soon shook his head. The source of the fragment's evil still resided in that enormous, ghastly visage. It was the golden light from the mark of the divine infant that had obliterated it, thus allowing for the purification. Although purified, the power of the sacred artifact remained intact. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. He infused a sliver of golden true essence into it, and immediately felt a potent surge. Despite being merely a fragment, it was sufficient to amplify his attacks by more than double. This indicated that the immense, ghastly face hidden within the fragment had not diminished its capability. Rather, it had exerted a degree of control over it, believing itself to be undetected. After all, he had nearly fallen victim to its trap moments earlier, and it was unlikely that anyone else could have vanquished that ghastly entity. Jiang Wushuang continued his examination for some time, but being merely a fragment, he could not ascertain its true nature. He could not even discern its original form. Ultimately, he tucked it into his bosom and proceeded towards the imperial city. Within a tower of the divine captor camp, Wei Yu slowly opened his eyes and gazed towards the staircase. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a figure hurriedly ascended. The person bore a sealed letter marked with wax. "Bring it here," Wei Yu commanded, not waiting for the individual to pay their respects as he extended his hand to receive the correspondence. An urgent message that could rouse him in the dead of night was undoubtedly significant, especially in these tumultuous times. Indeed, upon opening the letter and casting a glance, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly rose to depart. Meanwhile, within the demon-suppressing tower, Qiao Zhuang also received a sealed letter. Shortly thereafter, the grand doors of the tower swung open, and Qiao Zhuang dashed out. In a certain palace within the imperial grounds, Wei Yu and Qiao Zhuang encountered one another. They exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending each other's purpose. Together, they approached a grand door. The dark red door, severely faded, seemed somewhat incongruous with the solemn grandeur of the palace. The two individuals pushed the door open and entered. Inside lay a courtyard, strewn with fallen leaves as if it had been neglected for many years. Yet only the two of them understood that this place was not truly abandoned. It was simply off-limits to outsiders. Wei Yu and Qiao Zhuang arrived in the small courtyard and bowed respectfully before the house in front of them. Divine Constable Wei Yu requests an audience with Senior Zhao. The demon suppression tower's Qiao Zhuang. After speaking, there was no response from within. Although the two felt a twinge of urgency, they could only wait in silence. After a considerable time, a faint voice emerged from inside. "Come in." As they pushed the door open, the oil lamp within was lit. An elderly figure sat inside, his face lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes shone bright like candle flames. "What is it?" the old man asked softly, his voice resonating like thunder in Qiao Zhuang's ears. Both Qiao Zhuang and Wei Yu felt the profound essence of true energy emanating from the elder, their eyes lighting up in realization. "Senior, you have indeed broken through," Qiao Zhuang exclaimed, his spirit invigorated as he clasped his hands in respect. "The sacred artifact of the demonic path has reemerged, and the situation is dire. We implore you to reemerge from seclusion." Chapter 108. The clash of the Wheel of Life masters in a bustling tavern on the western edge of the royal city. The atmosphere was vibrant with the sounds of lively conversation and laughter. The patrons, all armed with swords and daggers, were unmistakably warriors. At a window near the street, a woman with her hair elegantly tied up raised a bowl of wine to her lips and drank it all in one go. Before her lay several plates of snacks and a collection of emptied wine jars. The woman's curvaceous form and striking beauty attracted the attention of many, with several men glancing back occasionally, whispering amongst themselves, "Isn't that Captain Fong? Why is she drinking alone? Who knows? Perhaps she, like us, cannot find the wanted criminals." Sigh. Even her elite capture team seems to be at a standstill. It appears that the wanted criminals in the royal city have either been apprehended by that Night Stalker or frightened away. I truly don't understand why that Night Stalker is encroaching on our territory. The irony is, he isn't even after the bounty. You are mistaken. Captain Fong is not here for the bounty. She is nursing her grievances over the loss of 3 team members. What? Her companions are all in the spirit-gathering realm. What sort of wanted criminal could have caused such losses? Naturally, it must be a master. It's fortunate that Captain Fong is still alive. She was indeed saved by that Night Stalker, while the master criminal was confined to the demon suppression tower. As the group continued their revelry, a refined-looking young man entered the tavern. Rather than seeking a seat, He approached the innkeeper, who was busy tallying accounts. "Are you here for a meal or a room?" the innkeeper inquired, lifting his gaze. Without uttering a word, Jiang Wushuang picked up a nearby brush and inscribed the words demonic artifact on a piece of paper. He then placed several pieces of silver atop the paper. Upon witnessing this, the innkeeper broke into a grin and replied, "Please wait a moment." He took the paper inscribed with demonic artifact and handed it to a nearby attendant, who promptly dashed to the inn's backyard. Jiang Wushuang chose an unoccupied table to sit at. His gaze swept the room, momentarily lingering on Fang Qianlan by the window before he redirected his attention. In truth, he was familiar with most of the individuals present, as they were primarily members of capture teams. Previously, in his pursuit of wanted criminals, he had frequently used his sight to lock onto these individuals and had successfully guided many to the demon suppression tower. He had once marveled at the efficiency of the capture teams, often finding them a step ahead in locating their targets. Eventually, he discovered that they were leveraging information obtained through monetary means. This particular tavern, known as the Fortune Inn, was engaged in the lucrative business of information trading. Any news could be sold to them, and one could also seek to purchase information on any desired topic. Jiang Wushuang had previously inquired about the news concerning the demonic artifacts, which led him to this location. However, he had come up empty-handed on several occasions. After acquiring a fragment last night, his interest in this demonic artifact deepened significantly. For a moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to witness the artifact formed by the 7 fragments. Before long, the waiter who had departed earlier emerged from the back courtyard, presenting a new note to Jiang Wushuang. Upon opening the note, Jiang Wushuang was taken aback by the densely packed text. It was worth noting that his previous inquiries had yielded no information. According to the innkeeper, the secrets surrounding the demonic artifacts belonged to the major sects and were rarely divulged. He had merely come to test his luck. Having obtained a fragment yesterday, he now unexpectedly received news of additional fragments. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Qingshan County. Jiang Wushuang's eyes lit up with excitement as he read the contents of the note. It detailed a recent massacre of several villages in Qingshan County, and a sect had encountered a fragment of the demonic artifact. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. The scene of the village massacre bore a striking resemblance to what he had witnessed when he found the fragment. Moreover, the information indicated that many practitioners of the demonic path were heading there as well. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate. Ultimately, whether or not fragments truly existed was secondary. The primary goal was to attract masters to the location. Of course, should he find more fragments, that would be even better. After all, the malevolent spirits within could strengthen his divine infant. He was also exceedingly curious about the power of a complete demonic artifact. It seemed he would need to take a few days off. Jiang Wushuang murmured to himself before stepping out of the inn. The next day, he sought out the second-tier guard. His reason for leave was straightforward. The Jiang family was reopening a case, necessitating his attention to a series of matters. The guard, familiar with his situation, having been nearly ruined by treachery, immediately agreed without hesitation. In a certain cell labeled Gui, the old demon Hisong stood respectfully beside a young man. Unlike the other prisoners, who were tortured to the brink of death by the formation's penalties, Hisong's eyes sparkled with vitality, betraying no sign of his confinement. The young man before him stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow slightly furrowed. "Young master, what troubles you?" Hisong inquired. He remained silent for a moment before responding gravely. "The demonic artifact has re-emerged." A flicker of shock crossed Hisong's eyes as he replied. "It has appeared at such a time? Is the outside world not on the brink of chaos?" He nodded. "Among the 6 sects of the demonic path, both the Hahuan sect and the Honglian sect have dispatched their experts. I believe that Tiansha Hall, Xianin sect, and Yuyu Tower will not remain idle either. Furthermore, the news has spread, and Deqian cannot possibly remain indifferent. Perhaps chaos is indeed imminent. That is a demonic artifact we are speaking of. Alas, my Senluo sect is currently preoccupied with grand plans and cannot afford to divert resources to seize it." After Dewey spoke, he let out a sigh. A flicker of regret passed through Hisong Lao's eyes, and he then said, "Young master need not worry. Once our Senluo sect's grand plan succeeds, the minor matter of the demonic artifact shall be of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Dewey nodded slowly, the brightness returning to his eyes. "Indeed, we merely need to observe the conflict from a distance. watching as they vie for supremacy in a deadly struggle. In the divine capture camp, atop the tower, Wei Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the imperial city. Before him, a wide road stretched towards the horizon, leading in the direction of Qingshan County. What news do we have? Qiao Zhuang approached from behind, also casting his gaze into the distance. The Hehuan sect, the Honglian sect, and the Xianin sect have all appeared in Qingshan County. The situation does not bode well. Wei Yu stated gravely. Qiao Zhuang inhaled deeply and replied, Senior Zhao has already set off. Moreover, the Qinshan Temple and the Daluo Sword sect among the 4 great holy sects have agreed to send aid to Senior Zhao. All we can do now is await news. Wei Yu replied slowly, the allure of the demonic artifact to the demonic sect far surpasses our imagination. This battle will undoubtedly be brutal. Qiao Zhuang sighed inwardly, feeling a wave of concern for that esteemed elder. After a moment of silence, a glimmer of anticipation crossed his eyes. I wonder if the Child of Fortune will intervene? However, Wei Yu responded solemnly, I hope he does not, for this battle is a life-and-death struggle for those strong in the cycle of fate. Chapter 109. A Thousand Li of Azure. A single sword heart. Qingshan County lies 1,000 miles south of the imperial city, a remote territory of the great Qian dynasty. Due to its desolate location and sparse population, there are no renowned sects of cultivation within the entire Qingshan County. Only a few lesser sects, unable to thrive elsewhere, have taken root here. Had it not been for the recent rumors surrounding the demonic artifact, Jiang Wushuang would scarcely have heard of this place. After a day and a night's journey from the imperial city, a range of mountains emerged before Jiang Wushuang. Traversing this 100-mile mountain range would lead him into Qingshan County. This path was the sole route into the county, and upon arrival, it was evident that the number of martial artists encountered along the way had noticeably increased. In the distance, there was a tea stall where many passers-by would pause to rest. Jiang Wushuang guided his horse toward the stall. As he settled down, the tea vendor promptly presented him with a pot of tea. He poured himself a cup and took a sip, despite the wilderness surrounding him. The tea was refreshingly sweet and exceedingly thirst-quenching. A glance around revealed that most patrons at the stall were martial artists. This was hardly surprising, for the 100-mile mountain range was rampant with wild beasts, making it a perilous journey only for those skilled in martial arts or for merchant caravans. As Jiang Wushuang enjoyed his tea, several sword-wielding figures entered the stall. They chose an unoccupied table, placing their long swords upon it, and began to sigh heavily. Junior brothers, a multitude of demonic cultists have appeared in Qingshan County, and many sects have been attacked. On our return journey, we cannot discern whether we are blessed or cursed. The audacity of these demonic cultists. They have been pillaging as soon as they set foot in Qingshan County. What could possibly draw them to this forsaken place? Junior brother, you are unaware that the demonic artifact, which the cult has long sought, has manifested in Qingshan County, luring those nefarious individuals here. Ah, I see. It seems our elder brother is well informed. We must hasten our return to guard against any threats to our sect from the demonic cultists. Jiang Wushuang quietly sipped his tea, absorbing their conversation. He had overheard similar discussions several times on his journey. Most were disciples from various sects rushing back upon hearing of the upheaval in Qingshan County. Elder brother, do you know what this demonic artifact is? I do not, nor do I wish to know. And why is that? Are you aware of the fate of the sect that discovered the demonic artifact? Please enlighten me, elder brother. Alas, the Feishing sect, which had once seen the artifact, was destroyed the very next day by a man riding a dragon. What? The Feishing sect was annihilated? It seems ignorance is indeed bliss. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. He intended to visit the Feishing sect, but it appeared he had arrived too late, with the cultists having struck first. However, this was understandable. The demonic cult had been monitoring the artifact closely and would naturally act swiftly upon receiving news. Yet now, upon arriving in Qingshan County, he found himself at a loss as to where to begin his search. Wherever the demonic cultists appeared, he would follow their trail. Jiang Wushuang pondered quietly. Even if that fragment had fallen into the hands of the demonic sect, it would not be so easy for the various sects to retrieve it, as they had dispatched their elite experts. With this thought in mind, he tossed a few copper coins and rose to leave. Shortly after departing from the tea stall, he encountered a group of individuals in a narrow gorge leading into the mountains. These were young disciples from various sects, their attire clearly indicating their diverse origins. They were encircling a figure who was grievously wounded and drenched in blood, their expressions grim. As Jiang Wushuang approached, someone gestured for him to halt. "Are you heading to Qingshan County?" a man asked, blocking his way. "Is there something amiss?" Jiang Wushuang inquired from atop his horse. "You cannot go to Qingshan County. Not only are the demonic sect's fiends plundering, but even this mountain path is fraught with ambushes," the man replied, pointing to the bloodied figure. His companions were all slaughtered by the demonic sect's villains in the mountains. He was the only one who managed to escape. "We are all disciples of Qingshan County, but it is evident that we cannot return." The man sighed heavily. Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed slightly. He had long heard that the sacred artifact of the demonic path had emerged, inevitably leading to rivers of blood. It seemed the chaos had already begun. As the two conversed, the three men he had encountered at the tea stall approached. Upon learning of the ambush by the demonic sect along the mountain road, they promptly abandoned their plans to head to Qingshan County. "I see you are not a disciple of Qingshan County. I advise you not to go," the man reiterated. Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly, expressing his gratitude before responding, "It matters not. I am here specifically to confront these demonic fiends." The man, taken aback by Jiang Wushuang's bravado, scrutinized him closely. Despite Jiang Wushuang's rugged appearance suggesting he was in his 30s, his cultivation was merely at the first level of the sea of vitality, prompting the man to shake his head lightly. Yet, he chose not to voice further objections, having already warned him of the potential peril in entering Qingshan County. Just as Jiang Wushuang was about to enter the gorge, several figures approached swiftly from the distance, prompting many to turn their heads. Leading the group was a man in his 30s, with striking features and a flowing white garment that gave him an imposing presence. The long sword on his back gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, clearly a rare treasure. His steed, adorned with a singular horn, galloped at a speed several times that of ordinary horses, indicating its extraordinary nature. The figures trailing behind him also exuded an impressive aura. As they sped past the crowd, a cloud of dust was raised. Could they be masters? Jiang Wushuang gazed at the man in white, a flicker of surprise stirring within him. Though the man concealed his aura, Jiang Wushuang's formidable spirit allowed him to discern the depths of his power with even the faintest trace of energy. The man clad in white, though barely 30, had already attained the status of a master, undoubtedly belonging to the realm of prodigies. Such an accomplishment necessitates exceptional training to reach mastery at such a tender age. The last young master he encountered was the Lord of the Harmony sect. In comparison to the Lord of Harmony, this individual exhibited no inferiority. In fact, he might even surpass him in prowess. Behind the white-clad man, several others stood, each one a formidable presence in the gathering spirit realm, suggesting they hailed from a notable lineage. As expected, with several figures plunging into the gorge, gasps erupted around Jiang Wushuang. Were they riding the legendary Qianliking, a creature that is half demon, half beast? It seemed so, though I had never witnessed it myself. Truly, the Qianliking boasts remarkable speed. The appearance of multiple Qianliking raises the question of their identities. The crowd was awestruck. At that moment, one of the men Jiang Wushuang had previously encountered at the tea stall stepped forward, gazing toward the gorge, and proclaimed, "He is Shan Jinshin of the Daluo Sword Sect." In mere words, he transformed the expressions of those around him, leaving them in shock. The Daluo Sword Sect? One of the four great sacred sects of Dakian? The throng stared blankly in the direction the white-clad man had departed, their minds reeling. So, it was indeed Shan Jinshin. A gasp of realization escaped from an unknown source. Chapter 110. One last heist, Dan Jinshin? Jiang Wushuang murmured to herself, taken aback by the arrival of a representative from the esteemed Daluo Sword Sect, one of the four holy sects. However, upon reflection, it seemed only logical. The forces of righteousness and evil can never coexist peacefully. Should the malevolent sect acquire such a perilous holy artifact, none of the four holy sects would find solace. She recalled Dan Jinshin from various inherited memories, a figure of considerable talent, lauded as a paragon among the younger generation of righteous sections. He had vanquished many a nefarious foe under his blade, and with the gathering of malevolent figures in Qingshan County, his presence was hardly surprising. Yet, his arrival stirred a palpable excitement among the onlookers. With Master Dan Jinshin in Qingshan County, the malevolent sects would surely think twice before acting recklessly. If only I had known it was Master Dan, I would have hastened to join him on his return to Qingshan County. Several individuals wore expressions of regret, lamenting that Dan Jinxin had already vanished into the distance, riding atop his swift steed, Qinli Qing, making pursuit impossible. Jiang Wushuang withdrew her gaze from the horizon and began her journey towards the gorge. Various signs indicated that Qingshan County was becoming increasingly vibrant. After running a short distance, she noticed someone trailing behind her. Turning to look, she saw a young woman in green riding a horse, swiftly approaching. The woman appeared to be in her 20s. With an oval face, a delicate and refined nose, and a long sword gripped firmly in her hand. Her cultivation level was at the 8th layer of Qi Si. Jiang Wushuang glanced at her briefly before shifting her focus elsewhere. This young lady had been present at the mouth of the gorge earlier, seemingly torn between the decision to return to Qingshan County. Now, emboldened by Dan Jinxin's presence ahead, she had ventured forth alone. Before long, the woman caught up to Jiang Wushuang and matched her pace. She turned her head and said, "This path is fraught with peril. Stay close to me for mutual protection." Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, glancing around to confirm that the remark was indeed directed at her, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Did a distinguished master like her truly require protection from this young woman? Nevertheless, she instinctively concealed her true strength, presenting herself as someone in need of assistance. Sensing the young woman's goodwill, Jiang Wushuang said nothing, choosing to follow quietly behind her. During their journey, the young woman would occasionally rest and invite Jiang Wushuang to join her, even sharing some of her provisions. As time passed, the two became more acquainted. The young woman introduced herself as Xing Xiyin, the senior sister of Ziyun's sect in Qingshan County. She had returned hastily upon hearing of the malevolent sect's attacks on various sects in the area, having set out with an elder who had departed earlier, leaving her to navigate the dangers alone. Let us proceed. This area is known for the presence of malevolent fiends, and with the current turmoil in Qingshan County, their audacity is likely to be unchecked, Xing Xiyin remarked after a brief rest, remounting her horse. Though she understood that they could not catch up to Dan Jinxin on his Qinli Qing, getting closer would still provide a sense of security. Somewhere within the mountains, a group of men, their expressions fierce and menacing, were scavenging the valuables from the corpses strewn across the ground. Once they had thoroughly pillaged each body, they callously hurled the remains over the edge of a nearby cliff. Cursed be it. The impoverished disciples of various sects possessed nothing of worth. A robust middle-aged man slowly sheathed his blade, emitting a contemptuous snort. Accompanying him were 5 men clad in dark attire. "Elder, please calm yourself. Aside from these few unfortunate souls, our gains thus far have been quite satisfactory," remarked one of the men with a grin as he leaned closer. The burly middle-aged man responded with a sharp slap to the man's head, retorting, "What do you know? Have you forgotten how those sects relentlessly pursued us, the heart-seizing sect? If we do not take advantage of the current chaos in Qingshan County to eliminate more and acquire additional spoils, those sects will soon unite to hunt us down again." The slapped man could only mumble in discontent, as expected of the second elder, always so astute. The robust middle-aged man dismissed the flattery with an icy glare, commanding, "Conceal everything well, and keep it far from sight. We must not be discovered." In no time, the group vanished from the sight, camouflaging their presence. They waited for a full hour, yet no one else appeared. "Cursed be it. We should not have allowed that man to escape. Now they are too frightened to come back," the burly man grumbled. At that moment, one of his subordinates, gazing into the distance, suddenly brightened. "Elder, look." The middle-aged man squinted towards the horizon. Several figures approached with remarkable speed, raising clouds of dust in their wake. "Elder, those individuals undoubtedly possess numerous valuable items," exclaimed the onlookers, excitement dancing in their eyes, akin to ravenous wolves spotting a flock of sheep. The burly middle-aged man felt a flicker of excitement upon seeing their attire, but his expression faltered when he noticed the magnificent azure steeds they rode. "Is that the 1,000-mile azure?" Just then, one of his subordinates, brimming with eagerness, brandished his weapon and prepared to charge forth. Seeing this, the robust middle-aged man felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. He swiftly delivered a slap to each of their heads, wishing he could extinguish their reckless enthusiasm. "Elder." The men looked at him, their expressions filled with confusion. Ignoring their plight, the burly man leaned against a stone wall, panting heavily, too fearful to even glance at the approaching figures. His subordinates, witnessing his demeanor, finally grasped the gravity of the situation, shrinking back and not daring to make a sound as the newcomers passed by. After a long while, once the commotion subsided, the middle-aged man cautiously turned to look back. Only when the figures had completely vanished did he exhale a sigh of relief. "Elder, are we just going to let them slip away like that?" inquired a latecomer. Regret etched across his face. The burly middle-aged man recognized him as the one who had first attempted to charge forward, and with a swift kick, he sent the man crashing to the ground. Fuming, "You nearly got us killed, and you still dare to speak? Elder, who exactly are they?" a curious bystander inquired. The burly middle-aged man took a deep breath and responded, "They are individuals who could easily eliminate us with a mere flick of their fingers." A few around him were momentarily taken aback, before one of them reacted with astonishment. "Hey, master." The burly man slowly nodded. A wave of apprehension washed over the group. If the master had concealed his presence, they would have been utterly oblivious. Had it not been for the elder's timely intervention, they might have already met their demise. "Elder, how do you know them?" The burly man spoke in a grave tone. "It would be difficult not to know him. He is none other than Dan Jinshin." The others were once again stunned. Dan Jinshin. It's indeed him. No wonder he is so young. Thankfully, we did not attempt to rob him. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. After this revelation, a solemn silence enveloped them. At that moment, the man who had been previously subdued rose to his feet and surveyed the silent group, asking, "So, shall we proceed with the robbery?" The burly man glared at him and promptly pushed him back down, delivering another blow before saying, "Robbery? Are you out of your mind? With the likes of the Luo sword sect here, who knows if their holy sect might arrive as well? I wish to survive. Retreat immediately," he commanded in a low voice. As the group prepared to depart, the previously assaulted man glanced back towards the distance. He noticed two figures approaching. "Elder, it seems more people are coming," he remarked. Without a second thought, the burly man aimed to slap the talkative man again. "I told you we're trying to escape." However, before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the two approaching figures, a man and a woman. The man appeared rugged and ordinary, while the woman caught the burly man's eye, igniting a spark of interest within him. Perhaps another opportunity for a heist could arise, he thought, retracting his fist that was aimed at the man and fixating his attention on the woman sprinting towards them. His change of heart was primarily due to his attraction to her, for someone he desired must not be allowed to slip away. Of course, the most significant factor was that both individuals were feeble, posing no risk whatsoever. Chapter 111. The Hand of Death amidst the towering mountains, a narrow path unfurled. Two figures traversed it, one leading and the other following closely behind. Xing Xin walked ahead, while Jiang Wushuang trailed her. An unsettling feeling gripped Xing Xin as she surveyed the surrounding peaks. After several miles of unscathed travel, she finally exhaled with relief. However, before her joy could fully blossom, she noticed unusual movements ahead. Her expression shifted dramatically as she seized the reins of her steed and yanked them sharply. The horse reared up, hooves raised high, bringing their journey to an abrupt halt. "Run!" Xing Xin shouted urgently to Jiang Wushuang, simultaneously turning the horse around. Yet, from the thicket nearby emerged two figures, their faces adorned with mocking smiles, wielding long blades. Xing Xin pivoted her horse once more, preparing to charge through, but the very next instant, she abandoned this notion. A burly middle-aged man and two others positioned themselves at the opposite end, their palpable aura sending a tremor through her heart. It was the heart-snatching sect. Recognition dawned upon Xing Xin, and an ominous thought crossed her mind. The heart-snatching sect, notorious for its nefarious deeds in Qingshan County, had been relentlessly hunted by several major sections. The imposing man before her was none other than the second elder of the heart-snatching sect, a figure she had seen in portrayals. Although he was not a master, he possessed formidable strength, being at the 9th level of spirit gathering, far beyond her capabilities. Furthermore, the others surrounding him were equally formidable, all at the 8th level and above, not one weaker than she. Indeed, traversing this path alone had been a grave error. Regret washed over Xing Xin as she contemplated her decision to pursue this path. "I must find a way to escape," she thought resolutely. She glanced at Jiang Wushuang, uttering a brief statement. Simultaneously, she steeled herself, vowing that even if it meant fighting to the death, she would never fall into the hands of these men. She had heard tales of the heart-snatching sect's methods, particularly their cruel tortures of female disciples. Methods so brutal that life itself became a torment. Kill the men, but leave the women for me, the burly middle-aged man sneered. At his command, the impatient henchman surged forward. Faced with the onslaught, Xing Xian's complexion paled. She positioned her sword defensively, but was at a loss as to whom to strike, for she could not best any of them. In a moment of distraction, a blinding arc of a blade sliced toward her, rapidly enlarging in her vision. In desperation, she unleashed a feeble beam of sword light. But it was utterly insufficient to halt the impending blade, which devoured her feeble attempt in an instant. Damn it! I told you to spare the women. The burly man, who had remained stationary, cursed as he witnessed the impending doom of the woman before him. Yet, the blade's descent was inexorable. As the lethal light approached, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped Xing Xian. In that moment, she contemplated that perhaps this was the most favorable outcome. After all, death was far preferable to falling into the clutches of such fiends. As she prepared to close her eyes and await death, the blade's light before her suddenly shattered into countless fragments, transforming into twinkling starlight that cascaded upon her face. Xing Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression frozen in shock. It took several breaths before she reached up to touch her face in sheer incredulity. Only after confirming that she was unscathed did she slowly turn her gaze towards those around her. She noticed that the individuals who had been rushing towards her now stood motionless, some even frozen mid-charge, knives raised. Clearly, the immense blade light had instantaneously dissipated into nothingness, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. What is happening? After a moment of silence, one person regained his senses, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, before anyone could respond to him, a trickle of blood slid down his face. He reached up to touch it, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at the blood on his hand, slowly collapsing backward. Xing Xian watched this scene unfold before her, her eyes wide and her heart trembling. Yet, the subsequent sight caused her to gasp in shock. One by one, the people around her fell, all succumbing to fatal wounds at their foreheads. This bizarre spectacle filled the onlookers with fear and panic. Third brother, what's wrong with you? What happened? Spare me, Xing Xian observed as 3 individuals collapsed, and then she noticed a ripple in the air, shooting towards them. Following the direction of the ripple, she saw a man on the road, slightly lifting one hand. As he flicked his fingers gently, a translucent wave shot forth. Turning her gaze, she witnessed another figure collapsing in terror. Xing Xian was shaken by this scene. The man had merely moved his fingers, yet he dispatched these assailants as easily as one would kill a chicken. He appeared as a divine being, commanding life and death. So terrifying was his power. Master. Xing Xian stammered the 2 words, trembling slightly. Only a master could possess such formidable strength. She finally comprehended why this man dared to traverse this road alone. He had no fear of encountering any malevolent cultists. It was the cultists who feared encountering him. Looking up, she indeed saw a burly middle-aged man fleeing frantically in the distance. Damn it! The pale-faced man fled, cursing as he ran. He felt as though he had never sprinted so fast in his life. Yet, even with such haste, he believed it was still too slow, far too slow. After all, behind him was a master who could extinguish him with a mere gesture. He could never have imagined that after evading the single sword of the Deluo sword sect, he would encounter yet another master. Moreover, this master appeared relatively young, with a strength that bordered on the monstrous, surpassing any master he had ever encountered. In a state of despair, the burly middle-aged man felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He had intended to retreat, so why had he provoked these 2 individuals? At last, he spotted the woods ahead. If he could just make it there, his chances of escape would be significantly enhanced. However, upon glancing back, he was struck with terror, as if his very soul had fled. The sight of the man who had dispatched all his subordinates, now targeting him with a deadly hand, sent shivers down his spine. With a desperate shout, he leaped into the woods, but just as he soared into the air, a chilling sensation enveloped him, and he crashed heavily to the ground. The echo of his voice abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Xing Xian gazed at the distant corpse of the 2nd elder of the Duoxin sect, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Although this old fiend lacked the prowess of a grandmaster, he was notorious as a formidable villain in Qingshan County, known for his cunning nature. The sects of Qingshan County had attempted to encircle him on numerous occasions, yet he always managed to escape. For many disciples of the sects, he was a lingering nightmare, a figure to be feared, lest they fall into his clutches one day. To think that such a notorious villain had met his end so effortlessly, and without a chance to retaliate, spoke volumes about the strength of the man beside her. Realizing this, Xingxin promptly dismounted and bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for your intervention, Master." The memory of having once regarded him merely as a disciple of a minor sect, and even offering to look after him, now made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Chapter 112. Ziyun's sect. Jiang Wushuang slowly withdrew his hand, casting not even a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. As if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, he then summoned the spectral souls to retrieve the memories and legacies of the fallen. Collectively, they amassed several thousand points of cultivation. Though modest in number, he accepted them with a smile, for they were willingly offered. This journey had two primary objectives. One was to seek the fragments of the demonic artifact, and the other was to harvest points of cultivation. The nefarious disciples of the demonic sect were the most suitable targets for such endeavors, primarily because there were no repercussions for their demise. Their deaths would go unaccounted for, given their history of malevolence towards others. As they continued onward, Xingxin noticeably spoke less. In the silence, Jiang Wushuang remained reticent, and she quietly trailed behind him, no longer rushing ahead. Even when he deliberately slowed his pace, she matched it, her eyes filled with reverence. After dealing with that wave of adversaries, their path lay clear ahead. They swiftly traversed the 100-mile mountain range and arrived at Qingshan County. Upon their emergence, they stumbled upon a small village, home to an inn that catered to passing merchants and martial artists seeking sustenance and lodging. Due to the sparse population in Qingshan County and its remote location, there were typically few guests. However, the inn was now teeming with patrons, entirely filled to capacity, with tables and chairs set up even outside. "Senior, may I inquire as to your destination?" Xingxin mustered the courage to ask as Jiang Wushuang halted at the end of the street, her tone imbued with deep respect. A master such as Jiang Wushuang would be received personally by the sect leaders of any faction in Qingshan County, which made her cautious not to show any signs of negligence. Jiang Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly. Initially, he intended to seek the fragments at the Feishing sect, but he had learned en route that the sect had been annihilated by the demonic cult. Thus, pursuing that course was rendered meaningless. The information only indicated that the Feishing sect had encountered the fragments, without revealing whether they had fallen into their possession. He was left in the dark regarding whether they had been seized by someone else or where they might now reside. For a moment, he found himself uncertain of where to begin or where to go next. Where to? There are no immediate plans. Jiang Wushuang replied with a shake of his head and a smile. For now, he would proceed step by step, following the appearances of those demonic masters vying for the fragments. "Senior, if it does not displease you, may I suggest a brief respite at my Ziyun sect?" Xingxin suggested, her voice tinged with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wushuang nodded in agreement. "Then let us visit Ziyun's sect for a while." After all, Ziyun's sect was well acquainted with Qingshan County and would undoubtedly have its own channels of information, making inquiries far more convenient. With nowhere else to go, it seemed prudent to explore that option first. Upon hearing his response, Xingxin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Senior, we shall proceed in that direction." In truth, her invitation for Jiang Wushuang to visit her sect stemmed from her own ulterior motives. Given the rampant evil perpetrated by the demonic cult in Qingshan County, which included assaults on sects, her intentions were certainly not without self-interest. There exists a master whose presence would undoubtedly enhance security. Although the leader of the Ziyun sect is also a master, he has stagnated at the first tier for many years, rendering him the weakest among his peers. While he may exert some influence within Qingshan County, the arrival of masters from the 6 demonic sects diminishes his standing considerably. Any master, by mere whim, could easily dispatch him. In contrast, Jiang Wushuang, despite his youthful appearance, exhibits remarkable strength, surpassing the leader of the Ziyun sect by a significant margin. Jiang Wushuang continues to lead the way, with Xingxin following closely behind, guiding him. As they traverse the quaint village and pass by the inn, Xingxin notices several familiar figures seated within. They are disciples from various prominent sects in Qingshan County, many of whom bear injuries and appear despondent. Upon inquiring, she learns that their sects have suffered attacks, with some being utterly annihilated. Only those disciples who were not present in their respective sects managed to escape with their lives. After grasping the situation, Xing Xin's unease grows as she begins to worry for her own sect. Subsequently, the two hasten their pace and finally arrive at the Ziyun sect just as the sun sets. Amidst the vast plains stands a towering peak, upon which the Ziyun sect is situated. Upon reaching the mountain gate, a disciple of the Ziyun sect approaches them. "Senior sister, you have finally returned. Had you delayed any longer, it is possible we would not have seen you again," a young boy, around 16 or 17, remarks as he takes the reins of their horse from Xing Xin. "Why would I not see you all? Is everything well within the Ziyun sect?" Xing Xin inquires, puzzled. The boy refrains from elaborating, simply stating, "The Grand Elder wishes to see you. Once you meet him, everything will become clear." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xing Xin intends to proceed into the sect, but suddenly recalls the master she has brought along is still present. She promptly bows and says, "Esteemed senior, please wait here for a moment. I shall report to the sect leader at once." The arrival of a master at the Ziyun sect necessitates a personal greeting from the sect leader. Afterward, she gestures for the young boy to wait nearby. Initially, the boy does not regard the rugged man with much importance, but upon witnessing the respect Xing Xin shows him, greater than that afforded to the elders, he is taken aback. Yet, he dares not inquire further, instead casting curious glances at Jiang Wushuang. Rather than following the boy's suggestion to meet the Grand Elder first, Xing Xin heads directly to the location of the sect leader. Unfortunately, she does not encounter the sect leader but instead meets the Grand Elder at the place where the sect leader cultivates. "Greetings, Grand Elder," Xing Xin bows respectfully. The Grand Elder, an elderly man with graying hair, is currently engaged in discussion with several disciples of the Ziyun sect. Noticing Xing Xin's entrance, he waves to the others and states, "Have you all remembered? It is imperative that everyone departs from the Ziyun sect and leaves Qingshan County before dawn tomorrow." "Yes, Grand Elder," the disciples reply, bowing before dispersing. "Great Elder, what has transpired? Why must we leave?" Xing Xiyun inquired, her face a canvas of confusion. The Great Elder sighed deeply and replied, "Soon, you have just returned and are unaware of the current situation. In the past few days, a multitude of nefarious cultists from the demon sect have invaded Qingshan County. Initially, it was rumored they sought to seize the sacred artifacts of the demon path. Yet these so-called artifacts have yet to manifest, while several sects within Qingshan County have already been obliterated by these fiends." Xing Xiyun hesitated for a moment before speaking. "But everything related to the Ziyun sect is here. Where could we possibly go if we abandon this place? The Ziyun sect has always established its roots in Qingshan County precisely because of its vulnerability. Outside, survival would be even more precarious." The Great Elder responded with resignation. "This decision is born out of necessity. If these were merely ordinary demon path sects, our righteous sects in Qingshan County could still pose a challenge when united. However, we are facing the 6 sects of the demon path, and in just 2 days, a third of our sects have already suffered attacks. If we do not depart soon, the sect master fears that the Ziyun sect may meet its demise under his watch." Xing Xiyun fell silent, having witnessed the destruction of sects within Qingshan County. Rather than face annihilation at the hands of the demon sect, perhaps leaving was indeed the only viable option. "By the way, what business do you have with the sect master?" the Great Elder suddenly inquired, lifting his gaze. Chapter 113. Inquisition. Xing Xin was initially filled with joy as she intended to report to the sect leader about the master she had brought back. However, upon realizing the current situation in Qingshan County and that Ziyun sect was preparing to evacuate, all her elation evaporated. Clearly, even with a master in tow, little could be altered. "A master?" The elder, upon hearing this, wore a look of astonishment. In Qingshan County, masters were akin to celestial beings, with many sects lacking even a single one. Although the leader of Ziyun sect was a master, he had only barely reached that rank through the use of spiritual herbs, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Now, for a mere disciple like Xing Xin to return with a master was indeed surprising. Alas, the timing was far from opportune. After his initial astonishment, the elder sighed heavily. Under ordinary circumstances, the arrival of a master would warrant grand hospitality from Ziyun's sect, but now, with the urgent need to evacuate, they were overwhelmed. Even with a master present, they could only offer inadequate reception. "Is there truly nothing we can do?" Xing Xin expressed her reluctance, I witnessed the arrival of individuals from the Daluo sword sect. Are the four great holy sects incapable of dealing with those malevolent cultists? The elder replied solemnly, the four great holy sects can indeed contend with the six evil sects, yet thus far, only the Daluo sword sect has come to our aid. It is a daunting task to face multiple foes, especially with these cultists exhibiting such ferocity. The situation cannot be easily turned around. Xingxin fell silent, lowering her head. Despite her unwillingness to leave, the current circumstances compelled her to reconsider. She believed the malevolent cultists would ultimately be driven away, yet it seemed likely that by then, Qingshan County would be left in ruins. Come, let us go to receive the master. The elder suddenly recalled the master waiting outside and quickly rose. Although Ziyun's sect was in the midst of evacuation, the arrival of a master warranted a proper welcome. Should they inadvertently offend him through neglect, it could lead to acquiring another enemy before their departure was complete. The sect leader had already gone to communicate with other sects regarding the evacuation, leaving the elder to greet the master. At the mountain gate stood a man with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by a disciple of Ziyun's sect. The man appeared to be in his 30s, somewhat rugged, emanating an aura that only hinted at the Qi stage. The elder's gaze lingered on him momentarily before shifting away, noting the absence of any other individuals outside. His first thought was to question where the master had gone. Sensing the elder's confusion, Xingxin gestured to indicate that the man was indeed the master. She too was curious. Despite being a master with formidable strength, he chose to conceal his aura to the Qi stage. Perhaps this was a trait common among masters from the larger sections. Yi Maoda of Ziyun's sect had encountered masters before. The elder promptly approached and bowed respectfully, his heart racing with astonishment. He had seen many masters, yet all had been white-haired elders. The young man had already attained the status of a master, which left him utterly astonished. To his knowledge, only those of exceptional talent from prominent sects could achieve such a level. His curiosity regarding the identity of this master was piqued. Yet the individual seemed disinclined to reveal anything, merely offering a slight nod. Consequently, the Grand Elder welcomed him into the Ziyun sect. Within the Grand Hall, as Jiang Wushuang took his seat, disciples promptly presented tea. The Grand Elder and Xingxin stood by his side. Are you all leaving? Jiang Wushuang inquired, taken aback to learn that the entire Ziyun sect would be withdrawing from Qingshan County. It was crucial to understand that a sect's retreat signified the abandonment of years of established foundations. Given the strength of the Ziyun sect, finding a foothold elsewhere would be arduous. However, upon hearing the reasons for their departure, he could empathize. In the face of life and death, relinquishing everything was a minimal price to pay. Jiang Wushuang contemplated briefly before asking, what do you know about the fragments of the demonic artifact appearing in Qingshan County? Since they were set to leave the following day, he began to probe for information. The decision to evacuate indicated that the Ziyun sect must possess some concrete intelligence. Was the master also drawn here by the demonic artifact? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, then shared all he knew. The news of the demonic artifact had first emerged from the Feishing sect, only for the sect to be obliterated the next day by a dragon-riding figure from the demonic cult. Subsequently, a multitude of individuals from the demonic cult had converged upon the area. As for whether the dragon-riding figure had seized the demonic artifact, no one could say for certain. However, I suspect he did not obtain it. Jiang Wushuang inquired with curiosity, how can you be so sure? The Grand Elder continued, given the fierce competition for the demonic artifact, had it been seized by that dragon-riding individual, he would have fled immediately. Yet, he did not depart, and instead annihilated the Feishing sect before launching successive attacks on several other sections. Jiang Wushuang nodded slowly, finding some merit in the elder's reasoning. Nevertheless, his confusion deepened. The existence of the demonic artifact had long been a closely guarded secret among the 6 demonic sects, known only to core members. Even if fragments surfaced, each sect would exert utmost efforts to erase any related information. This time, although the Feishing sect had been destroyed, the news had not only failed to be concealed, but had spread throughout the entire Deqian. Even establishments like the Zhaofu Inn, which trafficked in information, were aware of it. The entire situation struck him as peculiar. Is there any other information? Jiang Wushuang pressed on. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Although the turmoil in Qingshan County was instigated by the demonic artifact, specific details are scarce. We only know that numerous individuals from the 6 demonic sects have arrived, including representatives from the Xianin sect and the Tian Shahal, with the Hehuan sect and the Honglian sect also making an appearance. With a soft sigh, the Grand Elder concluded, revealing the very reason the Ziyun sect ultimately chose to flee. The 6 demonic sects represented the pinnacle of the demonic path. A single master from any of these sects could easily obliterate the Ziyun sect. There was no choice but to escape. Jiang Wushuang subsequently posed several more inquiries. However, no useful information was gleaned. It was only known that the malevolent cult in Qingshan County was rampaging, instilling fear in the hearts of the people and plunging everything into chaos. As night fell, the lights of Ziyun Mountain shone brightly. The disciples were busy gathering their belongings in preparation for departure. Inside a room, Jiang Wushuang sat alone, contemplating the next course of action. Regrettably, the information at hand was scant, leaving him at a loss. The only recourse seemed to be to extract information from the minions of the cult. Jiang Wushuang murmured softly. Although no news was available at present, slaying a few cult members and retrieving their memories might yield some insights. While lost in thought, he sensed a powerful consciousness sweeping towards him. His eyes narrowed as he gazed out the window. Just as the consciousness was projected, he discerned a formidable presence approaching Ziyun's sect. It appeared that escape was no longer an option for Ziyun's sect. Jiang Wushuang moved to the window, casting his gaze into the dim void. Upon recognizing the approaching figure, astonishment spread across his face. Chapter 114. The Night of Doom. The silver moon hung high in the sky, standing atop Ziyun Peak and gazing out. The vast plains appeared to be draped in a delicate veil. Within the Ziyun sect, the disciples busily packed their belongings. The Grand Elder had issued a straightforward command to pack swiftly and depart without delay. As the senior sister, Xingxin was making the final arrangements for their exodus. Observing her fellow disciples, who had packed but wore expressions of despondency, she let out a sigh. Although Qingshan County was regarded by outsiders as a remote and impoverished locale, most disciples of the Ziyun sect had been born here. The abrupt decision to abandon everything naturally stirred feelings of reluctance. Senior sister, after leaving Qingshan County, where will we go? A young junior sister inquired, looking up with wide eyes. Xingxin hesitated for a moment, momentarily at a loss for words. The decision had been made hastily, and even the sect master had not determined their next destination. The only decision was to leave Qingshan County first. Fear not. The sect master has plans, and I believe we shall find a place even more splendid than Ziyun Peak. Xingxin reassured her dispirited disciples with a smile, sharing tales of the wondrous sights beyond Qingshan County. Indeed, the eyes of those who had never ventured beyond their home glimmered with hope. Very well. We shall set off under the cover of night in an hour. As Xingxin spoke, her brow suddenly furrowed. The once luminous night sky, illuminated by the moon, abruptly darkened. Her fellow disciples gaped at the sky, terror etched across their faces. Before Xingxin could turn around, an icy chill enveloped her, rendering her body rigid with fear. What is this? Slowly, she turned to behold a swirling mass of black clouds approaching from beyond Ziyun Peak, swiftly obscuring the moon hanging in the sky. The ominous clouds halted above Ziyun Peak, rolling menacingly like a hellish demon. A powerful sense of oppression descended upon them. Xingxin felt as if countless needles lurked in the air, descending with the dark clouds and piercing her skin painfully. Many disciples of the Ziyun sect, faces pale with terror, drew their swords, yet gazed at the encroaching black mass, retreating in fear. Wah, what is this? No. Could it be the demonic sect has come? Trembling voices echoed around her, and Xingxin's mouth opened in shock, unable to utter a word. The black clouds roiled downward, resembling an ancient beast poised to devour the entire Ziyun sect. The scene before her was so bizarre. If it were not an attack from the demonic sect, what else could it be? A chill coursed through her body. To think they had prepared to evacuate. Yet it was too late. Senior sister, what should we do? As the oppressive clouds loomed overhead like a massive boulder ready to crush them, panic erupted throughout the Ziyun sect. Just as the disciples scrambled in chaos, several figures soared into the sky, landing atop the grand hall of the Ziyun sect. A few figures, exuding a formidable aura and radiating a subtle glow, displayed their swordsmanship, casting brilliant flashes in the night sky. These were the elders. A disciple gasped in astonishment. Many, witnessing the elders' might, felt their previously tumultuous hearts settle slightly. Xing also looked up and beheld the Grand Elder at the forefront, accompanied by several other elders of the Xian sect, all unleashing their most powerful techniques against the ominous black clouds. At that moment, the disciples' gazes were solely fixed upon the myriad sword shadows projected by the elders. Several silhouettes converged in the air, their sword shadows coalescing into an enormous sword pointing skyward. The previously dim Ziyun Peak, shrouded in darkness from the absence of moonlight, was illuminated once more. It was the Jinwu sword formation. Excitement illuminated the faces of the disciples. Xing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was the Ziyun sect's combined sword formation, executed by several masters at the 9th level of spirit gathering, wielding immense power. In the land of Qingshan County, home to only minor sects, the Ziyun sect had repelled numerous formidable foes with this very formation. Even a half-step master would find themselves fleeing from its grasp. As the gigantic sword expanded to dozens of zhang, it pierced through the black clouds. With the force of a colossal blade, it impaled the monstrous beast lurking within. The oppressive black clouds, which had been descending, halted in their tracks. Many disciples, witnessing this scene, exhibited expressions of fervor. However, before they could revel in their triumph, a dark mist surged forth from the clouds, transforming into a serpentine entity that coiled around the immense sword. As the black mist engulfed the entire blade, a crisp sound resonated through the sky. The great sword shattered as if it were made of glass. Simultaneously, a wave of black mist descended upon the Grand Elder and the others. No matter the ferocity of their counterattacks, they could not impede the fall of the dark mist. With its descent, the Ziyun Grand Hall collapsed with a thunderous roar. The elders were thrown to the ground, each one spitting blood. The disciples stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and terror. In their minds, the elders were embodiments of unparalleled strength, yet at this moment, they seemed utterly defenseless, revealing the sheer horror of the dark mist. An overwhelming fear engulfed every heart present. Just as the first wave of black mist struck down the elders, a second attack surged forth from the black clouds, targeting the elders once again. As the elders appeared on the brink of demise, a brilliant white light shot skyward from within the Ziyun sect, colliding with the descending black mist. With a resounding boom, a tremendous shockwave radiated through the air, forcing those on the ground to avert their gazes. Upon impact, the black mist dissipated, while the white light descended back to the earth. In that moment, some disciples finally discerned the source of the white light, a venerable elder clad in white robes. It was the sect master. Many disciples expressed their delight, momentarily feeling that the Ziyun sect had been salvaged. After all, the sect master's intervention had dispelled the terrifying black mist. The elder descended upon the dilapidated rooftop, clad in flowing white garments, exuding an ethereal aura. Casting a glance at the injured elders around him, he raised his gaze to the ominous black clouds above and proclaimed, "Which malevolent entity dares to assault my Ziyun sect?" His voice reverberated like thunder, piercing through the darkened sky. A scoff echoed from above the clouds, descending with the force of a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of the disciples of Ziyun sect. Immediately, the black clouds churned violently like a torrential flood, gradually diminishing in size. As the clouds receded, a colossal figure emerged, resembling a serpent, undulating in the air. Its foreclaws rested upon billowing masses of darkness. As the massive head of the creature became visible, the onlookers realized that the once vanished black clouds had been entirely consumed by it. "Is that a dragon?" Xing looked up at the elongated shadow in the sky, her heart racing with dread, her teeth chattering in fear. The immense figure, if it were to sweep down, could annihilate the entire Ziyun sect. The mere presence of this dragon instilled a profound sense of despair. Yet, upon the dragon's back stood a figure clad in green, poised atop the creature, facing the full moon, resembling the specter of death itself. The sect leader of Ziyun's sect, initially furrowing his brow, turned pale upon witnessing the dragon's emergence. His voice trembling as he uttered, "It seems this night, my Ziyun sect is doomed." Chapter 115, Shattering the Darkness in the Night Sky. The disciples of the Purple Cloud sect were rendered speechless by fear. In the region of Qingshan County, a gathering spirit realm practitioner was considered a formidable expert, and a master was a rare sight indeed. Even the sect master of the Purple Cloud sect was seldom seen by those of lower status. At this moment, A colossal dragon loomed in the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure that left some newly initiated disciples trembling and unable to stand. They had never encountered such a scene and were utterly dazed. Xingxian, as the senior sister, had ventured beyond Qingshan County a few times and had witnessed some extraordinary events, yet she too felt a profound terror, especially upon seeing the sect master sway before the dragon, nearly losing his balance. Despair swelled within her heart. The sect master of the Purple Cloud sect staggered back several steps before regaining his composure. Gazing at the dragon above, he opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. It was no wonder he was so terrified. The figure riding the dragon had made its presence known throughout Qingshan County. Not only had it obliterated the Feishing sect, which had first discovered the demonic artifact, but it had also attacked several other sections. He could hardly fathom that despite his preparations to depart, he had still been unable to evade this calamity. The sect master's gaze shifted from the dragon to the figure seated upon its back, clad in azure robes and appearing to be in his 30s. The man stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the members of the Purple Cloud sect below with an expression devoid of emotion. He seemed like a deity gazing down upon a swarm of ants. The formidable aura he emanated was unmistakably that of a master. Although the sect master himself was also a master, he felt like a mere child who had just learned to walk in comparison to this imposing figure, who resembled a robust warrior. The two were not on the same level, and the black dragon, shrouded in swirling dark mist, instilled even greater dread within him, its power likely rivaling that of a master. "Sir, may I inquire why you have chosen to attack the Purple Cloud sect?" The sect master, aware of his own limitations, had long since abandoned the bravado with which he had initially addressed the intruder. He hoped to negotiate, to offer some form of compensation, believing it might spare the Purple Cloud sect from disaster. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as he had hoped. The azure-clad man atop the black dragon let out a cold laugh and replied, "You, a mere corpse, need not concern yourself with such matters." With that, the dragon beneath him began to writhe in the air, releasing an abundance of black mist that transformed into numerous dark spheres plummeting toward the ground. Simultaneously, the dragon opened its massive jaws, expelling a swirling cloud of darkness that coalesced into a single black sphere before it. It appeared as though the dragon intended to regurgitate all the dark clouds it had previously consumed. A colossal black sphere, dozens of times larger than its own head, materialized in midair, distorting the moonlight that fell upon it, as if being devoured by its terrifying force. Should it descend, the entire Purple Cloud sect would be obliterated. "Senior sister, what shall we do?" Xingxian remained transfixed, gazing at the sky, when a trembling voice beside her inquired. She had long since lost her composure and instinctively turned her gaze towards the sect leader. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. She witnessed the sect leader vanish from the rooftop, sprinting frantically down towards Ziyun Peak. Even the sect leader was fleeing. Xingxian's expression froze. The last flicker of hope extinguished within her. Was this the true power of the 6 sects of the Devil's Path? The sect leader propelled every ounce of his inner energy into his feet, fleeing with desperate urgency. Simultaneously, his heart surged with tumultuous waves of fear. Under the scrutiny of his divine sense, the strength contained within that dark sphere was sufficient to claim his life tenfold. A single strike could obliterate everyone. Such power far surpassed the capabilities of any warrior to withstand. Yet, before he could escape Ziyun's sect, the immense dark sphere plummeted downwards, enveloping the entire sect in an instant. At that moment, the disciples of Ziyun's sect could see nothing but the descending black orb. An overwhelming sense of dread and despair engulfed them all, as the tempest raged, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes, and with annihilation imminent, suddenly, from a secluded courtyard of Ziyun's sect, a beam of golden light pierced the darkness, soaring skyward. The golden light was not particularly intense, seemingly insignificant against the colossal dark sphere. However, the sect leader clearly observed that wherever the golden light passed, the black mist dissipated instantaneously. Soon, the golden light vanished into the enormous dark sphere, as if swallowed whole, leaving no trace of its presence. Just as a glimmer of hope ignited within the sect leader, it was swiftly extinguished. Yet, the very next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A massive golden beam burst forth from within the dark sphere, piercing through it entirely like a colossal sword from within. A tempest swept through Xion's sect, shrouding it in darkness. The sect leader stood amidst the howling winds, his eyes wide with incredulity. In his view, the dark sphere that even masters could not withstand was now being pierced by that seemingly insignificant golden light. The dark sphere, like a deflating balloon, began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, the colossal dragon suspended in midair reacted as if struck, thrashing violently while emitting a hoarse roar that sent shivers down the spines of many Xion sect disciples. The figure clad in green, riding the dragon, had lost the composure he previously displayed, now striving to calm the beast. The elders of Xion's sect, who had resigned themselves to death, were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Although they could not yet comprehend what had transpired, one thing was certain: someone had intervened, shattering the black sphere expelled by the dragon, pulling them back from the brink of oblivion. Who possessed such formidable power? One elder gazed towards the source of the golden light, murmuring to himself. He could not fathom who could unleash such a terrifying attack when even the sect leader was fleeing. Among the elders, only the Grand Elder remained fixated on that direction, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be him? The voice of the Grand Elder trembled slightly as his gaze involuntarily searched for the figure of Xing Xin amidst the crowd. Upon locking eyes with her, he noticed her expression mirrored his own, filled with astonishment. Who? The surrounding elders turned their attention towards the Grand Elder, a master residing here temporarily. The shock in the Grand Elder's eyes lingered, soon replaced by a glimmer of joy as he remarked, "With him here, our Xion sect may just escape this calamity." A master? Which master? The surrounding elders were both astonished and elated. However, the Grand Elder did not respond to their inquiries. Instead, he gazed towards the direction of the side courtyard. The door of the side courtyard slowly creaked open, revealing a rugged man who stepped forward with deliberate strides. His aura was unremarkable, appearing quite ordinary, yet he remained unfazed as he gazed at the colossal dragon in the sky. It is he. The Grand Elder stared blankly at the figure, slowly uttering, "Not only we, but also the sect master and numerous disciples of Xion's sect," found their attention drawn to the man. This included the figure atop the immense dragon in the sky. The man in green attire, with a face contorted in fury, spoke icily. "Is it you? Who has harmed my ghost dragon?" His fiery gaze fixed upon the rugged man below, as if he could unleash flames with his stare. Yet, the man below paid him no heed, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he gazed at the dragon beneath him, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. A ghost dragon? Indeed, a rare and extraordinary spirit companion. Chapter 116. A great loss under the night sky. Dark clouds loomed over Xion Peak, and soon a colossal figure emerged. Even from several miles away, one could discern a gigantic entity spiraling in the air. At the foot of Xion Peak, in a small village named Zishi, villagers noticed the unusual phenomenon in the sky. Initially, they perceived the dense black clouds as a harbinger of imminent rain. However, as the clouds dissipated, the enormous silhouette became apparent, causing the villagers to rush out of their homes, gazing up at the sky in a daze. Ordinary people, who would tremble at the sight of a fierce beast, were left utterly speechless upon realizing that it was a dragon, a creature that seemed utterly out of place in the mortal realm. After a prolonged silence, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The figures that had rushed out of their homes retreated in terror, hastily closing doors and windows, extinguishing their lights. Panic pervaded the village. At the village entrance stood two figures, calm and composed as they gazed at the summit of Xion Peak. Both were men. One, clad in black, appeared to be in his 30s, his eyes shining brightly even in the darkness, reminiscent of flickering azure flames. He exuded an aura of eerie charm, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. Beside him stood a man in his 40s, draped in a gray robe, with a round face and thick lips resembling sausages. The hall master has noted that the Xianyin sect has also set its sights on the Xion sect, and they have taken the initiative, remarked the gray-robed man. He scrutinized the dragon soaring in the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. "It's that rascal, Liangji again. He snatched a master from me last time, and now he dares to seize this opportunity once more." The black-clad man scoffed lightly. "The Xianyin sect promised to collaborate with my Tiansha Hall, yet their sincerity in this partnership is nowhere to be seen." The gray-robed man interjected, "Hall master, our alliance is solely for the pursuit of demonic artifacts. Other matters fall outside our agreement. Thus, I believe we should seize what we can. The black-clad man turned to regard the gray figure. Are you suggesting that you intend to usurp the Xian sect? The gray-robed man hesitated momentarily before offering a sheepish smile. Hall Master, you overestimate me. Liang Ji, as the scion of the Xianin sect, possesses formidable strength and a ghostly dragon that rivals a master as his familiar. I, an old man, would not dare to confront him directly. I've long suspected you lacked the courage, the black-clad man replied with a cold chuckle. The gray-robed figure remained unfazed, merely standing by with a smile. Though he held the title of a master, he was acutely aware of his limitations. Compared to the young lords of the 6 demonic sects, he was but a mere shadow. Liang Ji's status as the scion of the Xianin sect was not solely due to his lineage, but also attributed to his exceptional talent and unparalleled strength. Without such assets, he would never have ascended to that position, as the Elder Council would have barred his ascent. However, should the Hall Master choose to act, even Liang Ji would be reduced to a mere bystander. What, then, is the Hall Master's intent? The man in the gray robe directed his gaze from the summit of Ziyun Peak to the figure of the man in black before him. Tong Yuanbai, though merely a Hall Master of the Heavenly Fiend Palace, possessed remarkable martial talent. Although he was a few years older than Liang Ji, his strength surpassed that of his counterpart. He was the only one capable of rivaling Liang Ji, the heir of the Xianin sect. In Qingshan County, there were no significant sects, yet the Ziyun sect could boast of a master among its ranks. It would not do to allow Liang Ji to benefit without challenge. Receiving no response, the man in gray felt compelled to add, the black dragon manifesting atop Ziyun Mountain is quite a sight. The man in black, fixated on the black dragon revealed at the mountain's peak, slowly replied, very well. It is hardly worth incurring the ire of the future sect master of Xianin for the sake of a mere master. As he spoke, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. I have come to realize that perhaps being a ghostly cultivator is not so bad. Riding upon a dragon's back, much like Liang Ji, certainly exudes an air of grandeur. It almost makes me wish to become a ghostly cultivator myself. The man in gray smiled faintly. To acquire such a ghostly dragon, one must first dare to brave the perils of the Sea of the Dead Gods. Tong Yuanbai turned, astonished. This ghostly dragon originates from the Sea of the Dead Gods? The man in gray nodded slowly. This is a matter unknown to outsiders. I happened to overhear an elder of the Xianin sect mentioning it. In order to procure this ghostly dragon for his son, the sect master sent 3 elders to accompany Liang Ji into the Sea of the Dead Gods. Although they ultimately emerged with the dragon, only 2 elders returned. A flicker of shock crossed Tong Yuanbai's eyes as he exclaimed, no wonder this ghostly dragon is so extraordinary. It hails from the Sea of the Dead Gods. The man in gray remarked, only in a place like the Sea of the Dead Gods can such a formidable ghostly dragon come into being. He then smiled slightly. Master Tong, do you still wish to become a ghostly cultivator? Tong Yuanbai furrowed his brow. Perhaps not. I shall never enter the Sea of the Dead Gods in this lifetime. A ghostly cultivator without a powerful ghostly companion is of little use to me, as I could easily vanquish them with a single strike. In truth, he merely spoke casually. At his level, becoming a ghostly cultivator would be akin to severing his own arms. Master Tong, shall we explore elsewhere? I have received word that the sects in Qingshan County are frightened and preparing to withdraw. The man in gray cast an inquiring glance. This was all due to Liang Ji's ostentatiousness. He rode the ghostly dragon during every assault on the sections. Such a display was unprecedented for these smaller sects, leaving them no choice but to flee. Tong Yuanbai shook his head with a sigh, feeling that gathering the souls of the departed in Qingshan County was becoming increasingly arduous. As the two conversed, the black dragon atop Ziyun Peak unleashed a tremendous black orb into the air. With a mere sweep of their consciousness, they could sense the power contained within, capable of obliterating the Ziyun sect. The strength of this ghostly dragon was indeed remarkable. No wonder Liang Ji was hailed as the strongest young master among the 6 sects of Demon Path. This ghostly dragon could effortlessly crush ordinary masters. Tong Yuanbai nodded in admiration. Previously, he had believed that subduing Liang Ji would pose little difficulty. Yet, upon witnessing the dragon's display of power, he reconsidered. To capture him would require considerable effort. Just as the two deemed the Ziyun sect beyond rescue and prepared to depart, Tong Yuanbai suddenly turned back with urgency. Atop the majestic Ziyun Peak, A colossal black orb suddenly erupted with a blinding beam of golden light, akin to a radiant golden sword that illuminated the entire summit. Had the malevolent dragon's assault been thwarted? The man in the gray robe wore a look of astonishment, taken aback by such an unforeseen turn of events. It is essential to note that in their eyes, the Ziyun sect was merely a diminutive establishment, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of the wrist. Master Tong seems to be growing increasingly intriguing, the gray-robed man remarked with a smile, casting a glance towards Tong Yuanbai. To his surprise, the Ziyun sect boasted not one, but two masters. Tong Yuanbai, initially startled, shot a glare at the gray-robed man after hearing his words. It is your fault for insisting on visiting the Qinyan sect, only to discover that their master had long since fled, leaving behind only a handful of insignificant figures. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Had we known there were two masters here, we should have arrived sooner. Now, we have unwittingly allowed Liang Ji to reap the benefits." Tong Yuanbai sighed repeatedly, as though mourning the loss of countless treasures. The gray-robed man was momentarily taken aback, wishing to defend himself but finding no words to utter. For it seemed, indeed, they had suffered a significant loss. Chapter 117. A borrowed use upon emerging from the gates of the underworld. The members of the Purple Cloud sect collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, following Jiang Wushuang's departure. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Jiang Wushuang made her way to the martial arts arena of the Purple Cloud sect. In the sky above, the previously agitated black dragon, riled by Jiang Wushuang's earlier assault, had now regained its composure. Yet, the figure perched upon its back remained fixated upon her. Jiang Wushuang paid no heed to the individual, instead taking a keen interest in the black dragon. Its enormous form was shrouded in swirling black mist, appearing almost ethereal. Only its pair of luminous eyes, reminiscent of grand lanterns, seemed not to be composed of the same dark vapor. The presence of a ghost dragon as a companion was a testament to the considerable heritage of the 6 demonic sects. Jiang Wushuang murmured to herself, recognizing that the figure atop the dragon was evidently a ghost cultivator. One of the methods employed by such cultivators is the subjugation and control of ghostly entities. The ghost cultivator known as Elder de Yuan had previously invested a significant amount of time crafting the 10,000 ghost flag for the purpose of gathering spirits. This flag had always been his most formidable weapon, containing many powerful ghostly companions, painstakingly captured. However, in Jiang Wushuang's eyes, these creatures were hardly formidable. The strongest among them barely matched the realm of spirit gathering, rendering them largely useless and better suited for consumption to enhance her own spiritual essence. Yet, the sight of this ghost dragon compelled her to reconsider her perspective on ghostly companions. It was not that ghostly creatures were inherently weak. Rather, Elder de Yuan simply lacked quality specimens. This dragon, in stark contrast, was exceptional, not only potent and fiercely aggressive but also capable of serving as a mount, making it the epitome of a ghostly companion. In the recesses of Elder de Yuan's memories, there were indeed references to such a creature. A ghost dragon, formed from the essence of a dragon's soul, was the ultimate aspiration of ghost cultivators. Unfortunately, such beings were said to exist only in legends. It was whispered that, even upon encountering one, the likelihood of subjugation was exceedingly low. Thus, most ghost cultivators would not squander their time on such elusive pursuits. However, the difficulty in subjugation did not equate to impossibility, Jiang Wushuang mused. The ghost dragon was merely a figment of folklore, a tale concocted by ordinary ghost cultivators who lacked the means to acquire one. Yet, here it was, a tangible reality. After admiring the ghost dragon, her gaze finally settled upon the man upon its back. He appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an aura of malevolence. At that moment, however, anger eclipsed his wickedness. "You dare to harm my ghost dragon? You shall perish." Liang Ji's eyes glinted with cold fury as he channeled streams of true essence into the body of the dragon from his vantage point. In an instant, the dragon seemed to absorb an immense surge of energy, opening its maw once more to unleash a torrent of darkness. This time, the black mist was even denser, resembling liquid shadows spilling forth from the dragon's jaws, coalescing into a sphere in the air. The sphere initially matched the size of the dragon's head before rapidly shrinking to a mere pinpoint. In the next heartbeat, the black dot streaked through the air. Wherever it passed, it left behind a dark mark, as if the fabric of space had been torn asunder. In the blink of an eye, the dark orb arrived before Jiang Wushuang, ushering in a tempest of fierce winds that lashed against his face. Jiang Wushuang's eyelids fluttered slightly, though diminutive. This black sphere was exponentially more formidable than the colossal orb that had preceded it. The previous massive black sphere, while ferocious, had been relatively dispersed in its attack. In contrast, this smaller black orb resembled a colossal bomb, concentrated in its destructive potential. Despite its size, its power was terrifying. This was something the master of Ziyun felt most acutely. Upon his mental touch with the black sphere, a dreadful aura made his very soul tremble. The confidence he had garnered from Jiang Wushuang's prior dismissal of the enormous black sphere was shattered in an instant. He felt that this suddenly emerging master might meet his doom. After all, he had not even had the time to evade. He could only brace himself for the impending impact. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld the master confronting the black sphere that struck his face, slowly parting his lips to exhale a stream of true essence, creating a small cyclone before him. The cyclone took on a funnel shape, as if it had torn a chasm in the air, warping the surrounding space. At the moment of contact with the black sphere, it began to deform, eventually merging into the cyclone and staining it black. The master of Ziyun was filled with astonishment. The black sphere, which had appeared so terrifying in his eyes, was instantaneously rendered inconsequential. Moreover, it was wholly consumed by the cyclone. The master of Ziyun was left utterly dumbfounded. Could that thing truly be devoured? At that moment, Liang Ji, atop the ghost dragon, was equally astonished. No one understood the ghost dragon's might better than he. It was comprised of ghostly and malevolent energies. Coupled with his own true essence infused within, it represented one of the ghost dragon's most potent attacks. Yet, the opponent had simply opened his mouth and consumed it. There could be only one explanation. You too are a ghost cultivator? Liang Ji inquired solemnly. No wonder the opponent could so effortlessly counter the ghost dragon's onslaught. Techniques wielded by ghost cultivators are naturally more easily neutralized by their kind. Jiang Wushuang offered no reply, instead gazing at the ghost dragon with admiration. The ghost dragon was indeed remarkable. That recent strike, a fusion of ghostly and malevolent energies, wielded unimaginable power through the ghost dragon's amalgamation. Aside from top-tier masters, ordinary masters would either perish or be left severely injured. Only someone like Jiang Wushuang, who had elevated 9-tripod refining spirit to its pinnacle and possessed a profound reservoir of true essence, would dare to consume such an assault with impunity. Liang Ji, still in awe of his opponent's strength, felt a surge of pride upon hearing the praise for his ghost dragon. The ghost dragon was a rare and exceptional ghost pet, coveted by countless ghost cultivators, a reality far beyond one's imagination. Liang Ji scoffed coldly. The pride of ghost cultivators lies in their ghost pets, which represent their greatest trump card. Thus, many ghost cultivators are either in pursuit of ghost pets or traversing the path to find them. Some spectral cultivators, in their quest to acquire a formidable ghostly companion, have ultimately sacrificed their very lives. This ghostly dragon, belonging to him, hails from the realm of Zhiyi, commanding respect and fear wherever it roams. It stands as his greatest pride. Even though the man below exhibited extraordinary prowess, he remained unfazed. After all, that strike had merely been a casual gesture, and his true strength had yet to be unveiled. As the heir of the Xianin sect at the Master Realm, he felt no trepidation towards anyone. Since you are a ghost cultivator, why not unleash your ghostly companion to nourish my dragon? Perhaps it may spare your life, he proposed, a trace of disdain glimmering in Liang Ji's eyes. The Xianin sect, a stronghold of ghost cultivators, has thrived for countless years, honing their skills to subdue all spectral beings. However, the man below chose not to summon his ghostly companion. He shook his head slowly, replying, "Ghostly companions? I have never deemed them worthy of my possession." Liang Ji's expression faltered, momentarily believing he had misheard. Without a ghostly companion, one's combat prowess is halved. What sort of ghost cultivator is this? Just as he contemplated mocking the man below once more, the dragon beneath him began to thrash violently. It struggled to ascend, yet it felt as though ensnared by an invisible tether, unable to rise. Liang Ji's countenance shifted, and he cast a startled glance at the man below, exclaiming, "What have you done?" The man paid him no heed, continuing to weave intricate hand seals until the dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the peak of Ziyun. Jiang Wushuang finally spoke. I borrow your dragon for a moment. Chapter 118. Now you wish to depart? A colossal black dragon loomed over the Ziyun sect, its presence akin to a celestial blade, casting a heavy pall over the gathered crowd, rendering them breathless. Now, as they beheld it struggling to descend from the heavens, incredulous expressions adorned the faces of every sect member. Yet, at the very moment the dragon touched the ground, its form rapidly diminished, shrinking to a mere several dozen feet in length before coiling around Liangji's body. Jiang Wushuang observed the transformation of the ghostly dragon, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The reason he had not immediately slain the man atop the dragon was his intention to wrest control of the creature from him. This ghostly companion was a rare treasure, a coveted prize in the eyes of ghost cultivators. Possessing the 9-tripod refining spirit, Jiang Wushuang could be considered a ghost cultivator himself, and thus naturally yearned to possess such a marvel. However, under ordinary circumstances, a ghost cultivator encountering a ghost dragon might well flee in terror. After all, those who could command a ghost dragon were hardly weak. Yet, Jiang Wushuang was unfazed by such concerns. He had come to Qingshan County with a singular purpose: to reap rewards. Encounters with ghost cultivators were no exception. The procedure, however, would be slightly altered. First, he would seize the ghost dragon, and then he would reap. It was essential to note that some ghost cultivators formed unique bonds with their ghost companions. Upon the death of the master, the companion would perish as well. Earlier, he had attempted to control the dragon using a secret technique from the 9-tripod refining spirit, which had inadvertently caused it to plummet to the ground. Regrettably, this attempt had failed. The direct acquisition of the ghost dragon proved to be a formidable challenge. As Jiang Wushuang gazed at the figure across from him, who had regained control of the dragon, he mused quietly. Ghost cultivators typically subdued their companions when they were at their weakest, nurturing them gradually to enhance their power. Capturing a powerful entity such as the ghost dragon was an arduous task, particularly since it had already formed a bond with its master, further complicating the endeavor. Experiencing a setback was not unusual, and this had merely been a preliminary test. Despite the failure, he felt invigorated with confidence. Jiang Wushuang watched as the dragon, now diminished in size, circled around the man opposite him like a guardian spirit, and his admiration for the creature grew. This ghost dragon shall be mine, he declared with a faint smile, as though announcing his intentions to the man across from him. Liangji regarded this rugged stranger, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, with a mix of shock and fury. Initially, he had thought the man's attempt to seize his ghost dragon was a jest. After all, a typical ghost cultivator would not take such risks. Clearly, this individual was far from ordinary and possessed genuine strength. In a moment of carelessness, he had allowed the other to bind his dragon with spiritual force, leaving him caught off guard and in a precarious position. Fortunately, he had quickly realized the predicament, severed the binding, and regained control of the dragon. To prevent a recurrence of such an incident, he summoned all his true essence, activating the dragon to its fullest potential. Simultaneously, he once again mounted the dragon's back, which, despite its reduced size, resembled a newly birthed dragon. Yet, its prowess had not diminished. On the contrary, this was its most formidable combat state. Under the gaze of the members of the Ziyun sect, the little dragon, accompanied by the man, vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it had returned to midair, and its aura remained undiminished despite its reduced size. Instead, a pale azure flame began to envelop its form, rendering it even more perilous and awe-inspiring. However, the leader of the Ziyun sect did not display any signs of panic. Rather, he looked towards the distant Jiang Wushuang with eyes full of excitement. Having observed his actions on several occasions, he had concluded that this mysterious master, inexplicably present in the Ziyun sect, possessed immense strength, fully capable of challenging the dragon-riding man. With his protection, the Ziyun sect should be able to evade this calamity. Naturally, if they could eliminate the dragon-riding man, it would rid Qingshan County of a significant threat. After all, among the multitude of demonic sects that attacked the sects, it was the dragon-riding man who instilled the most fear. With this in mind, he swiftly moved to Jiang Wushuang's side and bowed respectfully. Ziyun sect leader Chunin pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Although the leader of the Ziyun sect was advanced in age, Appearing as though he was nearing his end, he still addressed Jiang Wushuang as esteemed elder. In his eyes, the distinction of elder was based on strength rather than age. The man before him, capable of contending with the Dragon Rider, certainly warranted the title. Jiang Wushuang, however, remained focused on the figure suspended in the air and had no time to acknowledge him. Shannon paused momentarily, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Esteemed elder, this old man is willing to lend you a hand." This was the very reason he had rushed over to greet Jiang Wushuang, hoping to prevent the figure in the air from escaping. After all, additional strength was always an asset. However, he did not dare to charge in alone, choosing instead to assist from the sidelines. Jiang Wushuang frowned, finding the man quite bothersome. Did he not consider his own capabilities? A mere first-level master, his internal energy paled in comparison to Jiang Wushuang's, being less than 1%. At most, he could intimidate those at the gathering spirit realm. Any random master would suffice to make him drink from the cup of defeat. How could he dare to offer assistance? Unaware of the disdain directed at him, Shannon awaited Jiang Wushuang's instructions with confidence. After all, he was still a master in his own right. Yet, he was met with Jiang Wushuang's impatient response. "You and your people should stand back. That would be a tremendous help to me." Shannon stood frozen, his face alternating between red and pale, but he could only obediently withdraw. Though disheartened, the immense confidence conveyed in the man's words sent a jolt through him. If the dragon-riding man could be slain without his assistance, it would indeed be the most fortuitous outcome. At that moment, another attack descended from the sky. Shannon turned to look, witnessing a pale azure light erupting from the little dragon's mouth. Although the luminous assault was diminutive, it possessed an astonishing momentum, accompanied by a piercing shriek. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with radiant light, raining down like arrows. He turned pale with fright. A seemingly insignificant attack felt capable of delivering his demise. In the next moment, a rugged man struck forth with a powerful palm, unleashing several shadowy strikes that converged in the air, transforming into a singular, larger handprint that descended upon him. Instantly, it obliterated hundreds of pale blue rays of light. Only a few remnants of light beyond the palm shadows fell upon the Ziyun sect. With a deafening roar as sporadic beams descended, Ziyun Peak trembled violently, the ground fissured, and many disciples were thrown to the ground. The disciples of the Ziyun sect, feeling the terrifying force within the light, turned pale, their eyes filled with dread. Had all those attacks landed, the entire Ziyun sect would have been obliterated. In the sky, Liangji observed as his assault was entirely thwarted. His countenance darkened, the previous calmness dissipating. This strike was not merely the work of the ghost dragon. It was a fusion of his own power, one of his mightiest techniques. He had intended to slay the man below with a single blow. However, the man merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispelling the attack, as if brushing away dust. Cursed be it, Liangji thought bitterly, his face awash with astonishment. Though incredulous, he could not deny that the man below was far superior to him. And not just by a slight margin, his strength was almost monstrous. Retreat, Liangji promptly concluded. Fortunately, he had the ghost dragon at his command, capable of flight at speeds rivaling those of a life-well master. Otherwise, his life would surely be forfeit here. Yet, as he prepared to flee, he suddenly realized that the ghost dragon beneath him was unresponsive. Although it was moving, its speed was sluggish, as if ensnared by an invisible net. Liangji's initial reaction was to assume that the opponent had seized control of his ghost dragon. Despite his shock, he immediately summoned his mental energy to sever the connection. However, this time, despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to break free. How could this be possible? Liangji's voice trembled. The ghost dragon was his strongest trump card. Losing control meant he could not escape. A chill ran down his spine, and a sense of dread filled his heart. At that moment, a faint voice emanated from below. "Now you wish to leave? It is too late." Liangji's entire being quivered as he looked down. The man's gaze pierced through him like a sharpened sword. Chapter 119. I shall not hold back. Liangji's face fluctuated between shades of red and white. His ghost dragon, which once resonated with his very essence, now resembled a wild stallion, uncontrollable and unbridled. Faced with the inability to sever the opponent's mental restraint, he was compelled to amplify his own mental energy to regain control over the ghost dragon. In that moment, his true essence surged forth, enveloping him in a faint glow. his visage contorting into a fierce grimace. At last, under his command, the ghost dragon's speed surged once more, filling his heart with elation. Indeed, the adversary had merely ensnared the dragon with mental force. Ultimately, the ghost dragon, being a spectral entity, could not disregard the onslaught of mental attacks. He had to concede that the opponent surpassed his initial expectations, at least in terms of mental prowess. However, the bond he shared with the ghost dragon was not so easily severed. Otherwise, ghost cultivators would not go to such lengths to seek out their ghost pets. They could simply seize others. The difficulty of such theft was insurmountable. In contrast, annihilating an opponent's ghost pet proved significantly less challenging. This was also why he had never harbored concerns about his ghost pet being taken from him. As the ghost dragon's speed escalated, poised to break free from its constraints, Liang Ji let out a soft snort, his hands working incessantly. He unleashed the secret techniques of the Xianyin sect without hesitation, forging an unbreakable connection between his mental energy and the ghost dragon. Yet, just as liberation seemed imminent, the ghost dragon abruptly halted. The adversary's mental force surged forth once more, akin to a tsunami. The intangible mental energy ignited a tempestuous gale. Liang Ji, striving with all his might to maintain the connection with the ghost dragon, felt it fraying, thread by thread. This was dire. Liang Ji's complexion shifted dramatically, his heart tempestuous with dread. In that moment, the opponent's mental energy descended like a deluge. His own mental essence, before the might of the adversary, was but a mere pebble, swept away effortlessly. It was crucial to note that even against a master of the 9th level, he would possess the strength to contend. Yet now, he felt as powerless as a mere child. Within mere moments, the connection between him and the ghost dragon was entirely severed. In that instant, a blade of light surged upwards, suffocating in its intent, compelling him to leap into defense. As he propelled himself from midair, the ghost dragon, once immobilized, soared freely once more. Liang Ji's expression oscillated between gloom and fury as he fixated on the ghost dragon in the sky, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with wrath. The ghost dragon, which he had fought tooth and nail to rescue from the god burial sea, had now slipped from his grasp, signifying his irrevocable loss of this spectral companion. Had it truly been taken from him? The emotions in Liang Ji's eyes shifted rapidly, from shock to disbelief, until they settled upon the figure in the martial arts arena of the Purple Cloud sect, leaving only boundless fury and a tinge of fear in their wake. The opponent's strength far surpassed his expectations. Not only had he successfully seized the ghost dragon, but the blade light that had just struck was also overwhelmingly fierce. He dodged with all his might, yet still suffered injuries. A direct confrontation would lead to either death or severe injury. At this moment, his internal energy surged violently, and a mouthful of blood surged to his throat, which he managed to suppress with great effort. However, the next second, his pupils constricted sharply. He beheld the ghost dragon, which had circled the skies several times, gradually descending. He watched in disbelief as the creature landed before a rugged man, who smiled as he stepped upon the dragoness back. The ghost dragon soared into the sky once more, the man and dragon spiraling together in the air. The ghost dragon remained the same, yet the figure upon its back had changed. With a sudden cough, Liang Ji could no longer restrain the blood that gushed forth from his throat. Fueled by his rage, "You're still alive?" came a voice from above. Liang Ji wiped the blood from his lips and looked up. The man who had taken his ghost dragon stood atop its back, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. "You managed to evade my flying dragon ghost blade. You are somewhat stronger than that so-called Hahuan young master." Jiang Wushuang's gaze narrowed slightly. Just moments ago, after severing the connection to the ghost dragon, he had immediately struck with his blade. Though executed somewhat casually, the immense true essence within him rendered that strike sufficient to slay the vast majority of masters. It was worth noting that the Hahuan young master had once utilized a life-draining secret technique outside the imperial city, but had failed to escape, dissolving into a mist of blood. In contrast, this individual was evidently stronger. Without hesitation, he drew his blade again, his expression turning serious. Raising the sword above his head, he squinted slightly, gathering a brilliant aura. The blade's intent surged upwards, piercing the heavens. "Now, I shall not hold back," Jiang Wushuang murmured to himself. Below, Liang Ji, locked onto by his mental energy, felt as though he was suddenly being observed by an ancient ferocious beast, sending chills down his spine. gazing at the figure atop the ghost dragon, framed by a full moon, raising his blade. Liang J's eyes widened in horror, his pupils constricting as an overwhelming sense of dread and despair washed over him. A lifeful master? Liang J was rendered speechless. To him, such a terrifying attack could only belong to a lifeful master. Jiang Wushuang stood poised with his blade, though it had yet to strike. The very essence of the blade instilled fear. Since his ascension to master, he had realized that his greatest strength was not in martial techniques, nor in the power derived from perfecting those techniques. His most formidable asset was the vast quantity of true essence he possessed, far exceeding that of any master he had previously defeated. Moreover, upon reaching the second tier of mastery, his power had increased significantly, even without martial techniques. His overwhelming true essence was sufficient to crush a master at the 9th tier. Moreover, with his divine infant now fully formed, he infused his will into the blade's intent, catalyzing a transformation of unprecedented magnitude. It appeared as though he merely executed a gentle slash, yet in an instant, the full moon dimmed. At that moment, all who beheld were engulfed by an overwhelming cascade of blade light. A terrified cry erupted from below. No. I am the young master of the Xianin sect. You cannot slay me. Liang Ji gazed at the oncoming brilliance of the blade, his eyes wide with madness. He was enveloped by a swirling miasma of dark crimson mist, his form swelling as if inflated, clearly aware of his dire predicament and willing to sacrifice his life to resist. Grasping a black longsword, he summoned countless specters from its blade, which coalesced into a formidable black, ghostly shield before him, expanding to several dozen yards in size. Yet, at the moment the blade light made contact, the spectral shield was pierced as if it were mere parchment. Subsequently, the blade light swept through the figure behind the shield, silencing his words. The standing form was cleaved in twain. In midair, Jiang Wushuang slowly sheathed his sword, casting a glance at the lifeless body below, and let out a soft chuckle. The young master of the Xianin sect cannot be slain? Perhaps you should inquire in the underworld about the fate of the holy son of Crimson Lotus and who was responsible for the demise of the young master of Huan. Chapter 120. Have two big fish perished? After a prolonged moment of stupor, the leader of the Ziyun sect, Qinan, regained his composure. The young master of the Xianin sect from the 6 demonic sects possessed a lineage far grander than he had initially surmised. Within the righteous sects, only Shan Jinshin of the Deluo Sword sect could rival him, underscoring the elevated stature of his counterpart. It was hardly surprising that such a young individual had attained the prowess of a grandmaster. The formidable strength exhibited by this young master of Xian offered a glimpse into the might of the 6 demonic sects, leaving Chun in awe of how fearsome the younger generation was. One could only wonder how many ancient monsters lay hidden within their ranks. It was no mystery why they dared to challenge the 4 great holy sects and even confront the Deqian imperial clan. Their strength was indeed overwhelming. Alas, the world is vast, and there are always those who surpass us. The young master of Xianin could never have imagined that within the humble confines of the Ziyun sect lurked a grandmaster even more formidable than himself. Not only had this grandmaster seized his ghost dragon, but he had also slain it with effortless ease. As Chunin gazed at the figure standing in the training ground, no one from Ziyun dared to disturb the scene. He approached the lifeless body of the Xianin young master, standing silently before it. When did Ziyun sect acquire such a grandmaster? Chunin pondered, his mind replaying the recent spectacle that had seemed like a divine visitation. The soaring intent of the blade and the cascading light of the swords revealed to him the essence of true martial prowess. Were it not for this grandmaster, the Ziyun sect would have faced annihilation at the hands of the Xianin young master, and all would have perished. Great Elder, who is this grandmaster? Chunin inquired, turning to the elders gathered beside him. Returning to the sect leader, this grandmaster was brought back by Xingxian. As we were preoccupied with relocating the sect, and you were away, we failed to report this in due time, the great elder replied, his eyes still reflecting profound astonishment. The young master of Xianin, riding his ghost dragon, had already left them in awe, akin to a celestial being. Yet this individual dispatched him with the ease of a mere fowl, completely reshaping their understanding of martial arts. Oh, brought back by Xingxian? Chunin expressed his astonishment. He struggled to comprehend how a disciple of the Qi-Hai realm could forge a connection with such a grandmaster. Soon, Xingxian was presented before Chunin. Do you share a close relationship with that grandmaster? Chun An's eyes sparkled with hope. Such a grandmaster undoubtedly held significant influence, and any association with him could greatly benefit the Xian sect. Feeling the intensity of the eager gazes upon her, Xing Xin awkwardly replied, "Actually, it's not that familiar. My acquaintance began with a misunderstanding. I initially regarded him merely as a disciple of the Qi Hai realm and invited him to accompany me without even asking his name. Had I known from the outset that he was a grandmaster, I might not have even mustered the courage to speak to him. Not familiar?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Chun An's face, mirrored by the expressions of the surrounding elders, who also bore the weight of regret. It seems to suggest that since you have brought everyone back, how could there be any unfamiliarity? If the relationship is currently lacking in familiarity, let us take steps to deepen it. Chun An contemplated for a moment, then suddenly turned to observe Xing Xin. It was at this moment he realized that this disciple possessed a commendable appearance and was quite presentable. The elders present also brightened at this revelation. The Grand Elder promptly declared, "Xin, for the next few days, you shall attend to that esteemed senior." Xing Xin was taken aback. As she gazed into the eager eyes of the sect leader and the elders, a sense of weighty expectation enveloped her, as if they had placed the hope of reviving the Ziyun sect solely upon her shoulders. Jiang Wushuang stood before the corpse of the Xian Yin young master. Before him, a soft glow emanated, representing the memory inheritance left behind. As he received the memory transmission, vivid scenes flashed through his mind. This ghost dragon had actually come to the God Burial Sea? Jiang Wushuang was astonished. Viewing the scattered images of the God Burial Sea left him deeply unsettled. It was a forbidden zone for humanity. Even a master would face certain death if they ventured inside. The Xian Yin young master had merely reached the periphery of the God Burial Sea and had not delved deeper, which allowed him to bring the ghost dragon out. Furthermore, when he had initially acquired the ghost dragon as a pet, it was exceedingly weak, possessing merely the strength of the Qi Si realm. It was through extensive nurturing with numerous ghostly entities that he enabled its growth to reach a level comparable to that of a master. Understanding this, Jiang Wushuang found the ghost dragon increasingly precious. Though it was currently only akin to a master, its potential for growth was immense. The Xian Yin young master had elevated it to master level in less than a decade. If it continued to grow at this rate, reaching the heights of a fate wheel warrior in the future was not beyond the realm of possibility. Oh, this fellow had actually been lurking in Qingshan County all along. Jiang Wushuang made another intriguing discovery from the memories. The Xian Yin young master had arrived in Qingshan County long before the news of the demonic artifact surfaced. Logically, they should have rushed to seize it as soon as it appeared. Yet, it was not until the day after the news spread that the Xian Yin young master annihilated the Feishing sect, and he did not even acquire any fragments from them. The situation was becoming increasingly fascinating. Jiang Wushuang smirked coldly. The more he contemplated, the more peculiar the matter appeared. The attacks on the sect seemed rather abnormal. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow in thought. The Xian Yin young master's series of assaults on the sects was not merely to capture souls and strengthen the ghost dragon, but rather to deliberately instigate slaughter for the purpose of gathering Yin souls through secretive methods. It appeared that the stronger the warrior, the more valuable their Yin souls became to them. This was why he targeted sects instead of massacring ordinary people. Unfortunately for him, his luck had run out upon arriving at the Ziyun sect, where he encountered Jiang Wushuang. His attempt to reap the Ziyun sect's power failed, resulting in the loss of his own life. Acquired 320,000 points of cultivation. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the notification before him, nodding in satisfaction. 320,000 points of cultivation were quite befitting of the Xian Yin young master's strength. This was also why he relished harvesting from masters. The rewards were indeed substantial. Subsequently, he picked up a black long knife lying beside the corpse. This weapon had previously been wielded by the master of the profound Yin and, judging by its material, it was of precious artifact grade. However, when a wisp of divine consciousness probed within, it revealed countless malevolent spirits concealed within. In response to the intrusion, the ghostly faces contorted in rage, baring their fangs and claws. It became evident that this was a vessel for containing malevolent entities. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes as he realized the sheer number of malevolent souls the master of the profound Yin had amassed, a testament to the countless lives that had been sacrificed to acquire them. This starkly illustrated the divergence between the demonic path and the righteous path. The former would resort to any means necessary to achieve their ends, even if it meant creating mountains of corpses and seas of blood. With a sigh, Jiang Wushuang carefully stowed the black knife, pondering that it would be a waste to leave the spirits within, as they could instead augment his divine infant. Yet, before he could attend to that, there was a matter of greater urgency. After securing the black knife, he directed his gaze towards the foot of Xian Peak and leapt onto the ghostly dragon, commanding it to soar downwards, for there were still two formidable adversaries awaiting him, one of whom rivaled the master of the profound Yin himself. Chapter 121. Is this all the distance you could cover? Under the night sky, two figures darted past, swiftly fleeing, with the indistinct silhouette of Xian Peak looming behind them. One figure led, while the other trailed closely behind. Soon, the distance between them began to widen. The man in the gray robe, falling behind, cast a worried glance toward the figure ahead. "Tong Hall Master, wait for me." Unfortunately, the figure in front showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, he sprinted even faster. Damn it, that scoundrel Liang Ji was actually killed? Tong Yuanbai's eyes were filled with profound shock and dread. Even now, he found it hard to believe. It was well known that even he could only defeat Liang Ji at best. With that ghostly dragon at his side, it was utterly impossible to slay him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, not only was Liang Ji's ghostly dragon seized, but he himself perished without a chance to retaliate. After all, he was the young master of the Xianin sect, a figure of formidable prowess rarely matched among masters. This was precisely why the Xianin sect had not dispatched experts for protection, because he was a rare and exceptional master himself. Unexpectedly, an attack on Emir Ziyun's sect resulted in his downfall, costing him his life. Fortunately, I arrived just a moment too late. Tong Yuanbai inhaled deeply, his face pale with lingering fear. Earlier, having seen two masters from Ziyun's sect, he had felt it was a loss for himself. Now, however, he felt fortunate to have narrowly escaped disaster. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Liang Ji. Indeed, even masters could not act recklessly. Reflecting on recent events involving the 6 sects of the demon path, Tong Yuanbai's eyes narrowed slightly. There had been an alarming number of significant figures from the demon path who had perished recently. There was the Holy Son of the Red Lotus, for instance. Though he exhibited considerable talent, he had not fully matured, being still below the master level. His death was merely a consequence of his own weakness. However, the young master of the Harmony sect was no weakling. He had already reached the master realm and still met his end. Now, even the young master of the Xianin sect could not escape calamity. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Engaging in such assaults on sects was best avoided, for one could never know where a formidable master might be lurking within a seemingly insignificant sect. Who could that person be? Images of Liang Ji's slaughter flashed through Tong Yuanbai's mind, intensifying his confusion. No wonder Liang Ji had stumbled. The mysterious master's ability to conceal their aura was extraordinary. When they first appeared, even he had assumed they were merely a minor master. Little did he know that the slaughter of masters was as effortless as butchering poultry. The sheer terror of it sent chills down one's spine, explaining why the two fled in panic, fearing they might draw danger upon themselves. He was not a simple swordsman. Could he possibly be from the royal family? No. The royal figure was female. Who else among the 4 great holy sects possessed such youthful prowess? Tong Yuanbai's feet continued to move, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Regrettably, as he recounted the righteous masters he had heard of, none seemed to match the strength of that mysterious master. The primary issue was that none possessed such overwhelming and perverse power. When did such formidable experts emerge in the righteous path? Tong Yuanbai felt an unsettling chill. One must admit that the 6 sects of the demonic path had been rather insular. Such a colossal threat had arisen, and they remained oblivious. He had not even received any warnings. It is worth noting that whenever a remarkably gifted warrior is born in the righteous path, the 6 sects of the demonic path are always informed. Should they perceive a significant threat, they would go to great lengths to eliminate it in advance. Could it be the one who slew the Lord of Joy? A sudden jolt coursed through Tong Yuanbai's heart as he recalled the recent event that had shaken the entire demonic path. The Lord of Joy was indeed slain by a mysterious master, leaving no trace behind. Tian Sha Hall had investigated the matter, but regrettably, that enigmatic master had left scant information. To this day, It remains unknown who delivered the fatal blow. Not only had they failed to uncover the truth, but it was said that even the great Qian was unaware of the perpetrator. Could it be a master? Or a formidable wheel of fate expert? Countless thoughts raced through Tong Yuanbai's mind, yet he remained at a loss. Ultimately, he could only shake his head and quicken his pace once more. Regardless of who it was, the individual was far too terrifying. Fleeing was the only option. At that moment, he noticed that the figure of the gray-robed man, who had been far behind, had actually caught up. Old Ghost Fan, I never expected your escape speed to be so formidable, Tong Yuanbai exclaimed in astonishment. It was important to note that the gray-robed man was significantly weaker than him. However, he soon discerned the truth. He saw Old Ghost Fan's complexion pale, with faint traces of blood energy emanating from his body. Wherever he passed, a subtle red mist lingered. Are you burning your blood energy? Tong Yuanbai's heart sank. This was a self-destructive method of fleeing. By sacrificing blood energy, one could enhance their speed, but it would inevitably cause damage, often irreparable. Even if Old Ghost Fan managed to escape, his cultivation would surely decline. What could have instilled such fear in this man that he resorted to self-harm? Tong Yuanbai murmured to himself. He concentrated his true essence in his feet, increasing his speed slightly. However, he did not burn his blood energy, nor would he consider doing so. Finally, the towering Ziyun Peak had entirely vanished from their sight, and they felt they had fled to a sufficiently safe distance. At this moment, Old Ghost Fan ceased burning his blood energy, halted, and leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Although Tong Yuanbai was somewhat better off, his true essence had also been significantly depleted. He felt as if he had fought a fierce battle. Observing their disheveled appearances, he couldn't help but chuckle. He never imagined that even a master of his caliber could find himself fleeing in such disarray. Old Ghost Fan, are you all right? Tong Yuanbai inquired upon seeing Old Ghost Fan on the verge of collapse. I'm not dead, Old Ghost Fan replied with a wry smile. Yet, compared to their frantic escape moments ago, he was clearly relieved. However, the smile on his lips quickly froze. Both of their expressions changed dramatically. This is not good. The pursuer has caught up. Tong Yuanbai suddenly turned to look back. The previously vanished aura re-emerged within the range of his mental perception and was rapidly approaching, causing his expression to change drastically as he fled once more. This time, blood mist also emanated from his body, indicating that he had begun to burn his life force. Old Ghost Fan was even more terrified, his soul nearly fleeing from his body as he desperately ignited his vitality to escape. Though he was nearing his limits, he could not afford to be concerned about that now. In a flash, he overtook Tong Yuanbai, even running ahead of him. Old Ghost Fan, are you trying to throw away your life? Tong Yuanbai exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this scene. At this rate, if Old Ghost Fan was not killed, he would perish from exhaustion first. However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed the aura behind him drawing ever closer at an alarming speed. His face paled, and a thicker blood mist erupted from his body, doubling his speed as he swiftly surpassed Old Ghost Fan ahead of him. In the night, two figures, glowing faintly red, darted past in a blur, fleeing rapidly. Yet, they had not run far before both figures came to an abrupt halt. Before them, a black ghost dragon hovered in midair. Upon the dragon's back stood a rugged man, facing the moonlight with his hands clasped behind his back. He shook his head as his gaze fell upon the two, saying, "You were allowed to escape first, and this is the distance you have managed?" Tong Yuanbai's lips twitched, feeling as if a heavy hammer had struck his heart. The moment their eyes met, an overwhelming wave of terror enveloped him completely. Chapter 122. Indeed, you are the wheel of fate. Jiang Wushuang stood atop the ghost dragon, suspended in midair, marveling at its remarkable utility. Setting aside its combat prowess, its speed of flight was unparalleled. It was during the assault on Ziyun's sect by the Xian Young Master that he first sensed the presence of two masters lurking at the foot of Ziyun Peak. Although they endeavored to conceal their auras, their efforts paled in comparison to his own divine concealment technique, or perhaps they had not cultivated to its zenith. Under the dominion of his formidable consciousness, he successfully pinpointed their locations. After slaying the Xian Young Master, he observed the two desperately fleeing. Yet he refrained from pursuit initially, choosing instead to gather the memory inheritance of the fallen master before launching his chase. By that time, the distance between them had widened considerably. Nevertheless, the ghost dragon proved swifter, and before long, he closed the gap, prompting Jiang Wushuang to commend his newly acquired beast. As his gaze descended, he beheld the two figures below, standing motionless. The man in gray robes appeared pallid, his eyes filled with terror, clearly exhausted from their frantic escape. The younger man beside him fared somewhat better, though he too breathed heavily. Had they been ordinary masters, their earlier speed might have ensured their escape. However, Jiang Wushuang's extensive mental reach had firmly locked onto them, and the ghost dragon's excellence left them with no avenue of escape. "Which sect do you belong to, young master?" Jiang Wushuang inquired, taking his time to assess the young man beneath him. He sensed that this individual's aura was not inferior to that of the Xian Yin young master. This realization was a significant factor in his pursuit. Naturally, he would not let such a prize slip away. In contrast, the gray-robed man appeared considerably weaker. Tong Yuanbai had been fixated on Jiang Wushuang since his arrival. The decisive manner in which Jiang Wushuang had effortlessly dispatched the Xian Yin young master indicated a disregard for the notorious reputation of the 6 sects of the demon path. Thus, he understood that Jiang Wushuang would show him no mercy. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated escape, seeking assistance, or making a desperate stand. Ultimately, he opted to bow his head in submission, stating, "Esteemed senior, I am but a humble figure, a mere branch leader of the Heavenly Kill Hall, not a young master." Recognizing the overwhelming strength of his adversary, escape or assistance seemed futile. He finally chose to yield. Lowering his upper body in a gesture of respect, he continued, "Esteemed senior, I was coerced into joining the Heavenly Kill Hall and have endured much torment. To encounter you today is a fortune beyond measure. If you would not cast me aside, I am willing to sever ties with the Heavenly Kill Hall and serve you, to toil as a mere beast." His face bore the marks of sincere contrition, his words imbued with earnestness. Jiang Wushuang regarded the figure below, which had sunk to such depths of humility, and could not help but feel a moment of surprise. "You truly possess the ability to bend and yield." He could not help but shake his head with a smile. Then his gaze sharpened as he said, "Since you wish to join my ranks, why do you secretly gather your strength to launch a sneak attack against me?" Tong Yuanbai's body trembled slightly. Upon realizing his scheme had been uncovered, he immediately sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of attacks with both hands. At the same time, he glanced towards the side at Old Ghost Fan, urging him to join in the fray. As the master of the Heavenly Fiend Hall, he could not naively believe that his opponent would spare him. His earlier capitulation was merely an attempt to lower the other's guard, yet it proved to be futile. Old Ghost Fan seemed equally taken aback by Tong Yuanbai's sudden aggression, standing there in shock. Hearing his words, he hesitated to respond with an immediate counterattack. "Useless," Tong Yuanbai silently cursed, charging forward alone. His sleeves billowed as a torrent of immense true essence erupted forth. Before him, a colossal sword forged from pure essence pierced the heavens, illuminating the night sky. He appeared to tower above, exuding an overwhelming aura. Old Ghost Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment as he gazed at Tong Yuanbai, his voice trembling. "Master Tong," he thought, shaken to the core. Until now, he had presumed that Tong Yuanbai's strength was comparable to that of the young master of the Profound Yin, perhaps slightly stronger, but not significantly so. Yet this single sword strike shattered his preconceived notions. Tong Yuanbai was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Not only could he defeat the young master of the Profound Yin, but he could also slay him effortlessly. "Master Tong, you have concealed your true strength well." Old Ghost Fan inwardly lamented. Previously deterred by the overwhelming power of the pursuing mysterious master, he now reconsidered. Perhaps a desperate struggle could yield a sliver of hope. A surge of determination ignited within him as he prepared to join the assault, albeit in a battered state. However, in the next instant, a cold wave extinguished his fervor. Tong Yuanbai's colossal sword seemed capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality, obliterating all in its path. Yet, the enigmatic master hovering above did not even flinch. Standing atop the dragon's head, he slowly drew his long knife. Countless sword intents, aimed at him, were effortlessly deflected. He positioned the long knife before him, and in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming wave of knife intent surged forth like a tsunami. Tong Yuanbai's sword intent was immediately forced back. With a single swing of his knife, a flash of light shot out, cleaving through the air and creating a dark rift in its wake. This strike could rend space itself. Although Tong Yuanbai's colossal sword was imposing, It was instantaneously shattered the moment it clashed with the knife light. The sword fragmented into darkness. Yet it did nothing to halt the knife's trajectory for even a heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Tong Yuanbai. The blade's radiance illuminated his face, and his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. You, indeed, possessed the wheel of fate. Before he could finish his thought, the knife light had already sliced through his body. In the next instant, the head exploded, transforming into a headless corpse. Old Ghost Fan stared wide-eyed at this scene, astonished that Tong Yuanbai met his demise even more swiftly than Xian Yin's young master, slain in a mere stroke. His mind was shaken, his very soul trembling. Thoughts akin to those of Tong Yuanbai surfaced in his consciousness. He was a formidable figure of the fate will Old Ghost Fan, in terror, beheld the silhouette in midair as it slowly sheathed its blade, hastily retracting the foot he had dared to advance. When the figure's gaze fell upon him, a chill coursed through him, and in the next moment, his legs buckled, bringing him to his knees. I have encountered a senior of the fate wheel. He bowed deeply, his voice quavering. Senior, spare my life, I am willing to serve as your humble servant. In the skies above, Jiang Wushuang stood atop the dragon's head. His sword returned to its scabbard, hands clasped behind him. The previous adversary had displayed commendable strength, justifying his use of the blade. However, this one was lacking. Not only was he weak, but he had expended considerable vitality in his flight. Now, he would struggle even against the sect master of Xian sect. Wielding the sword would indeed be a waste. Gazing down at the figure fervently bowing before him, Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. Is this the customary approach of the 6 sects of the demon path? He mused. With that, he unleashed several strands of true essence from his hand, piercing through the man's body and creating a substantial crater in the ground. Chapter 123. The safest place in Qingshan County. Jiang Wushuang gazed upon the lifeless forms of the 2 individuals, commanding the ghost dragon to descend gracefully from the heavens. Indeed, he had made the right choice in coming to Qingshan County. Reflecting on his first night here, when he had vanquished 3 masters, a wave of elation surged within him. Moreover, according to the memories of the Xian Yin young master, numerous masters from the 6 sects of the demon path had also arrived in this locale. Clearly, this was merely the beginning, and the forthcoming rewards could prove even more bountiful. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the first man he had slain. This individual possessed the greatest strength. Thus, Jiang Wushuang sought to extract his memories first. As images flooded his mind, the memories of the man began to unfold. The individual, named Tong Yuanbai, had indeed spoken the truth. He was merely a hall master of the Heavenly Calamity Hall. However, this revelation piqued Jiang Wushuang's curiosity further. Despite Tong Yuanbai's superior strength compared to the Xian Yin young master, he had not been granted significant authority within the sect. It appeared that the Heavenly Calamity Hall had long been divided into 2 factions, locked in a protracted struggle for the position of sect leader. Eventually, one faction ascended and commenced a ruthless suppression of the other. The ruling sect leader understood that as long as discord persisted within the Heavenly Calamity Hall, it would forever remain the weakest among the 6 sects of the demon path. Consequently, the leader resorted to all manner of means to systematically eradicate the opposing faction, eventually solidifying control over the entire sect. They maintained a vigilant watch over the descendants of the rival faction, with Tong Yuanbai being one of their primary targets. Although he possessed considerable talent and strength, he was relegated to the role of a minor hall master and excluded from the inner circle of elders. Perhaps aware of his precarious position, Tong Yuanbai had always adopted a low profile, even going so far as to conceal his true potential. In reality, his abilities surpassed those of many contemporaneous holy sons and young masters. Yet, he could not afford to reveal this, lest he face dire consequences. While others ascended to the rank of master and secured prominent roles within the sect, he was left with only a modest title. Jiang Wushuang sighed in sympathy, then furrowed his brow. In examining Tong Yuanbai's recent memories, he discovered that the Heavenly Calamity Hall had, surprisingly, forged an alliance with the Xian Yin sect regarding the acquisition of a sacred artifact. The prospect of collaboration among the 6 sects of the demon path was astonishing. Although considered akin to a band of rogues by the righteous factions, they were typically embroiled in their own conflicts, each striving for individual advancement with little room for cooperation. Such alliances were rare, particularly over a singular sacred artifact, which each sect regarded as a treasured asset for their prosperity. In light of this, Jiang Wushuang began to comprehend the rationale behind their cooperation. It would indeed enhance their chances of seizing the sacred artifact. The two sects initially aimed to seize the fragments, and how they would cooperate thereafter would be a matter solely between them. However, such collaboration is inevitably fraught with ulterior motives, making genuine trust exceedingly difficult. It is akin to gathering spectral souls. The two sects had already experienced conflicts, with the Xian Young Master repeatedly snatching targets coveted by Tong Yuanbai. Was the Tiansha sect also in pursuit of spectral souls? Jiang Wushuang found this surprising. The Xian Young Master was a ghost cultivator, so his collection of such entities was understandable. Yet, Tong Yuanbai was a sword cultivator. These souls held no value for him. Clearly, the collection served a purpose beyond the obvious. What that purpose might be eluded his memory, as Tong Yuanbai himself was unaware. He had merely received the command. Could it be related to the fragments of the demonic artifacts? Jiang Wushuang pondered, recalling that when he acquired his own fragment, it was teeming with spectral entities. The ghostly visage hidden within feasted upon such things. If that were the case, it would imply that both the Xianyin sect and the Tiansha Hall had already obtained fragments. This development presented a considerable challenge. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. He too desired this sacred artifact, but once it fell into the hands of the demonic sect, retrieving it would prove exceedingly difficult, unless one were to assault their stronghold. He chuckled, shaking his head. Such an endeavor seemed unrealistic. These demonic sects had existed for centuries, deeply entrenched in their strongholds. If they could be easily eradicated, the Great Qian would not have allowed their continued existence. It seemed an insurmountable task to gather all fragments. Jiang Wushuang murmured softly. Not only for him, but for the 6 demonic sects as well, the quest to assemble all fragments appeared unattainable. After all, he already possessed one, and none could lay claim to it. Shaking his head, he set the matter aside and turned his attention to the prompt that had appeared before him. Acquired 380,000 points of cultivation. Observing the cultivation points offered by Tong Yuanbai, he nodded slowly. The system allocated points based on strength, and Tong Yuanbai had a surplus of 60,000 points compared to the Xian Young Master, clearly indicating a significant disparity in power. Jiang Wushuang calculated, together, they had provided him with a total of 700,000 cultivation points, a substantial boon. In contrast, the gray-robed man who had pleaded for mercy had received far less, just 25,000. However, this was consistent with his status as merely a subordinate to Tong Yuanbai, possessing considerably lesser strength than even the Xian Young Master. Once he completed all these tasks and was ready to depart, he suddenly remembered that Tong Yuanbai must possess a containment artifact for gathering spectral entities. After a thorough search, Jiang Wushuang indeed discovered a small box inscribed with restrictive runes on him. As his consciousness probed inside, countless ghostly entities writhed and clawed. The quantity was not much less than that contained within the Xian Young Master's Black Blade. Another commendable acquisition, Jiang Wushuang resolved to secure it without hesitation. Subsequently, they embarked on the ghostly dragon and soared away. The Purple Cloud sect. The sect leader, Chunin, gazed upon the devastation before him. His brow furrowed in concern. The preceding battle had nearly obliterated 1/3 of the entire Purple Cloud sect. Sect leader, must we truly retreat? A solemn elder inquired. Several other elders echoed his sentiments. But the disciples of the Xianyin sect have perished, have they not? In my humble opinion, retreat is unnecessary. Initially, they had rejoiced at the demise of the dragon-riding assailant, yet they were taken aback by the sect leader's insistence on withdrawal, immediately departing from Qingshan County. This left some perplexed. With a sigh, Chunin replied, "Stay? With the heir of the Xianyin sect dead here, do you think they will remain indifferent?" Upon hearing these words, all fell silent. The loss of a single heir had nearly brought ruin to the entire Purple Cloud sect. They were fortunate this time to have a mysterious master present. Should another group arrive, luck would not be on their side. Without further ado, the elders began to summon the disciples to depart. Having experienced life and death moments previously, hesitation was absent as everyone commenced their descent down the mountain. Suddenly, a figure swiftly descended from the sky towards the Purple Cloud peak, landing within the sect's confines. Sect leader, it is that mysterious master, an elder exclaimed. Chunin's gaze had long since been fixed upon the individual, a spark of exhilaration igniting in his eyes. After a brief moment of astonishment, he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. "What brings you here?" Jiang Wushuang inquired, observing the disciples making their way down the mountain. "To be frank, Senior, the Purple Cloud sect has endured a harrowing ordeal and is preparing to lead the disciples away," Chunin responded with a bow. Jiang Wushuang casually nodded. "You may depart. I shall stay here for a few days. Is that acceptable?" Of course, Senior. Please feel free," Chunin promptly replied, simultaneously instructing Xing Xiyin to escort the guest. Once the two had left, an elder sidled over and remarked, "Sect leader, we should take our leave." Chunin, beaming with joy, shook his head. "We shall not depart." "Why is that?" the elder queried, turning to Chunin, who smiled and replied, "Old three, though you appear simple-minded, I now see you are truly Navi. The reason for our earlier intention to leave was the absence of this esteemed elder, rendering the Purple Cloud sect unsafe. Now that this elder has returned, the situation has changed." After a brief pause, Chunin, his face alight with excitement, declared, "With this esteemed presence here, the Purple Cloud sect is the safest place in Qingshan County." The nearby elders' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, their spirits lifted. Who would wish to leave now? Chapter 124. Nourishing the ghost dragon. Jiang Wushuang's return to Xin sect was prompted by a lack of alternative destinations. It seemed prudent to make this place his temporary refuge. He held no concern for whether the disciples of Xian sect would depart. After Xing Xiyin escorted him to a room, she did not leave, but instead stood quietly to the side, observing the figure before her, whose aura lingered at the first layer of the Qi Si. Her emotions were complex. She never anticipated that she would be fortunate enough to meet such a grand master, who had effectively salvaged the entire Xian sect. The thought sent a blush to her cheeks. According to the sect leader's wishes, this enigmatic master had been brought back by her, and it was her responsibility to foster a closer relationship. In the words of some elders, a solid connection would provide Ziyun sect with a formidable ally. However, the specifics of how to cultivate this relationship remained unspoken. Initially, she found it perplexing, but after some subtle guidance from the elders, her face flushed crimson. Regrettably, the mysterious master had abruptly departed on a dragon, leaving the sect leader and the elders visibly displeased after their momentary excitement. In their flustered state, they even contemplated leaving Qingshan County. Yet, with the master's return, the sect leader and elders were once again elated, eagerly pushing her closer to this enigmatic figure to act as a guide. In truth, he merely returned to the residence he had previously occupied, rendering a guide unnecessary. "Do you have something to discuss?" As myriad thoughts raced through Xing Xiyin's mind, her cheeks flushed as she stood nervously to the side. Jiang Wushuang turned to her, and upon recalling the means to cultivate their relationship, her face reddened further. In an instant, she became flustered, her speech tumbling into disarray. "And no, it's nothing. I shall take my leave." With those words, Xing Xiyin fled the room. It was only after she dashed out of the courtyard and closed the door behind her that she leaned against the adjacent wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, her heart continued to race. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced back at the courtyard gate, a sigh escaping her lips, accompanied by a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Within the room, after Xing Xiyin departed, Jiang Wushuang retrieved a black dagger and a small box. Artifacts he had acquired from the master of Xianyin and Tong Yuanbai. Both items concealed countless ghostly entities within. As a practitioner of ghost cultivation, having elevated 9 tripods refining God to its pinnacle, he felt no trepidation towards such entities. Instead, he could directly consume them as nourishment, bolstering his divine infant. However, after a moment's reflection, he chose to abandon this notion. For an ordinary ghost cultivator, consuming these entities would significantly enhance their divine infant. But his was far more potent than that of the average ghost cultivator. Although he had never encountered the divine infant of a fate wheel master, he surmised it could not be vastly different. For him, while it would yield some growth, the effect would be minimal compared to the substantial gains from elevating his cultivation realm. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have swallowed them without a second thought. However, at this moment, these items presented a more advantageous purpose. He first placed the black knife and the small box upon the table. Subsequently, he retrieved the Wan Gui fan, an artifact designed to contain spirits. Ever since vanquishing the elder ghost, he had carried it with him, collecting the specters he encountered for the purpose of enhancing his cultivation and preserving the legacy of memories. After subduing the ghost dragon, he had also confined it within. As countless tendrils of black, ghostly energy surged forth from the Wangui fan, the ghost dragon manifested as a diminutive form, joyfully floating about the room. He then produced the black knife belonging to the Xian Yin-Young master, releasing several spirits from within. Upon witnessing this, the ghost dragon swiftly approached, its head expanding dramatically as it devoured all of the escaping spirits. It then emitted a series of plaintive cries, akin to a small dog begging its master for food. All right, it's all for you," Jiang Wushuang said with a faint smile. It was no longer a task solely for him to consume the spirits. This creature was also adept at such endeavors. Thus, he resolved to allow the ghost dragon to feast upon all the spirits contained within these two artifacts. After all, his own ascension and cultivation would also strengthen his divine infant, while this creature could only grow more powerful through the nourishment of Yin's spirits and apparitions. Finding it tedious to release them bit by bit, he decided instead to confine them within the black knife, permitting the dragon to indulge freely. The following day, as Jiang Wushuang stepped out of his chamber, he was met by the ever-watchful Xing Xiyin, who had been waiting outside. Upon hearing the commotion from outside, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Yet, he refrained from voicing any concerns and proceeded outward. Last night, Chunin had come to his door, informing him through the barrier that the Ziyun sect would not be departing. However, when he emerged from the courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback. His gaze swept across the martial training ground and beyond the mountain gate, where throngs of people had gathered, far exceeding the numbers he had witnessed the previous evening. "Does your Ziyun sect have this many disciples?" he inquired. "Senior, you hold our Ziyun sect in far too high regard," Xing Xiyin replied. "In total, our disciples scarcely number 100. These individuals are disciples from other sects in Qingshan County. They had originally intended to leave the county last night. But upon hearing of your slaying of the demonic cult's fiends and your protection of our Ziyun sect, they hastily sought refuge here." Upon finishing her explanation, Xing Xiyin felt a profound sense of admiration. Initially, the Ziyun sect master had arranged to leave with these sections. When it became known that Ziyun sect had chosen to remain, the other sects were perplexed. However, upon learning that a formidable master was stationed within the Ziyun sect, the leaders of those sects were astounded. The news of Jiang Wushuang's remarkable prowess in vanquishing the dragon-riding fiend had prompted them to reconsider their departure, flocking to the Ziyun sect, which they now regarded as the safest haven, within the grand hall of the Ziyun sect. Despite the roof having been nearly obliterated by the previous night's battle, it did not hinder Chunin from being encircled by a gathering of masters from other sections. As the various sect leaders displayed their desperate expressions, Master Chun, overwhelmed by their pleas, faced a dilemma. "Master Chun, last night, the Heavenly Horse sect was also attacked. You must shelter my Golden Tiger sect. Master Chun, my Flying Wolf sect has always maintained a good relationship with your esteemed sect. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Master Chun, I, from the White Flame sect, am willing to offer a piece of spiritual land in exchange. Please allow us to stay on Purple Cloud Peak." Master Chun, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "Please, everyone, remain calm. It is not that I am unwilling to help. Rather, I dare not make a decision as that esteemed elder has yet to nod in agreement." With a heavy heart, Chunin sighed. In truth, that mysterious elder had never explicitly stated a desire to protect the Purple Cloud sect. He merely believed that as long as he was present, Purple Cloud Peak would be safe. He had intended to convey that he would not leave, yet to his surprise, keen-eyed individuals flocked to Purple Cloud Peak, refusing to depart. As Chunin grappled with this predicament, he suddenly noticed Xing Si accompanying the enigmatic elder to the entrance of the Grand Hall. He promptly extricated himself from the surrounding sect leaders and approached, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." The individuals behind him, observing Chun An's reverent demeanor, recognized him as the central figure from the previous night and followed suit, bowing in deference. Master Luo Yu of the Golden Tiger sect pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Master Su Yuanqing of the White Flame sect pays his respects as well. We humbly request your permission for us to remain. The Flying Wolf sect. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the multitude bowing before him, furrowing his brow in silent contemplation. I did not come here to be a guardian deity. Chapter 125. Slaying Demons for Qingshan County within the Grand Hall. Jiang Wushuang was welcomed to the main seat. Chunin stood beside him, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Below, the various sect leaders observed this scene with envious expressions. Though the rugged man appeared unassuming, his concealed aura belied the formidable truth. He had slain the dragon-riding young master of the Xianyin sect. According to Chunin, this enigmatic master dispatched the Xianyin young master with the ease of slaughtering a chicken, effortlessly seizing even his ghostly dragon. Such prowess was indicative of his extraordinary strength. The assembled sect leaders, though all masters in their own right, belonged to the lower echelons of their rank, far removed from the caliber of the dragon-riding young master. Faced with a grandmaster capable of vanquishing even the Xianyin young master, they were naturally inclined to ingratiate themselves, their envy for Chun's proximity to such a figure intensifying. They speculated on the fortuitous circumstances that allowed the Ziyun sect to ally with such a prominent individual. However, despite their pleas, the grandmaster remained silent, leaving the sect leaders in a state of uncertainty. Esteemed senior, the forces of the demonic cult are rampantly assaulting the sects of Qingshan County. We are suffering greatly. Jiang Wushuang hesitated to respond, prompting another individual to step forward. In their eyes, the Grandmaster's ability to slay the Xianyin young master signified his righteousness. Finally, Jiang Wushuang surveyed the crowd and slowly spoke. I am merely passing through. I have never considered sheltering anyone, nor will I do so without reason. Upon hearing this, even Chunin standing beside him was momentarily taken aback, while the faces of those below fell in disappointment. The precarious situation in Qingshan County compelled them to seek refuge. Yet the uncertainty of their departure loomed ominously. Thus, upon learning of the Grandmaster's presence, they had flocked here, hoping to remain in Qingshan County, the very foundation of their sections. However, with the refusal now apparent, they were once again forced to contemplate leaving, unless... As the crowd bowed their heads in despair, a voice resounded from above, igniting a flicker of hope. Unless you can assist me with a particular task. The sect leaders exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Esteemed senior, we stand ready to heed your call. It would be our honor to serve you. One by one, they clamored to respond. Jiang Wushuang scanned the crowd once more. Very well, you are all prominent sects in Qingshan County. I require your assistance in gathering information regarding the nefarious forces of the demonic path. He had come to the Ziyun sect in search of intelligence, but had yielded little. If these sects could collectively assist him in his inquiries, it might lead to unexpected revelations, for this was their territory, equipped with their own networks of information. Is it truly that simple? One sect leader initially appeared taken aback, only to be soon engulfed by a wave of excitement. Initially, there were concerns that serving such a grandmaster would be a daunting task, but upon hearing the news, all apprehensions were completely alleviated. Senior, it is exceedingly simple to locate these malevolent cultists. We have been vigilantly monitoring their movements and possess the whereabouts of several groups. Once confirmed, we shall report back to you. The Flying Wolf sect is also aware of the hiding places of the remnants of the Xianyin sect, while the White Flame sect has consistently kept a watchful eye on the Heaven's Evil Palace. Jiang Wushuang observed the eager individuals below, each vying to express their commitment, fearful of falling behind, and nodded slightly in approval. Indeed, entrusting the task of gathering information to these local power brokers proved to be a wise decision. With a wave of his hand, a group swiftly exited the Grand Hall, dispatching their disciples to procure the latest intelligence. After everyone had departed, Chunin approached, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he bowed and inquired, Senior, are we seeking these cultists in pursuit of the demonic artifacts? Jiang Wushuang gently shook his head, remaining silent. Chun's puzzlement deepened. Then what is the purpose of finding these individuals? It was common knowledge that the 6 demon sects had arrived in Qingshan County with significant force. Even the members of the Daluo Sword sect were present, but dared not act recklessly. Why was that? Jiang Wushuang cast a glance at Chunin, knowing full well he could not disclose his true intention of harvesting cultivation points from these individuals. He contemplated briefly, then gazed towards the sky beyond the Grand Hall, and spoke slowly. We seek these demon cultists, naturally, to purge the evil from Qingshan County. With that, he rose and made his way outside, leaving Chunin standing there, momentarily dazed. To purge the evil from Qingshan County, he murmured, repeatedly echoing the phrase, his eyes filled with admiration. He felt that this was the essence of a true grandmaster. Upon exiting the hall, Jiang Wushuang surveyed the training grounds of the Ziyun sect. The previously bustling crowd had diminished by half, evidently dispatched by various sect leaders to gather intelligence on his behalf. Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly. With nothing pressing to attend to, he returned to his modest dwelling. He retrieved his black blade and delved his consciousness into it. Inside, the ghost dragon resembled a gluttonous serpent, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing spirits. Alas, the spirits stood no chance against the ghost dragon's relentless chase. Within the span of a single night, it had devoured half of the numerous spirits contained within. The fullness of the ghost dragon's belly was palpable, yet it showed no signs of concern for being overstuffed, continuing its pursuit with unabated vigor, as if it had been starved for years. Was the young master of Xian neglecting to feed it? Jiang Wushuang chuckled softly. Logically, a creature like the ghost dragon, which could consume spirits to grow stronger, would have a growth rate far exceeding that of human warriors. Theoretically, as long as there were sufficient spirits available, it could continue to evolve, potentially reaching a level comparable to that of the life wheel. Under the young master of Xian's care, he surely should not lack for such resources. After all, these individuals would go to great lengths to acquire spirits. After a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the situation. The rapid growth of the ghost dragon was not necessarily advantageous for the master of Xian. After all, the ghost dragon's strength surpassed his own, making it prone to losing control. This was why he sought to suppress and regulate its rate of development. Jiang Wushuang broke into a smile, reassured that he need not worry about this issue. The ghost dragon's growth rate vastly exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist, yet he was capable of outpacing it. Indeed, the enhancement of his cultivation was not something an average martial artist could rival. With this understanding, he withdrew his consciousness, allowing the ghost dragon to devour the remaining specters within the black blade. In the ensuing hours, he sat alone in the small chamber, awaiting the return of those dispatched to gather intelligence. In moments of ennui, he occasionally released his consciousness to survey the surroundings, but regrettably found no noteworthy individuals approaching. As the sun began to set, Chun-En arrived outside, announcing that the scouts from various sects had returned and were waiting in the main hall to report their findings. So soon? Jiang Wushuang mused, mildly astonished by the efficiency of these sections. Promptly, he rose and opened the door, following Chun-En with an eager expression as they made their way to the main hall. Chapter 126, In the Wind and Sand. The young man in brocade within the grand hall, the previously absent sect leader, has returned. Jiang Wushuang remains seated in the principal position, while Chun-En, taking the liberty to stand beside him, surveys the assembly with anticipation. Have you brought back any good news? Jiang Wushuang inquires, his expression brimming with hope. Since realizing the near impossibility of gathering the fragments of the demonic artifact, he has devoted his efforts to harvesting the powers of the demonic sect's masters. With their arrival, he aims to accumulate even more strength. However, given the vastness and sparsity of Qingshan County, the challenge of venturing out to seek them himself is formidable. Thus, he has dispatched these individuals to gather intelligence. Yet, as his gaze sweeps over the crowd, he is taken aback. Each person is bowing their head, utterly devoid of their earlier fervor. A heavy feeling settles in Jiang Wushuang's heart. Without needing their responses, he already comprehends the outcome. Senior, we indeed discovered traces of the Xian'in sect during our expedition, but upon confirmation today, those individuals vanished without a trace. The Tiansha hall we pursued has also lost all signs. Jiang Wushuang finds himself rendered speechless. After such efforts, not a single useful piece of information has been returned. How dare they return to report this? It seems that their earlier eagerness was merely a performance for his benefit. Chun-En, perceptive to Jiang Wushuang's emotional turmoil, feels compelled to intervene. Esteemed sect leaders, the senior has promised to protect you. Yet, how could it be that amidst the rampant demonic forces in Qingshan County, not a single clue has surfaced? Chun-En shakes his head with a sigh. The assembly below shifts uncomfortably at his words. They had indeed promised to bring back significant news prior to their departure. Now, having returned empty-handed, they genuinely fear that Jiang Wushuang may not uphold his end of the bargain. One sect leader steps forward, bowing respectfully. Senior, we have truly done our utmost. It is simply that these demonic fiends have truly vanished. Subsequently, another person rises to speak. Senior, according to a demonic disciple we captured, They disappeared upon learning of the death of the Xian Yin young master, which frightened them greatly. Indeed, our reports corroborate this, another adds. It is rumored outside that you are a master of the life wheel. Jiang Wushuang gazes at the crowd, whose faces are filled with grievance, and momentarily falls into a daze. After all this discussion, it turns out he has unintentionally frightened them away. In an instant, he finds himself at a loss between laughter and tears. He had come here to harvest power, yet after slaying 3 masters, not a single foe remains. This is simply too. Through their accounts, he realizes that his reputation has spread throughout Qingshan County. Now, both the righteous and demonic sects are acutely aware that the Ziyun sect is under the protection of a life-well master. Even formidable figures like the Xian Yin young master have perished, leaving the remaining demonic fiends to reconsider their own worth. Thus, in the blink of an eye, everything vanished into obscurity. Now, all the sects in Qingshan County express their gratitude towards him, thankful for his efforts in slaying demons and ensuring the persistence of righteousness. Jiang Wushuang, weary of their flattery, rose with a shake of his head and a sigh, departing from the grand hall. He lamented inwardly, "This is not the outcome I desired." In a secluded area of Qingshan County, amidst a desolate expanse, a pavilion stood resolute against the swirling sands. Within the pavilion, 2 figures sat facing each other, a chessboard starkly divided between black and white before them. The howling winds and sand swirled around them. Yet the pavilion seemed to be shielded, as if an invisible barrier repelled every grain. "Ancient Senior, it is your turn to make a move," said an elderly man in a green robe, as he placed his piece with satisfaction, casting a glance at the young man clad in brocade opposite him. Although the brocade youth appeared to be in his 20s, his eyes were as deep as an abyss, seemingly capable of drawing one in with a mere glance, causing the attendant by his side to bow his head in deference. After a moment of contemplation, the brocade youth made his move, transforming the previously stagnant game into a dynamic play. The smug expression on the face of the elder in green instantly froze. After a long examination of the board, he lowered his head and clasped his hands, acknowledging, "Ancient Senior, your skills surpass mine, I concede." The brocade youth, seemingly devoid of emotion, spoke slowly. "The game of chess mirrors the battlefield. As long as one draws breath, how can one concede defeat? Old Joe, this is the reason you cannot transcend the wheel of fate. Your resolve in the martial path is insufficient." The elder sighed, a fleeting look of desolation crossing his visage. For decades, he had lost hope regarding the wheel of fate. "You speak truly, Ancient Senior." Yet when he raised his gaze again, it bore a newfound determination. Aware that the game was nearing a stalemate, he nonetheless placed another piece. As the two engaged in their match, a figure emerged from the swirling sands, a man in his 40s. Despite the ferocity of the storm, not a single strand of his hair was disturbed. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint layer of true essence enveloping his form. He silently approached the pavilion and stood quietly at the side, waiting until the elder in green succumbed to a deadlock and the game concluded, before stepping forward to bow respectfully to the brocade youth, saying, "I pay my respects to the Ancient Senior." The brocade youth leisurely lifted his teacup for a sip before responding slowly, "Why do you disturb my game?" His tone was placid, yet to the man's ears, it struck like a hammer, causing his countenance to shift. He hurriedly replied, "Ancient Senior, forgive me, Tong Wubai has perished, and I had no choice but to report this." "What?" The brocade youth had yet to speak when the elder in green's expression changed dramatically. Although Tong Wubai held a position of modest rank as a hall master, his prowess was among the few grandmasters of the heavenly fiend hall. Had it not been for his lineage, his standing would have surpassed that of the elder. Such an individual, even if bested by an opponent, should have had no trouble escaping. Who was responsible for his demise? The young man in splendid attire fixed his gaze intently and turned to the man reporting before him. Unbeknownst to him, rumors spoke of a formidable figure wielding the power of the Wheel of Fate, who had also met his demise alongside the young master of the Xianyin sect, Liang Ji. "Oh, the young master of Xianyin has perished as well?" The elderly man in the azure robe exclaimed in astonishment. The losses suffered by the Xianyin sect far surpassed those of the heavenly fiend hall. Reflecting on the opponent's formidable strength, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes, and he turned his attention back to the young man in splendid attire, stating solemnly, "Elder Gu, at last, a wielder of the Wheel of Fate has made a move. It seems the fragments are soon to reveal themselves." The young man in splendid attire let out a cold chuckle, excitement flashing in his eyes. Excellent. After such a long wait, I can finally stretch my limbs. As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from his being, instantly sweeping away the winds and sands within several hundred feet of the pavilion, brightening even the sky. Those nearby felt an icy chill penetrate their bodies, leaving their bones frozen. The elderly man in the azure robe, sensing the terrifying power of the young man in splendid attire, rose in exhilaration, clasping his hands in reverence and declaring, with Elder Gu's intervention, "The fragments of the sacred artifact shall surely be ours, within the grasp of the heavenly fiend hall." Chapter 127. The angler in the southwestern direction of Qingshan County lies a vast lake known as Qingshan Lake. Amidst the harmonious blend of sky and water, a small boat gracefully glides across the surface, illuminated by the setting sun. A rugged man, clad in coarse fabric, exerts himself to row the vessel. He is a fisherman from a nearby village, who has spent his life in pursuit of fish within the waters of Qingshan Lake. As he passes through a picturesque area surrounded by mountains, the man's gaze is irresistibly drawn to the foot of the hills. There, he observes an elderly man in white seated serenely on a stone, casting his line into the depths of the lake. The old man appears somewhat unfamiliar, yet he has been perched on that stone by the water's edge for several days, motionless, resembling a statue carved from stone. Intrigued, the fisherman glances back at him each day as he passes by. However, today seems different. A few figures have emerged not far behind the old man. Among them are a handsome youth, a stern-looking middle-aged man, and an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow, clad in opulent garments. These individuals exude an unsettling aura that sends a chill down the fisherman's spine. After a fleeting glance, he quickly averts his eyes and hastens his rowing, eager to escape the scene. Once the fisherman departs, the old man remains seated upon the boulder, his head bowed, obscuring his features. It is unclear whether he is engrossed in fishing or has succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the figures behind him wear anxious expressions, with one pacing back and forth, evidently growing impatient. "How much longer must we wait?" inquired the youth with darkened lips and an eerie countenance, as he turned to the white-haired elder beside him. If Jiang Wushuang were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the striking resemblance between this youth and the Xian-yin young master he had slain. The elder furrowed his brow and shot a disapproving glance at the youth, seemingly reprimanding him for speaking out of turn. The youth immediately felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, causing his complexion to pale slightly, a flicker of pain crossing his features. "Great elder, I apologize," he murmured, lowering his gaze in submission. Only then did the white-haired elder redirect his attention to the statue-like angler. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "The grand elder despises being disturbed while fishing. You shall know when it is time to report." But the youth attempted to protest. Yet upon catching the elder's fierce glare once more, he instinctively recoiled and swallowed his words. The group continued to wait, enduring the passage of time until the dawn of the following day. As the sun rose beyond the mountains, the seated figures were abruptly awakened by a startled cry. Turning to investigate, they found the dark-lipped youth staring vacantly ahead. Following his gaze, they were momentarily taken aback to discover that the angler upon the boulder had vanished without a trace. "Grand Elder?" The elderly man with white hair tentatively called out, and immediately sensed a powerful aura descending from above. The others looked up, only to see the old fisherman floating in midair, traversing the skies. The black-lipped youth's eyes sparkled with envy. This was his ultimate aspiration, a realm that countless masters dreamt of achieving, the domain of the Wheel of Fate. The fisherman sat cross-legged in the air, rays of brilliance emanating from him and cascading into the depths of the serene Qingshan Lake. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the lake began to churn violently, as if an invisible barrier had plunged into the water, parting it to reveal a deep chasm. At the dim bottom of the lake, a faint azure light flickered. The individuals present felt the immense fluctuations of the powerful array beneath the lake, their expressions shifting dramatically. This was, the black-lipped youth gasped in astonishment and delight. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the old fisherman descended from the air, plunging into the revealed depths of Qingshan Lake. After a considerable time, he re-emerged from the lake's depths. As he ascended, the invisible barrier that had separated the waters shattered, causing the two sides of the lake to surge together, engulfing the lakebed once more. The formidable figure landed back upon the boulder, his aura retracting, returning to the state of the fisherman. Having witnessed the Grand Elder, the crowd felt the oppressive weight lift from their shoulders, allowing them to approach and bow respectfully. The old man slowly turned his head, removing his hat to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. "Is the plan progressing smoothly?" he inquired casually, placing the hat aside. Upon looking up again, he noticed that those before him were bowing their heads in silence. What transpired? The man's eyes narrowed slightly. The black-lipped youth, seeing the surrounding individuals hesitant to speak, bit his lip and summoned his courage to say, The young master has been killed." Before he could finish, he watched as the lake water rapidly froze, a chilling aura from the depths of hell permeating his very bones, causing his teeth to chatter. The black-lipped youth mustered the courage to look up, only to see frost enveloping the area within several dozen feet of the Grand Elder. "Ah, the young master is dead. And you still have the audacity to stand before me?" The cold, piercing voice resonated from ahead. "Please spare us, Elder. The young master was slain by a wheel of fate strongman. We were utterly powerless." The group fell to their knees in unison, not daring to raise their heads. "A wheel of fate, is it?" The middle-aged man snorted softly, some of the fury on his face dissipating. "Elder, should we not seek vengeance for the young master? That individual still lingers within the Ziyun sect." The black-lipped youth raised his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, the middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "Since it is a wheel of fate strongman, they are undoubtedly here for the sacred artifact. There will be an opportune moment to confront them. The pressing matter at hand is to complete our grand scheme." Although a flicker of disappointment crossed the black-lipped youth's eyes, he dared not voice his thoughts. The order was disseminated, and everything proceeded as planned. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. "Understood." The crowd replied in unison before dispersing. Only the man remained atop the massive stone, donning a bamboo hat, lost in solitude while fishing. Atop Ziyun Peak, Jiang Wushuang returned to the Grand Hall once more. As per his request, all sects reported to him daily. However, for several consecutive days, Qingshan County fell into an unexpected silence. The malevolent figures of the demonic path had completely vanished. He even began to suspect that someone might have acquired fragments of the demonic sacred artifact. If that were indeed the case, it would signify the conclusion of his expedition to Qingshan County. Fortunately, based on the information provided by the various sects, it appeared that these nefarious practitioners had not departed in large numbers from Qingshan County. They merely concealed themselves, perhaps plotting something unknown. Finding the waiting game excessively tedious, Jiang Wushuang resolved to embark on his own search. On one particular day, the disciples of Ziyun sect witnessed a ghostly dragon soaring from within their ranks, ascending towards the heavens. Chapter 128. Conspiracy Beneath the Night Sky. Jiang Wushuang stood upon the back of the ghost dragon, advancing against the wind. The ghost dragon, capable of varying its size, was expertly controlled by him to maintain an optimal form, sufficiently large for flight, yet inconspicuous. Gazing down at the ghost dragon, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Over the past few days, the creature had devoured all the malevolent spirits contained within the black blade and the small box. The speed of its consumption astonished him. Only he could assert dominance over the ghost dragon, and its refinement process was remarkably swift. In just a matter of days, its prowess had notably increased. Previously, the ghost dragon's combat capability was approximately at the 7th level of the Grandmaster rank, slightly inferior to the young master of the Xianin sect. This minor discrepancy allowed the ghost dragon to maintain formidable combat strength while being perfectly controllable. Now, it had approximately ascended to the 8th level of Grandmaster, enhancing not only its combat abilities, but also its speed considerably. However, Jiang Wushuang refrained from allowing the ghost dragon to fly too swiftly, as he utilized his spiritual sense to search for the presence of the demonic fiends during their flight. Regrettably, after a night of searching, he found nothing. It remained uncertain whether these individuals were exceptionally well hidden or if he simply failed to encounter them. Ultimately, he gleaned no information. The following day, as the sun rose on the horizon, he found himself beside a city wall. Above the city gate, the character's Qingshan city appeared somewhat faded, bearing the marks of time. The ghost dragon excelled in every aspect. Not only was it capable of battling at the Grandmaster level, but it also served as a perfect steed. Its only flaw lay in its nature as a ghostly being, albeit a sovereign among spirits. Nonetheless, This did not alter the fact that it harbored a fear of sunlight. Although it could briefly endure exposure to sunlight without adverse effects, prolonged exposure would still inflict damage. After a night of searching, Jiang Wushuang decided to retract the creature into the Wan Gui banner and sought a place to rest himself. Upon entering Qingshan City, he entered an inn to partake in a modest meal before securing a room to rest. During his respite, he habitually extended his spiritual sense outward. Qingshan City, being the largest settlement in Qingshan County, housed tens of thousands of inhabitants. Yet, despite a thorough search, he remained empty-handed. Just as he prepared to retract his spiritual sense, he noticed a familiar figure. Within an inn, a silhouette clad in flowing white sat composedly, a figure he had encountered upon his arrival in Qingshan County, Dan Jianxin of the Deluo Sword Sect. As a prominent young figure of the righteous path, he was presently surrounded by a throng of admirers. Opposite him sat an elderly monk draped in a monk's robe, whose aura was formidable, even surpassing that of Dan Jianxin. Clearly, he was a master of the Grand Master realm. Has even Qingshan Temple sent representatives? Jiang Wushuang was slightly taken aback, sensing that Qingshan County was becoming increasingly lively. The convergence of these two esteemed figures from the four great holy sects evidently indicated a shared purpose. Various signs indicate that the affairs surrounding the sacred artifacts of Qingshan County are far from over. Although the members of the demonic sect have concealed themselves and tranquility has returned to Qingshan County, this still resembles the calm that precedes a storm. However, prior to that, there seems to be nothing he can do but wait, awaiting the tempest's arrival. Not long after, Dan Jianxin and his companions proceeded towards the outskirts of Qingshan City. Jiang Wushuang, although she overheard their conversations, gleaned no useful information, only discerning that they too were in search of the demonic sect's whereabouts. In a certain location within Qingshan County, inside a thatched cottage, a fragment of bronze floated in midair, emanating a ghostly azure glow that filled the entire room. As a large hand grasped the fragment, the ethereal light immediately vanished, plunging the room into darkness. A middle-aged man toyed with the fragment in his hand before tucking it into his bosom. Nearby, an elderly servant's eyes flickered with astonishment. The fragment contained immense power, yet the middle-aged man could suppress it effortlessly, a display of prowess that left the servant in awe. Xiao Wan, what news from outside? The middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, approached the window to gaze at the verdant hills and waters beyond. The elderly servant slightly bowed and replied, according to reports from our scouts at the Hawan sect, disciples from the Honglian sect, Tiansha Hall, and Xianin sect have all appeared in Qingshan County. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and remarked, so, among our 6 sects, only the Sinluo sect and the Yulu have yet to arrive. The black-clad servant affirmed, the Sinluo sect suffered significant losses a decade ago at the Great Qian Imperial Tomb. Even the King of Hades has entered the Demon Suppression Tower. They no longer possess the strength to vie for the sacred artifacts. As for why the Yulu has not come, it remains unclear. With a cold chuckle, the middle-aged man said, perhaps they have already arrived, unbeknownst to us. The Yulu has always been cautious in their dealings. The black-clad servant continued, among the 4 sacred sects of the righteous path, the Deluo Sword Sect and Qingshan Temple have also come to Qingshan County, though it is uncertain if any Wheel of Fate experts have joined them. However, it is rumored that the Great Qian has dispatched a Wheel of Fate expert, though there is no reliable information to confirm this. The middle-aged man scoffed. The Great Qian will undoubtedly be present to prevent the emergence of the sacred artifacts. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed. I hope it is an old acquaintance of mine, allowing me to settle the score from years past. The black-clad servant pondered for a moment, a hint of concern crossing his face. Ding Protector, with all those interested in the sacred artifacts converging upon Qingshan County, I find this matter rather peculiar. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the black-clad servant and replied, if even you sense something amiss, then this matter is indeed unusual. Over the years, fragments of the demonic sacred artifacts have gradually surfaced, each time taken stealthily. Yet this time, it has become a public affair. What do you think is the reason behind it? The black-clad servant, puzzled, asked, why is that? The middle-aged man turned back and shot a glare. How would I know? The figure of the black-clad servant momentarily displayed a hint of embarrassment before hastily diverting the conversation. There is another matter that seems rather unusual. The young master of the Xianin sect, Liang Ji, was slain by a formidable figure wielding the wheel of fate. Who could it be? The middle-aged man was indeed intrigued. The black-clad servant shook his head and replied, I do not yet know. That individual remains within the Xian sect. Yet the Xianyin sect has shown no reaction, which perplexes me. Moreover, their continuous assaults on the sects in Qingshan County, in alliance with the Tiansha Hall, is quite anomalous. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Surely, it is because they possess fragments of a sacred artifact that require nurturing. The black-clad servant's eyes widened in understanding. So it is, this matter indeed harbors peculiarities. As he spoke, the worry in his gaze intensified. After a moment of contemplation, he turned towards the silhouette by the window and inquired, Ding, how shall we proceed? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he replied in a low voice, We wait. Wait. The black-clad servant looked perplexed. Indeed, we wait, the middle-aged man affirmed with a nod. After a brief hesitation, the black-clad servant expressed, Yet I fear that if we simply wait, we may lose our opportunity. Before he could finish, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, leaving even this master gasping for breath. He raised his head to see the figure by the window, seemingly towering, exuding a formidable aura akin to mountains and peaks. Xiaowan, you still fail to comprehend that any scheme or deceit is merely the hallmark of the weak. In the face of absolute strength, all is futile. No matter the conspiracy, I shall shatter it with a single blow. Chapter 129. What in the world is this? During the day, the sun shone brightly over Qingshan City. However, as dusk approached, a light rain began to fall, continuing until the lamps were lit. The sky remained overcast, and the rain intensified. Only a few figures draped in raincoats wandered through the streets. Jiang Wushuang sat by the window in an inn, a pot of wine and several small dishes before him. Listening to the gentle patter of the rain outside, he felt utterly at ease. Having emptied his cup, he found himself unsatisfied. He refilled his glass, bringing it to his lips, but his hand paused momentarily. A subtle smile graced his lips, barely perceptible. He then swallowed the contents in one swift motion. At last, he had found a target. Jiang Wushuang filled his cup once more. Though he was indulging in drink, he habitually extended his spiritual sense outward. Just moments ago, he had detected a suspicious figure. While not particularly powerful, merely at the gathering spirit stage, it nonetheless provided him with a lead. The figure, cloaked in a raincoat, trudged through the rain towards the city's outskirts. Although he did not glance back, his chosen path was quite deliberate, frequently veering into nearby alleys. Should anyone be trailing him, his actions would easily betray him. Little did he know, he had already fallen under the watchful gaze of Jiang Wushuang's spiritual sense. The stronger the sense, the higher one could observe from above. He could see those below, while they remained oblivious to his presence. Despite the figure's best efforts to conceal his aura, to an outsider, he appeared merely as an ordinary person. Yet even the most skilled disguise could be pierced. A slight reveal, and Jiang Wushuang would see him clearly from his vantage point. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the figure outright. However, upon noticing the individual's caution, his interest was piqued. After several cautious checks to ensure he was not being followed, the figure eventually passed through the city gates and ventured outside. He then mounted a horse and galloped away into the distance. After about an hour of travel, the cloaked figure halted in front of a modest farmhouse. In midair, Jiang Wushuang perched upon the back of his ghost dragon, his eyes betraying a glimmer of excitement. Indeed, there was a substantial catch. He observed as the cloaked figure entered the small house, and then, remarkably, the aura vanished entirely, as if no one were inside. This indicated the presence of a concealed formation, a reason why he had spent the day searching without encountering a single target. Those within had hidden themselves within a protective array, making discovery exceedingly difficult. Clearly, this was a hidden stronghold. The question remained, were there significant targets within? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to observe further. Meanwhile, inside the small house, the cloaked figure removed his raincoat, hanging it on the wall. He then patted the droplets of water from his body. This was a middle-aged man with a beard that dominated half of his face. At the moment he turned, he clasped his hands and bowed slightly. I pay my respects to the two elders. Before him, a plump and a lean elder sat at a table, dining. Sudong, have you managed to gather news so swiftly? The lean elder set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze. The slightly plumper elder continued to eat heartily, casting a glance and urging, Speak quickly. Is there news of the sacred artifact? The man referred to as Su Dong, sporting a scruffy beard, slowly shook his head. Regrettably, Elder, there is no news of the sacred artifact at this time. What? None. Then why have you returned? The stout elder halted his meal. A chilling glare directed at Su Dong, causing him to tremble as if a formless blade were poised at his throat. The slender elder frowned and glanced at the figure opposite him. Lu Er, let him finish speaking. The portly Lu Er snorted lightly, finally tempering his imposing presence. Brother, I came to seize the fragments of the sacred artifact. This useless waste can't even procure a scrap of information. How am I not to be infuriated? The slender elder also frowned slightly, turning to the bowing Su Dong. What brings you back? Su Dong, with a serious expression, glanced at the two elders, hesitating to speak. His delay in response earned him another glare from Lu Er. Speak your mind. I warn you, our Red Lotus sect must acquire the fragments of the sacred artifact. If you delay us, I shall be the first to end your life. Su Dong, cowed by the glare, could only divert his gaze to the slender elder, Lu Exin. Lu Er. Lu Exin shot Lu Er a glare, prompting him to fall silent. Su Dong then spoke, Elder Lu. Although it was previously reported that fragments of the sacred artifact appeared here, a thorough investigation revealed no concrete information. The sect that discovered the fragments, the Flying Star sect, had long been annihilated, leaving not a single soul alive. Lu Er, who had just quieted down, could not restrain himself and rose in fury. Spare me the useless chatter. Both the Celestial Punishment Hall and the Xianin sect have arrived. Could the fragments possibly be false? Noting Lu Er's rising ire, Su Dong hastily lowered his head and continued, I returned precisely to report this matter. While no news of the sacred artifact was uncovered, it was discovered that powerful figures from the Celestial Punishment Hall and the Xianin sect have indeed arrived. Upon finishing, he noticed the silence in front of him and slowly raised his gaze. He observed that Lu Er, who had just been standing in anger, was now seated. His fury dissipated, his eyes wide with astonishment. Powerful figures have come? After a lengthy pause, Lu Exin murmured in disbelief. It appears there truly are fragments in Qingshan County. Lu Er fell silent for a moment before stating, Yet our Red Lotus sect consists solely of the two of us. How can we contend with those powerful figures? A bitter smile crossed his face, and the confidence he once had in seizing the sacred artifact was entirely gone. Lu Exin turned to Su Dong, inquiring, Do you know who the powerful figures are? Su Dong nodded. The Celestial Punishment Hall is represented by Gu Chu Deng. Before he could finish, Lu Er exclaimed in shock, Even that ancient monster has come? A profound wariness emerged in Lu Exin's eyes. Su Dong continued, The Xianin sect is represented by Shuehe. Shuehe. Lu Er's eyes widened, sitting motionless in his chair, as if struck by lightning. Lu Exin was equally stunned. Su Dong pressed on. Ding Chao from the Hehuan sect has also arrived, along with Zhao Tongquan from Diqian. Lu Er and Lu Exin remained frozen in place, speechless for an extended period. A glance exchanged between them revealed profound terror and shock in each other's eyes. Each name mentioned belonged to formidable figures. The mere presence of one could send them trembling. Now, several had appeared at once. The thought of competing with such individuals for fragments of the sacred artifact sent chills down their spines. And there's also that enigmatic figure from the Fate Wheel who slayed the young master of the Xianin sect. He likely seeks the sacred artifact as well. Su Dong added. This was precisely why he had rushed back upon receiving the news, to ensure the two elders comprehended the current situation. The Honglian sect had sent two masters, leaving them with no qualification to contest for the fragments. Lu Er and Lu Exin were already dazed. They felt little apprehension regarding the last formidable figure from the Fate Wheel. Lu Er, what is your perspective? After a prolonged silence, Lu Exin squinted at Lu Er. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lu Er replied gravely, After all, it is merely a fragment of a sacred artifact, an incomplete one at that. Even if we were to seize it, its utility would be limited. It would be better to let them tear each other apart. Lu Exin nodded in agreement. Indeed, with our ancestors safeguarding the Honglian sect, we would not lack for a mere fragment. Lu Er concurred. Shall we depart from Qingshan County then? Lu Exin stood up, declaring, Yes, let us leave at once. Before long, the door of the small room swung open. Lu Er stepped out first, but the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. A long, dark figure hovered in midair, its eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light. fixating on him like a venomous serpent. It sent shivers down his spine. What is this abominable creature? Lu Er's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 130. The Red Lotus Ancestor Beneath the Night Sky, amidst the gentle patter of rain. A slender silhouette swayed gracefully in the heavens. Though its form was not particularly large, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, making one feel distinctly uncomfortable under its gaze. Was this the ghost dragon? Lu Xian emerged from the dwelling, his eyes wide with astonishment. The ghost dragon? Following Lu Xian's shock, Lu Er's expression transformed into one of delight. Could this possibly be the ghost dragon belonging to the young master of Xianin? Lu Xian spoke gravely. The ghost dragon is exceedingly rare. There is but one in all of Diqian. Could it be that after the young master of Xianin perished, the ghost dragon found its way here? Lu Er's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he fixated on the figure hovering in the air. This was indeed a rare treasure. Yet Lu Xian interjected. Attempting to dampen Lu Er's enthusiasm, Lu Er abandoned such thoughts. A creature of such formidable strength can only be subdued by an adept in ghostly arts. And that must be a powerful one at that. The sparkle in Lu Er's eyes faded, replaced by a look of regret. Then it must be exterminated. Lu Xian nodded slowly in agreement. Clearly, the ghost dragon in midair had set its sights on them. Without resolving this matter, escape was impossible. Suddenly, as they conversed, the sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Lu Er turned to see Su Dong, his face pale with horror, trembling uncontrollably. What a useless fellow. How could a mere ghost dragon instill such fear? Lu Er scoffed lightly. Elder, there are rumors. Su Dong stammered, struggling to control his quivering voice. It is said that before the young master of Xianin was slain, the ghost dragon had already been taken away. Upon hearing this, Lu Er's countenance shifted drastically, his voice quaking in response. What did you say? If the ghost dragon had indeed been seized, its presence here implied that its master was also nearby. The group immediately began to scan their surroundings, ultimately discovering a figure suspended in the air behind them. It was a man clad in white, his hands clasped behind him, standing silently as if merged with the very fabric of the universe. He hovered effortlessly above the ground. Could it truly be the fate wheel? Lu Xian's body trembled as he beheld the figure treading upon the void. Though a grandmaster in his own right, he felt as insignificant as a chick before one who wielded the power of the fate wheel. In the sky, Jiang Wushuang noticed the three gazing in her direction, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. Yet to the three, that smile appeared as chilling as the grin of death, sending shivers down their spines. Indeed, two substantial catches. Jiang Wushuang thought with delight as she regarded the figures below. While the prowess of the two grandmasters might be slightly inferior to Tong Yuan Bai, they were nonetheless of moderate strength among grandmasters, likely at the 6th or 7th level. Together, they possessed a cultivation worth 50 to 60,000 points. Escape was not an option. However, she refrained from taking action herself, instead addressing the ghost dragon across from her. Show me your performance. As if responding to her command, the ghost dragon's body expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal dragon. The three individuals gazed upward, their sight obscured by a colossal form that blotted out the entire expanse of the sky above. Suddenly, they perceived a ghostly breath hurtling towards them. Lu Er and Lu Xian, their faces ashen, fled in panic, narrowly evading a lethal strike. Upon glancing back, they beheld the small dwelling reduced to rubble. Su Dong, lagging behind, was instantly engulfed by a mass of black, viscous substance. Before he could muster a struggle, his body began to dissolve, and within mere breaths, he was reduced to a pool of sanguine liquid. Lu Er's eyes widened in horror, his heart pounding with dread. Fortunately, the formidable figures behind them did not strike. They still possessed the strength to fight back. Together, they resolved to confront the threat. Lu Xian, already gripping his longsword, wore an expression of grave concentration. This ghostly dragon was far more powerful than they had anticipated. Soon enough, the dragon and the two men were locked in combat. Jiang Wushuang observed with growing delight as the ghostly dragon faced the combined might of the two masters with apparent ease, displaying remarkable combat awareness. Realizing that its ghostly breath could not pose a fatal threat to the duo, the dragon swiftly contracted its form and altered its strategy. It sought to overwhelm them with speed, launching unexpected assaults with its ghostly breath. Within mere moments, one of the men found himself struck, and lost an arm. Elder brother. Save me, Lu Air cried out in desperation, his gaze frantically searching for Lu Xian. However, he could only see Lu Xian retreating into the distance, unresponsive to his pleas. Just as he began to process this betrayal, a shadow loomed over him, sealing his fate as he followed in Su Dong's tragic footsteps. Lu Xian, upon hearing the abrupt cessation of the screams behind him, felt his blood run cold. His heart raced, overwhelmed by terror and despair. He realized his quest for the sacred artifact had become a farce. He was utterly unqualified to engage in such matters. In the next instant, an icy chill enveloped his back, as if his entire being was on the verge of freezing. Turning in horror, he beheld the great dragon, its maw agape, now mere moments away. Darkness surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was devoured by the ghostly dragon. When the dragon returned to Jiang Wushuang's side, only 3 pools of blood and 3 feeble orbs of light remained on the ground. Indeed, they were members of the Red Lotus sect. Jiang Wushuang promptly collected the memory inheritance of the one who had reached the gathering spirit realm. He had been among the first to arrive from the Red Lotus sect and had been gathering intelligence in Qingshan County for several days. From his memories, Jiang learned that the Celestial Kill Palace, the Xianin sect, the Hehuan sect, and the Qian had all sent formidable figures. Indeed, the matter concerning the sacred artifact was far from over. Jiang Wushuang pondered deeply. With the appearance of these powerful figures, it seemed that the true challenge was only just beginning. How much strength could these formidable beings provide? Jiang Wushuang's face lit up with anticipation. Though he remained in the master realm, his formidable divine essence and vast true energy afforded him capabilities that surpassed those of an ordinary master, allowing him to stand his ground against the formidable. Subsequently, he gathered the memory inheritances from the 2 masters, discovering that they were elders of the Red Lotus sect. They had initially believed they could seize the fragments. However, upon discovering several formidable beings in the Qingshan County, he was immediately seized by a sense of dread, prompting him to flee back to the Honglian sect. Is this the ancestor of Honglian? Jiang Wushuang was taken aback as he beheld a vivid scene from his memory. Within a crimson cave, several elders of the Honglian sect knelt reverently beside a massive blood pool. Before them lay a vast pool brimming with blood, above which sat an enigmatic figure. Its features obscured, strands of red light surged from the blood pool into the figure's body. Despite witnessing this through memory, Jiang Wushuang could still feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the blood pool. Indeed, the 6 sects of the demon path harbored ancient beings. A sense of trepidation welled up within him. This was also the reason behind his relentless pursuit of masters to enhance his cultivation. The realm of the master was far from the pinnacle of martial arts. Beyond the wheel of fate, there existed even more powerful entities. He needed to grow stronger. Shaking his head, he began to examine the prompts before him. Among the 2, one offered 280,000 cultivation points, while the other provided 290,000. Together, they amounted to 570,000. Jiang Wushuang glanced at his attribute panel, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had unknowingly amassed enough cultivation points to challenge the 3rd layer of the Master Realm. Chapter 131. A single individual can suppress multitudes of demons before departing from the Imperial City. Jiang Wushuang had already accumulated a considerable amount of cultivation points within the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon arriving at Qingshan County, he first eliminated the Xian Yin Young Master and Tong Yuan Bai, garnering several 100,000 cultivation points. Coupled with the energy provided by the 2 masters of the Red Lotus sect, he had amassed sufficient power to ascend to the 3rd tier of the Master Realm. Without hesitation, he settled cross-legged upon a massive boulder. The raindrops descending from the heavens were deflected a yard away. The ghost dragon stood guard around him. As his cultivation points increased, a faint golden essence enveloped his exterior. Countless strands of true essence emerged from his bones, flowing through his meridians and converging towards his dantian. At this moment, he shed his disguise and resumed the appearance of a handsome youth, radiating vitality. Should anyone have been present, they would have been astonished to observe that the young man's skin appeared somewhat translucent, allowing a glimpse of the flowing true essence within his meridians, all directed towards the dantian. This process continued for a full half hour, during which the golden light surrounding Jiang Wushuang gradually faded, restoring the dim ambience of the rainy night. He had attained the 3rd tier of the Master Realm. Jiang Wushuang felt the transformation within his dantian and experienced a thrill of excitement. The golden true essence within his dantian had significantly increased, now double what it had been at the second tier. Simultaneously, his divine infant was also experiencing a breakthrough, gaining strength. Moreover, he sensed a faint connection with the solar mark on the divine infant's head, a sensation that had eluded him until now. Previously, his consciousness had been constrained by the gigantic, ghostly visage within the fragment of a demonic artifact. It seemed that the solar mark had sensed a threat and retaliated with golden light. As he attempted to exert control, the divine infant suddenly opened its eyes, and the mark upon its forehead radiated brilliance. The consciousness he projected became solidified, faint trails of golden light visible. At that moment, he noticed the ghost dragon in the sky retreating rapidly, as if confronted by something terrifying. The bond between him and the ghost dragon had long fostered a mutual understanding, allowing him to perceive the dragon's overwhelming fear. Only when he retracted the golden consciousness did the ghost dragon dare to approach cautiously. Evidently, this golden essence possessed a formidable deterrent effect on ghostly beings. Observing the ghost dragon's hesitance, Jiang Wushuang was inwardly astonished. The golden light exceeded his expectations in its mystique. The sole drawback was its excessive consumption of true essence. At the moment of activation, the true essence from his dantian was voraciously drawn by the divine infant. Within mere breaths, a tenth of the true essence had been depleted. It was noteworthy that his true essence was many times that of warriors of the same realm. Were it another, they would have been completely drained. It appeared that this golden consciousness could only be utilized for brief durations during extraordinary circumstances. Jiang Wushuang pondered quietly, realizing that even he found such immense consumption somewhat taxing. Upon recalling that the golden consciousness had previously purified the fragment of a demonic artifact, he could not help but extract the shard from his bosom. Previously, due to the proximity to the imperial city, he had refrained from fully unleashing its power. Now, in the Qing Mountain County, unburdened by such concerns, he immediately wielded the fragment as a blade, executing his first-grade shanqing blade. A golden beam of light surged towards the heavens, as if capable of cleaving the very stars. Jiang Wushuang gazed in astonishment at the sky, where a glimmer of gold vanished into the firmament, stirring a tremor within his heart. He had previously discerned that this fragment augmented his attacks, but witnessing its formidable might firsthand left him awestruck. Under the fragment's enhancement, the potency of his shanqing blade had surged at least twofold. What formidable being could withstand such a strike? Jiang Wushuang looked at the shard in his hand, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. After experimenting several more times, leaving numerous craters in the earth, he finally contentedly stowed away the fragment and proceeded towards Qing Mountain City. Through the slaying of the two masters from the Crimson Lotus sect, he had come to a realization. Rather than aimlessly searching, it would be more prudent to lurk in Qing Mountain City and track the lesser minions of the demonic cult, using them as conduits to locate the greater prey. In the Qing Mountain County, within a picturesque valley, the ethereal wisps of smoke danced gracefully. The Tai sect, nestled against the mountains, had thrived here for centuries and stood as one of the most powerful sects in the region. At dawn, a man clad in flowing white emerged from a small courtyard within the Tai sect. As he passed, the disciples of Tai sect bowed in respect. Although some disciples did not recognize him, the formidable aura of the master left them in awe, compelling them to show deference. It was well known that several distinguished figures had graced the Tai sect with their presence. Thanks to their protection, the sect had not abandoned its stronghold like others, fleeing from the demonic cult's ruthless fiends. Only when the figure in white had walked far enough did the disciples dare to lift their gazes toward his retreating silhouette. In that moment, admiration flickered in many eyes. Such youth, yet already a master? Who could this esteemed senior be? He was none other than Master Shan from the Daluo Sword sect, Shan Jianxin. Fool, do not address the master by name so casually. Shan Jianxin proceeded forward with unwavering focus. Not far along his path, he encountered a figure clad in a cassock, Master Kaiyuan. Shan Jianxin nodded in greeting. The figure before him was Master of Qianshan Temple, who had accompanied him to the Tai sect. Amitba, Master Kaiyuan intoned. The two masters then made their way toward the grand hall of the Tai sect. Upon entering, Shan Jianxin beheld several figures already assembled within. At the head of the assembly sat an elderly man with silver hair. Although his visage bore the marks of age, His eyes sparkled like sharp swords, causing even a master like him to feel a piercing discomfort. On either side of the elder sat 3 more figures, each exuding a powerful aura. Undoubtedly masters in their own right. I have seen Elder Zhao, Shan Jinshin acknowledged. Having encountered Senior Zhao, both Dan Jinshin and Master Kaiyuan respectfully bowed. The elderly man above slowly nodded, gesturing for the two to take their seats. As soon as Dan Jinshin settled down, an old man nearby leaned closer and whispered, "Jinshin, was your demon-slaying expedition successful?" Responding to his master, Dan Jinshin replied, "I merely made a circuit around Qingshan County and did not slay a single disciple of the demonic sect." A faint bitter smile graced Dan Jinshin's lips. At that moment, the elder seated at the head cast a sweeping glance over the individuals below. "Esteemed guests, I commend you for your arduous return from the demon-slaying mission in Qingshan County." His voice, though soft, possessed a remarkable resonance, seemingly penetrating directly into their minds. As his words faded, responses swiftly followed. "Senior Zhao, you flatter us. We feel unworthy." Dan Jinshin shook his head with a sigh. They were all righteous masters summoned by the Deqian to quell the chaos wrought by the demonic sect in Qingshan County. Initially anticipating a fierce battle, they were instead met with the intervention of a formidable figure, a master of the fate wheel, who decimated the Xian Yin young master and instilled fear in all disciples of the demonic sect. Subsequently, for several days, no one dared to create further disturbances. Despite their collective efforts, the masters found not a single disciple of the demonic sect during their patrol of Qingshan County. Could one individual truly subdue a multitude of demons? Dan Jinshin's pupils constricted slightly as he couldn't help but gaze at the elder in the main seat, for he was indeed a master of the fate wheel. Chapter 132. The impending battle. Is it possible that Elder Zhao knows who the Wheel of Fate expert from the Ziyun sect is? A voice inquired within the grand hall. Instantly, all gazes turned towards the venerable elder seated at the head of the table. The news of the Wheel of Fate expert slaying the young master of the Yin Xian had spread throughout the entire Qingshan County, reaching even the ears of the common folk, who were aware of the arrival of a formidable figure at the Ziyun sect. Those present had previously sought information, but, regrettably, no one knew the origins of this esteemed expert. Logically, such a prominent individual would either hail from a major sect or from the Great Qian. Various sects had already exchanged information, ultimately directing their focus towards the Great Qian. Yet, the esteemed Zhao Tongquan, who hailed from the Great Qian, slowly shook his head. Elder Zhao is also unaware. The confusion in Jinshin's eyes deepened. At that moment, someone voiced their opinion, regardless of his origins. "Since he has slain the young master of Yin Xian, he stands on our side. I propose we invite him to join forces against the 6 demonic sects." "I concur," another added. "Although those demonic fiends have temporarily concealed themselves, various signs indicate they are plotting something. Our intelligence on these demonic sects is exceedingly limited. Having an additional Wheel of Fate expert would provide us with further assurance." After contemplating, Jinshin rose and declared, "I am willing to visit the Ziyun sect to invite this Wheel of Fate expert." Zhao Tongquan, seated at the head, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. The younger generation shall set forth immediately." A glimmer of joy appeared on Jinshin's face. Based on his gathered information, Qingshan County, though momentarily tranquil, was not in an optimistic state. The primary concern was that their side possessed only one Wheel of Fate expert, Zhao Tongquan. It was fortunate that the 6 demonic sects had not yet dispatched any of their own Wheel of Fate experts. However, should even 1 or 2 arrive, the situation would become exceedingly dire. "Master Shan, please ensure that the Wheel of Fate expert is invited. Extend the invitation in the name of the Great Qian." At the entrance of the Tai sect, several masters bid farewell to Jinshin. Under normal circumstances, a single master would be considered a significant figure. Yet, the complexities of the situation in Qingshan County were evident. In the struggle for the sacred artifacts of the demonic path, no one could predict whether the 6 demonic sects would summon Wheel of Fate experts. In the face of such power, they, as mere masters, would be utterly inadequate. Thus, they imparted various instructions to Jinshin, hoping he could secure the presence of the Wheel of Fate expert. After all, fighting alongside such an expert would offer much greater safety. At the Ziyun sect, the sect master Chun and swiftly exited the recently renovated Grand Hall, traversing the training grounds until he reached the sect's entrance. Upon spotting the figure clad in white, His expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly approached to bow respectfully. I have met Master Shan. Although this was his first encounter with Jinshin, he was already well acquainted with the name. Jinshin's martial prowess was exceptional. At just over 30, he had already attained the master level and was regarded as a formidable expert among his peers. In the hierarchy of the Daluo sword sect, one's status is undeniably equivalent to that of the Xian-yin sect's young master. This rising star, in both identity and position, has surpassed many of the older generation. In the eyes of Chunin, the young sect master, he is indeed a significant figure, hailing from a prestigious sect. There is no need for such formality, esteemed one. I am merely passing through the Xian sect to pay a visit, Chunin remarked, lifting his gaze to see the elegantly clad Dan Jinshin, who greeted him with a warm smile and a respectful bow. This unexpected display of humility caught him off guard, particularly the term junior, which left him astonished. However, he quickly grasped the reason behind it. Master Dan, you are overly modest, Chunin said, promptly inviting him into the Xian sect. Once seated in the main hall, a disciple soon served tea. After taking a sip, Chunin smiled slightly and inquired, Master Dan, have you come to pay respects to that esteemed elder? Dan Jinshin's courteous demeanor towards this minor sect master stemmed entirely from the presence of a formidable figure within his own sect. The adage one attains the Tao, and even the chickens and dogs ascend holds true here, as his status has risen considerably due to this connection. Masters visiting the Xian sect now regard him with great respect. As expected, Dan Jinshin set down his teacup, his expression turning serious as he clasped his hands together and said, Nothing escapes the keen eyes of Sect Master Chun. I humbly request an introduction. With a sigh, Chunin replied, Master Dan, to be frank, that esteemed elder has departed from our Xian sect. What? Departed? A flicker of disappointment crossed Dan Jinshin's eyes. Do you know when the elder might return? Chunin shook his head. The elder's whereabouts are unpredictable. Whether he will return remains uncertain. In truth, the departure of this formidable figure weighed heavily on him. Alas, he could not prevent the elder's exit. Fortunately, since he had slain the Xian-yin young master, tranquility had returned to Qingshan County, and the Xian sect enjoyed a temporary peace. Those sects seeking refuge had returned to their own domains, no longer a source of disturbance. Dan Jinshin's face revealed an unmistakable sense of loss. Shortly thereafter, he departed the Xian sect under Chun-in's escort. Upon returning to the Tai sect, he noticed figures darting about from a distance, causing his heart to sink, as he initially feared an attack on the Tai sect. As he drew closer, he realized that it was not an assault, but rather many individuals hastening out of the Tai sect. Leading the charge were the masters from various sects who had come to Qingshan County, with his own master and the Grand Master of Qianshan Temple at the forefront. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, a figure from within the Tai sect soared into the air, passing overhead and heading toward the horizon. It was Elder Zhao. Dan Jinshin's expression momentarily froze. He observed Zhao Tong's serious demeanor as he flew at remarkable speed, soon vanishing from sight. Jinshin, have you encountered that esteemed elder of the Fate Wheel? As Dan Jinshin was still reeling from the sudden emergence of numerous masters from the Tai sect, they had already gathered around him. He shook his head in response to his uncle's inquiries. The others nodded in understanding, refraining from further discussion as they hastily pursued the direction in which Zhao Tongquan had vanished. Uncle, what has transpired? Dan Jinshin surmised from the grave expressions of those around him that something significant had occurred. Jinshin, come with me. I will explain everything along the way, his uncle instructed. Dan Jinshin nodded and mounted his steed, Qianliking, following closely behind the assembly of masters. Qingshan Lake. Have those from the demonic path all headed there? What could possibly be at stake? Dan Jinshin inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he turned to his uncle. It is said that a sacred artifact of the demonic path has been unearthed, the elder replied, his gaze sharpening with concern. Dan Jinshin glanced at the sword in his hand, foreseeing an impending clash, though he had not anticipated its arrival so soon. Jinshin. Upon hearing his name, Dan Jinshin turned to see his uncle's face etched with worry. Should you encounter the nefarious minions of the demonic sect and find yourself outmatched, do not concern yourself with me. Return to the sect on your own. Remember this, carefully. Chapter 133, Journey to Qingshan Lake, Qingshan County. Within a concealed formation, two figures occupied the space, one seated, the other reclined. The man lying down appeared to be in his 30s, clad in black, with a slight stoop to his slender frame, curled up upon the bed. "Master, how much longer must we hide?" He tossed and turned several times before sitting up to gaze at the middle-aged man beside the table, who was drinking alone. The robust figure at the table, upon hearing the voice from behind, drained his cup and replied slowly, "Await the elder's orders." The man in black rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was always the same response. After a moment of contemplation, a grin broke across his face. "Master, there isn't a single woman here. Shall I go and fetch one?" Just as the middle-aged man was about to raise his cup, he set it down abruptly, turning with a cold expression. "You young fool, keep your wits about you. With the hall master dead, do you wish to bring ruin upon me as well?" The black-clad man's face paled as an overwhelming sense of dread gripped him, as if his heart were being crushed in a vice. "Master, I was wrong." Upon hearing the plea for mercy, the middle-aged man reined in his imposing aura. Reflecting on the events of a few days prior, his pupils constricted slightly. That day, the young master of the Xian sect had been slain. Every disciple of the demonic path in Qingshan County trembled in fear. Only the members of the Heaven's Malice Hall were privy to the fact that their hall master, Tong Yuanbai, had also met his demise, a master whose prowess rivaled that of an elder. In an instant, all disciples of Heaven's Malice Hall vanished into hiding. The middle-aged man dared not step outside the protective formation. Though he held the same rank as Tong Yuanbai, their strengths were worlds apart. A single hand from Tong Yuanbai could defeat him. With the hall master gone, he could only cower in this sanctuary. It was unfortunate that Tong Yuanbai had encountered a formidable opponent. The middle-aged man sighed and resumed drinking. Meanwhile, the black-clad man returned to his prone position, continuing to toss and turn, yet refraining from uttering another word. At that moment, the door to the small room swung open, and a disguised disciple entered. "Master, the elder has issued a command. We must proceed to Qingshan Lake at once." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. The death of Tong Yuanbai filled him with trepidation toward Qingshan County, and he was reluctant to go. Yet, the elder's command was not to be defied. The black-clad man, however, wore an expression of excitement. Finally, they could leave. Under the middle-aged man's lead, the trio stepped out of the small room. Upon reaching the outdoors, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed once more as he spotted a figure standing outside. It was a rugged man, though it was unclear how he had stumbled upon this place. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man merely glanced at him, his frown easing. The man appeared to possess only the strength of the first level of Qi, hardly worthy of his attention. "You there? Which sect do you belong to that dares to intrude upon this place?" The black-clad man behind him scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the figure before them. The middle-aged man allowed himself to stride forward. Although he had forbidden the man in black from causing trouble, he did not mind eliminating an unwelcome presence that approached him. "Kill him and follow me," he remarked impatiently as he observed the man in black still attempting to intimidate the opponent. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted in terror. A dark mist erupted from the waist of the figure before him, transforming mid-air into a black, ghostly dragon. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a pale azure light, sending chills down one's spine. The man in black, utterly frightened, collapsed to the ground. The ghost dragon. "You are that, the wheel of fate." The middle-aged man's mouth fell agape, every finger trembling, gazing at the ghostly dragon soaring in the sky, and then back at the figure opposite him. The terror in his eyes deepened, ultimately causing him to slump to the ground as well. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the misfortune of Tong Yuanbai, never expecting such calamity would befall him so swiftly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he saw the ghost dragon open its gaping maw and lunge forward. "Ah, spare me." The terrified cry barely escaped his lips before it was abruptly silenced. Jiang Wushuang surveyed the pool of blood before him, his expression devoid of any emotion. Such insignificant characters, even if they were masters, did not warrant his direct intervention. The ghost dragon could effortlessly dispatch them, thus simplifying matters. Regrettably, there was only one master. After acquiring the memory inheritance and collecting the cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang shook his head slightly. He had initially thought that remaining in Qingshan City would allow him to easily trace leads and discover numerous targets. However, after 2 days, he realized the task was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Although he had identified several disciples of the demonic sect, they lay dormant within Qingshan City, refraining from any communication. Only this one had led him to this location. Under these circumstances, locating a master of the demonic path proved to be no simple feat. It was evident how difficult it would be to find them regularly. No wonder there were so few masters within the demon suppression tower. Capturing such individuals was exceedingly arduous. With a quiet sigh, Jiang Wushuang mounted the back of the ghost dragon and began his return to Qingshan City. Upon nearing the city, he was taken aback. Under the veil of his divine sense, he noticed that most of the demonic sect disciples he had previously identified had vanished without a trace. Only one was seen fleeing toward the outskirts of Qingshan City. Had they all escaped in such a short span of time? Jiang Wushuang genuinely doubted that these individuals had detected him and seized the opportunity to slip away while he was in pursuit of another. Yet, that seemed implausible. Not to mention these minor characters, even masters would struggle to sense his presence. Fortunately, one was still lagging behind. Jiang Wushuang, perched on the back of the ghost dragon, quietly followed the lingering aura, hoping this one would lead him to a significant catch. As he trailed along, he discovered yet another aura, which surprisingly belonged to a disciple of the demonic sect who had been lurking in Qingshan City. Not long after, the third and fourth figures appeared. He was astonished to discover that those few individuals who had vanished from Qingshan City were all converging towards this direction. Were these individuals part of the same faction? Jiang Wushuang wore a perplexed expression. However, he quickly dismissed this hypothesis. From his prior observations, he had ascertained that these individuals belonged to the Tiansha Hall, the Xianin sect, and the Hehuan sect. Now, they were all heading towards the same destination, perhaps in pursuit of a common goal. Suddenly, he recalled the master he had slain earlier, who also seemed to be preparing to depart, as if summoned by an order. Qingshan Lake. Jiang Wushuang swiftly unearthed pertinent information. Simultaneously, he noted that the energies below were also advancing in that direction. Could it be that fragments of a demonic artifact had emerged? A glimmer of realization flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Without hesitation, he ceased following the energies below and urged the ghost dragon to accelerate towards Qingshan Lake. As he approached the vicinity of Qingshan Lake, he discerned several master-level energies. Indeed, they had all gathered here. Jiang Wushuang's face lit up with delight. What is this? Under the expanse of his spiritual consciousness, he observed a fragment delicately floating on the lake's surface. An ethereal azure glow emanated from the fragment, rendering the surrounding space exceptionally eerie. There truly was a fragment? Jiang Wushuang's astonishment quickly transformed into exhilaration. Yet, before he could revel in his joy, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Just as his spiritual consciousness began to extend around the fragment, it was abruptly repelled by another force. Jiang Wushuang fixed his gaze towards Qingshan Lake, his expression sharpening. Having attained the divine infant stage, his spiritual consciousness was on par with that of a fate wheel expert. Since becoming a master, this was the first time he had been detected and attacked. Chapter 134. The people were stunned in the vast and sparsely populated Qingshan County. Qingshan Lake is situated in a desolate southwestern region, rarely visited by anyone. However, today, many disciples from various sects have discovered the whereabouts of the malevolent cultists who had vanished for several days, all heading towards Qingshan Lake. In an instant, the entire Qingshan County sects were thrown into a state of panic, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious happenings at the lake that drew everyone to its shores. By the lakeside, a crescent of water shimmered under the illumination of the full moon, creating a mesmerizing display of rippling reflections. Beneath the moonlit sky, a strange azure glow emanated from the water's surface, strikingly vivid against the night. It was not merely its brilliance that captivated the eye, but rather the sinister aura that seemed capable of devouring souls, sending chills down the spines of those who gazed upon it. From the woods bordering the lake emerged several figures, each wearing a grave expression as they fixated on the glowing orb upon the water. Upon closer inspection, within that azure light lay a fragment of an unknown artifact, emanating the eerie glow. Could it be a fragment of a demonic artifact? Dressed in white, Dan Jinshin narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite the distance, he could still sense the profoundly malevolent energy radiating from the shard. No wonder it was revered as a holy relic by the cult. Dan Jinshin sighed inwardly, then shifted his gaze from the fragment on the lake to the opposite shore. Though it was night, the martial artists possessed extraordinary vision, allowing them to discern several figures in that direction, each exuding an aura of immense power. Indeed, A significant number of masters from the demonic sect had arrived. Dan Jinshin's brow furrowed deeply, and the expressions of those beside him mirrored his concern. Among the figures across the lake were several notorious old demons, renowned for their formidable capabilities years prior. Each one of them, if standing alone, could stir chaos in the outside world. It was astonishing that they had all gathered here together. Jinshin, remember what your master once said, an elder beside him cautioned. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Dan Jinshin remained silent, gripping his sword tightly. The presence of powerful masters continued to swell around them. Undoubtedly, these were all members of the 6 sects of the demonic path, while their own side comprised merely 7 masters. It was astonishing that so many demons were concealed within Qingshan County. As Dan Jinshin sensed the relentless surge of energy surrounding him, his expression darkened further. Each formidable presence represented a powerful adversary. The demonic artifact was regarded as a treasure of paramount importance by the 6 sects, and they would undoubtedly spare no effort in seizing it. Standing beside him, Master Kaiyuan fixed his solemn gaze on the azure glow in the lake. Fortunately, they had the support of Elder Zhao. Dan Jinshin felt a slight sense of reassurance knowing that they had a formidable ally among them. Otherwise, they would have had no choice but to flee. Master, when shall we act? Dan Jinshin inquired, looking towards the elder beside him. The elder shook his head and replied, "There is no rush. The first to strike will become a target for all." Dan Jinshin nodded in understanding. This also elucidates the reason why the Xianin sect and the Heavenly Calamity Hall have yet to take action. All are here for the fragments of the demonic artifact. And regardless of who strikes first, they would face a collective onslaught from other sections. No one is willing to be the one to shatter the stalemate. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, as each party displayed remarkable composure. At last, a sound akin to the tearing of air disrupted the tranquility of the lake's surface. A figure soared gracefully through the air, heading towards the lake. It was Elder Zhao. A voice of surprise emerged from beside Jinshin, as the gathered spectators lifted their gazes. A shadow of light swept overhead, appearing to move languidly, yet reaching the center of the lake in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming aura evoked a sense of trepidation even among masters. At this juncture, only a powerful figure could dare to breach the impasse. Perhaps sensing Zhao Tongxuan's formidable presence, none from the demonic faction dared to intervene. Should the fragment be seized, the demonic artifact would never see the light of day again. Master Kaiyuan's face betrayed excitement as he beheld Zhao Tongquan about to grasp the fragment. However, at that moment, a streak of light rapidly approached from the night sky. The powerful aura was reminiscent of an awakening ancient beast. "Zhao Tongquan, you old rascal," a deep voice thundered like celestial rumblings. As the sound waves traveled, waves rose high from the lake's surface. Just as Zhao Tongquan neared the fragment, he was forced back by a sudden attack. Where he had once stood was now akin to a bomb detonating, sending massive columns of water skyward, creating a shower of droplets. As the spray settled, 2 figures stood suspended in the void, facing each other. "Is it you, Ding Chao?" Zhao Tongquan stood upon the air, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man across from him, his pupils narrowing. "It is my regret that I could not slay you years ago." The middle-aged man, Ding Chao, scoffed, "Old rascal, I have not forgotten our past grievances. Today, I shall repay you in full." With the appearance of these 2 powerful figures, the aura of the surrounding masters was completely subdued. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the duelists in the void. It appeared that the demonic faction had indeed dispatched a formidable presence. Jinshin's countenance darkened. This meant that Zhao Tongquan could no longer afford to concern himself with them, and their advantage had evaporated in an instant. "Ding Chao?" Hearing the exclamations around him, Jinshin turned to his elder. "Uncle Master, do you recognize this man?" The elder's expression grew grave. 30 years ago, everyone knew of him. Back then, Elder Zhao pursued him for thousands of miles, forcing him into hiding. Jinshin could not help but scrutinize the middle-aged man on the lake's surface. One could only imagine the terror he had instilled in his time. Given that Elder Zhao had driven him into a corner 3 decades prior, there was no need for fear now. Jinshin exhaled softly. As long as Zhao Tongquan could emerge victorious, hope for victory still resided with their side. However, he observed the elder beside him shaking his head, saying, "Sword Heart, you still do not fully comprehend the wheel of fate. At this level, one possesses a lifespan that surpasses that of a grandmaster by a century." Ding Chao reached the age of 130 years ago, Yet he maintains this youthful appearance, indicating significant progress over the past 30 years. Upon hearing this, Dan Jinshin was momentarily taken aback. He had overlooked the fact that those who have attained the Wheel of Fate can grow increasingly youthful. Although outward appearance does not always reflect one's true power, it often suggests that a younger visage correlates with greater strength. In the sky, one individual bore silver hair, a clear sign of advanced age, while the other, with raven locks, was in the prime of his life. This stark contrast illustrated the passage of time and the shifting dynamics of strength. Even Zhao, the elder, had miscalculated. Dan Jinshin sensed the precariousness of the situation and was about to voice his concerns when suddenly, a radiant figure soared towards them from across the lake. Zhao Tongquan and Ding Chao also turned to look. Another wielder of the Wheel of Fate? Dan Jinshin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. If Zhao Tongquan had previously been able to contend with Ding Chao, they might have had a chance to retreat. Now, however, they found themselves in an inescapable predicament, with their escape routes severed. After all, their adversaries not only possessed two individuals at the Wheel of Fate level, but also outnumbered them 2-1 in Grandmasters. The onlookers stood frozen, captivated by the emerging figure, a youthful individual, appearing even younger than Ding Chao, hardly in his 20s. Ha, dear friends, it has been many years. I, Shuehe, have come to join the fray. The young man in splendid attire had barely approached and uttered a word when another formidable presence surged from the horizon. More? Dan Jinshin's expression stiffened, leaving him utterly paralyzed. The elder beside him, along with Master Kaiyuan and others, felt a chill creep down their spines. Chapter 135. A chaotic situation at Qingshan Lake, several dozen miles away. Jiang Wushuang's consciousness was assailed, prompting a heightened sense of vigilance. He resolved to observe the situation before taking any decisive action. Consequently, he withdrew the ghost dragon and descended to the ground, approaching the lake in a discreet manner. He also narrowed the range of his consciousness to present himself as merely an ordinary disciple of a sect. As he drew nearer, he discerned an increasing number of master-level presences, no fewer than several dozen. Among them were the familiar faces of Shan Jinshin and his companions, a group of 7 formidable masters. This assembly, formidable at any other time, appeared somewhat underwhelming in the current context. After all, the 6 demon sects had dispatched a greater number of masters to seize the fragments, their numbers surpassing those of Shan Jinshin's group by a factor of 2. Yet, despite the overwhelming presence, there was an air of mutual caution. No one dared to make the first move. All eyes fixed upon the sacred artifact fragment at the center of the lake. This fragile tranquility was soon shattered by the emergence of a figure soaring through the air. Indeed, a Fate Wheel Master had arrived, and Jiang Wushuang felt a flicker of surprise, though it was not unexpected. The earlier assault on his consciousness was undoubtedly the work of a Fate Wheel Master. However, the subsequent appearance of 4 such masters sent a ripple of disbelief through him. It was rare to encounter even one of these ancient beings, let alone 4 simultaneously. This development posed a significant challenge. Standing atop a mountain peak, Jiang Wushuang gazed at the 4 figures hovering above the lake, each resembling a colossal sword, exuding an imposing aura. While he possessed the confidence to contend with a Fate Wheel Master, the presence of 4 at once left him somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, these 4 were not allied. Each sought the sacred artifact fragment for themselves, like mantises catching cicadas, unaware of the yellow aureole behind. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wushuang decided to let them engage in conflict before seizing an opportunity to strike. If he could slay a Fate Wheel Master, it would be ideal. If not, he would settle for dispatching some of the masters present, as this location harbored an assemblage of several dozen demon masters, an encounter rarely afforded. Of course, he refrained from acting hastily. His past experiences in the Demon Suppression Tower had taught him that chaos worked to his advantage. Yet, the 4 Fate Wheel Masters continued to stand off in the sky, while the masters below remained inactive. Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but mutter in frustration, gazing at the 4 figures surrounding the fragment, feeling exasperated. Under the night sky, the 4 figures appraised one another for a moment until a booming laugh shattered the silence. Ha, you 2 ancient ones have also come. Ding Chao's gaze swept over the elegantly attired youth. Ancient suiting. It appears that you have once again surpassed yourself over these 30 years. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who had recently appeared. Shuehi, are you still alive? Ha ha. If the old monster Ding is still breathing, how could I possibly perish first? Ding Chao, after 30 years of hiding, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Ha ha. I have merely been in seclusion for cultivation. There is no question of hiding. Among them, the three figures seemed like long-lost friends, exchanging pleasantries. Only Zhao Tongyuan stared coldly at the trio, his heart filled with shock. Having thought that his intervention might allow him to accomplish another feat for the Deqian, he was astonished that such a trivial fragment had drawn the attention of three formidable figures of the demonic path. At this juncture, it was no longer a matter of seizing the fragment, but rather of returning alive. After all, setting aside the opposition between the 6 sects of the demonic path and Deqian, he could not overlook his past grievances with Ding Chao. Indeed, Ding Chao cast a glance at him and sneered, "Old fool, it seems Deqian truly has no one left, allowing you, this ancient relic, to come here to meet your demise." After this, he turned to the other two and said, "Let us set the sacred artifact aside for now. Let us deal with this old fool first, and then we shall contend for it." The young man in splendid attire, Gu Tsuting, nodded slowly, "Be my guest." The middle-aged man, Shuehi, smiled slightly, "We shall await your pleasure." Although all three were intent on seizing the fragment of the sacred artifact, they found common ground in their opposition to Deqian. With Ding Chao willing to take action, they were eager to observe the unfolding drama. "Old fool, prepare to meet your end," Ding Chao scoffed, and in an instant, he resembled a peerless blade unsheathed. His immense aura seemed capable of piercing the night sky. The once tranquil Qingshan Lake surged once more with tumultuous waves. "I failed to slay you 30 years ago. It seems I must make up for that today." Zhao Tongquan's own aura surged. As the two formidable figures clashed over the lake, beams of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the night. However, barely having exchanged a few blows, Ding Chao's furious roar erupted. "I knew you two old fools would prove untrustworthy." At that moment, as Ding Chao engaged Zhao Tongquan, Shuehi and Gu Tsuting suddenly charged towards the fragment. "Ha ha, when have you ever demonstrated a sense of integrity, Ding Chao?" Shuehi exclaimed. "Get out of my way." Before Ding Chao could reach them, Gu Tsuting and Shuehi were already battling fiercely. Anyone who approached the fragment would be met with concentrated attacks. In an instant, the sky was filled with 4 figures locked in combat. Finally, the fight had begun. From a distant peak, Jiang Wushuang watched the scene unfold with a grin. However, he had no intention of joining the fray. The battle among the 4 had only just commenced, and determining a victor would likely take some time, as they were all wary of one another, still probing for weaknesses. None were yet willing to strike with lethal intent. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the battle in the sky before his gaze lingered on the shimmering fragment. Momentarily setting aside his desire to seize it, shifting his attention towards the riverbank where Dan Jianxin and the others were situated. In the sky, the formidable contenders of the Wheel of Fate engaged in a fierce battle. The Grandmaster, who had been waiting patiently on the sidelines, finally joined the fray. Several figures surged forth from the opposite shore, skimming across the water's surface, rushing towards Jian Jianxin and his companions. The conflict intensified on this side as well. Jiang Wushuang let out a cold laugh. The more chaotic the scene became, the more advantageous it was for him. The battle in the heavens had reached an impasse. With everyone vying for the fragments, yet none could seize them. Jiang Wushuang found himself unable to participate just yet. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to dash towards the shore. Since it was difficult to make a move against the Wheel of Fate, he would first harvest a few Grandmasters. A dozen or more demonic Grandmasters would indeed be a considerable gain. On the shore, Jian Jianxin and his companions had lost interest in the aerial skirmish. As they beheld the approaching figures, they hesitated not for a moment and promptly turned to retreat. "Let us go?" Senior Zhao is a Wheel of Fate expert and possesses his own means of escape, remarked an elder from the Single Sword sect. The others followed suit. Given the current circumstances, Zhao Tongquan could no longer concern himself with them. Their chance of escape hinged solely upon their speed. Jian Jianxin cast a glance back at the pursuing demonic Grandmasters, a swirl of complex emotions stirring within him. Until now, he had been the hunter of the demonic forces. Little did he expect that today would mark a day when he found himself the prey. Chapter 136. Buried in Qingshan County. Quickly, do not linger in battle. In the forest, Shan Jianxin had just repelled a master when the voice of his mentor echoed behind him. Reluctantly, Shan Jianxin turned to catch up with the others ahead. Although they had chosen to retreat at the onset of the conflict, the number of demonic masters pursuing them was a staggering double their own. Soon, they felt the pressure of their pursuers closing in. Haha, old fool Kaiyuan, did you not wish to slay me? Why do you flee now? A mocking voice taunted. Hey, Shan Jianxin, did you ever imagine this day would come? Since you are here, why not stay? The air was filled with boisterous laughter behind them. The expressions of those beside Shan Jianxin darkened. They had gravely underestimated the determination of these demonic fiends to seize the sacred artifact, never anticipating such a multitude of foes. Noticing only 5 figures in pursuit, Shan Jianxin contemplated dispatching them swiftly, disregarding their presence. Yet, before he could act, his mentor's urgent voice halted him. The group could only continue their desperate flight into the distance. However, danger lurked at every turn. They had scarcely covered any ground when a blinding flash of blade light tore through the air. The foremost master, leading the charge, thrust forth a sword ray to counter it. Though formidable, the sword ray was shattered in an instant, the blade light continuing unabated, cleaving through the master before him, severing him in two. Elder Chun. The group gasped in shock, their faces paling. Although he did not hail from one of the 4 great sacred sects, he was still an elder from a prestigious sect and a master of the 5th tier. Without even glimpsing his assailant, he was felled by a single strike. The strength of their adversary sent a chill through the onlookers. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, another wave of blade light surged towards them. This time, no one dared to step forward to intercept. Ultimately, it was Shan Jianxin, clad in white, who leaped forth, positioning himself before his companions. His sword was enveloped in rich, true essence, manifesting several identical sword shadows around him in an instant. Then he relinquished his sword, sending it alongside the shadows, hurtling toward the immense blade light. In terms of momentum, the sword appeared to falter. Yet, at the moment of collision, the surrounding sword shadows and the long sword merged into one, piercing through the blade light. That overwhelming strike was deftly neutralized. Master Shan is truly a paragon of righteousness, someone exclaimed, awed by Shan Jianxin's formidable sword intent. His strength undoubtedly bolstered the confidence of his companions as they sought to escape. However, their joy was short-lived. Shan Jianxin, leading the charge, was soon forced back. Emerging before him were 2 figures, one of whom was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, gripping a blood-red long knife. The space around the blade warped and distorted. The previous 2 flashes of blade light had originated from this very weapon. Beside the elder stood a strikingly handsome youth, though his lips were darkened, lending him an eerie demeanor. It is you, old demon Huashou? Upon the arrival of the newcomer, Master Kaiyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Jianxin, upon hearing this, was visibly shaken, though he did not recognize the figure before him. The ominous title Old Demon Huashou resonated in his ears like thunder. This was the infamous demon who had instilled terror 2 decades prior. Having already reached the 9th level of mastery at that time, with few rivals among masters. Although he had not yet attained the realm of the Fate Wheel, the blade intent exhibited moments ago was sufficient to reveal that his prowess remained undiminished. Master Kaiyuan, I never expected our paths to cross again, sneered the white-haired elder, exuding a chilling calm in the presence of the masters. Master Kaiyuan joined his palms in prayer, uttering a solemn Buddhist chant. It seems today, this old monk cannot escape his fate. As he spoke, he turned to his companions. You all must depart. Master, they responded. Although Master Kaiyuan's expression remained serene, it was evident to all that he was resigned to his fate. Master, let us unite against him, Jianxin urged, but just as he was about to step forward, he was firmly restrained by his uncle beside him. Jianxin, heed your uncle's words. You must leave. The elder moved closer to Master Kaiyuan, emphasizing, do not forget what I have told you. Before Jianxin could respond, several masters who had pursued them closed in, rendering their situation dire. In the skies above, figures clashed relentlessly. The waters of Qingshan Lake erupted in tremendous sprays, yet none could approach the floating shards. Old Shuama, how dare you betray me? One voice roared. And what of it? Came the taunting reply. Zhao Tongquan, do you wish to escape? Gu Tsuding, your concealment is impressive. Ding Chao, you shall not take the shards. Echoes of fury resonated into the heavens. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jianxin's white attire was stained with blood as he sprinted with his sword in hand. Moments earlier, old demon Huashou had obstructed his path, and now pursuers closed in from behind. In the face of overwhelming odds, they had no choice but to scatter, each confronting their own adversaries, thereby allowing at least some a chance to flee. Jianxin, confronted by two masters trailing him, managed to slay one and intimidate the other into retreating. After accomplishing this, he did not turn back, but instead fled into the distance. Though he longed to assist his uncle, entangled with old demon Huasho, his uncle's voice echoed persistently in his mind. Go, do not concern yourself with me. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jianxin recognized that his uncle was sacrificing everything to create an opportunity for him. Turning back would only result in another life lost. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to escape into the distance. I, Jianxin, vow in this lifetime to eradicate all those demons, he silently swore. Yet, after only a few strides, he was intercepted by three figures. Clad in black, the three middle-aged men bore striking similarities to one another. The identical mustaches on their faces rendered them nearly indistinguishable from one another. The triumvirate of doom? Dan Jianxin tightened his grip on the sword, his pupils contracting in alarm. If the formidable Huasho the old demon had instilled considerable pressure upon him, the three before him now evoked a sense of palpable fear. Huasho was a notorious villain of the Xianyin sect, his infamy widely recognized. The trio before him was no less formidable than Huasho. Each of them was a master at the 9th level of martial arts. It was said they were triplets, inseparable since childhood, embodying a singular entity. When united, their combat prowess transcended that of three individual 9th level masters. Rumor had it that they could even contend against the Wheel of Destiny. Flee. Dan Jianxin cast merely a fleeting glance at the trio before swiftly turning to escape. Despite his exceptional martial talent, he possessed the wisdom to recognize his limitations. Facing such powerful demons, and three of them at that, he discerned no glimmer of hope for victory. It seemed he might have to resort to burning his life force. Dan Jianxin understood that without incurring some cost, even the act of fleeing would prove arduous. Instantly, a surge of blood energy emanated from him, doubling his speed. However, upon glancing back, his complexion paled. The three figures had already closed in behind him, effortlessly pursuing without even igniting their own blood energy. A tremor of dread coursed through Dan Jianxin's heart. The strength of his adversaries far surpassed his expectations. This endeavor might very well lead to his demise in Qingshan County. Chapter 137. The Triumvirate's Assault. As Dan Jianxin felt his pursuers closing in, he gritted his teeth and ignited his blood energy to its utmost limits. Although this would inflict significant damage upon his body, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns at this moment. His speed surged once more, doubling in intensity. However, upon glancing back, a flicker of despair crossed his eyes. He beheld that the three holy figures, known as the Heavenly Calamity Triumvirate, had also increased their velocity. One of them swept past him, obstructing his path. Little brat, no one has ever escaped from our grasp, sneered the man with a handlebar mustache, his laughter dripping with malice. The two others flanked him, forming a triangular formation that completely sealed off any chance of retreat for Dan Jianxin. Alive. This boy possesses an abundance of blood energy. He would make a delightful feast. The mustachioed man licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Dan Jianxin's expression darkened like a stormy sea. The demons he had slain were innumerable, and he was fully aware that many fiends practiced their wicked arts by consuming fresh blood. It was evident that these three were no different. He scrutinized them with narrowed brows, the tension in his face gradually easing. Earlier, consumed by the instinct to survive, he had fled in panic. Yet now, with no path of escape remaining, he felt an unexpected release, and an indomitable fighting spirit surged within him. Since death was inevitable, why not engage in a desperate battle? If he could slay one of them, it would be a worthy exchange of lives. Be careful, this fellow is prepared to fight for his life. One of the mustachioed man's companions observed the shift in Dan Jianxin's demeanor, sensing an overwhelming aura that evoked the feeling of confronting a ferocious beast. Truly, he was a formidable contender hailing from one of the four great holy sections. The mustachioed man stepped back, his previous mirth vanishing. Though they held no fear of Dan Jianxin, such a reckless, desperate opponent was the most dangerous kind. Dan Jianxin gripped his sword in one hand while caressing its blade with the other. In an instant, the long sword appeared to be imbued with enchantment, radiating a brilliant light. The powerful sword intent seemed capable of rending the very fabric of air. The massive sword shadow, soaring into the heavens, was visible from miles away. Beneath the sword shadow, Dan Jinshin's garments billowed, and his hair danced wildly. At that moment, he finally embodied the grandeur of the Daluo sword sect. As the colossal sword descended, the mustachioed man before him retreated swiftly, seeking to evade its lethal edge. The Daluo sword sect indeed possesses some remarkable techniques. Old 3 might not withstand this. Voices echoed from both sides. Dan Jinshin noticed that the two individuals who had previously obstructed his retreat were now pursuing the direction of the giant sword's descent. They vanished in a flash, and before the colossal sword could strike, they caught up with one of their companions. For a moment, Dan Jinshin believed the trio was attempting to flee. Yet, to his astonishment, they suddenly formed a vertical line, raising their blades toward the heavens to strike. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, appearing as one harmonious entity in Dan Jinshin's eyes. A blade of light, twice the size of his giant sword, shot skyward. The immense sword that fell from the night sky was instantly cleaved in two, dissipating into countless specks of starlight. Dan Jinshin stood in stunned silence, watching the remnants of the colossal sword vanish into the firmament. This sword represents the culmination of his immense true essence, forged into his most formidable strike. He had initially believed that even if he could not vanquish his opponent, he would at least inflict injury upon one. However, to his astonishment, the adversary effortlessly neutralized his attack. The Great Luo heavenly sword of the Great Luo sword sect was indeed extraordinary, yet regrettably, you are too weak. A mocking voice echoed in his ears. By the time Dan Jinshin regained his composure, he found 3 figures standing before him. One on each side seized his arms, and under the overwhelming pressure of their formidable true essence, his sword was wrenched from his grasp. In that moment, he felt like a child, firmly held by 2 burly men. Before him loomed a man with a handlebar mustache, opening his mouth as if to bite into his neck. Ah! The veins on Dan Jinshin's forehead throbbed, yet he found himself ensnared by the true essence of the 2 mustachioed men, utterly unable to break free. At that moment, he yearned for self-destruction, but even that was beyond his reach. Had Dan Jinshin traversed through life only to nourish a demon with his blood? A bitter smile crossed his lips. This was more painful than death itself. His heart was engulfed in an abyss of despair and helplessness. Just as he began to slowly close his eyes, resigned to his fate, a shadowy figure rapidly descended from the night sky. He initially thought he was hallucinating, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Before him were a pair of enormous, glimmering eyes that seemed to capture his very soul. The elongated figure appeared to grow larger in his sight. The sheer force of its presence rendered his eyes wide with astonishment. A ghost dragon? Dan Jinshin murmured. In an instant, the light of hope rekindled in his eyes, which had been steeped in despair. The mustachioed man lunging at him also noticed the descending figure, and as he turned to look, his expression shifted slightly. A colossal ghost dragon was plummeting from the heavens, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, atop the dragon's head stood a solitary figure. This individual bore no extraordinary presence and maintained a stoic expression. At that moment, he was slowly drawing a long blade from his waist. The knife appeared ordinary, yet in that figure's hands, it seemed capable of severing all. With a mere flick, it could rend the very fabric of space. Old 3, get out of the way. Dan Jinshin heard a startled cry from beside him. The 3 mustachioed men had retreated to a distance of several dozen yards. His previously restrained body regained its freedom, but in the next instant, Dan Jinshin was filled with dread as a flash of blade light descended from above. If struck, it would be a swifter demise than being drained by the 3 heavenly saints. He hastily dodged, narrowly escaping the attack. Then he saw the figure atop the ghost dragon leap down, positioning itself between him and the 3 heavenly saints. Dan Jinshin scrutinized that figure in silence. Young, rugged, precisely as described in the rumors. Most importantly, that ghost dragon was undeniably authentic. Senior, Dan Jinshin exclaimed in delight. Yet, the other party did not respond, merely fixating silently on the 3 heavenly saints before him. To Jinshin's astonishment, the heavenly evil triad did not flee upon encountering the formidable wheel of fate warrior. Instead, they stood their ground, confronting him. It appears you are the one who has slain the young master of profound Yin and our revered Tanyuan Bai of the heavenly evil temple. The 3 stood resolutely side by side, the man with the bushy mustache, snorting disdainfully. Rumor has it you have attained the status of a Wheel of Fate warrior. Yet that last strike did not seem to reflect such prowess. In the face of their scorn, the figure at the center merely smiled faintly. Is that so? Then let us see how this blade fares. With that, he raised his sword with a single hand, slicing through the air. A torrent of blade intent surged skyward. Jiang was compelled to retreat several dozen feet, his heart racing with trepidation. Had that previous strike possessed such formidable power, he would have surely been reduced to a lifeless corpse. The heavenly evil triad also paled at this revelation, yet they did not retreat. Once more, they arranged themselves in a vertical formation, appearing as one unified entity from the front. Jiang discerned a stream of true essence weaving through the trio, seemingly binding them together. In an instant, their collective aura surged, rivaling that of the figure at the center. This is a combined attack technique? Jiang's eyes widened in shock. No wonder they had effortlessly neutralized his full-force strike earlier. It was said that the heavenly evil triad, being triplets, shared everything: sustenance, shelter, and cultivation, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Their combined attack technique possessed an enigmatic might, capable of contending with Wheel of Fate warriors. This was the reason they chose not to flee. They were not intimidated by the Wheel of Fate. As two blades clashed, they astonishingly neutralized each other's power. Could they truly contend with a Wheel of Fate warrior? Jiang was left dumbfounded, suddenly realizing how absurd his previous desire to fight them had been. Unbeknownst to him, the heavenly evil triad was equally astonished. They exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of fear in the other's eyes. Their combined attack technique wielded a mysterious and formidable power, having once forced back a first-layer Wheel of Fate warrior. Yet, the aura emanating from the figure opposite them did not convey the essence of a true Wheel of Fate. This was yet another reason they had not retreated. However, following their recent exchange, the trio found their vital energies surging tumultuously. It was crucial to note that the previous exchange had been their most powerful strike, while the opponent had merely responded with a casual blow. Should their adversary possess even greater strength, the three would have no choice but to flee. Jiang Wushuang also regarded the trio with an expression of surprise. Having ascended to the third tier of the Master Realm, his true essence had doubled, rendering him significantly stronger than when he had slain the young Master of Profound Yin. He had been confident that his previous strike could have felled the three, yet it had been effortlessly intercepted. How intriguing! Jiang Wushuang retracted the disdain from his expression and slowly drew his blade once more. As a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, the blade in his hand resembled a primordial beast awakened from slumber. Before the blade was even unleashed, its intent pierced like daggers against the faces of the three. The momentum surpassed that of his previous strike by more than a fold. Prepare to receive another blow from me. As his words fell, he found himself momentarily startled. Suddenly, three figures vanished from his sight, fleeing into the distance. "Senior, they have escaped," Dan Jin exclaimed, filled with anxiety. He had experienced the swiftness of those three before. Even with all his strength, he could not match their speed. If they wished to flee, it seemed that no one could impede them. Nevertheless, he observed the figure before him, unhurriedly raising a blade. In the next moment, Dan Jin's soul trembled as he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Chapter 138. Senior, do you recognize this junior? In the forest, three silhouettes flashed by, leaving behind trails of crimson afterimages. The expressions on their faces, adorned with prominent mustaches, were filled with terror. Despite having pushed their blood energy to the utmost limit, they felt as though they were running too slowly. They sensed the terrifying intent of the second strike from the rugged man behind them and realized their grave miscalculation. This blow possessed not just greater force than the previous one, but was indeed exponentially more powerful. This individual was not merely a practitioner of the life wheel. He was a master within that realm. Their singular thought was to flee as far as possible, for a moment's delay could mean a gruesome demise. However, not far into their escape, the blade's intent surged forth like a tempest, instantly engulfing the three. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Dan Jinshin gaped in astonishment, his eyes glazed. He witnessed the mysterious practitioner of the life wheel calmly strike at the rapidly retreating crimson figures with a single, languid stroke of his sword. In the next breath, the moonlight vanished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. An overwhelming aura of malevolence and ghostly energy emanated from the figure ahead. momentarily obscuring the sky and altering the day into night. Then, a beam of sword light erupted from the swirling, malevolent energy, glimmering with ghostly flames, as if a demonic dragon from the abyss had been unleashed. Massive frost began to fall from the sky, encasing everything in a frozen grip wherever the sword light passed. Although the three figures in the distance were swift, they were outpaced tenfold by the ghostly flames and blade, which swiftly consumed them without a single cry of despair escaping their lips. In an instant, they transformed into three clouds of blood mist, their vivid crimson hue stark against the night. Dan Jinshin stared blankly at the scene, disbelief etched across his features. One strike, three saints felled. The sword technique approached the divine. Was this the might of a practitioner of the life wheel? He had faced the three saints of heavenly calamity, and even at the cost of his life, he could not have touched them. Yet now, the three were dispatched as effortlessly as chicks. Retrieving his gaze from the distance, Dan Jinshin turned to the figure nearby, waves of astonishment crashing within him. After delivering his strike, Jiang Wushuang sheathed his sword with deliberation. In truth, even before the battle commenced, he had utilized his divine sense to locate the group of demonic sect masters. However, once the conflict began, it devolved into chaos, with the righteous factions scattering in all directions. His initial intention to easily annihilate them fell through, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, through the probing of his divine sense, he discerned that these three were the most formidable. He promptly resolved to eliminate them first. This decision proved wise, as the three indeed showcased formidable strength, managing to withstand a strike. Through the assimilation of their memories, he learned of their identities. Known as the three saints of heavenly calamity, they were figures of considerable stature within the heavenly calamity palace, surpassing even the elders, and seldom revealed themselves. This combined technique possesses remarkable prowess. Jiang Wushuang noted that the three had indeed been able to withstand his strike. The trio relied solely on their combined martial arts technique, which differed significantly from conventional formations. A typical formation amalgamates multiple attacks into a singular force, subsequently amplified by strategic arrangements to unleash formidable power. Previously, at the Xian sect, he had witnessed several elders attempt to employ such formations against the young master of Xianyin. Regrettably, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and the ghost dragon effortlessly neutralized their efforts. In contrast, the combined technique of these three was far more esoteric. Unlike formations, their method intertwined their true essence, akin to a trinity merging into one. As masters of the 9 sects, their power was elevated to the threshold of the life wheel. Though it merely equated to the first layer of the life wheel, it was sufficient to command respect among their peers. In typical circumstances, even 10 ninth-layer masters would struggle to pose a threat to a life wheel adept. Yet, under the influence of their combined technique, they had once repelled a life wheel practitioner, underscoring the unique nature of their skill. Alas, no matter how formidable, they still fell beneath my blade. After a moment of astonishment, Jiang Wushuang shook his head with a smile. Compared to their combined technique, his vast true essence and formidable divine infant made him an even more terrifying force. Moreover, while the technique was indeed powerful, its cultivation requirements were exceedingly stringent. Only those like them, triplets born from the same womb and bound by blood, could master it. Having gleaned this information, he promptly lost interest. However, upon noticing the notifications before him, his spirits soared once more. Acquire 450,000 cultivation points. Acquire 450,000 cultivation points. Acquire 450,000 cultivation points. The trio, true to their status as 9th-layer masters, garnered a staggering 450,000 points, enough to stand above the masses. Just then, as Jiang Wushuang prepared to seek his next target, a faint voice interrupted him. Turning to look, he saw Shan Jinshin standing there, bowing respectfully. In stark contrast to their previous encounters, Shan Jinshin appeared subdued, his white garments stained with blood and looking rather disheveled. Seeing the figure before him, Shan Jinshin felt a pang of anxiety. He had heard tales of the notorious tempers of many life wheel practitioners. Dealings with such individuals required utmost caution. Even a master would be regarded as insignificant in their eyes. After much hesitation, he mustered the courage to greet Jiang Wushuang. "Is it you, Shan Jinshin?" Jiang Wushuang inquired. Glancing at him, Shan Jinshin was momentarily taken aback, but his face lit up with surprise as he looked up. Senior, you recognize your junior? As a disciple of the Daluo sword sect, Shan Jinshin, renowned throughout the land, I have certainly heard of you. Jiang Wushuang replied while using his spiritual sense to search for a target. Shan Jinshin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he responded, Senior, you flatter me. I am but a figure of empty reputation. Previously, he had been able to accept praise with grace, having always shone brightly among his peers, his strength far surpassing that of his contemporaries. He had subsequently vanquished demons without encountering a worthy adversary. Having traversed the precipice of life and death, he now comprehends the terrifying power of those who wield the wheel of fate. He has gained a lucid understanding of his own abilities. Previously, he believed himself formidable, but that perception was merely a consequence of not having encountered truly fearsome opponents. Now he realizes that even among those of the Master Realm, numerous individuals possess the capacity to vanquish him. Moreover, there exist dreadful beings who command the wheel of fate. Senior, I humbly request your assistance with a matter, Dan Jinshin said, bowing once more, his heart filled with trepidation. You wish for me to aid you in rescuing someone? Jiang Wushuang remarked, turning his head. Dan Jinshin, taken aback, gazed up at the unpretentious master of the wheel of fate before him, momentarily lost in thought. Whoever claimed that those who wield the wheel of fate are always exalted and aloof. Why are you still standing there? Move, Jiang Wushuang urged. His urgency was not solely driven by the desire to save another. Rather, he feared that his intended target might fall prey to the onslaught of those righteous masters. Perhaps those individuals, aware of their impending doom, had succumbed to madness, having already slain 2 demonic masters. It is worth noting that for every additional one they eliminate, he would lose the chance to acquire hundreds of thousands of cultivation points. This simply could not be permitted. Chapter 139. Another life taken beneath the night sky. Beams of light surged into the heavens from the forest. Master Kaiyuan of Qinshan Temple clasped his hands together, reciting the sacred words of Buddhism, his entire being radiating with golden brilliance. With a mighty strike of his palm, he resembled a living Buddha. The demonic master advancing before him was compelled to retreat momentarily, evading the oncoming deluge of golden light. As Master Kaiyuan unleashed his palm, the fierce aura surrounding him diminished, and he found himself gasping for breath. At this juncture, his robe was stained with blood in multiple places. The battle had reached a critical point, and each of his moves seemed to consume his very vitality. The surrounding demonic masters not only outnumbered him, but were also formidable in strength. Having just exerted himself to repel one adversary, 2 more immediately surged forward, their attacks more ferocious than before. This time, Master Kaiyuan had no choice but to withdraw. Despite once more igniting his blood essence, he could only fend off one assault. Another azure beam of sword light pierced the night, shining brilliantly before him, threatening to breach his golden Buddha form. Suddenly, a white beam of sword light shot in from the side, dispersing the azure light. Elder Su, Master Kaiyuan turned to see a flicker of gratitude on his pale countenance. The one who intervened was indeed an elder from the Daluo sword sect, a faction that feared no rivals in the realm of swordsmanship throughout the entire Dakian. However, after numerous bloody battles, this elder had lost an arm and was nearly at the end of his strength. The 2 warriors stood back to back, confronting the encroaching figures. Yet neither exhibited any signs of tension. Instead, they bore faint smiles. What a joy it was, after so many years, to engage in such a thrilling battle. Despite the blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, the elder from the Daluo sword sect disregarded the advancing foes and remarked, Elder Su, your might remains undiminished from years past. Master Kaiyuan returned the smile. I can barely manage after slaying one. Nonetheless, I've secured a worthy ally. It is not in vain. Elder Su scanned the battlefield, noticing several figures still engaged in combat nearby. These were individuals who had previously scattered but now found themselves cornered once more. After a thorough search, he sighed in relief upon not finding the presence of Dan Jinshin. The Dan Shizong, a prodigious youth of remarkable strength, must have broken through the encirclement by now. Master Kaiyuan also observed that among those who had dispersed, only Dan Jinshin had yet to return. Then I, this old bone, can rest easy here, Elder Su declared, his smile fading as a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the weariness that had marred his features vanished. and a surge of true essence manifested within him, transforming him instantaneously into an unparalleled weapon of might. The approaching foes came to an abrupt halt. Nearby, Master Kaiyuan chanted a Buddhist mantra, and a transformation occurred within him as well. His stature seemed to heighten, a string of prayer beads floated before him, and the sacred 8-character mantra of Buddhism emerged around him, shimmering with golden radiance. Retreat. The nearby master of the demonic path witnessed the surging momentum of the two individuals, and his expression subtly shifted. These two old men had each slain one opponent and were evidently intent on expending their last vestiges of vitality to claim another life. Naturally, no one wished to confront them directly. In truth, there was no need for confrontation. If they could merely delay them further without engaging, they would inevitably exhaust their life force and perish. Stand aside. As several figures retreated, an elder with white hair approached. Dark, true energy swirled around him, causing the flora and fauna in his wake to wither. Despite the formidable presence of the two figures before him, he remained utterly indifferent. As he faced the oncoming sword light and the striking palm print, he merely raised his hands slowly. A surge of black, true energy erupted from his palms, transforming into two serpentine forms that twisted through the air. In an instant, they devoured the sword light and shattered the palm print. Huashou, the old demon. Elder Su's gaze sharpened as he beheld the figure emerging from the faint black mist, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to retaliate. After unleashing his previous strike, he felt decades of age descend upon him in an instant, nearly toppling him from his feet. Master Kaiyuan had even resorted to sitting cross-legged on the ground, unable to lift his eyelids. You two old fools can depart this world. Huashou, the old demon, snorted coldly, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had anticipated an easy victory over the two, yet their frenzied counterattacks had repeatedly forced him back and even led to the deaths of two of his own in his presence, inciting his immense wrath. At this moment, the two were utterly spent. Even individuals of the gathering spirit realm could vanquish them. Nevertheless, Huashou still raised his blood-red long knife, unleashing a blade of light capable of cleaving mountains and rivers. Only by witnessing the two dissolve into a mist of blood before him could he assuage his anger. The pale red blade of light shot skyward and instantly descended upon the two, enveloping them. However, in the next heartbeat, Huashou's eyes narrowed. A beam of white light erupted from the pale red blade, rapidly expanding until it consumed the entirety of the crimson glow. As the radiance dissipated, a figure clad in white stood protectively before Master Kaiyuan and the others, sword in hand, strikingly handsome, with piercing eyes. Dan Jinshin? Huashou's heart leapt with unexpected joy upon recognizing the newcomer. I was worried you would flee. Little did I expect you to come to me willingly. As he spoke, a youth with blackened lips stepped forward, his eyes glinting with eagerness. Elder, allow me to handle this Dan Jinshin. Huashou shook his head. Young master, do not underestimate Dan Jinshin. He has attained the 7th level of master. The youth let out a light huff and then retreated to the side. Elder Su, having closed his eyes to await death, was startled by the sudden turn of events. Upon recognizing the figure before him, his eyes widened in confusion. Jinshin, why have you returned? Alas, how could I forget my uncle's words? What a waste of a life, what folly this is. Elder Su sighed repeatedly. Beside him, Master Kaiyuan shook his head. Shizuan, you should not have returned. Why must you sacrifice your life for us? Jinshin turned to glance at the two individuals behind him and reassured, Uncle Shifu, do not worry. I will not perish, nor will you, because... Before he could finish his sentence, a mighty dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. The crowd lifted their gazes in unison to behold a colossal, ghostly dragon descending from the sky. Simultaneously, a plume of dark, ominous breath erupted from the dragon's maw, plummeting earthward. It is the young master's ghostly dragon. A startled cry arose from below. Chaos ensued as figures began to flee in panic. Upon the descent of the ghostly breath, the ground was blasted into a massive crater, its surroundings encased in frost for dozens of yards. The old demon, Huashou, landed just outside the crater, his expression fluctuating between trepidation and resolve. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon a silhouette across the way. A rugged man stood at the edge of the crater, his hands clasped behind him, while the ghostly dragon, once belonging to their young master, circled around him. Beneath the man's feet lay a youthful figure, his lips darkened. At that moment, the boy wore an expression of sheer terror. Elder Hua, Save me." The old demon's gaze fixated on the boy, his fists clenched tightly as he coldly inquired, "Did you slay my young master?" The figure across from him cast a casual glance before drawing a long blade and aiming it at the boy beneath him. "No." The old demon's eyes widened in horror as he screamed. Yet, the figure paid him no heed. With a swift motion, the blade fell, and the boy's head rolled away. After completing this grim act, the man slowly turned to face the old demon, stating, "Indeed, I killed the Xian Yin young master, and I have just slain another." Chapter 140. The show is just beginning. The tumultuous battle, once rife with chaos, fell into an eerie silence the moment Jiang Wushuang made his entrance. Even the distant demonic masters, engaged in their own conflicts, were momentarily daunted by his presence. This sudden shift alleviated the immense pressure felt by the three righteous masters, who had been struggling desperately. They hastily moved towards Dan Jinshin. Recognizing this as the safest haven with a formidable figure like Jiang Wushuang nearby. With a swift stroke, Jiang Wushuang dispatched the youth beneath his feet, nonchalantly kicking the lifeless body aside. Internally, he harbored a flicker of astonishment. The boy, though seemingly young, had already attained the mastery of a master realm. It must be acknowledged that the demonic path indeed harbored some martial prodigies. Alas, they had encountered Jiang Wushuang, a bane to all who bore such promise. Old demon Huasho gazed at the headless corpse on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief, bloodshot, and filled with rage. This individual was the son of the Xian Yin sect's leader. At merely over 20 years of age, he had already reached the master realm, second only to the sect's young heir in martial talent. To his shock, two individuals of such significance had been slain by the same hand. "You!" Old demon Huasho glared at the figure across from him, his mouth opening to utter a protest that ultimately remained unvoiced. The adversary was a life-will master, one who would never hesitate to extinguish his life regardless of his identity. The situation had escalated from the death of a young lord to a peril where even his own life was at stake. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, old demon Huasho ignited his blood energy and fled. Despite having dozens of masters at his side, they were utterly insufficient against the might of a life wheel. Moreover, the life will master from the Xianyin sect, Shui, was entangled in a separate confrontation at Qingshan Lake, unable to assist. Before them lay but a single path, escape. Witnessing the strongest among them, old demon Huasho, making his retreat, the others followed suit without hesitation. Remaining would equate to death. Fleeing offered a sliver of hope. After all, even a life-will master could not simultaneously pursue so many masters. In an instant, over 10 demonic masters scattered in various directions, seeking refuge. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. Although he could easily dispatch masters, he was unable to prevent their escape. "Do not let them flee," he instructed Dan Jinshin, simultaneously sending the ghost dragon after one of the fleeing figures, while he himself charged towards old demon Huasho. Opting to confront the strongest first, Dan Jinshin and the three masters beside him immediately gave chase, a surreal sensation welling within them. Just moments ago, they had been cornered by these foes, and now, the tide had turned dramatically. Even Elder Su and Master Kaiyuan wished to rise and pursue, but their previous exertions had left them utterly spent, struggling merely to remain upright. They could only watch with regret as the others surged forward. "Do not kill them. Leave some for me," Jiang Wushuang called after the pursuers. While Dan Jinshin remained unfazed, the other masters exchanged wry smiles. Even if they wished to kill, they were unable to do so. After all, it would be better to strike early. The situation here has taken a turn, and even the four formidable beings on Qingshan Lake have sensed something amiss. Unfortunately, they were hindered by one another, merely brushing their consciousness against the disturbance without the opportunity for a thorough investigation, quickly retracting their focus. They certainly did not wish to become distracted and inadvertently allow fragments of the sacred artifact to fall into the hands of others. Cursed be it. When the elder demon Huasho realized that Jiang Wushuang's consciousness was locked onto him, his face turned ashen. All grievances regarding the slaying of the Xian Yin young master were cast aside. At this moment, one thought consumed him: escape. Alas, he had scarcely fled a short distance when a blade of light struck from behind. The emerald-hued blade shimmered with ghostly flames, resembling a hellish dragon, mercilessly wreaking havoc in its path, engulfing him in an instant. No. The sound was abruptly silenced amidst the blade's glow. The elder Su and Master Kaiyuan, seated nearby, were shaken by the scene before them. Hua Shou was immensely powerful, having drained the vitality of both men without sustaining a scratch. Yet now, he had been effortlessly slain by a single stroke. It felt surreal to both onlookers. Witnessing the figure deliver a fatal blow, it did not hesitate before charging towards the second silhouette. The fleeing masters, though swift, appeared as sluggish as snails beneath the brilliance of that blade. One by one, the figure struck down its foes, akin to an ancient deity of slaughter. Each master met their demise amidst cries of despair, vanishing within the radiance of the blade. Soon, Dan Jianxin and the others returned to their original position, their eyes filled with astonishment and terror as they beheld the spectral dragon entwined with the figure. In this brief span of time, dozens of demonic masters had perished at its hands. Although the blade had targeted the demonic masters, those nearby trembled in fear, grateful to not be among its enemies. Jiang Wushuang, however, paid no heed to the reverent gazes surrounding him. Prior to his strike, he had already released the specters. After the slaughter, he promptly began to absorb the memories and legacies of the fallen. In this fleeting moment, he had gathered over 3 million cultivation points. A few more kills, and he would ascend to the 4th tier of mastery. Yet, as he swept his consciousness around, he found the remaining demonic masters had retreated to a considerable distance. They seemed to have diverted their attention to the ongoing battle, each fleeing to the far reaches. He chose not to pursue them, but instead directed his gaze towards Qingshan Lake, focusing on the 4 combatants engaged in battle. Among them, Zhao Tongquan was evidently at a disadvantage. The other 3 grew increasingly emboldened, stirring the lake into a tempestuous upheaval. Whenever Ding Zhao seized an opportunity, he struck ruthlessly at Zhao Tongquan, leaving him no chance to flee. If this continued, Zhao Tongquan's demise here was merely a matter of time. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. His target was the minions of the demonic path, aligning him with Zhao Tongquan's faction. Should Zhao Tongquan fall, the situation would shift to a 1 against 3. Should it indeed reach such a critical point, he too would have to make his retreat. After all, the 3 fates of the demonic path are formidable and not easily dealt with. Senior, what shall we do? Jian Xing gazed at the battle unfolding in the sky, his brow furrowed with concern. The confidence instilled by Jiang Wushuang began to waver at this moment. The 3 fates of the demonic path were overwhelmingly powerful, and even with Jiang Wushuang's presence, they would still be at a disadvantage. You all should leave. Jiang Wushuang cast a glance at the group. Their injuries were severe, and they were in no condition to assist. He resolved to join the fray of the 4, unwilling to let Zhao Tong perish. Though he was the weakest among them, he still possessed a fate of his own. By surviving, he could at least divert some of the enemy's attention, preventing a dire 3-on-1 scenario. Senior, are you not leaving? Jian Xin exclaimed in surprise. The battleground's dynamics were starkly evident. The enemy was strong while they were weak. If they did not depart now, once the fragments of the demonic path's sacred artifact fell into enemy hands, escape would be impossible. Jiang Wushuang first summoned the ghost dragon into the Wangwufan, his gaze fixed on the silhouettes of battle in the sky and the glimmering fragments. A glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Leave? Why would we depart? The true spectacle has only just begun. With that, he soared towards Qingshan Lake, stepping into the void. Chapter 141. I shall depart first. You cover my retreat standing by the serene shores of Qingshan Lake. Dan Jianxin gazed at the figure soaring through the skies, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. To traverse the heavens is a dream cherished by countless martial artists. Alas, among the myriad warriors, only a select few can ascend to the realm of Destiny Wheel. Though he has attained the 7th level of mastery, he remains tantalizingly close to that pinnacle. Yet, the journey from master to the next level is fraught with immense difficulty. Within the Deluo Sword sect, several elders have languished at the 9th level of mastery for decades, unable to take that final step even unto death. This seemingly trivial advancement has ensnared the lives of many masters. Jianxin, let us proceed, came a voice from behind, breaking his reverie. He turned to see 2 figures supporting Master Kaiyuan and Elder Su, preparing to depart. Dan Jianxin nodded and followed suit. While he held little faith in the battle unfolding above, the thoughts of those at the Destiny Wheel level were beyond his comprehension. Even in defeat, they could escape. Conversely, he and his fellow masters were not only injured, but 2 among them were on the brink of exhaustion, stripped of their combat capabilities. Should any further mishap occur, their escape could become impossible. Thus, he took the lead, and soon, the group vanished from the banks of Qingshan Lake. In the skies above, Shuehe of the Xianyin sect clashed with Gu Xudong of the Tiansha Palace. Meanwhile, Ding Chao of the Hehuan sect was entangled with Zhao Tongquan. It was evident that Ding Chao held the upper hand. Initially, Zhao Tongquan managed to counter the assaults, but as the battle wore on, he was reduced to a mere fugitive. Eventually, even his attempts to flee became fraught with challenges. Each direction he turned was met with insurmountable barriers. This was precisely why Jiang Wushuang refrained from pursuing the other fleeing masters, opting instead to intervene. He feared that by the time he dispatched those masters, Zhao Tongquan would be beyond saving. Despite the two engaged in combat, should he attempt to seize the fragment, all three would undoubtedly turn against him. He preferred the odds of 2 against 3. A 1 against 3 scenario left him feeling uncertain. Old fool, I shall slay you, and then claim the sacred artifact at my leisure. Ding Chao laughed heartily. Streams of true essence surged from his hands, weaving together like ropes to form a swift net before Zhao Tongquan. When Zhao attempted to change direction, he found his path blocked by additional strands of true essence converging. By the time Zhao Tongquan realized his predicament, he was ensnared within the colossal net crafted by Ding Chao. This immense web, forged from true essence, required an impossible amount of energy. 10 masters at the 9th level would find it insufficient to create such a construct. Yet, a true master of the destiny wheel could wield it effortlessly. Zhao Tongquan's expression darkened as he endeavored to cleave the net and break free. However, even as his blade sliced through, the net mended itself in the blink of an eye, while Ding Chao relentlessly unleashed attacks to thwart his escape. This is dire, Zhao Tongquan thought, his complexion paling. He watched in horror as the true essence net rapidly constricted, threatening to ensnare him completely, rendering him a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Zhao Tong was filled with anxiety, yet found himself at a loss. During this journey to Qingshan County, he had utterly misjudged the situation. He had believed that with his intervention, any villain from the demonic sect would retreat. To his astonishment, 3 formidable beings of the fate wheel appeared. Among them his old adversary, Ding Chao. However, the current Ding Chao was no longer the fugitive he had once hunted. On the contrary, Zhao Tong now found himself at a disadvantage, unable to escape. As the massive net of energy constricted to less than 2 zhang, Zhao Tong felt the grim specter of demise looming over him. Suddenly, a blinding arc of light descended from above. The blade's radiance was astonishing, creating a black fissure in its wake, even drawing in the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, the blade reached him, piercing through the energy net. The net was instantly torn, creating 2 gaping holes. Unlike Zhao Tong's own attempts to break free, the net was quickly mending itself. The newly formed openings began voraciously consuming the surrounding energy, expanding several times in size. Though the net continued to repair itself, its pace had significantly slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tong surged forth, breaking through the confinement of the net. Simultaneously, he dashed towards the figure descending from above, the very individual who had rescued him from the energy net. Without a doubt, this was an ally. He recalled the earlier battle by the lakeside and noticed a spectral dragon. It was not difficult to deduce the identity of this person. It had to be the enigmatic fate wheel from Ziyun's sect. Senior, allow me to lend you my strength, Jiang Wushuang called out as he met Zhao Tong's charge. Zhao Tong halted beside him, panting heavily, his earlier bravado having dissipated, leaving only a sense of disarray. Thank you, young friend, for your timely intervention. Zhao Tong expressed his gratitude. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the approaching Ding Chao and said softly, Senior, together we may yet contend with him. However, before he could finish, he suddenly turned to see Zhao Tong fleeing into the distance. Senior, Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of frustration. He was tempted to chase after him and deliver a reprimand. I saved you so we could stand together, not so you could run for your life. Young friend, flee quickly, we cannot defeat them. Zhao Tong's voice echoed from afar. Jiang Wushuang stared at the retreating figure, speechless. It seemed this old fellow had long wished to escape, but had not found the opportunity until now, relying on Jiang Wushuang to shield him. He truly had no regard for his dignity. Well, that was an oversight, Jiang Wushuang thought, casting a cold glance at the figure looming above him, offering a wry smile. He could indeed contend with Ding Chao, but seizing the fragment would be a daunting task. After all, while Zhao Tong had not perished, the odds of 1 against 3 had still come to pass. As he pondered whether to remain or flee alongside Zhao Tongquan, the sky suddenly erupted with a cacophony of thunder. The azure waters of Qingshan Lake surged, creating monstrous waves that seemed to conceal an ancient beast beneath. Jiang Wushuang was still in astonishment at the unfolding events when he noticed Zhao Tongquan, who had abandoned him moments earlier, returning to his side. "Senior, do you wish to fight alongside me?" Jiang Wushuang exclaimed with delight, recognizing a flicker of conscience in the old man. However, in the next instant, he realized the truth of the matter. A vast, pale blue dome of light descended from the heavens, enveloping them all. The old man had returned not out of bravery, but out of desperation. "Forgive me, young friend. I am simply no match for these 3, Zhao Tongquan explained, his countenance flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Jiang Wushuang chose to disregard him, his gaze fixated sternly on the luminous barrier above. Within the dome, additional beams of light cascaded downward, bursting above their heads. Small light domes materialized, ensnaring them within. A formation? Jiang Wushuang felt a weight of dread settle in his heart. It was evident that some grand array had been activated, and the power emanating from it sent a shiver through him. Shortly thereafter, he heard Ding Chao's astonished voice resonate. "The Xianyin Thunder Array? Shuihe, why has your Xianyin sect's protective mountain formation appeared here?" Chapter 142. The Master of Fragments. The pale blue dome was particularly conspicuous against the night sky, occasionally accompanied by flashes of lightning. Even miles away, one could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Jiang Wushuang found himself ensnared within a small luminous shield. As he reached out to touch the barrier, multiple bolts of electricity surged forth, forcing him back. He attempted to shatter it with a powerful strike, yet his palm imprint easily penetrated the shield without fracturing it. Simultaneously, various attacks were unleashed from the surroundings. Jiang Wushuang surveyed the scene, observing Zhao Tongquan, Ding Chao, Gu Tzuding, and others, each ensnared within their own small shields, all endeavoring to break free. Regrettably, each attempt was met with thunderous strikes that descended upon them, causing considerable distress. Jiang Wushuang pondered the sudden emergence of a grand formation. Suddenly, he spotted a figure moving effortlessly within the array, seemingly untouched by the lightning, as if intentionally evading it. The individual walked on air, making their way toward the fragments suspended in midair, effortlessly grasping one in their hand without any hindrance. "Shuihe, so it was you orchestrating all of this?" Ding Chao, trapped within his own shield, gazed at the figure holding the fragment, glowing with an eerie blue light, and let out a cold snort. It appeared that the so-called fragments of sacred artifacts appearing in Qingshan County were a deliberate bait cast by you. In the midst of it all, Shuihe, whose face was illuminated by the azure light, chuckled softly and remarked, "You have guessed entirely correctly. It's just a pity you came to this realization too late. Ding Chao, I am aware that your Hahuan sect has already obtained a fragment of the sacred artifact. Hand it over." With one hand clutching the fragment, Shuihe unleashed a tremendous surge of true essence into the dome above him. Instantly, multiple bolts of lightning cascaded down upon Ding Chao, forcing him to roar in defiance as he defended himself. "Shuihe, do you intend to seize my fragment?" Ding Chao's gaze sharpened, suddenly erupting in laughter. "Huh? How would you know I came here not to steal your fragment?" "Huh?" Shuihe scoffed, slowly elevating the fragment in his hand. A massive beam of pale blue light descended from the top of the enormous shield, enveloping it. The mingling hues of blue and azure instantly saturated the entirety of Qingshan Lake. "Do you truly believe an incomplete Xianyin Thunder formation can ensnare me? Shuihe, you underestimate my capabilities." Ding Chao laughed disdainfully, preparing to break free from the formation. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted slightly. He noticed the fragment in his possession slowly drifting away. Alarmed, he hastily reached out to grasp it, but it felt as though it were being drawn from his grasp. Turning sharply to Shuihe's side, he saw streams of azure and blue light emanating from there, converging toward the fragment in his hand. It was this force that nearly caused him to lose control over the fragment. "You truly brought the fragments," Shuihe remarked, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement as he gazed at the fragment Ding Chao held, as if it were already his. In the midst of his speech, he once again commanded the formation, causing a torrent of thunder to rain down. "Shuihe, You actually intend to forcibly merge the fragments using the power of the formation? Ding Chao felt a surge of panic. He had initially believed that the mysterious Yin Thunder formation was meant to confine him. It now appeared that he was mistaken. Shuehi sought to leverage the formation's strength to seize his fragments and merge them against his will. You realize this too late. Shuehi sneered, and under his command, the beams enveloping the fragments intensified once more. At last, the fragment in Ding Chao's grasp slipped away, soaring towards Shuehi. With a blinding flash of azure light, the two fragments coalesced into one. Jiang Wushuang silently observed this unfolding scene, astonished. Who would have thought it could be played this way? It seemed that the so-called fragments of the demonic artifact appearing in Qingshan County were merely a ruse. The Xianyin sect had deliberately disseminated false information, intending to lure individuals like Ding Chao, who possessed fragments, only to seize them in the end. This tactic proved remarkably effective. After all, those without fragments yearned to acquire them, while those who possessed them aspired to obtain even more. He too had been drawn in by this deception. Why was my fragment not summoned? Jiang Wushuang subtly touched the fragment hidden within her bosom while glancing at Ding Chao, who was flushed with rage from losing his fragment. Ding Chao had lost control due to the azure light emanating from another fragment, causing it to slip from his grasp. Although a similar azure light had also fallen upon him, the fragment in Jiang's possession remained unresponsive. It seemed her fragment had been purified, severing its connection to the original, thus escaping theft. At that moment, Shuehi once again held the fragments tightly in his hands. The two pieces fused together, increasing in size by a factor of 2. He examined the fragments with barely concealed excitement, then abruptly turned his gaze towards Gu Tsuding. Do you also possess fragments? Tian Shahal, why did you not bring them? Gu Tsuding scoffed, realizing that the Xianyin sect's collaboration with Tian Shahal harbored ill intentions. Clearly, this so-called partnership was a sham, designed to deceive me into coming here. How could I possibly comply with your wishes? Humph, Shuehi snorted lightly, then dashed out of the grand formation, soaring into the distance with the fragments in hand. Shuehi, if you dare to seize my fragments, I shall pursue you to the Xianyin sect. Ding Chao bellowed at the retreating figure. Ding Chao, I await you at the Xianyin sect, came Shuehi's mocking voice from afar. Just then, a beam of light shot skyward from within the grand formation. Jiang Wushuang turned to see that Gu Tsuding had shattered the small barrier that had imprisoned him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued the direction of Shuehi. Shuehi, leave the fragments behind. His voice roared like thunder, echoing through the night sky. Clearly, the grand formation had lost Shuehi's control, its power significantly diminished, allowing Gu Tsuding to break free. Zhao Tong, witnessing this scene, also attempted to breach the formation, but despite several attempts, he was unsuccessful. It appears that although the power of the formation has diminished considerably, the difficulty of breaking through it remains substantial. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another beam of light shot skyward beside him. He turned to look and felt a chill run through him. Ding Chao had also emerged from the formation. Fortunately, at that moment, he was oblivious to his surroundings, focusing instead on the direction in which Shuehi had vanished. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed that Ding Chao, instead of pursuing Shuehi, who was attempting to seize his fragments, had turned his gaze towards him. Zhao Tongquan felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he was ensnared by that cold, penetrating stare. Just then, another small light shield shattered nearby, and Jiang Wushuang slowly stepped out. He too glanced in the direction where Shuehi had disappeared. Yet, in that brief moment, the other party had completely vanished without a trace. Even with the release of his divine sense, he could not detect a hint of the other's presence. Young friend. Young friend. At that moment, Zhao Tongquan's voice reached him. Jiang Wushuang turned to look, only to see the old fellow casting a pleading glance from within the light shield. Jiang Wushuang's gaze lingered on Zhao Tongquan for a second before he averted it, as if he had not seen him at all. Rescue you? After saving you, you would flee again? Zhao Tongquan felt utterly despondent. Chapter 143, A Single Cut Shuehi. Ding Chao gazed into the distance, gritting his teeth as he uttered 2 words. Although he had sensed the issue earlier, he had believed that his formidable strength would enable him to crush any conspiracy. Little did he expect that Shuehi would go so far as to relocate the protective formation of the Xianyin sect to seize a fragment. That fragment was a hard-won prize for the Hehuan sect. Now that it had slipped from his grasp, How could he not be furious? Alas, despite his mounting rage, all he could do was lament his own carelessness. Beyond that, he found himself devoid of any alternative. After all, that fragment was not merely a shard of a sacred weapon. It was his most potent trump card. An attack utilizing the fragment could double its power. Now that he had lost this crucial asset, even if he were to catch up with Shui, he would be powerless against him. Damn it! Ding Chao cursed under his breath. He then turned to Zhao Tongquan. Despite the loss of the fragment, the Qingshan County could not be in vain. At the very least, he aimed to avenge the pursuit from years past. Young friend, rescue me. You all can deal with Ding Chao together, Zhao Tongquan pleaded, lowering his stance as he saw that the other party was ignoring him. Unfortunately, Jiang Wushuang seemed oblivious to his entreaty. In a one-on-one confrontation, he truly did not require assistance. While Jiang Wushuang scrutinized Ding Chao, the latter also cast a glance in his direction. I didn't expect you to have fled from the imperial city as well, Ding Chao remarked in a low voice. From the moment Jiang Wushuang appeared, he felt a sense of familiarity. However, he had been preoccupied with battle and had not pondered it further. Now, upon closer inspection, he recalled that it was this young man who had previously outpaced him to abduct Jiang Wushuang, the one privy to the fragment's information, thus depriving Ding Chao of another opportunity to acquire a shard. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback. He could not recall any prior encounter between them. Do we know each other? He inquired. Ignoring him, Ding Chao continued. If I am not mistaken, you are the so-called son of destiny, are you not? Jiang Wushuang was once again astonished. He had not anticipated that the other party was aware of this. Zhao Tongquan, overhearing their exchange, regarded Jiang Wushuang with incredulity. As a member of the Deqian court, he was naturally aware of the significance surrounding the Son of Destiny. The Deqian had even assembled a team to secretly seek this individual. After the initial shock, Zhao Tongquan's eyes brimmed with profound astonishment. If he were indeed the Son of Destiny, had he not just become a master mere months prior, achieving the life wheel in such a short span? Zhao Tongquan's expression froze, feeling as if his century-long understanding of martial arts had been utterly upended. As he scrutinized the figure before him, he was momentarily stunned. Having previously assumed him to be at the life wheel level, he had not examined closely. Now, upon probing with his spiritual sense, he was astonished to discover that the young man was not at the life wheel stage, but rather at the master realm. The realm of the Grand Master is comparable to that of the Wheel of Fate? Zhao Tongquan blinked, his mind conjuring the image of Jiang Wushuang's earlier strike that had saved him. In an instant, Zhao's expression became rigid. He felt a shock tenfold greater than when he learned of the Wheel of Fate. However, this astonishment soon transformed into overwhelming joy. This was indeed the child of fortune. Without such extraordinary talent and strength, how could one alter destiny? Young friend, let us join forces against Ding Chao. I swear on my life to protect you, Zhao declared, a flicker of determination shining in his eyes. In comparison to the fragments of the demonic artifact, the child of fortune held tenfold greater significance for the great Qian. He would not permit Jiang Wushuang to encounter any misfortune. Jiang Wushuang turned to glance at Zhao Tongquan, pondering briefly before swinging his blade, aiding Zhao in breaking through the protective barrier. Thank you, young friend. Zhao approached him, standing resolute against Ding Chao. Ignoring Zhao, Ding Chao fixed his gaze upon Jiang Wushuang and spoke in a low voice. So, you are the one who killed the young master of the Harmony sect? Jiang Wushuang did not respond, merely snorting disdainfully. Do you wish to fight or not? With that, he slowly raised his blade. The overwhelming intent of his sword unfurled like a tornado, emanating from him, while a massive vortex appeared on the surface of the Qingshan Lake beneath. Ethereal blue flames flickered around. As Jiang Wushuang unleashed his strike, a shadow of the blade rapidly expanded from his long sword, soaring towards the heavens. The shadow was enveloped in ghostly flames, cleaving through the sky with tremendous force. The magnitude of this assault left Zhao Tongquan in awe. He feared he would not withstand such a blow. As the earth-shattering strike descended, Qingshan Lake erupted into towering waves, seeming to split the surface in two. With this strike, Ding Chao would either perish or be gravely wounded, Zhao thought. However, as the water cascaded down and visibility returned, he was astonished to see Ding Chao standing effortlessly in midair, devoid of even a drop of water upon him. Zhao Tongquan was initially taken aback, but soon realized that Ding Chao was not as unfazed as he appeared. After battling for some time without utilizing a weapon, he now grasped a long sword in his hand, having employed it to deflect the blade's radiance. Indeed, Ding Chao's face darkened as he remarked, "You are formidable. To have compelled me to draw my sword at the Grandmaster level." As he spoke, his figure began to ascend, his sleeves billowing, hair dancing without wind, exuding an ever-increasing aura. "If I do not slay you today, you will surely become a great threat to my Harmony sect in the future." With that, he pierced the heavens with his sword. Countless sword shadows erupted from his grasp, each formed from condensed true essence. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of sword shadows filled the sky above. Each one contained the terrifying might of a Wheel of Fate practitioner's strike. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. Ding Chao was indeed a formidable Wheel of Fate practitioner, vastly superior to the grandmasters he had encountered thus far. He was undoubtedly the most powerful adversary Jiang had faced to date. The Dragon Blade proved ineffective against the formidable Wheel of Fate practitioners, a realization that prompted Jiang Wushuang to exhale a soft sigh. After ascending to the third tier of the Master Realm, his strength had indeed seen a significant enhancement, leading him to contemplate testing his skills against Ding Zhao. Clearly, Ding Zhao was far more powerful than he had anticipated. However, he remained unperturbed, for he had merely engaged in a preliminary skirmish. He possessed his own hidden trump cards. Prior to entering the fray, he had expended 500,000 cultivation points to elevate the first-grade Shanqing blade from its pinnacle state to perfection. When martial techniques are cultivated to perfection, they transcend their original grade and ascend to a new echelon. His previous lack of advancement was primarily due to insufficient cultivation points. Having recently vanquished a dozen masters and acquired several million points, he had not hesitated to enhance his capabilities, thus fortifying his confidence in facing the Wheel of Fate. What formidable power might the perfected first-grade Shanqing blade wield? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes as he gazed at the myriad sword shadows piercing the night sky above, devoid of any fear. Despite the overwhelming pressure that left him somewhat breathless, he was confident he could slice through it with a single strike. Just as he prepared to unleash his blade, he suddenly paused in surprise. The figure of Zhao Tongquan, who had been standing beside him moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Glancing back, he saw that Zhao had transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating into the distance. Jiang Wushuang shook his head in bemusement, muttering, "That old fellow promised to protect me with his life, and now he has fled." Chapter 144. I accepted. Zhao Tong was enveloped in true essence, radiating brilliance. Above and behind him, countless sword shadows filled the sky. Though the sword shadows appeared scattered, they were interconnected, resembling a singular entity. The entire sky twisted, and even the full moon altered its shape. The overwhelming pressure was such that even his life will struggled to bear it. Zhao Tong's face was etched with terror. From the very beginning, Ding Chao had unleashed such a sword technique, and he had long since met his demise. Therefore, upon witnessing the sword move, he felt no inclination to resist and instinctively fled into the distance. However, after running a short distance, he remembered that the son of Qi Luck from Deqian was still behind him, and his expression turned grim. "Young friend, quickly escape. Ding Chao is beyond our capability to confront." Zhao Tong shouted back. Jiang Wushuang, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. He had initially hoped to have this fellow draw fire away from him, but now it seemed the roles had reversed, with him drawing fire for Zhao Tong. He glanced at the ominous sword shadows overhead and, after a moment's contemplation, pursued Zhao Tong. As he prepared to unleash the perfected Shanqing blade, a tidal wave of true essence surged within him, akin to a concealed dragon yearning to break free. He sensed that this strike would far exceed his expectations, so he intended to execute it after landing. After all, while his divine ability Yukong allowed him to fly, it did not grant him the same ease as a life-will warrior. It was safer to wait until he was grounded before unleashing his technique. Unfortunately, the myriad sword shadows descended with alarming swiftness. Zhao Tong narrowly evaded one strike, but Jiang Wushuang was instantly engulfed by the sword shadows. Boom! Zhao Tong felt as though the azure mountains and lake behind him were upturned, the very air around him trembling. Turning to look, he was met with a blinding spray of water erupting skyward. Ding Chao stood poised in the void, brandishing his long sword, resembling a deity of death descending from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura. Jiang Wushuang had vanished from sight. A sense of foreboding gripped Zhao Tong's heart. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes brightened. From amidst the water's spray, a blade of light shot upwards, followed closely by a figure enveloped in golden radiance. It was his young friend. After bursting forth, Jiang Wushuang immediately dashed toward the lake's edge. "Young friend, are you unharmed?" Zhao Tong scrutinized Jiang Wushuang, relieved to find him merely disheveled. "You really run fast, old man," Jiang Wushuang remarked, rolling his eyes. Once again, he had drawn fire away from Zhao Tong. It was undeniable that the attacks of life-wheel warriors were far beyond what a master could contend with. They slaughtered masters like one would chickens. Yet, even before a life-wheel warrior, he still felt somewhat strained. "Ahem, young friend, please do not take offense. This old body of mine simply cannot withstand such turmoil," Zhao Tong said, his expression filled with awkwardness. To Jiang Wushuang's astonishment, the old man did not flee this time, but stood before him, saying, "Young friend, you should depart first. This time, I shall shield you from Ding Zhao." In the sky above, Ding Zhao gazed in disbelief as Jiang Wushuang surged forth, effortlessly breaking through his sword shadow, untouched. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Truly, fortune favored him. Although still at the master level, his strength was now comparable to that of the Fate Wheel. Despite being his adversary, Ding Zhao could not help but voice his admiration. However, the next moment, a glint of icy determination emanated from Ding Zhao's gaze as he regarded Zhao Tongquan, sending a chill down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a hellish dragon. His heart raced with trepidation. Were it not for his unwavering resolve to protect the child of destiny, he would have retreated in haste. Ding Zhao raised his sword to the heavens, and the myriad stars and the full moon seemed to respond to his summons. The cascading brilliance converged upon his blade. The entire sky behind him warped, as if his sword had pierced the very fabric of the firmament, wielding the power of the heavens. This time, there was no grand display of sword shadows. Yet Zhao Tongquan looked up in terror, as if an invisible colossal sword were descending, tightening the grip of dread upon his heart. The sword of rending void. Zhao Tongquan's eyes widened in horror as he realized the insurmountable chasm that had developed between him and Ding Zhao over the past 30 years. He found himself utterly incapable of even halting Ding Zhao's advance. "Run!" Zhao Tongquan could only shout desperately to Jiang Wushuang behind him. Simultaneously, he raised his hands, seemingly attempting to withstand the impending invisible onslaught. Alas, he felt a violent tremor coursing through him as his lower body sank into the ground. In the sky, Ding Zhao unleashed a second strike. Compared to the previous one, this strike's momentum doubled. "Zhao Tongquan, what of the child of destiny from your Deqian? Will he not perish at my hands?" A resounding laugh echoed through the air. Yet, where the sword pointed, the sky contorted, and the sword's might descended like an ancient divine weapon, unstoppable. Despair filled Zhao Tongquan's eyes. Yet, contemplating his potential to save the child of destiny, a sense of peace washed over him. "Old man, step aside." However, the sudden voice that pierced the air felt like a dagger to his heart. Confused, he turned to look. "Young friend, why have you not departed?" Jiang Wushuang stood there, his expression devoid of emotion, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying sword force descending above. He slowly raised his blade, gently caressing its surface. In an instant, a powerful gust erupted from the ground, billowing his garments. His entire demeanor radiated an aura akin to that of a celestial being. Upon closer inspection, a vast, ethereal silhouette hovered behind him, gripping a long blade that reached into the heavens. The silhouette then swiftly contracted, merging with Jiang Wushuang. In that fleeting moment, he emanated a brilliance that rivaled Ding Zhao's might, even subtly overshadowing him. With a swift strike, he unleashed his blade. A slender streak of light darted towards Ding Zhao in the night sky, fleeting past like a shooting star. In the next instant, it erupted in a blaze akin to the fires of the earth. The light that had just vanished transformed into a towering beam, exploding in the night sky and dazzling Zhao Tongquan to the point where he could not keep his eyes open. The oppressive sword intent that had previously suffocated him dissipated in that moment. What followed was a terrifying aura of blade intent that filled the heavens and the earth. How could this be possible? A voice filled with shock and disbelief emanated from Ding Zhao in the sky. Yet, the voice was swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming blade intent. As the blade intent gradually faded, Zhao Tongquan felt the weight lift, allowing him to slowly open his eyes. He beheld a scene of swirling leaves, and within a radius of several hundred feet, the flowers, grass, and trees lay shattered, a scene of utter devastation. Above him, like a deity of death, Ding Chao plummeted headfirst towards the ground. Zhao Tongquan thought he must be imagining things. Upon focusing his gaze, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. A gaping hole the size of a head had formed in Ding Chao's chest, through which the stars of the night sky were visible. With a thunderous crash, Ding Chao's figure struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhao Tongquan realized that Ding Chao still clung to a breath of life, albeit only just. He watched as Jiang Wushuang approached him slowly, disbelief evident in his eyes. He attempted to struggle to his feet, but could only manage to move his hands slightly. Jiang Wushuang lowered her gaze to the fallen figure and slowly raised the blade in her hand. Ding Chao, I shall accept your life. Chapter 145, Mastery of the Fourth Level. Dead. Zhao Tongquan stood agape, his expression frozen as he beheld the scene before him. Before his eyes, Jiang Wushuang's blade fell, and a severed head rolled aside. That was Ding Chao, the guardian of the Hehuan sect, a figure who had roamed the realms of Deqian with impunity for over a century. While it was not surprising to drive him away, to slay him was an entirely different challenge. This had been the reason Zhao had pursued him for thousands of miles 30 years prior, only to have him escape. Now, Ding Chao had advanced even further in strength compared to 3 decades ago, forcing Zhao to flee for his life. Of course, Zhao's own decline in vitality played a significant role. Unlike 3 decades prior, he had made no progress whatsoever and even showed signs of a potential drop in cultivation level. Thus, this expedition had turned into such a dire predicament. In stark contrast, Ding Chao was at the peak of his vitality. It would not have been easy to kill him, yet he was now slain by a single stroke from Jiang Wushuang. Zhao's heart surged with tumultuous waves as his gaze shifted to Jiang Wushuang. In light of his own decline, this child of fortune was on an exponential rise. Merely months after breaking through to the Master Realm, he had slain a formidable figure of the Fate Wheel. The mere notion of it would be met with disbelief by others. That strike that felled Ding Chao was not merely terrifying. It was nothing short of miraculous. Zhao felt that even those stronger than Ding Chao could be vanquished by him. After the initial shock, Zhao's eyes gradually filled with exhilaration. With such a person bound to the fortunes of Deqian, how could the realm not flourish? Jiang Wushuang paid no heed to Zhao's astonished gaze, instead staring vacantly at the corpse on the ground. That last strike had startled even him. It was said that when martial skills reached consummation, they would transcend their original grade. He had previously lacked any concept of this, but now he began to grasp its significance. This was not merely transcendence, it was transformation. The power exhibited by the Shangqing blade had far exceeded its previous magnitude, redefining the very essence of swordsmanship. In that fleeting moment, it had summoned the forces of heaven and earth, bearing an enigmatic might. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback, yet upon reflection, it became somewhat understandable. Mastering martial skills to a high degree was feasible, but reaching the pinnacle was a formidable challenge. Among those he had slain, only one had attained such heights. As for reaching perfection, he had yet to encounter anyone who had. Moreover, the Shangqing blade was a first-grade skill. Achieving perfection implied surpassing the existing levels and attaining a new height, which warranted such formidable power. However, he was still unclear about the grade to which the Shangqing blade now belonged. He pondered what might be the power of 9 tripod refining spirit upon reaching perfection. As he sensed the enhancement brought by his martial skills reaching the state of completion, he could not help but desire to elevate 9 tripod refining spirit as well. After all, it was also a first-grade martial skill, and being a ghostly cultivation technique, it did not conflict with the Shangqing blade. For now, that matter would have to be set aside. Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to seize the opportunity for memory inheritance. As he gazed upon the softly glowing memory transmission before him, a flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes. This was the first life-will strongman he had slain. How many cultivation points would it yield, he wondered. His sole expectation lay in the cultivation points, as his martial skills were already sufficient. Only by elevating his realm could his strength truly grow. As the memory inheritance was received, vivid scenes began to unfold within his mind. A blood-soaked room came into view, where a wailing child was hoisted onto someone's shoulder and carried away. On the floor lay the lifeless body of his kin. Subsequently, he was brought to the Hehuan sect. a place teeming with hundreds of children, all gathered from various regions as demonic progeny. They were cast into a blood pool, subjected to myriad forms of training. Months later, only those who passed the trials remained. The others became part of the blood pool. Ding Chao was the most exceptional among the hundreds of children, receiving focused cultivation. Years later, he emerged as the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation within the Hahuan sect. He ascended from disciple to elder, and ultimately to protector, becoming one of the most esteemed figures in the sect. The Hahuan sect possessed a certain depth and heritage, which surprised Jiang Wushuang. Ding Chao was a core member of the Hahuan sect, and through his memories, Jiang gained a fresh perspective on this one of the 6 sects of demon path. Within the Hahuan sect, several life-will strong men like him existed, though he hoped never to encounter them. Jiang Wushuang scoffed quietly. In his eyes, those individuals were merely repositories of invaluable experience. As for Ding Chao's sword technique, it was known as sky-rending sword, a first-tier swordsmanship with commendable power. Yet, in comparison to Jiang Wushuang's perfected Shangqing blade, it fell short. After all, his Shangqing blade had reached its pinnacle. The outcomes of battles had already spoken volumes. In conclusion, he no longer required martial techniques that were not particularly remarkable or lacked unique abilities. Acquired 5,000,000 cultivation points. Jiang Wushuang stared at the prompt that appeared before him, his mouth slightly agape, astonished. It actually provided 5 million cultivation points? He glanced at his attribute panel. The cultivation points offered by Ding Chao alone were sufficient to elevate him to the 4th level of the Master Realm. It must be said that slaying life-will strong men indeed facilitated rapid advancement. The only regret was the scarcity of life wheels. He had yet to encounter many. It was a stroke of luck to find 3 here, although 2 had escaped. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately allocated the cultivation points, preparing to ascend to the 4th level of the Master Realm. Young friend, what are you doing? Zhao Tongquan observed Jiang Wushuang sitting cross-legged, his expression one of confusion. Upon realizing the surging true essence within him, he was momentarily taken aback. A breakthrough? Zhao Tongquan found himself at a loss for words. He genuinely feared that Shui Higu might return, and if that occurred during Zhang's critical moment of breakthrough, it would spell trouble. However, Jiang Wushuang's breakthrough had already commenced. He could only stand guard nearby, offering his protection. Before long, in less than half an hour, Jiang Wushuang opened his eyes. Had he failed? Zhao Tongquan looked utterly perplexed. Yet, his astonishment was short-lived as he soon realized that Jiang Wushuang's aura had noticeably intensified. It was evident that he had succeeded in his breakthrough. Zhao Tongquan was left in a state of disbelief. Was the process of breakthrough truly so effortless? He recalled his own arduous experiences during his Master Realm breakthroughs, which could take anywhere from a few days to several months, often requiring multiple attempts to achieve success. In comparison, Jiang Wushuang's half-hour endeavor seemed like an insurmountable chasm. The child of fortune was indeed exceptional, Zhao Tongquan mused. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang remained silent, immersed in the sensations brought about by his newfound strength. His true essence had doubled. His divine infant had grown, and his divine consciousness had undergone significant transformation. A mere flick of his fingers allowed him to perceive the explosive sounds of energy. If he were to face Ding Zhao again at this moment, victory would come with far greater ease. Having gained a rough understanding of his enhanced capabilities, he summoned the ghost dragon and soared towards the distant night sky. My young friend, are you heading back to the Imperial City? Zhao Tongquan hastily followed, unwilling to let go of the child of fortune he had finally discovered. However, Jiang Wushuang simply shook his head and replied, I intend to seize the fragments of the sacred artifact. Zhao Tongquan was bewildered. The fragments had been taken by Shui He, who had long since vanished from sight. Jiang Wushuang chuckled lightly. Indeed, Shui He had fled, making him difficult to locate. Yet, having previously slain several masters of the Xianin sect, he had learned of their hiding place in Qingshan County. Regardless of the odds, he felt compelled to take a chance. After all, it concerned millions of cultivation points and 2 precious fragments. Chapter 146. The search in Qingshan County. In a secluded valley, a young man dressed in splendid robes entered. The valley, visible in its entirety at a glance, was surrounded on 3 sides by verdant mountains. As the young man stepped into the valley, a translucent barrier suddenly materialized before him. Upon entering this luminous veil, the young man's form became ethereal, ultimately vanishing along with the shimmering screen. The valley was left desolate, as if it had never been visited by anyone. Upon crossing the barrier, the young man found himself in a grand estate, adorned with pavilions, flowing water, and artificial hills. No sooner had he appeared than a thunderous voice echoed, demanding to know who dared intrude. The voice resonated powerfully, followed by the emergence of a figure clad in gray robes, exuding a formidable presence and an air of indifference. However, upon recognizing the young man, his expression shifted dramatically. "Ancient elder, you." The gray-robed elder bowed deeply, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This man was a formidable figure of the Tiansha Hall, capable of slaying masters with a mere snap of his fingers. Yet, in this moment, his hair was disheveled, and his robes bore multiple rips, presenting a disheveled appearance. It was no wonder he had not recognized the young man at first. He had never imagined that Gu Tsuding would be reduced to such a state. Gu Tsuding furrowed his brow and sighed heavily. "We have underestimated the situation." He settled onto a nearby seat, prompting the gray-robed figure to immediately serve tea with utmost respect. "The fragments have been taken by Shrugged." Gu Tsuding's gaze sharpened. He had long suspected that there were complications concerning the expedition to Qingshan County, which is why he had refrained from bringing the sacred artifact fragments acquired by Tiansha Hall. The wisdom of this decision was now evident. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Ding Chao, losing not only the fragments he sought, but also those he already possessed. After breaking through the array at Qingshan Lake, he had pursued Shrugged, but despite catching up, he had been forcefully repelled due to the latter's possession of the fragments. The memory of Shrugged's imposing presence while wielding the fragments sent a tremor through him. Despite his superior strength, he had been forced to retreat empty-handed due to the enhancement provided by the shards. Regretting his failure to bring the fragments along, he pondered the loss of 2 pieces. "Ancient elder, there is another matter I must report." The gray-robed figure hesitated, his face revealing uncertainty. "Speak." Gu Tsuding's countenance darkened. The loss of the fragments had already left him irate, and the expression on the gray-robed figure's face indicated further bad news. "Ancient elder, the 3 saints have not returned." Before he could finish, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing his complexion to pale. Their absence implied only one thing: they were dead. Gu Tsuding slammed his palm onto the stone table before him, shattering it into dust. Images of a man standing atop a ghostly dragon flashed in his mind. Previously, during the contention for the fragments, that man had rampaged through their ranks, mercilessly slaying members of Tiansha Hall. It was one thing to kill his compatriots, but to have slain even the 3 saints of Tiansha? Gu Tsuding's expression darkened further, his fury palpable. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Find him for me." In the sky, 2 figures flashed by. One of them stood upon a black ghost dragon, while beside him, an elderly man seemed to tread upon the void. Zhao Tongquan was unaware of Jiang Wushuang's destination and merely followed along. Initially, he paid little heed to the ghost dragon beneath him. However, as they continued on their journey, he was astonished to discover that the speed of this ghost dragon was not in the least inferior to his own as a fate wheel cultivator. It was noteworthy that this was merely a ghost dragon of the master realm. It seemed that not only was Jiang Wushuang exceptionally gifted, but the ghostly companion he had subdued was also quite extraordinary. It was said that this ghost dragon hailed from the God Burial Sea. Only in such a place could one find such remarkable creatures. Zhao Tongquan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Yet, Jiang Wushuang paid him no mind. He was focused on flying while spreading his consciousness to search the surroundings. Although he had learned the hidden location of the Xianyin sect from the memories he had acquired, those locations were shrouded in a concealed grand array, providing only a vague sense of their whereabouts. He needed to search diligently to uncover the truth. As for whether he could find Shrugged, he was uncertain. After all, fate will cultivators possessed great speed and strong concealment abilities. Who could say whether Shrugged had departed from Qingshan County? Seeking out his lair was entirely a matter of chance. "My young friend, Shrugged has likely fled." Zhao Tongquan's voice echoed once more. At this point, he had shed his earlier disappointment over the lost fragments. Instead, he felt he had stumbled upon something far more valuable than a demonic artifact, which was the fortunate presence of the Son of Destiny beside him. Witnessing Jiang Wushuang's decisive strike against Ding Chao had left him deeply impressed. With him around, even if the 6 demonic sects acquired a demonic artifact, they would hardly pose a threat. As he spoke, Jiang Wushuang descended upon the ghost dragon. Landing on the ground, and began searching the surroundings. Zhao Tongquan looked on in confusion. Below them lay a dense forest. Scanning the area with his consciousness, he found no traces of human presence, nor even a single animal. Yet, Jiang Wushuang continued to search, which struck him as quite peculiar. In truth, Jiang Wushuang was equally perplexed. The location from his memory was indeed here. Normally, one would discover signs of a typical concealment formation with a simple search. Yet now, he had not found even the slightest clue. It seemed this concealment formation was far from ordinary. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Wushuang resumed his search. Previously, he had uncovered a formation concealed for decades outside the imperial city. Surely he would not struggle to find something here? Indeed, it was not long before he discovered the concealed array platform hidden underground. Upon shattering the array platform, the grand concealment formation was revealed. Before him, within the once verdant forest, several small houses appeared. The figures within all looked up in astonishment towards the sky. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the grand formation before him, his brow slightly furrowing. According to logic, having breached the grand array, if Shui were here, he would have revealed himself by now. Indeed, as he stepped into the grand formation and his divine consciousness swept across, he discovered only a solitary master and several disciples at the gathering spirit stage. These individuals were unfortunate to encounter Jiang Wushuang. He unleashed the ghost dragon, and soon the air was filled with roars and screams within the formation. When the ghost dragon returned to his side, his attribute panel displayed an increase of several 100,000 cultivation points. How did you know there were members of the Xian sect hidden here? Zhao Tong, standing nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity. If Jiang Wushuang's formidable strength and extraordinary talent stemmed from being the child of fortune, then the discovery of the concealed location of the Xian sect utterly confounded him. Upon his arrival in Qingshan County, he had mobilized the forces of Deqian and local sects to hunt down these demonic fiends, yet regrettably, nothing had been unearthed. This clearly indicated how well these individuals concealed themselves. Not here, Jiang Wushuang murmured, a slight furrow forming on his brow. He then mounted the ghost dragon once more and soared into the distance. Although he had not found Shui here, he remained hopeful, for there were still 2 more such hidden locations to explore. Chapter 147. I have returned in a thatched cottage. A pale azure glow cascaded through the windows, casting an ethereal light. Where this azure hue touched, flowers withered, and trees succumbed to desolation. A figure darted swiftly beneath the starlit sky, drawing closer to the cottage. Clad in azure garments, his countenance was stern, and his speed was remarkable. Upon observing the surrounding decay, he momentarily paused in astonishment. Within a radius of several hundred feet from the cottage, the land resembled a barren wasteland, devoid of vitality. A formidable aura emanated from within the cottage, unapologetically palpable. Even a master would feel a sense of suffocation in its presence. The figure in azure hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. Inside, there was but a single silhouette, seated before a table. Suspended in midair above the table was a fragment of a broken blade, its peculiar form adorned with various strange engravings. At that moment, the fragment hovered gracefully, and the azure glow that permeated the room emanated from it. Beside the broken blade, Shui observed with keen interest. Ding Chao, that old wretch, has finally fallen into my grasp, he scoffed softly. The 6 factions of the demonic path were embroiled in conflict. 30 years ago, Ding Chao had been a tyrant, oppressing those who shared the same path. Now, seizing the fragment of the sacred artifact from him was a form of retribution. Alas, the old fox, Gu Ziyuding, was too cunning. Shui suppressed his smile, a hint of disdain escaping his lips. According to the Xian sect, the heavenly calamity palace also possessed a fragment. Thus, he had sought them out at once. Regrettably, despite his intricate schemes, he had ultimately been unable to outwit this old fox. The old fox wishes to reclaim the fragment from me, Shui mused, chuckling at the thought of Gu Ziyuding's hasty retreat. The old man would likely avoid him like the plague upon their next encounter. Supreme Elder. The figure in azure entered the cottage, pausing momentarily before speaking. Shui remained fixated on the broken blade, not turning to acknowledge him. Supreme Elder, the others who accompanied you to Qingshan Lake, including Elder Hua, have yet to return. The azure-clad figure's voice trembled slightly. Shui raised an eyebrow, the image of the one who had seized the ghost dragon surfacing in his mind. Understood, Losses were to be expected when claiming a sacred artifact. Gradually, his brow unfurled in relief. However, the heir has not returned either. The azure figure spoke haltingly. Indeed, Shui, who had been nonchalant moments prior, suddenly whirled around, an icy chill enveloping the space, causing the figure in azure to shudder. He is dead? The frigid words pierced through the air like needles. Why, yes. The exhilaration of acquiring the fragment dissipated instantly for Shui. The demise of Hua Shou and his cohorts was inconsequential, but the heir was the future of the Xianin sect. Having already lost the young master of the Xianin sect, now even the only heir with the potential to surpass him has perished? This threatens to sever the very roots of the Xianin sect. Have we ascertained his identity? Shui, disregarding the severed blade floating in midair, fixed his gaze upon the figure clad in green before him. This individual's origins are enigmatic, and thus far, no pertinent information has surfaced. The figure in green lowered his head and remarked, "Useless. He has nearly annihilated our ranks, and yet we remain ignorant of his identity." Shui retorted sharply. "However, he has already destroyed our 2 hidden strongholds and seems to be searching for the Grand Elder." The figure in green continued, still gazing downward. "Searching for me?" Shui paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing. "It appears he seeks to seize the sacred artifact from my grasp. Very well, if I do not pursue him, he has come to seek me out." The figure in green, sensing Shui's dismissiveness towards this mysterious figure, hesitated before saying, "Grand Elder, this individual may be more formidable than he appears, even." Shui, noticing the hesitation in the green-clad figure's words, interrupted with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. What can a nameless brat possibly amount to? The figure in green bore a complex expression, fear glimmering in his eyes. He killed Ding Zhao. What did you say? Shui furrowed his brow, doubting his own hearing. He beheaded Ding Zhao by the banks of Qingshan Lake. What? Upon hearing the figure in green repeat this, disbelief etched itself upon Shui's face. He killed Ding Zhao. How could that be possible? Shui's eyes widened in shock, his expression frozen. Ding Zhao was, after all, a renowned figure among the strong wielders of fate. Many could defeat him, but to slay him was no small feat as this thought crossed his mind. The image of the dragon-riding figure loomed larger in his mind. Indeed, he is no ordinary foe. Shui murmured, his pupils contracting. "Fear not, Grand Elder. That individual is merely searching in our hidden stronghold. He will not discover this place," the figure in green assured with a smile. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than his countenance paled, as if the very air around him had frozen, rendering his body immobile. He looked up to see Shui's abyss-like gaze fixed upon him. "Do you believe I would fear him?" The figure in green was enveloped by a terrifying aura of murderous intent, causing his very soul to tremble. No, I dare not." Shui snorted coldly, seizing the severed blade floating nearby, and in an instant, his entire being radiated a brilliant green light, akin to a deity of death from the netherworld. "Tell me, where is he?" "Young friend, in my humble opinion, Shui must have already taken the fragments and departed," Zhao Tong advised earnestly, trailing behind Jiang Wushuang. He too was perplexed by the source of Jiang Wushuang's intelligence. For within half a day of locating one hidden lair of the Xianin sect, he had uncovered a second, and now, astonishingly, a third. Alas, the first 2 strongholds bore no trace of Shui. This is the final location. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the concealed formation before him. After 2 consecutive disappointments, he harbored little hope for this place. Indeed, from the memories of the masters he had vanquished earlier, it seemed that Shui had truly departed. One could understand his decision. Having acquired such a significant fragment, it was only prudent for him to return to his sect at the first opportunity in order to avert any unforeseen circumstances. However, his journey was not entirely in vain. At the previous 2 strongholds, he had encountered a master at each offering over 200,000 cultivation points. As Jiang Wushuang scrutinized the formation before him, he slowly raised his hand and struck down, shattering the formation with a single blow. In the next instant, the ghostly dragon surged forward into the breach. Soon, the sounds of a chaotic battle erupted from within. Yet, the clamor subsided after merely several breaths. Indeed, there was nothing to be found. Disappointment clouded Jiang Wushuang's eyes. This time, not only had he failed to locate Shui, but he had also encountered no masters, only a handful of gathering spirit realm practitioners. yielding a mere few thousand cultivation points. Truly, I am fated to be without the fragments, Jiang Wushuang mused. Zhao Tongquan, standing silently beside him, felt a flicker of relief in his heart. Perhaps not finding Shui was a blessing in disguise. After all, with the demonic artifact fragment in Shui's possession, he would not be as easily dealt with as Ding Chao. Just as the two were preparing to depart, Zhao Tongquan suddenly lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon. He perceived a powerful aura rapidly approaching, surging forth with great intensity. It seemed he had delivered himself right to their doorstep. Jiang Wushuang also fixed his eyes on the distance, a glint of excitement flashing across his gaze as he smiled broadly. Before long, the figure materialized before them. He hovered in midair, his eyes cold as ice. You haven't left? Jiang Wushuang assessed the individual. Who else could it be but Shui? With his hands clasped behind his back, Shui stood suspended above, casting a downward glance at Jiang Wushuang. You are here, so I have returned. Chapter 148. Who says only you have it? You have come back to seek me? Jiang Wushuang could not help but scoff at Shui's words. He had initially prepared to leave Qingshan County in disappointment, but unexpectedly, a surprise awaited him in the end. Zhao Tongquan, witnessing Shui, was far from as composed as Jiang Wushuang. His gaze narrowed as he observed the figure suspended in the air, an unmistakable wariness evident in his eyes. Compared to his presence at Qingshan Lake, Shui exuded a markedly stronger aura, clearly having concealed his true capabilities before. Young friend, do not underestimate him, Zhao Tongquan cautioned. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from Shui, the news of Ding Chao's demise at Qingshan Lake must have spread, and Shui's audacity to pursue at this juncture indicated he had some form of assurance. Jiang Wushuang chose to disregard Zhao Tongquan's warning. Having slain Ding Chao, he had cultivated a newfound confidence in confronting the life-will stronghold. Otherwise, he would not have dared to pursue Shui. He gazed at the figure in the air, slowly drawing his long blade. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a single, sweeping strike. In an instant, an overwhelming blade aura surged forth, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The blade's shadow cleaved through the air, invoking the profound forces of heaven and earth through his perfected supreme blade, radiating an enigmatic and formidable power. Zhao Tongquan, witnessing the rampaging intent of the blade, was compelled to retreat 100 feet away. Despite being a life-will stronghold, he sensed himself utterly outclassed by the figure within the blade's shadow. As he watched the fleeting blade shadow in the sky, memories of Ding Chao's demise resurfaced in his mind, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. If this strike could vanquish Ding Chao, Shui would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Boom! As the blade's shadow flashed, the sky seemed to erupt. A colossal beam of light emerged, instantly engulfing Shui suspended in midair. Yet, before Zhao Tongquan could revel in this sight, his expression shifted dramatically. Within the towering beam, a surge of azure light erupted. Initially faint, the azure glow expanded with an insatiable voracity, rapidly enveloping half the sky. The once mighty beam of light began to dim, ultimately vanishing completely. Simultaneously, several azure rays descended from the heavens, one of which sliced through the air, hurtling towards Zhao Tongquan. Though the azure light was not blinding, Zhao Tongquan felt as if a colossal sword was aimed at him. His face blanched in terror as he exerted all his strength to evade to the side. Rumbling. As the azure light plunged into the ground, it resembled a colossal dragon burrowing deep, causing the earth to tremble violently. The ground shattered inch by inch. Although Zhao Tongquan narrowly escaped the direct assault of the azure light, he was still caught in the aftermath, plummeting from the sky and rolling helplessly before managing to rise. Disheveled. Young friend, flee quickly. Panic surged within Zhao Tongquan. Shui was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only did Jiang Wushuang effortlessly neutralize Ding Chao's lethal attack, but he also possessed the strength to retaliate. This was not merely a slight superiority over Ding Chao. They were on entirely different levels. Turning his gaze, he let out a subtle sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Wushuang rise from the ground. Although somewhat disheveled, he appeared in better condition than himself. However, the sword in his hand had been shattered. Jiang Wushuang soared into the sky, standing majestically in midair. He glanced at the broken sword, his brow slightly furrowing, before discarding it. You have broken my sword? Jiang Wushuang stared in astonishment at the figure across from him. Though his sword was merely an ordinary weapon, under the powerful enveloping of his true essence, it was akin to a divine blade. This marked the first time someone had managed to shatter it. Opposite him, Shui was enveloped in azure light, exuding an aura as formidable as that of an ancient beast. However, at this moment, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Wushuang, revealing a hint of shock. It was no wonder you were able to slay Ding Chao, Shui thought, his heart equally unsettled. Had it not been for the fragment of a sacred artifact in his possession, he doubted he would have emerged unscathed from that recent exchange. The young master of our Xianyin sect, the heir, meets his end at your hands. How just, Shui assessed the figure before him, growing increasingly alarmed. This figure, clearly not of the life wheel, possessed strength more terrifying than that of the life wheel itself. He had never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary individual. Kid, I concede that you are formidable. Shui fixated on Jiang Wushuang for a prolonged moment, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Regrettably, you should not have crossed paths with me. With that, he slowly raised his hand, pointing at Jiang Wushuang. In his grasp lay a broken sword, merely a fragment, shrouded in azure light, emanating an uncanny power as if it could ensnare one's very soul. Zhao Tongquan stood on a nearby hill, gazing at the broken sword, feeling as though his very essence was being drawn away. A demonic artifact. Zhao Tongquan's expression dulled, his voice trembling slightly. The broken sword was evidently composed of fragments of a demonic artifact. It was through this weapon that Shui had effortlessly countered the lethal blow that could have slain Ding Chao. Such was the might of the demonic artifact. In truth, he had suspected Shui possessed fragments of a demonic artifact from the outset, knowing he would be a challenging opponent. Yet, he had not anticipated such terror. Now, not only was killing him out of the question, but it seemed their very lives were also in jeopardy. Flee! Zhao Tongquan's heart raced as he looked at Jiang Wushuang, still confronting Shui, desperate to understand why he had yet to escape. In the next moment, a brilliant azure light erupted before his eyes. The broken sword in Shui's hand resembled a colossal, awakening primordial beast. A shadowy blade surged forth from the broken sword, freezing space in its wake. In the face of the enormous blade shadow, Jiang Wushuang appeared as insignificant as an ant. Though Zhao Tongquan was hundreds of feet away, countless shards of frost still fell around him. Even the soul felt as though it were frozen. Hesitating for but half a second, he turned and fled. Better to escape alone than to perish together. It was over, it was all over. Zhao Tongquan ignited his vitality and desperately ran. This strike was infinitely more powerful than the previous azure light. He sensed that a mere ripple could spell his doom. Such a formidable attack would surely spell death even for a child of destiny. As Zhao Tongquan fled in terror, the piercing chill compelled him to burn his vital energy. Yet his speed scarcely increased. Suddenly, the surrounding coldness seemed to dissipate, swept away by a warm current, vanishing instantly. In astonishment, he turned back to behold a golden light piercing through the vast expanse of azure radiance. The golden glow surged forth like a tide, engulfing all in its path, devouring the azure light and melting the frost. At the heart of that golden brilliance stood Jiang Wushuang, enveloped in golden light like a deity. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a strike, a golden beam soaring towards the heavens, directly confronting the enormous black blade descending upon him. The black blade bore a gigantic, shifting ghostly visage, as if it could consume countless souls. In the moment of collision with the golden beam, the golden light seemed to be engulfed. Yet, in the next heartbeat, it erupted from within the massive black blade. That blade, capable of cleaving the heavens, was instantaneously consumed by the golden radiance. Amidst the celestial brilliance, a roar echoed. Impossible. Is this the power of a sacred artifact? As the voice reverberated across the sky, there stood Shui, clutching a broken blade, shrouded in azure light. Suspended in midair, his face etched with disbelief. Opposite him, Jiang Wushuang held a fragment cloaked in golden light, a cold smile gracing his lips. Sacred artifact? Who said only you possess such power? Chapter 149. Why are your fragments different? In the sky, two figures confronted each other in midair. Shui wielded a broken blade, enveloped in an eerie azure light. Yet at this moment, he lacked the imposing aura he had previously exuded. The azure light he released was repeatedly repelled by the opposing golden radiance. Jiang Wushuang paid no heed to Shui's astonished expression and slowly raised her hand, which held a fragment. With the fragment serving as her blade, she struck down once more, executing the upper clarity blade of the perfected realm. This strike possessed the potential to sever the cycle of life and death, and when amplified by the fragment of a demonic artifact, its power was increased manifold. It was this very blow that had shattered Shui He's assault moments ago. Although Shui He possessed fragments as well, it was evident from the size of his broken blade that he had acquired several pieces. If he were to wield a life cycle like Ding Chao's, a single strike would render him utterly annihilated. However, Jiang Wushuang, relying on her most formidable strike coupled with the purified fragment, not only withstood the blow but also forced Shui He to retreat, inciting his fury to the brink of madness. Yet, to slay Shui He would not be a simple task. It would likely require several more strikes. Thus, Jiang Wushuang held nothing back. A vast reservoir of golden true essence surged wildly into the fragment, while her divine infant radiated golden light, as her mental force merged with her blade intent. The originally resplendent golden fragment suddenly dimmed, its brilliance condensing into a mere flicker of golden light. Nevertheless, Jiang Wushuang distinctly sensed the moment of transcendence and transformation within her blade intent. A faint golden blade shadow cleaved forth from the fragment. The blade light stretched 100 yards, solidifying from the ethereal to the tangible, its surface adorned with intricate golden patterns, with flickering golden flames dancing along the blade's body. Wherever the blade light passed, a colossal black rift appeared in the sky. This strike possessed the power to rend space itself. Zhao Tongquan, still engaged in his flight, turned back in a daze to witness the spectacle. The immense blade shadow caused him to tremble. Fear gripped him. This strike was far more terrifying than the black blade Shui he had previously unleashed. Yet, he also felt a surge of exhilaration. Jiang Wushuang's displayed prowess astounded him once again, instantly reversing the tide of battle. He realized that his frantic escape, fueled by burning vitality, had been in vain. It should have been Shui He fleeing instead. Whoosh! Indeed, as the golden blade cleaved through the air, Shui He vanished from his original position, fleeing into the distance. Damn it! Shui He shot forth like a streak of light, racing away faster than he had ever run in his life. Yet, he still felt it was insufficient. He ignited his very essence in desperation. Glancing back at the descending golden blade light, his complexion paled further. He felt as if he were being targeted by a colossal beast, sending chills down his spine and dread coursing through his heart. Simultaneously, a tempest of emotions surged within him. That previous strike had not only dismantled his attack, but had also rebounded a wave of force back at him. Though astonished, he could not help but acknowledge that his opponent was far more formidable than he had imagined. There was a reason he had been able to slay Ding Chao. It has become nearly impossible to kill him, and even his own safety is at risk. Upon witnessing the second strike, he is devoid of any thoughts, save for one: escape. The urgency to flee grows stronger, compelling him to distance himself as far as possible. This blow is even more formidable than the preceding one. The terrifying intent of the blade instills profound fear within him. Yet, despite his swift retreat, the blade's light advances with even greater speed. Like a tsunami, the oncoming wave of murderous intent envelopes him in an instant, forcing him to abandon his flight and raise the broken blade in his hand. Young friend, perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding. Although Shui He continues his movements, his tone softens noticeably. Unfortunately, Jiang Wushuang pays him no heed. Just as he unleashes a strike, the blade's radiance has yet to descend before he follows with a second and a third. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of blade lights descends upon him. Shui He's face pales, his teeth grinding in frustration. You have forced my hand. Gripping the broken blade tightly, he channels his essence into it with reckless abandon. In an instant, azure light soars into the heavens. Dark mist, ghostly energy, and malevolent auras surge forth from the broken blade, enveloping Shui He. As the golden light approaches, it is swiftly consumed by the onslaught of black mist. Above, the ever-expanding dark fog resembles a ferocious ancient beast clawing at the sky. This is Shui He's desperate maneuver, one he rarely resorts to, for the consequences it entails are catastrophic. After this battle, even if he were to retain his life, he would inevitably fall from the realm of existence, suffering a fate worse than death. You wretched child, perish. Shui He's visage contorts with fury amidst the black mist. He can hardly fathom that an obscure individual would force him to such extremes. To leave him alive would only deepen his resentment. Thus, he strikes again with the broken blade, unleashing several shadowy slashes. However, these dark slashes, emerging from the black mist, shatter upon mere contact with the golden blade's light. The golden radiance pierces through, penetrating the black fog. The first strike, while penetrating the mist, falters after reaching only a third of the way, causing the light to dissipate. The second and third strikes follow suit, and with each successive blow, the black mist is finally cleaved apart. Shui tumbles from the remnants of the dark fog, only to be met by a golden blade slicing through him. Amidst a rain of blood, his form is severed, plummeting from the sky, gazing at his own dismembered body. A flicker of helplessness, regret, and despair crosses his eyes, leaving only a blinding glimmer of golden light. Why do your fragments appear so differently? As he falls, he casts his gaze toward the figure above, murmuring softly. Yet, until his last breath, he receives no response. Jiang Wushuang quietly collects the fragments, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes. Although she had previously understood the potency of the fragments, witnessing their true power in action still brings her unexpected astonishment. It is uncertain whether the fragments were purified by the golden radiance within the divine infant, harmonizing perfectly with his true essence and the power of the divine infant. When both elements merged, the upper clear blade, manifested through the fragments, exhibited a remarkable increase in strength compared to before. Had it not been for Shui possessing similar fragments, he would have been unable to withstand even a single strike. One can only ponder how much more formidable it would become if wielded as a complete demonic artifact. Upon sensing the formidable power of the fragments, a look of delight illuminated Jiang Wushuang's eyes, and her gaze inevitably fell upon the azure radiance below. There, the broken blade floated serenely in the air. Hundreds of feet away, Zhao Tongquan appeared as if petrified, his expression vacant, standing motionless. How powerful was Shui, bearing the fragment of a demonic artifact? With a single strike, even the gods and spirits trembled. Yet now he had been cleaved in two. Gazing at the half-corpse on the ground, disbelief filled Zhao Tongquan's eyes. Everything felt surreal. He lifted his gaze to the figure in the sky, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Zhao Tongquan opened his mouth several times, wanting to speak. But no words emerged. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Previously, he had leaned on his seniority, addressing the other as young friend. Yet now, staring at the remains of Shui on the ground, he found it impossible to utter those words. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he sighed softly, bowing slightly. He clasped his hands in salute to the figure above, uttering, "Senior." Chapter 150. Harvest. Jiang Wushuang disregarded Zhao Tongquan and strode directly toward the floating broken blade. Initially, he had little hope of acquiring the fragments of the demonic artifact. After all, these shards had already fallen into the hands of various major sects of the demonic path. Gathering them all together was no small feat to his surprise. However, an unexpected revelation awaited him. Judging by the size of this broken blade, it was evident that Shui possessed a considerable number of fragments. No wonder he had orchestrated such a grand spectacle in Qingshan County. As Jiang Wushuang approached the broken blade, he felt a faint azure light emanating from it, imbued with a captivating power. This sensation was reminiscent of his initial encounter with the fragments of the demonic artifact, yet now it was undeniably stronger. Before he could draw closer, a peculiar force infiltrated his body, attempting to seize control of his mind. Were he an ordinary master, he might have succumbed to the blade's manipulation. However, Jiang Wushuang was no ordinary master. With merely a sweep of his consciousness, he repelled the encroaching azure light. The amalgamation of several fragments indeed exuded a pronounced malevolence. Jiang Wushuang murmured to himself, then reached out to grasp the broken blade. At the moment of contact, a stream of black mist surged forth from the blade, coiling around his arm. This strange force invaded his mind, penetrating his dantian. Though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback by the overwhelming might it possessed. This power was several times stronger than that of the first fragment he had encountered. Even an ordinary life-will master like Zhao Tongquan would find it hard to withstand. The divine infant within Jiang Wushuang's dantian shone brilliantly, pushing back against this formidable force. It was evident that this entity was indeed difficult to control. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. He had previously wondered why Shui, possessing more fragments than he, did not exhibit a correspondingly greater power. It appeared that Shui had not fully mastered the broken blade, rendering his displayed strength limited. This ultimately provided Jiang Wushuang with the opportunity to strike. He couldn't help but recall the immense, ghastly visage from the previous fragment. That entity could even bind one's mental energy, and it was truly bizarre. With a moment's lapse in vigilance, one could easily become a mere puppet of the blade. With this thought in mind, he retrieved the fragment he had previously acquired. Unlike the broken blade, this shard, having undergone his purification, now radiated a soft golden light. As the azure light released from the broken blade approached, it immediately recoiled, as if encountering its nemesis. Subsequently, he attempted to merge the fragment with the broken blade. Indeed, the two were fundamentally incompatible. They could not merge. The golden light and azure light repelled each other, akin to water and fire in opposition. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Wushuang deduced that the reason lay in the purification process. The fragment he had purified was no longer the demonic artifact it once was. Rather, it had reverted to its original form. Having grasped this insight, he temporarily set the broken blade aside. The previous purification of that fragment had nearly led to his downfall. This time, he resolved to exercise even greater caution, placing it aside for the moment. The immediate priority is to secure the memory inheritance of Shui. Evidently, the memory legacy of Shui shines more brightly than those previously encountered. It remains uncertain whether this is due to his formidable strength. As images flicker through his mind, Jiang Wushuang begins to gain insight into Shui. This individual lived a life of obscurity, lacking presence even within the entire Xianyin sect, merely an inconspicuous disciple. Until one fateful day, when the sect faced a formidable adversary, and even the sect master narrowly escaped death. At that moment, an ordinary disciple stepped forth, turning the tide and repelling the formidable foe, thus becoming a hero of the Xianyin sect. It was only then that the disciples realized that a powerful figure lurked within their ranks. Subsequently, Shui ascended to become one of the titans of the Xianyin sect. This broken blade is actually forged from 4 fragments. Jiang Wushuang gasps in astonishment. Acquiring even a single fragment of a demonic artifact is no small feat, yet Shui managed to find 4. Excluding the one he seized from Ding Chao, it implies that he had previously discovered 3 fragments, all of which were unearthed decades ago. Due to a lack of success in recent years, and having learned that some fragments had fallen into the hands of other demonic sects, he daringly orchestrated the recent incident in Qingshan County. In his estimation, those possessing fragments would naturally yearn for more. By casting a bait, he anticipated that someone would surely take the hook. His conjecture proved accurate. Ding Chao arrived with a fragment, which he successfully acquired. However, there were others more astute than he. Gu Xiuding from the Heavenly Calamity Palace managed to elude this plunder. According to the information Shui gathered, the Heavenly Calamity Palace also obtained fragments, yet Gu Xiuding did not bring any with him. Indeed, he is a wily old fox. Jiang Wushuang muses with a snort. Had Gu Xiuding brought a fragment, it would have added to his collection. Afterward, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. To acquire 4 fragments at once, along with the one he previously possessed, he has now amassed 5. This constitutes an extraordinary gain. The remaining fragment within the Heavenly Calamity Palace will eventually be within his grasp. This signifies that he is but a step away from obtaining a complete artifact. One must admit, he made the right choice in coming to Qingshan County. Although he did not obtain the complete artifact, the amalgamation of these 5 fragments has already become his most formidable trump card. In the future, even when confronted by stronger figures of the fate wheel, he will be able to vanquish them with ease. With this thought, a broad smile spreads across his face. Unwittingly, he finds himself nearly unrivaled beneath the fate wheel. Nevertheless, he must continue to gather strength and enhance his power. The journey along the martial path stretches far ahead. Beyond the fate wheel, there loom terrifying existences such as the core formation and celestial beings. His immediate goal is to first reach the fate wheel realm, acquiring 6,000,000 points of cultivation. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the prompt before him, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. Only 6 million cultivation points? His brow furrowed in discontent. He had anticipated at least 7 or 8 million, especially considering that Ding Chao had provided 5 million. However, he quickly found solace in the realization that the strength of Shui was not inherent to himself, but rather derived from the formidable broken blade. which enabled him to wield a dominating prowess over the fate wheel. 6 million cultivation points already surpassed Ding Chao's offering to a certain extent. Upon casting another glance at the attribute panel, his spirits lifted slightly. 6 million was sufficient to elevate him to the 5th layer of the Master Realm. With each foe vanquished, he would ascend in rank. Quite commendable indeed. With this thought in mind, he summoned the ghost dragon and mounted it, soaring into the distance. His next objective was to break through his current boundary and purify the broken blade. However, after flying for a short while, he turned back to glance. "Are you still following me?" he inquired, noticing Zhao Tongquan trailing closely behind. Despite his age, he resembled a mere lackey. Most would consider it a dream come true to have a fate wheel expert as a companion, yet Jiang Wushuang regarded him with disdain. Chapter 151. We old folks are no longer capable. Zhao Tongquan observed Jiang Wushuang halt and glance back, momentarily taken aback. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to follow. Perhaps it was gratitude, or perhaps admiration. He was unclear. All he knew was that during this expedition to Qingshan County, had it not been for Zhang's intervention, not only would the demonic artifact have fallen into the hands of the 6 sects of the devil, but his own life would have been in jeopardy as well. "Senior, you are the child of great fortune of the Deqian dynasty, and it is only natural that I accompany you to ensure your safety." Initially, Zhao spoke with righteous fervor, but as he continued, he felt a flush of embarrassment. When it came to protection, had it not been for Jiang, he would have met his demise several times over. Nevertheless, he genuinely wished to remain by the side of this fortunate individual. The child of fortune was intertwined with the destiny of Deqian, influencing its rise and fall while also receiving blessings in return. The advantages he could gain were unimaginable for an ordinary warrior. "Senior, let us return to the imperial city together. As the child of Deqian's fortune, you should rightfully enjoy the benefits of our dragon vein." Noticing Jiang Wushuang's impassive demeanor, Zhao cast out another enticing offer. In truth, even the child of fortune could not effortlessly partake of the dragon vein. Yet, this individual was different. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his displayed talents far exceeded those of previous fortunate individuals. All signs indicated that he was indeed worthy of enjoying the dragon vein. As Zhao Tongquan eagerly awaited Jiang Wushuang's response, he was met with a cold smirk. "Have you finished speaking?" Zhao nodded affirmatively. Jiang shook his head dismissively. "What child of fortune? I have never regarded it as significant, nor do I possess any interest." He then scrutinized Zhao Tongquan, breaking into a grin. "I am far less interested in your dragon vein. Rather, I find you more valuable." Zhao was momentarily stunned. He then produced a golden token and tossed it to Jiang Wushuang, stating, "If you do not wish to return to the imperial city with me, I shall not insist. However, whether you desire it or not, your fate is intertwined with that of Deqian. From now on, as long as you possess this token, you may freely enter and exit any location within Deqian, including our forbidden grounds." With that, he swiftly fled into the distance, glancing back repeatedly. Only when he saw no one pursuing him did he let out a sigh of relief. He ran for over 100 miles before finally halting. "What has come over me?" Zhao Tongquan looked back, unable to suppress a smile. Yet, recalling the fleeting sensation from moments ago, he felt that leaving voluntarily had been the correct choice. Whether it was an illusion or not, he sensed a glint of avarice in Jiang Wushuang's gaze, akin to a hunter spotting a rare prey. It sent shivers down his spine. In that instant, a singular thought consumed him: to flee. The farther away, the better. "Well, you certainly run swiftly." On the back of the ghost dragon, Jiang Wushuang gazed at the direction in which Zhao Tongquan had vanished, letting out a faint smile. To sever a life wheel is to ascend a level. Although Zhao Tongquan belongs to a rather feeble class within the life wheel, he is still capable of providing several million cultivation points. He genuinely fears losing control. Yet, the old man, despite his shortcomings, is adept at escaping. With a mere glance, he perceives the anomaly, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Retracting his gaze from the distance, he looks down at the golden token in his hand. This token, crafted from pure gold, is entwined by 2 vividly lifelike golden dragons, exuding an aura of imperial majesty. Zhao Tongquan surmises that his status within the Great Qian is considerable, and this golden token must carry significant weight. Jiang Wushuang casually stows it away, then rides the ghostly dragon, disappearing into the horizon. In the dimness, Gu Kedang traverses the skies. A gray mist envelopes the world. However, around Gu Kedeng. There appears to be an invisible barrier, causing the mist to part as he passes through. It is unclear how far he has flown or to what location he has arrived. Several towering edifices emerge from the haze, becoming increasingly distinct as he approaches. Though they are buildings, their design is peculiar, drenched in a blood-red hue as if splattered with blood. Even amidst the fog, they remain strikingly conspicuous. Gu Kedeng glides past several structures, landing before a grand hall. Upon descending, several figures swiftly materialize before him. We have seen the protector. They bow deeply. Yet Gu Kedeng disregards their presence, striding directly into the hall. Protector. Someone behind wishes to speak. Gu Kedeng turns, stating firmly, I shall commence my seclusion today. No one is to disturb me unless the temple of heavenly calamity is on the brink of collapse. Having said this, he takes 2 steps, then halts, adding, even if the temple is to perish, do not disturb me, for when that time comes, I too shall be powerless to intervene. With that, he steps into the hall. Outside, the onlookers watch as the grand doors slowly close, exchanging bewildered glances. A singular thought resonates among them. What has befallen the protector? Within the hall, a secret passage leads into the darkness. Gu Kedeng enters the dim corridor, descending through steps into an underground palace adorned with seals and formations. Upon arriving in the palace, he is met with several powerful auras. It is I, Gu Kedeng states solemnly, halting in his tracks. Before him stand 5 massive stone pillars, 4 of which bear a seated figure atop them. Gu Kedeng leaps onto the solitary vacant pillar. Throughout this encounter, his brow remains furrowed, only now beginning to unfurl. Old Gu, what has stirred such unrest within you? An aged voice echoes throughout the vast underground chamber. Gu Kedeng blinks in surprise, realizing his own lapse in composure. However, he offered no explanation, merely letting out a quiet sigh. Noticing his silence, the previous voice emerged once more. Old Gu, you vowed with utmost certainty to seize the fragments of the sacred artifact. Did your journey yield any spoils? Gu Kedeng managed a bitter smile, turning to face the speaker beside him. Perched upon the nearest colossal stone pillar was a gaunt elder, his face a tapestry of wrinkles that reduced his eyes to mere slits. Spoils. If I can retain this life and return here, that alone is my greatest fortune. Gu Kedeng replied, his gaze cast downward, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. Old Gu, you escaped? The elder beside him expressed astonishment, followed by confusion. Who exactly are you, Gu Kedeng? I have never seen you fear anyone. Why this trepidation today? Gu Kedeng fell silent, images of Qingshan County flooding his mind. At that moment, he had been searching for the whereabouts of the dragon-riding man, seeking vengeance for the members of the Heavenly Calamity Hall. His subordinates, in a panic, had brought news of the man's location. They had indeed tracked down the dragon rider. But accompanying this revelation was another piece of information that left him momentarily stunned. Shrugged was dead. The same Shrugged who wielded the demonic artifact fragment, forcing him into a hasty retreat, was no more. His initial reaction was one of disbelief, dismissing it as false news. Yet, the information was undeniably true. Moreover, the slayer was none other than the dragon-riding man he sought. Not only had he slain Shrugged, but he had also taken down Ding Chao. Terrified, Gu Kedeng could not afford to linger, fleeing rapidly from Qingshan County to this very place. It was only at this moment that he could finally exhale in relief. He gazed at the elder not far from him and softly sighed. Time is merciless. We old fellows are no longer capable. Chapter 152. The specters of the Wheel of Fate. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky, the moonlight cascaded like liquid silver, enveloping the sprawling land of Qingshan County in a delicate veil. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, swaying gracefully. A towering peak stood like a celestial pillar, piercing through the woodland below. Upon this summit, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered. Within this radiant glow sat a figure in a meditative posture, surrounded by a ghostly dragon that spiraled around him. The formidable aura emanating from this entity sent all creatures within several miles into a panicked retreat. Should there have been an observer present, they would have noted that Jiang Wushuang's skin appeared nearly translucent. The veins coursing through his body resembled roaring rivers, filled with golden essence that surged towards his dantian. With each flow of this essence, the golden light intensified. It was not until a full hour had passed that the brilliance began to wane, restoring tranquility to the mountaintop. The ghostly dragon, seemingly attuned to Jiang Wushuang's transformation, diminished its size and circled him like a devoted pup. This breakthrough had indeed caused quite a stir. Jiang Wushuang exhaled slowly, acknowledging that although he had accumulated cultivation points and elevated his realm, the transformation accompanying such ascension could not be bypassed. Each breakthrough necessitated a physical metamorphosis. In truth, every martial artist encountered this phase, albeit Jiang Wushuang experienced it at an accelerated pace. What would take others days or even months, he achieved in merely half an hour. This time, having taken an hour, he had already set a record. He also noted that as the duration of his enhancements increased, so too did the magnitude of his strength, compared to his previous ascent to the 4th level of Grandmaster. This advancement to the 5th level resulted in a tremendous doubling of the golden essence within his dantian. The divine infant within him had also grown stronger. Any ordinary martial artist would be elated by such significant growth. However, Jiang Wushuang had long since acclimated to such transformations. Gazing at the ghostly dragon, now brimming with submissive affection, he gently patted its head and smiled softly. "Little one, it seems it's time for your feeding." As he spoke, he produced a broken blade radiating an eerie azure light. In an instant, the ghostly dragon, which had been nuzzling against Jiang Wushuang's hand, recoiled in fright, its eyes wide with trepidation. "Fear not, little one," Jiang Wushuang chuckled softly. The ghostly dragon was already an exceptionally powerful entity among specters, yet it clearly sensed the malevolence of the broken blade. Reassured by Jiang Wushuang's calming presence, the dragon halted its retreat, though it still dared not approach. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Wushuang surmised that this broken blade must harbor countless malevolent spirits, precisely the nourishment the ghostly dragon required. Without hesitation, he sent a strand of divine consciousness into the blade. Indeed, amidst the fathomless darkness within, a multitude of specters thronged, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Had it not been for the golden light intertwined with his divine infant, these spirits would have surely swarmed him. With just a glance, he sensed that the malevolent entities within were magnitudes greater than the previous shard. Indeed, it was a fusion of several fragments. If Jiang Wushuang were to consume it himself, his divine infant might experience notable growth. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to first nourish the ghost dragon. The ghost dragon was a rare companion. Its strength would greatly benefit him. At this juncture, he found himself lacking for little in terms of personal enhancement. "Come here, indulge in a feast." Jiang Wushuang beckoned the ghost dragon. Unfortunately, the typically obedient creature stubbornly refused to approach. Jiang Wushuang had no choice but to secure the broken sword before summoning the ghost dragon, drawing it into the myriad ghost banner. He then transferred the ghost dragon from the banner into the broken sword. Unbeknownst to the dragon, it found itself within the very blade that had instilled fear moments ago. Its head swelled tremendously as it opened its mouth wide, ravenously devouring the malevolent entities inside. Like a gluttonous serpent, its form expanded with each bite, growing larger and longer. Remarkably, it showed no concern for overindulgence. Jiang Wushuang observed the dragon's voracious appetite and chuckled softly. This process was exceedingly dull, yet he could only sit idly by. Accustomed to riding the ghost dragon, he had no desire to venture forth without it. After an hour, the ghost dragon had grown significantly. After 2 hours, it transformed into a colossal dragon, filling the endless void of the broken sword. Otherwise, it would soon find itself constrained. As its size increased, so too did its voracity. Each time Jiang Wushuang peered into the blade, he noted a substantial decrease in the number of malevolent entities. However, there were still plenty within. It was not until a full day and night had passed that the ghost dragon finally cleared the interior. When Jiang Wushuang conducted one last mental probe, he was momentarily taken aback. The ghost dragon had shrunk in size, now hastily fleeing from a massive ghostly visage that pursued it. Were it not for its remarkable speed, it would have surely been devoured by that monstrous face. "Ah, at last, you have arrived." Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of delight rather than alarm. He had previously scanned the area with his mental energy, but this entity seemed adept at evading detection, remaining elusive. This was precisely why he had placed the ghost dragon inside. Based on his prior experience, only by exhausting the entities within could he draw this creature out. The ghost dragon, now devoid of its earlier exuberance, trembled in fear upon sensing Jiang Wushuang's connection. He promptly returned the dragon to the myriad ghost banner. Subsequently, A brilliant golden light radiated from the divine infant within him. The sun emblem atop the infant's head also emitted strands of golden light, intertwining with his mental energy as it penetrated the broken sword. In the depths of darkness, it was as if a sun had risen. The golden light spread throughout the realm, causing the enormous ghostly face to recoil in terror. Each time the light touched it, it appeared to inflict harm. Yet, due to the amalgamation of several shards, the entity remained formidable. The grotesque visage was several times larger than the one encountered in the earlier fragments, and the challenge of vanquishing it had significantly intensified. On numerous occasions, it deftly evaded his attacks. However, with each successive assault of spiritual intent, the malevolent face grew increasingly frail and translucent, until it ultimately vanished without a trace. When Jiang Wushuang retracted his spiritual consciousness, he was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Although the mark atop his divine infant possessed extraordinary power, wielding that energy proved to be a considerable strain. Even his vast reservoir of true essence struggled under the exertion. Were it not for his recent elevation to the 5th level of the Master Realm, he likely would have been unable to subjugate such a mysterious entity. As the ghastly face dissipated, the azure glow atop the severed blade faded, revealing only a faint layer of golden radiance enveloping it. Jiang Wushuang retrieved the previously purified fragment, noting that while it had once repelled the broken blade, proximity now invoked a force that melded the two. Golden light flickered along the patterns of both the blade and the fragment, intertwining harmoniously. In no time, the fissures between the severed blade and the fragment vanished, as if they had always been one. The blade had grown longer than before. Grasping the severed blade, Jiang Wushuang felt as though it were an extension of his own being. A surge of true essence coursed through him, igniting a brilliant display of golden light. The blade's radiance soared toward the heavens. Jiang Wushuang nodded in satisfaction, foreseeing that this weapon would instill fear in the hearts of many in the days to come. It was time to return to the imperial city. As he gazed into the distance, he calculated that he had been in Qingshan County for several dozen days and deemed it appropriate to revisit the demon-suppressing tower. Without hesitation, he summoned the ghostly dragon. Upon witnessing the transformation of the creature, he was taken aback. Its gains surpassed his expectations significantly. This was a ghostly dragon comparable to a 9th-level master. It wouldn't be long before it ascended to the level of a life-wheel entity. Chapter 153. The Return to the Demon Suppression Tower. One of the forbidden grounds of the Great Qian. Entry is not easily granted, nor does anyone desire to venture within. After all, apart from those in the demon suppression camp, ordinary individuals rarely emerge alive. Jiang Wushuang stood before the tower, gazing up at its towering height, lost in a moment of reverie. After being away for several days, he felt an inexplicable sense of returning home. Have you finished your business, young man? Just as Jiang Wushuang was about to enter, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw his colleague and friend Tang Bu, who was approaching with bleary eyes. It was evident that he had spent the previous night indulging in revelry, as he staggered slightly while walking. I'm done, Jiang Wushuang replied succinctly, and together they entered the demon suppression tower. Xiao Jiang, if you're facing any difficulties at home, feel free to speak up. Your brother Tang here may not possess many skills, but I do have a few acquaintances in the imperial city. Tang Bu patted him on the shoulder, adopting a tone of camaraderie. You have a few acquaintances? Are they from the brothels? Jiang Wushuang thought it amusing, yet maintained a serious facade as he replied, Thank you, Brother Tang. Upon entering the demon suppression tower, after exchanging greetings with several colleagues, Jiang Wushuang, adhering to protocol, casually selected a prisoner from the interrogation list and placed him upon the formation. While appearing focused on controlling the array, he was actually gathering the souls that began to cultivate from the first level of the tower. Although the prisoners on the first level were not particularly powerful, the accumulation over more than 10 days had garnered several tens of thousands of cultivation points. Of course, for him, who required millions of points to advance even a single level, this was but a trifling gain. Fortunately, the harvest from the 2nd and 3rd levels was considerably better, totaling over 4 million points. Naturally, some losses were incurred, primarily due to the deceased prisoners whose memories could not be retrieved. However, this loss was negligible when compared to the gains from Qingshan County. In just half a day, Jiang Wushuang had processed all the individuals on the interrogation list. As for the outcomes of the interrogations, He was indifferent. If he truly desired information, he could simply execute them. Unfortunately, nothing piqued his interest at the moment. Upon completing his tasks and stepping into the resting chamber, he found Tang Bu surrounded by several colleagues. At this moment, Tang Bu had regained the fierce aura befitting a martial artist, quite unlike the disheveled figure he had seen in the morning. He was animatedly recounting something, with his listeners captivated and expressions of shock adorning their faces. Even a fate wheel expert has perished? That seems rather exaggerated. Indeed, losing one is one thing. But two in a single incident? Can we trust this information? I doubt it. After all, that is a fate wheel expert. I have trained in martial arts for decades and have never even encountered one. Tang Bu, hearing the skepticism from those around him, could not help but roll his eyes. You often accuse me of indulging in a life of excess. However, little do you realize that my intentions are far more profound. Whenever significant events unfold in the Great Qian, I am invariably the first to be informed. Should I seize the right opportunity, I might even achieve great merit, at which point you would be unworthy of merely holding my shoes. Xiao Jiang, you have not been frequenting the Demon Tower lately. You must have heard about the events in Qingshan County. Do you not agree with my assertions? Tang Bu, faced with a barrage of skeptical glances, inquired of the newly arrived Jiang Wushuang. Among us, he is the most well-informed. This fact is well known to the others, for in the bustling brothels, gossip runs rampant. Even the most clandestine secrets can easily escape a careless tongue. The latest news from the Great Qian is always first available there. In the past, the news that Tang Bu brought back was invariably trusted. However, this time, the rumors are so astonishing that they are difficult to believe. Two powerful figures of the fate will have perished. Who would believe that? Jiang Wushuang was equally surprised by the swift dissemination of information. He had only just returned to the imperial city, yet the events that transpired there had already spread throughout. Upon reflection, it is not surprising. He had spent an entire day and night purifying fragments in Qingshan County. In that brief span, it was certainly sufficient for the news to reach others. According to Tang Bu, the discussions predominantly revolved around the demise of Ding Chao and Xue He, the two fate wheel masters, while the identity of their killer and the manner of their deaths were merely glossed over. Any mention of these details was but a fabrication, and each version differed, leaving the truth obscured. This ambiguity primarily stemmed from the public's lack of understanding of his identity. Even Zhao Tong could not ascertain his true nature. There was little of substance to discuss. In comparison, the deaths of the two masters from the 6 demon sects piqued greater interest. After grasping the essence of what Tang Bu had conveyed, Jiang Wushuang's curiosity waned. When Tang Bu turned his gaze toward him, Jiang Wushuang feigned ignorance and remarked, Qingshan County. Where might that be? I have not heard of it. Tang Bu looked at Jiang Wushuang in disbelief, saying, Surely, you jest. This matter has spread like wildfire. How could you be unaware? You truly are oblivious to the world outside. Observing Jiang Wushuang shake his head, several colleagues began to chime in, playfully admonishing Tang Bu. You should drink less and frequent the brothels less. Be wary of ruining yourself, one teased. Indeed, it seems you are still dreaming of the demise of the Fate Wheel Masters and have yet to awaken, another added. You've been visiting the 100 Flowers Pavilion too often. Have you perhaps been enchanted by the courtesan Miss Roland? It certainly seems plausible. I hear many have lost their wits over her, yet another chimed in. Is that true? Then I ought to reduce my visits, Jiang Wushuang remarked. As Tang Bu observed the shift from skepticism to concern among his peers, irritation bubbled within him. Believe it or not, you shall eventually see that I speak the truth, he declared, before sweeping away in a huff. Shortly thereafter, Tang Bu sought out Jiang Wushuang privately, asking, Have you been in the imperial city of late? Jiang Wushuang nodded in response. Have you truly not heard of the matter concerning Qingshan County? Jiang Wushuang nodded once more. Tang Bu furrowed his brow. Is it possible that this tale circulates solely within the confines of Baihua Tower? Could it genuinely be a fabrication? Surely not. Though it is not entirely implausible, Jiang Wushuang observed Tang Bu, who left in a state of perplexity, unable to suppress a smile. What I have done, can I divulge to you? Prior to dispersing, he uncovered that 2 prisoners had perished on the first floor. In truth, even if a prisoner were to die, their cultivation points would remain minimal, perhaps 1 or 2,000 at best. Adhering to the notion that even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, he nonetheless released a specter to gather a few remnants. However, The memories of the prisoners ignited a flicker of curiosity within him. It transpired that this individual, initially apprehended as a common flower thief, harbored another identity, a disciple of the Honglian sect. He had concealed his true self so profoundly that his identity remained undiscovered until death. Of course, this was primarily due to the application of a secret technique upon him. No interrogation could compel him to speak. This is not particularly astonishing, as the method employed was one I have encountered before. Previously, the Holy Son of Honglian abducted numerous women within the imperial city to refine a blood pool, employing this very technique. Could it be that the ancestral figure of Honglian intends to stage a resurgence? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. He recalled that the Holy Son of Honglian had chosen to act within the imperial city because the ancestral figure required a specific spiritual location to break through a fatal tribulation. The likelihood of a comeback seems exceedingly high. Chapter 154. Never underestimate the great Qian. The disciple from the Red Lotus sect piqued Jiang Wushuang's interest, albeit merely a flicker of curiosity. After all, this individual held a position of little significance within the sect, and the information he possessed was exceedingly limited. Everything was but conjecture based on Jiang Wushuang's recollections, particularly influenced by his previous encounters where he had slain several masters of the Red Lotus sect in Qingshan County, uncovering hints of the formidable strength of the Red Lotus ancestor, which stirred a sense of envy within him. Thus, encountering someone associated with the Red Lotus sect naturally conjured thoughts of that figure. However, upon realizing the lack of valuable information, he promptly set the matter aside. After changing his attire within the demon suppression tower, he exited and made his way towards the residence. Upon entering, he observed the stewardess Ling Long engaged in conversation with a woman. Although Jiang Wushuang had returned home from Qingshan County the previous night, he had not greeted Ling Long due to the late hour. This morning, he had gone to the demon suppression tower again, leaving no opportunity for a meeting. Having not seen Ling Long for over 10 days, he noted how she now wore a long blue dress, radiating a newfound confidence, her demeanor reflecting that of a capable stewardess. Previously, he had entrusted her with a sum of money to venture into business, and he had heard from the maids that her fabric trade had begun to flourish, filling her with enthusiasm. "Young master, you have returned," Ling Long exclaimed, abandoning her conversation with the woman to greet him with delight. "Why did you not inform me of your return last night so that I could attend to you?" Despite her feigned displeasure, her countenance was alight with joy as she curtsied. "I dare not trouble you, for you are now not only the stewardess but also the shopkeeper," Jiang Wushuang replied, eliciting a change in Ling Long's expression. "Young master, you approved my fabric business," she insisted, only to realize he was jesting when she saw the smile upon his face. "You are intentionally teasing me, young master." At that moment, the woman approached and curtsied respectfully. "I have met young master Jiang." Despite the upheaval that had befallen the Jiang residence, Jiang Wushuang retained an aura of distinction in the eyes of the common folk. Jiang Wushuang regarded the woman momentarily. She had accompanied Ling Long on a previous visit to the residence, where Ling Long referred to her as Sister Huang. It was she who had guided Ling Long into the fabric trade. While Jiang Wushuang wholeheartedly supported Ling Long's endeavors, he had nonetheless discreetly probed into Sister Huang's background, discovering her to be of reputable character, warm and kind, thus allowing him to rest easy. With a slight nod, he exchanged a few words with both women before proceeding into the courtyard. After Jiang Wushuang departed, Sister Huang remarked in admiration, "Your young master is truly remarkable. I wonder if he is already betrothed?" Ling Long, standing nearby, shook her head. "In the past, well, even my father found it troubling. So, for now, there is no engagement." Sister Huang's eyes brightened. "Is that so? I happen to know several young ladies from reputable families. I could certainly speak to your young master on their behalf," Ling Long said joyfully. "Then I shall trouble Sister Huang. However, let us first take a look at the new batch of fabrics at Zhang's cloth shop." Sister Huang nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. I nearly forgot about this matter. The fabric shop has just opened, and we are eagerly awaiting the arrival of this new stock." With that, the two hastily made their way out of the residence and boarded a carriage. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang, with no pressing matters at hand, resumed his task of apprehending targets listed on the wanted poster throughout the imperial city. Compared to his previous endeavors in Qingshan County, he had not only gained significant strength, but also enhanced his spiritual awareness. His searches became markedly swifter. However, due to the considerable number of captures made earlier, which had stirred quite a commotion. Many hidden criminals in the imperial city had been frightened away. Numerous apprehension teams were compelled to relocate, leaving the imperial city for other regions. After several hours, Jiang Wushuang managed to capture only 2 individuals at the gathering spirit stage, a meager accomplishment compared to his previous feats of slaying masters in Qingshan County. Soon, he lost interest in this endeavor, contemplating that it would be more prudent to rest at home. The next day, he returned to the demon suppression tower as usual. While interrogating prisoners, he also released the gathered souls to cultivate. However, just as he began to release the spectral beings from the 10,000 ghost banner, he discovered that not a single soul remained. Only the ghost dragon was left, and it was evident that it had consumed all the collected souls. Despite his repeated insistence for the ghost dragon to spare a few, it seemed that the creature had entirely disregarded his requests. Perhaps the spectral entities from the fragments had allowed the ghost dragon to grow excessively, leading to an insatiable appetite. Every time it was released, it acted like a beggar dog, imploring Jiang Wushuang for sustenance. Indeed, exceptional creatures are difficult to nurture, Jiang Wushuang concluded. It appeared necessary to find a suitable place for its rearing. Muttering to himself, Jiang Wushuang confined the ghost dragon within the 10,000 ghost banner, choosing to ignore it. While this was feasible, the creature's potential for growth was substantial. The more it was fed, the stronger it became. Simply imprisoning it would be a waste of its capabilities. It would be far better to allow it to roam freely for a time. Given the ghost dragon's formidable strength, he was not overly concerned about its abduction. After all, the creature now possessed combat prowess comparable to a 9th-layer master. Only an individual of the life-will stage might have the capability to defeat it, and such formidable beings likely resided only among the 6 sects of the demon path. The sole challenge was finding a locale where spectral beings congregated. However, Jiang Wushuang quickly recalled a memory inheritance he had previously received. It belonged to a ghost cultivator from the demon suppression tower, who possessed limited strength at the gathering spirit stage. He had once practiced in a place rife with Yin energy, where ghostly entities gathered. Although it could not compare to the fragments, it was a naturally occurring gathering place for Yin energy, possessing an innate allure for spectral beings, causing them to flock there automatically. There lies a spring. Though its flow is modest, it suffices for ample refreshment. More importantly, this secluded place is located less than 100 miles from the imperial city. Should any unforeseen event arise, Jiang Wushuang could hasten there without delay. With this thought in mind, he dispersed his energy and hastened towards the city outskirts. In the second level of the demon suppression tower, the old demon Hisong was bound by restrictive chains, standing solemnly to the side. Before him stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back, lingering in silence for an extended period. Young master, you were in high spirits yesterday due to the smooth progress of our grand plan. Why the sudden cloud of worry today? Hisong could not restrain his curiosity. The figure slowly turned, revealing a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, though they were now clouded with concern. Hichong, we have received credible news from Qingshan County, Dui stated slowly. Oh, whose hands have the demonic artifacts fallen into? Hisong's eyes gleamed with interest. Though they had not participated in the contention, the significance of the demonic artifacts within the 6 sects of demonology was profound. Noticing Du Yi's expression, he feared the situation might be unfavorable for the Sunluo sect. Could it have fallen into the hands of the great Qian? Hisong's curiosity waned, replaced by a hint of apprehension. There is no need for such concern, young master. Our Sunluo sect has never regarded the demonic artifacts with high esteem. Once our grand scheme is realized, overthrowing the great Qian will be but a trivial matter. Is that so? Du Yi raised his gaze to meet Hisong's, offering a bitter smile. He then recounted the happenings in Qingshan County. Hisong's expressions were a tapestry of astonishment, confusion, and shock, ultimately culminating in disbelief. Ding Zhao and Shuehe are both dead? How can this be possible? After a prolonged silence, Hisong remained enveloped in profound astonishment. Observing Hisong's demeanor, Du Yi sighed inwardly. Upon hearing this news, he had shared a similar reaction. Both Ding Zhao and Shuehe were revered figures within their respective sections. He had never fathomed that even deities could be slain. Never underestimate the depth of the great Qian, Du Yi stated with gravity. Hisong stood in a daze beside him, nodding vigorously in agreement. Only a few more months of waiting remained, and their meticulously crafted plan would soon come to fruition. Du Yi's gaze narrowed, his tone betraying a hint of uncertainty. Let us hope for success. Exchanging glances. Both He Song and Du Yi perceived an unfamiliar hint of worry reflected in each other's eyes. It will surely succeed, Du Yi asserted resolutely, as if to reassure himself and instill confidence in He Song. Chapter 155. The ghost dragon shall surely delight. Beyond 100 miles from the imperial city lies a forsaken graveyard, perpetually shrouded in mist. Not even the sun's rays in June can penetrate its veil. Nearby hunters, upon encountering this place, invariably take a detour, for none dare to tread within its confines. Legends speak of malevolent spirits dwelling therein, capable of ensnaring human souls, though the veracity of such tales remains uncertain. Yet, those who inadvertently stumble into this realm never return alive, much to the hunter's frequent lament. Only in times of great turmoil, plague, or when corpses lay strewn about, do soldiers deliver cartloads of bodies to this desolate site. Atop a distant peak, Jiang Wushuang gazed into the abyss. Despite the night and the faint glow of the moon, he could acutely sense the pervasive malevolence and the stirrings of ghostly entities across the way. Even his formidable spiritual consciousness felt as if it had plunged into a quagmire, unable to traverse freely. What a gathering place for Yin energy this is. Ordinary souls would likely perish before even drawing near. Jiang Wushuang's astonishment was palpable. His spiritual prowess, formidable as it was, could not pierce the shroud of malevolent mist surrounding this locale. It was evident that a hidden power of the heavenly Tao lay concealed within. The gathering of Yin energy here resembled that of a spiritual ground, formed under certain auspicious conditions. However, unlike the coveted spiritual grounds that all vie for, this place of gathering repulses all who approach. Even the most adept of ghostly cultivators cannot linger here for extended periods. Few possess the ability to command such a gathering. It is only the Yin spirits that find solace within its confines. With a mere glance, Jiang Wushuang deemed this place suitable for the ghost dragon and promptly advanced. The closer he approached, the sparser the vegetation became, until he found himself in a barren wasteland devoid of life. Upon reaching the edge of the mist, frost descended from the air, freezing the ground beneath his feet. A chilling shriek, mingled with the howling wind, sent shivers down his spine. Just as he was about to step into the mist, he turned to look back. Emerging from the fog were two figures, a man and a woman, one clad in black and the other in white. Each wielded a drawn sword, launching themselves into the fray. Within the mist, an enormous shadow seemed to pursue them. However, as the pair burst forth from the fog, the dark figure halted, lingered for a moment, then vanished into obscurity. The two individuals outside the mist appeared to be under 30, yet both had attained the realm of spirit gathering. They were indeed notable talents within the martial arts. However, they now looked somewhat disheveled, with the woman in white bearing several crimson stains, clearly the result of a skirmish. "Senior brother, we should never have ventured into this place of Yin gathering," the woman remarked, her expression cold and distant. The man in black, with striking brows and sharp eyes, frowned. "It is said that the gathering of Yin energy is most likely to produce earth dragon fruit, and I thought to test my luck. It seems I acted recklessly, nearly endangering my junior sister's life. There is no need for you to blame yourself. We are both safe, are we not?" Just then, they noticed a youthful figure nearby, gazing intently at them. At first glance, they mistook him for another malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of the mist, prompting them to raise their swords in defense, prepared for confrontation. Upon realizing that the youth was not a spectral entity, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared perplexity. They could not comprehend how a boy at the Qi realm had ventured to such a perilous place. Seeking death, perhaps. The woman clad in white scrutinized the youth for a moment, shaking her head in disbelief. The man in black then spoke. "Young brother, are you preparing to enter the gathering of shadows?" The youth nodded slowly. The man in black cautioned, "This place is fraught with danger. Do not venture in, lest you jeopardize your life." The youth smiled faintly and nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Yet, in the next instant, he plunged into the mist, vanishing from sight. The man in black found himself too late to intervene. "Brother, it seems your good intentions have gone unheeded," the woman in white remarked, her brows furrowing. The man in black shook his head, rendered speechless. As thoughts of the malevolent entities they had encountered arose, a flicker of fear crossed his gaze. "Never mind. We are struggling to safeguard our own lives. We cannot concern ourselves with the fate of others, he murmured softly. The woman in white, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of complexity in her previously indifferent expression. After sheathing their swords, they remained silent for a considerable time, as if waiting for the young man to emerge or contemplating a significant decision, caught in a web of conflict. Sister, must we truly proceed with this? The man in black ventured first. The woman in white looked up, determination glimmering in her eyes, and replied, Do we have a second option? The man in black hesitated, saying, But, if we act thus, are we not akin to the fiends of the demonic path? Observing his expression, the woman in white responded, Brother, I understand your reluctance to associate with such villains. However, our entire sect is ensnared by the Red Lotus sect. We can only take one step at a time. Yet, the woman pressed, during these tumultuous times, we cannot afford to be indecisive any longer. Sister, you speak wisely. Let us proceed as you suggest. Just as the man in black struggled to reach a resolution, the woman in white stepped before him, meeting his gaze. Eventually, the man in black sighed softly and followed the woman in white towards the imperial city. As Jiang Wushuang stepped into the mist, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Shadows flitted around him, though the periphery was populated only by some ethereal souls, who, aside from floating menacingly, posed no real threat. Jiang Wushuang merely released a hint of his aura, and the malevolent energy surged outward, causing the spirits to vanish in an instant. However, as he retracted his aura, the dark energy encircled him once more. Such a dense atmosphere of malevolence was indeed rare. Jiang Wushuang nodded in satisfaction with his surroundings. As he ventured deeper, the ethereal souls dissipated, replaced by formidable specters. Perhaps sensing the presence of this anomaly, shadowy figures began to emerge from the depths below. Soon, Jiang Wushuang found himself enveloped in an ominous throng. Various forms of malevolent spirits exist, alongside monstrous beasts transformed into demonic entities. It is no wonder that those two fled in disarray. Jiang Wushuang's gaze swept across his surroundings, recalling the two individuals he encountered outside. Though these apparitions were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. Without the means to counteract them, it would be arduous to eradicate them completely. Naturally, this presented a degree of difficulty. However, it appeared that it was not these minor spirits that had driven the two to retreat. He had glimpsed a massive shadow at the moment they escaped, which piqued his curiosity. Thus, instead of immediately unleashing the ghost dragon, he chose to investigate personally. After traversing the realm of gathering, he found no sign of the entity. Regardless, he dismissed any concern for these demons and monsters before the ghost dragon. They were merely prey. Jiang Wushuang shook his head, preparing to summon the ghost dragon, when suddenly his eyes narrowed, as if he could pierce through the veil of mist before him. Then, a low growl resonated from ahead, followed by the emergence of a shadow. The spirits that had encircled him scattered in disarray, burrowing into the ground, vanishing from sight. Before him, the mist parted, revealing a pathway. At the end of this path, a colossal shadow, towering several dozen feet, approached with deliberate steps. The figure was entirely obsidian, its enormous eyes resembling black holes, seemingly capable of devouring all. Two razor-sharp crimson fangs adorned its maw, strikingly vivid. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of this indistinct silhouette through the mist, Jiang Wushuang was certain it was the very same entity he had encountered before. Confronted by the overwhelming aura of the apparition, he could not help but marvel at the fortune those two had in escaping. After all, even a master would likely turn tail at the sight of such a ghastly being. Yet, Jiang Wushuang did not retreat. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He was astonished to discover a master-level spirit lurking within this seemingly insignificant domain of gathering. The ghost dragon would surely relish this encounter. Chapter 156. Do you still consider it a misunderstanding? Jiang Wushuang gazed at the immense shadow looming in the distance, an unusual glimmer flickering in her eyes. This specter, akin to the king of all ghosts, had emerged and instantly frightened all the lesser spirits into hiding. The creature was shrouded in swirling black mist, resembling a colossal tiger, a demon beast transformed from a tiger. Its aura was formidable, rivaling that of a master. Hollow eyes fixated on Jiang Wushuang for a brief moment before its massive head suddenly enlarged, creating an incongruous proportion with its body. In the next instant, It vanished from sight, only to reappear right before her. However swift the ghostly tiger seemed, to Jiang Wushuang, its movements unfolded as if in slow motion. Just as the ghost tiger launched its attack, a golden fist struck its form, causing the ethereal silhouette to contort as if pierced by a sharp blade. Twisting into a bow shape, like a stone flung from a slingshot, it shattered through the thick fog, disappearing from her view. Simultaneously, a chilling roar echoed through the mist. Amidst the fog, a figure clad in a black robe sat cross-legged, surrounded by a mound of skulls at his feet, many of which bore faint traces of crimson blood. The figure was gaunt, with sunken eye sockets and a visage as pale as parchment. A mere glance was enough to instill dread in the heart. Clad in flowing black robes, his eyes were tightly shut, and his sleeves billowed, as if the true essence within him could burst through at any moment. In his hands, he cradled a black ceramic jar from which tendrils of black mist emerged, slithering like serpents around him. Each time the mist swept through the air, it ensnared wandering spirits, eliciting piercing cries. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, revealing flickering azure flames that danced within, reminiscent of a hellish demon awakening. Wherever his gaze fell, the specters were drawn in as if ensnared by a black hole, merging with the azure flames within his pupils. In the blink of an eye, even the surrounding fog receded several dozen yards. He then sprang into the air, leaping from the pile of skulls and diving into the mist, vanishing in an instant. After driving away the ghost tiger with a single punch, Jiang Wushuang did not pursue it. Possessing the skills of a ghostly cultivator, she recognized at a glance that this ghost tiger was not merely a common master-level spirit, but rather a creature akin to her ghost dragon, having been domesticated by someone. It seemed this place had been claimed by another. Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed slightly, but was soon replaced by understanding. Though the gathering of Yin energy was difficult to control, it did not imply that no one could conquer it. For her ghost dragon, this domain was as natural as water is to fish. With sufficient strength, even the most expansive gathering of Yin energy could be traversed by those daring enough. Judging by the ghost tiger's prowess, the ghostly cultivator in question was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, what of it? Jiang Wushuang smiled widely, exhilarated by the sight of powerful beings. Encountering a master felt akin to discovering a treasure trove of experience. He released the ghost tiger, hoping it would bring its master. Indeed, mere moments after the ghost tiger was driven away, a furious roar echoed from the distance. Who dares disturb my tranquil meditation? The voice, though not loud, possessed a piercing clarity, resonating in Jiang Wushuang's ears like thunder. Shortly thereafter, the mist before him began to churn rapidly, and three colossal figures surged forth from the fog. One was the ghost tiger he had just sent fleeing, while the other two appeared human, albeit with grotesque features, shrouded in dark energy, devoid of any vitality. Astonishingly, there were three master-level ghost companions before him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. The greater the strength of a ghost companion, the more formidable the ghost cultivator. Although Jiang Wushuang was primarily adept with the blade, his possession of the first grade 9 tripod refinement made him a formidable entity among ghost cultivators. So far, he had only one ghost dragon as a companion. The arrival of three master-level ghost companions indicated a profound depth of resources within the realm of ghost cultivation. As the three ghost companions charged at him, each employing extraordinary techniques, any ordinary master would find it nearly impossible to escape. However, Jiang Wushuang did not even draw his blade. With bare hands, he repelled them. As the three ghost companions fell back, he surged forward, swiftly capturing one of the humanoid ghost companions in his grasp and binding it with his true essence. Will you not reveal yourself? Jiang Wushuang spoke softly to the mist. Although the master-level ghost companions were powerful, they posed no threat in his grip. Should he choose, he could obliterate it at any moment. As his voice faded, a figure gradually emerged. It was a man clad in a long black robe, his visage exceedingly grotesque. Why are all ghost cultivators so ugly? He couldn't help but mutter. Yet upon reflection, he understood. Constantly surrounded by ghostly beings and enveloped in malevolent energy, could hardly yield a pleasing appearance. Fortunately, his ghost cultivation methods were acquired rather than cultivated, sparing him from becoming akin to these individuals. Otherwise, he would have to contemplate abandoning the path of ghost cultivation altogether, as he had no desire to squander his good looks, becoming a creature neither human nor ghost. Oh, who are you? Jiang Wushuang scrutinized the man in black, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Initially, he thought it might be from some memory inheritance, but after a moment's contemplation, his eyes brightened. He suddenly realized that this individual was a notorious criminal on the Deqian wanted list. Xing Qi, ghost cultivator, suspected level 5 master, extremely dangerous. According to the wanted list, this Xing Qi not only possessed formidable strength, but also commanded a hefty bounty. Of course, the high bounty stemmed from another reason as well. This individual was exceedingly malevolent and ruthless, frequently slaughtering villages and cities to enhance his own power and expand his ghost companions. Wherever he went, panic and chaos invariably followed. In pursuit of his capture, the divine captor camp repeatedly dispatched masters, causing him considerable distress. As Jiang Wushuang scrutinized Xing Qi, the latter was secretly evaluating him in return. Within Xing Qi's eyes, which flickered with azure flames, lay a profound astonishment. In truth, he had sensed something amiss after his ghostly tiger was disturbed by two unsuspecting children who had wandered into this place. He had wished to cultivate in peace for a while, and to avoid unnecessary complications, he had merely driven them away. Little did he expect that just as the two had departed, another had arrived, inflicting injury upon his ghostly companion. How could he tolerate such an affront? Even if it meant relinquishing this sacred ground for cultivation, he was determined to annihilate the intruder. He promptly released all his ghostly pets, believing he could easily overpower the newcomer. However, to his astonishment, the opponent effortlessly repelled his three formidable ghostly companions and captured one of them. As Xing Qi witnessed one of his strongest ghostly pets on the brink of destruction, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Instead, he raised his arm and clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, saying, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. It seems we have encountered a misunderstanding. I implore your forgiveness." At that moment, he completely abandoned any pretense of seeking retribution and instead offered a sincere apology. There was no alternative. The strength displayed by the other was far too formidable to provoke. A misunderstanding? The young man opposite him replied with a faint smile. "I have come to seize this gathering of Yin energy. Do you still consider it a misunderstanding?" Chapter 157. I am willing to serve as a slave for a lifetime. Do you desire this realm of gathering shadows? Xing Qi furrowed his brow slightly, casting another discreet glance at the youth before him. For ordinary warriors, the realm of gathering shadows is a place of peril. Only ghost cultivators can wield its power, and it is of use solely to the most formidable among them. The abilities the youth had just displayed did not resemble those of a ghost cultivator, leaving Xing Qi puzzled as to the boy's intentions regarding this realm. "Since you desire it, take it," Xing Qi said, lowering his gaze. Although this realm held great significance for him, the formidable strength exhibited by the youth instilled a sense of caution. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to relinquish it. After all, the most powerful of his ghost companions remained firmly in the youth's grasp. Observing the ghost companion struggling desperately in the youth's hands, Xing Qi hesitated before speaking again. "Esteemed one, since this is a misunderstanding, might I request the release of my ghost companion?" In his view, he too was a powerful ghost cultivator. Having already granted the realm to the youth, he believed he had shown sufficient respect and that it was time to let go. After all, inciting the wrath of a ghost cultivator could lead to dire consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth indeed released his ghost companion. The humanoid ghost companion darted to his side, and Xing Qi felt its overwhelming fear. He instinctively sought to soothe it with his spiritual sense, yet a sense of alarm washed over him. His master-level ghost tiger, invincible in combat, was experiencing fear for the first time. Once again, he scrutinized the youth before him, astonished by his strength. "I take my leave," Xing Qi said, cupping his hands in a gesture of farewell as he prepared to turn away with his three ghost companions. However, just as he began to turn, a faint voice drifted to him from behind. "I believe you have misunderstood." Xing Qi paused, slowly turning back to face the youth. The boy wore a serene smile, his youthful visage exuding an air of innocence. Yet, the words that followed sent a chill through Xing Qi's heart. "I did not intend to let you leave." The youth spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. "The realm of gathering shadows has already been bestowed upon you." What does this imply? Xing Qi sensed that events were not unfolding as he had anticipated. He straightened his posture, the humility in his demeanor dissipating. "What do you mean by this?" I simply find your 3 ghost companions intriguing, and it seems you hold considerable value as well." The youth stood amidst the gathering mist, which began to envelop him. "How audacious, to covet my very life," Zheng Qi scoffed, dropping any pretense. A black ceramic jar materialized in his hand, and in an instant, boundless ghostly energy surged forth, enveloping him. The surrounding mist trembled in response, retreating in all directions. The 3 master-level ghost companions, previously retracted, reappeared behind him, their presence amplified under the shroud of ghostly energy. With a fierce display, they bared their fangs and claws, emitting cries that echoed with a chilling shriek capable of shattering the souls of those in the gathering spirit realm. In that moment, the surroundings transformed into an unfathomable abyss. The spectacle utterly terrifying. Zheng Qi's sleeves billowed dramatically, and his hair danced as if caught by an unseen wind. His stature seemingly doubled, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. While his prowess might be extraordinary, he seemed to forget that this was the realm of shadows, his dominion. The endless malevolent energy was at his disposal, and when the time came to engage, the outcome remained uncertain. Zheng Qi's gaze was fixed upon the youth opposite him, his eyes icy and filled with malice. His audacity to strike stemmed from considerable confidence. The outside world believed him to be at the 5th tier of mastery, yet he had already attained the 8th tier. Coupled with 3 master-level ghost companions, he could contend even with those at the 9th tier. Amidst the ghostly aura, Zheng Qi unleashed 3 streams of true essence, intertwining them into threads that bound his ghostly companions together. In an instant, their forms surged, doubling in size once more. Zheng Qi leapt onto the back of a ghostly tiger. Several figures executed their offensive maneuvers, charging toward the youth. Throughout the display of overwhelming might, the boy remained eerily calm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zheng Qi was the most formidable ghost cultivator he had ever encountered, and with the enhancement of this shadowy locale, even a 9th-tier master would be at risk of annihilation. Regrettably, Jiang Wushuang, though a master, had long since severed his life cycle. He regarded the 3 approaching ghostly companions with a cold smirk, his mind stirring as he summoned a ghostly dragon. Zheng Qi was in the midst of consolidating a potent true essence, poised to unleash his ultimate technique, while his companions prepared to execute a combined attack. Suddenly, a swirling mass of black fog materialized before the boy, expanding ominously. "Are you also a ghost cultivator?" Zheng Qi's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly morphing into disdain. The most formidable weapon of a ghost cultivator was their ghostly companions, and his trio was the pinnacle of such power. In his perception, there were no other ghost cultivators before him. Yet, as this thought took form, an overwhelming aura surged forth, one that belonged to a ghostly entity. It was profound and vast, engulfing him in an instant. When he discerned the figure materializing before the youth, Zheng Qi's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if to accommodate a chicken egg. This was impossible. In that moment, his pupils were filled with the image of a long figure, possessing 4 claws and a dragon-like head. Each of its movements sent tremors through the surrounding mists. Before he could fully comprehend, the elongated figure charged toward him. The trio of ghostly companions, once fierce and seemingly poised to devour the youth, now resembled mice fleeing from a cat, halting their advance in terror. Regrettably, the pursuing figure was swifter. In the blink of an eye, it seized one of the humanoid ghostly companions and consumed it whole before Zheng Qi's astonished gaze. Without pausing, it turned to pursue another. Soon, the second was devoured as well. Zheng Qi remained in a daze, witnessing this spectacle as the massive figure loomed before him, its colossal form akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless. His eyes filled with terror as he cast a glance downward at the ghostly tiger beneath him, and with a sudden leap, he sprang into the air. Just as he did, that enormous figure lunged forward. His master-level ghost pet was seized as easily as a chick in its jaws. Zheng Qi stared at the colossal silhouette, his teeth chattering in fear. As a ghost cultivator who manipulated ghostly entities, he had refined countless spirits, even capturing master-level beings. Yet this was the first time he encountered something that instilled such dread within him. Was this a ghost dragon? The pain of losing his ghost pet was overshadowed by a profound astonishment in his gaze. Dragons are naturally fierce warriors, endowed with unparalleled gifts. The ghost dragon stands as the most formidable pet in the eyes of ghost cultivators, yet it is nearly unattainable. Even at the 8th level of mastery, he had never contemplated acquiring one. After gazing at the immense form suspended in the air for a moment, he turned to the young man, his eyes filled with trepidation. The thought of a ghost cultivator capable of wielding a ghost dragon was unfathomable to him. To think that such a distinguished individual would keep a ghost dragon as a pet left him feeling utterly blind. It was truly a grave mistake. With a respectful bow, Xingqi suddenly bent his eyes and knelt upon the ground. If your esteemed self does not reject me, I am willing to serve as your slave for life, to toil like an ox or horse in your service. After speaking, he bowed his head 3 times, his demeanor reflecting utmost sincerity. Chapter 158. What kind of character have I provoked? Jiang Wushuang paid no heed to Xingqi's display. He had witnessed many individuals reduced to pleading for mercy after being struck down, all driven by the primal fear for their lives, merely putting on a fade. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the ghost dragon's consumption of Xingqi's 3-headed ghost pets. Typically, it is an arduous task for spirits of the same rank to devour one another. Only a being as unique as the ghost dragon could effortlessly consume all 3 master-level ghost pets in one gulp. In that moment, the ghost dragon resembled a creature that had just ingested 3 powerful elixirs, enveloped in swirling black mist, joyfully darting through the fog. Clearly, it was experiencing the thrill of consuming such formidable spirits for the first time. After all, even within the previous demonic artifacts, no master-level spirits had been found. It is evident how challenging it is for a spirit to attain the master level. The fact that Xingqi possessed 3 such spirits speaks volumes about his expertise in the realm of ghost cultivation. Were it not for the ghost dragon's ascension to the 9th layer of the master rank, along with its rare lineage and extraordinary talent, Jiang Wushuang might have had to intervene personally to resolve the situation. If he could manage to feed the ghost dragon a few more master-level spirits, it might very well break through to the life-will realm. As Jiang Wushuang sensed the changes within the ghost dragon, he could not help but feel a thrill of astonishment. To claim that 3 master-level spirits were akin to potent elixirs was no exaggeration. He could distinctly perceive that the creature was edging closer to the life-will stage. However, master-level spirits are exceedingly difficult to locate. After all, for a spirit to evolve to this tier, it must possess a unique lineage or have been immensely powerful in its previous life. With these prerequisites met, it also requires a substantial amount of negative energy for nourishment, enduring countless years to mature gradually. Even if a master-level spirit were to come into existence, there is a significant likelihood that it would be captured by ghost cultivators to serve as a pet. It is likely that only those ghost cultivation sects would be able to procure master-level spirits. Jiang Wushuang contemplated this for a moment. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to dismantle a ghost cultivation sect and test his luck. Nevertheless, for the time being, he should allow the ghost dragon to remain in this gathering place of Yin energy. After all, the spirits here would provide sufficient amusement for a while. Moreover, dismantling a ghost cultivation sect is no trivial matter. This plan requires careful consideration. Little one, stay here for now, Jiang Wushuang remarked to the ghost dragon, which was weaving through the mist above. The ghost dragon had long since forged a deep connection with him, instantly comprehending his intent. Letting out a hoarse dragon roar, it dove into the depths below. Its massive form vanished in an instant. Through the ghost dragon's perspective, Jiang Wushuang beheld a grim landscape of bones beneath. It was unfathomable to consider how many mountains of corpses and seas of blood had contributed to such a sight. Observing the ghost dragon joyfully pursuing spirits underground, Jiang Wushuang could not help but smile. This creature seemed to revel in its surroundings, which put him at ease. He then withdrew his consciousness and shifted his gaze to Xingqi, who was visibly terrified, remaining motionless in a kneeling position. From where do your 3 ghost pets originate? Jiang Wushuang inquired about the doubts that lingered in his heart. Xingqi, noticing the youth across from him, promptly lowered his head and said, "This is not convenient to discuss." Jiang Wushuang replied in a low voice. Xingqi's body trembled slightly as he said, "No, it's not inconvenient. Just difficult to speak of. Have you heard of Yuan Kai Daoren?" Jiang Wushuang nodded. In truth, he had not heard of him, but had encountered related information while absorbing the memories of others. Yuan Kai Daoren was a renowned ghost practitioner, his fame surpassing that of Xingqi significantly. Initially, he did not understand why Xingqi mentioned Yuan Kai Daoren. but suddenly recalled that this individual also possessed 3 master-level ghost pets. It was precisely because of the formidable prowess of these 3 ghost companions that he had gained such renown. "What is your relationship with Yuan Kai Daoren?" Jiang Wushuang inquired, raising his gaze. Zheng Qi continued to look down and replied, "Yuan Kai Daoren is my master." Jiang Wushuang regarded Zheng Qi with keen interest and remarked, "Your master possesses 3 master-level ghost companions. Do you also have 3? Is there some secret technique?" If such a technique existed, he would not hesitate to eliminate him and seize the memory inheritance. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qi's face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he confessed, "My 3 ghost companions are indeed from my master." Jiang Wushuang casually responded, "Did he give them to you?" Zheng Qi shook his head, not concealing the truth. "I killed him." Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. Killing one's master to seize their pets certainly aligned with the rumors about him. This also illustrated how elusive master-level ghost companions were, prompting someone to go so far as to slay their own master for them. With this revelation, Jiang Wushuang lost interest in Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi candidly recounted the origins of his ghost companions. In truth, he was more curious about the origins of the youth's ghost dragon. In the eyes of ghost practitioners, a ghost dragon was a rare and coveted treasure, yet also a perilous entity. A powerful ghost practitioner possessing a ghost dragon wielded a potent weapon, while those lacking sufficient strength would only invite disaster. Nevertheless, the youth before him had already proven himself fully qualified to acquire a ghost dragon. Noticing the boy's silence and averted gaze, Zheng Qi thought he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Even if he were to become a servant, he would acquiesce. As long as he could survive, anything was possible. After all, being near such a formidable ghost practitioner might not be a bad fate. "Let us depart," the youth said calmly, then turned to walk towards the outskirts of the gathering place. Zheng Qi was initially taken aback, but then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he swiftly replied, "Yes, my master." Indeed, the other had spared his life. The full moon hung high in the sky. In the dim night, the demon suppression tower loomed like a ferocious beast. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily before the tower. Soon, several figures emerged from within the tower, brandishing blades and swords, surrounding the fallen entity. "Today has finally arrived. Let me see who it is." "Ah, it is the ghostly cultivator Zheng Qi. Quick, report to the captain immediately." The once astonished and expectant demon-suppressing guards suddenly found themselves in a state of panic. Upon realizing that the visitor's powers were sealed, they breathed a sigh of relief. This is indeed a significant catch. It is said that the Divine Capture Unit has been pursuing him for quite some time. "Thank you, my lord." A group of them bowed respectfully towards the night sky. At this moment, Zheng Qi appeared bewildered, still processing what had transpired. Throughout the journey to the imperial city, the youth had maintained an air of tranquility, even engaging in discussions about the path of ghostly cultivation. How did he find himself cast into this predicament in the blink of an eye? As he gazed up at the towering structure before him, his eyes fixated on the 3 large characters above the entrance, and it felt as though lightning had struck him, his entire being shuddering. "The demon suppression tower?" Zheng Qi stood in a daze for an extended period, his eyes filled with despair. Although the youth had spared his life, he had cast him into an abyss without end. In that moment, he felt as if the situation was more unbearable than death itself. Soon, a master emerged from the demon suppression tower, inspecting him before bowing to the empty air. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Qi's heart erupted in a cacophony of anguish. What manner of individuals have I entangled myself with? Chapter 159. A familiar sensation. The following day, Jiang Wushuang arrived at the demon suppression tower as usual, bright and early. Upon entering the Gue prison area, she was taken aback to find Tang Bu, who typically arrived last, already seated within the stone chamber. Although he was still clad in the attire of the demon suppression guard, today he appeared exceptionally striking. After a few more glances, Jiang Wushuang realized that he was adorned in new garments, fresh boots, and even a brand new hat, radiating an invigorated spirit. Surrounding him were several colleagues, their faces alight with envy. Who is today as protagonist? While Jiang Wushuang was astonished by Tang Bu's transformation, she was no stranger to such scenes. It was evident that he had heard some intriguing news the previous night and was eager to share it with his colleagues. Judging by their expressions, the revelation must have been quite impactful. Today a star is none other than myself. Tangbu gazed at the entering Jiang Wushuang, his eyes gleaming with pride. You? Which courtesan have you befriended this time? Jiang Wushuang merely shook her head and smiled, intending to jest. However, before Tangbu could respond, someone nearby interjected, Little Jiang. You're mistaken this time. Tangbu actually struck it lucky yesterday. Indeed, his fortune is remarkable. I knew he had gone out with me, another added. The story unfolded from the previous night. The group around them expressed their regret. After listening for a while, Jiang Wushuang finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Tangbu had ventured out, as was his custom, indulging in revelry in the imperial city. However, just as he exited the demon suppression tower, a figure had plummeted from above. Though a cadre of demon suppression guards rushed to the scene, tension soon enveloped them. Seeing this, Tangbu instinctively lent a hand, not thinking much of it at the time. To his astonishment, the figure turned out to be a notorious criminal, prompting even the captain of the demon suppression tower to be alerted. The incident was reported that very night, and personnel from the divine capture camp arrived. Naturally, the credit for the capture would not be relinquished to the divine capture camp. The captain personally oversaw the matter, securing the criminal in the third level of the demon suppression tower. Every participant in the operation received due recognition for their efforts, and Tangbu inexplicably earned a share of the accolades, receiving a substantial reward. Is this really how it works? Jiang Wushuang found herself both amused and bewildered. She had merely tossed Xingqi into the demon suppression tower, never anticipating such an unexpected outcome. I too find it astonishing, yet the credit has fortuitously fallen upon him, remarked an older demon suppression guard with a chuckle. Hee, what does it mean for credit to fall upon me? You didn't witness how perilous the situation was. A group almost failed to capture him. Had I not acted swiftly, he might have escaped, Tangbu remarked, slightly raising his chin, as if to say, don't be envious. This credit was earned through my utmost effort. As he spoke with such vividness, the expressions of envy among his peers gradually transformed into admiration. As he spoke of thrilling moments, everyone's eyes widened, and they felt that if it were themselves, they might truly hesitate to proceed. Only Jiang Wushuang stood to the side, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Were it not for his knowledge of Xingqi's abilities being thoroughly sealed, he might have been convinced otherwise. Well, you need not envy me. Tonight at Baiwa Tower, I shall host, so just enjoy yourselves, Tangbu declared, thumping his chest. He then remembered to drape an arm around Jiang Wushuang's shoulders, saying, It's been ages since we shared a drink. You must come. As Wu Zhang and Du Yi entered, the crowd dispersed, commencing their day of duty. Jiang Wushuang seized the opportunity to release the Yin soul and began to gather cultivation energy. Upon reaching the third level of the demon suppression tower, he indeed encountered Xingqi. There he was, ensnared by immense binding chains, struck by lightning, and emitting cries of agony. For a ghost cultivator at the 8th level of mastery, his escape methods were as enigmatic as they were mysterious. Being confined to the third level was, after all, quite normal. As the Yin soul under Jiang Wushuang's control drew near, preparing to absorb cultivation energy, Xingqi suddenly lifted his head and fixed his gaze upon the soul. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. It was known that only the formidable being in the central abyss of the third level could perceive the Yin soul he commanded. This was the distinction of ghost cultivators. Their spiritual awareness surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. And some powerful ghost cultivators began to condense their divine infants even while still in the master realm. Thus, they could easily detect the Yin soul he controlled. Xingqi stared at the drifting soul before him and offered a bitter smile. Now even you mock me? He said, before attempting to bite at the soul. Alas! Upon merely brushing against the iron bars in front of him, a bolt of lightning struck down. In the next moment, Xingqi's face contorted, and he let out a series of anguished cries. Jiang Wushuang paid him no heed, directing the Yin soul to absorb the cultivation energy of other targets. When he reached the center of the abyss, the refined middle-aged man bound by enormous chains still hung quietly in the air. His serene demeanor bore no resemblance to one who was trapped. He appeared more like a slumbering individual. However, each time the Yin soul approached, he would awaken. Oh, little one, you have returned, the middle-aged man said, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Although the smile was gentle, Jiang Wushuang felt a jolt in his heart as he sensed that the other might perceive him through his spiritual awareness. Promptly, he commanded the Yin soul to withdraw slowly. Strange, that was. Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed, his confusion deepening. In that fleeting moment, he noticed a golden light materialize around the middle-aged man, which then soared into his body. The golden light was nearly imperceptible, had his own strength not increased significantly of late, bolstering his divine infant. He might have failed to notice it. His curiosity piqued primarily because the golden light bore a certain familiarity, akin to that within himself. Could it be that he had once been a child of destiny? Jiang Wushuang tilted his head, pondering. The mysterious power within him had arisen from the connection to fate when he broke through the master realm. Thus, it seems that the other party might share a similar experience. However, the reason for being trapped on the third level of this demon suppression tower remains perplexing. Subsequently, he guided the spectral entity to the fourth level of the tower, where he discovered the golden dragon ensnared by a powerful formation. A faint golden light emanated from the dragon within the protective barrier, dissipating into the air. Compared to before, this golden dragon appeared somewhat diminished, as if that drifting golden light represented a portion of its lost vitality. To avoid inciting the wrath of the dragon, the spectral entity controlled by Jiang Wushuang merely observed from a distance. The glimmer of golden light surrounding the middle-aged man on the third level felt vaguely familiar, while the golden radiance enveloping the dragon seemed to resonate with the essence within him. He pondered the connection between this phenomenon and fate. Jiang Wushuang noted the profound mystery surrounding both the middle-aged man on the third level and the golden dragon on the fourth, stirring his curiosity. After all, despite being referred to as the son of destiny, his understanding of this so-called fate was quite limited, even though it had bestowed upon him numerous advantages. He resolved to inquire thoroughly when next he encountered that old fellow, Zhao Tongquan. Jiang Wushuang contemplated this and murmured to himself. Chapter 160. A master indeed. After the dispersal of the crowd, Tangbu led several colleagues to the Baiwa building. As they traversed the illuminated streets of the imperial city, the vivid lights of the Baiwa building became increasingly apparent from a distance. The entrance was bustling with a constant stream of visitors, drawn in by the recent appearance of a new courtesan, captivating numerous admirers. The establishment was rapidly gaining prominence, hinting at its potential ascent to the pinnacle of the imperial city's brothels. Although Tang Bu claimed to invite everyone for an enjoyable evening, the reality was that they would merely sit in the hall, sipping on drinks. Those inclined could independently summon a lady of their choice, and that was the extent of the evening's entertainment. Given his modest means, such indulgence was all he could afford. Noticing Jiang Wushuang seated alone, Tang Bu took the liberty of calling over a young lady for him. "Xiao Jiang, one cannot simply drink every time one visits here," he remarked, pushing a girl in a sheer red dress towards him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Jiang Wushuang refrained from comment, having observed Tang Bu discreetly place a silver coin in the young lady's hand. The woman in the red dress appeared to be in her 20s, her skin as smooth as jade. She nestled beside Jiang Wushuang, pouring a drink from the jug on the table and presenting it to him with a melodious voice. "Young master, please." Her voice was as sweet as a nightingale's, delightful to hear. "My name is Honger. May I ask how to address you, young master?" With remarkable eagerness, the young woman busied herself with pouring wine and feeding him fruit. "So you are Jiang Gongzi." "Jiang Gongzi is actually a member of the Zhimal Wei." "I am quite impressed," she exclaimed. "You must visit often, Jiang Gongzi." Jiang Wushuang engaged in light conversation with the woman in red. Initially, they were joined by a table of companions, but gradually, they all dispersed, leaving only Jiang Wushuang and the red-dressed lady to share drinks. As time passed, the wine jug was exchanged multiple times. "Jiang Gongzi, you truly possess a remarkable capacity for alcohol," remarked the young lady. Her cheeks flushed, though her eyes sparkled with vitality. Jiang Wushuang, impervious to intoxication, found himself astonished by her resilience. Typically, the ladies of the Baiwa building would partake in only a sip or two. Yet this woman matched him drink for drink, seemingly unfazed. Logically, she should have been incapacitated by now, yet she merely exhibited a hint of inebriation. Her tolerance was astounding. Jiang Wushuang lifted his cup, a sudden furrow appearing on his brow. "What troubles you, Jiang Gongzi?" The red-dressed lady keenly observed his expression. Jiang Wushuang smiled softly, meeting her large, expressive eyes. "It is nothing. I merely stumbled upon something rather intriguing." After speaking, he appraised the young lady from head to toe. "What intriguing matter could that be? I would love to hear about it," she inquired, interlacing her arms around one of his, her body inching closer. Jiang Wushuang remained silent, his gaze intently fixed on the figure beside him. Just moments ago, he was astonished by the remarkable drinking capacity of the woman in the red dress, attributing it to her unique constitution. However, upon probing her with his spiritual awareness, he was taken aback. Although the woman had cultivated a certain hidden martial skill, his formidable perception revealed a fluctuation of true essence within her. He could scarcely fathom that this seemingly fragile woman, who resorted to selling herself in a brothel, was indeed a martial arts master. If Tongbu were to discover her true identity, he would likely have fallen to his knees in shock. "Are all the women in the 100 Flowers Pavilion like you?" Jiang Wushuang inquired casually, simultaneously probing the minds of everyone within the establishment. Regrettably, he found no other masters among them. "Young Master Jiang, you overestimate hunger," the woman in red responded, gradually straightening her posture while pouring wine. "The sisters at 100 Flowers Pavilion are far more exceptional than I," she expressed with genuine emotion. According to her, she had been abandoned by her family as a child and nearly perished from hunger on the streets. It was a servant of the brothel who took her in, allowing her to perform menial tasks in exchange for food. As she matured, she caught the eye of the matron and became one among many young women. Among them, she occupied the lowest rank. Jiang Wushuang feigned sympathy, yet inwardly, he scoffed at her words, believing not a single syllable. Masters of martial arts could not possibly emerge from a brothel. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted around them. Everyone craned their necks to the second floor. Moments ago, patrons were engaged in lively toasts with the women beside them, but now, they pushed them aside, standing in fervent anticipation. Following their gaze, Jiang Wushuang observed several large lanterns on the third floor illuminating the space. The doors slowly creaked open, revealing a figure clad in pink gracefully descending. Though veiled in a delicate gauze, her ethereal silhouette elicited gasps of astonishment. As she gradually unveiled herself, the room erupted in a chorus of screams, with many calling out, "Miss Ruolan." Unlike the other women of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she exuded neither the air of a courtesan nor the essence of seduction. Rather, she embodied a duality of aloofness and allure, captivating yet seemingly unattainable. At last, Miss Ruolan had made her appearance. Those who had previously vanished, including Tongbu and his companions, returned to their tables, all gazing upward. The majority of patrons at the 100 Flowers Pavilion were there solely to catch a glimpse of Miss Ruolan's beauty, for in their eyes, she was sacred, and merely witnessing her was sufficient. "Young Master Jiang, you seem unfazed by Miss Ruolan's presence?" The woman in red observed in astonishment as the crowd rose in adulation for Ruolan. Yet, Jiang Wushuang remained seated, sipping his drink, his gaze lifting only briefly, devoid of the fervor that animated others. "Only when I encounter someone I truly cherish will my heart be stirred," Jiang Wushuang remarked nonchalantly. The woman in the red dress revealed a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at him. The exuberance gradually subsided as the courtesan Ruolan returned to the room. The hall returned to an atmosphere filled with clinking cups and cheerful laughter. However, this ambience was short-lived, as a troop abruptly burst in, interrupting the merriment. Though the group comprised only a few dozen individuals, each exuded a fierce presence. Their gazes sharp as swords, rendering it difficult for anyone to meet their eyes. Standing in the center, they resembled a cluster of razor-sharp blades thrust into the ground. Leading them was a woman whose face was a mask of frost, with her sleeves tightly bound and a long blade in hand. She brandished an insignia and spoke coldly, "Divine Capture Camp, apprehending a wanted criminal." Jiang Wushuang recognized the newcomer. In fact, she was an old acquaintance, the female captain of the Divine Capture Camp, Wu Jiling, whom he had previously rescued. As he curiously scrutinized the group, Tangbu tugged at his sleeve, frantically signaling him to lower his head and avoid detection by Captain Wu. Jiang Wushuang turned to see that several of his colleagues were behaving like mice confronted by a cat, each wishing to burrow beneath the table. It dawned on him that Tangbu had mentioned something of significance. The female captain of the Divine Capture Camp harbored a particular disdain for officials and soldiers from Deqian entering such places of ill repute. Being caught by her would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. "Brother, get down," Tangbu urged, placing his hand on his waist and gesturing wildly. Seeing Jiang Wushuang casually surveying the surroundings only fueled his anxiety. prompting him to wish he could rush over and push Jiang beneath the table. Chapter 161. The Divine Captors Raid. The sudden intrusion of the Divine Captors into the 100 Flowers Pavilion rendered the atmosphere instantly hushed. These were seasoned hunters of demons, their gazes sharp and chilling, instilling a sense of dread. In the chambers on the second floor, many individuals scrambled from their beds, hastily seeking their scattered garments. Clad in opulent attire, these individuals held positions of authority within the Daiqian dynasty. If apprehended by the Divine Captors, their esteemed hats would surely be at risk. Alas, my lord, what brings you here? The 100 Flowers Pavilion has always adhered to the laws of Daiqian. A flustered matron in dark crimson attire exclaimed as she rushed forward. Upon seeing the Divine Captors, her heart quaked, yet she mustered a forced smile and approached Wu Jilin. In her recollections, the Divine Captors had seldom graced this establishment. Wu Jilin merely remarked, "The Divine Captors are on official business," before dismissing the matron. She then gestured to her more than 10 subordinates. Instantly, they dispersed. Some began to interrogate patrons individually, while others ascended the staircase, flinging open doors one after the other. The motives of the Divine Captors remained shrouded in mystery, and the uncertainty sent shivers through those already on edge. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, an individual attempted to slip out the front door during the search, only to be hurled back into the room with a heavy thud, blood spilling from their lips. Jiang Wushuang shook her head gently. The Divine Captors had not merely sent a few agents inside, for formidable figures encircled the 100 Flowers Pavilion outside. Without a masterful warrior, escape was impossible. Tang Bu, witnessing the unfortunate fate of that individual, felt a jolt of fear. Initially contemplating a retreat, he took only a few steps before quickly backtracking. Jiang Wushuang, however, paid him no heed. Her focus locked onto the woman in the red dress. If anyone were to possess the strength to escape from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she would undoubtedly be among them. A master, hiding in plain sight, must have ulterior motives. This grand display of the Divine Captors might well be aimed at her. Nevertheless, as the Divine Captors passed before her, questioning her just as they did the other women, she maintained an appearance of a startled doe, seemingly unfazed. Given her composure, it was evident she did not regard the Divine Captors with any seriousness. In truth, she, being a master, surely recognized that only 4 figures of gathering spirit stood outside. Even if they were truly after her, they were woefully inadequate to pose a threat. As Jiang Wushuang quietly observed the woman's performance, a sudden commotion erupted from the second floor. Wu Jilin, who had been standing resolutely with her blade, narrowed her eyes and dashed towards the source of the noise. All eyes turned upwards. Through the windows, one could glimpse the flickering shadows within a room on the second floor. The clanging of blades resonated incessantly. Jiang Wushuang's consciousness swept through the scene. Inside, Wu Jilin and several subordinates had encircled a hunchbacked man. With eyes glinting like a serpent's, the man wielded twin short blades, holding his own against them with remarkable prowess. Clearly, he too was of the gathering spirit realm. Boom! The hunchbacked man shattered the window and fell into the grand hall on the first floor. Wu Jilin and her companions swiftly followed, surrounding him once more. The patrons in the hall were instantly terrified, scattering in all directions, with many rushing towards the exit. At that moment, the members of the Divine Capturing Camp paid no heed to the fleeing crowd, as over a dozen converged upon the hunchbacked man. Yet, despite their numbers, they were unable to subdue him. After a few exchanges, several individuals were knocked down by him. To Jiang Wushuang's surprise, Tang Bu, who had previously exhibited the demeanor of a mouse confronted by a cat upon seeing Wu Jilin, did not seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Instead, he remained fixated on the unfolding scene. Little Jiang, this criminal is formidable. Wu Qianhu may struggle to apprehend him. Tang Bu's eyes narrowed, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade, poised to draw it at any moment. He then glanced at his colleagues beside him. Gentlemen, this presents a chance for merit. Jiang Wushuang chuckled at this. The man was clearly dazed by the accolades of the previous night, unaware of his own limitations. If Wu Jilin could not subdue him, charging in with your Qi realm would only lead to further casualties. Tang Bu, that man is in the gathering spirit realm. Several of his colleagues, evidently more composed, began to retreat. What are we afraid of? This is the imperial city. Even someone in the gathering spirit realm cannot hope to escape. Tang Bu turned with a cold snort. Indeed, Scarcely had he spoken when two more figures appeared in the fray. These individuals exuded immense power, and their entry swiftly turned the tide of battle. The hunchbacked man, once displaying overwhelming prowess, became increasingly cautious. Within mere dozens of exchanges, he was captured. Although a few members of the divine capturing camp sustained minor injuries, none were serious. As Tang Bu watched his comrades escort the captured criminal away, a look of regret crossed his face. You see, if we had acted sooner, we could have claimed some credit. His colleagues nodded slowly, regarding Tang Bu with newfound respect. His earlier seeming recklessness had, in fact, been a more comprehensive consideration than that of the others. Well, it's fortunate we were not discovered by Wu Qianhu regarding our identities as demon suppression guards. Jiang Wushuang smiled lightly, unperturbed. This reassured Tang Bu somewhat. Let us depart. The commotion had dissipated any lingering desire to continue their revelry, prompting everyone to exit the Baiwa building and head towards the demon suppression tower. Inside Baiwa building, chaos reigned. However, due to the spaciousness of the hall, only a few tables were broken. This uproar had frightened away all the guests, allowing the young women to retire early. The lady in the red dress gracefully ascended the staircase to the third floor. Before a door, she gently tapped 3 times before slowly pushing it open. Inside, a treasure trove awaited, untouched by dust. Behind a screen, a figure clad in pink sat, her slender fingers delicately plucking the strings of an ancient zither. The melodious notes resonated, lingering in the air. Though the lady in red was also strikingly beautiful, she paled in comparison to the enchanting presence before her. In a room filled with rare treasures, nothing compares to the enchanting smile of the lady in pink. She played the strings of her instrument without acknowledging the arrival of the woman in the red dress, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. Even the lady's courteous bow went unnoticed. The woman in red remained silent, quietly standing to the side. Once the melody concluded, she remarked, "The divine melody resonates like high mountains and flowing waters, lingering for days. A privilege far too great for mere mortals to behold." The lady in pink furrowed her brow and turned her gaze towards her. "What did you call me?" Yet, with merely a glance, the woman in red turned pale, her smile vanishing as she stammered, "I am sorry, I know I was wrong." The lady in pink replied softly, "You have erred many times, should there be another." The woman in red hastily bowed her head, "I shall not dare again." The thought of possible consequences made her tremble involuntarily. "What is it?" Fortunately, the lady in pink did not linger on the matter. The reason for the intrusion of the divine capturers had been clarified. Members of the Red Lotus sect were hidden here and had been discovered. The woman in red continued, "According to the information we have received, a large number of disciples from the Red Lotus sect have departed from Red Lotus Mountain, behaving strangely, plotting something unknown." The lady in pink maintained a stoic expression, her gaze fixed on the sky outside the window as she murmured, "The old ghost of Red Lotus nears the end of his lifespan. It seems he intends to fight desperately." A flicker of realization crossed the eyes of the woman in red, a strange light shining within. Can that old fellow advance any further? However, the lady in pink offered no response, merely stating, "The affairs of the Red Lotus sect are not for us to concern ourselves with. You need only focus on our own matters." The woman in red pouted slightly. "Understood, Sister Roland." Chapter 162. Re-entering the God-Catcher camp in the early morning. Jiang Wushuang pushed open the door, and a refreshing breeze caressed her face. The heavy rain from the previous night had thoroughly washed the entire Jiang residence. At this moment, the only elderly servant was clearing the silt from the drainage ditch, assisted by the sole maid. As for the chief steward, Ling Long, there was no sign of her. The spacious courtyard felt somewhat desolate. Perhaps it would become livelier upon the return of the lady, as mentioned by Ling Long. However, they had ventured to the remote borderlands. At the pace of an ordinary person, it would take several months to return to the imperial city. Jiang Wushuang stepped outside and turned onto a bustling street. After purchasing a few buns and 2 fried cakes from a roadside vendor, she made her way towards the demon suppression tower. The tower had been relatively tranquil in recent days, with no significant events occurring. Jiang Wushuang found herself quite unoccupied, merely repeating the process of interrogating prisoners and accumulating her cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, she had amassed 7 million cultivation points, sufficient to elevate her to the 6th level of the Grandmaster realm. Jiang Wushuang felt a slight surprise. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. She had returned from Qingshan County with a considerable amount of cultivation points remaining. Furthermore, the demon suppression tower allowed for the collection of nearly 300,000 points daily. She simply hadn't realized that more than 10 days had elapsed since her return. As she contemplated the prospect of utilizing her points to advance her realm, the door to the stone chamber slowly opened. Tangbu stood at the entrance, beckoning her. "There's a mission. Come with me." Upon catching up to him, Jiang Wushuang learned that they were to assist in the transfer of a prisoner from the Godcatcher camp. Typically, only significant prisoners warranted the dispatch of personnel from the demon suppression tower. This was Jiang Wushuang's second time receiving such a task. The first was to assist the holy son of Honglian, who had managed to escape midway. Curious about the identity of the current prisoner, the two made their way to the Godcatcher camp, presenting their tokens. Soon, they were escorted to the camp's prison. Although it was termed as an assistive role, it primarily involved verifying the prisoner's information and following the necessary procedures. Once they entered the demon suppression tower, the prisoner could be directly placed into a cell. Perhaps due to their mere Qi-Si realm strength, they were not afforded much attention. The individual who led them to the entrance merely guided them to the cells and left them to confront the prisoner on their own. Fortunately, this was not their first visit, and they were familiar with the Godcatcher camp's prison. As they searched the cells based on the records, it became evident that the Godcatcher camp's prison could not compare with the demon suppression tower. It resembled the Tian prison of the Ministry of Justice, albeit with wooden bars augmented by additional restraints. The level of security was entirely dissimilar to that of the demon suppression tower. It was merely a temporary holding place for prisoners. Those of significant weight would ultimately be transferred to the demon suppression tower. "This is the one," Tangbu remarked, glancing down at the roster in his hand before raising his gaze to the figure suspended by chains within the cell. The figure was disheveled, their body marred by the tortures inflicted by the Godcatcher camp, covered in ghastly wounds, with blood still dripping from their toes. However, the two were not surprised by this. Warriors possess formidable vitality and are not so easily dispatched. If one lacks certain skills, it would be futile to extract any information from them. "Xiao Jiang, do you find this prisoner somewhat familiar?" Tangbu tilted his head, scrutinizing the figure in the cell intently. Of course, he recognized him. Was he not the individual apprehended by the Divine Capture Camp a few days prior at the 100 Flowers building? Jiang Wushuang had already scanned him with her divine sense earlier and immediately identified him. "Ah, it truly is that hunchback," Tangbu exclaimed in astonishment. The reason he did not recognize him instantly was primarily due to the fact that he was suspended, which obscured the hunch in his back. So it was this fellow. Tangbu began to understand the reason for their mission to assist him. He had witnessed the man's strength firsthand. Had it not been for the intervention of two powerful gathering spirit realm experts from the Divine Capture Camp, they would not have subdued him. As they conversed, the figure in the cell appeared to awaken from slumber, slowly lifting his head. Disheveled hair framed his face, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he surveyed Jiang Wushuang and Tangbu, emitting a soft snort. "Reduced to prisoners, yet you dare glare at me? You shall see what awaits you upon returning to the demon tower." Tangbu could not help but scoff. Previously, he had felt some trepidation during the hunchback's confrontation with the Divine Capture Camp, but now that the man was imprisoned, he felt no fear. Since they had come to aid him, he would undoubtedly be confined to the Gui cell area, providing ample opportunity to torment him. Jiang Wushuang, still curious about the prisoner's identity, suddenly frowned and glanced to the side. She noticed that Tangbu, who had been cursing moments ago, now stood there in a daze, appearing almost foolish. Just as Jiang Wushuang's eyes flashed with confusion, she sensed a faint, imperceptible force of divine sense sweeping towards her. She quickly realized that it was Tangbu who had been disturbed by this power. Following the source of the divine sense, she discovered it was the hunchback man in the cell. Although this individual had his powers sealed by the Divine Capture Camp, he seemed to possess some secret method that allowed him to release a trace of divine sense. Having discerned the cause, she opted not to respond. After all, at that moment, he was merely a lowly demon suppression guard. Furthermore, the gathering spirit realm expert had only slightly brushed the threshold of divine sense. And given that his strength was sealed, he posed no lethal threat to Tangbu. Just as Jiang Wushuang contemplated whether to feign being affected, the hunchback suddenly leaned back and collapsed onto the ground. In the next instant, a basin of cold water splashed over him, drenching Tangbu beside him. Jiang Wushuang turned to see a figure dressed in the attire of the divine capture camp standing nearby. It was an elderly man, around 50 years of age, with hints of gray in his hair, holding the basin from which the water had been thrown. At that moment, he was fixated on Jiang Wushuang, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Originally, he intended to douse both individuals, but this young man had fortuitously stumbled, narrowly avoiding the deluge, leaving one momentarily perplexed as to whether it was a display of quick reflexes or mere chance. At this moment, Tang Bu, who had been standing still, finally stirred. He resembled someone who had just emerged from a water tank, his entire body dripping. Wiping the water from his face, he asked in bewilderment, "Is it raining?" Jiang Wushuang, having risen from the ground, approached him and inquired, "Are you all right? Just now, you stood there motionless, as if your soul had departed. It was these adults who splashed water on you to awaken you." Upon understanding the situation, a look of trepidation washed over Tang Bu's face. He immediately walked over to the figure who had drenched him and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your timely rescue. May I know your name?" "I am Chui Yi." "It was merely a trifling matter, nothing of consequence," the man replied, casually discarding the basin and placing his hands behind his back. Noticing the man's older age and commanding presence, Tang Bu surmised that he must hold a significant position within the divine capturing camp, prompting him to adopt a more respectful demeanor. "Lord Chui, how could this criminal, despite being shackled, still possess such formidable strength?" Tang Bu asked, astonished. Reflecting on the earlier moment, he recalled feeling as though darkness had engulfed him, as if he had plunged into an endless abyss from which there was no escape. Chapter 163. The Art of Deception and Pursuit. Chui Yi cast a glance at Tang Bu and remarked, "Youngster, you are still too naive, easily falling into his trap." After saying this, he turned to Jiang Wushuang and added, "This young brother here is rather astute." Tang Bu, standing nearby, forced a smile and replied, "Indeed. What Lord Chui says is true." Chui Yi surveyed the figure in the prison and inquired, "Have you been fixated on his eyes?" Tang Bu numbly nodded in affirmation. Chui Yi chuckled, "That is precisely correct. This individual has cultivated a technique known as the art of deception, which allows him to manipulate the hearts and minds of others, turning them into puppets. Although his powers have been sealed, remnants of this art of deception still linger. Your susceptibility merely highlights your lack of strength." Tang Bu felt the sting of Chui Yi's blunt criticism. Even with a thick skin, he could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Remember, never underestimate any prisoner. This principle should be well understood by your demon suppression guards. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Lord Chui. Jiang Wushuang observed Chui Yi's demeanor, curious about his true capabilities. A subtle probe revealed, goodness, he is at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Weaker than Tang Bu, yet he speaks with such bravado. Tang Bu, evidently oblivious, continued to display an excessive eagerness to please. Several attempts were made to subtly inquire about Chui Yi's standing within the divine captor camp, but his inquiries were met with silence. Before long, the members of the divine captor camp responsible for escorting the prisoners finally arrived. The inmate was dragged out like a lifeless corpse. Just as Tang Bu intended to bid farewell to Chui Yi, he suddenly noticed that the latter had vanished from his side. A quick scan of the surroundings yielded no sign of him. A look of regret crossed Tang Bu's face. Lord Chui must be quite busy. He hoped for another opportunity to meet him in the future. With that, the two followed the divine captor camp's procession out of the prison area. As Tang Bu wrung out his clothes, he mused, this time, it was truly thanks to Lord Chui. Jiang Wushuang smiled, but said nothing. He was tempted to inform Tang Bu that waking him up and splashing water on him produced the same effect. After all, under the conditions of the prisoner's sealed strength, the efficacy of the art of deception was diminished to a mere fraction. However, Chui Yi had successfully crafted a heroic image before Tang Bu, and Jiang Wushuang saw no need to undermine that illusion. The escort process proceeded smoothly, without any incidents of prisoner rescue. The inmate was safely delivered to the demon suppression tower and confined in the Gui cell block. Tang Bu eagerly proposed to interrogate this prisoner. Having previously suffered humiliation at his hands, he was determined to exact his revenge now that they were on his turf. However, his well-laid plans were thwarted. The second-level guard personally came to interrogate the prisoner, leaving Tang Bu and Jiang Wushuang outside the interrogation room. Upon hearing the anguished screams emanating from within, Tang Bu felt a degree of solace. Did the outer sect elder of the Red Lotus sect possess some significant secret? Curiously, he peeked into the interrogation room. Typically, when a guard personally conducts an interrogation, it is to extract critical information. Yet, he thought, why concern ourselves with such matters, as they do not pertain to us? Jiang Wushuang leaned against the stone wall and casually remarked, though his curiosity was piqued. The mere mention of the Red Lotus sect conjured images of the venerable Red Lotus ancestor in his mind. As this individual was an elder of the sect, he might possess specific insights regarding the Red Lotus ancestor. Of course, such knowledge could only be obtained through the acquisition of his memory inheritance. However, with the commander personally conducting the interrogation, there was no need to rush. He could only bide his time and seek an opportunity to eliminate him later. The commander conducted the interrogation throughout the night, departing only when Jiang Wushuang arrived for his shift the following day. In the torture chamber, the prisoner had been subjected to relentless torment by the formation, leaving him in a pitiable state. Once hunched, his entire body had now shrunken on itself. He was escorted by 2 individuals to the dungeon. Observing the situation, it was evident that the commander was quite eager to extract information. After being unceremoniously tossed into the cell, the prisoner lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Once the demon suppression guards had departed, the prisoner suddenly straightened his body, fiercely raised his head, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands gripping the azure stone floor with a menacing expression. However, this defiance lasted mere moments before he slumped, his eyes closing as he collapsed to the ground. A mere minor figure in the gathering spirit realm dared to resist? In the stone chamber, Jiang Wushuang grinned. Moments ago, he had obliterated the prisoner with his mental power. If not for the arrival of a powerful figure, it would have been assumed he had perished from the torturous punishment. With the reception of the prisoner's memory inheritance, Jiang Wushuang finally comprehended the commander's urgency. It was not merely the commander who was anxious. Rather, the Divine Capture Camp had exerted considerable pressure. The Divine Capture Camp had received intelligence indicating that a significant number of Red Lotus sect disciples were operating outside. Shrouded in mystery, they suspected a conspiracy but were at a loss for how to proceed. Seizing the opportunity to apprehend someone of even minor status was a chance to uncover vital information. After several fruitless days of interrogation in the Divine Capture Camp's dungeon, the prisoner was handed over to the Demon Suppression Tower. Clearly, the Red Lotus ancestor could no longer afford to wait. Jiang Wushuang speculated in his heart. Although this prisoner was an elder of the Red Lotus sect, he was merely an outer elder, a minor leader within the sect, possessing limited information. However, one crucial detail confirmed Jiang Wushuang's suspicion that the Red Lotus ancestor was preparing to return. The sect had resumed abductions. Unlike the previous incident involving the Red Lotus Holy Sun, this operation was executed with extreme discretion. Not only were their movements low-key, but they also targeted individuals of lesser status, specifically the children of the impoverished, avoiding the offspring of officials from the Great Qian. The plan was meticulously crafted, avoiding large-scale panic. Many individuals went missing, dismissed as unfortunate accidents. Jiang Wushuang recognized that his sole lead lay with those abducted. Only by following them could he uncover the location where the Red Lotus ancestor was refining the blood pool. Upon dispersing his spiritual essence, he promptly sought the location where the prisoner had concealed others, based on the information gleaned from the memory inheritance. It was a secluded courtyard within the imperial city, equipped with hidden formations and a dungeon. However, by the time Jiang Wushuang arrived, the small courtyard had been meticulously tidied, with even the dungeon filled in. It appeared that the Honglian sect had swiftly relocated the captured individuals upon discovering their apprehension. Jiang Wushuang felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated this outcome. Recognizing that the criminals had been in the custody of the Divine Capturing Camp for several days, allowing ample time for the Honglian sect to undertake numerous actions. Slowly, Jiang Wushuang withdrew from the small courtyard, erasing all traces of his presence. He held on to the hope that members of the Honglian sect would return here, for this was his sole avenue for advancement. Exiting the courtyard and turning out of the alley, he found himself on a bustling street. The thoroughfare was ablaze with light, and the lively calls of vendors filled the air. Jiang Wushuang appeared to stroll leisurely along the street, occasionally captivated by the street performers. In truth, his consciousness remained firmly anchored to the small courtyard. He would detect any approach or even the slightest unusual behavior directed towards it. Just as he paused before a bun shop, A hand rested upon his shoulder from behind. Jiang, little brother, is it truly you? Chapter 164 Encounter. Golden Palm Jiang Wushuang heard someone call his name and turned to look. Upon recognizing the face, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Lord Chui. The individual before him was none other than Chui Yi, who had drenched Tang Bu in water at the Divine Captain's camp the previous day. At this moment, he was clad in a dark red robe, his somewhat grizzled hair neatly combed atop his head. Though he appeared to be a frail elder, he radiated vitality. What brings you here, Brother Jiang? Chui Yi inquired with a broad smile. I merely passed by, not expecting to encounter Lord Chui here, Jiang Wushuang replied casually. Oh, Brother Jiang, you possess an exceptional bearing. I recognized you at once, Chui Yi remarked, glancing at the Baozi shop behind Jiang Wushuang. What delights does the Baozi offer? I happen to come down this street for roasted duck. If you do not mind, would you care to join me for a drink? Seeing the warmth in Chui Yi's demeanor, Jiang Wushuang nodded in agreement. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to, and the prospect of enjoying roasted duck was indeed appealing. Certainly, Chui Yi led the way, and they soon entered an establishment. It was an inn, bustling with patrons. Ascending to the second floor, Chui Yi settled at a table by the window. As soon as he sat down, he called out several dish names to the serving boy. His ease suggested he frequented this place often. May I inquire about your background, Brother Jiang? Chui Yi asked. Oh, I see you are the son of a minister. No wonder you possess such remarkable qualities and elegance. They engaged in light conversation, and Jiang Wushuang gleaned more about Chui Yi. According to him, he had embarked on the path of martial arts at a young age, achieving considerable success, and had joined the Divine Captain's camp at the age of 20, serving there for 30 years. Jiang Wushuang, however, found it hard to agree with Chui Yi's claim of martial prowess. After decades of cultivation, he had only reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. He could hardly fathom how Chui Yi managed to endure in the Divine Captain's camp, given that such strength would only suffice for a lowly position at the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower. As they conversed idly, Jiang Wushuang kept an eye on the courtyard, but alas, there was no sign of movement. Soon, the dishes Chui Yi had ordered arrived. The centerpiece was a large platter, artistically arranged with slices of meat, emitting an enticing aroma. From the moment the platter was set before him, Chui Yi's gaze remained fixated upon it. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece to his mouth, his eyes closing in rapture as he savored the taste. Once he had thoroughly enjoyed the morsel, he glanced at Jiang Wushuang and said, Brother Jiang, do not just stare, indulge yourself. This is a rare delicacy. With that, he lifted another piece to his lips. Jiang Wushuang, stirred by Chui Yi's enthusiastic eating, picked up a slice of meat and tasted it. How does it fare? Chui Yi inquired, looking up. Jiang Wushuang's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it is exquisite, truly exceptional. After speaking, he picked up another piece and brought it to his mouth. The roasted meat had a crispy, fragrant skin and tender, rich white meat that was indulgent without being greasy. It was truly delightful. Chui Yi nodded in agreement, saying, Of course, there are dozens of methods to prepare duck, but this roasted duck remains satisfying due to its unique flavor, achieved through charcoal grilling. To attain such a crispy skin and tantalizing aroma, one must be meticulous about the ingredients, requiring a plump duck. This dish, golden palm, is derived from the most delectable and texturally pleasing part of a roasted duck. Each duck yields only a mere 3 tails from this exquisite section, meaning this plate comes from 8 ducks. Jiang Wushuang, intrigued by Chui Yi's knowledgeable discourse, asked, Only 3 tails can be taken from one roasted duck? What part is that? Chui Yi replied, To achieve such a taste sensation, the skin must be thick and devoid of any red meat. There is only one area on the duck that meets this requirement. Jiang Wushuang paused his chopsticks and looked up, inquiring, What part is that? Chui Yi smiled mysteriously. The duck's posterior. Uft. Jiang Wushuang nearly spat out the morsel in his mouth. The duck's posterior? His eyes widened in disbelief as he silently expelled the piece he had just eaten. Chui Yi, surprised, asked, Does Jiang Shao brother not enjoy it? Jiang Wushuang rinsed his mouth with a cup of water. Before, the allure of the flavor had captivated him, allowing for endless imagination. Now, however, he felt no interest whatsoever. Noticing Jiang Wushuang's disdain, Chui Yi continued, Jiang Shao brother, it is not the part that matters, but your perspective. If you disdain it on a duck, would you still feel the same if it were on a beautiful woman? Jiang Wushuang glanced at Cui Yi, feeling speechless. To derive a philosophical lesson from eating duck posterior? You truly won't eat it? Then I shall not hold back. Seeing that Jiang Wushuang remained unmoved, Cui Yi laughed heartily, indulging in a piece of meat and a sip of wine, relishing every moment. Half an hour later, Cui Yi's face was flushed. Jiang Shao brother, please wait a moment. I must relieve myself. He staggered to his feet and wobbled toward the stairs. After a short while, when Cui Yi had not returned, the waiter approached. Did he leave without paying? Jiang Wushuang asked, bewildered. Your friend has already departed, taking 2 jars of wine and 2 roasted ducks with him. Jiang Wushuang interjected. He is not my friend. He had never anticipated that someone would take advantage of him in such a manner. With a sweep of his mind, he quickly spotted a figure down a narrow path, clutching a jar of wine and gnawing on roasted duck. The man moved swiftly, showing no signs of inebriation. How much? Jiang Wushuang inquired of the waiter. A total of 5 taels. Jiang Wushuang, who always carried only a small amount of silver, rummaged through his pockets until he finally gathered the 5 taels. Upon stepping out of the inn, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. 5 taels of silver for a meal of duck. Alas, had he known, he would have preferred buns instead. Just as Jiang Wushuang departed, a figure stood by the window of a guest room on the 3rd floor of the inn, gazing in astonishment at his retreating silhouette. Senior brother, what could have astonished you so? Another figure approached within the room. Clad in white, her skin was as delicate as jade, and her gaze was fixed upon the man in black by the window. Junior sister, do you not recognize that person? He is the youth we encountered in the gathering of shadows, the man in black remarked, pointing towards the figure disappearing down the street. The woman in white leaned closer, her previously indifferent expression now tinged with surprise. Is it truly him? He entered the gathering of shadows and somehow emerged alive. The man in black wore an expression of confusion. The spirits within the gathering of shadows were exceptionally powerful, comparable to masters. Had they not merely lingered at the periphery, they would have likely perished there. Moreover, the malevolent energy of the gathering of shadows is not something an ordinary individual can endure. Even they, in the gathering spirit realm, could not remain there for long. The fact that the youth, possessing less than 1% of their strength, managed to survive is indeed astonishing. Chapter 165. The Master's 6th Layer. The bait is set, brother. It is time for you to comfort the newly accepted disciples, the woman in white remarked, her gaze lingering on the figure that faded into the distance. Although the young man had astonished them, ultimately, he was of no concern to them. The man in black paused, a look of surprise crossing his face, before he sighed softly and stepped aside. The woman in white followed closely behind him as they made their way to the adjacent guest room. As the door swung open, a gentle smile graced the man's features, and the coldness vanished from the woman's expression as well. Upon entering the room, they were immediately surrounded by 7 or 8 young maidens. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters, the maidens said, clearly non-martial artists, yet imitating the gestures of warriors as they bowed respectfully. Brother Luo, will we truly be able to join the Xianing sect? One young girl inquired, lifting her gaze. The others turned to him with similar anticipation. The man in black smiled and nodded, saying, since you have been selected, you are already disciples of the Xianing sect. Why do you still harbor doubts? After a moment's hesitation, one maiden responded, forgive us, Brother Luo, but we have heard that the Xianing sect is notoriously stringent in its selection process. It seems hard to believe that we have been chosen so easily. The surrounding girls chimed in, indeed, indeed. I never even dreamed of being able to join the Xianing sect. It is truly wonderful. Brother Luo, when shall we return to the Xianing sect? The man in black replied with a smile, do not rush, everyone. I have come to the royal city not only to recruit disciples for the sect, but also to attend to a few minor matters. In 2 or 3 days, I shall escort you back to the Xianing sect. After a brief interlude, the man in black and the woman in white emerged from the room. Upon returning to their own quarters, the smiles vanished from their faces. The man in black stood by the window, his brow furrowed, while the woman in white stood beside him with an indifferent expression. After a prolonged silence, the man in black spoke solemnly, junior sister, do you know what the Hong Lian sect intends to do with these young maidens? The woman in white shook her head. The Tao demon sect will surely not engage in benevolent deeds. The man in black turned to her. Then should we assist them? The woman in white pondered for a moment. This is the only way to save our master. The man in black opened his mouth to say something further, but found himself at a loss for words. With a quiet sigh, he relented. After departing from the inn, Jiang Wushuang did not return, but instead ventured outside the royal city to the summit of a mountain. Beneath the full moon, Jiang Wushuang sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath before allocating 7 million cultivation points. In an instant, the true essence within surged like a tsunami. The immense golden true essence flowed from his meridians into the sea of qi. The divine infant radiated with golden light, greedily absorbing the true essence from the sea, its form gradually expanding. The entire enhancement process took a full 3 hours to complete. Naturally, the increase in power was astonishing. The essence within his body had doubled, and the divine infant appeared even more radiant. The golden light of the mark on the divine infant's forehead had grown considerably in size. A wisp of golden divine consciousness was released, causing the surrounding space to warp, and the cascading moonlight became distorted as well. Such overwhelming power. A glimmer of delight flickered in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Compared to before, he found it significantly easier to control the golden divine consciousness. This power was both enigmatic and formidable, merging into his attacks with unforeseen potency. At present, he had merely grasped a fraction of it. If he were to fully master this power, the extent of its destructive capacity was unimaginable. Of course, to completely harness this force, one would need to attain the status of a fate will cultivator at the very least. The role of the Red Lotus ancestor in potentially stepping into the fate wheel realm ahead of time was crucial. If he could eliminate this ancient being, it would undoubtedly save him considerable time. The following day, as Jiang Wushuang entered the second level of the demon suppression tower, he noticed a multitude of individuals gathered in the Gue cell area, including members of the divine capturing camp. What had transpired? Jiang Wushuang initially suspected that a prisoner had caused a disturbance the previous night. After inquiring with Tang Bu, he learned the truth. Apparently, after secretly slaying a junior elder of the Red Lotus sect the night before, he had quickly drawn the attention of the guards. They had personally come to investigate the cells. Although they found nothing abnormal, they assumed that the prisoner had succumbed to the penalties of the formation. This seemed trivial at first. However, once the information reached the divine capturing camp, they promptly sent personnel to the scene and reprimanded the guards. They had brought the prisoner to the demon suppression tower with the intent of extracting information, not to execute him. The divine capturing camp took the body away for dissection, hoping to uncover some insights. Listening quietly, Jiang Wushuang was not particularly concerned about being exposed. Although he lacked the art of stealthy assassination, he had already slain a fate will cultivator. Employing a few minor tactics to eliminate a gathering spirit realm prisoner would likely go unnoticed by most. Unless a fate wheel cultivator personally investigated, not even a gathering spirit realm criminal could provoke the attention of such a powerful figure. Even if a fate wheel cultivator did examine the scene, they would only discover that the individual had died from overwhelming divine consciousness. As for the identity of the assailant, tracing it back would prove exceedingly difficult. Jiang Wushuang observed the divine capturing camp taking the body away, his expression contemplative. It seemed they were eager to discern the Red Lotus sect's grand scheme. Should he notify the divine capturing camp? This thought flickered in his mind, only to be promptly dismissed. Given the current circumstances, even if the divine capturing camp were informed, their capacity to act would be severely limited. After all, their sources of information were not as extensive as those gleaned from his own memory inheritances. Alerting them to the Red Lotus ancestors' plans regarding the calamity would likely only serve to provoke caution, rather than assist in any meaningful way. He certainly did not wish for the Red Lotus ancestor to flee. In the subsequent 2 days, Jiang Wushuang not only sought information about the Red Lotus sect from the outside, but also paid close attention to the prisoners being sent into the demon suppression tower. Anyone associated with the Scarlet Lotus sect met their demise at his hands, as he sought to extract their memories and inherit their knowledge. Although a few individuals from the sect did exist, their feeble strength and lowly status rendered them unworthy even to be confined on the second level. Consequently, no useful information could be gleaned from them. One day, after dispersing, Tang Bu and several colleagues made plans to indulge in some libations, deliberately inviting Jiang Wushuang to join them. However, just as he stepped out of the demon suppression tower, his brow slightly arched in intrigue. The small courtyard enveloped by his spiritual sense finally exhibited new developments. A fish had taken the bait. Jiang Wushuang smiled broadly. "Little Jiang, what troubles you?" Tang Bu inquired. noticing Jiang Wushuang standing alone at the back. "It's nothing. I just recalled some matters at home. I shall not be joining today." Jiang Wushuang replied with an apologetic expression, then turned and dashed in another direction. "Didn't we agree to go together? Why did he leave?" Tangbu gazed at the retreating figure, struck by a sense of perplexity. Lately, this individual had been shrouded in mystery, leaving Tangbu wondering what he could possibly be up to. Chapter 166. The underground. The streets were aglow with lights, bustling with a myriad of passers-by. A shadowy alleyway extended into the heart of the thoroughfare, its dimness rendering it nearly deserted. Only the curious children, drawn by intrigue, would pause momentarily to peer into the darkness, pondering where it might lead, before being hastily pulled away by accompanying adults. Across the way, a vendor, adorned with a round hat, warmly beckoned to the lingering customers to peruse his wares. Upon witnessing a customer leave behind a piece of silver, clutching a favored hair ornament, he beamed with satisfaction. In the fleeting moment he diverted his gaze, he found himself glancing towards the alley. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, he resumed his attentions to the next patron. Whether intentional or incidental, he often cast sidelong glances towards the alley, as though awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Time slipped by, and gradually, the throngs on the street began to dwindle. The round-hatted man commenced packing his stall, after placing all his goods into 2 baskets. He cast one last glance at the alley, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. With a yoke upon his shoulder, he disappeared into the depths of the street. When he re-emerged, he found himself within a small courtyard, the round hat and baskets nowhere to be seen. No longer was he the jovial merchant. His countenance was now devoid of expression, his eyes cold and glinting with a hint of menace. In the courtyard, several figures stood alongside him. Before them was a tall, middle-aged man with a tuft of beard, who loomed like a beast, exuding an air of intimidation. The individuals before him took turns reporting on matters of concern, yet he remained impassive throughout. It was only when the former vendor approached and whispered a few words in his ear that he slowly inclined his head in acknowledgement. "It appears the Divine Capture Unit has not uncovered our location. We may proceed with our plans." His voice was grave, and his icy gaze swept over the assembled individuals. "An order from Elder Yuan has been received. The blood slave is to be delivered tonight. You all need to be on your toes." At this proclamation, excitement flickered in the eyes of the group as they exchanged glances. "Finally, we can send the person away." "Elder Yuan? Which Elder Yuan?" "Fool. It is, of course, the Elder Yuan in charge within our sect. Our master from the Honglian sect has arrived." Surprise washed over many faces. Soon, figures began moving swiftly within the courtyard, and the faint sound of a woman's weeping could be discerned. Yet, this commotion was fleeting, and tranquility soon returned. Only a few horse-drawn carts emerged from the courtyard. As they traversed the street and approached the city gates, they passed through without scrutiny, heading directly outward. Moments later, a youth followed closely behind, exiting the city gates. "At last, your actions have commenced," Jiang Wushuang murmured, his gaze fixed on the distance. He had been aware of the movements since the disciple of the Honglian sect had masqueraded as a vendor, keeping watch over the courtyard's activities. Despite his actions being exceedingly covert, under the veil of his spiritual perception, even the minutest movements could not elude his watchful gaze. Indeed, by closely shadowing his quarry, he soon uncovered another stronghold of the Red Lotus sect, where numerous women, abducted by the sect, were imprisoned. There were dozens, at least. However, he refrained from immediate intervention. Based on the recollections of the previous captive, the Red Lotus sect had meticulously planned their operation, executing it with utmost secrecy. After abducting individuals, they remained oblivious to their destination until receiving further orders. He initially assumed he would need to quietly trail these individuals for an extended period, yet unexpectedly, they commenced their actions that very night, seemingly preparing to transport their captives to a designated location. Jiang Wushuang patiently followed them, traversing over 100 miles before several horse-drawn carriages finally came to a halt. After a brief pause, the grassland ahead parted, revealing a colossal entrance. The carriages proceeded in succession toward this opening, swiftly vanishing into the desolate wilderness. In the sky, Jiang Wushuang hovered, silently observing this unfolding spectacle. Although the carriages had disappeared from sight, they remained under the aegis of his spiritual awareness. Beneath the entrance lay a cavern, a labyrinthine expanse with numerous passages. somewhat reminiscent of the second level of the demon suppression tower. However, while the latter housed prisoners, this cavern contained abducted women. Could it be that over 1,000 were held captive? Jiang Wushuang's brows slightly furrowed. Typically, a blood pool would seek powerful warriors, as one formidable individual could easily surpass 100 or even 1,000 ordinary folk. Yet, those abducted by the Red Lotus sect were predominantly commoners, a perplexing circumstance. He would soon discern the truth upon confronting the Red Lotus patriarch. Jiang Wushuang snorted disdainfully. However, after thoroughly scanning the cavern, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. There was merely one master within, and he had failed to detect the presence of the Red Lotus patriarch. It seemed this location was solely a holding ground. Jiang Wushuang frowned. Locating this old rascal proved to be quite challenging. Nevertheless, capturing this master should yield substantial rewards, for his strength was considerable, surpassing that of an ordinary henchman. Who are they? As Jiang Wushuang's spiritual perception swept over one of the caves, a glimmer of surprise illuminated his eyes. There, two figures were bound. One male, one female, one clad in black, the other in white. They were the same individuals he had encountered previously in the Gathering of Shadows. Both had reached the spirit-gathering realm, yet had been ensnared here. Such carelessness was astonishing. Jiang Wushuang shook his head with a smile and withdrew his spiritual awareness. In the dimly lit cave, only a feeble oil lamp flickered. The two figures were shackled, while two knife-wielding men sat nearby, cups in hand, their gazes frequently drifting, with evident intent, toward the woman in white. The more they gazed, the more fervent their stares became. The bound man in black, however, was utterly disregarded. At last, one of the men could no longer contain himself, standing and striding toward the woman in white. The young girl. The man could no longer contain himself. He desired to possess her immediately. His gaze fixated on the fair neck of the woman clad in white, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Old hey, didn't the elder instruct us merely to observe them? This seems rather inappropriate, cautioned another man, still nursing his drink. What is there to fear? They are but two disobedient fools who wish to escape with our captives. They are destined to meet their demise. Why not indulge ourselves before they perish? The man approached the woman in white, his hands roaming without restraint. Another, hearing this, set down his cup and joined him. That makes sense. I too wish to savor the experience. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when his expression froze in shock, eyes wide with terror. The man who had just been pressing against the woman in white now had a hand protruding from his back, clutching a beating heart. As he slowly collapsed, he realized that the hand belonged to the woman in white, with a face etched in frost. She cast a glance at the heart in her grasp and crushed it with ease. You have managed to break free from the restraints. The man stammered, his teeth chattering as he beheld the figure advancing towards him. Chapter 167. How did you get in? Surrounding the cavernous space, torches were affixed to the stone walls at intervals of 20 paces, illuminating the vast chamber. The ceiling was adorned with stalactites of various forms, while a colossal stone pillar soared from the apex down to the depths below, seemingly supporting the entire cavern. At this moment, beneath the pillar sat a diminutive figure, whose silhouette resembled that of a child, yet bore the unmistakable visage of a middle-aged man. His eyes slanted slightly upward, exuding an innate authority without the need for anger. Before this short-statured man stood over 10 figures, all of whom were outer gate elders of the Honglian sect, overseeing a cadre of disciples. Typically lofty in the eyes of their disciples, these elders now appeared rather apprehensive in the presence of the small man, bending their bodies as they spoke. Elder Yuan. A total of 47 blood slaves have been delivered from the imperial city. The speaker was Jiang Wushuang, a middle-aged man who had trailed from the imperial city. He was currently reporting the outcome of his mission to the small man. Although both were elders, there existed a profound disparity between them. He was merely an outer gate elder among hundreds in the Honglian sect, while the short man was one of the 8 principal elders, wielding immense power and being a formidable master. Thus, reporting to him required utmost caution. Nonetheless, Jiang felt a sense of pride in what he considered a job well done, eagerly awaiting the elder's commendation. However, his expression quickly soured upon hearing the report from behind him, as he realized he had brought the fewest blood slaves among all present. Chunli, you were sent to the imperial city, and this is the meager number of blood slaves you present to me? Elder Yuan Tian's face darkened as he cast a glance towards Chunli. The latter felt as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. His countenance shifted, and he hastily lowered his head. Elder Yuan, forgive my transgressions. It was not due to our negligence, but rather the stringent defenses in the imperial city, compounded by the attention of the divine capture camp. He lamented, recounting the recent events that had transpired in the imperial city. Upon hearing that several outer gate elders had been apprehended, Yuan Tian's expression softened slightly. The mention of the divine capture camp caused the faces of those nearby to shift uneasily. The camp was known for its relentless pursuit of demons, and falling into their grasp typically meant certain death. Elder Yuan, rest assured, upon our return, we shall intensify our search and ensure that we deliver a greater number of blood slaves next time, Chunli vowed. However, Yuan Tian remained silent, slowly rising to his feet. Yet, even standing, he reached only half the height of a normal man. Next time, there may not be time for that. The ancestor is about to break through. We must refine the blood essence pills and deliver them today. Yuan Tian's gaze shifted towards a gigantic blood pool behind several individuals, where a crimson liquid bubbled and emitted a faint red mist, swirling ominously as skeletal remains occasionally surfaced. Is the ancestor truly on the verge of breaking through? Excitement flickered in Chun-Li's eyes. In truth, he had previously been unaware of the purpose behind collecting blood slaves. A vague intuition suggested a connection to this matter. Marvelous. The ancestor has successfully broken through. Who would dare to ride upon the neck of my Red Lotus sect now? A gasp escaped someone, and the faces of those around brimmed with astonishment. Even Yuan Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. All the blood slaves were cast into the blood pool. Yuan Tian approached the edge of the blood pool, his true essence surging upward. In an instant, it seemed as though an immense beast had awakened within the blood pool, suddenly thrashing violently. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yuan Tian's eyes. The day the ancestor breaks through will be the day my Red Lotus sect stuns the world. Surrounding external elders, upon hearing Yuan Tian's exhilarated voice, were filled with eager expectation. The ancestor emerges. The Red Lotus blooms. Someone shouted, and soon everyone joined in a collective cheer. The ancestor emerges. The Red Lotus blooms. The ancestor emerges. The Red Lotus blooms. Just as the crowd was electrified with enthusiasm, a faint voice pierced through. Is an old, barely surviving relic truly worthy of your reverence? The voice, though soft, was strikingly jarring. In the Red Lotus sect, the ancestor is akin to a deity. Who would dare show disrespect to a god, unless they were weary of life? Who? Chun-Li was the first to step forward, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. There, at the mouth of a cave, a young boy emerged slowly. The boy was strikingly handsome, exuding the grace of a young gentleman. Faced with the small tyrants inside the cave, he remained unfazed, as if oblivious to their presence. The crowd exchanged glances, their first thought being that this was an audacious disciple unaware of his own mortality. They had never contemplated that someone would dare to intrude here. After all, with a master overseeing, even the slightest disturbance could not go unnoticed. Seeking death, one figure lunged forward, charging at the boy. He did not even draw a weapon, merely striking with a simple punch. Those present were all at the gathering spirit realm. Crushing such a boy would be easier than squashing an ant. Yet, as the figure drew near, he suddenly halted, his head exploding, leaving only a headless corpse standing there. The expressions of the once furious crowd transformed instantaneously. They, like the assailant, were all at the gathering spirit realm, which meant they were as feeble as chicks before the boy. Chun-Li had intended to charge out as well, but was a moment too late. Gazing at the headless body, he was momentarily stunned. He quickly retracted his outstretched leg and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. Although the newcomer appeared to be a weak and easily bullied boy, he was, in fact, not to be trifled with. In an instant, all eyes turned to the diminutive figure of Yuan Tian. If anyone present could contend with the boy, it would surely be him. How did you manage to enter? Yuan Tian, standing beside the blood pool, fixed his gaze on the boy and spoke coldly. Though he maintained a facade of calm, his heart was somewhat shaken. The youth struck down the outer sect elder, manifesting the power of true essence. It was evident that a master had arrived. As one of the principal elders of the Crimson Lotus sect, he had long attained the 8th level of mastery. The number of masters who had perished at his hands was certainly in the dozens. Encountering any master posed no challenge for him. Yet, the entire cavern lay enveloped in his spiritual awareness, and the fact that this individual had managed to enter unnoticed instilled a sense of unease within him. Yuan Tian furrowed his brow. The location was exceptionally concealed, making it difficult to detect. This was precisely why they had chosen to send blood slaves here to refine blood essence pills. Now that a master had arrived, he feared the emergence of an even more formidable presence. Immediately, he extended his spiritual awareness beyond the cavern, meticulously searching every inch, leaving no stone unturned. Upon confirming that there was no one else within several miles, he finally exhaled in relief. When he turned his gaze back to the youth, his eyes were as tranquil as still water. Chapter 168. He is that youth. When the youth first appeared, the crowd regarded him as nothing more than a mere jester. However, with his initial strike, he instilled a chilling fear in the hearts of the outer elders of the Honglian sect. All of them were at the gathering spirit realm, yet faced with a master, they harbored no thoughts of resistance. As they watched the youth approach step by step, they instinctively retreated behind Yuan Tian. Though Yuan Tian was diminutive in stature, he loomed like a giant in the minds of the onlookers. He was not merely a master, he was a formidable one. The title of Three-Blade Yuan Tian caused many righteous masters to shudder at its mention. It was said that he had faced countless adversaries, and none had ever survived his three blades. "Who are you truly?" Yuan Tian inquired in a deep voice as he fixed his gaze on the advancing youth. Since the youth had mocked them, he had remained silent, merely continuing his march toward him. "I do not slay nameless ghosts beneath my blade. Who are you?" Yuan Tian suddenly found himself wielding a strangely shaped curved blade. The blade was adorned with black flame patterns, and as his true essence enveloped it, the flames danced fiercely. His overwhelming presence surged, elevating his already imposing figure even further. The onlookers, who had been standing behind him, were compelled to retreat repeatedly under the pressure of his formidable aura. With the blade raised above his head, Yuan Tian's curved sword grew twice its size. True essence and flames intertwined, shooting forth from the blade toward the youth. Boom! As the blade light passed, rocks fell, and the cave ceiling could no longer withstand the force of the blade's energy, collapsing. Above, the night sky emerged, with a full moon hanging high. Soon, the youth was engulfed by the blade's radiance. The three blades of void cutting was Elder Yuan's signature technique. Chun-Li, cornered by the blade's intent, let out a cry of alarm. The surrounding crowd was left in astonishment, feeling as though their bodies might disintegrate beneath the oppressive aura of the blade. The three blades of void cutting was a technique that had claimed the lives of countless masters. It was said to consist of 3 strikes, each stronger than the last, like 1,000 waves crashing in succession. Just as everyone believed the youth was doomed, the blade shadows suddenly dissipated, and the youth stepped forth from the tempest, unscathed. It was as if the blade light capable of cleaving the heavens had not even grazed the hem of his garments. Yuan Tian's pupils constricted, and a grave expression crossed his face. Without hesitation, he unleashed the second strike. Merging with the curved blade, the soaring blade energy swallowed the full moon above. At that moment, in the eyes of the outer elders of the Honglian sect, there was nothing left but that one strike capable of severing even moonlight. Everyone trembled in fear, terrified of being caught in the blade's energy and meeting a gruesome end. Simultaneously, some gazed in shock, as if experiencing such terrifying power for the first time in their martial journey, unable to suppress their exclamations. They felt that with such a powerful figure within the Honglian sect, its prosperity was assured. A brilliantly dazzling strike descended upon the youth. However, before it could draw near, a hand shot forth from the youth himself. The hand was not large and seemed to move slowly. Yet, upon making contact with the blade's shadow, the strike that could slay gods and annihilate immortals shattered like a mere illusion, crumbling instantaneously. Yet, the hand showed no sign of hesitation, descending upon Yuan Tian, who was poised to unleash a third blow. Yuan Tian's eyes widened in terror as his vital essence surged wildly, thrusting his blade toward the hand. Sensing the terrifying power contained within that hand, Yuan Tian's visage contorted in dread. Who exactly are you? In truth, the moment he effortlessly parried the first strike, tumultuous waves of shock surged within him. The youth's formidable prowess bore no resemblance to that of a mere master. He seemed more akin to a formidable wielder of the Wheel of Fate. Yuan Tian had intended to escape after his second strike, but now it appeared he had lost that opportunity. As a master of the 8th tier, he had not encountered a worthy opponent for many years. having long forgotten the sensation of imminent death. Yet now, fear gripped him. "Ah, I shall fight you to the end." Yuan Tian's expression twisted, a faint mist of blood emanating from him as he began to burn his essence. However, before he could utter another word, the hand struck him down, obliterating his form into countless fragments that fell from the air. Silence. The crowd, previously aflutter with gasps of astonishment, now stood frozen, their expressions vacant as they beheld the scene before them. To them, Yuan Tian was a paragon of mastery. Undefeated until this moment. How could he be reduced to nothingness in a single encounter? Chun-Li slowly turned his gaze toward the youth, who resembled a harbinger of death. Killing a master was akin to slaying a mere chicken. It was unfathomable to conceive the depths of his terrifying strength. The others surrounding him shared his sentiments, their faces pale with dread as they gazed at the youth, praying he would not take an interest in their insignificant lives. Yet, in the next breath, fear enveloped them all as they witnessed the youth extend his hand toward them. The palm imprint was diminutive, yet panic ensued, prompting them to flee in all directions. If even Yuan Tian could be so easily dispatched, what fate awaited them? Mere practitioners of the gathering spirit realm? However, before they could take so much as a step, the hand descended, blood mist erupted, and soon the entire cavern succumbed to an eerie stillness. Jiang Wushuang slowly withdrew his gaze, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. To him, those in the gathering spirit realm indeed resembled ants. Compared to his previous encounter where he vanquished Shui in Qingshan County, he had now ascended 2 more realms, his power vastly exceeding what it once was. Even a master, in his eyes, could be dealt with by the mere flick of a finger. What of the 8th-tier master? A single palm could extinguish him. It was precisely because of his formidable strength that he dared to set his sights on the Red Lotus ancestor. Not far from the cavern, 2 figures huddled in the darkness, trembling uncontrollably. Their eyes were wide with disbelief, filled with profound shock. "Brother, I must be mistaken, right?" The voice of the woman in white was laced with incredulity. "You are not mistaken. The master of the Red Lotus sect is indeed dead," replied the man in black, his voice quavering. In the depths of the cave, 2 individuals broke through the barriers and fled towards the exit, a path they were compelled to traverse. They had anticipated the presence of a master guardian, believing they had no chance whatsoever. With a determination to fight to the death, they arrived only to witness an unforgettable scene. A blade aura soared to the heavens, and the master, akin to a deity of slaughter, effortlessly obliterated foes with a mere gesture. Had they not been captured by this very master, they would have doubted his authenticity. Yet, this master was not only genuine, but also an exceptionally formidable figure among his peers. Within the entire Xianing sect, perhaps only the old sect master could contend with him. As they gazed upon the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, shock washed over them. And they exchanged glances, both recognizing the exhilaration reflected in each other's eyes. This individual, who vanquished the nefarious fiends of the demonic path, was undoubtedly a powerful presence from the imperial city of Deqian. With his protection, their safety was assured. Contemplating this, their trepidation gradually dissipated. Just as they prepared to approach him in reverence, the figure slowly turned, revealing the visage of a youth. Both were momentarily stunned, questioning their own perceptions. After a prolonged silence, the elder spoke. "Brother, do you not find this senior somewhat familiar? Does he not resemble the youth we encountered in the Gathering of Shadows?" The fair-skinned woman was awash with astonishment and disbelief. The man clad in black remained silent, staring at the figure for an extended period before solemnly stating, "It's not merely a resemblance. He is indeed that very youth." Chapter 169, The Breaking of the Deadlock? I fear the end has come. Moonlight cascaded through the collapsed aperture, enveloping Jiang Wushuang in a delicate veil. He cast a glance at the tumultuous pool of blood, the nauseating stench assailing his senses, causing his brow to furrow in distaste. He approached slowly, extending his hand to touch a wisp of ethereal light that floated in the air. This was the memory inheritance of a certain master. As the soft glow entered his body, a series of vivid images began to unfold in his mind. On a stormy night filled with thunder and rain, a child was brought into a demonic sect. From a young age, he commenced his training alongside other children. Yet, as days turned into weeks, and weeks into years, those around him began to grow taller and mature, while he seemed to stagnate, forever retaining the appearance of a child. The The cultivation of martial arts is heavily reliant on innate talent and foundation. Thus, he was soon cast aside, relegated to secretly observing others as they trained. No one noticed the child, who never grew, practicing alone in solitude. Eventually, one day, he eliminated the so-called genius among his peers, thereby reclaiming his position and re-entering the public eye. Thus emerged a diminutive, yet formidable, demon. Upon becoming a master, he boldly challenged the 10 foremost righteous sects, slaying 4 righteous masters in his wake. Henceforth, the realm of Deqian was graced with a new terror known as 3 Blades Yuan Tian. The 3 Blades of Void is a first-tier sword technique, consisting of 3 strikes, each one building upon the last, overwhelmingly powerful. Yuan Tian wielded this extraordinary skill to vanquish numerous masters without defeat. However, it bore a significant flaw, demanding an immense consumption of true essence. Even at the 8th level of mastery, Yuan Tian could only unleash 2 rounds of his technique. Should he fail to eliminate his opponent within those 2 rounds, he would be compelled to flee. Remarkably, no one had ever endured beyond the first round, until he encountered Jiang Wushuang. This time, Yuan Tian had not completed his first round before succumbing himself. After becoming acquainted with the merits and drawbacks of 3 Blades of Void, Jiang Wushuang found himself losing interest. His own first-tier Shanqing blade was no less formidable. Moreover, he had perfected it to an unparalleled level, transcending its original classification, thus elevating it to a martial skill surpassing first-tier standards. He had long since outgrown the typical first-tier techniques. The Honglian sect exhibited remarkable caution in their efforts to aid their ancestor in overcoming the deadlock. Jiang Wushuang shook his head and smiled. His suspicions proved correct. Given Yuan Tian's status, he was indeed privy to the entire scheme. In their pursuit to assist the Honglian ancestor in breaking through, the sect mobilized nearly its entire membership. Sect leaders, elders, even the reclusive masters of the life wheel were summoned. However, they understood the necessity of discretion, as the outside world was closely watching the Honglian ancestor. Thus, their actions were executed with utmost secrecy, known only to pivotal figures like Yuan Tian. Through their disciples, they orchestrated the manipulation and abduction of women to amass blood for the refining of the pool, aiding the ancestor in his breakthrough. Naturally, the choice of spiritual grounds for this endeavor was of paramount importance, which was why the Honglian ancestor risked leaving Honglian Mountain. Xianing sect? A trace of astonishment flickered across Jiang Wushuang's visage. According to Yuan Tian's memories, the captives were cast into the blood pool, where their essence was refined into blood elixirs before being dispatched to this very place. It was unexpected that the spiritual ground sought by the Honglian sect would be located within the Xianing sect. The Xianing sect, a second-rate righteous sect, possessed a modicum of renown, though it was not overly prominent. Yet, it held a spiritual site that had caught the attention of the venerable ancestor of the Honglian sect, which surprised him somewhat. At last, he had located this ancient figure. A smile crept across Jiang Wushuang's lips. Shortly thereafter, he noticed that Yuan Tian had provided a total of 280,000 cultivation points, coupled with a group of gathered spirit-gathering realm practitioners. The total amounted to around 300,000, a modest yet notable gain. "Come forth," Jiang Wushuang commanded, turning his gaze towards a concealed entrance behind him. He had long been aware of the presence of 2 individuals hidden there. However, upon recognizing them as acquaintances from a prior encounter, he paid them little heed. From Yuan Tian's recollections, he was already aware that these 2 were disciples of the Xianing sect. The Honglian sect had long since exerted control over the Xianing sect, coercing its disciples to assist in the collection of blood slaves. These 2 had brought over a dozen individuals from the imperial city. Yet, upon learning that the people they had brought were to be subjected to the blood pool, they wavered, attempting to flee with their charges, but ultimately failing and being imprisoned. From the dimly lit entrance emerged 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white. They gazed intently at Jiang Wushuang, their eyes brimming with profound shock. Soon, they realized that such an unwavering stare was inappropriate and hastily lowered their heads. "We have met the esteemed senior," they murmured in unison. Jiang Wushuang swept a glance over the pair and nodded. "Pray, enlighten me about the circumstances of your Xianing sect." Although the 2 were perplexed as to why he would inquire about their sect, they proceeded to recount their tale in earnest. The male, named Luo Qiuping, and the female, named Kong Yu, explained that they had been diligently cultivating within their sect when, one fateful night, half a month prior. A horde of demonic cultivators had launched a sudden assault on the Xianing sect. The elders and the sect leader were captured, while numerous disciples were coerced into performing their bidding. Were only masters involved in the attack on the Xianing sect? Jiang Wushuang inquired, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Luo Qiuping, clad in black, pondered for a moment before responding. Only masters, but there were several of them. Even our sect's ninth-layer master was overwhelmed by their combined strength. Jiang Wushuang's expression deepened in thought. The individual he sought was not merely a master, but the ancient figure of the Honglian sect. Of course, Luo Qiuping's lack of awareness did not imply that the Honglian ancestor had not arrived. Rather, it was because the Xianing sect's strongest practitioners were merely masters, rendering it unnecessary for the elder to intervene. Luo Qiuping gazed steadily at the youth before him. Suddenly, he felt a gentle nudge on his arm from the white-clad Kongyu. Turning to her, he saw her casting him a significant glance. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qiuping slowly shook his head. He understood all too well the implications of his junior sister's gesture. The youth before them possessed terrifying strength, capable of dispatching masters with ease. If they could enlist his aid in rescuing the Xianing sect, it would surely be an effortless endeavor. Yet, they knew not who he was. What grounds did they have to expect his assistance? Upon encountering Luo Qiuping, Kongyu furrowed her brow momentarily, then bent her legs and bowed her head, saying, "Senior, my Xianing sect is on the verge of being toppled by the Honglian sect. I humbly request your assistance." After speaking, a sense of unease washed over her. At that moment, she realized her own impulsiveness and impatience. She was asking a stranger to confront one of the 6 demon sects, which was indeed an excessive demand. Nevertheless, "I happen to be heading to the Xianing sect soon." A soft voice emanated from the front, causing Kongyu to abruptly lift her gaze towards the young man before her, wondering if she had misheard. "Rise," he said with a gentle smile. "Thank you, senior." The frost on Kongyu's face had vanished, leaving only excitement and elation. Next to her, Luo Qiuping also knelt in reverence. "You too may return first. I shall arrive in 2 days." Just as they were filled with joy, Jiang Wushuang's voice rendered them momentarily speechless. However, recalling that the other party was a formidable figure of the fate wheel, they quickly nodded in agreement. Jiang Wushuang chose to delay his visit to the Xianing sect for 2 days because, according to Yuan Tian's memories, on the first day of the month, the Honglian ancestor would attempt to break through during the peak of yin energy. Break through the deadlock? I see it as the arrival of death, Jiang Wushuang scoffed. Chapter 170. The blade's echo resounds for miles. Jiang Wushuang agreed to journey to the Xianing sect, igniting a surge of excitement within Luo Qiuping and his companion. However, the fact that the departure was set for 2 days hence left them with a tinge of unease. Yet, reflecting upon Jiang's status as a formidable figure of the fate wheel, they found solace. Such powerful beings could traverse the skies effortlessly. Having only recently returned to the Xianing shadow, it was likely that Jiang would arrive promptly. As they prepared to turn back, they noticed Jiang Wushuang approaching the cavern's vast blood pool. Moonlight streamed through the collapsed entrance, casting a silvery glow upon the crimson surface, causing both to frown at the sight. This blood pool, a graveyard for countless innocent lives, had coalesced into its current form. Kongyu recalled the individuals she had once led, nearly meeting the same fate, and a flicker of fury sparked in her eyes as she muttered, "The Honglian sect truly deserves condemnation." Luo Qiuping, standing nearby, nodded slowly, still bewildered by Jiang Wushuang's intentions. Suddenly, Jiang raised his hands, golden essence transforming into ethereal threads that danced into the blood pool. The golden light cleaved the pool asunder, revealing its depths as the scarlet liquid parted with a languid grace. While Luo Qiuping remained entranced by Jiang's display of power, he was abruptly struck by a revelation. Fixating on the bottom of the pool, there, dozens of pulsating red orbs lay quietly. Each orb sparkled with an otherworldly clarity, unmistakably precious. Encased in golden essence, the crimson spheres began to levitate towards Jiang Wushuang. "What is this?" Kongyu stood frozen in astonishment. Despite the distance of several zhang, she could still sense the potent aura of blood emanating from the orbs. "Senior, what are these?" Luo Qiuping inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Blood essence pills," Jiang Wushuang replied, his gaze unwavering on the floating orbs. According to Yuan Tian's memories, Captive women were thrown into the blood pool, and through a secret method. These blood essence pills were forged. The Honglian ancestor had relied on these numerous pills to transcend the calamity of death and evolve further. Gazing at the blood pool, he exhaled softly, pondering how many lives had been sacrificed to create these few orbs. Presently, nearly the entire Honglian sect was engaged in the refinement of blood essence pills for their ancestor. Such practices were exceedingly difficult to halt, if not impossible. After all, this was a common method employed by practitioners of the demonic path. Even if the Honglian ancestor were obstructed, other formidable figures would inevitably arise. Should these major demons be thwarted, numerous lesser ones would still pursue this path of cultivation. Like Yuan Tian, who was once deemed lacking in talent and abandoned, many resorted to clandestine practices to refine blood pools and augment their strength, ultimately seizing their chance to rise. After a deep sigh, Jiang Wushuang carefully stowed away the blood essence pills, aware that such treasures were not meant for just anyone. Only those adept in the ways of the demonic path could refine them. For righteous cultivators to attempt usage would only taint their own vital energies, rendering the endeavor futile. Jiang Wushuang's decision to take them stemmed from a belief that they should not remain here, where they might fall into the hands of those wicked practitioners. After completing all of this, he strode towards the cave's entrance. There, Luo Qiuping and his companion bowed to Jiang Wushuang in farewell. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, they turned back and inquired, "Senior, there are numerous abducted women here. Should we inform the divine capture camp?" Although the members of the Honglian sect had been vanquished, this desolate wilderness posed significant dangers to those innocent souls. Jiang Wushuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, with over 1,000 captives confined here, it was imperative to alert the divine capture camp to handle the aftermath. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly drew the blade from his waist. In an instant, the blade glimmered fiercely, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The blade's aura swept across the vast expanse of trees, leveling them to the ground. Luo Qiuping stood transfixed, gazing upwards, as the immense shadow of the blade seemed capable of cleaving the stars themselves. In the presence of that blade, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Once the brilliance of the blade faded, Jiang Wushuang calmly remarked, "The divine capture camp will arrive shortly." With that, he gracefully ascended and soared into the distance. Luo Qiuping watched in awe as the figure rapidly diminished in the sky until it completely vanished. His expression still rife with astonishment. "Senior, what did he mean by the divine capture camp's imminent arrival?" Kong Yu, her delicate features paling, gazed vacantly at the heavens. Clearly, she had been quite intimidated by that single stroke. Luo Qiuping inhaled deeply, replying, "With such a formidable display, a powerful presence from the divine capture camp must have sensed it. Soon, someone will come to investigate." Kong Yu's face reflected bewilderment. Can it truly be like that? Luo Qiuping's eyes sparkled with envy, his cheeks flushed with excitement. This is the might of a Wheel of Destiny expert. A single strike reverberates for miles. A single strike reverberates for miles. Kong Yu murmured, her voice trembling with wonder. That terrifying blow would become an indelible mark upon her memory. At the city gates of the imperial capital, the sentinels on guard felt a fleeting shadow pass before their eyes. A gust of wind followed, stirring up clouds of dust. The once drowsy guards jolted awake, their senses sharpened in an instant. Within mere moments, another figure burst forth. Several young soldiers appeared alarmed, unsure of what had transpired. An older sentinel, however, remained unfazed. Clearly, a master had exited the city. The prowess of such a master was unparalleled, regardless of who they were. They were beyond the jurisdiction of these humble guards, rendering panic unnecessary. In the night sky, two figures moved in tandem, their speed astonishing. They traversed the woodland and grassy expanses, leaving behind fleeting shadows in their wake. One was Wei Yu, the commanding officer of the divine capture camp, and the other was Chao Zhuang, the deputy of the demon suppression tower. The divine capture camp and the demon suppression tower, being the two most formidable institutions in the Dacian imperial city, invariably collaborated during significant events. At this moment, both men wore grave expressions, fixated on the path ahead, remaining silent. Just moments ago, both individuals sensed a disturbance emanating from outside the city. It was an attack unleashed by a formidable force. Even from 100 miles away, the imperial city could feel the tremors, underscoring the immense power of the assailant. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Aside from the entrance, there was also a gaping hole caused by a collapse. Was someone here refining a blood pool? Wei Yu's spiritual sense enveloped the cave, his tone icy. The blood pool was quite substantial, and within the cave, approximately 1,000 captives were imprisoned. Such an endeavor was not something an ordinary demonic sect could accomplish. It was likely one of the 6 great demonic sects. Qiao Zhuang spoke in a low voice. The two exchanged glances, their expressions grim. One was responsible for capturing demons, while the other was tasked with suppression. Yet now, right beneath their noses, the demonic fiends engaged in such heinous acts, and they remained utterly oblivious. This was a grave dereliction of duty. It was the Honglian sect. After a thorough investigation, they swiftly identified the target. It appeared they had uncovered the reason behind the mass exodus of disciples from Honglian Mountain. The shadow on Wei Yu's face deepened rather than dissipated. The Honglian ancestor? Qiao Zhuang's eyes narrowed as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, Wei Yu affirmed with a nod. Their gazes met once more, revealing a profound wariness in each other's eyes. Chapter 171. The ground is covered within the cavern. 2 figures stood side by side, hands clasped behind their backs. Before them lay an immense pool of blood, its crimson liquid bubbling and exuding a faint red mist that spiraled upwards. As the mist drifted towards them, a surge of true essence emerged, dispersing it. No filth could approach the two. Has the Red Lotus ancestor lived for nearly 300 years? Qiao Zhuang furrowed his brow. Wei Yu nodded slightly, his pupils constricting. Indeed. 300 years. While the lifespan of a life-will cultivator is extended, very few reach such an age. Only those like the Red Lotus ancestor, who employ special secret arts, can prolong their existence. 300 years, and still seeking to cause chaos. Qiao Zhuang scoffed, though the apprehension in his eyes remained unshaken. Despite believing that this 3-century-old being was nearing his end, he was acutely aware that they were not equipped to confront him. After all, he was a formidable entity that had dominated for centuries. Gathering information about him required delving into recorded texts, for most of his contemporaries had long turned to dust, save for a scant few who might have ascended to higher realms. What shall we do? Qiao Zhuang turned to Wei Yu. Though they appeared to hold significant power in the Dacian court, they both understood that authority was but a fleeting illusion. True strength was the foundation of standing tall in this world. The hidden masters of Dacian, each of whom was above the life wheel, were a force to be reckoned with. What can we do? We must seek the assistance of Elder Zhao, Wei Yu sighed. He has just returned from Qingshan County and has instructed us not to disturb him unless it is of utmost importance. Now, only days later, we must call upon him again. Who knows if he will scold us? Another plea to Elder Zhao? Qiao Zhuang's expression turned peculiar, filled with complexity. Since Zhao Tongxuan's return from Qingshan County, he had secluded himself and refrained from discussing the events there. They had only learned of the deaths of life-will cultivators like Shui He and Ding Chao through other channels. Approaching him again might prove challenging. However, this matter was not urgent for the time being. Wei Yu pondered. At present, we only know that the Red Lotus ancestor will emerge. Yet we know nothing of his whereabouts or intentions. It would be prudent to investigate thoroughly before formulating our plans. Qiao Zhuang nodded slightly. The Red Lotus sect had executed their schemes with remarkable secrecy, leaving them in the dark. Even if Zhao Tongquan were to emerge, they would have no means to act. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we imagine, Wei Yu remarked, glancing upwards towards the collapsed entrance of the cave. The scene was one of devastation. All members of the Red Lotus sect had been slaughtered. Clearly, the fluctuations of energy they had sensed were merely a ruse to draw them in. This indicated that someone had intervened on their behalf. Qiao Zhuang, intrigued, noted, the level of destruction here suggests the involvement of a master. A master? Wei Yu shook his head and said, Qiao Zhuang, you are mistaken, and gravely so. Qiao Zhuang turned to Wei Yu, his brows slightly raised. Wei Yu's eyes narrowed momentarily as he spoke in a low voice. The assailant is a fate-will master. A fate-will master? Qiao Zhuang was initially taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. That is impossible. While our attack was formidable, it could not have been executed by someone of such caliber. If they had deliberately alerted you, even a grandmaster could achieve that. It's merely a matter of amplifying the commotion. Wei Yu chuckled softly. Do you not believe me? Qiao Zhuang shook his head. There is no way. Wei Yu raised a hand, slowly opening his palm. A sphere of true essence emerged from his hand. taking the form of a small orb. Not far away, a curved blade lying quietly on the ground seemed to respond to an unseen summons, soaring into his grasp. The blade was peculiar in design, its surface adorned with fiery patterns. "Behold, what is this?" Wei Yu presented the curved blade before Qiao Zhuang. Qiao Zhuang took the blade casually at first, but as his fingers glided over the blade's surface, his pupils contracted in astonishment. "This is the Flame Cloud Blade. Yuan Tian has been here." In contrast to the legendary figures like the Red Lotus Ancestor, the name of Three Blades Yuan Tian struck him with greater trepidation. After all, the Red Lotus Ancestor felt distant, whereas Yuan Tian was a contemporary of his, a notorious fiend of great renown. A memory from a decade ago surfaced in his mind. 10 years prior, the Divine Capture Camp had united several grandmasters to hunt down Yuan Tian, and he had been among them. Yet, against the combined might of the grandmasters, this 3-foot-tall fiend had managed to evade capture with ease, severely wounding 3 grandmasters before departing with nonchalance. Yuan Tian had reached the 7th level of grandmaster 10 years ago. Rumors now suggested he had ascended to the 8th level. It was unfathomable that someone could compel him to abandon his weapon and flee. Qiao Zhuang's heart raced, filled with disbelief. Wei Yu glanced at him and shook his head. He likely did not escape. Qiao Zhuang's face reflected confusion. Did not escape? Then where is he? Wei Yu smiled mysteriously, lowering his gaze as he surveyed the area. Right here. Qiao Zhuang was momentarily stunned before realization dawned upon him, his eyes widening as he beheld the blood-soaked ground. "This is Yuan Tian." Qiao Zhuang approached a pool of still fresh blood, lost in thought. Wei Yu nodded. "It is everywhere." Qiao Zhuang sighed with a wry smile. Indeed, it was a fate wheel master who struck. After all, only a fate wheel master could so effortlessly obliterate 3 blades Yuan Tian, leaving him no chance to flee. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang stepped into the mist. Instantly, he was engulfed in a sea of white. However, after just a few breaths, the fog began to disperse of its own accord. A colossal shadow surged from the ground. Soaring into the sky, it was his ghost dragon. Upon its emergence, the ghost dragon swiftly diminished in size, coiling around Jiang Wushuang and circling him. It emitted low, rumbling sounds, akin to a long-neglected puppy yearning for its master's affection. "It appears that you are faring quite well here." Jiang Wushuang gazed at the figure before him and smiled faintly. After departing from the cave, he did not return to the imperial city but instead took a circuitous route to arrive at this place. In 2 days, he was to journey to Xianing's sect, and given the long distance ahead, it would be impractical to proceed without a mount. Thus, he decided to take the ghost dragon with him. As he surveyed the area with his spiritual sense, he noted a significant decrease in the number of spectral entities present, while the ghost dragon's strength had evidently increased. Upon hearing that Jiang Wushuang intended to take it away, the creature displayed an unmistakable reluctance, clearly relishing its time spent here. Just as Jiang Wushuang was about to ensnare it within the 10,000 ghost banner, the ghost dragon suddenly leaned its head toward him, emitting a peculiar ee sound. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback for a moment before retrieving the blood essence pills he had acquired in the cave. Upon sighting the blood essence pills, the ghost dragon eagerly twisted its body, exhibiting a fervent desire to obtain them. "Do you wish to eat?" Jiang Wushuang inquired, astonished. He subsequently tossed out more than a dozen blood essence pills. The ghost dragon's head expanded, and it devoured them all in a single gulp. "Do you enjoy it?" Jiang Wushuang observed as the ghost dragon finished its meal, persistently nudging his hand with its head. Unable to resist, he gently patted its head. "In 2 days, I shall ensure you are well fed." Chapter 172, the Supreme Elder of the Baiyu Sect, Xianing Sect. Situated a few hundred miles from the Dacian Emperor, the Xianing Sect resides atop the Cangyang Mountain. Its peaks are adorned with temples and pavilions, haphazardly scattered across the landscape. Despite the vast expanse of the sect, only a handful of dim lights flicker to life as night falls. The crescent moon hangs in the early sky, casting an even darker and more desolate atmosphere within the Xianing sect. At the foot of the mountain, 2 figures cautiously make their way toward the summit, eschewing the well-trodden path for a lesser-known trail. It is not until they enter the Xianing sect that they remain undetected. "Senior brother, where have the members of the Honglian sect gone?" Kong Yu peeks around a corner, a look of confusion crossing her face. After parting ways with Jiang Wushuang outside the imperial city, she and Luo Qiuping returned directly to their sect. However, The sect was under the control of the Honglian sect, and after careful observation, they resolved to sneak back in, primarily because the 2-day period had elapsed, and that esteemed elder was soon to arrive. First, we must locate our master, Luo Choping murmurs, standing in the shadows and surveying the desolate Xianing sect, equally perplexed. Not long ago, this place was teeming with Honglian sect members. Be cautious, he warns, a frown etching across his brow as unease gnaws at him. As they proceed, the two discover several corpses sprawled on the ground ahead. Kong Yu's heart races with anxiety, but upon realizing they belong to members of the Honglian sect, she exhales in relief. Just as they prepare to move forward, a figure suddenly blocks their path. Who goes there? Luo Choping draws his sword, ready to strike, only to see a silhouette emerge from the darkness. The faint moonlight reveals the person's face, and he halts his attack, an expression of unrestrained joy spreading across his features. Master? How could it be you? Luo Choping rushes forward. Kong Yu, momentarily stunned, soon joins him, exclaiming, Master, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. The figure is a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, sporting a small beard. Upon seeing his two beloved disciples return, a broad smile graces his face. Excellent, excellent. You have returned safely. This brings me great peace. Though it has only been a few days since their last meeting, it feels as though they have weathered a separation of life and death, nearly moved to tears. Master, what has become of the Honglian sect members? Luo Choping inquires. Looking up, have they all been eradicated? Kong Yu's curiosity mirrors his own. The gray-clad man shakes his head with a sigh. Only a few of the Honglian sect's remaining disciples were slain. The others have retreated to the Forbidden Grounds. Luo Choping finally comprehends the situation. A significant number of the Honglian sect's experts had departed for the Forbidden Grounds of the Xianing sect, providing their master and the others an opportunity to eliminate the few remaining Honglian sect fiends, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. However, the ordeal is not yet concluded, for the Honglian sect has abducted a multitude of female disciples from the Xianing sect and may return at any moment. The middle-aged man scrutinizes the two, inquiring, How did you manage to escape? His surprise at their presence is palpable. After all, none of the disciples who were coerced and taken away by the Red Lotus sect have returned to this day. Later, he learned that the Red Lotus sect was preparing to refine a blood pool. Even with the cooperation of the disciples from the Xianing sect, they would still be unable to escape death. Luo Choping, somewhat agitated, exclaimed, Master, I am fortunate to have encountered a formidable fate wheel expert. He then recounted the experience of his encounter with that mysterious fate wheel, emphasizing the terrifying power of that individual who would be coming to the Xianing sect. The middle-aged man listened with sparkling eyes, and finally, filled with joy, inquired, This fate wheel expert will indeed come to our Xianing sect? Luo Choping nodded. Calculating the time, he should be arriving soon. Kong Yu added, Rest assured, Master, he will surely come. The middle-aged man, his face flushed with excitement, declared, Excellent. The old sect master is about to head to the forbidden area to rescue the abducted disciples. With this individual joining us, the Red Lotus sect will have no chance of returning. Come, follow me to meet the old sect master. The three traversed several doors and finally arrived at the council hall of the Xianing sect. The hall, once brightly lit, was now illuminated by a single oil lamp. Several figures were gathered around, with an elderly man, his hair grizzled and face lined with wrinkles, occupying the main seat. Despite his advanced age, his eyes shone brightly, exerting a presence that subdued all others. We pay our respects to the old sect master, Luo Choping, and Kong Yu bowed in greeting. However, the old man merely nodded slightly, his gaze not lingering on them but instead directed towards the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. It was not until the middle-aged man mentioned that a fate wheel expert would come to assist the Xianing sect that the old man finally reacted. Oh, where is that esteemed elder? The old man rose, his eagerness palpable. Luo Choping replied, Please do not rush, esteemed master. The elder said he would arrive in 2 days. Calculating the time, he should be nearing. Not here yet. A flicker of disappointment crossed the old man's eyes as he resumed his seat. Luo Choping continued, Old sect master. He will surely come. The old man shook his head. I fear it may be too late. The Red Lotus sect intends to refine the blood pool in our forbidden area tonight. The surrounding elders of the Xianing sect nodded in agreement, sighing in resignation. They were acutely aware that the members of the Red Lotus sect were slaughtering their disciples in the forbidden area, yet they felt utterly powerless. Just as the entire hall fell into silence, a sound of breaking air resonated from outside. A radiant figure soared from the distance, shining brilliantly in the night sky. Everyone in the hall turned to look. The old man sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with joy and excitement. "He has arrived. He has finally come," the old man exclaimed, striding towards the exit, followed closely by a throng of elders. Luo Qiuping, his face a mask of confusion, soon beheld the figure that descended outside the hall. It was a robust middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. As soon as he landed, the old sect master and the group of elders bowed deeply in respect. A fate will expert? A look of astonishment flickered in Kong Yu's beautiful eyes. Although the person who arrived was not one she recognized, it was evident that he had come to assist the Xianing sect. Through the soft narration of her master beside her, they learned that this individual was a formidable figure of the destiny wheel, summoned by the former sect leader. It was said that he and the former leader had once been close friends, and he had come to repay a significant debt of gratitude. "Ah, Zhao Yuan, it has been 30 years since we last met, yet you remain unchanged," boomed a robust man with thick brows, who entered with a hearty laugh, surrounded by the former sect leader and others. The elder's gaze was heavy with complexity as he sighed softly. 30 years ago, we were at the same level. Yet you have long since ascended to the destiny wheel, while I remain stagnant at the master realm. Now, faced with the crisis of our sect, I find myself utterly helpless. How embarrassing." The burly man, now devoid of his jovial expression, patted the elder's shoulder and said, "Had it not been for your defense against that sword strike all those years ago, Zhao Yuan, I would not be where I am today. Today, your troubles are my troubles, and rest assured, I shall eliminate those little devils from the Red Lotus sect for you." Upon hearing this, the former sect leader's eyes brimmed with gratitude. He was indeed Chu Guang. Kong Yu's fair face was wide-eyed, her mouth agape in shock. "Junior sister, do not address the elder by name." Luo Qiuping's expression changed slightly as she quickly whispered a reminder, her heart equally astonished. She had not anticipated that the visitor was the esteemed Grand Elder of the renowned Baiyu sect. Chu Guang, a legendary figure of the Destiny Wheel, was indeed a name to behold.